Starting inside a mental hospital, facing a doctor asking a soul-searching question: can a Tyrannosaurus Rex using melee weapons defeat a Siberian tiger armed with an MP5? I responded with a backhanded slap to his face, successfully activating the system. Talent test: spiritual power off the charts, but awakened a Grank talent. Companion artifact: a red brick with the inscription "Serve people with virtue." Attributes: 100 accuracy, ignore defense, unavoidable, applies mandatory stun. I don't care if you're an SS rank genius or a 9th realm imperial tutor. As long as you have a health bar, there's nothing my brick can't lay out. If there is, then 2 bricks. Can an adult Trex that works out regularly and only uses cold weapons defeat a Siberian tiger charging from 50 meters away with an MP5? Does God live in the stratosphere or the troposphere? Looking at the doctor in the white coat before me, his face filled with a thirst for knowledge, Suchen, a carbon-based lifeform who just transmigrated here, was completely dumbfounded. Is this a question a doctor asks a patient? Is this world crazy, or am I? Before I could sort through the memories flooding my brain, Reiki recovery, rampaging alien beasts, this doctor namely had already written 2 words on my medical record with heavy, emphatic strokes: has illness. Immediately followed by 4 more words: sick in the head. Looking at him, I didn't just want to curse, I wanted to hit someone. Just then, a crisp sound rang in my mind. Ding! System delivered. Option 1: swallow your anger and admit you are sick. Reward: cowardly turtle system. Option 2: an eye for an eye, prove the doctor is sick. Reward: speak and follow system. Option 3: persuade with virtue, beat the opponent until they are convinced. Reward: high prestige system. Looking at the translucent panel before me, I smiled. The first one makes me a coward? Impossible. The second is all talk? Easy to cause friendly fire. The third, although I'm not a monk, I really like the phrase persuade with virtue. However, only kids make choices. System: I want them all. I chanted silently. Ding! Hidden mechanism triggered. Mission accepted successfully. It actually worked? I looked at Dr. Lee, who was making a tactical retreat with the medical record, and revealed a benevolent smile. What are you smiling at? Dr. Lee panicked. Nothing, the rooster at home laid an egg. I'm happy. I slowly approached, winding up my right arm. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Half of Dr. Lee's face swelled up instantly, and his glasses were slapped askew. He clutched his face, tears in his eyes, looking in disbelief. What are you doing? Do you know how much psychological damage a slap in the face causes an adult? Do you yield? I asked. No. Smack. Do you yield? I yield. I yield. Dr. Lee wailed loudly. Ding! Congratulations on completing option 3. I didn't stop. I grabbed him as he tried to run and asked solemnly, actually, you are sick. I'm not sick. His dignity as a doctor stopped his crying. Then tell me, are Ultraman's beams transverse waves or longitudinal waves? Is Sasuke's Chidori direct current or alternating current? Dr. Lee froze, his eyes gradually glazing over. I don't know. Do I really have a sickness? Ding! Congratulations on completing option 2. Finally, I leaned into his ear and whispered, actually, I also admit I'm mentally ill. Ding! Congratulations on completing option 1. 3 unknown fusion successful. Binding God level lottery system. Rewarding beginners 10 draw. The first 9 draws were all thank you for playing, until the last one hit the jackpot. Congratulations on obtaining God level skill encyclopedia. I looked at Dr. Lee, who had begun to question his entire existence, clapped my hands, and hid my merit and fame. 10 minutes later, I walked out of the building. It turned out this wasn't a mental hospital but the school infirmary. Today was Talent Awakening Day. That Dr. Lee probably really got gaslit into a breakdown by me. Activate encyclopedia. I glanced at Dr. Jean, who was rushing over. Name: Jean Deshu. Spirit: 6. Skills: none. Evaluation: a mediocre doctor. This skill is God tier. It sees data directly. Under Dr. Jean's guidance, I underwent the pre-awakening spiritual power test. The moment my palm touched the glass ball, white light exploded. Value: 66. Dr. Jean sucked in a breath of cold air. Ordinary people are only 5, but you're 66? This child has the potential of a great emperor. I looked at my stats on the panel, crushing normal people in every aspect, and the corner of my mouth raised slightly. Great emperor potential? No, I have hacks. The playground was bustling with noise. Su-chen, what are you dawdling for? Everyone is waiting for you. My best friend Zhao Chen waved at me. I glanced at his panel, defense as high as 20, a good seedling for a meat shield tank. Heard you're going to awaken an SSS class? Someone sneered nearby. I nodded calmly. Thanks for the jinx. The whole crowd roared with laughter. Just then, the neighboring awakening platform erupted with a pillar of white light, blinding everyone's dog eyes. SSS class. Light element. It's the school beauty, Shinroi. The principal was so excited his dentures were about to fly out. This girl has the potential of a great emperor. I looked at Shinroi bathed in holy light. She was indeed bright, and also very big. Alright, my turn. I pressed my hand on the awakening stone. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Awakening talent detected. Please select a skill. Option 1, Ninja Turtle Absolute Defense Shell. Option 2, Emergency Food Eat Sprite to recover health. Option 3, Persuade with Virtue Gift, Companion Artifact. Characteristics: 100 accuracy, ignore defense, unavoidable. Do I even need to choose? A man can lack defense, can lack healing, but absolutely cannot lack DPS. Especially that unavoidable, 100 accuracy. It's practically a causal weapon. I choose 3. The awakening stone had 0 reaction. It was like it farted and went out. Dead silence filled the field. The teacher recording the results was so awkward he dropped his pen. This doesn't even count as frank? Just as everyone thought I failed the awakening, a faint golden light flashed and a heavy object suddenly appeared in my hand. A red, angular brick. Carved on it was a vigorous and powerful character, Virtue. Laughter louder than the SS class awakening just now erupted on the playground. Ha 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 ha. A brick? His companion weapon is a brick? I'm dying of laughter. Su-chen, are you going to the construction site to move bricks? History made. An unprecedented Grank talent. The teacher wiped his sweat and wrote on the form. Su-chen, G-rank, companion weapon, brick. Zhao Chun ran over, patting my shoulder to comfort me. It's okay, brother. We agreed to be security guards together. That brick will be quite useful for self-defense on patrol, really. I weighed the virtue in my hand, looked at the attribute description, and smiled without speaking. G-rank? A bunch of people who don't know quality. This is the vessel of a conceptual level artifact. Back home, my unreliable old man, Subai, was waiting for me. Son, what did you awaken? G-rank. Bullshit. Your old man was crank back in the day, and you're G-rank? Come here, daddy is going to give you a physical exam. Subai pulled out his 7 wolves belt, ready to exterminate his kin for the greater good. It wasn't until he confirmed the school notice that he collapsed on the sofa, grief-stricken. Ruined, my son is ruined. Honey, let's go back to the room and re-roll a new account. My mom grabbed him by the ear and dragged him into the bedroom. Back in my room, ignoring my parents' horseplay, I sat cross-legged. Using the basic breathing method issued by the school, I began trying to cultivate. Surprisingly, perhaps because my spiritual power was as high as 66, or maybe due to the system's boost, the obscure breathing method circulated extremely smoothly in my body. Overnight, impurities were expelled from my body, followed by a crisp sound. I'm rejecting my humanity. Oh no, I broke through. Realm, first realm. Spirit, 70. Strength, 20. Looking at the panel, I clenched my fist. This is supernatural power. The next evening, Zhao Chen pestered me into going to a food stall. Su-chen, listen to me. Although you are G-rank, security teams have tiers too. Zhao Chen was planning my career path while eating skewers. While we chatted, a commotion broke out at the next table. Tang Shi, who awakened the rank talent green-silver entanglement, was drunk. Brothers, let me show you a trick. Tang Shi roared, the ground cracked, and thick vines rushed into the nearby public toilet. The next second, the vines shot into the sky wrapped around a still-dripping toilet bowl, swinging wildly in the air. Heavenly Maiden scatters flowers. Shit and urine flew everywhere. Holy crap. Zhao Chen, use your ULT. I shouted. Zhao Chen reacted extremely fast. Earth Guardian. An earthen wall rose up, shielding us in the middle and blocking this biochemical attack. The owner rushed out with a kitchen knife. I'll FK you up. Tang Shi was splashed awake by a bucket of slops, realized what he had done, and ran for it. Chase him. The owner was exasperated. Zhao Chen and I looked at each other. Dare to fight him? I asked. He's an A rank. Are you afraid of his Shino? Afraid of his vines? Let's do it. Tang Shi ran fast. He was an awakened one after all. The owner was soon out of breath. I looked at Tang Shi's back. Distance: 50 meters. Perfect. Time to test my virtue. With a thought, the red brick was in my hand. Persuade with virtue, activate. I didn't even aim, just threw it casually. The brick drew a strange arc in the air, as if it had eyes, or as if it locked onto karma. Tang Shi, who was sprinting, suddenly went stiff all over, as if the pause button had been pressed. Is this the unavoidable judgment? Smack! The brick accurately hit the back of Tang Shi's head. Although it didn't crack his skull open, that crisp sound sounded painful. Tang Shi screamed and stumbled, but quickly recovered and kept running. I glanced at the panel. Stun time, 2 seconds. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Excellent. As long as I keep throwing, he's a live target. Ding! Skill points 10 from Tangshur. Oh, beating people drops gold coins? Tangshur panicked and snatched an old man's heavy-duty bicycle from the roadside, pedaling madly. Kid, just you wait. I'm an A rank, he shouted back. I didn't move. Instead, I pointed at the old man. Grandpa, your bike is gone. The old man, who was playing chess, looked up, his eyes changing instantly. Stealing my bike? Boom! The wind generated under the old man's feet and he shot out like a cannonball. A wind element 5th realm expert. Is this the legendary masters or among the people? The old man caught up with Tangshur in a few leaps, running side by side. Tangshur looked at the old man riding on air beside him, his eyes about to pop out. Little brat, eat my kick. Bang! Both man and bike were kicked over. I walked over slowly. Tangshur had just climbed up and wanted to run. Brick in hand, the world is mine. Another brick. This time I used the corner. Ah! Tangshur clutched his bleeding head, completely breaking down. Big brother, I submit. Stop hitting me. Ding. Skill points 100 from Tangshur. Submitting directly gives 100? This is a profitable business. After twisting Tangshur to the food stall owner to pay compensation, I went home with Zhao Chen. That night, I almost cracked the head of my old man who was sneaking food in the kitchen. As a 5th realm expert, my dad actually couldn't dodge my brick. At that moment, nursing the bump on his head, he shouted that sentence again, my son has the potential of a great emperor. The next day, for tomorrow's college entrance exam, Zhao Chen and I went to the equipment store to buy weapons. Zhao Chen held 100,000 yuan, drooling over those divine weapons costing millions. Listen to me, buy that one. I pointed to a rusty straight blade in the corner. Encyclopedia, a sealed ancient blade. Though rusty, it contains astonishing baleful aura. The rusty one? Su Chen, are you scamming me? Zhao Chen looked disgusted. Trust me, I'm doing this for your own good. Under my conning, Zhao Chen spent 10,000 yuan to buy the blade. I told him to go pay while I went to the second floor to buy spirit stones. Just as I turned the corner, a wave of fragrance hit me. Thud. Before I could savor the soft sensation, I heard a cry of pain. Qin Ruoi rubbed her forehead, looking at me with teary eyes. Is your head made of iron? Looking at the dream girl of every boy in school, I blurted out, that's mandatory. Hard-headedness is my passive skill. Qin Ruoi recognized me. You are that G-rank brick man? Who came up with this nickname? It's terrible. Sorry for bumping into you. How about I treat you to a popsicle as an apology? I issued a straight man invitation. Unexpectedly, she agreed. So, a weird scene appeared at the entrance of the equipment store. The school's recognized trash G-rank, bringing the school's #1 SSS rank goddess, squatting on the curb gnawing on old-fashioned popsicles. When Zhao Chen came out, his jaw almost hit the floor. Brother Bai, you're the man. You go buy a spirit stone and swipe a school beauty on the way down? Qin Ruoi ate elegantly, her small tongue licking the popsicle. I stared for a while, then asked a question driven by some strange force. School beauty Qin, have you ever been in love? Qin Ruoi froze, 2 blushes flying onto her face as she glared at me. No. Or even after eating this, goodbye. Watching her flee in panic, I smiled. This school beauty is quite innocent. Let's go, time to prep for the exam. I patted Zhao Chen, who was still in a daze. Just as we turned into the alley, several people suddenly surrounded us from front and back. The leader was wearing the uniform of the vocational high school next door, holding a steel pipe, his face full of transverse flesh. You're the one called Su Chen? Heard you were very happy eating a popsicle with school beauty Qin just now? I sighed, chewing up the last bit of my popsicle. I glanced at the system panel which had just enough skill points for a draw. Then I looked at the brick in my hand, which was eager to try. Zhao Chen. Looks like our special training can start early. Perfect, I also want to test if this rusty knife is sharp or not. Although Zhao Chen's legs were shaking a bit, he stood firmly beside me. In the alley, the setting sun elongated our shadows. I weighed the virtue in my hand. Since you guys don't talk about martial virtue, I have no choice but to persuade with virtue. You there, stretch your head over. I'm going to give you a buff. Is your name Su Chen? A burly, muscular boy looked up at Su Chen and said. Zhang Wei's little brother, Liu Yang, added, Wei Ge, it's them. I just saw them eating popsicles with Qin Ruoi. Su Chen and Zhao Chen were both stunned, stopping in their tracks. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, clearly aware that the other party was looking for trouble, while Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. Was this just the opportunity he was waiting for? Zhang Wei clenched his fists and slowly approached Su Chen, revealing a fierce expression. Kid, do you know that Qin Ruoi is the woman I have my eyes on? Su Chen innocently shook his head. Zhang Wei said, you better stay away from her from now on, got it? Ha? What did you say? Su Chen turned his ear, shouting, I didn't hear you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's face darkened, and he shouted, I said stay away from her from now on. Ha? I didn't hear you, can you say it louder? Wei Gu. This kid is definitely doing it on purpose. Lu Yang shouted from behind. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think we're just playing around with him. Zhang Wei's face turned a deep shade of purple, cracking his knuckles ominously. Kid, you really don't know when to back off. Su Chen was taken aback. I do know. After saying that, he picked up a small stone from the floor and started writing. He even added pinyin. Once he finished, Su Chen stood up and dusted off his hands. See? The silk is dead, drink and you won't live. This move left Zhao Chen beside him dumbfounded, who could only secretly give a thumbs up. At this moment, Zhang Wei's face was as dark as water, his chest heaving with anger, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He roared, "I'll kill you, you bastard." With that, he swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, towards Su Chen. The speed was incredibly fast. The force was extremely fierce. Just as Zhang Wei's fist was about to land on Su Chen's face, bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Zhang Wei's movement suddenly halted. A square red mark appearing on his face. Ding! Skill points from Zhang Wei 10 ding. Brick proficiency 10. Su Chen smiled slightly. He had long hidden the brick behind him, waiting for this moment. Zhang Wei was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, blood dripping from his nose onto the ground. Once he regained his senses, he was instantly furious. Kid, you actually ambushed me. Lu Yang, get him. He was a level awakener. How could he not take down a level? Flame fist. Zhang Wei shouted, his fist engulfed in raging flames, and he punched out. With his skills on cooldown, Su Chen quickly raised the brick to shield his face. Bang! But the opponent's immense power still forced Su Chen to stagger back a few steps, his arm going numb from the impact. Zhao Chen, activate your skill. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen reacted swiftly. Earth Guardian. Stones rose from the ground, instantly enveloping them. Bang! Zhang Wei raised his fist and slammed it down heavily, producing a muffled sound. Dirt continuously fell from the stone wall. Turtle hiding its head. Let's see how long you can hide. Zhang Wei snorted coldly from outside, smashing his fist down again. Lu Yang didn't just stand by either, throwing punches against the stone wall. Zhao Chen looked at the trembling stone wall and said, "By Gu, I don't think it can hold up against many more punches." Su Chen wasn't worried. "It's fine, wait for my command." Bang! Another punch landed, and cracks began to appear on the stone wall. Now's the time. Taking advantage of their momentary pause, strike. Step back, I'm about to show off. Su Chen's lips curled up. The two had a great understanding. As soon as Zhao Chen heard this, he immediately interrupted his skill and quickly retreated. At the same time, the stone wall collapsed with a loud bang. Zhang Wei and Lu Yang's figures appeared in their line of sight. They were raising their fists, ready to strike down, but upon seeing Su Chen's smile, an ominous premonition washed over them. Bang! Su Chen directly smashed a brick onto Zhang Wei's head, and bright red blood flowed down his scalp. Ding! Skill points from Zhang Wei 10 ding. Brick proficiency 10. Immediately after, Su Chen moved with great agility, swinging the brick towards Lu Yang. Clang! Ding! Skill points from Lu Yang 10 ding. Brick proficiency 10. Even though the skill was still on cooldown, Su Chen was much faster than Lu Yang and hit accurately. Ah! Both of them immediately crouched on the ground, holding their heads and screaming in agony. It should be noted that this time Su Chen used the side of the brick that dealt 1.5 times the damage. Zhao Chen watched this scene, dumbfounded. Brother Bai, you're incredible. Su Chen looked at the two crouching on the ground and tossed the brick in his hand. So, do you submit or not? Zhao Chen also mocked from the side. TCH, weren't you just being cocky? Keep going. Zhang Wei, with a pained expression, crouched on the ground, unable to understand how the opponent was just a Grank Awakener. He was a Brank, and a fire type at that. How could he not defeat the other party? This is unscientific. Wei Ge, that kid's brick is a companion weapon. It's too damn strange. Lu Yang whispered while crouching on the ground. What do we do now? Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and said, let's retreat for now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't worry about firewood. We'll take revenge another day. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Su Chen kicked them, looking at their huddled figures. I'm not hey, I'm Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei suddenly looked up and smiled. I submit. Lu Yang quickly added, I submit too. Ding. Skill points from Zhang Wei 50 ding. Skill points from Lu Yang 50. Su Chen looked at their smug expressions, his brows slightly furrowed, wanting to hit them with another brick. But since they had already admitted defeat, there was no need to strike again. As the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face. Their current demeanor was indeed impeccable. Su Chen just didn't understand why they only added 50 points this time. He didn't think too much about it. Earning skill points was what mattered. Ah Chen, let's go. Hee hee, alright. Zhao Chen disdainfully glanced at the two on the ground and quickly followed Su Chen. As soon as the two left, Zhang Wei's smile instantly vanished, and he said fiercely, damn it, I'm definitely going to get him. On the other side, Su Chen and Zhao Chen parted ways and returned home. As soon as he sat down, Su Chen received a message from Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, haha, brother bye, you're like a little cow back home, so awesome. Just thinking about those two bleeding makes me want to laugh. Zhao Chen, remember to take me flying during the exam tomorrow. The strength Su Chen had displayed in the past few days had already made Zhao Chen admire him. Su Chen, no problem, log in, let's play games together. Zhao Chen, haha, sure. What are you playing? Su Chen. Of course, I'm playing compression. Zhao Chen, then someone like me should play Timo. Su Chen revealed a sly smile, tossed his phone aside, sat cross-legged on the bed, and took out the essence stones. Play games? Ha! That's impossible. I want to secretly cultivate, quietly break through, and then amaze everyone. Name, Su Chen Realm, First Realm Talent? Skill, Encyclopedia, win people over with virtue defense, 25 stamina, 25 strength, 25 agility, 25 mental power, 80 skill points, 250 brick proficiency, 501,000. After absorbing all 5 essence stones, it was already late at night and Su Chen stretched lazily. What kind of essence stones are these? They're money-sucking stones. Su Chen complained, but there were still many benefits. After absorbing these 5 essence stones, all attributes had increased significantly again. As Su Chen got up to take a leak, not thinking much about it, it wasn't too late, and it was time to sleep since tomorrow was the college entrance examination. The next day, entering the examination hall, it was already a sea of people. Not only were there teachers and students from several colleges, but also admissions officers from various universities. The first exam today was theoretical knowledge, and Su Chen was not worried at all. With an encyclopedia in hand, how could a mere theoretical exam be anything but a breeze? Su Chen. Suddenly, a figure approached. It was Zhao Chen. Su Chen, with a calm face and steady heart, asked, "What's up?" "What do you mean, what's up? You asked me to play games yesterday, and after waiting for you for ages, you never logged on, and you didn't reply to my messages." Zhao Chen was fuming, thinking about how he had to play solo and ended up losing several times. Zhao Chen asked again, "What were you doing yesterday?" "Oh, you mean that?" Su Chen smiled, "I was training." Damn. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but curse, "You little bastard tricked me into playing games while you were busy grinding?" Su Chen replied, "Grinding? Am I that kind of person? The power went out at home last night, so I had no choice but to train." Zhao Chen said, "I believe you, sure." Just then, the academy's announcement system rang out. "Attention all teachers and students. Attention all teachers and students. The exam is about to begin, please return to your seats." Su Chen smiled and patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder. "All right, off to the exam." Zhao Chen pouted and went to his exam seat. On the playground, rows of desks and chairs were set up, and all students would complete their theoretical exams here. Su Chen quickly found his seat, sat down, and waited for the papers to be distributed. Qin Ruoi. At that moment, a girl entered, instantly attracting countless gazes. Qin Ruoi was dressed simply, yet she still shone brightly, overshadowing everyone. Some male classmates were mesmerized. She was beautiful, had an SS-level talent, and long black hair. Who wouldn't like her? Qin Ruoi seemed to be looking for a seat, and many were excited to see her pass by, hoping her seat would be next to theirs. Although it wouldn't help with the exam, it was certainly a treat for the eyes. But soon, their expressions changed when they saw Qin Ruoi pass by and sit next to a very handsome boy. Some people's faces darkened, while others looked quite entertained. Next to Qin Ruoi was actually Su Chen, with a level talent. The strongest talent next to the weakest talent. This indeed formed a stark contrast. Su Chen looked at Qin Ruoi beside him and smiled. "Hi. Nice to see you again." Qin Ruoi shot him a glance, clearly not wanting to engage. The people around them snickered at the scene. A level talent has the nerve to talk to our goddess Qin? I don't know where he gets the audacity. It's obvious that goddess Qin doesn't want to talk to him. After this exam, he should just go to the construction site. Look at him, he really has no shame, still staring at her. The insults were endless, but Su Chen seemed unfazed, instead looking at the information panel above Qin Rui's head. Name, Qin Rui Realm, First Realm Talent, SSS Skill, Holy Light Defense, 20 Stamina, 20 Strength, 30 Agility, 30 Mental Power, 50. So this is the attribute of an SS level talent? Su Chen was surprised, several of her attributes surpassed his. "Why do you keep staring at me?" At this moment, Qin Rui also felt Su Chen's gaze. She was a bit puzzled and touched her face, wondering if there was something on it. Su Chen came back to his senses and smiled slightly. "You're beautiful. I was just thinking about ice pops." "We're not familiar." Qin Rui pouted and turned her head away. Su Chen chuckled. "It's so hot. Well, get familiar eventually." Hearing this, Qin Rui was first taken aback, a bit confused, then covered her mouth and laughed. "You're quite humorous." That smile left many male classmates around her dumbfounded. That radiant expression melted their hearts. What on earth did Su Chen say to their goddess? They clenched their fists in secret, staring at Su Chen. If looks could kill, he would have been torn to shreds by them already. At that moment, a teacher on the playground said, "Time's up, let's distribute the exam papers." Instantly, many teachers picked up stacks of test papers and walked towards the students, signaling the official start of the exam. All the students quieted down. If they were disqualified for a little noise, it would be a huge loss. Shinrui received her test paper and quietly began answering the questions, while Su Chen also withdrew his gaze and started to focus on the questions seriously. With the help of the encyclopedia, Su Chen wrote as if possessed, just like copying a book. No, he was indeed copying a book, the encyclopedia. Feeling the rustling sound beside her, Shinrui turned her head in surprise to take a look. The warm sunlight shone on Su Chen's handsome face, and seeing his serious demeanor, Shinrui couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. She then turned her head and muttered softly, "He looks quite handsome when he's serious." Time passed little by little, and the sun slowly rose higher. Many students had beads of sweat on their foreheads, not only from the scorching sun but also from the pressure of the exam. On the school's seating area, the admission representatives from various schools scanned the students who were writing furiously. "Guming, I heard your college has an SS-level talent?" Chen Yifeng, the admission representative from Beijing University, asked with great interest. Upon hearing this, many university representatives turned their gaze towards Guming. Seeing this, Guming also jogged over with a beaming smile. With so many universities paying attention to him, he felt a bit elated. "Yes, the one sitting in that position is our college's Shinrui, a light system SS-level talent." Guming proudly pointed in a direction. All the admission representatives followed his finger and looked over, secretly resolving to recruit her to their college. An SS-level talent, especially from the light system, was something every university was eager to have. Just then, a cold and confident voice came from the side. "Shinrui is a must-have for our Magic City University. Our school will invest 10% of the entire college's resources to train her, and arrange unknown tutoring with an 8th-level teacher." Upon hearing this, everyone in the school's seating area shifted their gaze over. The speaker was Sun Ziyu, the admission representative from Magic City University. The other representatives were also secretly astonished. 10% of the school's resources. Magic City University was truly putting in a lot of effort. However, this was still not enough to make them back down. An SS-level awakener couldn't just be handed over to Magic City University like that. Moreover, the final choice was in Shinrui's hands. It was a bit premature to claim it was a done deal. Hearing this, Guming's face was full of smiles. After all, it was Magic City University, one of the top 4 schools. If his college could have even one person enter Magic City University, the entire college would benefit. The conditions you offered, Magic City University, I can match at Beijing University." Chen Yifeng snorted coldly. "I can do it at Huking University too. I can do it at Nagi University too. I can do it at Jelly University too. Everyone, it's a bit early to say all this, isn't it? The final choice is in Shinrui's hands. If she doesn't like your college, no matter how many conditions you offer, she might not agree." Upon hearing this, the other admission representatives nodded in agreement. The speaker was Zhao Jiangwo, the representative from Imperial Capital University. Zhao Jiangwo looked at them fighting over Shinrui with a smile. He had already received news and knew what Shinrui's final choice would be. Some university representatives snorted and turned their heads away, looking to see if there were any other high-talent awakeners in other colleges. Zhao Jiangwo smiled and looked at Guming with great interest, asking, "I heard that your academy has produced an unprecedented level awakener? And a talent-born weapon?" Upon hearing this, Guming was taken aback. Was the reputation of Glevel so great that it had spread to other schools? Guming let out a bitter smile. The best students were in his academy, and the most peculiar students were also in his academy. The male classmate sitting next to Shinrui is that Glevel awakener, Su Chen. Zhao Jiangwo looked over inside. "Unfortunately, the talent-born weapon is a brick. Let's see if the upcoming exam can bring me a bit of surprise." If the other party's weapon were a longsword or a knife, his Imperial Capital University wouldn't mind making an exception for a Glevel talent. Hu Suchen let out a long sigh, putting down his pen, finally finishing all the questions on the exam paper. At the same time, Shinrui beside him also put down her pen almost at the same moment. Suchen was slightly surprised. After all, he could answer this quickly only with an encyclopedia, while Shinrui relied entirely on her own strength. To finish at the same time as him was terrifying. Shinrui seemed to sense something, turned her head, and glared at him, while Suchen just smiled. Gradually, more and more students put down their pens. Some were nervous, some were disappointed. Finally, a bell rang throughout the academy, announcing the end of the exam. The teachers understood and began to collect the exam papers. And soon all the papers were gathered. However, all the students did not leave their seats because the papers would be graded on site and the results announced. After the papers were collected, they were graded by teachers from various academies together, so the efficiency was very high. After a long while, a teacher walked to the podium with a list. The crowd on the playground, who were checking answers, quieted down. They knew the results were about to be announced, and a tense atmosphere gradually spread across the playground. Next, I will announce the top 100. If your name is not called, please check the Academy bulletin board. 99th place, Luhan, 80 points. 98th place, Wang Defa, 80 points. With each name the teacher called out, someone below sighed in relief. 45th place, Zhao Chen, 88 points. Hearing his name, Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Gradually, the teacher read out the names in the top 10, and the students felt anxious, hoping their names would be among those 10. 10th place, Wang Ling, 94 points. 2nd place, Su Chen, 100 points. 1st place, Xin Ruoi, 100 points. When the teacher finished reading the list in hand, some in the audience were excited, some were disappointed, and some were dumbfounded. Why? How did Su Chen get 100? They knew the difficulty of the exam paper. They believed Xin Ruoi could score 100, but how could Su Chen, a level talent, also score 100? Teacher, someone cheated. Suddenly, someone shouted. As soon as this was said, many envious people began to speak up. Yes, Su Chen must have cheated. He sat next to Xin Ruoi. He must have copied. We asked the teachers to see clearly. Cancel his score. In a corner of the exam room, Zhang Wei smirked. Heh, kid, trying to play with me? You're still too green. Lu Yang, sitting nearby, secretly gave him a thumbs up. Brother Wei, you really are something. Sitting next to Su Chen, Xin Ruoi was slightly taken aback upon hearing these voices. She of course knew that he hadn't copied her. Turning her head to look at Su Chen, she found that he was just smiling slightly and didn't seem to want to say anything. Kuming, sitting in the school's seating area, was also slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that while Xin Ruoi could score full marks, Su Chen could also achieve full marks. At this moment, Zhao Jiangwo stepped forward, glancing at those who were clamoring, and said coldly, "Do you think our teachers on the podium are blind, or are you questioning the teachers who are reviewing the exam papers?" At this moment, another teacher stepped forward and said sternly, "How could we not know if he cheated?" Upon hearing these words, the voices below instantly fell silent, and those who were jealous sat down, their faces turning red. After calming down, they realized that the teachers on stage were all powerful figures at the fifth realm. How could they not see someone cheating? Indeed, jealousy can distort one's perception, leading them to be swayed by others. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was staring intently at the smiling Su Chen, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Damn it. The teachers on the school's platform noticed the playground had quieted down and said lightly, "All right, let's prepare for the second exam." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. They knew that the next exam would be a true test of strength. The exam location was in a secret realm, which was more of a combination of a secret realm and technology. Everyone entering the secret realm would be projected to the outside world, meaning that every move made inside would be visible to others, and scores would be based on that. Looking forward to your performance this afternoon, Xin Ruoi smiled slightly at Su Chen, causing many to feel a shiver in their hearts at the sight of her smile, as if they had fallen in love. Su Chen blinked and asked, "Is there a reward for performing well?" Xin Ruoi was taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, "Well, maybe there is." After saying this, Xin Ruoi left the playground. Su Chen smiled, then felt countless murderous gazes directed at him. He didn't take it to heart. In fact, he welcomed the trouble they might bring, as he was in need of skill points. "Brother Bai, you actually scored 100. At this moment, Zhao Chen walked over, looking suspicious, and said, "Honestly, did you copy Xin Ruoi?" Su Chen curled his lips. "Do I need to copy anyone? Aren't we good brothers? Why don't you trust me?" Zhao Chen said gloomily, "You tricked me pretty badly yesterday." Su Chen laughed. All right, let's grab a meal and prepare for the afternoon exam. It's on me." "Great." Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. He could finally eat a meal treated by Su Chen. This time, he had to eat 3 kilograms to make up for what he missed before. "Su Chen, you're paying." Zhao Chen. After finishing the meal, it was afternoon, and the playground was bustling with people filled with voices. Before the exam began, there was a series of opening remarks from the leaders. First of all, this secret realm is a modified one, and the scoring rules are very simple. Defeat the beasts in the secret realm, and your score will be based on the number of kills. Secondly, once you enter the secret realm, every move you make will be monitored by us. You have a total of 2 hours, so make sure to use your time wisely. Each of you will be given a wristband. The purpose of this wristband is to save your life. If you receive a fatal injury, it will automatically withdraw you, or you can press the button on the wristband to exit voluntarily. After finishing, the teacher on stage looked at the surrounding leaders and asked, "Do any of the leaders have anything to add?" Guming nodded and stepped forward. "Once you enter the secret realm, team formations are allowed, but try to avoid conflicts between teams. The deeper you go into the secret realm, the more beasts you will encounter, so be careful inside. Guming paused for a moment and nodded to one side. Alright, that's all, let's open the secret realm. Buzz. Suddenly, a resonant sound caught Su Chen's attention. Looking up, he saw an object embedded in the wall that resembled a large mirror, with ripples spreading across its silver surface as if it were water. Is this the secret realm? Su Chen thought to himself. Soon after, under the teacher's organization, all the students taking the exam received their wristbands and entered the secret realm in turn. It quickly came to Su Chen and Zhao Chen's turn, and the two walked into the secret realm side by side. After a dizzying spin, Su Chen found himself seemingly in another place. Towering trees, lush bushes, and a blue sky surrounded him, resembling a forest. As if there was no difference from the outside world. But he knew that this place was several times more dangerous than the outside. Wow, is this the secret realm? Zhao Chen looked around curiously and said, "Hey, why are there only the two of us here?" Su Chen also noticed, it should be a random teleportation, but since we entered together, we ended up in the same location. Oh whoa! Suddenly, a sound resembling a wolf's howl echoed from the woods, and Zhao Chen immediately tensed up, drawing out his rusty straight knife and vigilantly positioning it in front of Su Chen. After all, he had Earth-type talent with strong defensive capabilities, and when danger arose, he had to stand in front. Su Chen also pulled out a brick, narrowing his eyes, ready to strike, and whispered, "When I smash the brick, there will be 2 seconds. Let's see how many moves we can make." Zhao Chen nodded seriously. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes, and suddenly a shadow sprang out. "Swift-wind two-headed wolf!" Zhao Chen exclaimed. Su Chen stared at the two-headed wolf bearing its fangs and checked the panel. Name, Swift-wind two-headed wolf realm, first realm level, CDF Anisi, 10 stamina, 10 strength, 10 agility, 30. It was of the first realm, mainly fast, but Su Chen smirked slightly. "Let's see you run in front of me. Go!" Su Chen shouted and charged directly at the Swift-wind two-headed wolf, with Zhao Chen quickly following. Seeing the two charging at it, the Swift-wind two-headed wolf's eyes turned fierce, retreating a couple of steps, then with its muscular limbs, it lunged at the two with incredible speed. It moved like a shadow. However, just as Su Chen swung the brick, the Swift-wind two-headed wolf's body suddenly stiffened, freezing in place, its mouth wide open. "Now's the time, hit it!" Su Chen shouted, and began to smash the brick down on the Swift-wind two-headed wolf's head. 2 seconds was enough for him to hit 3 times. And each hit was with the sharp edge. "Die for me! Die for me!" Zhao Chen was also incredibly fast, raising his knife and hacking at the Swift-wind two-headed wolf. Instantly, he realized how sharp his knife was. Each slash directly tore into the flesh of the Swift-wind two-headed wolf. Blood gushed out. On the playground outside the secret realm, several recruitment representatives and spectators stared in shock at the frenzied scene of the two. They were like merciless butchers, hacking away at the already dead Swift-wind two-headed wolf. The people in the school seats began to discuss this scene. These two should be the first to kill a Swift-wind two-headed wolf, not bad. But one has a brick and the other a rusty knife. What kind of operation is this? If you don't have weapons, a kitchen knife from home is fine, but what's with the brick? Which academy do these talents come from? Guming awkwardly smiled. "They are from my academy." He then explained about the brick. "Talent-born weapon? A brick? Level?" Chinifeng shook his head slightly after hearing this. "It's one thing to have poor talent, but a brick is a born weapon, sigh. What a pity." This statement had already determined that Su Chen's future was limited, and it was highly unlikely he would be recruited. Many recruitment representatives secretly agreed. With Glevel talent, whether he could reach the 5th realm in the future was a question, let alone that brick. What kind of lethality could it have? Sun Ziyu, the representative from Magic City University, scoffed. "Your academy really has all kinds of talents. Even after the wolf is dead, you still won't let it go. You're killing me with laughter." Guming looked at this scene and sighed inwardly, thinking as he expected, even if Su Chen had a talent-born weapon, no university would be willing to recruit him. However, Guming had not expected much from Su Chen. As long as Qin Ruoi could enter a top-tier academy, he would be satisfied. Lu Buzhu, standing nearby, clenched his fists tightly, watching the movements of the two on the light screen. Although he always joked on the surface about sending them to the construction site, deep down, he hoped they could get into a good university. This time, the two of them had been the first to kill a Gale two-headed wolf. Lu Buzhu had a feeling that they might have a chance in this secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Su Chen was unaware of what was happening outside. He was just continuously swinging the brick in his hand, smashing it down on the Gale two-headed wolf. By go, it seems to be dead." Zhao Chen suddenly stopped and said, staring at the pile of meat on the ground, looking somewhat dazed. "What do you know? This is called corpse whipping," Su Chen said, panting after delivering the final blow. It was then that he noticed his skill points and brick proficiency had increased significantly. Ding! Skill points from Gale two-headed wolf 10, brick proficiency 10 ding. Skill points from Gale two-headed wolf 10, brick proficiency 10 ding. From Ding. Skill points from Gale Two-Headed Wolf 200, Brick Proficiency 100. Huh? Why did the last one add so much? Did killing it directly grant 200? Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This secret realm was a perfect place for him to farm skill points and brick proficiency. He then looked at the bracelet on his wrist, which displayed the number 10. Looks like a Gale Two-Headed Wolf is worth 10 points, Su Chen said, thinking it over. Zhao Chen glanced at his own bracelet and shook his head. I don't have any. It should count as my kill. Let's find another one, I'll hold it, and you come in for the kill. Su Chen patted his shoulder and said, on this secret realm journey, I'm first, and you're second. Ah, by good, it's great to have you. Zhao Chen laughed heartily, then suddenly thought of something and said with a strange expression, what about Qin Ruoi? Su Chen pondered for a moment, then you can be third. Zhao Chen. While the two were searching for the Gale Two-Headed Wolf, on the other side, Zhang Wei had already reunited with his teammates. Lu Gu, you have to help me, that kid is too arrogant, we need to show him who's boss. In front of Zhang Wei stood a student from another academy, Lu Zhangshi, an class talent in the earth element. He was considered an elite of that academy. Lu Zhangshi patted Zhang Wei's shoulder, his eyes narrowing slightly. Don't worry, if we see him later, he won't escape. Now, let's deal with what's in front of us first. Zhang Wei was taken aback, and then he saw a Gale Two-Headed Wolf charging out, its fierce fangs aimed directly at Lu Zhangshi. Zhang Wei had no time to warn him and quickly stepped back. At that moment, Lu Zhangshi remained calm. Layers of yellow rock began to emerge from his skin. His head, face, hands, feet, every part was covered in hard rock. The Gale Two-Headed Wolf bit down on Lu Zhangshi's head. Suddenly, with a crack of its teeth, it revealed a painful expression. Lu Zhangshi snorted coldly, raised his fist covered in rock, and punched out. Bang! In an instant, the Gale Two-Headed Wolf's body arched and flew out violently. It crashed to the ground, whimpering, and then fell silent. This scene left Zhang Wei dumbfounded. Is this the power of An's class talent? A Gale Two-Headed Wolf of the same realm was killed with just one punch. That's incredible. Meanwhile, the audience outside gasped at this scene. Heavens! That's Lu Zhangshi from our academy, so cool. In this secret realm exam, Lu Zhangshi will definitely make it into the top 3. Lu Zhangshi is my idol. In the audience section of the school, Lu Zhangshi's principal, Lu Ye, was very proud. Principal Lu, what is that person's skill? Sun Ziyu walked over and asked. As he felt the gaze of these top universities upon him, Lu Ye suppressed his excitement and smiled slightly. His name is Lu Zhangshi, with N's level earth affinity. And his skill is absolute defense. With his current strength, no one in the secret realm can break through his defense. Even those in the awakening third realm would find it impossible to breach his defenses without some means. Upon hearing this, some of the recruitment representatives were taken aback. Wasn't this akin to walking sideways in the secret realm? Indeed, let's see how he performs. He can be considered. Sun Ziyu nodded. Hearing this, Lu Yaya's heart soared with joy. If Lu Zhangshi had the chance to enter Magic City University, it would undoubtedly bring numerous benefits to his college. As long as he didn't encounter Qin Ruoi from that college, Lu Zhangshi would be practically invincible in his eyes. At that moment, the ranking on the light screen showed that Su Chen was leading the pack. Points leaderboard: first place, Su Chen, 120 points. Second place, Qin Ruoi, 110 points. Fourth place, Zhao Chen, 70 points. Even though Su Chen was already in first place, most of the recruitment representatives still showed no intention of extending an olive branch. A level talent might be impressive now, but what about in the future? As recruitment representatives, they believed their vision was exceptional, and they had to consider the long-term future, not just the limited present. Inside the secret realm, Su Chen successfully helped Zhao Chen kill a Gale Two-Headed Wolf again. Zhao Chen's points 10. The two worked together with remarkable synergy. After Su Chen controlled the wolf, Zhao Chen struck it down with a single blow. With a swift motion, the wolf's head fell to the ground. Brother Bai, this knife seems really extraordinary, so fast and sharp. Zhao Chen looked increasingly fond of the straight knife in his hand. Su Chen smiled. Of course, my judgment has never been poor. Alright, let's take a break here. After saying that, Su Chen sat down on a rock. At this point, his skill points had reached 1250, and his proficiency with the brick had reached 750 points. According to the system's prompt, he could proceed with the next draw, and Su Chen was quite excited. Soon, he opened the system panel and began the draw. Ding! Successfully consumed 1000 skill points. Please choose one from the following 3 skills. Option 1, Friend from Nothing. Silently think I have a friend to activate this skill, summoning a clone within 10 meters, possessing all attributes and abilities of the main body. Option 2, Water on Landing. After activating the skill, falling from a height will automatically generate a water source beneath your feet, allowing for a safe landing. Option 3, Group of Jies, after activating the skill, will summon all individuals within 100 meters whose names contain Jie to appear before the host. Su Chen was stunned. What kind of bizarre skills were the last two, aside from the first one? However, he was quite satisfied with the first skill. It was simply incredibly powerful. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose the first option. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the skill. Friend from nothing name, friend from nothing effect. Silently think I have a friend to activate this skill, summoning a clone within 10 meters, completely identical to the main body, which can be understood as another body. If one dies, the other survives. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. This wave is called a little cow flying a plane. Absolutely amazing. Looking at the skill description, Su Chen felt very satisfied. This meant that within the 10 minutes after activating the skill, he had 2 lives? If this body died, he could still survive with another body. It was simply too overpowered. Su Chen, Su Chen. Zhao Chen's voice pulled Su Chen back from his thoughts. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Su Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Chen was crouched on the grass, tugging at Su Chen. "Look, isn't that Jiang Wei?" Su Chen also lay down, looking at the two figures not far away. Name, Lu Zhangshi Realm, First Realm Talent, S Skill, Absolute Defense, 35 Stamina, 15 Strength, 25 Agility, 15 Mental Power, 35 Encyclopedia. They seem to be looking for you. Zhao Chen said in confusion. Who is that person next to Jiang Wei? I haven't seen them in our academy. They should be from another academy, Su Chen replied with a smile, having a rough idea of their intentions. Confucius said, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Su Chen, gay, wait for the right moment, let's go intercept them. Zhao Chen, gay, I think that's a good idea. They were unaware that the outside world was paying attention to them. Look over there. Someone in the audience shouted, and all eyes turned. No way, are these two old sixes trying to set up my brother Lu Zhangshi? That seems to be Su Chen with level talent. He looks quite handsome. Pfft, level talent? I bet he won't even break Lu Zhangshi's defense. That would be interesting, ha ha ha. He probably never expected Lu Zhangshi to be in level talent in defense. Looks like we have a good show coming up. Ha ha ha. While the crowd was discussing, Lu Zhangshi encountered a giant bear. Lu Gu, this giant bear seems much stronger than the Gale two-headed wolf, Jiang Wei said with narrowed eyes. Lu Zhangshi nodded, instantly activating his stone armor and charging forward, saying, let's take it down quickly. With that, he punched the giant bear. But the bear's tough skin merely staggered back a few steps before it roared in anger and charged with its claws swinging. Flame fist. At that moment, a fist like a fireball came from behind the giant bear, landing directly on the back of its head. Bang! This punch burned all the fur off the bear's head, and it seemed to feel pain, quickly turning around, followed by a claw swipe. Sizzle! Ah! Jiang Wei screamed, 3 claw marks appearing on his chest. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly, or his organs might have been ripped out. Seeing this, the giant bear wanted to pursue, but Lu Zhangshi wouldn't give it the chance. He leaped high and punched again. Having just seen Jiang Wei's punch, he had roughly found the bear's weakness, its head. Roar! The giant bear roared, looking at the person leaping towards it, and swiped again. Yet Lu Zhangshi did not dodge, maintaining the same motion. He knew that with the rock armor protecting him, most of the force would be diminished. Bang! Bang! Undoubtedly, 2 muffled sounds echoed, and the bear's head was instantly bloodied and broken, collapsing to the ground, while Lu Zhangshi was heavily knocked back. Fortunately, his defense was astonishing. He only felt some pain and wasn't seriously injured. This giant bear is much stronger than the Gale two-headed wolf. It should give a lot of points, Lu Zhangshi said as he got up, preparing to deliver the final blow to the bear. Just then, 2 figures sprang out from the bushes, clearly targeting the giant bear. Lu Zhangshi's expression changed instantly, realizing the danger. But the opponents were too fast. The leading Su Chen directly smashed a brick onto the bear's head. Ding! Skill points from the giant bear 200. Ding! Brick proficiency 100. Su Chen glanced at the points on his wrist, which had increased by 30. He then looked at Jiang Wei and Lu Zhangshi with a grin. Thanks to both of you. Kid, you're quite bold. Lu Zhangshi's face darkened. He hadn't expected someone would dare to steal the bear right under his nose. Lu Gu, that's Su Chen. Jiang Wei hurried over, pointing at Su Chen. That's the kid. Oh, the one with level talent? Lu Zhangshi revealed a playful smile, just in time to settle old and new scores together. Lu Gu, be careful with his brick. It's quite strange, Jiang Wei said in a low voice, staring at the brick in Su Chen's hand. Brick? Lu Zhangshi was taken aback by the words, then burst into laughter. Kid, your weapon is just a brick? How dare you? Su Chen smiled and said, how about you let me hit you once? If you're fine, I'll kneel and call you dad. Want to give it a try? Ha, trying will lead to your demise, Lu Zhangshi said playfully, but you might not know that my ability is defensive. Oh hee hee. As he spoke, the stone armor enveloped him. Upon seeing his stone armor, Su Chen deliberately changed his expression, showing a look of panic on his face. Seeing his reaction, Lu Zhangxi's smile widened, grinning. Come on, remember to accept defeat if you lose. Hearing this, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Alright, then I won't hold back. With that, Su Chen took a few steps forward, suddenly raised the brick, and smashed it down towards Lu Zhangxi's head. Moreover, he used the side, dealing 1.5 times the damage. No matter how high your defense is, it will all be zero in front of my brick. At this moment, Lu Zhangshi didn't feel any danger approaching and was still laughing heartily. Bang! Ding! 10 skill points from Lu Zhangshi accompanied by a dull sound. Lu Zhangxi's laughter abruptly stopped. Instantly, Lu Zhangshi rolled his eyes, feeling a few little stars spinning above his head, then his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, a flash of white light passed and Lu Zhangxi's body disappeared. The others knew that he had been teleported away by the wristband. Brother, bye, awesome. Zhao Chen gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen chuckled, looking at the bewildered Zhang Wei, and slowly walked over. At this moment, Zhang Wei never expected that Lu Zhangshi would be taken away just like that. Then, with a panicked look, he turned to Su Chen. Big brother, let's leave some room for each other. We'll meet again in the future. Don't. Suddenly, he saw a red brick flying towards him and immediately shouted, spare me. I am. Slap. Ding. 50 skill points from Zhang Wei. Su Chen smiled slightly at the disappearing Zhang Wei. I still prefer your previous unruly self. What the hell? What happened? Lu Zhangshi couldn't take a brick? Strange, too strange. He could take a terrifying palm from the giant bear without a scratch, yet he couldn't take a brick. That brick clearly isn't ordinary. Su Chen's brick is just too cool. I want to become a fan. Su Chen, my god. The audience in the academy playground was shocked, discussing among themselves, while on the school's seating platform, Lu Zhangshi was carried away on a stretcher. His principal, Lu Ye, who had originally looked very proud, now had his expression frozen in an instant. Lu Zhangshi was the strongest student in his academy, and he had entrusted the task of bringing glory to the academy to him. But now, it had just begun, and he was sent out? Too careless. Sun Ziyu sighed beside him, then left. This demeanor indicated that he would not extend an olive branch to Lu Zhangshi. Seeing many representatives from other academies sigh, Lu Ye clenched his fists tightly, then relaxed, letting out a long sigh. Is this really a level talent? Able to take down an S-level awakener with a single brick? And it's a super strong defense. Looks like a reassessment is needed. The recruitment representatives who had previously looked down on or even ignored Su Chen began to pay attention to him now. Hearing these words, Gu Ming and Lu Buju beside him felt a bit of joy in their hearts, as this meant Su Chen had a chance to go to college. Look, Su Chen and Qin Ruoi are both heading towards the hidden level of the secret realm. So far, no one has been able to pass through here. Someone shouted, and everyone's gaze once again locked onto Su Chen and Qin Ruoi. The hidden level was specially designed by the school. As long as one passes it, they can be directly recommended for admission. One can imagine how difficult it must be. Left, right, forward. Following the guidance of the encyclopedia, Su Chen and Zhao Chen arrived at the entrance of a cave. Su Chen, is this the place you said has a lot of points? Zhao Chen asked, scratching his head. It should be right, Su Chen nodded, saying that the encyclopedia told him there were many exotic beasts here. If they could catch them all in one go, they wouldn't have to run all over the map. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind them. Zhao Chen instantly became alert, holding his dagger towards the direction of the bushes. Su Chen looked at the bushes and smiled, we meet again. After saying that, he saw Qin Ruoi stepping out with a silver-white longsword. She looked at Su Chen curiously and asked, how did you know it was me? Su Chen smiled mysteriously, I can tell fortunes, there's nothing I don't know. Qin Ruoi pouted, clearly not believing him, then looked towards the cave entrance and asked, shall we go in together? I sense there are many exotic beasts inside. How do you know there are many exotic beasts inside? Su Chen asked in confusion. He knew because of the encyclopedia, but she definitely didn't have that. Qin Ruoi replied, I have a light-based talent, I'm very sensitive to these exotic beasts. So that's how it is. Su Chen nodded, then let's go in together, it will be much safer. The three exchanged glances and cautiously entered the cave. Inside, the light was dim and the passages were intricate, like a maze. But this was no challenge for Su Chen. With the help of the encyclopedia, it was as if he had X-ray vision. He walked ahead as if leading the way, with Qin Ruoi and Zhao Chen following behind. Qin Ruoi looked at Su Chen from the back, somewhat surprised. It seemed like he had a specific purpose. There were countless passages around, yet he didn't even glance at them, leading them forward without hesitation. It was as if he was very familiar with this place, like being at home. Was he just wandering aimlessly, or did he really know the way? Qin Ruoi was puzzled. But she would soon have an answer. At this moment, almost all eyes from the outside world were focused on them. Look, why is Su Chen moving so fast? It's as if he knows the way. Impossible, he must be wandering aimlessly. This cave's maze is something even our teacher can't remember. How could someone who just entered know the way? But look at him, his sense of purpose is so strong. He turns suddenly without hesitation, even without thinking, just moving straight ahead. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Su Chen on the screen and said in a serious tone to a nearby technician, "Bring up the macro map of the cave." The technician nodded and then operated on the screen. An image resembling a satellite map appeared on the screen. It showed a maze with 3 light points moving quickly. It was as if they had opened a heavenly eye. Their paths were completely correct, accurately avoiding every trap, not making a single mistake, and their destination was clear, the exit. How is this possible? Chen Yifeng widened his eyes at the scene. Is Su Chen's skill related to the mental realm? Sun Ziyu asked Gu Ming. Gu Ming replied, no, it should be related to his brick, it has a controlling effect. As for the mental aspect, I don't know. The admissions representatives around looked at Su Chen on the screen, deep in thought. Perhaps they could consider recruiting him? Soon, under the gaze of dozens of eyes, the 3 successfully exited the maze. However, the hidden level was certainly not that simple. This was just the first stage. Su Chen, of course, had no idea that his actions were driving those outside the secret realm into a frenzy of speculation. Although they had exited the maze, they had not left the cave. Su Chen could feel that a terrifying number of strange beasts were just ahead. It's right in front of us, let's keep going, Su Chen said and continued forward. At this moment, Xin Ruoyi couldn't help but ask curiously, how do you know the way? You're so familiar with it. Su Chen turned to look at her and smiled slightly. Didn't I say I can tell fortunes? This is nothing difficult for me. You're lying, then tell my fortune. Xin Ruoyi clearly didn't believe him. Hearing this, Su Chen chuckled and whispered in her ear, in a voice only they could hear, the underwear you're wearing today is white lace, and the panties are. Don't say any more. Before Su Chen could finish, he was directly interrupted by Xin Ruoyi. Her face flushed slightly in the dim light. Behind them, Zhao Chen sighed in amazement. What did Su Chen say to her? Her reaction was so strong, and she wouldn't let him listen. Could it be that they had some untold secret? Su Chen smiled. You believe me now? I believe you, Xin Ruoyi said, biting her red lip. You're really shameless. Su Chen shrugged, looking innocent. You asked me to tell your fortune, you can't blame me. A few minutes later, the 3 entered another cave entrance, a cave within a cave. In the pitch-black cave, countless pairs of crimson eyes lit up, staring intently at the 3 of them. This is the lair of the strange beasts. Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. We actually found it. Zhao Chen said, damn, can the 3 of us handle this? There must be at least 100 of them. Xin Ruoyi said, let's go. With that, Xin Ruoyi directly raised her sword and charged into the beast horde. You just kill from the outside, they'll go help her, Su Chen said to Zhao Chen, who had defensive skills, so Su Chen wasn't too worried. After saying that, he swung his brick and charged forward as well. Holding the brick, every time he struck with the edge, a strange beast would fall, but there were simply too many, and he was quickly surrounded. Holy light! At that moment, Xin Ruoyi pushed off the ground and soared into the air, her sword bursting forth with blinding golden light. At that moment, she looked like an angel, incredibly sacred, the golden light illuminating the entire cave. Her aura suddenly changed, exuding a chilling air, the breath of light rippling through the air. In the next instant, she swung her sword. A pale golden shockwave shot out from the sharp sword, slashing into the beast horde. Boom! Countless strange beasts were instantly cleaved in half, limbs flying everywhere. With this one strike, at least half of the strange beasts were slain. Su Chen watched the scene, somewhat dumbfounded. Wow, this area effect skill is terrifying. However, how could he let a woman steal the spotlight? With only half of the strange beasts left, it was time for him to shine. Su Chen silently chanted, I have a friend. The next moment, a Su Chen that looked exactly like him appeared beside him, even holding an identical brick. Holy crap! Holy crap! Both of them exclaimed in unison. Then they exchanged glances and began to swing their bricks at an incredible speed. Clang! 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 It must be said that the skulls of these strange beasts were quite fragile and made a good sound. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and was instantly dumbfounded. Why are there 2 Su Chens? What's going on? Xin Ruoyi, who was slaying strange beasts, heard Zhao Chen's exclamation and looked over, her mouth forming an O shape, her face filled with shock, even her hands unconsciously stopping. Suddenly, a 2-headed wolf lunged at her. But in the next moment, clang! It was instantly knocked out. Su Chen 1, what are you dazed about? Su Chen 2, is it really that surprising? After saying that, ignoring Xin Ruoyi's reaction, the 2 of them moved like shadows, jumping around in the cave, harvesting the strange beasts. It was like opening a melon, and the entire cave was left with only the sound of clang clang clang. Su Chen was completely unaware that his actions had shocked everyone outside the secret realm. What the heck? Su Chen can create shadow clones. So cool. Su Chen, come to our academy, senior sister will treat you to good food. How many more tricks does he have? You call this level talent? One brick for each little karami. It's simply. A little knife to the butt, eyes opened. Right. But Shinrui's holy light is also so cool. It directly wiped out a whole area. But I guess she can't release it again in a short time. The audience in the playground was already in an uproar, with some even shouting to have Su Chen's children. The representatives from various admissions offices couldn't sit still either, all standing up. You call this level talent? Didn't you say the opponent's skill was control type? How can he still create clones? And it seems this clone has inherited all the attributes of the main body. Faced with the questions from the admissions representatives, Guming appeared somewhat flustered, hurriedly saying, "This. I don't know either. How about we wait for Su Chen to come out and ask?" The admissions representatives glanced at Guming, helpless, and could only wait for Su Chen to come out to give them an answer. In a corner, Zhao Jiangwo, with his arms crossed, watched Su Chen rampaging in the light screen and smiled slightly. This is quite interesting. At this moment, Su Chen's skill points and proficiency in the secret realm were skyrocketing like crazy. Ding! Skill points from the Gale Two-Headed Wolf 200 ding. Brick proficiency 100 ding. Skill points from the Gale Two-Headed Wolf 200 ding. Brick proficiency 100 ding. From 10 minutes later, the duration of the creating friends from nothing skill expired, and one of the Su Chens disappeared, but he had just finished killing all the exotic beasts. Whew! Su Chen let out a long breath, feeling quite exhausted, then found a rock to sit on and looked at the two who were still in a daze, saying, "How about that, cool right?" Zhao Chen walked over with an excited face. "So cool, so awesome, how can you even create clones?" As he spoke, he glanced at his wrist score, 250, that should be enough. Su Chen patted his butt and stood up, looking at Shinrui with a smile. "Alright, we all have enough points, let's find a place to rest and wait for the exam to end." With that, Su Chen headed back the way they came, with Zhao Chen closely following. Shinrui stared at Su Chen's back, somewhat lost in thought. Su Chen had left her in too much shock, and her curiosity about him deepened. First, he could tell fortunes, and now he could create clones, and that brick of his seemed extraordinary as well. What exactly was his skill? With a belly full of questions, Shinrui followed after him. The three of them exited the cave and arrived at the entrance of the teleportation portal, starting to wait for the exam to end. Su Chen didn't idle either, pulling up the system panel. That's when he saw that his brick had actually leveled up. Ding! Brick proficiency is full. Upgraded to rare brick, strength 10 name, Su Chen realm, first realm talent. Skills, encyclopedia, persuasion by virtue, creating friends from nothing, cooling down defense, 25 stamina, 25 strength, 25 agility, 25 mental power, 80 skill points, 10500 rare brick proficiency, 4850100000. What the heck, amazing, brick strength 10, and it seems there's still room for advancement. I actually have over 10,000 skill points. Su Chen was overjoyed. The secret realm had brought him too many gains, it was simply a score-grinding paradise. However, the unfortunate thing was that he found out that now extracting skills actually required 10,000 skill points. He had originally wanted to do 10 consecutive draws, but now it seemed that plan was ruined. Just as he was about to extract skills, Shinrui's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. "Su Chen, what exactly is your skill?" Shinrui sat down next to him, her beautiful eyes blinking. Su Chen smiled slightly. "Guess?" "Shinrui, you think I can guess?" "Su Chen, you guess I guess you can't guess?" Shinrui rolled her eyes, then whispered, "Don't you want others to know?" "Don't worry, my lips are sealed, I won't tell anyone." Su Chen looked at her delicate, tempting lips and said, "How would I know if your lips are sealed?" Not far away, Zhao Chen's expression was quite entertaining, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Damn. Brother buy in society. Not much talk when driving, the wheels are already on my face. Shinrui was puzzled for a few seconds, and only reacted after hearing Zhao Chen's words. She immediately stood up, her aura surging, her face flushed, gritting her teeth and saying, "Su Chen, you." Seeing her as if she would strike at any moment, Su Chen quickly stood up and took a few steps back, creating distance, and innocently said, Hey, what's wrong with me? You're not thinking too much, are you? We were just chatting normally, why are you suddenly so angry?" "No way. Do you really want to think too much?" Su Chen looked at Shinrui with suspicion, making her feel insecure. Could it really be that she was the one thinking too much? Perverted creep. Shinrui glared at him and walked to the side to sit down. Su Chen chuckled and walked over, sitting next to her, extending his hand. Shinrui raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" "Su Chen, a reward?" "What reward? You said if I performed well, there would be a reward. My score is 50 points higher than yours now, isn't that good performance?" Hearing this, Shinrui was instantly furious. "No way, you won't even tell me your skill, and you want a reward?" Su Chen pondered for a moment, then decided to tell her one, spreading his hands. "Alright, they'll come clean. Actually, my skill is an encyclopedia. The encyclopedia tells me all the answers." "Is that good enough?" "So that's it." Shinrui nodded slightly. "What about your clone?" Su Chen leaned in a bit closer, speaking in a low voice. My skill has mutated. Shin Ruoi tucked her hair behind her ear, skeptically saying, an encyclopedia can mutate into a clone skill? Su Chen looked very certain, seriously saying, yeah, you can't tell anyone else. My parents didn't say, they only told you, okay? The two were very close, and Shin Ruoi could feel his warm breath, making her face slightly flush, shifting her but a bit to the side. Don't worry, my lips. No, I will keep it a secret for you. Su Chen, so what about my reward? Shin Ruoi, what reward do you want? Su Chen, just give yourself to me. Put. Zhao Chen, who was drinking water nearby, couldn't help but spray it out, secretly praising, Brother Bai, give me a lesson. Get lost. Shin Ruoi was instantly furious upon hearing this. Ever since she met him, she felt like she had been led by his rhythm, truly shameless. Su Chen shrugged, but you asked me. Shin Ruoi suppressed her urge to hit someone, gritting her teeth. In the future, I'll give you. Okay. Su Chen nodded repeatedly, not daring to provoke her further, otherwise she might really strike at any moment. The way the two chatted made the boys watching outside the secret realm clench their fists. Damn it, such a good cabbage is being pushed by a pig. It's really flowers stuck in cow dung. What did Su Chen do to my goddess? No. The north wind blows the snowflakes flutter bang. Damn. What are you singing? Many boys were filled with rage, wishing they could take Su Chen down and then sit next to her themselves. Soon, the time to exit the secret realm arrived, and the exam was officially announced to be over. Leaderboard: first place, Su Chen, 520 points. Second place, Shin Ruoi, 470 points. Third place, Zhao Chen, 250 points. At this moment, countless figures emerged from the secret realm gate. Instantly, many in the audience spotted Su Chen and cheered loudly. Su Chen, number one in the world, come to my academy, endless delicacies await. Magic City University. Number one in the world, come to my academy, endless oysters await. At the peak of cultivation, who stands tall? Upon seeing Su Chen, all doubts vanish. Su Chen, come to my Shangjing University. The senior students in the audience kept shouting, while an embarrassed Su Chen felt like he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Are you trying to play awkward with me? Beside him, Shin Ruoi was covering her mouth, laughing. Wow, why aren't they calling you? Seeing this, Su Chen retorted, could it be that my charm is too overwhelming? The group walked towards the playground, and the surrounding senior students were incredibly enthusiastic, constantly offering Su Chen milk tea and other treats. Handsome, here is some milk tea for you. Su Chen, big brother, let me treat you to spicy hot pot. Come to my house, you can eat whatever you want tonight. Su Chen, I have artifacts from the Three Kingdoms period. Suddenly, a scream silenced the area, and everyone turned to look at the girl who screamed. Su Chen was bewildered, pausing in his steps, and looked at the senior. What artifacts? The pen held by Chow Chow. Su Chen, Sigma, I really didn't understand that. Su Chen continued walking forward, unfazed. Shin Ruoi, looking puzzled, asked, what does that mean? She felt something was off. Ahem. Su Chen cleared his throat. You can't say that. Why can't I say it? Shin Ruoi was quite confused. Su Chen didn't explain further and arrived at the playground, where all the enrollment representatives and teachers had gathered. The exam was over, and it was time to choose preferences. At this moment, Sun Ziyu saw Shin Ruoi arrive and walked over, saying, Shin Ruoi, I'm Sun Ziyu from Magic City University. As long as you come to Magic City University, we can allocate 10% of the school's resources to train you, with unknown guidance from a 7th-level teacher. At this point, Chen Yifeng couldn't sit still anymore and hurried over. I'm Chen Yifeng from Shangjing University. We can offer the same conditions, and we will prepare a standalone villa for you, with all the entertainment and leisure facilities you could want. Hearing these conditions, both Su Chen and Zhao Chen swallowed hard. If it were them, they might have agreed without hesitation. However, Shin Ruoi shook her head. Sorry, I want to enroll in Imperial Capital University. Great. At this moment, Zhao Jiangwo from Imperial Capital University walked over, smiling. Welcome to Imperial Capital University. The expressions of the other enrollment representatives changed, and they hurriedly said, what conditions did Imperial Capital University offer you? We can match them. Zhao Jiangwo smirked slightly. Everyone, she has already joined Imperial Capital University, so discussing this now is pointless. Damn. Sun Ziyu clenched his fists. No wonder he wasn't worried earlier. He had known all along that she was going to join Imperial Capital University. He snorted coldly and then looked at Su Chen beside him. Would you like to come to Magic City University? Can my brother come too? Su Chen glanced at Zhao Chen beside him. No. Sun Ziyu replied without thinking. He had just seen that Zhao Chen was merely a clever Earth-type awakener, of no real use. If he could invite a global talent like you, just be happy about it, and you want to bring someone else? Sun Ziyu scoffed inwardly. Hearing this, Zhao Chen became anxious. Su-chen, you don't have to worry about me. You can't jeopardize your future. If Su-chen didn't choose Magic City University because of him and ruined his own future, Zhao Chen would likely blame himself for the rest of his life. My grade should be enough to get into another university. Shanghai University is so great, just agree to it. Zhao Chen said with a somewhat pleading tone. He didn't want the other party to choose not to go because of him. However, Su-chen shook his head and looked at Sun Ziyu, saying, sorry, if my brother can't go, I won't go either. Humph. Sun Ziyu snorted coldly and turned to leave. How ungrateful. Did he really think his global talent was something impressive? As soon as Su-chen said this, those who initially wanted to recruit him also sighed and left. Deep down, they still didn't believe Su-chen's abilities were significant. After all, a global talent was right there. The only reason they even considered inviting him was because of the stunning performance just witnessed. Wanting to bring along a useless Clevel Earth talent? Their academy didn't support idlers. Ah, kid, you're loyal and righteous, not bad. At that moment, the only recruitment representative, Zhao Jiangwo, said, I really like you. I don't like you, I'm not into gay. Saying this, Su-chen took a few steps back, looking disgusted. Zhao Jiangwo's expression froze. Then he laughed, haha, good, kid, would you like to come to my imperial capital university? Zhao Chen can go too? Su-chen asked tentatively, as he originally planned to attend a second-tier college. Zhao Jiangwo nodded with a smile, sure. Hearing this, Su-chen was overjoyed, then awed. However, Zhao Chen looked somewhat dazed, unable to believe it. He had never even dared to think about university, and now he was actually entering the prestigious Imperial Capital University among the 4 major academies. In an instant, Zhao Chen was so moved he was on the verge of tears, looking at Su-chen and Zhao Jiangwo, saying, Su-chen, thank you. Teacher Zhao, thank you too. Ha, you are all good kids. Once you enter the academy, make sure to study hard and improve every day. Zhao Jiangwo laughed, patting his shoulder, you guys just need to come to the academy to report in a few days. Saying this, Zhao Jiangwo took out his phone. Come, let's add each other to a group. The 3 nodded, took out their phones, and first added each other as friends. Then Zhao Jiangwo started pulling people into the group one by one. Shangshan Ruoshui invites you to join a loving family. Hua Kai Fu Gue joins the group chat. Qin Ruoi joins the group chat. Su-chen looked at Qin Ruoi in surprise. Huh? She doesn't even have a nickname. Qin Ruoi lowered her head and said nothing, her fingers skillfully swiping the screen, glancing at Su-chen's nickname. I am a tender dad. Qin Ruoi gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to hit someone. Her phone was almost deformed from her grip. One can imagine her mood at that moment. Alright, the group is added, they'll come to pick you up when the time comes. You all need to be careful these days, after all, you are the pillars of the next generation. With that, Zhao Jiangwo smiled and waved goodbye before stepping away. Su-chen reached out his hand to Qin Ruoi, making a gesture to shake hands. From now on, we are family. Who is family with you, you shameless brat? Qin Ruoi glared at him, grabbing Su-chen's hand and squeezing hard, wanting to take revenge for the previous grievances. Holding Qin Ruoi's hand, Su-chen couldn't help but sigh. Is this what a woman's hand feels like? So soft. At that moment, Qin Ruoi seemed to realize that no matter how hard she squeezed, Su-chen looked like he was enjoying it. She immediately withdrew her hand, glaring at Su-chen and said, shameless. After saying that, she left without looking back. Su-chen could only smile helplessly. Congratulations, Su-chen, Zhao Chen, you two really gave me a big surprise. At that moment, Guming and Lu Buzhu walked over, looking very excited. Especially Guming, his school had 3 students entering Imperial Capital University. He originally had only 1 hope, but now there were 3. Su-chen chuckled, ha ha ha, principal, what about our scholarships? Don't worry, come to the academy tomorrow for a graduation ceremony. Give a speech, you won't miss out on anything. Guming patted the shoulders of the 2 and smiled. You have a good brother. Lu Buzhu also patted Zhao Chen's shoulder. They had witnessed everything that just happened. If it weren't for Su-chen's loyalty, Zhao Chen might not have been able to enter the 4 great academies. Zhao Chen nodded earnestly and looked at Su-chen, saying, brother bye, let's have ramen tonight. It's on me. Su-chen. Alright, that's enough talk. Once you enter university, make sure to train hard and bring glory to our academy, okay? Guming said with a smile, I have high hopes for you. Lu Buzhu, the last one he had high hopes for, ended up like the last one. The 3 of them. After a casual chat, Su-chen and Zhao Chen headed home. Zhao Chen was very excited all the way, unable to resist sharing the good news with his family. As soon as Su-chen returned home, Su-bai came running over, grinning from ear to ear, and asked, so, which kindergarten did you get into? Which university? Su-chen. Daijing University. Upon hearing this, Su-bai burst into laughter. Ha, my son is truly remarkable, my son Su-chen has. No, Dad, please don't say I have the potential of a great emperor again. Su-chen quickly interrupted him. In his memories from his past life, it was someone's father who said this, and it ended badly in the end. Finally, under Su Bai's gaze of my son has the potential of a great emperor. Su Chen returned to his room. He immediately opened the system and saw that the next skill extraction would cost a whopping 10,000 skill points. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit pained but ultimately clicked to extract the skill. Ding! Successfully consumed 10,000 skill points. Please choose one from the following 3 skills. Option 1, Head Pat Kill, by gently patting the opponent's head. You can use this skill, which will increase the opponent's favorability by 100, decrease their resistance by 100, and increase the host's charm by 100. Option 2, Let Me Go, by saying let me go to the opponent, there is an 88% chance they will let you go. Option 3, Human Neat Nuclear Bomb. After using this skill, you will self-destruct using your body as the projectile. Seeing these 3 skills, Su Chen's expression became somewhat dazed, and the air fell into silence. This is what I get for 10,000 skill points? Su Chen felt like cursing. Come on, system, explain to me what the last skill means? You want me to self-destruct so you can find the next host, right? But clearly, the system would not respond to him. Su Chen could only look at the first 2 skills. Head Pat Kill seemed quite useful, but he wasn't sure if he could even pat a strong opponent. Let Me Go was a life-saving skill, but it wasn't 100%. That was quite a letdown. Su Chen was torn about which one to choose. Encyclopedia, I think you should try the Human Neat Nuclear Bomb. Don't forget, you are a man with 2 lives. Seeing the encyclopedia's explanation, Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Right. He had the ability to create friends out of nothing, so when combined with the Human Neat Nuclear Bomb, wouldn't he be able to explode wherever he wanted? Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but pat his head. He hadn't thought of that. He then directly chose the Human Neat Nuclear Bomb. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill Human Neat Nuclear Bomb. Name: Su Chen Realm. First Realm Talent. Skill: Encyclopedia, win people over with virtue, create friends from nothing. Cooling down: Human Nuclear Bomb. Defense: 25 stamina, 25 strength, 25 agility, 25 mental power, 80 skill points, 500 rare brick proficiency. 4850100000. Name: Human Nuclear Bomb. Effect: after use, self-detonate, explosion radius 5 meters, explosion damage increases with realm advancement. Duration: an instant cooldown, 12 hours. This wave is called a little cow sitting on a firecracker. It's explosive. But in the future, it must be used when using create friends from nothing, otherwise, using the wrong skill could really lead to death. I just don't know how much explosion damage it has, but it should be able to blow up someone a few realms higher than me. Just as Su Chen was pondering, a ding-dong sound pulled him back. Su Chen glanced at his phone, his expression somewhat surprised. It was a message from Qin Ruoi. He quickly took a book from the bookshelf titled 108 Ways to Chat with Girls. After all, he rarely chatted with girls and needed to learn. Qin Ruoi, are you there? Su Chen, Qin, the campus beauty. What's up? Qin Ruoi, am too bored. Want to chat with you. Su Chen, if you're bored, go find a prison to sit in. 3 minutes later, Su Chen scratched his head, somewhat confused as to why the other party suddenly stopped responding. He clearly sent messages according to the content of the book. How strange. Little did he know, on the other end, Qin Ruoi was so angry that she smashed her phone onto the bed. She wished she could grab Su Chen and give him a beating. Looking at her phone that kept buzzing, Qin Ruoi ignored it, huffed, and went to take a shower. After her shower, it was already quite late, and she finally picked up her phone. She found it was all messages from Su Chen. Su Chen, what's wrong? Su Chen, why did you suddenly stop replying? Su Chen, were you kidnapped? Su Chen, if you were kidnapped, just make a sound. Looking at the messages one by one, Qin Ruoi's face visibly darkened, and she replied irritably. What's up, Su Chen? You scared me. I thought something happened to you. Qin Ruoi, thanks for your concern. I'm fine. Su Chen, I have a question for you. Qin Ruoi, go ahead. Su Chen. A piece of glass preparing to jump off a building. Guess what it would say? Qin Ruoi lay on her bed, somewhat puzzled by the question, and replied, what would it say? Su Chen, good night, I'm shattered. Put. Seeing this line, Qin Ruoi smiled, her previous unhappiness dissipating, replied with a good night, and turned off her phone, falling into a deep sleep. On the other side, Su Chen looked at the good night message on his phone, smiled, put his phone down, took a leak, and also fell asleep. The next day, the sun rose early, waking Su Chen up with its warmth. He went to the bathroom, took a dump, had a meal, and then headed out. Today was the day for scholarship distribution. How could Su Chen be late? Upon arriving at the academy, he encountered an excited Zhao Chen. Brother Bai, today the 3 of us are going on stage to give a speech. So nervous, so excited, so thrilled. Su Chen, excited is one thing, but GG, don't move around. Zhao Chen instantly lost all excitement. The two walked through the academy, surrounded by envious and admiring gazes directed at them. After exiting the secret realm yesterday, everyone knew that Zhao Chen and Su Chen had entered the imperial capital university. Zhao Chen looked at Su Chen beside him and said, "Brother Bai, you seem to be floating." "Floating? Ha, do you think I would get carried away over something like this?" Zhao Chen scoffed. "Ha, I can see your nostrils are almost pointing to the sky." "Oh, I just didn't sleep well last night, my neck feels a bit uncomfortable." Zhao Chen shot Su Chen a look, as if to say, "Do you think I believe you?" 10 minutes later. Under the organization of the teacher and the principal, everyone arrived at the playground in an orderly manner. Seeing that everyone was present, Guming scanned the crowd, cleared his throat a couple of times, took out his script from the podium, and began to read. Spring goes and winter comes. And it's graduation season again. 10,000 words omitted here just as the audience was on the verge of dozing off. Guming's opening speech finally came to an end. Next, let's invite our college's Qin Ruoi, Su Chen, and Zhao Chun, who have entered the Imperial Capital University, to come up and share their thoughts. Clap, clap, clap. After a round of warm applause, the three of them smiled as they stepped onto the podium. At this moment, Zhang Wei, Bai Jia, Lu Yang, and those who had previously mocked Su Chen in the audience could only look on with envy. They never expected that the Glevel talent could enter the Imperial Capital Academy, along with Zhao Chun, who had a Clevel talent. If they had built a good relationship with Su Chen earlier, perhaps they could have entered university like Zhao Chen, relying on their brotherhood. They felt a deep sense of regret, only able to sigh quietly. On stage, Guming handed each of the three a microphone. They exchanged glances. And the meaning was clear: Su Chen should go first. Seeing their looks, Su Chen smiled, then looked at the audience and began, "Hello, classmates, getting into the Imperial Capital University is purely luck. Ha! I came here today mainly because the principal said that participating in the speech would earn me a scholarship, so, cough cough cough." At this moment, Guming was coughing furiously, constantly signaling Su Chen with his eyes. Su Chen, "Oh, principal, do you have tuberculosis? If you're sick, you need to get treated. Dragging it out won't be good. Speaking of which, I must mention, classmates, when cultivating, you must balance work and rest and not be too anxious or irritable, otherwise, you might end up with some serious illness." And also, this unique speech left the audience dumbfounded, as he openly said the principal had a serious illness in front of the entire school. "Is that something you can say?" Zhao Chen and Qin Ruoi beside him were struggling to hold back their laughter. At this moment, Su Chen was still talking non-stop, and Guming dared not let him continue, quickly snatching back the microphone. Guming forced a smile, looking at the audience. Su Chen is still as humorous as ever, so let's thank him for his speech, and today's graduation ceremony is officially concluded. The audience? Wait, is that it? Clap clap clap. Amidst a round of enthusiastic applause, the crowd on the playground gradually dispersed. Guming looked at Su Chen with a dark expression. "With so many people here, you really don't give me any face at all." Su Chen chuckled. "I was just afraid you would forget about the scholarship." Guming shot him a glare. "Let's go, to the office." The three then followed Guming to the office. Guming took out a bank card from the drawer and handed it to the three of them. "There are 300,000 in here for each of you." Zhao Chen excitedly took it. "Wow! 300,000, I've never seen so much money in my life." Qin Ruoi nodded but said nothing. She wasn't interested in money. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "I'm not saying, principal, is our college really that stingy? A scholarship of only 300,000 for entering the Imperial Capital University? I can only buy 30 pieces of essence stones with that." "Guming, do you want it? If not, then forget it." Guming could no longer take it, extending his hand to demand it back from Su Chen. Su Chen chuckled. "Just kidding, just kidding." Guming was somewhat speechless, then said seriously, "I didn't call you here just for the scholarship, there's also something important." Seeing the serious expression on his face, the three of them also became serious. In the next few days, I will arrange for personnel to focus on protecting you, because whenever high-talent awakeners appear, the followers of the gods are likely to show up, and their target is these high-talent individuals. So you all need to be careful. As he spoke, Guming specifically glanced at Qin Ruoi. With her SS-level talent, she would definitely be a key focus for the followers. Su Chen asked in confusion, "What are the followers?" "They are the believers of the gods," Qin Ruoi explained with a glance at Su Chen. Guming nodded and said, "Above 3 feet, there are deities." Hearing this, Su Chen's pupils constricted. This world actually had deities. Zhao Chen felt the same way. He had never heard of deities before. Guming said solemnly, "It's still too early for you to know about the deities. Just focus on your training once you enter the academy. Alright, they'll take you back. You should stay at home today. I will arrange for personnel to protect you until tomorrow when Zhao Jiangwo arrives." The three nodded, and then Guming took them back home one by one, arranging heavy protective measures around the perimeter. Meanwhile, not far away on a rooftop, 3 figures in black robes stood. Yang Wei, dressed in black, said, "Lu Mang, our primary target this time is the SS-level Qin Ruoi. Such a genius must not be allowed to survive, otherwise, it will be very detrimental to our future plans to unseal the great deity." Lu Mang, watching Su Chen below, nodded slightly with a smirk. Another person said, there's also someone named Zhao Chen. Yang Wei scoffed, just a waste with clever talent. No need to pay attention to him, we just need to kill Qin Ruoi. As for that Glevel talent, they couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. Lu Mang, once the personnel arrive tomorrow, the task of killing Qin Ruoi will be assigned to you. You are of the space system, and we will help you block the others. The people from the Fengshan Pavilion are also here. This plan must succeed, failure is not an option. Do you hear me? Yes. The three on the rooftop made a signature gesture of the followers, forming a number 8 with their hands like a gun. Then placing their index and middle fingers on their foreheads, chanting, in the name of the gods, we judge you. Randomly drawn, ugly, please don't spray. Night fell. After spending a day at home, Su Chen felt quite bored. He played some games with Zhao Chen but soon ran out of things to do. Lying in bed, Su Chen suddenly sat up, took out his phone, and sent a message to Qin Ruoi. Su Chen, what are you doing? Qin Ruoi, probably also feeling bored, replied almost instantly. Qin Ruoi, taking a shower. Su Chen, let me see Qin Ruoi, get lost. Su Chen, in telling you, taking a shower can be very dangerous. If you slip or there's a power leak, fainting can be very dangerous. It's best to turn on the video, they'll keep an eye on you. I'm doing this for your safety, absolutely no other intentions, I swear. However, after sending that message, it was as if it had sunk into the sea. He received no further replies. Sigh. Su Chen sighed helplessly. What happened to trust between people? I'm just thinking about her safety, yet she doesn't appreciate it. Sigh, being a good person is so hard. A night without conversation. The next day. Early in the morning, Su Chen was awakened by a call from Zhao Jiangwo. Hey, Su Chen, we're just waiting for you. We're downstairs at your place. Ha? So soon? Wait for me, they'll be right there. After hanging up, Su Chen went through his usual morning routine and hurried downstairs, not having much to bring with him. Mom and Dad, goodbye. I'm going to the capital. Su Chen said to the two in the living room, placing the bank card from yesterday on the table. Mom and Dad, there are 300,000 in here, it's my scholarship, just keep it. Chen Yueshio picked it up and handed it to Su Chen, saying, TCH, your parents aren't old yet, no need for you to support them, take it to the academy yourself. Su Bai said, son, if you're short on money at the academy, just let your dad know. Hearing this, Su Chen felt quite moved. It turned out his parents still loved him. He then took back the bank card. Alright, I'm off then, Mom and Dad. Chen Yueshio waved her hand, go on, go on. Yifun Peak, be careful. Su Chen nodded reluctantly and walked out the door just as he stepped down the stairs. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 firecrackers went off, accompanied by the laughter of Chen Yueshio and Su Bai. Ha! That kid finally left. Finally, we don't have to support him anymore. Ha 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 ha. Su Chen's face darkened. He stepped back and opened the door. He saw Chen Yueshio and Su Bai sitting upright on the sofa. Chen Yueshio asked in confusion, son, why are you back again? Did you forget something? No. Su Chen scratched his head in confusion and closed the door. Was it just his imagination? Forget it, there were people waiting downstairs. Su Chen didn't think too much and went straight downstairs. 2 black cars had been waiting for a while. Kid, over here. Zhao Jiangwo in the front car waved. Su Chen nodded and got into the back seat. This was a 7-seater vehicle, with Zhao Jiangwo in the driver's seat and a man Su Chen didn't recognize in the passenger seat. Zhao Chen sat in the middle row, while Su Chen and Qin Ruoi sat in the last row. Good morning. Su Chen greeted Qin Ruoi with a smile. Qin Ruoi huffed and turned her head away, seemingly still angry about what happened yesterday. Su Bai smiled helplessly and turned his gaze to the man in the passenger seat. Name, Qin Shou Realm 5th Realm Talent, SS Skill, Thunder Annihilation Defense, 130 Stamina, 135 Strength, 150 Agility, 145 Mental Power, 230 Dam. He's actually a 5th Realm Awakened. These stats are too strong. Su Chen was astonished. Although his dad, the 5-star General Su Bai, was also a 5th Realm Awakened, his attributes weren't as outrageous as Qin Shou's. Wait, why does he also have the surname Qin? Could it be? Su Chen looked at Qin Ruoi and whispered. Is that person in front your dad? No? Qin Ruoi was taken aback. Why do you ask that? In a daze, Qin Ruoi understood and covered her mouth, laughing. Oh, I get it, it's your ability. You thought he was my dad just because he shares my surname? Su Chen nodded with some disappointment, thinking he might have met his future father-in-law. At that moment, Zhao Jiangwo in front said, this is Qin Shou, Qin Ruoi's uncle, responsible for our safety this time. The car following us is also filled with security personnel. With that, Zhao Jiangwo started the vehicle. Qin Shou extended his hand and smiled at Su Chen. Kid, not bad. Qin Shou knew that Su Chen was the top scorer from the exam a couple of days ago and admired him greatly. Su Chen smiled and shook hands. Hello, hello. Qin Shou said, once we reach the academy, take good care of Roy. Shin Ruoi pouted. Who needs him to take care of me? Su Chen replied, Uncle, don't worry, I will take good care of her, hee. Meanwhile, in another car not far away, the target has departed. 2 fifth realm awakened, several second and third realm awakened. Wait for the target vehicle to leave the city center, then well act. Proceed as planned. Lu Mang is responsible for dealing with Shin Ruoi. The rest of you hold off the others with me. If the plan succeeds, retreat immediately. Acknowledge when received. Yang Wei said continuously into a walkie-talkie. Received. Received. In the other car, Lu Mang smirked slightly. Su Chen, let's die together. I'm sure Guming will be very sad too. Encyclopedia, it seems you have caught the attention of the divine followers. Good luck, damn. Su Chen couldn't help but curse loudly, then turned to Zhao Jiangwo and said, Teacher Zhao, it seems we've been targeted by the divine disciples. How do you know? Zhao Jiangwo glanced at the rearview mirror but saw nothing unusual. He didn't notice any vehicles following them either. Su Chen replied, my ability can sense it. Shin Ruoi nodded in agreement, trusting Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo's expression tightened. So that was it, no wonder he knew the way in the secret realm last time. Sure enough, they have shown up. Shin Shou said with a serious expression, they'll call for backup immediately. Suddenly, the car was violently hit, shaking violently. Damn! It really is them. Zhao Jiangwo gripped the steering wheel tightly, hold on tight. With that, he accelerated and turned onto a side road. These divine disciples could do anything, so they needed to stay as far away from the crowd as possible. Zhao Chen's face was a bit panicked as he clutched the seat tightly. Bye. Brother, bye. This is so thrilling. Suddenly, the people in the car felt a deadly threat. A massive fireball shot towards them at high speed. Get out of the car. Zhao Jiangwo shouted, then grabbed Zhao Chen by the collar and jumped out of the car. Shin Shou, Su Chen, and Shin Ruoi reacted quickly and jumped out as well. Bang! A loud explosion. Flames shot into the sky. Su Chen's heart raced, he almost met his end. In the sky, a man surrounded by flames was slowly gathering a fireball, preparing to shoot at them again. Shin Shou looked at Zhao Jiangwo and said, they'll hold off the divine disciples, you take them and go. With that, Shin Shou pushed off the ground, lightning flashing around him, charging towards the man in the sky like a bolt of thunder. Run! Zhao Jiangwo picked up Zhao Chen and ran. Mainly because Zhao Chen was too slow. Su Chen and Shin Ruoi nodded and hurried to keep up. Suddenly, a figure landed in front of them. Zhao Jiangwo. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is right here. Yang Wei said with a mocking smile. Zhao Jiangwo's face darkened as he said, Yang Wei, our people are on their way. Your plan is destined to fail. He hadn't expected that they would deploy 2 fifth realm divine disciples this time. Today's events had completely exceeded his expectations. Oh, your people? They might have already been stopped on the way. With that, Yang Wei smirked wickedly, his aura surging as he charged at Zhao Jiangwo. Damn it! Zhao Jiangwo cursed, putting Zhao Chen down. Su Chen, Shin Ruoi, you three run first. As he spoke, Yang Wei's attack was already upon them. Boom! The two exchanged a punch, and a massive shockwave erupted. Su Chen was secretly astonished. Was this the power of a fifth realm expert? He then looked at Shin Ruoi and Zhao Chen. Go! With that, the three hurriedly ran into the nearby alley. Encyclopedia, there's still one person above you. Su Chen suddenly looked up, seeing a man looking down at him with a slight smirk. Su Chen's pupils constricted. This was bad. I have a friend. Just as he said this, Su Chen felt a dizzying spin. His vision blurred, and suddenly only Shin Ruoi remained, the buildings, the sky, and Zhao Chen had all vanished. It was as if they were in an independent space. Su Chen, what's going on? Shin Ruoi asked warily, looking around. There's a fourth realm person with spatial abilities. Su Chen said with a serious expression, constantly surveying the surroundings, trying to find a way out. Stop looking, in my absolute domain, you can't escape. Suddenly, a figure stepped out. It was Lu Mang. Hada, you two are doomed today. Su Chen, I didn't want to kill you, but you can blame it on being in Guming's academy, actually coming in first. It's just a pity that little brat ran too slowly and didn't bring him into my space, allowing him to escape a calamity. For him, killing Su Chen and Zhao Chen was just a matter of convenience. Damn it! You're the one who's going to die. Su Chen couldn't help but curse. I have nothing to do with you at Guming's academy. Beside him, Shin Ruoi looked very indifferent. You're the principal of the neighboring academy, Lu Mang. I never expected you to be a disciple of the gods. Ha ha ha, so what? The gods can grant us power. Lu Mang laughed maniacally. You two can die together. It'll be good to have company. Lu Mang? The neighboring academy? Su Chen began to understand. It seemed that Guming's academy had 3 students entering the Imperial Capital Academy, while his academy had none. In short, it was pure jealousy and resentment. Ill fuck your mother. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but curse, raising a brick and charging at Lu Mang. Holy light! Seeing this, Jean Ruoy didn't just stand by, she unleashed her ultimate move. They had to find a breakthrough or they would really die here today. Humph. An ant shaking a tree. Lu Mang said, intending to dodge, but suddenly his body froze. Bang! Su Chen smashed the brick directly onto his head, but all that came from it was a trickle of blood. Lu Mang wiped the blood from his head, laughing in anger. Kid, you've got some guts. At that moment, Qin Ruoy's holy sword light also arrived, but Lu Mang didn't take it seriously. With a thought, his figure instantly vanished. Encyclopedia, watch out behind you. Su Chen felt a chill run down his back and wanted to turn around to hit him with a brick, but the opponent's speed was much faster. Lu Mang lightly struck, and Su Chen's body instantly bent like a bow, crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Cough, cough. Su Chen felt like his organs were shifting, his throat tasted a bit metallic and sweet. Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Qin Ruoy shouted worriedly, "You should worry about yourself first." Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Bang! Without a doubt, Qin Ruoy was also sent flying by that palm. 1 realm against 4 realms, there was no chance of winning at all. Su Chen's face turned pale as he struggled to stand up, helping Qin Ruoy up and forcing a smile. Are you okay? Qin Ruoy trembled slightly, shaking her head. Are we really going to die here today? Lu Mang was quite mad, laughing to the sky. Ha, you two will be a pair of doomed lovebirds today. Su Chen ignored Lu Mang, pulling Qin Ruoy slightly behind him, smiling. Don't worry, you won't die with me around. Looking at Su Chen protecting her, Qin Ruoy felt a surge of emotion. You don't talk. Su Chen flashed a brilliant smile. Watch closely, this explosion will be very cool. This statement left both Qin Ruoy and Lu Mang stunned. However, Su Chen's expression suddenly turned cold, and with a powerful push, he charged towards Lu Mang at incredible speed. Su Chen! Qin Ruoy's heart raced, she had a bad feeling. Seeing Su Chen rushing over, Lu Mang mocked, an insect trying to stop a car. As they got closer, he suddenly noticed the slight smirk at the corner of Su Chen's mouth, and in an instant, his pupils dilated as he felt a tremor from his soul. He was about to use a spatial skill to escape but found he couldn't move at all. Too late. Su Chen smirked. The next moment, a blinding light erupted from Su Chen's body. Boom! Like a brilliant firework, Su Chen exploded. A deafening roar echoed, and the space created by Lu Mang shattered. The surroundings returned to their original state, but now only Qin Ruoy remained. Qin Ruoy was stunned, staring at the intense flames not far away. Su Chen's earlier words echoed in her mind. This explosion will be very cool. Her eyes slowly turned red, tears uncontrollably sliding down her face. Why did you have to do this? She never expected that Su Chen would choose to perish together with the enemy to save her. Although that guy is usually quite shameless, she doesn't dislike him. Even. No way, no one is actually sad for me, right? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind, and Qin Ruoy turned around in disbelief. She saw that familiar face beaming at her, though his complexion was a bit pale. Zhao Chen noticed Qin Ruoy's expression and seemed to sense something was off. Immediately turning to leave, "I'll take my leave first." He patted Su Chen on the shoulder as he spoke. You're still alive? Qin Ruoy wiped the tears from her face, constantly examining Su Chen from head to toe. He had no injuries at all, not even a tear in his clothes. Su Chen's face darkened. You want me dead? Qin Ruoy waved her hands in a panic. No, how come you're fine? Do you think I could die so easily? Su Chen flicked his hair, striking a pose he thought was very cool. How was that? Pretty cool, right? What? You don't think I'm dead and are crying for me, do you? What? You don't think I'm dead and are crying for me? Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoy's face flushed and she grabbed his hand and bit down hard. Hey, are you a dog or something? Su Chen quickly pulled away. Looking down, he saw 2 neat rows of bite marks on his arm, with even a bit of blood seeping out. Qin Ruoy glared at him. Who told you to trick me? Deceiving my feelings. Su Chen. When did I ever trick you? Didn't you know I could split myself? Qin Ruoy, I didn't even know when you split. Did your split die, or did you die? And what about that explosion just now? How could it kill everyone in the 4 realms? Su Chen, alright, with so many questions, I can't answer them all right now. Let's first check on Teacher Zhao and see if your uncle is okay. After saying that, Su Chen turned back down the path he came from. Watching his back, Qin Ruoy smiled happily and jogged to catch up. When Su Chen arrived at the original location, he found they were still in a fierce battle. He stood to the side and shouted, Hey, Yang Wei, that rogue is already dead, your operation has failed. Hearing this, Yang Wei looked over sharply and saw Su Chen and Qin Ruoy, both completely unharmed. How is that possible? He couldn't believe it, their plan this time was flawless. How could 2 people from the first realm deal with a rogue? Could it be someone was secretly protecting them? Yang Wei, you failed again this time. Seeing that everyone was fine, Zhao Jiangwo also breathed a sigh of relief. His heart lightened as he fought even more fiercely. Yang Wei kept retreating, his mind racing for a countermeasure. If this operation failed, their losses would be significant. Moreover, if Qin Ruoyi returned to the Imperial Capital Academy, it would be difficult for them to act again. An SS-level talent, once grown, would definitely be a headache. But now, the Lu Mang from the Four Realms didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and there was no one left on his side. Damn it! After a mental struggle, Yang Wei ultimately chose to retreat, planning for the long term, and shouted to the others, "Retreat!" Dozens of divine disciples heard this and retreated while fighting, eventually getting into their vehicles and fleeing. "Yang Wei, next time we meet, they'll take your life." Zhao Jiangwo stopped and shouted at the rapidly escaping Yang Wei. At this point, Qin Shou had also finished the battle and walked over, saying, "Are you all okay?" The few of them shook their heads, and then Qin Ruoyi briefly recounted what had just happened. "What? Lu Mang is actually a divine disciple?" Qin Shou frowned and said, "I understand now. I will thoroughly investigate his academy." "Su Chen, thank you so much this time." Saying this, Qin Shou patted Su Chen on the shoulder. "If you need anything in the future, just tell your uncle." Qin Shou knew in his heart that if Su Chen hadn't been there today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Chen, surprised, quickly said, "Uncle, helping each other is the right thing to do. Besides, we're all family." "Family?" Qin Shou was taken aback, glancing at Su Chen on his left and Qin Ruoyi on his right. Had they developed to that extent? Su Chen's strength was not bad, and his character was decent, entrusting Ruoyi to this kid. Qin Dage would surely be willing. In just a few seconds, Qin Shou thought of a lot. "Who said we're family?" Qin Ruoyi glared at him angrily. Su Chen smiled but said nothing. Qin Shou took it as Ruoyi being shy, feeling embarrassed with so many people around. Zhao Jiangwo sighed, "In the end, this was my oversight. I didn't expect them to mobilize so many people this time." Qin Shou sighed, "I have my issues too, my arrangements weren't thorough enough. So how do we get to the academy now?" Zhao Chen looked at the burning vehicles nearby. "Someone will come to pick us up soon." Qin Shou pointed to a spot not far away. Sure enough, several vehicles were approaching them. In no time, they arrived in front of the group. "Captain, we encountered an ambush from the divine disciples on the way, which delayed us a bit," a young man at the front said as he got out of the car. "You guys didn't run into any problems, did you?" Qin Shou shook his head. "It's fine now. Arrange for someone to clean up the battlefield and then get a vehicle to take them to the teleportation array." The young man nodded seriously and immediately began organizing people to clear the scene and brought over a vehicle. Qin Shou looked at the group and said, "Get in the car." Then, they all got into the vehicle and headed towards the teleportation array again. Inside the car, Qin Ruoyi hesitated for a long time before finally whispering, "Su Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you just now, just tell me, was I cool with that explosion?" Su Chen smiled slightly, quite pleased with his earlier performance. Hearing this, Qin Ruoyi was momentarily stunned. Recalling the scenes from just now, she had truly been very scared that Su Chen might really die. Fortunately, Qin Ruoyi turned her head slightly away and quietly said, "Cool." What did you say?" "I didn't catch that." Su Chen leaned closer to her, his lips involuntarily curling up. At that moment, Qin Ruoyi seemed unaware that her face was slightly flushed, and she softly repeated, "I said it was very cool." Hearing this, Su Chen laughed happily. "Ha ha, I knew it." Qin Ruoyi then looked at him and said, "You still haven't explained what that explosion was about?" "To tell you the truth." Su Chen smiled slightly, "My skill might have mutated again." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoyi's eyes widened instantly. Mutated again? First it was the clone, then the explosion. This was simply unheard of and unseen. Qin Ruoyi nodded, believing what Su Chen said. Meanwhile, Qin Shou, looking at the two in the rearview mirror as if they were a couple whispering sweet nothings, shook his head with a smile. The car sped along, and before long, they arrived at the teleportation array. Zhao Jiangwo showed his credentials, and the group smoothly entered the facility. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the highways between cities had been occupied by otherworldly beasts. And basically no one drove cars or planes anymore. They all used teleportation arrays, which were developed by many awakened individuals from the space system. Activating the array was also very simple. It only required a spirit stone, and the price wasn't too expensive. It was Su Chen and Zhao Chen's first time traveling far, and they were extremely curious about all of this. Once they stepped onto the teleportation array, Su Chen felt a sensation similar to when Lu Mang had pulled him into a separate space. The world spun, and when he opened his eyes again, he realized he was no longer in the same place. Zhao Jiangwo walked outside with a smile on his face. "Welcome to the Imperial Capital Academy. Does the academy also have a teleportation array?" Su Chen asked in surprise. Qin Shou smiled and said, "How could there be no teleportation array in one of the 4 major academies?" As he spoke, the group stepped out of the teleportation array and arrived at the Imperial Capital University. "Alright, now that you're in the capital, you're much safer. The defenses here are far stronger than those in Yunhai City, Zhao Jiangwo said as they walked. There are still more than 10 days until the school starts, so we'll take you to the admissions office to register. You, Rui, don't need to go, you've already registered. A standalone villa has been prepared for you, so you can just head over there. Upon hearing this, Su Chen and Zhao Chen's mouths dropped open in envy. A standalone villa. Is this the privilege of an SS-level talent? Shin Ruai nodded, glanced at Su Chen one last time, and then left. The group then followed Zhao Jiangwo to the admissions office. Since school hadn't started yet, there weren't many students on campus. Along the way, Zhao Jiangwo kept introducing the academy to the two, telling them where the cafeteria was, where the equipment store on campus was located. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the admissions office. A young man greeted them, slumped in his chair, looking utterly drained, as if he had been overworked. When he saw the group approach, he seemed to struggle to drag his hand to toss out 2 cards and a registration form. You guys register first, and this is your dorm card, which also serves as your credit card. Just as Su Chen and Zhao Chen were about to ask what the credits were for, he handed them a freshman guide. If you have any questions, you can just look it up in there, everything is included. Su Chen looked at his extremely lazy demeanor, his mouth twitching. Why was the person in charge of admissions at Imperial Capital University so lazy? It seemed like even speaking was a chore for him. After the two filled out the registration form, they handed it to the young man. He waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. Then he looked down at the registration form, and the next second he froze. 1 Plevel talent and 1 G. Plevel? Which school did these two come from? The legendary talents. The lowest talent level at Imperial Capital University was Blevel. They had never seen a Clevel, and had never even heard of a Glevel. Just as he was about to ask more, he realized they had already left. Forget it, I can't be bothered to ask, he said, casually tossing the registration form aside and covering his face with a book, and 3 seconds later, he started snoring like a pig. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the others were walking around the campus when Qinsho said something and left first. Teacher Zhao, why did that senior look so lethargic? Zhao Chen couldn't help but ask. Even if he had 3 rounds in one night, he wouldn't look like that. Zhao Jiangwo shook his head helplessly and said, his name is Shani, and he is the head of the admissions department. In fact, the admissions department is just a slacker department. There are only 3 people in the entire department, just to earn a few credits and live on welfare. The entire spirit of their department is very lazy. So many freshmen are unwilling to join the admissions department, thinking it's a place to just eat and wait to die. By the way, you guys might also consider joining some department. It's another way to earn credits. Zhao Chen suddenly realized, oh man, I can't be lazy. I definitely want to join a more impressive department. If I join the admissions office, it'll be assimilated sooner or later. Don't you think so, Su Chen? Su Chen? What are you thinking about? Zhao Chen called out again when he saw Su Chen seemingly lost in thought. Coming back to his senses, Su Chen smiled and said, oh, just thinking about some things. To be honest, he felt that a slacker department suited him just fine. After all, slacker people, slacker souls. Slacking off is the way to be on top. He didn't want to run around all day completing some so-called departmental tasks. Isn't living on welfare good enough? By the way, Teacher Zhao, is our dormitory also a villa? Su Chen blinked and asked, and Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Jiangwo with anticipation upon hearing this. What are you thinking? With your kind of talent, you still want a stand-alone villa. Right now, you have a single room. Zhao Jiangwo glanced over. If you want to live in a standalone villa in the future, you'll have to earn the credits yourself. In school, you basically spend credits, so you need to find ways to earn them. From now on, I want to take you to the dormitory. You can stay at school for the next few days and wait until the semester starts. After saying that, Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand and left. After Zhao Jiangwo left, the two continued walking towards the dormitory. Su Chen sighed, what a pity, it's not a villa after all. I really envy Qin. The campus beauty. I think a single room is already pretty good, Zhao Chen said excitedly. Now I'm a part of the Imperial Capital Academy. I never thought I could get into the Imperial Capital Academy. Thinking about it now, it feels like a dream. No, I need to train hard from now on, I can't hold you back. With that, Zhao Chen ran into his dormitory. Su Chen shook his head with a smile and also walked into his dormitory. Su Chen looked around. The room was well equipped with everything, a washing machine, a bathroom, a balcony. The environment was quite nice. After tidying up a bit, Su Chen lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. After all, he had been tired all day. In the dead of night, on the streets of the city, Su Chen stretched and muttered, I didn't expect to sleep straight until dark. He had left the Imperial Capital Academy, planning to buy some spirit stones for training. After all, everything in the academy required spending credits. And he didn't have any at the moment, so he had no choice but to go out and buy some. Just then, a muffled sound came from a nearby street. a powerful wave of energy rushed towards Su Chen. Frowning, Su Chen waved away the dust in front of him and quietly approached. What's going on? Who's fighting? Su Chen hid behind a building, watching the scene not far away. Two young girls were fighting against a muscular black panther and a man in a black robe. It was clear that the two girls were at a disadvantage. Although it was night, Su Chen's vision was still excellent. He could see the emblem of the Imperial Capital Academy on the shoulders of the two girls. Are they seniors? Su Chen thought as he looked at the two girls ahead. Then he focused on the man in the black robe, another divine disciple? Or a summoning talent? Su Chen squinted. One girl was at the 4th realm, and the other at the 5th realm, while the opponent only had one at the 5th realm. So both girls were at a disadvantage. It seemed that the divine disciple must have some way to gain power. President, let's retreat. Zhang Xiaozhu gritted her teeth and said. As she spoke, she swung her sword at the Black Panther. But the Black Panther reacted extremely quickly, dodging with a swift movement. No, we must stop them from performing the sacrifice, otherwise it will be one step closer to unsealing them. Yi Qing said seriously, Xiaozhu, they'll hold him off. You go find their hideout. Neither of you is getting away today. The man in the black robe made a characteristic gesture of a divine disciple and swiftly appeared in front of Zhang Xiaozhu. The divine general grants you eternal life. Be careful. Yi Qing exclaimed, and instantly, ice formed in her hand, pointing towards Zhang Xiaozhu. In an instant, an ice shield formed in front of Zhang Xiaozhu. Bang! The black-robed man struck it with his palm, shattering it instantly. Zhang Xiaozhu reacted quickly and hurriedly created some distance. Damn it, Yi Qing cursed inwardly. If the opponent wasn't a summoning type, she could hold him off alone. But now, both of them were restrained here and couldn't free themselves. It wouldn't be long before the divine disciple completed the sacrifice. At this moment, Su Chen, hiding not far away, scratched his head, feeling confused. Sacrifice? Hideout? Unsealing? What are all these things? After thinking for a while, he decided to look for the hideout. He couldn't participate in the battle here. It was better to find the hideout. He directly took action, just in time to earn a wave of skill points. Ever since he came out of the secret realm, he felt that skill points were not so easy to come by anymore. Moreover, there might be some good treasures at the cultist hideout. With that thought, he quietly left. Finding a hideout was not a difficult task for him at all. The moonlight was truly beautiful. In the pitch-black night, a figure darted through the alley. Su Chen felt the route in his mind like an encyclopedia, moving along a specific path. He avoided many cameras and pedestrians along the way. If someone were to observe from a god's perspective, Su Chen's route would appear extremely bizarre. This hideout is really well concealed. Su Chen furrowed his brow. If it weren't for his abilities, finding such a hideout would be nearly impossible. He was also constantly calculating in his mind, wondering if there were cultists beyond the 4th realm present. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. If there were such powerful cultists, why was there only one person outside fighting those two? Sending in another person to directly capture the two and take them for sacrifice would be much better, right? Therefore, Su Chen speculated that the black-robed figure outside was the strongest cultist in this hideout. He didn't know how long he had been running, but Su Chen was starting to feel exhausted and finally stopped. This should be it. Su Chen looked at an abandoned warehouse ahead and quietly approached it, then silently recited, I have a friend. Just like that, Su Chen strode into the warehouse with an air of indifference. Inside the warehouse, several cultists were gathered around a crystal ball, performing their signature actions. The crystal ball was filled with blood. Su Chen couldn't tell if it was human blood or something else. At that moment, a visible golden light floated up from the foreheads of the cultists, slowly ascending into the night sky. Supreme God, please grant us rebirth. They began chanting in an incomprehensible language, with golden light continuously flying towards the sky. Su Chen knew he couldn't let them continue, so he stepped forward, hands in his pockets, and said, Hey, I say, you guys really don't give me any face, do you? I've already come in, and you're still chattering away. Upon hearing this, the cultists instantly tensed up, all turning to look at Su Chen. But when they realized it was just a first-realm kid, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, they didn't dare to let their guard down and immediately asked, Who are you? Me? I'm the one and only, I'm your young dad. Su Chen unhesitatingly unleashed his verbal prowess. Several cultists' faces darkened. They had never seen someone so arrogant, especially a first-realm awakener. Kid, I want to see where you get your courage from. Saying this, a black-robed figure charged directly at Su Chen. Su Chen sneered, then let's brush up on some skill points first. In the next moment, he swung the brick and smashed it down. Clang! A crisp sound, what a good start. After upgrading, the brick's power had increased significantly, and Su Chen directly split open the head of this second-realm cultist. Ding! Skill points 300, brick proficiency 150. Killing a person actually grants more skill points and proficiency than killing a beast. Suchen was slightly surprised. The scene just now left the other cultists somewhat astonished. That kid actually killed a second realm with a single brick? Impressive. Kid, don't think that just because you can kill a second realm you can act all high and mighty. We still have 3 third realm here, they'll give you a chance to become a cultist, said a black-robed figure. I'm considering your talent and strength. If it were someone else, I'd probably just slap them dead. Suchen tilted the brick, curiously asking, "Oh, what are the benefits of becoming a cultist?" Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure laughed, thinking the other party was interested, then said somewhat frantically, "By becoming a cultist, you will become a child of the god, he will grant you supreme power, and you will become stronger. This world needs to be purified. The gods will one day return to this world." As he spoke, all the followers raised their hands high in devotion, tilting their heads back, their expressions wild with fervor. A bunch of lunatics. Suchen cursed inwardly, yet wore a smile on his face. So, how can he return to this world? Where is he now? Listening to their words, Suchen felt a surge of curiosity, hoping to glean some information. The man in the black robe continued, "As long as you offer your loyalty to him and become a follower, then all will be revealed. Why don't you tell me first? How about I join?" Suchen replied with a grin. At this moment, the man in the black robe was growing impatient. As they couldn't delay much longer, they needed to complete the ritual quickly. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance, or don't blame us for being rude." His words were laced with a murderous intent. The surrounding black-robed figures began to subtly encircle him. If he couldn't become one of them, they would purify him, grant him a new life. Damn it! Suchen cursed loudly and swung a brick at one of them. Strike first, earn as many skill points as possible. Then reap the rewards later. Bang! Ding! Skill points 10, proficiency 10. The brick struck one person on the head, but he didn't die. His strength was significantly greater than the previous one. The black-robed figures displayed their abilities, unleashing their skills. Fire! Ice spikes! Lightning, each showcasing their powers, while Suchen did not dodge, continuously smashing the brick at them. He would hit as many times as he could, earning whatever he could. It was a bit painful. Suchen gritted his teeth, swinging the brick relentlessly. "Watch out behind you" was almost a reflex. Suchen turned around and smashed down. Bang! That person immediately bled from the head. But there were too many opponents. 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands, and another black-robed figure launched a sneak attack from behind. The opponent was fast. A third tier awakened one. The black-robed man stabbed directly into Suchen's abdomen with a knife. Put! Suchen spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Suchen cursed, "Damn! That hurts." Although he had a clone, the pain was still very real. However, he had experienced the pain of exploding to death. So what was this? The black-robed man slowly approached. "Kid, you must be from the Imperial Capital Academy, right? For a few credits, you're really willing to risk your life. Don't worry, endure it a little longer, and soon we will help you escape the pain. To meet the great god." As he spoke, countless black-robed figures stepped forward, rubbing their knives as if they were going to dissect Suchen. "What are you laughing at?" The black-robed man glared fiercely at Suchen on the ground. Even facing death, he could still smile? Suchen smiled at the surrounding black-robed figures, spread his arms, and said, "Goodbye." Immediately, a blinding light erupted from within Suchen. Boom! The abandoned warehouse was engulfed in flames, illuminating buildings for several kilometers around. The deafening sound even reached over 10 kilometers away. At the entrance of the warehouse, a young man in white, with his back to the blinding light, spread his arms, gazing up at the starry night sky, a handsome smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Real men never look back at explosions. After maintaining this pose for a minute, Suchen lowered his arms and sighed. "Alas, it's a pity that such a handsome scene went unseen, otherwise, who knows how many blossoming young ladies would fall for me. Forget it, let me take a look back, see if I can find some treasures." With that, Suchen turned and stepped into the warehouse after the explosion, trying to find some equipment or precious stones left by the followers. This self-detonation is indeed useful, but it hurts too much. Damn. Suchen walked through the warehouse, grumbling as he went. 10 minutes later, Suchen emerged from the warehouse holding a pile of things that looked like scrap metal, but Suchen was very happy. This is the weapon just used by the divine disciple. Although it got blown up a bit, it should still be worth something. Suchen grinned as if he had found money and hurried towards the Imperial Academy, disappearing into the night. Little did he know, just minutes after he left, 3 figures rushed over. The leading figure in a black robe changed his expression drastically upon seeing the exploded warehouse and turned to the 2 girls. "You still have someone here?" Yi Cheng and Jiang Xiaozhu were both confused. They had no idea what was going on. Although they were bewildered inside, Yi Cheng maintained her composure. "Surprised, are you?" Jiang Xiaozhu looked at Yi Cheng with admiration, secretly praising her. As expected of the president, she had been prepared all along. However, what puzzled her was that among the student council, only her ability was psychic, capable of locating hideouts. So who was going to resolve this? Xiao Bai. Come out, let's go together. Suddenly, Yi Qing seemed to be speaking into the darkness and charged at the black-robed man. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaozhu hurriedly followed, swinging her sword. The black-robed man was startled. There was actually another person hidden among their words. Now it was 3 against 1. Even if he could summon a Black Panther, the one who could blow up the warehouse in the darkness must also be formidable. With that thought, the black-robed man quickly reacted, using his skill to summon the Black Panther, mounting it and speeding away into the distance. Upon seeing this, Yi Qing stopped and scoffed. President, it turns out you were prepared all along. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Xiaozhu walked up to Yi Qing, her tone slightly reproachful, then turned to look around. By the way, where's the Xiao Bai you mentioned? Do we have someone by that name in the student council? Yi Qing shook her head with a wry smile. I don't know what's going on here either. I just said that to scare them off, and the name Xiao Bai was made up on the spot. Hearing this, Jiang Ziosa's expression became quite interesting. Wow, President, as expected of you, so clever. Alright, quickly use your time reversal to see what happened here. Yi Qing smiled helplessly. Jiang Xiaozhu put away her smile, nodded, and walked to the warehouse entrance. She was also very eager to know what had happened here. She took out something from her pocket that looked like a stone, then closed her eyes, as if sensing something silently. Yi Qing seemed to know that the time reversal would take a while, so she quietly stood guard beside her. After a long time, beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Ziosa's forehead, which emitted strands of blue light that floated towards the stone in her hand. Gradually, the originally dull stone began to glow. Ha! At that moment, Jiang Xiaozhu opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Are you okay? Yi Qing asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit of mental energy consumed. Jiang Xiaozhu shook her head, then excitedly said, President, look. It's a boy, so handsome. His skills are so special. As she spoke, she pointed at the stone in her hand, and a light curtain rose. It then began to play back the scenes from just now like a projector. Yi Qing and Jiang Xiaozhu stared intently. Although Jiang Xiaozhu had already seen it once, she couldn't help but look at that boy again. The light curtain first showed a young man in white entering the warehouse, followed by a conflict with the divine disciples, leading to a fierce fight. This person was Su Chen. Su Chen's attacks were completely devoid of any technique, relying solely on strength. Watching this fight, Yi Qing was extremely shocked because the opponent didn't dodge at all, allowing the skills to hit him. It seemed as if he was reckless. Before long, Yi Qing saw Su Chen get stabbed, and her heart tightened with countless thoughts. Was he okay now? Had he escaped life-threatening danger? As she continued to watch, Su Chen's body emitted a bright light, and then with a loud bang, he exploded. Several divine disciples were taken away. Yi Qing was somewhat dazed, unable to believe as she said, that boy, did he perish with them? She never expected the other party to have such determination, to single-handedly charge in just to prevent the divine disciples from completing the ritual, leading to their mutual destruction. President, don't rush, keep watching, Jiang Xiaozhu said excitedly. At first, she also thought that the boy in white had perished with them. But later, he was simply stunning. Hearing Jiang Ziosa's words, Yi Qing calmly nodded and continued to watch. On the light screen, after a burst of flames, the scene shifted to the entrance of the warehouse, where a boy in white stood with his arms wide open, revealing a handsome smile, facing away from the explosion. The golden flames illuminated Su Chen behind him, as if declaring his sovereignty was the god here. At this moment, Yi Qing's mouth was agape in shock. She had just seen him explode, so how was he now at the warehouse entrance? So captivating. Jiang Xiaozhu displayed a lovesick expression, resting her chin in her hands as she gazed at the boy on the light screen. If Su Chen were here and saw him, he would surely be so happy he couldn't sleep. Su Chen maintained that pose for a full minute before entering the warehouse to haul out a pile of scrap metal, then disappearing into the night. Who is he? Yi Qing said in surprise. From his earlier strength, he seems to be at most a third realm awakener, yet he could single-handedly destroy a hideout. It's unbelievable. And his skills are so strange. From the earlier fight, the divine disciples clearly had many opportunities to hit him, but their bodies suddenly seemed enchanted, unable to move, leading to the explosion. Everything is just too incredible. Jiang Ziosa's eyes sparkled like little stars as she excitedly said, Do you think he might be from our academy? Yi Qing shook her head. I've never seen him. Saying this, she took the stone from Jiang Ziosa's hand. Let's check the database when we get back. Jiang Xiaozhu nodded, her expression hesitant as she said, But does this mission count as completed for us? Yi Qing pondered for a moment. It can only be considered half completed. After all, we did hold back the fifth realm divine disciples. Let's go back to the academy first. 1, 2, 3. At this moment, Su Chen was completely unaware, still counting his spoils in the dormitory. 8 weapons. Su Chen jumped up from the ground, laughing. This should sell for quite a bit, huh? I just don't know if the academy will accept them. If they do, it means I can exchange them for credits. Ha, I made a fortune tonight, I'm truly a genius. After boasting to himself, he opened the system panel to see how many skill points he had gained tonight. Name, Suchen Realm, First Realm Talent. Skills, Encyclopedia, Win Hearts with Virtue, Create Friends from Nothing, Cooling Down, Human Nuclear Bomb, Cooling Down Defense, 25 Stamina, 25 Strength, 25 Agility, 25 Mental Power, 80 Skill Points, 3820 Rare Brick Proficiency, 655010000. Not bad. Not bad. Su Gua Yi. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, but still felt it wasn't as exhilarating as killing in the secret realm. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the 30 essence stones he had casually bought outside the school, and began to absorb them. The improvement of strength cannot be neglected. The next morning, Su Chen stretched hard. After a whole night, combined with the breathing technique, he had only absorbed 10 essence stones. Although he hadn't slept all night, he still looked radiant, showing no signs of fatigue. This is the benefit of the breathing technique. After a quick wash, Su Chen hugged yesterday's spoils and walked out of the dormitory, ready to sell them. As he passed by Zhao Chen's dormitory, Su Chen couldn't help but take a glance. Oh, still cultivating. Su Chen was slightly surprised to see a dozen dull essence stones and used tissues by the bedside. He guessed that Zhao Chen must have been cultivating all night until now. Pretty dedicated, huh? Su Chen chuckled, not wanting to disturb him, and left the dormitory building, heading towards the equipment shop. On his way to the equipment shop, Su Chen saw quite a few new students enrolling. Wow, such white legs, they look so soft. No, I mean, they look like they could be played with for 10 years. Su Chen assessed the beautiful girls around him as he walked. Those black stockings are nice too. Su Chen, what are you doing? Suddenly, a hand patted Su Chen's shoulder from behind. Su Chen jumped in surprise and turned around, saying, Shinruoi, scaring someone can kill them. You look like a thief, Shinruoi pouted, then glanced at the weapons Su Chen was holding, puzzled, and asked, where did you get so many weapons? Su Chen grinned, I picked them up, I'm just about to sell them. Are you so poor that you're picking up trash? Shinruoi was taken aback, not understanding why he seemed so proud. How can this be considered trash? Besides, if I don't make money, are you going to support me? Upon hearing this, Shinruoi fell silent, but it seemed like she was gripping something in her hand, her face full of hesitation. While they were talking, the two had already arrived at the equipment shop. The person in charge of the shop was a young lady. Seeing the two of them and the several weapons Su Chen was holding, the young lady smiled politely and asked, are you here to sell weapons? Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Can I exchange them for credits? Yes, but we need to appraise the value of the weapons first. Okay. Su Chen nodded and placed the weapons on the table. The young lady picked up one of the weapons and placed it on the appraisal table behind her to start scanning. By the way, what are you doing at the equipment shop? Su Chen turned to Shinruoi and asked. I am here to buy essence stones. After saying that, Shinruoi quickly walked up to the second floor of the equipment shop. Su Chen scratched his head, starting to wait for the appraisal to finish. After a while, Shinruoi came downstairs, having bought some essence stones. Then, she waved her hand, and the essence stones disappeared. Su Chen was stunned, his eyes widening. Aren't you a light-type talent? How do you have space skills? Shinruoi proudly waved her hand, revealing a silver-white ring on her finger. A space ring? Su Chen was taken aback, feeling a bit envious. A space ring costs at least a few million, she must be really wealthy. When will you get me one too? Su Chen joked. Shinruoi seemed to ponder for a moment, then smiled, if you beg me, I'll give you one. Hearing Shinruoi's words, Su Chen laughed. It was truly a tortoise's way of studying, no longer living on campus. No way, absolutely not. Even if I, Su Chen, have to pick up trash, die poor, or starve to death outside, I will never beg you, Su Chen said resolutely. Shinruoi was slightly taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to have such backbone. Oh, well then. Her tone seemed to reveal a hint of disappointment. Suddenly, a gasp came from the side. The two turned to look. The young lady was holding the weapon Su Chen had just brought, her face incredulous as she said, Did you steal this from a divine disciple? Divine disciple? Shinruoi was slightly stunned, she hadn't seen him pick up any weapons yesterday. I picked it up, Su Chen laughed. What? Is this kind of weapon very valuable? The young lady nodded, explaining, It's valuable because the weapons of divine disciples are tainted with a trace of divinity, and this divinity is also a form of spiritual pollution. Normal people cannot use it for long periods, otherwise, they will lose their sanity and become followers of the gods. Therefore, the country spends a lot of money to acquire such weapons and destroy them. If you want to sell it, you need to register some information. Saying this, he handed a registration form to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded repeatedly, he didn't care about divinity or anything, as long as it was valuable. Soon, he filled it out and took out his credit card to hand to the young lady. How many credits is all this worth? How many credits is all this worth? These are all rare level divine weapons, each worth 20 credits, totaling 160 for 8 pieces. So, miss, how much is 1 credit worth outside? 10,000. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaim, wow. The day after arriving at the academy, he was already a millionaire? Even Qin Ruoi beside him was a bit surprised and couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times. Wait a minute, I want to buy some more things. Saying this, Su Chen ran towards the second floor. In no time, he came down with a large pile of essence stones and placed them all on the counter in one go. I'll buy these, please help me store the remaining credits in my card. The young lady nodded, and after a while, she handed the credit card back to Su Chen. Here are 30 essence stones in total, with 130 credits remaining. Su Chen took it and then walked towards the door with a pile of essence stones in his arms. Qin Ruoi watched him carrying a large pile of essence stones, wanting to say something but ultimately hesitated and followed him. After the two exited the equipment store, Su Chen stopped and cleared his throat twice. There were too many people just now, I'm asking you now. Hearing Su Chen's words, Qin Ruoi was taken aback. Feeling a bit amused, she twirled a strand of hair and smiled, then you should ask me again. Qin Ruoi, I'm begging you, look how tired I am carrying so many essence stones. You wouldn't want to see me suffer, right? Su Chen said with a grin. This wasn't called compromise, it was called being sincere. With just one sentence, he could earn a space ring, why not? Alright then, since you're asking me, I'll give you one. Saying this, Qin Ruoi opened her fair palm, and a space ring lay quietly in her hand. Seeing the ring, Su Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to have it on her. Or was it that she intended to give it to him all along? Thinking of this, Su Chen revealed a subtle smile. Observing the change in Su Chen's expression, Qin Ruoi felt as if her little thoughts had been seen through. Her face flushed slightly, and she turned her head away, saying, don't think too much. This is the reward I promised to give you last time. Su Chen smiled as he took the space ring, glanced at the ring on her hand, and continued, it's just like yours, could it be a token of love? Saying this, he put on the ring and stored all the essence stones inside. Hearing this, a hint of crimson flashed across Qin Ruoi's face, and she immediately tried to snatch the ring from Su Chen's hand. If you don't want it, give it back. No, I was just joking. Su Chen chuckled, thank you, how about I treat you to lunch? Qin Ruoi huffed softly and nodded slightly, you're quite perceptive. Su Chen added, it's still early for lunch, and the academy is quite large, why don't we take a stroll first? It will help us get familiar with the academy. Qin Ruoi nodded, and the two walked side by side through the academy. As they walked, they engaged in awkward small talk. Since both were dressed in white, many students thought they were a couple. Wow! Look, that young man is so handsome. With my level of culture, I can only describe him in 8 words, as graceful as jade, with an ethereal aura. The young lady beside him with long hair is also beautiful, those long legs, I'm in love. Stop looking, can't you see they're wearing matching outfits? They're simply a perfect match, a couple made in heaven. I'm so envious. Hearing these comments, Qin Ruoi's expression became a bit unnatural, her ears flushed, and she turned to look at Su Chen. But she found that he seemed not to have heard anything and had no particular expression. In fact, Su Chen really didn't hear it. His mind was occupied with thoughts about what to treat her to for lunch today. Suddenly, a frail figure rushed towards the two. Startled, they looked at the unfamiliar boy in front of them, and Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. You are Brother Bai, I've long admired you. I've heard that your strength is extraordinary and you're more handsome than Nanshan. Today, seeing you in person, it truly lives up to the reputation. The frail boy immediately showered him with flattery, extending his hand. My name is Zhou Fan. Su Chen's expression was strange. Did he have such a big reputation? Had it even spread to the imperial capital? Nevertheless, he still reached out and shook hands with the other. At that moment, a flicker of light flashed in Zhou Fan's eyes, and his expression seemed slightly puzzled. Hee Brother Bai, we'll be classmates from now on, please take care of me. With that, Zhou Fan waved his hand, glanced sideways at Qin Ruoi, and left. Su Chen watched his retreating figure, his expression thoughtful, his gaze flickering slightly. Su Chen, what's wrong? Qin Ruoi also looked at that person with curiosity, then turned to Su Chen and asked. Su Chen came back to his senses and smiled, nothing, let's continue shopping. The sun was shining brightly, and it was noon. After treating Qin Ruoi to a meal, they each returned to their dorms. Upon arriving at the dorm, Su Chen took out a large pile of essence stones from his spatial ring and directly began to practice his breathing technique. Although he had a system, he couldn't afford to be slack in his cultivation. However, he started to feel that this basic breathing technique was no longer sufficient for him. He could only absorb 10 essence stones in one night, which was too slow for him. It seemed he needed to upgrade his breathing technique when he had the time. He thought while cultivating. Time flew by, and 10 days passed. During these days, Su Chen mostly stayed in the dorm to cultivate, occasionally going out with Zhao Chen and Qin Rui to have some fun and eat. In the evenings, Qin Rui often came to chat with Su Chen. But each time, she was cut off by Su Chen, the conversation ender. At this point, Su Chen was quite puzzled. He was clearly responding according to 108 ways to chat with girls, yet every time he sent a message, the other party seemed to evaporate, not replying at all. Su Chen felt exhausted. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, during these days, Su Chen successfully broke through and finally reached the second realm. He then opened his panel. Name: Su Chen Realm. Second realm talent? Skills: Encyclopedia. Win people over with virtue. Create friends out of nothing. Human bomb defense. 55 stamina. 55 strength. 55 agility. 55 mental power. 135 skill points. 3820 rare brick proficiency. 655010000. Well, not bad. All attributes have increased quite a bit, but I still need a lot more skill points to draw a lottery. Su Chen pondered slightly. There are still 5 days until school starts. Why not take advantage of the time left to go out of the city and hunt some exotic beasts to earn some skill points? Saying and doing, Su Chen got up and began to pack some items into his spatial ring. As for whether he would be attacked by the followers of the gods after leaving the city, Su Chen wasn't worried about that. After all, he was just a level talent, not much of a threat, right? The last time he encountered an attack was only because of Qin Rui. He believed that as long as the followers of the gods had not fully understood his trump card, they would likely not send high-level followers to kill a level talent like him. This time, he didn't plan to tell Zhao Chen and Qin Rui about leaving the city. After all, he was just going out to earn skill points. It wouldn't be of any use for them to go. As for Qin Rui, it was even more unnecessary. Once they left the city, the followers of the gods would probably get the news, and by then, let alone earning skill points, it would be a question of whether he could come back. Soon, Su Chen finished packing his things, which included some simple food and water. He had to say, the spatial ring that Qin Rui gave him was really useful. He didn't even need a backpack anymore. Su Chen looked at the ring on his finger and couldn't help but smile. He then walked out of the Imperial Capital Academy and took a taxi to the city gate. Gazing at the majestic city walls and the gate before him, Su Chen felt a wave of shock within. How long did it take to build such steel walls around a city? How much manpower was required? To be honest, this was Su Chen's first time leaving the city, and he didn't plan to venture too far. Otherwise, encountering a high-level beast would spell disaster. Even having 2 lives wouldn't be enough for him. Leaving the city? At that moment, a city guard at the gate noticed Su Chen approaching, sizing him up from head to toe, and asked, "Which academy are you from?" "Imperial Capital Academy. Please register." Su Chen nodded. Ever since he arrived in the capital, he felt like everything required registration, and he had become quite adept at it. It was just a matter of registering his address, level, name, and contact information. After filling it out, he walked straight out of the city. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes was watching him leave the city. The person glanced at him, then took out a phone and dialed a familiar number. "Hello." A deep voice came from the other end. "Boss, Su Chen has left the city. Should I follow him? Is he alone? What about Qin Rui?" "He's alone. Qin Rui is still at the academy." There was a brief silence on the other end before a voice replied, "You don't need to expose yourself for now. They'll arrange for 2 third-level disciples to test him." "Boss, are you suspecting that Lu Mang's incident is related to that kid? But he's only at the 1st level." After a long few seconds, the voice on the other end spoke again. Do you know what that kid's skills are?" Zhou Fan frowned and said, "I don't know. I can't even replicate his skills." "It's strange. I understand. Just keep an eye on their movements." "Okay." After hanging up, Zhou Fan put away his phone and gazed at the city gate. He still felt that the boss didn't need to send 2 third-level people to deal with that kid. It was simply overkill. A 1st-level awakened one could easily handle it himself. On the other side of the academy, Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaozhu found the president of the Imperial Capital Academy, Yuan Tianxiong. They wanted to access the database, but only their president had the authority. However, their president was elusive, and after waiting many days, they finally saw him. Yuan Tianxiong first glanced at the projection stone Yi Qing handed over, feeling slightly surprised. He then began to query the database, performing a facial recognition check. After a moment, Yuan Tianxiong looked at the information on the computer, somewhat astonished, and raised his head to say, "His name is Su Chen, the top scholar from Yunhai City, just reported in 11 days ago, strength at the 1st level, accompanying weapon, a brick, level talent?" Even the president was a bit stunned after reading to the end. What on earth was level talent? How is that possible? Only at the 1st level? Can he really take down a disciple's hideout by himself? What about that terrifying explosion? Yi Qing was extremely shocked, firing off several questions in succession. Beside her, Zhang Xiaozhu was a bit excited. "Haha, I guessed it right. What are we waiting for? Let's go find him. I can't tell what his skills are either, but awakened skills are ever changing, each with its own unique abilities. There are all sorts of outrageous skills. Yuan Tianxiong pondered and said, let's keep this footage with me for now. As for the task reward, let's say half. Yay, that's great. Zhang Xiaozhu jumped up in joy and then pulled Yiqing out. President, do you think we should recruit him into our student council? He's so powerful at just the first level, the future is unimaginable. And he's so handsome. Zhang Xiaozhu looked at Yiqing with starry eyes. Hearing her words, Yiqing nodded, that makes sense. Where's his dormitory? Zhang Xiaozhu looked down at Su Chen's information and said, 518. Let's go. Then the two of them hurried to Su Chen's dormitory, but they were disappointed to find that Su Chen was not there. Not in the dorm? Where could he have gone? Zhang Xiaozhu asked, puzzled. Let's come back in the evening, or tomorrow, Yiqing suggested. Such a strong freshman, Yiqing was also eager for him to join the student council. Zhang Xiaozhu nodded and had no choice but to leave. Outside the city, Su Chen was completely unaware of what was happening in the academy. The area outside the city was like a secret realm, with not many mountains but plenty of trees and bushes, resembling a primeval forest. Only faintly could some paths be seen, all covered by vegetation after the revival of spiritual energy. The outside of the city had also become a dangerous place. Just a mile outside the city, Su Chen keenly sensed a different aura. Rustling sounds came from the bushes beside him. Su Chen focused his gaze, and in the next second, a flash of white lunged towards him. Oh, a snow leopard? Su Chen reacted quickly and threw a brick at it. Bang! The snow leopard suddenly froze in midair, its limbs stiffening, a square red mark appearing on its face, and a trickle of blood flowed down from its head. With a loud thud, it fell to the ground. Ding! Skill points from the snow leopard 200, brick proficiency 150. Feeling the skill points credited to him, Su Chen seemed to find a familiar feeling. Looking at the snow leopard's corpse on the ground, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. There's nothing a brick can't solve. If there is, then just use 2 bricks. I didn't expect snow leopards to appear here after the revival of spiritual energy. It's truly amazing. Su Chen then ventured deeper inside. Fortunately, the beasts here were not too high in rank, and Su Chen could handle them all. As long as they weren't beasts of the third realm, Su Chen could easily take them down with a brick. 2 hours later, bang! After taking down another beast, Su Chen's skill points reached 6,800. Sigh, there are still more beasts in the secret realm. There aren't many here, and I can't dare to venture deeper. Otherwise, if I encounter something stronger, I might not come back. Su Chen sighed and continued searching the area. Luckily, with the help of the encyclopedia, he could perfectly avoid beasts of the fourth realm. Killing beasts of the third realm just meant a bit more physical exertion, while those of the first and second realms were easily dealt with. Just then, as Su Chen was leaving, 2 figures arrived at the spot. A man in a black robe crouched down and touched the beast that had just been killed by Su Chen, pondering, this beast just died, that kid should be nearby. This kid is really bold, a first realm awakener daring to go out of the city alone. The boss even sent us 2 over, he must think highly of him. I could easily handle this alone. Still, don't be careless. The boss sent us 2 third realm awakeners to deal with him, which means he's not simple. Let's go. We need to resolve this quickly. If that kid ventures deeper into the forest, things will get complicated. As they spoke, the 2 disciples prepared to follow the footprints on the ground. Complicated? Then let's not complicate things. Suddenly, a voice came, putting the 2 on high alert. The 2 disciples turned sharply and looked up at the source of the voice. They saw a young man sitting in a tree, juggling a brick in his hand, looking at them with a mocking expression. This person was none other than Su Chen. In fact, he hadn't left at all, just sitting in the tree waiting for these 2. Kid, we weren't even looking for you, and you came right to us? No wonder you're so bold. It turns out you've broken through to the second realm. One of the disciples squinted his eyes, sizing up Su Chen, then sneered. But do you think just because you've broken through to the second realm, you can do whatever you want? As he spoke, a crimson energy flickered around him. In the next moment, a blood-red arrow shot towards Su Chen. It was incredibly fast. Like a red meteor. For a moment, Su Chen felt a pang of anxiety. He knew in his heart that if he were hit by that arrow, he would either die or be crippled. With incredible speed, Su Chen executed a quick spin and jumped to another large tree. Immediately after, there was a loud boom, as the tree he had been sitting on collapsed. The ambush had angered Su Chen, to be honest. If it hadn't been for the encyclopedia's early warning, it would have been very difficult for him to dodge that arrow solely relying on his own speed. Damn it! Su Chen cursed loudly, raising a brick to throw at the divine disciple. As a student who had not yet enrolled, had never undergone real training, and had never experienced life-and-death combat, he had just brushed against the edge of death, successfully awakening his potential. Meanwhile, the 2 divine disciples quickly charged at Su Chen. but they clearly had no idea about Su Chen's skills. One disciple was about to throw a punch when Su Chen locked onto him and smashed down with the brick. Bang! This strike was devoid of any technique, relying entirely on brute force. After all, Su Chen didn't know any other brick techniques. It seemed he only had these two options, smash or throw. With that blow, the divine disciple was left bloodied, a red mark appearing on his head. From his expression, it was clear he was furious. Be careful. That kid is a bit strange. The other divine disciple also noticed, waving his sleeve and sending another blood-red sword flying out. Just as Su Chen was preparing to smash down another brick, his pupils constricted and he quickly dodged. But it was still a bit too late. His arm was grazed by the blood-red sword. In an instant, the skin split open and a line of blood burst forth. Damn it! Su Chen cursed under his breath. He had to deal with that ranged attacker first, or it would be difficult to kill this one. Until now, Su Chen hadn't considered using creating friends from nothing. After all, they were outside the city, not inside, and this was a place fraught with danger. They could encounter unresistible beasts at any moment. And as his life-saving measure, he wouldn't use creating friends from nothing lightly unless absolutely necessary. After dodging this attack, Su Chen charged directly at the ranged divine disciple. Seeing him preparing to unleash another blood-red sword, Su Chen threw the brick directly. He successfully interrupted the attack. Bang! The brick struck precisely on the man's forehead. Su Chen slid in, picked up the brick, and took advantage of the 2 seconds left on the control time. He forcefully smashed the edge of the brick into the man's eye socket. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and a line of blood shot out. Ah! The divine disciple instantly covered his eyes, screaming, forgetting to escape. Seeing this, Su Chen certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. He raised the brick high again and smashed it down towards the man's temple. Bang! A muffled thud ended the life of a divine disciple. This entire fluid sequence of actions took only 3 seconds. Even the other divine disciple hadn't reacted before one of their own had already fallen. Su Chen gasped for breath and turned to look at the remaining divine disciple. He saw the disciple looking at him warily. He hadn't expected that the other could take down one of them even under their combined assault, which was simply unbelievable. Now, he understood why their leader had sent 2 Third Realm individuals to handle this. But now, he was the only one left, and his hopes were slim. Young man, you are strong. Why not submit to the great deity? He will grant you even greater power. Seeing he couldn't win, the divine disciple attempted to persuade him. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Just a few days ago, someone said the same thing to me, but they are already dead. Upon hearing this, the divine disciple's eyes widened, recalling the several divine disciples who had been annihilated about 10 days ago. What? You did that? It was known that that sacrificial ceremony had several strong individuals from the third and second realms present, yet they had all been killed by the person in front of him? Su Chen smiled but said nothing. In reality, he was slowly recovering his mental energy. After killing several beasts and battling the divine disciples, his mental energy had been significantly depleted. The disciple of the deity stared fiercely at Su Chen and said, "Young man, how dare you? This is disrespect towards the great deity. If you understood the immense power of the deity, you would regret your actions today." Su Chen sighed inwardly. In his view, this group of people was hopelessly brainwashed. He then said mockingly, "Oh, then why doesn't he come to save you now?" This left the disciple speechless, his expression bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Chen snorted coldly, "Because, here, I am the deity." His words carried an undeniable domineering tone. With that, he pushed off the ground, his whole body rushing forward like a gust of wind. This brick was struck with all of Su Chen's strength. His arm swung with maximum force, aiming to kill in this one blow. In the end, before the other party could even react, their head burst open like a watermelon, splattering flesh and juice everywhere. This scene almost made Su Chen vomit. This head is quite fragile. After taking a glance, Su Chen didn't want to stay here any longer. If he lingered, he might end up throwing up. To be honest, it was his first time witnessing such a bloody scene. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, no, if it weren't for his psychological preparation being strong enough, he would have really lost it. However, this incident also rang alarm bells for him. The appearance of these two meant that the disciples had started to notice him. He would have to be more cautious from now on. The sky gradually darkened. Ouch, it still hurts a bit. Su Chen sat on a large rock, taking a deep breath as he simply bandaged the wound on his arm. Good thing I brought bandages. Su Chen stood up, stretching his back vigorously, then continued his slaughter of the beast. Currently, he only had 7,600 skill points. Still a bit short of the next draw. A day later, in the morning. What the hell is going on? After a night of slaughtering beasts, Su Chen's face instantly wore a mask of pain. He suddenly tore off the bandage from his arm. To his dismay, the wound that had been pierced by the blood-colored arrow had not healed. In fact, it seemed even worse than yesterday. The surrounding skin appeared to be rotting, turning a dark purple, resembling decayed flesh, extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, Suchen's expression changed drastically and he blurted out, "Damn, it's poisonous." Almost the next second, he began to rush towards the city. Even if he used the spell to summon a friend now, it probably wouldn't work. Most likely, the clone would also be injured like him. At that point, they would both die together. The only solution now was to return to the academy. However, since the poison took a night to act, it should be manageable. And he estimated he could make it in time. Suchen's mind raced, the pain in his arm twisting his face. He had no time to deal with the beasts he encountered along the way, only focused on running towards the city. His life was at stake. At the Imperial Academy. In a luxurious villa, Shin Ruoi lay on the bed looking at her phone. The screen displayed Suchen's chat page. She had sent several messages but received no reply. This made her frown. Usually, Suchen replied almost instantly. She had been messaging him since yesterday and he still hadn't responded today. This left Shin Ruoi puzzled. Could it be that he was deliberately ignoring her because she often neglected him? Or, something happened? It shouldn't be that serious. As long as he didn't leave the Imperial City, he shouldn't encounter any danger, right? A hint of worry appeared between Shin Ruoi's brows and she stood up, heading outside to find Suchen. She first asked Suchen's good friend Zhao Chen. But Zhao Chen said he wasn't in the dormitory and didn't know where Suchen had gone. Thus, Shin Ruoi aimlessly wandered around the academy. As they reached the school gate, Shin Ruoi looked over as if sensing something and saw a familiar figure running quickly, muttering something under their breath. "Quick, make way, someone's going to die." Upon hearing this, Shin Ruoi's mouth twitched slightly and her brows furrowed as she jogged over, grabbing Suchen's arm and asking, "What happened to you?" "Hiss, it hurts." Suchen winced as her grip tore open the wound on his arm, causing him to grimace in pain. It was only then that Shin Ruoi noticed the blood on his arm and the rotting flesh. "Ah, I'm sorry." She quickly released her grip and looked at the wound seriously, asking, "Did you encounter a divine disciple? How did you know?" Suchen was taken aback. "My dad often fights divine disciples, of course I know," Shin Ruoi said anxiously. "This looks like it hasn't been treated for a long time. Luckily, the wound isn't too big, otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have made it back. Let's go to my place, I'll help you treat it." With that, Shin Ruoi took Suchen's hand and led him toward her residence, ignoring the curious gazes around them. "Can you treat this too?" Suchen asked, surprised. Shin Ruoi nodded and led him to her villa. "Your place is really nice," Suchen exclaimed, looking at the magnificent villa with a sense of awe. Speaking of which, how many credits does one need to live in a villa? He hadn't asked Zhao Jiangwo before. Otherwise, he would have definitely gotten one. Once in the living room, Shin Ruoi said, "You sit here." Suchen obediently complied, and then Shin Ruoi rolled up his sleeve a bit to make it easier to work. Under Suchen's astonished gaze, Shin Ruoi placed her hand over his wound. A stream of golden light emerged from her palm, slowly entering Suchen's injury. The pain gradually faded, and Suchen felt a cool sensation that was very comfortable. "Is this unique to your light system talent?" Suchen asked in surprise. Shin Ruoi nodded. "My light power can dispel the poison of divine disciples. If not treated in time, the consequences can be troublesome." After saying this, Shin Ruoi looked up at Suchen. "What happened? How did you encounter a divine disciple?" Suchen let out a bitter laugh and eventually told her about the incident outside the city. After hearing Suchen's words, Shin Ruoi's eyes widened in anger. "Why did you go outside the city? And even fought with a divine disciple?" Suchen chuckled. "What do you know? Scars are a man's medals." "Medals?" Shin Ruoi pouted. "You can't go outside the city alone anymore, it's very dangerous." Suchen smiled. "Are you worried about me? Who would worry about you?" Shin Ruoi's ears turned slightly red as she released Suchen's arm. "It's all better now, you can go." Suchen was taken aback, looking at his arm. Although the wound hadn't healed completely, it was much better than before. With his recovery ability, he estimated it would be back to normal in 2 or 3 days. Suchen stood up, stretched his body, and then surveyed the villa, saying with a smile, "This villa is so big, it must feel very empty living here. How about I move in and live with you? Get lost." "Alright then." Just like that, Suchen was chased out by Shin Ruoi. He then headed toward his dormitory, as he had enough skill points to go back and draw some. Suchen. As soon as he went upstairs, he ran into Zhao Chen. "What's up?" Zhao Chen looked at him and said, "Where have you been? Shin Ruoi has been looking for you." Suchen smiled. "I went out to have some fun, I just came back from her place." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's expression instantly became interesting. "You just came back from her place? No one got hurt, right?" Suchen felt a headache coming on and didn't want to deal with him. Heading straight to his dormitory, By the way, Su-chen, 2 girls came looking for you these past few days and they were quite good looking, Zhao Chen shouted from behind. Hearing this, Su-chen was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. 2 girls? They said they are from the student council, Zhao Chen nodded. Su-chen frowned slightly. 2 girls? Student council? It seemed he hadn't really met many people since coming to the academy, so why were they looking for him? Su-chen felt a bit puzzled. Alright, I understand. After saying that, Su-chen returned to his dormitory. Name: Su-chen Realm. Second realm talent? Skills: Encyclopedia, Persuasion, Making Friends Out of Nothing, Human Bomb Defense, 55 Stamina, 55 Strength, 55 Agility, 55 Mental Power, 135 Skill Points, 13600 Rare Brick Proficiency, 135010000 Ding. Brick Proficiency is full, upgraded to Rare Brick, Strength 20. The brick has leveled up again, nice. Su-chen revealed a brilliant smile, as expected. It's faster to go out of the city to grind skill points. In just a day and night, I've gained over 10,000 points. System: start the draw. Ding. Successfully consumed 10,000 skill points. Please choose one from the following 3 skills. Option 1, fire but. Say this to the target, and their but will catch fire. Option 2, slaughter all cattle. No cow is innocent. After using this skill, all cows within 100 miles will die. Option 3, 50-50. After using this skill, it will be 50-50 with anyone. No one can defeat the other. Seeing these 3 options, Su-chen pondered for a moment. First, he eliminated the second one. He wasn't that fond of beef, so it was unnecessary. The first one, to be honest, wasn't bad either, an offensive skill with a bit of dark humor. It suited Su-chen's taste. The third one, Su-chen's evaluation, was just one word: absolute. Another life-saving skill. In other words, even if the opponent was an imperial teacher or a deity, he would still have the strength to fight back. You can't defeat me, and I can't defeat you. Just thinking about it excited him. Su-chen rubbed his hands together, ready to choose the third one. However, it was a pity about the first one. Then Su-chen suddenly said, System, can I lock one in for the next draw? Ding. Locking requires 1,000 skill points. Damn. It really can. Su-chen was shocked. He had just asked casually, but it actually worked. But it costs 1,000 skill points. Gritting his teeth, Su-chen painfully locked in the first skill and chose the third skill. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the skill 50-50. Ding. Successfully consumed 1,000 skill points. Locked in. Option 1, fire but, will appear in the next draw. Name: 50-50 effect. After using this skill, it will be 50-50 with anyone. No one can defeat the other. Encountering Buddha will block Buddha. Encountering God will block God. Duration: 30 minutes. Cooldown: 6 hours. Haha, with this skill, even if I encounter a god, I have 30 minutes to escape. Su-chen couldn't help but smile broadly. Bang! 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 Just then, a sudden knocking sound came from the door. Su-chen was startled and stepped forward to open the door. Looking at the 2 people at the door, Su-chen was slightly taken aback. Weren't these the 2 women who had fought with the divine disciples outside that day? What were they doing here? He thought no one had seen what he did last time. Su-chen thought to himself, but a polite smile still appeared on his face. Ladies, what can I do for you? Wow, you're finally in your dorm. Do you know how many times we've looked for you these past 2 days? Zhang Xiaozhu, upon seeing Su-chen, had a lovesick expression. Seeing you in person is even more handsome. Beside her, Yi Qing's face twitched, wanting to slap her. It was so embarrassing. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought her along. Yi Qing forced a smile and said, Classmate Su-chen, I'm Yi Qing. And this is Zhang Xiaozhu. We're both in the student council, and we really appreciate your help last time in taking down the cultists' hideout. Su-chen was slightly taken aback. How did they know it was him? They were clearly in the middle of a battle at that time and couldn't have come over, and he hadn't noticed anyone around when he left. Although he thought this, Su-chen maintained a calm expression and pretended to be confused, saying, Hideout? What hideout? What are you talking about? Yi Cheng and Zhang Xiaozhu exchanged strange glances, unsure why he was denying it. Well, if it wasn't you, then forget it. The credits will just have to go to someone else, Yi Qing said as she turned to leave. Credits? Su-chen's eyes lit up and he quickly stopped them, saying, Hey, senior, I just remembered, it was me. Upon hearing Su-chen's words, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile and she looked at him and said, Then why didn't you admit it earlier? You don't trust us? Su-chen sighed. I originally just wanted to be a hidden hero in the shadows, but since there are credits involved, I have to come clean, it was me. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaozhu's eyes sparkled. In her perspective, she automatically added a golden background to Su-chen. Just like the light in the darkness now. Yi Qing glanced at Zhang Xiaozhu and cleared her throat twice. The credits will be directly deposited into your card later. Now, let's talk about the second thing. Would you like to join our student council? Zhang Xiaozhu asked eagerly. The student council? Su-chen was taken aback, recalling what Zhao Jiangwo had said about joining a department. However, he didn't want to join the student council. Wouldn't that mean he'd have to go out at night like them to find cultists and do tasks? Suchen didn't want that, he preferred to slack off. Isn't there still 2 days until school starts? They'll think about it, Suchen replied with a smile. Yi Qing detected a hint of refusal in his words. She then said, you can think about it some more, but definitely don't consider the admissions department. With that, Yi Qing used the word definitely twice, indicating just how bad her impression of the admissions department was. Jiang Xiaozhu nodded repeatedly. You must join our student council. The admissions department is just a bunch of incompetent people. They've been in the academy for 3 years and are still at the second realm, sometimes even losing to freshmen, just living off welfare. Alright, we won't disturb you any longer. Well, be on our way, Yi Qing said, pulling Jiang Xiaozhu out. Jiang Xiaozhu turned back and shouted, remember to definitely join our student council. After the two left, Suchen was left in a daze. Admissions department, 3 years, second realm? They can't even beat freshmen? Is it really that bad? He found it hard to believe. The Imperial Capital Academy recruits geniuses from various cities. How could they still be at the second realm after 3 years? Unable to beat newcomers? Forget it. He would think about joining a department when school started. Suchen shook his head and walked back to his dorm. Once back in his dorm, he took out a spirit stone, activated his breathing technique, and began to cultivate. Even in the dorm these past few days, he could feel the footsteps of students coming and going in the hallway. He knew that with school approaching, all the students were arriving. It wasn't until 2 days later that all the teachers and students of the Imperial Capital University were present. The freshman orientation officially began. The freshman orientation is an event that every new student must participate in. Basically, no one would refuse, as the credits they offer are simply too generous. The content of the orientation is the traditional 1v1 competition, selecting the strongest freshman to be the freshman representative. Moreover, according to tradition, the upperclassmen can challenge the freshman representative afterward. This segment mainly serves to inform the new students that, with the Academy's guidance, their strength can significantly improve, while also keeping the freshman representative humble and not arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that the credits they offered were so generous, Suchen really wouldn't want to compete for this freshman representative title. He just wanted to develop quietly and survive until he reached the Imperial realm. However, in order to live in the Academy's villa, he still chose to become the top freshman. Just as Suchen was lost in thought, in a conference room on the other side of the academy, dozens of teachers and the principal were seated across from each other. Yuan Tianxiong, sitting in the main seat, spoke first. Let's report on the enrollment situation for this year's students. A teacher responsible for statistics nodded and said, this time, we should have 1,300 students enrolled. And all 1,300 have shown up, including 2 with SS-level talents, 35 with S-level talents, 783 with B-level talents, 1 with C-level talent, 0 with B-level talent, and 1 with G-level talent. As the teacher reached the end, he felt a bit uncertain himself, raising his head and looking nervously at the other teachers. Who admitted this C-level student? Don't they know the Academy's minimum standard is B-level talent? And what on earth is this G-level? A woman wearing glasses frowned and asked. She was Lu Yu, the director of the Academy. I admitted him, Zhao Jiangmo said lightly, drawing the attention of everyone present. Yuan Tianxiong also looked over. He knew Suchen's strength and wanted to see how he would explain. This G-level awakener is the top scholar of Yunhai City, and his methods are unpredictable. He possesses a companion weapon and is extremely strong. I think there might have been a mistake in the talent assessment. We can retest later. Is there any problem with a city's top scholar entering our academy? Zhao Jiangwo continued, and this G-level talent is his brother. To recruit a student with great potential, what's wrong with admitting his brother? Zhao Jiangwo looked at the other teachers. Some teachers nodded secretly. Indeed, being the top scholar of a city and joining their academy was not an issue. As for G-level, they had never heard of it. It might just be a testing error. Lu Yu scoffed. A companion weapon? Then tell me, what is his companion weapon? She directly ignored the G-level talent, as if only targeting the G-level talent. A brick, Zhao Jiangwo said flatly. Teacher Zhao has really found us a good seedling for the Imperial Academy. A brick. It's laughable to even mention it. It might be fine in the beginning, but what about later? G-level talent is ultimately G-level talent. What great figure can he become in the future? Zhao Jiangwo, we need to think about the Academy's future. Not just the present. Lu Yu completely disregarded Zhao Jiangwo's opinion. Zhao Jiangwo disagreed vehemently, saying, so what if it's a brick? So what if it's G-level talent? Can these really negate a person's future? Isn't it? Lu Yu scoffed. Zhao Jiangwo snorted coldly, well see. As the two argued fiercely, Yuan Tianxiong, as the principal, cleared his throat twice. Alright, enough. The students are already here. Discussing this further is pointless. Why not consider tomorrow's freshman competition? With Yuan Tianqiang's words, everyone finally stopped discussing Su Chen and returned to the main topic, starting to arrange the schedule for the next day's events. Meanwhile, the academy's playground was bustling with activity. Today was the first day of school, and according to regulations, all departments of the academy would recruit members on the playground. Hey, join our security department, the benefits are really good. Join our patrol department, earning credits is a breeze. Hey, isn't that the SS level Qin Ruoi among the freshmen? We must get her to join our student council. Jiang Xiaozhu exclaimed upon seeing Qin Ruoi. As soon as Qin Ruoi appeared, people from various departments surrounded her, eagerly introducing how great their departments were. Seeing so many people crowding around her, Qin Ruoi felt a bit helpless. And while all the departments were surrounding Qin Ruoi, in a corner of the playground, a scene was completely out of place. 3 listless individuals were slumped in their chairs, feet propped up on the table. On the table lay the registration form for their department. All the new students who had entered before kept their distance. They had certainly heard of what this department was. The admissions department. A department even dogs wouldn't join. The 3 looked so weak that one could knock them out with a single punch. This also resulted in a rather empty space in front of the admissions department. The 3 didn't care. They were just there to put on a show and earn some credits. Just then, a figure passed by. It was Su Chen, who looked up at the 3 from a distance. Name, Shiny Realm, 5th Realm Talent, SSS Skill, Drowsy Lotus Defense, 150, Stamina, 140, Strength, 150, Agility, 145 Mental Power, 255, Name, Li Yun Realm, 5th Realm Talent, SS Skill, 1 Sword Severing Soul Defense, 130, Stamina, 130, Strength, 145, Agility, 145 Mental Power, 240, Name, Lin Xiao Realm, 5th Realm Talent, S Skill, Demon Sound Flute Defense, 125, Stamina, 130, Strength, 140, Agility, 145 Mental Power, 260. Damn! Seeing the attributes of the 3, Su Chen blurted out. Didn't they say these 3 were all in the 2nd realm, that new students couldn't beat them? With these attributes in this realm, who can tell me what's going on? This realm could probably let them walk sideways in the academy. Could they be big shots hidden in the academy? A powerful department that can also earn credits. Who wouldn't like that? With this thought, Su Chen walked towards them. This scene shocked the people around. Damn, look, a fool is actually going to the admissions department. No way, didn't he hear about the reputation of the admissions department when he enrolled? Sigh, he's so handsome, what a pity he's a fool. Su Chen ignored these voices and approached the 3 in the admissions department. At that moment, the 3 were still lounging in their chairs, a book covering their faces, completely unaware of his arrival. Su Chen awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Ahem, hello, seniors. Ahem, hello, seniors. Hearing this, the 3 who were slacking off were taken aback and removed the book from their faces. Shiny glanced at Su Chen. What do you want? Hearing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched. What the hell are you asking me for? Li Yun sized him up and said, Junior, are you looking to join the department? Su Chen nodded. Haven't you heard of our admissions department's heroic deeds? Lin Xiao looked around and said, look, they don't even come. Su Chen chuckled. Of course I've heard. Actually, I want to join you guys in slacking off. Shiny said with righteous indignation. Slacking off? Junior, this is not slacking off, it's a serious department. Alright, since you want to join, just fill out this form. Seeing that Su Chen wanted to join, the 3 didn't say much and pulled out a form from under their feet, handing it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the form, filled it out briefly, and returned it to them. Done. Shiny took it, glanced at it casually, and tossed it aside. Wait. He seemed to have seen something, quickly sat up straight, took the form back, and looked at it seriously. His gaze fell directly on the last line. You also have a companion weapon? Shiny looked up at him and asked. Also? Su Chen was taken aback. Do you have one too? I do. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and a black ink-colored flute appeared in his hand. Su Chen was also a bit surprised. He finally encountered a second person besides himself who had a companion weapon. However, his companion weapon was given by the system. Su Chen nodded. So now I can be considered a member of the admissions department, right? Shiny nodded and said, welcome. Li Yun smiled and replied, ha, not bad, Junior. Joining our admissions department shows good judgment. Lin Xiao added, let me tell you, working in the admissions department is quite easy, and you can earn credits. When we encounter tasks from the academic faction, we just need to show up, and then a large amount of credits will come in. Sigh, those people have no insight at all, working themselves to death in other departments, while it's so comfortable here. Su Chen said, yeah, I feel the same way. Shiny continued, alright, Junior, add our department group. We'll notify you if anything comes up. Su Chen nodded, took out his phone, and added their department group. After chatting for a bit, Su Chen left. As for why these three were clearly at the fifth realm, but everyone in the academy said they were at the second realm, Su-chen felt that they must have cultivated some hidden realm combat skills. Hey, 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 Su-chen! A voice called out as Su-chen was lost in thought. He turned in surprise to see Jiang Xiaozhu, along with Shin Ruoi. Have you thought it over? Do you want to join our student council? I'm telling you, our department just added an SS-level talent. She glanced at Shin Ruoi as she spoke. Su-chen smiled at them. I've already joined another department. Jiang Ziosa's eyes widened in shock, and she said angrily, which department did you join? Why didn't you join our student council? Su-chen scratched his head. The admissions department. What? Didn't I tell you before? Why did you still join the admissions department? Jiang Ziosa's face turned red with anger. It was one thing not to join her student council, but to join the admissions department. Shin Ruoi was also a bit surprised, not expecting Su-chen to join the admissions department, but she didn't say anything. He must have his reasons for joining. This is really infuriating, Jiang Xiaozhu said, hands on her hips. To this, Su-chen felt a bit helpless. They probably didn't know the true strength of the admissions office. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so upset. But Su-chen didn't plan to say anything. It would be what it would be. Su-chen asked, Shin Ruoi, do you want to go eat together? Shin Ruoi was taken aback, then nodded. Jiang Xiaozhu exclaimed, what? You two know each other? Shin Ruoi nodded, yeah, we were in the same school before. Go on, you're driving me crazy. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaozhu shot a glare at Su-chen. Su-chen smiled helplessly and left with Shin Ruoi. On their way to eat, they happened to run into Zhao Chen. Brother, bye. I joined the security department. Which department did you join? Zhao Chen asked him. Su-chen replied, the admissions department. Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. Huh? Su-chen, why did you join the admissions department? Su-chen smiled without answering. He didn't want to explain anymore. He changed the subject directly. Let's go eat. It's on me. Zhao Chen said, you're not going to make me pay again, are you? Su-chen reassured him. Don't worry, this time it's the school beauty Qin paying. Shin Ruoi. Back in the admissions department, Li Yun pondered for a moment and said, Shani, what do you think of this junior? Not bad, he just enrolled and already has second realm cultivation, plus he has a companion weapon. Lin Xiao, you should keep an eye on him. There aren't many with companion weapons in this world. After saying this, Shani placed the book on his head. Lin Xiao nodded and laughed, but his companion weapon is quite peculiar. It's actually a brick. Li Yun chuckled. Let's see how the junior performs tomorrow. It's interesting that he chose our admissions department, while others keep their distance. Lin Xiao teased, kindred spirits, weren't you and I like that back then? Ha ha ha, true. As they chatted, they also placed their books over their faces, and the admissions department returned to its calm, unlike the other departments that were bustling with activity. On the other side, Zhao Chen, who was eating, suddenly said, Brother, bye, tomorrow is the freshman competition. You two will definitely place, while I'm just relying on you to get in. Facing the geniuses here, you'll probably be eliminated in the first round. He continued, do you think if I often come in last, I might get expelled from the Imperial Capital University? Zhao Chen was very clear that with his clever talent, especially in the defense category, it was incredibly difficult to achieve a good ranking in the freshman competition. Getting into the university was all thanks to Su-chen. Without him, he might not even be able to attend an ordinary university. Hearing this, Su-chen pondered for a moment and said, didn't you buy that knife? You need to believe in it, it's not an ordinary weapon. As long as you tap into its potential and combine it with your defense, it shouldn't be a problem to take down a few freshmen. Su-chen had also considered Zhao Chen's situation at the Imperial Capital University. Indeed, with his current talent, he was at the bottom there. To enhance his strength, aside from training, he needed to improve his talent. Upgrading Zhao Chen's talent from level to level, or even a level. However, treasures that could enhance talent were extremely rare and hard to obtain. At that time, he could only see if the academy had any available, or if he won the freshman competition, negotiate some terms with the academy. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, Su-chen made sense. He had to explore the potential of that knife after returning. Zhao Chen thought to himself, quickly finished the rice in his bowl, and said, I'll head back first. After saying that, he hurriedly rushed back. Seeing this, Su-chen smiled. Tomorrow is the freshman competition, are you confident? Shin Ruoi turned to look at him. As long as there are credits, I'm confident. Upon hearing this, Shin Ruoi pouted. Su-chen chuckled, if I run into you tomorrow, I won't hold back. Who needs you to hold back? Whether you can beat me is still a question, I know all your skills. Suddenly, Shin Ruoi thought of something and added, but you can't use that explosive skill. Don't worry, I definitely won't use that move. If I blew you up, I'd be heartbroken. Shin Ruoi. The two chatted while eating, then returned to the dormitory. A night without conversation. The next morning, the three arrived at the academy's playground. At this moment, the playground was completely different from yesterday. There were 50 fighting platforms on the vast ground. At that time, several rainbows streaked across the sky, landing precisely on the square. Everyone looked up, and the crowd instantly became as restless as boiling water. Look, the one in the middle is the dean, an 8th realm awakened saint. He can even fly, how enviable. Standing on the high platform of the square, Yuan Tianxiang cleared his throat twice, signaling everyone to be quiet, then spoke. Hello everyone, I am Yuan Tianxiang, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy. First, congratulations on successfully enrolling in the Imperial Capital Academy, but this is just the beginning, so don't get complacent. Every year there will be evaluations, and if your strength does not meet the standards, you will be advised to withdraw. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below elongated their voices and said. After a brief pause, Yuan Tianxiang continued, Next, I will introduce the competition rules. There are 50 fighting platforms here, and we will adopt a free competition format. You only need to defeat one person to advance until the final 10 are determined. As soon as this was said, the people below began to discuss among themselves. They started looking for opponents of similar strength. After all, if you just went up on stage waiting for others to challenge you and encountered some seasoned fighters with much higher strength, wouldn't that be disastrous? Therefore, these people were quite clever, finding opponents of comparable strength to compete with together. That way, it was the fairest and done for. Su Chen, who am I supposed to find? Zhao Chen said with a bitter expression. He knew that as soon as he stepped onto the stage, countless people would rush up to challenge him. A clever talent, isn't it easy to get knocked out? Defeating one person would allow him to advance directly, and basically, defeating 4 would get him into the top 50. Are you stupid? Go find a Blevel Awakener, they would definitely be happy to fight you. This kind of rule is actually really good for you, Su Chen said. Wait a moment, it'll help you find someone. With the encyclopedia around, finding an opponent shouldn't be too difficult, right? Zhao Chen had strong defenses and a very sharp weapon, so he just needed to find an opponent who wasn't fast and didn't have strong attack power. It should be quite easy for Zhao Chen to defeat such an opponent. Alright, then let's get started. Yuan Tianxiang on the stage spoke again. Soon, a holographic projection screen appeared in the air above the playground, exuding a strong sense of technology. Rows of names appeared on it, all of them new students. As long as one person was defeated, a holographic projection would register it and rank accordingly. At this moment, many new students began to stream onto the competition stage, starting the battles. Surrounding the playground, besides the teachers, there were also seniors from various grades. President Qin Ruoi will definitely take first place. Shall bring glory to our student council. Zhang Xiaozhu said with a smile. Hee, I was the one who brought her in. Yi Qing smiled helplessly, her gaze also focused on a graceful figure below. That damn Su Chen actually joined the admissions department. How infuriating. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaozhu gritted her teeth in anger. Yi Qing said, joining any department is someone else's freedom, he should have his own ideas. Zhang Xiaozhu huffed, staring at Su Chen standing next to Qin Ruoi below. In a corner of the audience, 3 people slumped in their chairs were also paying attention to Su Chen. Sai, is that the junior's girlfriend? She's stunning, Li Yun said, munching on popcorn while watching Su Chen talk to Qin Ruoi. Shinny said, drooping his eyelids, if I remember correctly, she came in with the junior. Seems like she's an SS level, light type. Lin Xiao took a big bite of popcorn and said, wow, SS level, just like you. No wonder she's the junior. Shani lazily replied, but I'm more curious why the junior is Glebel, that's really interesting. Li Yun said, I think the brick is more interesting. By the way, it seems we can place bets, Lin Xiao suddenly said. No more talking, both the junior and I have companion weapons, just for that, I have to bet 100 credits on him. Saying this, Lin Xiao stood up, preparing to head to the betting area to place some credits. Hey, remember to bet 100 credits for me too. And me, zzzzzzz. Upon arriving at the betting area, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that Su Chen's odds were actually the highest. The reason was simple, Su Chen was the first Glebel talent in history and no one had high hopes for him. The 2 people with the most bets were none other than the SS level talent Qin Ruoi and the SS level talent Wang Dongshang. At this moment, many others had also come to the betting area, including both seniors and new students. I'm betting on my goddess, Qin Ruoi. I'm betting on my god, Wang Dongsheng. I'm betting on Su Chen, 300 credits. The people around were stunned and turned to look at the source of the voice. Su Chen? I remember he's the one with the Glebel talent, right? Yes. I don't know how he got into the academy, he probably took a shortcut. Wow, this guy must be rich. But he doesn't seem very smart. Betting on Su Chen, he'll probably lose everything, even his underwear. What the heck? This person seems to be from the admissions department. Sure enough, only the admissions department could pull this off. Not only are they weak, but their brains aren't very sharp either. Hey, keep your voice down, that's a senior. If he hears you, he'll come over and give you a hard time. Ha, I'm being so quiet, can he really hear me? Besides, I've heard that the admissions department can't even beat the freshmen. Why should I be afraid of him? I guess you have a point. The murmurs of the crowd certainly didn't escape Lin Xiao's ears, but he said nothing, smiling as he placed his bets before returning to the audience. As soon as he got back, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to say, "Brother Shin, let me tell you, the odds for the junior freshman are the highest. If the junior freshman takes first place, we could earn 2,000 credits. It might even go up later." However, at that moment, Shin Yi was already fast asleep, clearly unable to respond to him. Li Yun was all smiles, watching Su Chen on the playground. "Junior freshman, it's all up to you." Su Chen was completely unaware of all this. He was focused on helping Zhao Chen find a suitable opponent. Scanning the area, Su Chen finally found a suitable candidate. Name: Zhangli Realm. First realm talent, a skill, revitalization attributes, defense 25, stamina 30, strength 15, agility 25, mental power 30. This one will do. Her talent skill is a wood type healing type, so her attack power shouldn't be high, and she's just a bit faster than Zhao Chen, so it should be fine. Su Chen assessed a girl not far away. The girl was also clearly looking for an opponent. She knew her skill was a wood-type healing type and didn't have much attack power. The only reason she got into this academy was that her skill was a wide-area healing skill. On the battlefield, wide-area healing skills can be terrifying. But now, in unknown combat, she was definitely at a disadvantage. To win, she had to find someone similar, another wood-type person, to have a chance. Meanwhile, after hearing Su Chen's explanation, Zhao Chen walked straight towards Zhang Li. "Hello, classmate, I'm a clever Earth-type awakener. How about we have a match?" Zhao Chen asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's eyes lit up. "Clever? Earth-type? Their strength shouldn't be too high, right? With my A-level talent, I should be able to handle this." Immediately, Zhang Li agreed. If she kept looking, everyone might finish their matches before she found an opponent. Hearing this, Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy and then walked with Zhang Li towards a competition stage. Seeing Zhao Chen succeed, Su Chen smiled and then turned to Qin Ruoyi beside him. "Aren't you going to pick an opponent?" Qin Ruoyi shrugged. "They all refused to fight me." Her tone was quite helpless. Su Chen was taken aback, thought for a moment, and realized SS-level talent is already rare. Who would dare challenge someone with SS-level talent? Only those of the same level could fight, but if SS-level talents faced off, one would definitely be eliminated. SS-level talents entering the top 10 or even the top 3 is not a problem. They certainly wouldn't want to be eliminated in the first round. This led to the awkward situation of SS-level talents having no opponents. At this moment, the school officials also noticed this, and Yuan Tianqiong whispered something to a teacher. Then, two teachers came down, one walking towards Wang Dongxing and the other towards Qin Ruoyi. One teacher approached Qin Ruoyi and said, "The dean said that SS-level talents can directly enter the top 10. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoyi nodded. "I really envy you, you get to enter the top 10 directly," Su Chen said with a smile. Qin Ruoyi smiled back. "You should hurry up, he'll be watching you from the stands." Su Chen nodded and walked directly towards a competition stage. "Everyone, is there anyone who wants to fight me? I'm Su Chen with global talent, very weak, just here to go through the motions." As soon as these words were spoken, a crowd was instantly attracted. It was clear that everyone had heard of Su Chen's great name. "I've heard of you. Su Chen, freshman from the admissions department, I want to fight you." "Damn, isn't this an easy way to level up?" "Su Chen, I want to fight you. Fight me, Su Chen, I promise to go easy on you." A large group of people eagerly wanted to challenge Su Chen, vying for this opportunity to advance. In their eyes, as long as they could fight Su Chen, the first round was guaranteed. Su Chen looked at the crowd surrounding him, a barely noticeable smile creeping onto his lips, and said, "Everyone, with so many of you, it's hard for me to choose. How about I suggest something?" "Sure, hurry up and say it." The people around shouted impatiently. Su Chen smiled and said, "Let's hold a small auction. The highest bidder gets the chance to fight me. How about that?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment. They were all students at the prestigious university and their families were relatively well off, so spending some money to advance a round wasn't out of the question. Soon, someone spoke up. "All right, I'll start the bidding at 10,000. Once one person took the lead, everyone began to bid. 10,000? Who do you think you're fooling? I'll bid 50,000. I'll bid 70,000. Watching the price slowly rise, Su Chen's smile was almost reaching his eyes. Meanwhile, in the faculty seating area, several teachers watched this scene with twitching lips. How did it turn into an auction? On stage, Zhao Jiangwo, who knew Su Chen's strength, smiled helplessly. Yuan Tianxiang couldn't help but chuckle. This little guy is quite interesting. Zhao Jiangwo shook his head and laughed. Those people know he has global talent, but they don't know Su Chen is the top student from Yunhai City. All this flashiness, making a mess of a competition. Lu Yu snorted coldly. Hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo frowned slightly and looked at Lu Yu. Is this woman sick? He always felt she was targeting Su Chen at every turn. Did Su Chen mess with you, or did he cheat on your husband? In the academy, Zhao Jiangwo rarely interacted with Lu Yu because he knew a bit about her personality. But ever since Su Chen arrived, she had been targeting him everywhere. It left Zhao Jiangwo speechless, but he didn't want to say anything to her now. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. At this moment, in a corner of the audience, Li Yun looked down and smiled. This junior has our style. Shini yawned and said, not bad, not bad. With him joining us, we might earn credits even faster. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. I feel like those people are not only going to lose money but also get beaten up. They'll lose both the lady and the soldiers. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Xin Ruwei below watched the scene, covering her mouth, unable to help but laugh. Su Chen was really too shameless. And the bidding had already reached 130,000. I'll bid 150,000. Su Chen is mine. No one else can compete. A rough voice rang out, and the surroundings fell silent for a moment. 150,000. That was already very high for them. The ones still bidding were mostly wealthy young masters. Another person shouted, I'll bid 160,000. Do you think you can outbid me? Hearing these shouts, Su Chen was so happy he could hardly contain his smile. He could imagine counting money at home tonight until his hands cramped. I'll bid 165,000. I advise you to think carefully. To be honest, when I'm at home, I have to take a cable car just to go to the bathroom. Ha! Is that all? My housekeeper and security guard broke up because of a long-distance relationship. I'll bid 170,000. Hiss! The people around gasped at the conversation between the two. Taking a cable car to the bathroom? How big is that house? The housekeeper and security guard broke up? My goodness, I can't believe it. I'm scared now. These two are both rich and I can't compete. In the end, amidst a heated argument between the two, Wang Ximing successfully auctioned off the opportunity to battle Su Chen for 200,000. Ha, in the end, I still won. Wang Ximing laughed heartily. The people around sighed. The chance to advance was now out of their reach and they could only look for others. However, before seeking others, they wanted to witness this crushing battle. Congratulations, Brother Wang. Su Chen beamed as he showed him the QR code. Wang Ximing nodded and promptly paid the 200,000. Satellite payment of 200,000 received. Su Chen was very pleased to receive the money and said with a smile, Brother Wang, let's head to that competition stage. Just in time, there's no one there. Alright, quick and decisive. Wang Ximing responded eagerly and the two of them walked up to the competition stage one after the other. Su Chen also noticed that Wang Ximing was an awakened level defensive type. No wonder he spent such a hefty sum to buy the chance to fight him. What a pity. Things didn't go as planned. But considering you paid, I'll go easy on you. Su Chen thought to himself, his smile unable to be suppressed. Looking at Su Chen's smile, Wang Ximing felt a chill for some reason and then said, let's begin. Su Chen nodded and a brick appeared in his hand as he said, you're the customer, you go first. Alright. Wang Ximing shouted, wrapping a rock in his hand and directly punching towards Su Chen. He aimed to knock Su Chen down in one blow so the money wouldn't be wasted. Not only would he advance, but he could also enjoy the thrill of crushing his opponent. Just as Wang Ximing rushed to the center of the stage, a dark red object flew towards him at high speed, and with a bang, he fell to the ground. He was knocked out. This was still under the condition that Su Chen held back, otherwise, the opponent would probably have been finished off. At this moment, the audience fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Even a falling needle could be detected. Everyone stared at the stage, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a rooster egg. 1 second. 2 seconds. Wow! The crowd erupted. Holy crap, Su Chen is such a sly one. No shaking the green lotus. This is so damn ridiculous. Clearly very strong, yet pretending to be weak. How shameless. When Wang Ximing wakes up, he'll probably want to die. Losing 20,000 is one thing, but being knocked down by a brick. Su Chen is so shameless, I love it. Some in the audience were cursing Su Chen, while others cheered for him. Those cursing were the ones who had just participated in the auction, while most of the cheerers were girls. Holy crap, good thing I didn't bid again. The person who had competed with Wang Ximing patted his chest, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. Wang Ximing was quickly carried away, while Su Chen did not leave the stage but smiled and looked around, saying, everyone, who else wants to fight me? I'm a global talent, very weak. Defeating one match only advanced him one round. Su Chen hadn't exhausted much energy in this match, aiming to directly reach the top 10. At this moment, who below would dare to fight him? This person simply disregarded martial ethics. Everyone looked at Su-chun with disdain. Anyone who went up would be a fool. It seemed only those awakened at a level or above could challenge Su-chen. Didn't they see that even the level defensive Wang Ximing was knocked down by a brick? For them, those with level talents, going up would probably just be a gift. Watching the crowd below trembling and not daring to come up, Su-chen felt a bit helpless. His mind automatically played background music. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible alone at the peak. The cold wind keeps blowing. So arrogant just for defeating a level talent? He'll come to challenge you. Before the song in his mind finished, a voice interrupted. Su-chen was quite unhappy about this. He had to teach this person a lesson. Wow! It's Zhang San with level fire talent. As soon as Zhang San stepped onto the stage, someone immediately recognized him. Su-chen's expression tightened as he stared at Zhang San ahead and said, "Then let's begin." Fei. Zhang San had just started to say good when suddenly there was a loud bang. A perfectly square red mark appeared on his face, and with another bang, he fell to the ground. Su-chen picked up the brick from the ground, snorted coldly, and thought, "Let's see you disturb me while I'm listening to music." At this moment, the audience fell into silence. After a long 3 seconds, everyone finally reacted. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Zhang San, with an level talent, just got taken out by a level talent? It seems like a hallucination. I'm pinching myself and it doesn't hurt. Let me try pinching a bit harder. At this moment, the person next to him had twisted his face into a mask of pain. "You're pinching my leg, you idiot." The crowd. This kid is a bit strange. Even Zhang San, and level fire type and a strong attack type, is no match for him. This is so ridiculous. Acting like a pig to eat a tiger. Su-chen is so handsome. That brick hit right in my heart, leaving no room for anyone else. I think you're just infatuated. Su-chen is not as handsome as me? He's definitely more handsome than you. At this moment, the two factions below the competition stage had already started cursing at each other. Meanwhile, Su-chen looked at Zhang San being carried away and his mind began to automatically play Invincible. After one song ended, he didn't see anyone else come on stage, and Su-chen sighed, preparing to step down when he saw a figure striding up to the stage. "Brother Bai, do you remember me? Brother Bai, do you remember me?" Looking at the speaker, Su-chen narrowed his eyes. "Zhou Fan." Zhou Fan smiled and said, "I just saw you on stage. Brother Bai, you really have great style. How about we have a match?" Ever since the last two disciples sent to kill Su-chen died, he had also been placed on their must-kill list. Moreover, they had already figured out each other's skills. It was just a matter of being locked down by a brick and unable to escape. This time, Zhou Fan had already found a solution. It should be reasonable to accidentally kill someone during the match, right? At this moment, the audience cheered again upon seeing Zhou Fan take the stage. It's the S-level Zhou Fan. I heard even the teacher doesn't know what his skills are. He's definitely strong. I don't believe a level can beat an S-level. Me neither. Ignoring the doubts from the audience, Su-chen looked at Zhou Fan and coldly said, "Then let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Su-chen charged towards Zhou Fan first. At that moment, Zhou Fan sneered and muttered something. The next moment, countless Zhou Fans appeared on the competition stage. What the hell? Amazing. Zhou Fan can clone himself. So strong. This time Su-chen is definitely going to lose. Nonsense. My brother Su-chen will never lose. Do you smell that? The crowd erupted at this scene. Countless Zhou Fans on stage simultaneously wore a smile. What will you do now? If you can't find my true self, your skills are useless. A strange look appeared on Su-chen's face. He can clone himself too? He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Zhou Fan Realm. Second realm talent, SS skill. Hand of replication can replicate a person's skills through physical contact. Replicating the next person's skill will overwrite the previous skill. Defense 45, stamina 40, strength 45, agility 45, mental power 105. Hand of replication? That's something. But clearly, having so many clones is just a trick. Only the main body can deal real damage. But do you think I can't find your main body like this? Naive. Too naive. With an encyclopedia at hand, I can find the true body in no time. At this moment, all the Zhou Fans held a sharp sword in their hands, charging towards Su-chen from all directions, and one sword slashed down. At this moment, the people in the audience were overjoyed at the scene. Ha, Su-chen is finished now. With so many Zhou Fans, he's completely confused and doesn't even know who to hit. Su-chen is finally going to lose. This is so satisfying. But it's already impressive that Su-chen made it through 2 rounds. Just as the crowd was discussing, a crisp sound echoed across the competition stage. Everyone looked up and then froze. Oh wow, the head is quite fragile too. There stood Su-chen, balancing a brick in his hand, while Zhou Fan knelt on the ground before him. He looked as if he had donned a mask of pain, clutching his head, blood slowly seeping through his fingers. The numerous clones surrounding him had also vanished. Joe Fan looked up, gritting his teeth, and said, "How could this be? How did you know which one was my real body?" Su Chen smiled and replied, "Just luck." "Luck, my ass." Joe Fan cursed inwardly, fully aware that Su Chen must have other tricks up his sleeve. Damn it! He had to think of another way to deal with Su Chen. With that thought, Joe Fan walked towards the audience. At this moment, the spectators finally reacted. What the hell, this is unscientific. How could a Glevel possibly defeat an S-level talent? And he can even tell which one is the real body. How is that possible? An actor. He must be an actor. It must be the school deliberately promoting Su Chen. Otherwise, how do you explain a Glevel defeating a level, S-level, and S-level opponents consecutively? Yeah, this is unscientific. Are SS-level opponents not even a match for him? The audience kept speculating, drawing the attention of the school leaders seated nearby. At this moment, Lu Ye's face was very dark, staring intently at Su Chen below. Lost in thought, Yuan Tianxiang smiled and asked Zhao Jiangwo, "What is this kid's skill?" It's really surprising. This question shifted all the teachers' gazes to Zhao Jiangwo. Su Chen was recruited by Zhao Jiangwo, so he should know a thing or two. Feeling the surrounding attention, Zhao Jiangwo felt a bit elated and said, "His skill, how should I put it, is probably a type of perception." During the Secret Realm exam, after entering the maze, he relied on this skill to successfully navigate through it. And on the way to the academy, he also sensed the presence of the divine disciples. So, seeing through Zhou Fan's skill shouldn't be too difficult. Plus, his companion weapon seems to have some special properties. It appears to be immobilized when locked on. After watching so many matches, without Su Chen saying anything, Zhao Jiangwo had also noticed the extraordinary nature of the brick. At this moment, Lu Yu listened to him, her eyes flickering slightly. The other teachers nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Chen's Glevel talent. Such talent shouldn't be classified as Glevel. I suspect there was an issue with the awakening stone that day. It's possible, we should retest him another day. Several teachers discussed. Yuan Tianxiang smiled as he looked down at Su Chen. After watching the video from that day, he knew that the kid must have more tricks up his sleeve. Zhao Jiangwo was also uncertain. At this moment, Su Chen walked down from the competition stage amidst cheers and curses. After these 3 battles, hardly anyone dared to challenge him anymore. He couldn't just occupy the spot without contributing, after all. Reluctantly, he had to step down and let others take the fighting position. Now that Su Chen had finished 3 matches, he looked at the light screen on the playground and saw he had made it into the top 100. How was that? Pretty cool, right? Su Chen said to Qin Ruoi. Hearing this, Qin Ruoi rolled her eyes. Just don't get defeated by anyone else, he'll be waiting for you in the finals. Su Chen laughed, I'm going for the championship, how could I possibly lose? Brother bye, I really made it through. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zhao Chen walked over, looking very pleased. He didn't expect that. Relying on his own defense and the sword in his hand, he really defeated Zhangli, who had an A-level talent. Su Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, not bad, not bad. I hope you didn't hurt the girl too badly. Zhao Chen laughed, of course not, I just tore her clothes a bit. Su Chen Qin Ruoi. As time passed, the number of people on the playground gradually decreased, and those remaining in the arena were basically the top 100 competitors. With Su Chen's help, Zhao Chen successfully entered the top 100. However, he knew that defeating another opponent would be very difficult now, because the strength of the top 100 was definitely not to be underestimated. In the previous few battles, he had narrowly defeated his opponents. After resting for a moment, Su Chen was ready to look for his next opponent. However, after what had just happened, many people were afraid to challenge Su Chen. But only the people in this area knew about it, so Su Chen began to walk towards other competition platforms. After walking a bit further, Su Chen saw an empty competition platform and directly stepped up. Is anyone willing to fight me? Su Chen looked around and said. This time he didn't mention his talent, because now that they were in the top 100, who would believe you if you said you were a Glevel? If a Glevel could enter the top 100, that would definitely be a ghost. After changing locations, sure enough, someone came up. Su Chen's gaze unconsciously fell on a certain part of the opponent. So fierce. The girl in front of him not only had a great figure but was also very beautiful. She had a pair of bright, dark eyes and a fair, translucent face, looking somewhat cute. Su Chen felt a bit reluctant. Such a lovely girl, if he hit her with a brick, she would probably cry for a long time. Chun Yuron, S-level talent awakener. She first greeted him politely. Su Chen smiled and replied, Su Chen, level talent awakener. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Yurong was taken aback. Level talent? Is that for real? Upon thinking carefully, it seemed she had vaguely heard of someone with level talent before. Did she just encounter one? Could she level up? Chen Yurong felt a bit happy, but at that moment, someone in the audience recognized Su Chen. Damn, this Su Chen, who doesn't shake the green lotus, actually came here to cheat again. You're on, don't believe Su Chen, he has even defeated S-level ones. Don't be fooled by his innocent face. If that brick hits your face, it will definitely ruin your looks. You're on. The people in the audience shouted in distress. Just imagine, such a delicate and cute face suddenly having a square red mark and blood flowing from the nose. This image would be ruined. And on the stage, Chen Yurong's expression changed upon hearing the voices from below. S-level talent can be defeated with one brick? Slap in the face? Ruin her looks? Chen Yurong swallowed hard, unconsciously taking a few steps back, looking at Su Chen with some fear. At this point, she was already on stage and had introduced herself. According to the rules, she couldn't get off the stage anymore. Getting off would mean admitting defeat. But she still wanted to give it a try, not wanting to concede just like that. Listening to the comments from below, Su Chen shook his head. How could this be called cheating? With so many people present, it was clearly fair and open. He then smiled and looked at her, saying, "Don't worry, they'll go easy on you, they'll try not to hit your face." At that moment, Su Chen's smile, in Chen Yurong's eyes, seemed like the devil's grin, making her heart tremble. Even S-level talent couldn't withstand his brick. Moreover, she was just S-level water type. Hoping to defeat the person in front of her seemed bleak. But she didn't want to admit defeat. It was hard to reach the top 100. The freshman competition was a time to showcase her strength. Conceding before the fight even started would likely become a topic of gossip among the new students. In fact, she was overthinking it. With such a lovely face, she had already become a topic of conversation among the new students. Well, let's get started. Amidst the crowd's encouragement from below, Chen Yurong decided to go head-to-head with Su Chen. Alright, but be careful. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, he raised the brick and charged fiercely towards Chen Yurong. Sister Yurong, be careful. Watch out for his brick, it can control people. Hearing the voices from the audience, Chen Yurong reacted quickly, a chilling aura emanating from her as she began to gather a massive water ball around her. However, unfortunately, her skill required charging. Just as Chen Yurong was about to launch the water ball at Su Chen, she suddenly found herself unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the brick came crashing down towards her. She could already imagine that if this brick hit her face, it might really ruin her looks. What woman doesn't care about her appearance? So, at that moment, she panicked and wanted to concede. But she found that she couldn't even open her mouth. Her eyes began to redden with anxiety. The spectators on the competition stage also felt a bit uncomfortable, secretly cursing Su Chen. This heartless guy dared to crush a flower. It was like a triple jump in a toilet over the filth. Bang! Without a doubt, accompanied by a dull thud, the brick fell. However, this time Su Chen didn't hit her face but struck her head instead, and he only used half of his strength. But even that half was enough to cause a bump to form on Chen Yurong's head. At this moment, Chen Yurong's eyes were bloodshot, holding her head, and one could only imagine the pain. I lost. After saying this with a slight choke, Chen Yurong quickly ran off the competition stage, fearing that if she stayed even a second longer, she would burst into tears. It hurt too much. At that moment, many men and women gathered around her. Such a cute girl even made them feel sorry. Sister Yurong, are you okay? Let me rub it for you. Yeah, just rub it, and it'll be fine. That damn Su Chen, how could he lay a hand on such a lovely girl? Exactly, he really doesn't know how to cherish flowers and jade. But thankfully, it didn't hit her face. One's murderous intent cannot be hidden. Under the gaze of the crowd filled with hostility, Su Chen calmly walked off the competition stage, ready to find his next opponent. Thus, Su Chen wandered around the entire playground, fighting a match in the upper left corner, then another in the lower right corner. Eventually, he successfully made it into the top 10. And Su Chen's reputation became known throughout the school. He was dubbed the ruthless killer, the heartless one. No martial ethics. But this was only a title among the male students. Among the female classmates, Su Chen was their dream lover. Handsome and strong, who wouldn't like him? As for those nicknames, Su Chen seemed to be oblivious, leaning against the wall with a smile. Martial ethics? What is that? As long as I have no martial ethics, you can't kidnap me. He then looked at his system panel. Time to check today's results. How many people had he subdued with virtue? Su Chen glanced at the system, but the skill points gained from fighting were just too few. After just a few matches, most were one-brick knockouts, so there weren't many skill points or proficiency. Killing was still the fastest way. Zhao Chen walked over and said, Su Chen, as expected, I still lost. I can only stop at the top 100. Xin Ruoi beside Su Chen said, being in the top 100 is already impressive, surpassing over 90% of the new students. Su Chen nodded repeatedly, yeah, that's really good. Hearing this, Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and laughed. Yeah, as a clever talent, I've already surpassed 90% of the new students. Haha, looks like I'm a genius too. Su Chen smiled, then looked at Qin Ruoyi and said, I've made it into the top 10, so I might face you in the next match. Then you're doomed, Qin Ruoyi said, raising her head proudly. I will definitely make you pick up your teeth from the ground. Su Chen laughed. Ha, I look forward to it. Students, since the top 10 have been determined, let's take a break to prepare for the afternoon's competition, Yuan Tianxiong announced loudly from the stage. Upon hearing this, the students at the scene slowly dispersed. Replenishing their energy was a priority before watching the upcoming matches. Let's go grab something to eat, Su Chen suggested. The other two nodded, and the three of them headed towards the academy's supermarket. It was still a while until noon, and they weren't very hungry, so they planned to buy some snacks to pass the time. Before long, the three of them emerged from the supermarket, arms full of snacks of various sizes. Su Chen grinned and said, "Thanks to the great school beauty Qin for treating us." Zhao Chen quickly added, "The stuff that the great school beauty Qin treats us to is delicious and free." Qin Ruoi. Zhao Chen then pondered aloud, "By the way, snacks are really expensive these days." "Yeah. How much could you buy for $1 back then?" Su Chen agreed, nodding, "Not anymore, now they have surveillance." Zhao Chen. Qin Ruoi. The three of them then sat down in the cafeteria with their snacks and started eating. "Damn it, can you even carry a bowl? Are you blind?" Suddenly, a furious shout echoed throughout the cafeteria. Following the sound of the shout, they saw a cafeteria lady in a white uniform frantically cleaning up broken bowls on the floor. It seemed that leftover noodles from a student had accidentally fallen to the ground and splashed onto the feet of a nearby red-haired male student. The cafeteria lady hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Is an apology enough? Do you know how much my brother's Chelsea shoes cost?" said the red-haired student's lackey. From the looks of it, these guys were the school bullies. Su Chen was also confused. He didn't expect there were such people at the Imperial Capital Academy. Although he disapproved, he didn't want to get involved. The cafeteria lady, in a panic, pulled out a few red bills from her pocket and said, I will compensate you." The red-haired boy with a slanted fringe, not letting up, said, "This little bit of money? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? These shoes cost at least 30,000. 30,000? Wasn't it just a dirty shoe? Did it really require full compensation? A few $100 should be enough to clean it, right? Wasn't this extortion?" Some freshmen around them were secretly cursing the red-haired boy. After all, he looked like an upperclassman, and they, as freshmen, could only see it in silence. At this moment, when the cafeteria lady heard it would cost 30,000, her expression changed slightly. She only earned 15,000 a month, and now they wanted her to pay 30,000? Though reluctant, the cafeteria lady ultimately decided to compensate him, as if she were reported. She might lose her job. This was the cafeteria of the Imperial Capital Academy, so the salary was high. If she worked in an outside cafeteria, it might only be around 5,000. Just as the cafeteria lady trembled and took out her phone, Qin Rui seemed unable to watch any longer and wanted to stand up. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly said, Hey, Qin Rui, let us men handle this." Seeing Qin Rui wanting to intervene, Su Chen certainly couldn't just sit by, mainly because the other party was a 4-realm S-level opponent, and even he might not be able to take them on, let alone Qin Rui. No wonder the other party was so arrogant. It turned out to be a 4-realm S-level awakener. Zhao Chen also rolled up his sleeves, looking furious as he said, People like this need to be taught a lesson. Bullying the weak, I can't stand Zhao Chen the most." The two then walked straight towards the red-haired man. Su Chen stood in front of the red-haired man, nostrils flaring, and said, "You're Wu Gu, right?" Wu Fei looked Su Chen up and down, not recognizing him, and arrogantly replied, "It's me. What do you want, kid? Trying to meddle?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and raised an eyebrow, saying, "How about this? Give me some face, and let's just drop this matter." Upon hearing this, Wu Fei and his lackeys laughed. "Ha, face? Do you even have face?" They had never seen this person in the academy, and he was talking about face? "You can check. My name is Su Chen. You can look up my strength and reputation. See if I have any face." At this, Wu Fei was taken aback, looking at the other's extremely confident face, and began to hesitate. Could it be that some big shot had come to the academy? He squinted his eyes, releasing a violent aura, but Su Chen remained unfazed. Wu Fei squinted again, sizing up Su Chen, and nodded, "All right, they'll believe you this once." With that, Wu Fei led a few of his lackeys out of the cafeteria. "Go find out what kind of person this Su Chen is," Wu Fei said to a nearby lackey. "Got it, boss." Inside the cafeteria lady kept thanking Su Chen. "Thank you, young man." Su Chen smiled and said, "Haha, no need to thank me, it's the least I could do. Brother Bai, you really have some skills. Just now, with that look of yours, it seemed like you really had some connections out there, directly intimidating the other party." Zhao Chen gave a thumbs up. Su Chen smiled, "A gentleman uses words, not fists. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't make a move." In reality, he didn't dare to fight. If it came to that, he would have to use skills, but he had a competition in the afternoon, and his skills wouldn't cool down that quickly, so he could only do it this way. Qin Ruoi said softly, by the way, do you really have a reputation? Su Chen. Time slowly passed and soon it was noon. The three of them headed towards the playground again, preparing for the finals. Meanwhile, on a rooftop of the academy, Wu Fei stood at the edge, hands behind his back, looking down at the playground with a condescending gaze. At that moment, one of his lackeys ran over to report, Wu Go, we found out he's a freshman, not a big deal at all. Wu Go, we found out he's a freshman, not a big deal at all. Hearing this, Wu Fei's expression darkened. Damn it, kid, you're quite bold to mess with me. Where is he now? Probably participating in the freshman competition. Wu Fei nodded, looking towards the playground, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In the academy, there weren't many who dared to oppose him, let alone freshmen. Now, just as the school year started, a freshman dared to mess with him? Very well, it had been a long time since anything this interesting happened. Meanwhile, Su Chen on the playground was completely unaware, still waiting for the finals to begin. Before long, finally, Yuan Tinxiang spoke. We have finally arrived at the long-awaited finals stage. This stage will use a draw system for unknown matches until the final winner is determined, and the title of freshman champion is awarded. Clap clap clap, the freshmen below cheered and applauded. Although they had all been eliminated, they were still eager to see who would ultimately become the freshman champion. At this moment, the light screen above the playground began to spin, displaying the names of 10 participants, spinning wildly like a lottery. Finally, it stopped, successfully matching the opponents of the 10. Su Chen and Qin Ruoi glanced at their respective opponents, then exchanged confident smiles as they walked towards their respective competition platforms. The contestants who made it to the top 10 were basically all S-level or higher talent, and Su Chen's opponent was an S-level. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman. Name, Lu Qingyu Realm, 2nd Realm talent, SS skill, come out defense 40, stamina 45, strength 45, agility 50, mental power 115. A summoning talent? Su Chen was slightly surprised. The last summoner he encountered was that 5th Realm Divine Disciple. Lu Qingyue looked at Su Chen with a wary expression. She had certainly heard of the terrifying methods: 1 brick disfigures, 2 bricks lay flat, 3 bricks send to the coffin. Seeing her expression, Su Chen smiled and said, classmate, don't be so scared, I'm very gentle. Upon hearing this, the audience below all looked disdainful, cursing Su Chen for being shameless. Especially Wang Ximing, who had just woken up, was the most vocal in his complaints. When he woke up, he heard he had lost and paid 200,000, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood, fainting again. It wasn't until the finals that he finally woke up, a fire burning in his belly. The referee lightly cleared his throat and looked at the two, saying, are you ready? Su Chen Lu Qingyue nodded, and upon seeing this, the referee gave the command. The match began. Almost simultaneously, Lu Qingyue directly cast her skill, come out. As her words fell, a magic circle rose from the ground, and in an instant, a snow leopard appeared on the competition stage. The summoned beasts were generally consistent with the realm of the awakened. This made summoners quite difficult to deal with. After all, it was 2 against 1. Roar! The snow leopard roared angrily at Su Chen and charged towards him. The snow leopard excelled in speed, darting towards Su Chen like a shadow. Shut up, snow leopard! Su Chen shouted, swinging the brick and throwing it at the snow leopard. Bang! With a crisp sound, the snow leopard's voice abruptly stopped, its limbs stiffening as it lay on the competition stage. Ding! Skill points from the snow leopard 200, brick proficiency 100. Damn! Hearing the system's voice, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. This was a great opportunity to farm skill points. He never expected that one day he could farm skill points without leaving the city or entering a secret realm. At this moment, Lu Qingyue appeared to him like a money tree. Seeing this, Lu Qingyue's expression stiffened, but she did not panic and used her skill again. Come out! Roar! This time, a golden-scaled lion was summoned, not only large in size but also extremely fast, with powerful muscles. The moment it appeared, it charged towards Su Chen, and this time Lu Qingyue also rushed at Su Chen from another direction. A pincer attack, trying to take down Su Chen in one move. But how could Su Chen let her have her way? First, he smashed the golden-scaled lion with a brick, then quickly turned to block Lu Qingyue's attack. Ding! Skill points from the golden-scaled lion 200, brick proficiency 100. Clang! A cold light flashed, and the immense force made Su Chen stagger back repeatedly. Fortunately, this brick was hard enough to withstand a sword strike without breaking. Su Chen's brick is too disgusting, it remains intact even after a sword strike. Moreover, being hit by the brick is unavoidable, it's too outrageous. Is this the power of a companion weapon? The surrounding audience secretly clicked their tongues, feeling worried for Lu Qingyue. In their hearts, Su Chen was shameless, but his strength was undeniable. Damn! The summoned beasts can't withstand even one of his bricks. Lu Qingyue's expression was quite grim. The pressure Su Chen put on her was too great. No matter what beast she summoned, it was just a brick for Su Chen. She was frantically thinking of countermeasures, while Su Chen was overjoyed, hoping she would summon more beasts. To encourage her to summon more beasts, Su Chen charged at her again, releasing a frenzied aura, wanting to make her feel a sense of crisis and summon more beasts. Seeing this, Lu Qingyue was startled and hurriedly summoned a beast. "Come out!" Roar! A fierce crimson flame tiger appeared, just ready to attack Su Chen. Bang! With a sound, the crimson flame tiger was done for. Ding! Skill points 200 from the crimson flame tiger, brick proficiency 100. At this moment, Lu Qingyue understood that a strange beast posed no real threat to her. Gritting her teeth, she frantically channeled her mental energy and began to summon the beasts. "Come out! Come out! Come out!" In an instant, countless bizarre creatures appeared on the stage, leaving the audience below stunned. Damn, Goddess Qingyue is amazing. Now, let's see how Su Chen deals with this. But this must be a huge drain on her mental energy. At this moment, Lu Qingyue on stage was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, her collar seemingly soaked through, indicating the toll it was taking on her. Su Chen, however, was overjoyed, his eyes shining with excitement at the sight of so many skill points. Lu Qingyue was simply his benefactor. He had to make the most of this. With that thought, he swung the brick and charged towards the beast horde. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyue, due to her excessive exhaustion, found it hard to participate in the battle and could only rely on this small horde of beasts to defeat Su Chen. Clang! Clang! Bang! Thud! Each beast had a different physique, so the sounds made when the brick struck their foreheads varied. To Su Chen's ears, it sounded like the most delightful music in the world, utterly wonderful. However, to Lu Qingyue and the others, it was the damn toll of death. The audience watched Su Chen slaughtering the strange beasts on the competition stage, already numb. No way? How could so many ferocious beasts be as easy to handle as chopping vegetables in his hands? They could only describe Su Chen with one phrase: terrifyingly so. At this moment, Su Chen was enjoying that beautiful sound, along with the sound of skill points being credited. Ding! Skill points 200 from the Gale Two-Headed Wolf, brick proficiency 100. Ding! Skill points 200 from the Crimson Flame Tiger, brick proficiency 100. Ding! Skill points 200 from the Giant Feather Chicken, brick proficiency 100. Ding! However, just as Su Chen was having a great time, it suddenly stopped. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Qingyue, who shivered at the sight of his eyes. She quickly continued to summon, "Come out! Come out! Come out!" But this time, it was clear she was nearing her limit. By the time she uttered the last words, she was almost exhausted. 3 beasts were decent enough. Su Chen smirked and quickly dealt with them. Hee, another 600 skill points credited. Su Chen was quite pleased. He then looked back at Lu Qingyue and kindly asked, "Classmate Lu, can you continue?" At this point, Lu Qingyue was already slumped on the ground, dizzy and nearly drained of her mental energy, unable to withstand Su Chen's relentless assault any longer. However, Su Chen's words felt like a provocation to her. What she could tolerate, she could not. Even if she lost, she would use her last bit of strength. She gritted her teeth and slowly squeezed out the last of her mental energy. "See, come out." Gaggle. Upon seeing the creature that emerged, everyone present was stunned. A chicken? Seeing what she had summoned, Lu Qingyue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, suddenly feeling darkness envelop her, and she fainted. All her remaining mental energy had been completely drained by Su Chen. Not a drop left. She vowed in her heart never to encounter Su Chen again. Su Chen saw a chicken, was momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward and casually killed it. Ding! Skill points 50 from Koan, brick proficiency 25 Sai. It really wasn't a strange beast, and the skill points gained were minimal. Su Chen sighed, intending to have Lu Qingyue continue summoning, only to find she had already fainted. Su Chen was stunned. "I can't believe it. Su Chen is simply inhuman. He made Lu Qingyue completely exhausted. I feel so sorry for my Qingyue. It must be really painful to faint from mental exhaustion. Su Chen is impressive. He didn't even touch Lu Qingyue and still defeated her. So strong." The students below were discussing, feeling pity for Lu Qingyue, who encountered the disaster that is Su Chen in the first round. "Referee, announced the result," Su Chen said to the referee beside him. The referee was also stunned, and only after hearing Su Chen's words did he come back to his senses. "Let's congratulate Su Chen on his victory, advancing to the top 5. Clap, clap, clap." After a round of applause, a stretcher carried Lu Qingyue off the competition stage. Su Chen looked on innocently, as if this had nothing to do with him. Indeed, he hadn't even touched a single hair of Lu Qingyue and had defeated her. This was truly unprecedented. Yet the people below looked at him with disdain. They wished they could tear Su Chen to shreds. After jumping off the competition stage, Zhao Chen approached him, looking very admiring. "Su Chen, you're just too strong. You took down so many exotic beasts all by yourself. How did you do it?" Su Chen replied seriously, as Confucius said, "Reviewing the old and learning the new, one can be a teacher." Hearing this, Zhao Chen was puzzled. What does that mean? Su Chen explained with righteous fervor. Frequently fighting allows one to gain new understanding and insights. With this, one can act as a teacher all on their own. Zhao Chen suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up. I see. That's profound. Suddenly, at another competition stage, a flash of golden light illuminated the area, causing an uproar in the crowd. Goddess Qin is amazing. So strong. Let's congratulate Qin Ruoyi on her victory, advancing to the top 5. Clap 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 after another round of applause. Qin Ruoyi also successfully advanced and walked off the competition stage. Su Chen laughed and said to her, "Congratulations on advancing." Qin Ruoyi smiled sweetly, "You too." After a while, all the contestants had determined their wins and losses, and the list of the top 5 was officially announced. Su Chen, level talent, second realm. Qin Ruoyi, SS level talent, second realm. Wang Dongsheng, SS level talent, second realm. Lin Pingji, S level talent, second realm. Bai Yuntao, S level talent, second realm. Yuan Tianxiong said with a happy expression. Next is the top 5 segment. Since there are 5 people, one will have a bye. They will directly advance to the next round. Let's start the draw. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 names on the light screen in the playground began to spin wildly, and everyone's eyes were glued to the 5 names above. The atmosphere was tense. After all, one person could get a bye. What does that mean? A bye means you directly enter the top 3. Finally, the names on the light screen stopped. Everyone looked at the name that had a bye on the screen, some in shock. What the heck? Su Chen gets a bye? Could it be that a global talent can really enter the top 3 and maybe even win the championship? Damn! Do you still believe he's global talent? He must be pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. How can someone this strong be called global talent? This is shady. There must be something fishy going on. Su Chen's luck is just too good. Voices of doubt arose from the audience and the new students. Yuan Tianxiong, seated among the school officials, smiled faintly at this scene and looked at Su Chen from afar, saying, "Su Chen, do you have anything to say?" Upon hearing the dean speak, everyone around fell silent, looking at Su Chen, eager to see what he would say. A referee also thoughtfully handed Su Chen a microphone. "I think luck is also a part of strength." Su Chen smiled and said, "There's a saying that goes, the higher the looks, the greater the luck." Yuan Tianxiong nodded. The first part makes sense. Who said the second part? Su Chen. I did. Yuan Tianxiong. The crowd. Damn. Su Chen really doesn't give a damn. He's quite handsome, but what a mouth he has. Dean, hurry up and move on to the next segment. I don't want to see him anymore. Damn, I'm dying of laughter. As expected of a junior. He's better than us. This time we're definitely going to make a fortune. The one running the betting is probably going to cry later. Ha ha ha. In a corner of the audience, Shen Yi, Li Yun, and Lin Xiao were laughing so hard they were nearly rolling on the floor. Fortunately, they were sitting in a secluded spot with few people around, otherwise, they would definitely be called crazy. At this moment, Yuan Tianxiong, seated among the school officials, heard the loud curses from below, his mouth twitching slightly. He cleared his throat twice, signaling for everyone to be quiet. And once the noise subsided, he spoke, "Then let's move on to the next stage. Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 4, except for Su Chen, each walked towards their respective competition platforms. Su Chen found a chair and slumped down next to Qin Ruoyi's competition platform, ready to watch the match. Qin Ruoyi's opponent was an S-level lightning-type awakener, Lin Pingji. The battle between the two started off extremely intense, and Su Chen provided commentary from the sidelines, leaving those around him stunned. "Hey, Lin Pingji, use your sword technique to cut her. Quick, use electricity, zap her. By the way, is your electricity direct current or alternating current?" The crowd. Qin Ruoyi. Lin Pingji. Meanwhile, Su Chen continued to chatter away. Lin Pingji, unable to endure any longer, roared, "Is high voltage good enough? You better shut up." But it was this very shout that allowed Qin Ruoyi to seize the opportunity and unleash her ultimate move, Holy Light. The competition platform was only so big, and Qin Ruoyi's move covered the entire area. Boom! A blinding golden light flashed, and Lin Pingji was sent rolling off the platform like a cannonball. This round, Qin Ruoyi wins. Lin Pingji, getting up in a disheveled state, shouted, "Damn it, I'm not convinced. It was Su Chen who interfered with my fight." Hearing this, the referee calmly replied, "Su Chen did not violate any rules. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for lacking skill and not being able to ignore outside distractions. Losing is losing. What does that show? Young man, you still need to practice." Upon hearing this, Lin Pingji had no choice but to give up, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. In reality, he knew that even without Su Chen's interference, his chances of defeating the S-level talent Qin Ruoyi were slim. He just couldn't swallow that pride. After Qin Ruoyi got off the stage, she saw Su Chen smiling and said, "So, with my help, you won quickly, right?" Shin Rui rolled her eyes. You just told him to zap me. Su-chen laughed heartily. Do you understand tactics? That was just a tactic. At this moment, on the other side of the playground, in the audience, Su-chen is really shameless, Zhang Xiaozhu said, pouting. Yi Qing looked at Su-chen in the distance, pondering, but he still hasn't shown any other skills. That explosion the other day and the one that appeared after death, what skill was that? Yi Qing was very curious. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaozhu nodded in agreement, then huffed, when he faces Qin Rui later, he'll have to show his trump card. Her words reflected her strong belief in Qin Rui's strength. After all, she was the one who personally recruited this S-level talent. How could she not believe in her? Yi Qing looked at the light screen on the playground and said, alright, it's time to draw lots again. One person will be left out. Zhang Xiaozhu felt a bit nervous. I hope it's not Su-chen. Not just Zhang Xiaozhu, everyone in the arena hoped that the person left out this time wouldn't be Su-chen. They all clenched their fists, more anxious than the person involved. Finally, the light screen stopped, and everyone let out a sigh of relief as the final list was revealed. Su-chen vs Wang Dongxing. Qin Rui has a bye. Fortunately, it's not Su-chen, it's our goddess Qin. Haha, let Su-chen settle for third place. Brother Wang, give Su-chen a good lesson, he's too arrogant. You're right, it's time to dampen his spirits. These people were quite excited, seeing that it wasn't Su-chen, they were practically ready to cheer. Su-chen glanced at Qin Rui. Looks like your looks aren't bad either. Of course, you better not lose to him, Qin Rui said proudly. Su-chen smiled slightly and stepped onto the competition stage with a swift stride. Wang Dongxing raised an eyebrow at Su-chen. A smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Kid, I've heard your brick has some weight to it, let me give it a try. Don't worry, you'll find out, Su-chen replied with a smile. The opponent was a man, and Su-chen didn't want to say much, preparing to resolve the situation with lightning speed. At this moment, the referee looked at both sides and asked, are you ready? Su-chen, no problem. Wang Dongxing, yes. Bang! With the referee's command, the match began. At this moment, Su-chen did not take the initiative, and Wang Dongxing was also watching Su-chen with a wary expression. Although he hadn't seen him before, he had heard that being hit by Su-chen's brick would render one unable to move. Su-chen suddenly smiled and asked, by the way, have you eaten? Hearing this, Wang Dongxing was a bit confused. Although he was cautious of his opponent, he still replied, no. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Su-chen throw up the brick and smash it directly at him. Then eat my brick. Wang Dongxing's pupils constricted, and by the time he wanted to activate his skill, it was already too late. As Su-chen's attack landed, bang! With a dull sound, Wang Dongxing felt stars in his eyes, the world spinning around him. Seeing that his opponent hadn't fallen yet, Su-chen's hands moved quickly, delivering 2 more strikes. Bang! Still not down? No wonder he's an SS-level awakener, quite resilient. Bang! After this hit, Wang Dongxing finally couldn't stand anymore. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed on the competition stage. You motherfucker, are you cheating? This was the last thing he said before losing consciousness. Su-chen smiled slightly, an SS-level awakener, just so-so. At this moment, the audience fell silent, completely stunned. What? An SS-level talent was also taken out in an instant? Are you sure he wasn't cheating? They were all waiting for Su-chen to be beaten up, and what happened? Wang Dongxing was directly eliminated. After 3 seconds of silence, the crowd erupted. Wow, Su-chen is so cool, that last line just so-so was too cool. It really struck a chord with me. Su-chen, number 1 in the world, Su-chen, who can rival him? At this moment, a female classmate with a big bump on her head looked at Su-chen with a wave of emotions. It turned out that when he fought me, he really held back, he must be too gentle with girls. On the competition stage, Su-chen was quite satisfied with the attention he was receiving, feeling that he had successfully played the role. How many girls would now fall for him? At this time, the teachers sitting in the school's VIP seats were also quite shocked. In front of Su-chen, even an SS-level awakener didn't have a chance to fight back? Is this really his true strength? Yuan Tianxiong, sitting in the main seat, admired Su-chen's performance, his face beaming with a smile. He was very happy that such a strong student could enter the Imperial Capital Academy. However, Lu Yu looked at Su-chen, who was grinning below, with a furrowed brow and said, Wang Dongxing is at least an SS-level awakener, and now he hasn't even used his skills. I think Wang Dongxing should be allowed to use his skills to determine the outcome. Yuan Tianxiong glanced at him and said, will the enemy give you a chance to use your skills on the battlefield? Hearing this, the other teachers nodded in agreement. On the battlefield, it was a fight to the death. Do you think saying let me use my skills first will give you time? That's impossible. Who would give you time to use your skills? On the battlefield, every second is a matter of life and death. If you take the time to cast a skill, you are essentially handing over your life. Yuan Tianxiang actually admired Su Chen's tactics. Su Chen first attracted the opponent's attention with words, then took advantage of their unpreparedness to strike with lightning speed, knocking them down. This undoubtedly showcased his exceptional talent and great wisdom. At this moment, Wang Dongxing on the competition stage was carried away on a stretcher, and the referee announced Su Chen's victory. So, the next match would be between Qin Ruoyi and Su Chen. Wow! The crowd was electrified. As an SS-level player from the light faction, Qin Ruoyi was definitely much stronger. Since Wang Dongxing couldn't defeat Su Chen, Qin Ruoyi surely could. Go, Qin Ruoyi! Defeat Su Chen! Su Chen is leaking oil, defeated by Qin Ruoyi. Brother Su Chen, go for it! Brother Su Chen, be gentle, don't hit her face. The audience erupted in cheers. This was the final match that would determine the top freshman, and all the teachers and students present focused their attention here, with cheers louder than any previous match. On the competition stage, Qin Ruoyi calmly looked at her opponent. Although Wang Dongxing had just been taken out in a second, that didn't mean she would be afraid. Su Chen smiled slightly. At this moment, the referee looked at the two and said, "Are you ready?" Su Chen, "I'm ready." Qin Ruoyi nodded. Seeing this, the referee raised the starting gun, bang. The sound of the gunshot echoed throughout the venue, signaling the start of the match. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ruoyi immediately unleashed her skill, and golden wings sprouted from her back, bathing in golden light, soaring into the sky like an angel. She knew she couldn't give Su Chen a chance to hit her. Otherwise, she would definitely fall into his rhythm. Su Chen looked at her wings, utterly confused. When did she learn to fly? He immediately pulled up her attribute panel. Name, Qin Ruoyi Realm, Second Realm Talent, SSS Skills, Holy Light, Angel Wings Defense 50, Stamina 50, Strength 50, Agility 55, Mental Power 130. Su Chen was secretly shocked. Her attributes were almost on par with his, and she had an extra skill. What the hell? Can your skills mutate too? Qin Ruoyi in the air smiled slightly. Su Chen was secretly astonished. He had just been joking, not expecting Qin Ruoyi's skill to actually mutate. But the next moment, a sharp beam of golden light shot directly at Su Chen. Su Chen was startled and quickly dodged. Now that the opponent was in the air, it seemed Su Chen really had a hard time striking. But let's not forget, as long as his brick locked onto a target, it was 100% hit. This was also why Su Chen could accurately hit his enemies every time he threw a brick. A slight smirk appeared on Su Chen's lips as he found the right moment, leaned back, and then hurled it towards the sky. At the same time, Qin Ruoyi suddenly found herself unable to move, but she wasn't worried because she was flying high enough. She didn't believe a brick could fly that high to hit her, and even if it could fly that high, it seemed Su Chen's brick was thrown off course. However, in the next second, the brick in the air actually turned around on its own. The target was clear. Qin Ruoyi. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as the brick hit her right on the backside. Qin Ruoyi's face instantly turned red, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. Meanwhile, everyone watching around them looked stunned. What the heck? A brick can fly this high? Does this brick have a navigation system? It turned by itself? This is unscientific. It violates the laws of physics. Newton's coffin board can't hold this down. He even hit Goddess Qin's backside. It's not clean anymore. Ah! A howl of despair erupted around, filled with pain. Su Chen caught the falling brick from the air, a slight smirk on his lips. Laws of physics, I'm sorry, but that won't work on me. As for hitting Qin Ruoyi's backside, that really had nothing to do with him. It was probably just that this brick had its own ideas. Su Chen had a 5-second cooldown, which Qin Ruoyi was aware of course, as Zhao Chen had told her. If Su Chen knew, he would definitely give Zhao Chen a hard time, damn it, prioritizing romance over friendship. At this moment, Qin Ruoyi seized the opportunity during Su Chen's skill cooldown and unleashed her strongest move. Holy light! She raised her long sword high, golden light continuously pouring in around her, as if another sun had appeared in the sky. It was blinding. Everyone shielded their eyes with their hands, peeking through the gaps between their fingers. This move covered the entire arena. Su Chen had no way to dodge. However, Su Chen was completely unfazed. At this moment, bathed in golden light, Qin Ruoyi swung her sword downward. Boom! A golden crescent slash, accompanied by a sonic boom, sliced through the air. Those watching were taken aback. If it were them on the stage, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Such a powerful strike, and many were worried for Su Chen. It was clear that if he couldn't take this hit, it could be life-threatening. The referee also took 2 steps forward, ready to intervene, because he didn't believe Su Chen could withstand this blow. But then, he seemed to hear something, his expression changed, and he retreated. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden crescent slash struck the arena, the deafening sound echoing throughout the academy. In an instant, dust and debris flew everywhere, and the scene was chaotic. It was impossible to see if Su Chen was okay. Meanwhile, Yuan Tianxiong, seated in the official area, squinted his eyes towards Su Chen, a smile creeping onto his lips. This was interesting. He finally understood the secret of why Su-chen had appeared at the warehouse door after clearly exploding that day. As the long seconds passed, the dust began to slowly settle. Everyone's hearts were tense. The moment of deciding victory or defeat might be right now. If Su-chen was unharmed after the strike, it would be difficult for Qin Ruoye to win. Hovering in the air, Qin Ruoye's beautiful eyes were also fixed below. Finally, as the dust cleared, a figure slowly emerged into view. There stood Su-chen at the edge of the arena. Aside from his tattered clothes, he seemed to be completely unscathed. How is that possible? Everyone was astonished. They hadn't seen Su-chen use any defensive skills. How could he be completely fine? They couldn't see clearly due to their lack of strength, but Yuan Tianxiong, a powerful 8th realm expert, could see everything clearly. Time rewound to a minute earlier. Just as the golden crescent slash was about to reach Su-chen, he quickly used a skill. I have a friend. In an instant, a figure appeared before him, and Su-chen used another version of himself as a shield. Although there was a human shield in front, the impact was still tremendous, nearly sending him off the arena. The Su-chen used as a shield was directly blasted to a bloody pulp, suffering greatly, prompting Su-chen to cancel the skill. As for why he didn't use 50-50, it was because Su-chen hadn't forgotten that there would be a segment where senior students challenged the top freshmen. If he used it now, would he really let the academy have its way and be taught a lesson by the seniors? Sharpen his edge? Su-chen certainly wouldn't let that happen. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Qin Ruoye in the sky was also quite surprised. She had thought the opponent could withstand this move, but she didn't expect it to be so easy, even without a scratch. Slap! Just as Qin Ruoye was lost in thought, a pleasant sound rang out, and she felt a sharp pain in her backside. Her face flushed red, gritting her teeth. Bye! With that, she continuously swung her long sword, sending waves of golden light slashing towards Su-chen. However, Su-chen was like a butterfly, dodging every time with precision. It was as if he passed through a sea of flowers without a single petal touching him. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Su-chen said with a bitter smile while dodging. It's this brick that's being unruly. What Su-chen said was the truth. He had just tossed it casually into the air, and it ended up aiming straight for someone's backside. Su-chen felt quite helpless about this. Damn it! This Su-chen is too shameless. Exactly, with so many people around, how can he openly do such a thing? My goddess Qin, how could he even do that? Whoa, I want to try it too. Su-chen's actions sparked a wave of curses from the crowd, but he remained indifferent. While continuously dodging Qin Ruoye's attacks, he saw that his cooldown was over and looked at Qin Ruoye, saying, I'm about to make my move. Where it lands is really not something I can control. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoye paused her attack, her face turning crimson. With so many people around, getting hit on the backside by a brick, it was truly too embarrassing, and it still hurt a bit. She gritted her teeth and shot a glare at Su-chen, then stopped her attack, saying, I concede. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted like a bomb dropped into water. What the heck? Did I hear that right? Goddess Qin actually conceded directly. Sigh, I can't believe Su-chen, this unrefined guy, actually won the championship. Quick, take down the previous so-called prophet. My brother Su-chen is still the best. Sisters, cheer up. Su-chen, number 1 in the world. Instant kill everything. Only you reign supreme. Listening to the voices from the audience, Su-chen's mouth twitched. It was so awkward. Let's congratulate Su-chen for winning the championship of this new student competition, and also for being the top freshman of this session. Clap, clap, clap. With the referee's announcement, a thunderous applause echoed across the playground. Although some people didn't have a good impression of Su-chen, they still greatly admired his strength. At this moment, in a corner of the audience, 3 people were grinning from ear to ear. Shini laughed heartily. Lin Xiao, hurry and go get the credits we won. Li Yun, probably around 3,000 credits. We hit the jackpot. The junior is really impressive. Lin Xiao walked out of the audience in a great mood, ready to claim his credits. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Fei squinted his eyes, staring at Su-chen on stage. Brother Wu, he's the top freshman, that makes things easier. We can challenge him later, said his sycophant beside him. Wu Fei smirked and nodded. Not bad, we must humiliate him properly on stage later. On the faculty seating, Yuan Tianxiong invited Su-chen onto the stage, saying, Next, let's welcome our top freshman to give a speech and share his feelings. Clap, clap, clap. After a round of applause, Su-chen picked up the microphone and cleared his throat, saying, Hello, fellow students and teachers. Actually, I don't have much to say. My current strength is all thanks to luck. I just mentioned that the higher the looks, the better the luck. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Yuan Tianxiong kept coughing, giving Su-chen a meaningful look. Su-chen frowned slightly. What was going on? Did the dean of this academy also have tuberculosis? Ignoring him, Su-chen continued with a serious expression. To be honest, I originally didn't want to compete for this so-called top freshman, but the credits offered by the academy are just too much. This forced me to step in. If anyone got hit by me earlier, I truly apologize. By the way, Dean, besides credits, are there any other rewards? Listening to Su Chen's unconventional speech, the new and old students in the audience were all taken aback. Is this what you say when you go on stage to give a speech? However, to be honest, listening to Su Chen talk about these things is much better than hearing some kind of speech or the like. This has certainly improved many people's perception of Su Chen. At this moment, Yuan Tianxiang was already feeling a headache, his inner thoughts mirroring those of Guming back then. Alright, no more talking. We can discuss these matters privately later. With that thought, Yuan Tianxiang snatched the microphone back from him and smiled at the audience below, saying, "Now, let's start the next round." The old students challenged the new student champion. But remember, keep it light. Is there anyone willing to spar with classmate Su Chen? Generally speaking, the old students challenging the new student champion each year are usually at the third realm. It would indeed be somewhat embarrassing for a fourth realm old student to challenge someone at the second realm. Moreover, some people simply don't want to challenge a new student, feeling that it lacks meaning. After all, it's more interesting to watch the excitement. When you become the object of others' attention, it loses its charm. I'll do it. As soon as Yuan Tianqiang's voice fell, a figure leaped onto the competition stage. Su Chen focused his gaze, and his expression became somewhat subtle. The person on stage was none other than Wu Fei. It's actually Wu Fei. It's one thing to bully old students, but now he wants to bully a new student. Exactly, a fourth realm challenging a second realm. How embarrassing. Some old students whispered among themselves, careful not to let Wu Fei hear them, or else they would be in trouble. Seeing that the challenger was a fourth realm student, Yuan Tianxiang frowned slightly and looked at Su Chen, asking, "If you feel the gap in strength is too great, you can refuse." "No need, this is fine." Su Chen smirked slightly and stepped onto the competition stage with a swift stride. Yuan Tianxiang didn't know where he got his confidence to fight someone at the fourth realm, but since the other party had decided, he wouldn't say much more. In the audience, Zhang Xiaozhu frowned and said, "Is Su Chen out of his mind? He could clearly refuse due to the large gap in strength, but he still wants to fight that idiot Wu Fei." Yi Qing slowly replied, "Don't forget, he probably has some tricks up his sleeve." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaozhu recalled the scene of the explosion that day, pouting as she said, "Even if he explodes, it might not cause serious harm to someone at the fourth realm." Meanwhile, Li Yun was slightly surprised. This junior actually wants to spar with someone at the fourth realm. Shani smiled faintly. "This is getting interesting. Wow. I'm telling you, this time we made a direct profit of more than 10 times, a total of 4,000 credits. The one running the betting house is already crying. Ha ha. At this moment, Lin Xiao came running over excitedly. 4,000 credits? The two widened their eyes, their big eyes filled with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's split it. On the competition stage, Su Chen smiled at the opponent and said, "Wu Gu, so, have you checked my strength and reputation?" Hearing this, Wu Fei's expression darkened, and he cursed angrily. "What the hell do you know about strength? A second realm in front of me talking about strength? And reputation, don't you know your own reputation? Kid, you're quite brave, daring to fight me. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't believe Wu." As he spoke, Wu Fei cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound, as if he wanted to turn Su Chen into a pig's head. Su Chen was taken aback. "Huh? Your last name isn't Wu? Are you trying to take my last name? Su Fei? Put." As soon as Su Chen said this, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, I can't breathe from laughing." To be fair, Su Chen is really something. At this moment, Wu Fei's face turned completely dark, and he said word by word, "You've got guts." He was so angry that he didn't know what to say anymore. All he wanted was to beat Su Chen up hard to relieve the hatred in his heart. He had never thought that one day, a new student could make him this furious. This person in front of him was the first. "Are you ready?" At this moment, the referee looked at the two and said. Su Chen nodded. "Wu Fei, hurry up, I can't wait any longer." "Alright, remember, just go easy." The referee reminded with concern. After all, it was a 4-realm against a 2-realm, which was completely a crushing victory. It could be decided in one move. Could it really be a back-and-forth fight? After thinking this, he shook his head and raised the starting gun in his hand. Bang! The match began. As the gunshot rang out, Wu Fei charged at Su Chen like a beast that had been starving for a long time. Roaring, "Su Chen, just wait until I take care of you." Su Chen remained unfazed, silently activating the skill 50-50. At the same time, he felt a bit excited. This way, his strength would be on par with his opponent, right? Being able to experience the thrill of 4-realm power in advance made Su Chen quite thrilled. As soon as the skill was activated, he felt different, as if he had been elevated. At that moment, Wu Fei's fist came crashing in. The sound of breaking air was as fierce as a tiger's roar. Su Chen looked at the incoming punch, snorted coldly, and also threw out a punch. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a loud explosion on the competition stage, and a violent shockwave spread out. To the spectators, this seemed like an ordinary punch, but at that moment, it actually blocked Wu Fei's attack from the forearm. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This was too incredible. How is that possible? How could a two-realm person so easily take a punch from a four-realm awakened one? Could it be Wu Fei is an actor? The crowd was filled with doubts. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Su Chen's strength, it was just too unfathomable. The teachers seated in the school area were also extremely shocked. They could feel that Wu Fei's punch was indeed the real deal from the four-realm. Could it be that Su Chen has actually been a four-realm powerhouse all along, hiding his strength? Zhao Jiangwo voiced a thought that even he couldn't believe. Yuan Tianxiang shook his head at Su Chen, denying his words. Impossible, he's only 18, and he hasn't even awakened for a month. Even if he consumed heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it wouldn't be possible to reach the four realms so quickly, and right now I can sense that he is still at the two-realm level. Then what is going on? The teachers in the school area frowned, truly unable to figure out what was happening. Meanwhile, Wu Fei on the competition stage had a similar expression to the others, his eyes wide open, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. But soon, he adjusted his mindset and prepared to use his skill. Kid, you've got some skills. Now, let's see if you can take this. With that, Wu Fei raised both hands, his body bursting with a brilliant red glow as a blazing fireball slowly gathered above his head. Like a scorching sun, the surrounding freshmen felt the heat wave and instinctively took a few steps back. One could imagine how high the temperature of that fireball was, not to mention for Su Chen on the competition stage. At that moment, Wu Fei suddenly shot the fireball towards Su Chen, the speed astonishingly fast. It streaked by like a red comet. Seeing this, Su Chen was unfazed. In front of 50-50, there was nothing he couldn't handle. With that thought, he threw out another punch. Boom! This seemingly plain and unremarkable punch erupted with a sound like a tiger's roar. The fireball burst open like a firework at the tip of Su Chen's fist, with sparks splattering around, incredibly dazzling. How could this be? Wu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. If the previous punch was a test, then this move was his strongest technique. Yet Su Chen still casually received it. Su Chen clapped his hands, a playful smile appearing on his face as he said, "You've finished your moves, now, it's my turn. You've finished your moves, now, it's my turn." As soon as the words fell, Su Chen swung the brick fiercely towards Wu Fei. Wu Fei's expression froze. Just as he was about to dodge, he discovered something that horrified him couldn't move. Bang! Without a doubt, the brick smashed onto his opponent's head. It's important to know that using virtue to subdue others is a different skill, causing 100 damage, so it doesn't fall under the 50-50 rule. His opponents simply couldn't block it. Although the opponent was a fourth realm awakener, the damage from the brick might be relatively low, but it could still earn skill points. Su Chen loved earning skill points the most. First, Lu Qingyue helped him earn some, and now it was Wu Fei's turn. At this moment, Wu Fei, who had just taken a brick to the head, had a large bump on his forehead and looked extremely angry as he launched another attack at Su Chen. However, no matter what impressive attack his opponent unleashed, Su Chen simply countered with a single punch. Then, it was another brick. The onlookers watching the scene on the competition stage had their mouths agape in an O shape. It was truly unbelievable. How could a fourth realm awakener seem to be getting beaten up by a second realm? Su Chen's actions undoubtedly made the new students feel proud, as if telling the seniors, "We new students are not to be trifled with." At that moment, the teachers seated at the school's official area also wore expressions filled with shock. This match seemed to have deviated from their original intention. They had initially wanted the seniors to suppress the new students' vigor, to tell them not to be arrogant. And what happened? How were the seniors almost being beaten into a pulp? Yuan Tianxiang chuckled dryly. "This kid is interesting, he really has quite a few trump cards." He had been wondering who had given Su Chen the courage to challenge a fourth realm awakener. Now he knew it was his strength. If Su Chen had known his thoughts at that moment, he would have surely said, "It's the system that gave it to me." As time gradually passed, Wu Fei on the stage was almost unrecognizable from the beating he was taking from the brick. As the saying goes, dripping water can penetrate stone, and an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, let alone a brick. Slowly hammering it would eventually lead to a fatal blow. It was just a matter of time. At this moment, Wu Fei's mind was racing with 1,000 curses directed at Su Chen's ancestors. In his eyes, the other party was definitely a big shot, coming to the academy to play the pig to eat the tiger. He wanted to surrender now, but felt it would be too embarrassing. How could he face the academy after being beaten into submission by a new student? Wouldn't he be laughed at for a lifetime? Moreover, he was probably the first person in the history of the Imperial Capital Academy to be beaten into submission by a new student. Meanwhile, Su Chen was indeed very excited inside. Listening to the sounds from the system was like the sound of counting money, so wonderful and melodious. Su Chen smirked slightly and once again smashed down at Wu Fei. Bang! This brick landed squarely on Wu Fei's face. At this point, Wu Fei seemed to be on the verge of fainting, his steps unsteady, and the people around him were secretly astonished. This Wu Fei really could take a beating, he wasn't surrendering. Su Chen was more than happy that his opponent wasn't surrendering, as that meant he could earn more skill points. Although each brick only earned 10 points, it added up over time. Finally, just as Wu Fei was dizzy and about to collapse, he couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, he would really be beaten to death. And no matter what impressive skills he unleashed, they were all shattered by a single punch. They caused Su Chen no damage at all. After a mental struggle, he chose to surrender, reluctantly saying, "I surrender." Slap! Suddenly, a red brick came flying towards him, accurately smashing into his face. Wu Fei's vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. Su Chen scratched his head. It seemed like the other party wanted to say something just now. With Wu Fei's fall, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. After a long few seconds, the crowd erupted. Su Chen is awesome. Su Chen is my god. So strong. Simply invincible. I love Su Chen so much. Su Chen is truly a role model for us new students. Surrender. All the new students were cheering and screaming, filled with excitement. At this moment, the senior students were also dumbfounded. Most of them were aware of Wu Fei's strength, otherwise, they wouldn't fear him so much. But now, he was actually defeated by a second-tier freshman. Who would believe that? Jiang Ziosa's mouth was agape, wide enough to swallow a sausage, her eyes filled with disbelief. President, could it be that his true strength is at the 4th tier? Yi Qing was clearly also very surprised, unable to speak for a long time. The 3 people in the corner of the audience were obviously shocked as well. Is this the true strength of the junior? A 4th-tier awakener? He's simply a pro. Li Yun exclaimed, his mouth wide open. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly, in full agreement. Shen Yi, looking thoughtful, said, "It shouldn't be. His aura has remained at the 2nd tier from start to finish. It might be some kind of skill." He wasn't very sure as he spoke. At this moment, Zhou Fan in the crowd, seeing Su Chen's strength, furrowed his brows and retreated behind the others. At this time, Su Chen on the competition stage smiled slightly and said, "A 4th-tier awakener is nothing special." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted in cheers. At this moment, Su Chen in their hearts could be summed up in one word, handsome. In 2 words, very handsome. Yuan Tianxiong, seated in the faculty area, stood up and pressed his hand down, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Then he smiled and said, "I believe everyone is as puzzled as I am about why a 2nd tier can defeat a 4th tier. Now, let's invite Su Chen to come up and explain." Clap clap clap. Amidst the applause, Su Chen walked up with a smile, took the microphone from Yuan Tianxiong, cleared his throat, and said, Actually, defeating the opponent isn't about skill, it's all about luck. As I said before, the higher the looks." Hearing Su Chen's words, Yuan Tianqiang's mouth twitched and he leaned closer to him, whispering, "Ahem, could you give me some face and speak normally? I can offer you more money, more credits." More money? More credits? Su Chen's eyes lit up. "No problem. As long as there's money, anything can be discussed." He then cleared his throat and continued, "Ahem, actually, my realm has always been at the 2nd tier. As for why I could exchange blows with Senior Wu Fei, that's due to my skills. As for what skills, I can't say much more." "Then why do you have so many skills?" someone shouted. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. "Gotta pay for that." The crowd. Yuan Tianqiang's mouth twitched, chuckling as he said, "Su Chen is still so humorous." After saying this, he leaned in closer to Su Chen and whispered, "More money is fine, but can we discuss it privately?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes brightened again as he looked down and smiled. "Actually, it's not hard to explain, my skills have mutated." After Su Chen's statement, the crowd below erupted in an uproar. Mutation? I heard the probability of skills mutating is only 1 in 100,000. I'm so envious him turning purple. What great luck! And he's handsome too. Could it be that the higher the looks, the better the luck? It's possible. I'm going for plastic surgery tomorrow. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoi below slightly pouted. Another mutation? Why does it feel like his skills mutate as easily as eating and drinking? How long has it been? How many skills does he have now? Qin Ruoi counted on her fingers for a moment. 1 encyclopedia, 1 clone, 1 explosion, and 1 brick skill, and now he can battle a 4th-tier awakener. 5. Not counting is one thing, but counting is shocking. Qin Ruoi was very surprised. 5 skills, who would believe that? The students at this school thought Su Chen only had 2 skills, but she knew he had 5 skills. At this moment, Yuan Tianxiang smiled as he took the microphone and said, "I know you are all shocked by Su Chen's strength, but besides having powerful skills, he possesses something even stronger than any of you." He deliberately paused, glancing around at all the new students below. They all looked at Yuan Tianxiang with bright eyes, wondering what it could be. Even Su Chen wore a puzzled expression. What could it be? Yuan Tianxiong looked at Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, why don't you tell them what you have that is stronger than them? Su Chen was taken aback and tentatively said, good looks? Yuan Tianxiong. Seeing Yuan Tianqiang's dark expression, Su Chen seemed to realize he had misspoken. He frowned and pondered, what could be stronger than them? Could it be? Su Chen's eyes lit up, I got it. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianxiong smiled, tell them. Su Chen scratched his head. This might be a bit embarrassing. Yuan Tianxiong, what's embarrassing about it? Speak boldly. Yuan Tianxiong secretly thought to himself, usually he has thick skin and dares to say anything, but now he's hesitant? Su Chen, special skills? Hearing this, Yuan Tianxiong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell is a special skill? The crowd below was taken aback. Special skills? Everyone's gaze turned to Su Chen below. Some girls blushed and dared not look directly. These gazes made Su Chen shiver, and he quickly crossed his arms to cover his treasures. Well, Yuan Tianxiong realized he couldn't let this kid speak on stage. He could say anything. Then he chuckled and said, Su Chen really likes to joke, but back to the point, what makes him stronger than you is rich combat experience. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Combat experience? Didn't we all graduate from school and come here to compete? Where did the combat experience come from? Did he go to the battlefield? Isn't he just smashing with a brick? What combat experience does he have? The crowd was somewhat skeptical. I know you don't believe it, so next, let's patiently watch a clip. Yuan Tianxiong smiled slightly and threw a stone into the air. Soon, a huge light screen appeared on the playground, showing a figure in white entering a warehouse, and the person in the light screen was Su Chen. Su Chen, how is that possible? There was clearly no one around back then. How could there be a recording? Could someone have been following me all along? Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He then understood why Yi Qing and Jiang Xiaozhu knew that the divine disciple was killed by him. It was this recording. Moreover, this perspective had been following him. Who has a camera on their head? Su Chen looked at Yuan Tianxiong in confusion. Don't be afraid, this is just Zhang Zioza's skill. Time rewind. Yuan Tianxiong seemed to sense his confusion and explained. Time rewind? Hearing this, Su Chen felt slightly relieved. If someone had been following him without him noticing, that would be terrifying. If it was a skill, then that's a different story. Meanwhile, everyone on stage was dumbfounded. First, they saw Su Chen enter the warehouse, smash a person's head, and then fight with many people in black robes. Damn, are those divine disciples? Su Chen killed someone, and he didn't even blink. He's not afraid. Wow, that's too bloody. Look, Su Chen is being beaten up. All the students looked at the light screen, where Su Chen was now covered in wounds, bloodied all over. Everyone began to doubt whether the current Su Chen was real. How did he survive this? But time would give them the answer. They continued to watch, and soon, Su Chen was stabbed. The crowd gasped. It looked painful. How did he escape from that? They were now very confused, their eyes fixed on the light screen, wanting to see how Su Chen had escaped. Just then, a blinding light erupted from the screen, followed by a deafening explosion. Su Chen blew up? Then who is Su Chen now? Could it be a ghost? Damn, don't scare me. It's broad daylight and I feel a chill down my spine. My throat feels like it's being choked by some mysterious force. Is there a possibility that you're wearing your clothes inside out? Everyone present stared in shock at the light screen, but at that moment the scene shifted to outside the warehouse. And standing outside the warehouse was none other than an unscathed Su Chen. With his arms spread wide, looking at the sky, the flames behind him reflected on his back, making him appear as if a deity had descended, extremely sacred. Wow! Upon seeing this scene, the entire venue erupted like boiling water. Wow! Su Chen is so handsome. Especially that last scene, it was really stunning. I'm in love, but how did he do it? It's unbelievable. Su Chen on stage was already feeling a bit giddy, not expecting this scene to be revealed to everyone in such a way. That act wasn't in vain. Now, who knows how many girls would fall for me? The corners of Su Chen's mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Beside him, Yuan Tianxiong noticed his expression and twitched his mouth, saying, Hey, can you tone it down a bit? You're grinning so lewdly, your mouth is almost crooked to your eyes. Hearing this, Su Chen came back to his senses and awkwardly coughed. Seeing that the playback was over, Yuan Tianxiong picked up the microphone and continued, Did you see that? Before entering the academy, Su Chen single-handedly took down a cultist's hideout and killed countless people. This is real combat. Cultists won't talk about martial ethics with you, nor will they give you a chance. Their goal is to kill you. It's either you die or I die. So in a life-and-death battle, if you show any slackness, you might just end up there today. This is also one of the reasons why Su Chen was able to win the championship in this competition. After he finished, the audience fell silent, as if pondering something. Then why did we clearly see Su Chen die, only to appear outside the warehouse? Someone raised their hand and asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianxiang didn't speak, glancing at Su Chen, clearly indicating for him to explain. Although Yuan Tianxiang already knew the answer to this question, he still wanted Su Chen, the person involved, to explain it for more credibility. However, Su Chen just rubbed his fingers, his meaning clear. Yuan Tianxiang felt a headache coming on and whispered, "I'll pay you." Yuan Tianxiang was smiling on the outside but cursing inwardly. When has a dean ever had to pay a student to answer a question? Was he too unfortunate, or was the other party too arrogant? Hearing the response, Su Chen revealed a smile and turned to the audience, saying, "This question is actually very easy to explain, and that is, I can create clones." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone looked astonished. "You can create clones again?" "That's right, just as you think, this is also a skill I developed from my mutation." The crowd, Sigma Su Chen's words directly shattered their worldview. Another mutated skill? How could he be so lucky? Everyone was born into this world, why does he have such good luck? It's really infuriating how some people are just better than others. Yuan Tianxiang looked at the expressions of the crowd below and said solemnly, "You've all heard and seen, Su Chen not only has good luck and possesses 2 skills from his mutations, but his combat experience is also richer than yours. And you don't have his luck or his combat experience, so what do you think you should do now? Work hard to cultivate." Someone shouted loudly, "Right. We need to practice." Yuan Tianxiang nodded, a smile appearing on his face, since everyone understands. Let's congratulate the successful conclusion of this new student conference. Clap, clap, clap. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the playground, and Yuan Tianxiang continued, "The rewards and credits for each ranking will be directly credited to your credit cards, so you don't need to worry." With Yuan Tianqiang's announcement, the competition officially came to an end, and everyone began to disperse slowly. Yuan Tianxiang glanced at Su Chen and said, "Come with me, your first place reward will be personally given by me." After saying that, he walked out on his own, and Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, quickly following behind. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, sitting in the faculty area, looked at Su Chen's back, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "Damn it, who will save me?" A wail came from the competition stage. "Everyone. Well, choose a crystal fruit or an epic weapon along with credits. Which one do you want?" Upon arriving at the office, Yuan Tianxiang asked with a smile. Su Chen was taken aback, looking at the fruit on the table and asking, "What does the crystal fruit do?" Yuan Tianxiang replied, "It's a treasure that can enhance your talent." Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Truly, he had found it without any effort. Wait, he hadn't actually searched for it. Well, then I want this. Su Chen reached out for the crystal fruit on the table. But just then, Yuan Tianxiang smiled and pressed down on his hand. Su Chen was stunned, looking up at him in confusion. Yuan Tianxiang said with a grin, "Want it? Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Su Chen cursed inwardly but nodded expressionlessly. "How many skills do you have? Tell me, and I'll give it to you," Yuan Tianxiang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face broke into a smile as he rubbed his fingers, 1 skill for 1,000 credits. Hearing this, Yuan Tianqiang's expression changed. This kid was bold. Asking for 1,000 credits for a skill? Do you know how much 1 credit is worth outside? You dare to say that? Are you trying to extort me? Just 1,000 credits, or there's nothing to discuss. After all, this is my secret, and I think my secret is worth that many credits. Su Chen said with a grin, "Besides, the crystal fruit is my reward for the new student competition, so you have to give it to me." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianqiang's expression darkened. This kid. After pondering for a moment, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Fine, as a dean, I still have that many credits. I don't believe you can earn me that many credits." Su Chen's lips curled slightly. "Then you won't tell anyone else, right?" "Don't worry, I guarantee in my capacity as dean that I won't tell anyone else." Yuan Tianxiang understood the other party's concerns and immediately said, "I am an awakener of the 8th realm, do you not trust me?" 8th realm. Su Chen was slightly taken aback and suddenly asked, "How many 8th realm awakeners are there in our Huaxia?" Yuan Tianxiang didn't expect him to ask this question, then extended 4 fingers. 4, the deans of the 4 major academies. Just 4? Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Out of over 1 billion people in Huaxia, there were only 4 8th realm awakeners? What about the 9th realm? 1. Yuan Tianxiang sighed. He is the head of the Fengshan Pavilion, but he is generally not seen. If one day you can meet him, it means a great calamity is approaching. Su Chen knew about the Fengshan Pavilion. It was an organization specifically dealing with divine disciples, and it seemed that Qin Rui's father worked there. But why did they say that meeting the head of the Fengshan Pavilion would mean a great calamity for Huaxia? Alright, these things are still too early for you, let's talk about you instead. Yuan Tianxiang smiled. Su Chen nodded, although he had some questions in his heart. He was merely curious. He then shared his skills with Yuan Tianxiong. Aside from the 50-50 chance, after all, this skill is a bit too outrageous. Afraid of discouraging the other party, Su Chen decided not to mention it for now. The other party was the head of the first academy, and with the information of an encyclopedia, Su Chen naturally believed that earning 4,000 credits was a good deal. As he listened to Su Chen's skill introduction, Yuan Tianqiang's mouth widened in shock. For skills? This is probably unprecedented. But he didn't know that Su Chen was about to gain another skill. Especially the skill of winning people over with virtue left Yuan Tianxiang utterly astonished. Cannot be evaded? Ignores defense? 100% hit rate? Yuan Tianxiang was somewhat skeptical. A 100% hit rate means that even he, an 8th realm awakener, would have to take a hit? Then try it on me. Yuan Tianxiang straightened his posture and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback and smiled. Really? He also wanted to experience what it felt like to hit an 8th realm awakener. With this opportunity, why not take it? Yuan Tianxiang nodded, still not believing that a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair could hit him. Bang! In the midst of his thoughts, a crisp sound rang out, and Yuan Tianxiang suddenly felt a weight on his head. It was Su Chen's brick coming down on him. Even though Yuan Tianxiang was an 8th realm awakener, he couldn't escape winning people over with virtue. However, the damage he took was considerably less than that of others. Yuan Tianxiang only felt a slight heaviness on his head. At that moment, he rubbed his head and looked up at Su Chen. He saw Su Chen ominously swinging the brick again, charging at him. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to dodge. But Yuan Tianqiang's reaction speed was quite fast. With a quick sidestep, he created some distance from Su Chen. Just now, I really couldn't move. Yuan Tianxiang realized, feeling quite shocked. Although the other party had attacked him when he was completely unprepared, the moment Su Chen made his move, Yuan Tianxiang had already sensed it but found himself unable to move. This undoubtedly confirmed the attribute of this skill. No one, regardless of their realm, could evade it. Just imagine, if a deity were to appear before Su Chen in the future, they would have to take a hit, there would be no escaping it. This, one word, absolutely. Yuan Tianxiang gasped. This skill was too outrageous. Impressive, indeed, but what did this kid mean by wanting to hit him with a brick? If others found out that he had just taken a hit, he would probably be laughed at by his peers for an entire year. The more Yuan Tianxiang thought about it, the angrier he became. In an instant, he appeared behind Su Chen and kicked towards his backside. Ouch! Su Chen was directly kicked onto the sofa, covering his butt in pain and saying, "Dean, you can't play like this. You said I could hit you." Yuan Tianxiang had put quite a bit of force into that kick, and Su Chen now felt a burning pain in his backside. If it weren't for the fact that 50-50 was still on cooldown, Su Chen would definitely have taught Yuan Tianxiang a lesson. Yuan Tianxiang smirked and raised an eyebrow. Just one hit and you're done? What do you mean by wanting to hit me a second time? Su Chen stood up and said, "You never said it was just one hit." Yuan Tianxiang. After a moment of silence, Yuan Tianxiang said seriously, "Alright, enough of that. With so many skills, you must remember to keep it a secret. If any disciples or those with ulterior motives find out, countless people will come to assassinate you. After all, it's truly unfathomable for one person to possess 4 skills. You must be more careful in the future." Su Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. However, Yuan Tianqiang's worries were indeed overblown. With 50-50 in hand, Su Chen had yet to fear anyone. Unless a deity personally showed up. Otherwise, he had the strength to fight or escape. Then, Su Chen rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Alright, I've said my piece. It's time to calculate my rewards, right?" Hearing this, Yuan Tianxiang shook his head helplessly. "I really can't do anything about you." As he spoke, he handed him the crystal fruit from the table. "If it weren't for the fact that you defeated the senior from the 4 realms, I wouldn't bring this out." Yuan Tianxiang said with a hint of heartache. "However, if you take this, you won't be able to receive the other rewards for being first in the freshman competition, which includes an epic weapon and credits. Are you sure you've thought this through?" Su Chen nodded and took the crystal fruit without any hesitation. A chill spreading throughout his body. The crystal fruit that could enhance talent was something rare and hard to come by. This was far more valuable than any epic weapon or credits. Moreover, Su Chen didn't need an epic weapon. A brick was enough for him. As for credits, Yuan Tianxiang still owed him quite a bit privately. "Well, I want this. Let me calculate the credits you owe me." As he spoke, Su Chen began to count on his fingers. "You said 3 times you would add credits for me. I won't ask for more. Let's say 3 times is 1,000 credits, plus the 4 skills I just told you. That's 4,000 credits, a total of 5,000 credits. How about that? Quite reasonable, right?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianqiang's mouth twitched, ready to curse, but the words got stuck in his throat. After all, he was the dean, right? We need to be civil. In the end, Yuan Tianxiang forced a smile and said, 3 times counts as 1,000 credits? Su Chen, do you know how much a credit is worth outside? Let me give you a number, you can figure it out. As he spoke, Yuan Tianxiang held up 3 fingers. 300 credits for one? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. This was not unacceptable. 300 it is, 4,000 plus 900, rounding it off, give me 5,000. His tone was completely natural, very serious. Yuan Tianxiang? Damn it, I said a total of 300. Yuan Tianqiang's mind was racing with curses, but in the end he still gave Su Chen 5,000 credits. That mouth of his was truly impeccable. Yuan Tianxiang couldn't help but feel inferior. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Yuan Tianxiang looked up at the sky and sighed. I seem to see a new star rising. Perhaps he is the hope for the future of Huaxia. After leaving the office and walking downstairs, Su Chen saw Zhao Chen and Qin Rui waiting for him. From their expressions, it was clear they wanted to ask about defeating the Awakened from the 4 realms. Su Chen smiled slightly and handed the crystal fruit to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was taken aback, examining the crystal fruit as he said, "What is this? It's cold." Crystal fruit. Qin Rui exclaimed in surprise from the side. She knew how precious this item was. Even with money, it was very hard to obtain, something rare and hard to come by. She couldn't help but glance at Su Chen a couple more times, not expecting that he would be willing to give such a precious thing to Zhao Chen. Yes, this is not an ordinary fruit, it's from Wang Wei's poetry. Su Chen cleared his throat. Ahem, actually, this is a fruit that can enhance your talent. Listening to Su Chen's words, Zhao Chen was stunned. A fruit that could enhance talent? He was shocked and somewhat moved. Without needing to say more, he knew this item was particularly precious. He wiped away the tears at the corner of his mouth and said, quite touched, after so many years as good brothers, I won't be polite. As he spoke, he leaned towards Su Chen's shoulder. Wait, don't get too emotional. I never said it was a gift for you. Su Chen laughed and pushed him away. As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together. The meaning was clear as Zhao Chen. Qin Rui. To be honest, seeing Su Chen asking for money, Zhao Chen felt a sigh of relief. If it were just a gift without reason, even though their relationship was good, accepting such a valuable item would make Zhao Chen feel a bit guilty. This crystal fruit could change a person's talent. What is talent? It's a person's destiny. The better the talent, the better the future destiny. And if he accepted this item, Zhao Chen really couldn't think of anything he could give back to Su Chen. So, it was the best choice for Su Chen to sell it to him. Zhao Chen, brother, buy, name your price, how much? Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Zhao Chen was taken aback. No money? Su Chen continued, for someone as virtuous and esteemed as me, we don't talk about money, we talk about fate. 300,000. Zhao Chen. Qin Rui. X2 Zhao Chen, I'm just the right person for this, can I get a discount? Su Chen, a broken bone discount. In the end, Zhao Chen paid Su Chen 30 credits, which was equivalent to 300,000. This was all the credits he had earned from participating in the freshman competition. Alright, hurry back and use it, see if you can upgrade your skills. Su Chen said with a hearty laugh, patting Zhao Chen on the shoulder. Zhao Chen nodded and then rushed back to his dormitory in a hurry. He was extremely excited and happy. With this, he had the chance to establish himself at the Imperial Capital Academy with his own strength. At this moment, he firmly regarded Su Chen as a good big brother. A lifelong good big brother. As Zhao Chen left, Qin Rui cast a somewhat resentful glance at Su Chen. Even now, her backside still ached faintly. Seeing her expression, Su Chen quickly waved his hand and joked, that really has nothing to do with me, it's the problem of this brick. Do you want me to take responsibility? With Flash? Get lost. Qin Rui glared at Su Chen fiercely, then changed the subject. By the way, how did you manage to defeat a 4-realm awakener? Was it another skill? Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Guess? Say it or not. Qin Rui pouted and was about to leave. Su Chen followed her, shrugged, and laughed. I'll tell you, it's my newly mutated skill. Hearing Su Chen say it himself, Qin Rui was a bit shocked. A skill that could defeat a 4-realm awakener, how strong must it be? However, it seemed that Qin Rui had already gotten used to Su Chen casually revealing a new skill. She was surprised inside but maintained a poker face and nodded slightly. Why are you following me? After walking for a while, Qin Rui suddenly said. She lived in the villa area of the academy, while Su Chen lived in the dormitory area. They were not on the same path at all. Could it be he wants to go to my place? Qin Rui thought to herself, her heart racing a little faster. Su Chen chuckled. I've earned enough credits, of course, I want to live in a villa. He had inquired before. The villas at the academy cost 50 credits a month, and now with his 5,000 credits, he certainly wasn't short on that. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui was taken aback, then nodded. Oh. The two parted ways when they reached the villa area. Su Chen went to the side to handle the check-in procedures and successfully acquired a villa at the academy, right next to Qin Rui's. As Su Chen entered the villa, he couldn't help but exclaim, having a villa is really nice. Much more comfortable than that single room with an outdoor swimming pool, entertainment room, so comfortable Su Chen thought for a moment. With so many rooms in this villa, he could invite Zhao Chen over later. Afterward, he found a room and moved in. All his belongings were in his spatial ring, so he didn't need to go back to the original dormitory. After tidying up a bit, he arrived at the exciting part for Su Chen, extracting skills. After countless battles in the freshman competition, along with the skill points that Lu Qingyue and Wu Fei helped him grind, he had accumulated a total of 13,600. This was even faster than hunting exotic beasts outside the city. It seemed he needed to find more summoners in the future, hee. Su Chen thought this and began to draw skills. System, start drawing. Ding. Successfully consumed 10,000 skill points. Please choose one from the following 3 skills. Option 1, fire but, say this to the target, and there but will catch fire. Option 2, sleight of hand, say give it to me to the target, and you can steal any item from them. Option 3, soul of the 6. A must-have skill for a qualified 6, after using this skill on the target, you can instantly teleport behind them. I'll be damned. Seeing these 3 skills, Su Chen was dumbfounded. The first one was the one he had locked onto last time, and to be honest, he really wanted the other 2 as well. They were both incredibly awesome. Sleight of hand, stealing anything from the target? Just imagine, during a fight with an enemy, suddenly stealing her clothes. Or taking her weapon, or even her, got sidetracked there. As for the soul of the 6th, in his previous life, Su Chen was a 6th in the game, and many who had been outsmarted by him were so furious they smashed their keyboards. Using this skill in reality was just thrilling to think about. Unfortunately, he only had a little over 10,000 skill points now, so he could only choose one. After weighing his options, he chose fire but unlocked in the other 2 skills. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, fire but. Ding! Successfully consumed 1,000 skill points, locked in option 2, sleight of hand, will appear in the next draw. Ding! Successfully consumed 1,000 skill points, locked in option 3, soul of the 6th, will appear in the next draw. Name, Su Chen Realm, 2nd Realm Talent? Skills, Encyclopedia, Virtue overcomes people, Human Bomb cooling down, 50-50 cooling down, Fire but defense, 60, Stamina, 60, Strength, 60, Agility, 60 Mental Power, 140 Skill Points, 1,600 Rare Brick Proficiency, 655010000. P.S. We are collecting skills online. If anyone has good suggestions, feel free to leave a comment at the end of the chapter, and the author will consider recommending them in the text. Thank you, everyone. With this skill, a wicked thought arose in Su Chen's mind. Moreover, the cooldown time wasn't too long, so in the future, anyone he disliked would have their butt on fire. After daydreaming for a while, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. As the saying goes, a person is like iron, and refining is like steel. If you don't practice for a day, you'll feel anxious. At that moment, in another part of the academy, Zhou Fan, with his head wrapped in white bandages, spoke softly into his phone. After finishing, there was silence on the other end for a few seconds before a voice came through. 2 skills mutated? Is that true? Absolutely. Zhou Fan replied confidently. He had heard it with his own ears. Good. Eliminate him. You will lure him out of the Imperial Capital Academy. This person cannot be left alive. Our plan is about to succeed soon, and there must be no mistakes. Do you understand? Listening to the voice on the other end, Zhou Fan nodded and said, understood, before hanging up. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and then he vanished from the spot. The next morning, after a night of cultivation, Su Chen stretched and walked out of the villa, heading towards the playground. Today is the first official day of school. He was somewhat looking forward to what university life would be like. In his previous life, he had never attended university and had gone out to work at a young age. Since he had come to this world, Su Chen wanted to experience it fully. Su Chen! Su Chen! As soon as he entered the playground, he saw Zhao Chen running over with an excited expression. Seeing his demeanor, Su Chen knew that his talent had definitely improved, so he immediately pulled up his panel. Name, Zhao Chen Realm, 2nd Realm Talent, A Skills, Earth Guardian, Earth Dragon's Roar Defense, 40, Stamina, 30, Strength, 35, Agility, 30 Mental Power, 25. Looking at his panel, Su Chen nodded slightly that crystal fruit was worth it. Su Chen, my talent has improved to a rank, and I also gained a skill with attack power. Zhao Chen was so excited that he was almost incoherent, waving his hands around. Su Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. Alright, let's head to the playground. Class should be starting soon. The two then arrived at the playground and began looking for their teams. Su Chen quickly found his team, while Zhao Chen was not in the same one. Su Chen's team consisted of the top freshmen from the Imperial Capital Academy. It could be said to be the elite class of the academy. There were about 30 to 40 people here. Su Chen saw many familiar faces, Xin Rui, Wang Dongsheng, and Lu Qingyue. Su Chen's eyes lit up. With her around, he wouldn't have to worry about skill points at all. As if sensing something, Lu Qingyue turned to meet Su Chen's gaze, and her body trembled, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. That feeling of exhaustion was something she really didn't want to experience again. The feeling of mental power being depleted was far worse than being knocked out by a brick. At that moment, Su Chen's gaze seemed as if it wanted to devour her, and Lu Qingyue quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at him. In her heart, Su Chen was like a devil, like a demon. Su Chen was taken aback. Was he really that terrifying? Why did everyone look like they had seen a ghost? He shrugged, and just then, a blinding light reflected in his eyes. It was a light bulb. Oh no, it was a bald man. His head shone like a 100-watt light bulb. This bald man was muscular and dark-skinned, resembling a human-shaped mech. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. Moreover, he had a fierce expression, his face twisted in a way that suggested he was not a good person. The people around him quickly closed their mouths and stood up straight upon seeing his fierce appearance. Su Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled as to why the academy had hired such a thug as a teacher. The bald man scanned the area, confirming that everyone was present, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he snorted coldly and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Taheo, and I am your teacher. I just arrived at the academy after fighting on the front lines, so I haven't seen your freshman competition. However, I don't need to see it. Here, even if you're a dragon, you must coil up for me, and if you're a tiger, you must lie down." Listening to Zhao Taheo's words, everyone was secretly astonished. He had actually fought on the front lines. It seemed he was still an officer. No wonder they could vaguely sense a killing intent. Zhao Taheo continued, "So far, I'm relatively satisfied, but that doesn't mean your days ahead will be easy. Here, you must obey my orders. If I find anyone trying to play tricks, then you'll have a taste of what's to come. This is the academy, not your home, so those who are spoiled must be careful with me. Now I'm giving you a chance to withdraw. Just take a step forward, and you can lead my class." After speaking, Zhao Taheo scanned the surroundings, and after a moment, no one stepped back. Zhao Taheo felt a bit satisfied in his heart, but still maintained a serious expression as he said, "Very well, since no one is stepping back, let's begin our first lesson." In the next second, Zhao Taheo took a step forward, and a bloody aura erupted from him. The killing intent. A killing intent that made one's soul tremble. In that instant, everyone felt their bodies sink, their legs slightly bent, as if facing death, gritting their teeth tightly. This is what it feels like to be on the battlefield. In just a few seconds, sweat began to bead on their foreheads, and some clever individuals had already started to mobilize their mental energy to resist this terrifying killing intent. Zhao Taheo looked at the rows of people, slowly walked over, and shouted at one person's face, "Tell me, if I were the enemy, what would you use to deal with me?" However, the killing intent Zhao Taheo released was simply too overwhelming, and with that shout, the person's legs went weak and they plopped down onto the ground, looking somewhat terrified. That killing intent was truly horrifying. Seeing this, Zhao Taheo walked over to another person and shouted, "If I were the enemy, what would you use to deal with me?" Unsurprisingly, this person also fell to the ground. Following that, Zhao Taheo walked down the line, shouting at each person. Only a few managed to hold their ground, with Qin Ruoyi and Wang Dongxing being among them, but even for them, speaking was extremely difficult. Soon, Zhao Taheo reached the last person and shouted, "Tell me, if I were the enemy, what would you use to?" Bang! Before he could finish, a crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears. Su Chen had retracted the brick and stood straight, loudly declaring, "Report, teacher." With a brick. Silence, a deathly silence. After a while, someone finally spoke. "Wow, this guy is really brave. He actually threw a brick at the teacher. That teacher looks tough to deal with. No wonder he's the top of the new students. A role model for us. I can't compare to him at all." The people around were dumbfounded, secretly giving Su Chen a thumbs up. At this moment, Zhao Taheo was also a bit stunned. Su Chen had thrown a brick right at his face. It felt a bit stinging. However, surprisingly, Zhao Taheo did not get angry. Instead, he grinned. "Kid, not bad. Under my pressure, you still dared to make a move. Even I didn't react in time. You've got some skills. What's your name?" "Su Chen." Zhao Taheo nodded, dissipated his pressure, stepped back in front of everyone, and said loudly, "However, dealing with enemies is not about bricks, it's about strength." Su Chen scratched his head. The brick was part of his strength. Zhao Taheo seemed to realize that after taking a brick, his authority had slightly diminished in the hearts of the crowd, and his strength might have wavered in their minds, so he immediately said loudly, "I'm giving you all a chance now. As long as anyone can touch me once or hit me, then you can do whatever you want afterward, and I won't interfere. Just to clarify, my realm is at the 5th level, and my talent is a grade." His tone was quite confident. This was also a way for him to prove his strength here. Upon hearing this, everyone around was secretly astonished. How confident was he? As long as they touched him, they could do as they pleased afterward? Moreover, he only had a great talent. It should be noted that most of the people in their class were geniuses of grade and above. At this moment, someone stepped forward. Wang Dongsheng, SS grade talent. Someone exclaimed. Wang Dongsheng stood 3 meters away from Zhao Toheo, clenching his fists tightly. He firmly believed that if Su Chen could hit him, then he could too. Yesterday, he was knocked down by Su Chen with a few bricks, and he remembered it clearly. Today, he must surpass Su Chen. He wanted everyone to know that he was not inferior to Su Chen. Last time was just an accident. Zhao Toheo grinned. Let's go. Wang Dongsheng nodded solemnly, and the next moment he let out a roar and launched his attack. Binding chains. As soon as he finished speaking, several metal chains shot out from behind him, as thick as arms, rushing towards Zhao Toheo. Wang Dongsheng understood that as long as he made contact with the opponent, he would win, so he didn't charge forward, he just needed to touch him with the chains. He didn't believe the opponent could dodge countless chains and rush over to take him down. The other students also strongly agreed with Wang Dongsheng's actions. This was undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, Zhao Toheo smirked slightly and uttered a word, foolish. As soon as he spoke, a stone wall shot up from the ground, blocking Zhao Toheo's front. Clang! 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 Countless chains embedded themselves into it, making no progress. Wang Dongsheng's expression changed, he couldn't pull them out. The stone wall seemed to move, firmly trapping his chains within. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't pull them out. He twisted his body continuously, straining to pull the chains out, but it was all in vain. Zhao Toheo leisurely walked out from behind the stone wall and slowly said, when your control over the earth element reaches its peak, you can make it flow like water, and you can also make it as solid as metal. So don't think that the earth element is a useless talent. As he spoke, a stone ball slowly appeared in his hand, but the next moment, it turned into sand, then into a sharp sword. It transformed into a stone wall. Finally, it became a brick. Zhao Toheo threw it with force. Bang! With a muffled sound, it accurately smashed onto Wang Dongsheng's head. The force, the shape, reminded him of what happened on the competition stage yesterday. Wang Dongsheng. The memories of the past suddenly started attacking me. Why is it another brick? Teacher, are you sure this isn't intentional? This scene left the surrounding people astonished. It refreshed their worldview. The earth element could be played like this? Those who previously looked down on the earth element suddenly found it very appealing. Su Chen looked at Zhao Toheo, deep in thought. Zhao Chen was also of the earth element. If he were to teach, Zhao Chen's strength would definitely improve very quickly. He needed to find an opportunity to get Zhao Chen into this class, Su Chen thought to himself. Zhao Toheo grinned and looked around. Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure stepped out. It was Qinrui. She just wanted to see how strong the fifth realm really was. Even if she encountered the opponent, Qinrui would still learn here like everyone else. Zhao Toheo sized her up and smiled slightly. Let's go. Qinrui nodded, then directly raised her sword and slashed at him. Seeing this, Zhao Toheo produced a stone sword in his hand to meet her. Clang! Clang! Sword lights shot out continuously. Zhao Toheo did not use any skills, purely relying on sword fighting techniques to compete with Qinrui. But even so, Qinrui fell into a disadvantage, retreating repeatedly. Her fair face was filled with seriousness. In contrast, Zhao Toheo seemed to be at ease, fighting with one hand while the other was casually behind his back, appearing to be in complete control. While fighting, he even deliberately glanced at Su Chen, as if to say, "Kid, have you seen my strength?" The previous incident was purely an accident. However, he saw that Su Chen was not paying attention to him at all and was still playing with his fingers. Zhao Toheo felt a black line forming on his forehead. This was a bit disrespectful, wasn't it? At this moment, seeing that she was no match for her opponent, Qinrui directly unleashed the holy light. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped her sword. With a swing, a massive and incandescent crescent slash headed towards Zhao Toheo. This was Qinrui's strongest killing move. With all her strength, she was confident she could kill anyone of the same realm in one strike. She just didn't know if she could injure Zhao Toheo. But Zhao Toheo merely smiled disdainfully, raising his hand slightly forward, and in an instant, countless swords made of stone appeared before him. The next second, a rain of arrows was unleashed. In an instant, it completely obliterated Qinrui's divine light, while countless swords hovered just 1 centimeter around her. A cold sweat trickled down Qinrui's spine. Although she knew Zhao Toheo wouldn't take her life, she had truly felt a deadly threat just now. Zhao Toheo was very strong. I lost. Thank you for your mercy, teacher, Qinrui said softly. Zhao Toheo smiled, waved his hand, and the countless swords turned to dust, while Qinrui retreated into the crowd. Is there anyone else who wants to try? Zhao Toheo said, smiling at the crowd. The surroundings fell into silence. Even the 2 SS-level individuals couldn't touch a hair on Zhao Toheo. Wouldn't they just be delivering themselves to him? Wasn't that just pure foolishness? Seeing no one stepping forward, Zhao Taheo frowned slightly and pointed at a few people in the front row. You, and you, the four of you come together. The four people who were pointed at exchanged glances and chose to step out. For against one, they still didn't believe they couldn't even touch the hem of Zhao Taheo's clothes. The four rallied together and shouted, "Go!" Bang! 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 In just a moment, all four were sent flying. The others watched in shock. Goodness, the lowest talent among these four was Slevel, yet they couldn't even touch Zhao Taheo's clothes. How strong was he? The crowd's eyes were already filled with excitement. Learning from this teacher would surely boost their strength significantly. Seeing the expressions of those around him, Zhao Taheo was quite satisfied and nodded secretly. Just then, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Su Chen, who was actually yawning. It was the first day of class, and he really didn't take him seriously. First, he got a brick, then he played with his fingers, and now he was yawning, had no spirit at all. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, it really wouldn't do. Su Chen, you come here, Zhao Taheo shouted loudly. The people around, upon hearing Zhao Taheo call Su Chen, instantly had very interesting expressions. They all knew what Su Chen's skill was, and now there was a good show to watch. Me? Su Chen was slightly taken aback, pointing at himself. Zhao Taheo raised an eyebrow. No need to say more, hurry up and make your move. As he spoke, Zhao Taheo suddenly felt the gazes of those around him were somewhat unusual, as if they knew something was about to happen. To this, Zhao Taheo was indifferent. Could he possibly give me another brick? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Oh. At that moment, Su Chen scratched his head and a brick appeared in his hand. He flipped it over, leaned back slightly, and prepared to throw it. Seeing this, Zhao Taheo's forehead twitched, as if he were looking at a fool. Kid, are you sure you want to stand this far away? And just with this one brick? Whether he could hit was one thing, but using a single brick to deal with me was a bit disrespectful, wasn't it? Zhao Taheo's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. Su Chen softly said, "The brick will tell you the answer." With that, Su Chen suddenly threw the brick high into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, the brick traced a strange trajectory in the air, as if guided by GPS, shooting straight towards Zhao Taheo. Like a red missile, it first descended and then suddenly plummeted. I can't move, Zhao Taheo suddenly exclaimed in horror. The previous hit by a brick was not an accident. It wasn't that he hadn't reacted. After years of fighting on the battlefield, Zhao Taheo instantly concluded. This was that kid's skill. Damn it! Bang! Without a doubt, the brick struck Zhao Taheo's shiny bald head, the sound as crisp as a lark. Ding! Skill points from Zhao Taheo 10 ding from Zhao Taheo's brick proficiency 10 everyone. Su Chen yawned, walked over, picked up the brick and said, Teacher, does that mean I can do whatever I want? Zhao Taheo's face turned ashen. It was the first time he encountered such a disgusting skill. At the same time, he was also very shocked. The opponent's control skill could even control him. He was at the 5th realm. Su Chen was only at the 2nd realm. A skill that could strongly control across 3 realms was definitely an SS-level talent. Zhao Taheo did not answer his question but instead asked, Kid, are you SS-level talent? Su Chen shrugged casually and said, No, I'm level. Zhao Taheo's forehead twitched with veins popping. What a little rascal, trying to mess with me. I've been fighting on the front lines for years, not locked up in a prison. How could I not know if a new level has been created? Level? Did you create it yourself? Zhao Taheo was about to explode with anger, but he noticed something strange. Everyone around him had a serious expression. Logically, when Su Chen mentioned level, shouldn't they all burst out laughing? Why did it seem like he was speaking the truth? Wait, could it really be true? Zhao Taheo looked around and asked someone, is he really Glevel? The person he asked was Lu Qingyue. She nodded and replied, Glevel is really Glevel, and the freshman president is indeed the freshman president. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taheo's mind was flooded with 1,000 grass mud horses. Is there really a Glevel? Have I been so ignorant? But you tell me the skill is Glevel? And he can still become the freshman president? There must be something fishy going on. At this moment, Su Chen said, Teacher, you still haven't answered my question? Hearing this, Zhao Taheo felt a bit awkward, not knowing how to respond. He had never thought someone could actually encounter him. And what happened? How did such a prodigy appear? In the very first class, he was hit with 2 bricks. Damn it! Zhao Taheo cleared his throat and said, I said you can do whatever you want, but you still have to come to class. I won't interfere with you during class. Then he said seriously, however, if your strength doesn't improve, don't blame me. When they all become impressive and you're still like this, well, think about it. As a teacher, he couldn't go back on his word, so Zhao Taheo tried to persuade Su Chen to study hard. Su Chen smiled slightly. He knew that Zhao Taheo was probably a bit unhappy after being hit by 2 bricks. He then said, Teacher, how about this? Let's make a bet. Zhao Taheo was slightly taken aback, not knowing what this kid was up to. What bet? Su Chen held up 3 fingers. 3 minutes. If you can defeat me in 3 minutes, you'll study hard, otherwise, you have to agree to one thing for me. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the people around them gasped. Su Chen is way too confident, too arrogant. That's a fifth realm awakened, not just any awakened, he's been on the front lines. His combat strength and experience are definitely not something we can compare to. Yeah, even if he defeated the fourth realm Wu Fei before, the difference between the fourth and fifth realm is huge. The fifth realm can even fly. Those four just now couldn't last 30 seconds. How can he last 3 minutes? But a confident man is really handsome. Qin Ruoi also slightly opened her mouth, very surprised. However, she believed in Su Chen. Since he dared to say this, he must be confident he could win. From her understanding of Su Chen, he wouldn't fight without assurance. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Taheo was first surprised, then smirked in mockery. He must be underestimating him. Let alone 3 minutes. With all his strength, 3 seconds would be enough to take Su Chen down. He immediately agreed, not even considering that he might lose. Alright, no problem. Alright, no problem. After Zhao Taheo said this, the people around him tactfully made way for a space. At the same time, they were somewhat eager to see this battle. A fight between teacher and student. What kind of sparks would fly? Kid, I have to say, you're quite brave to challenge me. Zhao Taheo also appreciated such a student. Confident and capable. However, he would let Su Chen know that blind confidence is not a good thing. I'm super brave, okay? Su Chen shook the brick in his hand and smiled. Zhao Taheo raised an eyebrow. Shall we begin? Fire in the butt. Su Chen suddenly said. Zhao Taheo? The crowd? The next second. Everyone. Sigma, what the hell? It was as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Following the gazes of the crowd, they saw that Zhao Taheo's butt had suddenly caught fire and he began frantically slapping it with his hands. Damn it. Hot, hot, hot. But this flame seemed to be no ordinary fire. No matter how much he swatted at it, it wouldn't go out. At the same time, Su Chen smirked and started the stopwatch. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a bright red brick shot out. Zhao Taheo was still trying to extinguish the flames. He had no time to defend against this brick. But even if he wanted to block it, he couldn't. Bang! A crisp sound echoed from his shiny bald head. Ding! 10 skill points from Zhao Taheo. Ding! 10 proficiency in brick skills from Zhao Taheo. All Su Chen had to do was drag it out for 3 minutes. He didn't know how long it would take to extinguish the flames, so he might as well interfere with his opponent as much as possible. Kid, you're not following the rules of martial arts. Wait until I put out the fire before you hit me. Zhao Taheo shouted, feeling like his butt was about to be roasted. Rules of martial arts? What I have in my hand is virtue. Su Chen smiled slightly. I always win people over with virtue. Take another brick. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve again, and the brick shot out once more. Bang! Zhao Taheo, who was still trying to put out the flames, paused again, stars dancing in his eyes. Ding! From. Zhao Taheo cursed angrily. Damn it, my pants are almost burned to shreds. Why won't this fire go out? That kid must be behind this. He never expected to trip on his first day with the new students. To quickly extinguish the flames, Zhao Taheo lay down on the ground and started rolling, using the method of cutting off air to put out the fire. Meanwhile, on another high platform, several teachers witnessed this scene, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Dean, is this the impressive and strong person you mentioned? Zhao Zhangwo couldn't help but ask. He recalled what Yuan Tianxiong had said to him yesterday. I just transferred an officer from the army to be a teacher, responsible for this year's top class students. Although his strength is only at the 5th level, both his combat skills and mastery of abilities are very strong. He has killed divine disciples and exotic beasts across boundaries countless times. With him teaching these little brats, they will definitely be well disciplined. Yuan Tianqiang's mouth also twitched as he watched the awkward figure rolling around, momentarily at a loss for words. This kid. Yuan Tianqiang shook his head and smiled bitterly as he looked at Su Chen from afar. He never expected Zhao Taheo would also stumble under his guidance. At this moment on the playground, Zhao Taheo kept rolling on the ground, while Su Chen stood by, timing him. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Their eyes glazed over. But Zhao Taheo's tactic was not bad. As the time reached 2.5 minutes, the flames on his butt finally went out. Damn it, kid, you really made me suffer. Zhao Taheo stood up and patted his butt. At this point, the pants he had used to cover his rear were burned through, revealing his charred backside to everyone. However, Zhao Taheo didn't care at all. After years of fighting on the battlefield, it was quite normal for him to have his clothes completely torn off sometimes. Besides, it was just a small piece of fabric, right? Some of the female students around seemed a bit shy, covering their faces with their hands. So Shai Su Chen smiled slightly and said, Teacher Zhao, it's 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taheo's eyes widened. What? Only a few seconds left? But soon, he laughed again. What did a few seconds matter? It was enough for him. Kid, I have to admit you have some skills, but just a little. Zhao Taheo stretched his body. And the next moment, his massive frame charged at Su Chen like a giant bull. Although his body was huge, it didn't affect his speed. At the same time, a circle of stone pillars appeared on the ground around Su Chen, preventing him from escaping. At this moment, the time had reached 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Zhao Taheo only had time for one move. However, he believed that was enough. He didn't think Su Chen could escape like this. But he was wrong. Su Chen wouldn't run away, he would counterattack. As Zhao Taheo approached, Su Chen's lips curled slightly, he silently chanted something, and then threw a simple punch. Kid, dare to punch with me? Zhao Taheo roared, throwing out a punch of his own. But compared to Su Chen, his punch was extremely fierce, as if it could tear through space. It produced a series of sonic booms. This was still him holding back, otherwise, he feared one punch would turn Su Chen into minced meat. But this punch was enough for Su Chen to take a hit. At least it would break some bones. Boom! The two punches collided, and a shockwave erupted like a bomb from the gap between their fists, raising a cloud of dust. The students watching around waved their hands, and when the dust settled, they all showed expressions of shock. Wow, is this really a battle that can erupt between the second realm and the fifth realm? What exactly is Su Chen's skill? In the previous fight with Wu Fei, it was just a simple, unremarkable punch, yet it could dismantle the opponent's offense. Could he be One Punch Man? Not only were the people around shocked, but even Zhao Taheo himself was astonished, staring at the young man whose fist was colliding with his, eyes wide with disbelief. His punch was enough to send someone from the third realm flying, but Su Chen seemed rooted to the ground, not even budging an inch. Teacher Zhao, 3 minutes are up, Su Chen said, shaking his hand with a smile. Zhao Taheo stared at Su Chen and said, Kid, how did you do that? In his view, an awakened one from the second realm could never withstand his punch, it was simply unbelievable. Su Chen replied, Can I refuse to answer? Hearing this, Zhao Taheo nodded, Sure, everyone has their own secrets, and I want pry. I lost, so tell me, what do you want me to agree to? In fact, Su Chen also admired Zhao Taheo very much. He was undoubtedly a good teacher. He had given the other party 2 punches, and the other party didn't get angry. Even when his butt was on fire, the other party still didn't get mad, and later, he even held back on the punch he threw at Su Chen, ultimately admitting defeat frankly. All signs indicated that this teacher was not as fierce as he appeared on the surface, but rather broad-minded, a strict yet friendly mentor, genuinely wanting to help them improve their strength. Teacher, although I won, I will still study hard, Su Chen said seriously. As for what I want you to do, actually, I have a friend who is also of the earth element, and I want you to bring him into our class. Upon hearing the first part, Zhao Taheo glanced at Su Chen with appreciation. This kid was indeed good, winning without arrogance. Upon hearing the latter part, Zhao Taheo frowned and said, Transferring other students into my class requires the dean's approval, but don't worry, I will try to get him transferred to our class. What's his name? Zhao Chen and Zhao Taheo nodded, noting down the name. He then resumed a serious expression and stepped back in front of the crowd. Although he lost this round, his authority did not diminish in the eyes of the people. Instead, it garnered a bit more respect and admiration. As you all saw, even though classmate Su Chen possesses such formidable strength, he ultimately chose to train diligently and did not become arrogant or prideful. So, you should all learn from him. The people around him nodded in agreement. Countless individuals in their hearts regarded Su Chen as the one to surpass. Observing the crowd's reaction, Zhao Taheo nodded in satisfaction and declared loudly, Alright, then the next step is endless training. Are you all ready? Ready! Zhao Taheo nodded, and then the rounds of training began. They were subjected to immense pressure and had to run with weights. What seemed like simple actions were incredibly difficult in the eyes of the crowd. They struggled to take even a single step at first, gradually managing to run, and the hardships they faced were not for outsiders to know. Even the lunch break was squeezed down to just 10 minutes, completely resembling military management methods. As the sun set, many young girls had their clothes soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to their skin, outlining their graceful curves. A glance could easily lead one to be entranced. It was like devilish training, squeezing out the last bit of potential from the human body. Yet, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered, unwilling to give up. Until finally, some could no longer withstand it and fainted directly. Those from other classes who finished their training saw this scene and couldn't help but click their tongues. This was too intense. However, seeing that this strongest class was still training while they had finished, they couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. If the strongest class was doing this, wouldn't they be finished if they didn't work hard? No, I must continue to train. Thus, things gradually became absurd, and slowly, more people began to join the training, autonomously starting to run. At this moment, Su Chen was also drenched in sweat, his body aching, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, it's getting competitive? The sky gradually darkened, but the enthusiasm on the playground seemed to grow even stronger. No one dared to stop. Their inner thoughts were, if you don't stop, I won't stop. Let's see who can outlast whom. At the academy's high platform, Yuan Tianxiang smiled broadly, feeling quite pleased as he looked towards the playground, saying, "See, it was just an accident before. One class has inspired the whole school. Having this sense of urgency is a good thing." Zhao Jiangwo nodded in agreement, saying, "By the way, Zhao Taheo just came to find me, saying he wants to transfer Zhao Chen to their class." Yuan Tianxiang replied, "Was it Su Chen who suggested it?" To this, Yuan Tianxiang was not surprised. Zhao Taheo was of the earth element, and Zhao Chen was also of the earth element. With Su Chen's strong sense of loyalty, he would definitely find a way to get Zhao Chen transferred to their class. Zhao Jiangwo nodded. "Go ahead, it's not a big problem." Yuan Tianxiang said, "That kid is already a grade now, he should be able to handle Zhao Toheo's training methods." "A grade?" Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed in surprise, "Wasn't he grade before?" Yuan Tianxiang smiled and briefly explained the situation. When Su Chen wanted the Jingjing fruit, Yuan Tianxiang had already known in his heart that he was going to enhance Zhao Chen's talent. After all, with Su Chen possessing such incredible skills and so many abilities, did he really need to enhance his talent? After hearing Yuan Tianqiang's words, Zhao Jiangwo finally felt relieved and also greatly admired Su Chen. On the playground, Zhao Taheo saw that it was about time and finally withdrew the pressure, ending today's training. Releasing pressure for an extended period was also a significant strain on him, serving as a form of self-discipline. Countless people felt sore and exhausted, as if their bodies had been emptied, and they walked towards their dormitories. As the top class began to disperse, everyone else on the playground slowly started to leave. They just wanted to go back, take a shower, and then lie down in bed for a deep sleep. They were really exhausted. Even walking now felt like a limp. But fortunately, tomorrow was the weekend, no classes, which was good news for them. The weekend was generally the time for the academy to allow students to complete departmental tasks and earn credits, so the teachers wouldn't occupy the weekend time. Su Chen greeted Zhao Chen, asking him to move to his villa and then return to his own villa. After taking a cold shower, the moment he lay down on the bed, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a groan. After a whole day of fatigue, this moment felt truly refreshing. If I had known it would be this tiring, I wouldn't have said to study hard. Wouldn't it be better to do as I please? Su Chen complained and slowly fell asleep. That night, Su Chen slept peacefully until early the next morning. He stretched, sat up in bed, and was thinking about what to do today when his phone suddenly rang. Su Chen picked up his phone. It was a message from Qin Ruoi. "Qin Ruoi, good morning." Seeing this message from Qin Ruoi, Su Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered the content from the book 108 Ways to Chat with Girls. If a girl sends you a good morning, only a fool would reply with a good morning. A high emotional intelligence response would warm her for the whole day. Su Chen, warming her for the whole day. 2 minutes later, Su Chen was puzzled again. What was going on? No reply. Did he warm her up? Little did he know, on the other end, Qin Ruoi was confused, not understanding what Su Chen meant by that. After staring at his phone for a long time, she finally replied. "Qin Ruoi, want to have lunch together?" "Su Chen, are you treating?" "Qin Ruoi." After finishing the messages, Su Chen freshened up and walked out of the villa. He planned to first check out the admissions department since he hadn't been there yet after joining. He wondered if there were any easy tasks to do with the 3 big shots to earn some credits. However, just a few steps out the door, he ran into Zhou Fan. Su Chen frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Thanks to the friends above for the gifts." "Hey, what a coincidence, Su Chen." Zhou Fan approached Su Chen as if he had just passed by. "Hee, brother Bai, you were really impressive yesterday. I've admired you for a long time. You even took a punch from Zhao Toheo. That's just too strong." As soon as Zhou Fan saw Su Chen, he started flattering him, completely forgetting about the brick incident that had happened during the freshman competition. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" Nothing, just passing by." "Are you going to the department too? Let's go together." Zhou Fan laughed. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, then nodded. The two then headed towards the department building of the Imperial Capital Academy. Halfway there, Zhou Fan bought 2 bottles of water and handed one to Su Chen, saying, "Brother Bai, it's hot today, it's more comfortable to drink cold drinks." Su Chen looked up at him, then at the drink in his hand, deep in thought. Seeing that Su Chen didn't take it, Zhou Fan's expression seemed a bit unnatural as he asked, "What's wrong, brother Bai? Not thirsty?" "No, I suddenly need to use the restroom, I'll go first." Su Chen grinned and walked towards the restroom. "Okay, I'll wait for you," Zhou Fan called out, watching Su Chen's back with a hint of hidden malice in his eyes. After waiting for a moment, Zhou Fan finally saw Su Chen coming back. Seeing this, Zhou Fan handed the water back to Su Chen. "Let me show you something." Su Chen smiled slightly, opened the bottle cap, and gulped it down in one go. This scene left Zhou Fan dumbfounded, giving a thumbs up. "Brother Bai, you're amazing." But inwardly, he was thinking, what an idiot. Just then, Su-chan suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, his legs went weak, and he fainted. Seeing this, Jo-fan was not surprised at all, sneering, what does it matter if you have skills? You still fell here with me. As he spoke, Jo-fan took out a rope and bound Su-chan. Looking around to see no one, he began muttering something under his breath. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared, like a small teleportation array, and Jo-fan disappeared with Su-chan from the spot. Just as they left, a figure emerged from beside the restroom. Looks like I can make a fortune in skill points again. Su-chan stretched lazily, yawned, and headed towards the admissions building. This time, he was standing in the atmosphere. Outside the Imperial Capital Academy, Jo-fan was sneaking through the streets with a black sack on his back. To those who didn't know better, it looked like he was carrying a bomb. Jo-fan's expression was extremely joyful at this moment. Just bringing Su-chan back to offer him as a sacrifice to the great deity will surely earn me a reward. Plus, Su-chan must have some secret, a secret that allows him to mutate so many skills. If I can get it out of him, Jo-fan hadn't forgotten that Su-chan had defeated Wu Fei from the Four Realms and could take a punch from Zhao Taheo. There had to be a secret behind it. As long as he could get it out, perhaps his strength would increase significantly. Dealing with Su-chan requires some brains. This Su-chan is really a fool. He drank the whole bottle. The effects of the medicine would normally take at least 10 minutes to kick in, but he drank it all and collapsed on the spot. The more Jo-fan thought about it, the happier he became. He could hardly wait to return and claim his reward. At that moment, he had already thought of his acceptance speech. Jo-fan moved quickly, using his replicated skills to teleport several times, and in just 4 minutes, he arrived at an abandoned factory. Jo-fan, who told you to come here? If you get exposed, can you take responsibility? As soon as Jo-fan entered, someone frowned and spoke with a very unpleasant tone. The other 10 or so black-robed figures also began to criticize him. The day of our plan's success is right in front of us. If we get discovered, the great deity will bring down divine punishment and neither of us will be spared. Right, and you're carrying a broken sack, pretending it's a bomb for us? Silence. At that moment, a voice shouted out, and the surrounding black-robed figures immediately fell silent, looking at the red-robed figure in the center with trepidation. They showed absolute obedience to the red-robed figure because they knew that the red robe held a higher rank than their black robes. In front of the great deity, the red robe had even more authority. Moreover, there were golden-robed figures with ranks even higher than the red robes. It was said that those golden-robed figures had personally seen the great deity. Bestowed with divine gifts from the great deity, their strength was incredibly formidable. Their dream was to one day receive the great deity's divine gift. Jo-fan, speak up, the red-robed figure said, looking down at Jo-fan. Jo-fan sneered and dumped the person from the sack onto the ground. This is Su-chan. He once wiped out members of our divine group. His words were filled with extreme pride. Upon hearing this, the surrounding black-robed figures widened their eyes. Su-chan was already on their kill list, and they certainly knew that. Jo-fan actually captured this kid? At that moment, their gazes towards Jo-fan changed. The previous mockery was gone, replaced by envy and jealousy. Capturing Su-chan alive meant Jo-fan could likely achieve great merit and be promoted to a red-robed figure. How could they not envy that? Oh, the red-robed figure was somewhat surprised. Is this the Su-chan you mentioned who possesses 2 mutated skills? Jo-fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he respectfully replied, yes, my lord. My lord, and this kid is a bit strange. Yesterday I personally saw him take a punch from that big teacher without a scratch. I suspect he might possess some treasure. As he spoke, he glanced mockingly at the black-robed figures, mentally noting those who had just spoken. Once he was promoted to a red-robed figure, he would make sure they had a hard time. Well done, the red-robed figure grinned, then instructed the black-robed figures beside him, go wake him up first, force him to reveal his secrets, then offer him to the great deity. Yes. A few men in black stepped forward, crouching down, just as they were about to give Su-chan a good beating. Bang! Su-chan suddenly jolted away, his head colliding directly with the forehead of a disciple. Ouch! The disciple was knocked down to the ground. Who are you? Where am I? What is this place? Su-chan sat up abruptly from the ground, looking around in terror. Wow, you woke up pretty quickly. Jo-fan smirked, suddenly kicking Su-chan. Su-chan, did you ever think you'd end up like this? Ha ha ha. Looking around, Su-chan made an angry face and shouted at Jo-fan, Jo-fan, you're a disciple? Jo-fan laughed heartily, feeling quite relieved. Ha ha, just realizing it now? It's too late. Su-chan, tell me your secret. How did you acquire so many skills, and how did you defeat Wu Fei? Spill it all, and it might make your death a bit more comfortable. Can I ask a question before I die? Su-chan said with a terrified expression. Let me die with some clarity. Humph. Jo-fan snorted coldly. Haven't you heard the saying? The righteous die from talking too much. You don't get to ask questions. Hurry up and confess everything, or else. At that moment, several black-robed disciples surrounded him, brandishing short knives, laughing sinisterly. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Isn't it the villains who die from talking too much? Are they treating him like the righteous? It seems his brain has really been washed. Immediately, Su Chen put on a look of indifference, saying, "Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I tell you?" Zhou Fan sneered, "So you want to die quickly, or be tortured to death by us? It's all death, is there a difference?" Su Chen replied calmly. "You," Zhou Fan said, exasperated. "Very well, then let's make you suffer a bit first. Someone, chop off his hand. Fire in the hole." Su Chen suddenly grinned. In an instant, a blaze erupted on Zhou Fan's backside. "Damn! Hot, hot, hot!" Zhou Fan jumped up, frantically patting his rear. "Su Chen, just you wait." However, this fire took Zhao Taheo 2.5 minutes to extinguish. How could it be so easily put out? Soon, Zhou Fan's pants were burned to shreds, and the flames showed no sign of diminishing. So, Zhou Fan started rolling on the ground like Zhao Taheo. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help me put out the fire." Zhou Fan shouted angrily at the surrounding black-robed men. Hearing this, the black-robed men had no choice but to obey. After all, Zhou Fan could soon become a red-robed disciple, and if they didn't help now, they would be the ones in trouble later. Immediately, the surrounding black-robed men formed a circle around Zhou Fan, exchanged glances, and simultaneously extended their right feet. The next second, they kicked in unison at Zhou Fan's backside. The speed was incredible. Lift, drop, lift, drop. It was like a pile driver. Bang, bang. You all. Zhou Fan cursed instantly. "Great, he'll remember you all, just you wait." Now, it wasn't just the burning from the flames, but also the pain from so many feet trampling him. He felt as if his backside was about to fall apart. This fire might not cause much harm to Zhao Taheo, who was at the 5th realm, but for him, at the 2nd realm, it was a significant injury. A fragrant smell of roasted meat wafted through the space, albeit with a strangely peculiar scent. Finally, the red-robed man could no longer stand it and roared, "A bunch of idiots, get the hell away from me." Upon hearing this, the surrounding black-robed men lowered their heads and dispersed. However, the flames on Zhou Fan's backside had not yet extinguished, they had only diminished slightly. "Su Chen, I swear I will make you pay." Zhou Fan, lying on the ground, screamed, his eyes fixed on Su Chen. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have been torn to shreds by now. At this moment, the man in the red robe stepped forward, waving his large sleeves. With a whoosh, a stream of water surged from his sleeve, pouring down onto Zhou Fan's backside. Feeling the coolness on his rear, Zhou Fan instantly felt relieved and couldn't help but moan. Once the flames were extinguished, the man in the red robe retracted the water flow, and Zhou Fan felt a burning sensation again. At this moment, Zhou Fan understood that Su Chen had another skill that could be activated just by speaking. "Damn it!" Zhou Fan cursed as he got up from the ground. To prevent Su Chen from burning his backside again, he grabbed a roll of tape and sealed Su Chen's mouth shut. After sealing it, Zhou Fan looked at it with satisfaction, then turned to the man in the red robe and said, "Sir, this kid has probably mutated another skill. It's too bizarre." The man in the red robe squinted his eyes and nodded slightly. He had just seen it too. After Su Chen said a word, Zhou Fan's backside caught fire. It was too strange, this was definitely not an ordinary skill. Moreover, if this was the case, he had mutated 3 skills plus his original one. One must ask, who in all of Huaxia has 4 skills? This kid definitely couldn't be left alive. His danger level was even higher than that SS level woman. However, being able to mutate so many skills meant there had to be a method behind it, and it must be extracted through interrogation. The man in the red robe rolled up his sleeves and looked at Su Chen with a sinister gaze, saying, "You little brat, hurry up and tell me your secret." Slap. The man in the red robe directly gave Su Chen a hard slap. "You dare to be stubborn?" Su Chen, slap. The man in the red robe slapped Su Chen again, saying coldly, "Kid, your mouth is pretty tight, you still want say? If you just tell me, I can give you a chance to join the divine disciples, otherwise, it's a dead end." Su Chen felt utterly helpless. This divine disciple didn't seem very smart. "You sealed my mouth, how can I speak? What the hell are you doing? Are you asking for trouble?" The man in the red robe was furious and was about to slap Su Chen again when Zhou Fan timely intervened, saying, Boss, it seems his mouth is sealed. Be more confident, remove the seams." Su Chen was quite touched. "Finally, you realized." The surrounding divine disciples. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The man in the red robe stiffened, slowly turning to Zhou Fan, and shouted, "Then why the hell didn't you unseal him?" Zhou Fan lamented. "What if he sets me on fire again? His backside really couldn't take another burn. If it burned again, it would be completely cooked." Hearing this, the man in the red robe thought carefully and then looked at Su Chen with a sinister gaze, saying, "You little brat, don't set fires, you understand? Otherwise." As he spoke, he made a throat-cutting gesture. Su Chen nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, the man in the red robe raised an eyebrow at Zhou Fan, signaling him to unseal Su Chen's mouth. Zhou Fan swallowed hard and cautiously tore off the tape. Fire! Su Chen suddenly shouted, startling Zhou Fan so much that he stumbled back several steps. Realizing he had been tricked, Zhou Fan's face darkened as he said, Su Chen, you're at death's door and you still dare to play tricks on me? Saying this, he clenched his fist and was about to teach Su Chen a lesson. The man in the red robe reached out to stop him, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Su Chen and said, Kid, as long as you tell me how you can keep mutating skills, I can let you join our divine disciples. You better think it over. At this moment, Su Chen was constantly counting down in his mind. The skill of creating friends from nothing lasted 10 minutes, and now only 2 minutes were left. Since Zhou Fan could enter the academy, the higher-ups of the academy must also be hiding divine disciples. If he could get the information out, it might just earn him some credits. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, on top of a tall building, 2 graceful figures stood gazing into the distance. How is it? Xiao Zhu, do you sense the presence of the divine followers? Yi Qing asked as she looked at Jiang Xiaozhu beside her. Jiang Xiaozhu opened her eyes, lowered her hand from her forehead, let out a long breath, and then pointed towards a distant direction, saying, I sensed a bit, over there. Yi Qing nodded, grabbing Jiang Xiaozhu by the collar and jumping down. President, why didn't you call Qin Ruoyi to join us? In midair, Jiang Xiaozhu asked in confusion. Today was the first weekend for the new students, and normally they would be with the seniors. Yi Qing smiled. I asked her, and she said she had to accompany someone for lunch, so she won't be coming. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaozhu's eyes widened. It can't be with Su Chen, right? Yi Qing chuckled. Who knows? What's so good about Su Chen? He's just a bit handsome and a bit strong. Jiang Xiaozhu muttered. What else is there to like? Meanwhile, at the abandoned factory, Su Chen looked at the man in the red robe before him, blinked, and said, joining you isn't out of the question, but can you answer me one question first? Speak quickly. The red-robed man was losing patience. The longer this kid stayed, the greater the risk. Even if Su Chen revealed the secret of mutation, he would still end up killing him. Su Chen knew he couldn't wait any longer, a subtle smile tugging at his lips as he asked, Does the academy have our people? At this point, the red-robed man didn't want to waste any more words. They were all going to die anyway, so he stated bluntly, Humph, of course. Su Chen's eyes lit up, quickly pressing for more. Who is it? What? The red-robed man had just uttered half a word when he was interrupted by Zhou Fan, who whispered in the red-robed man's ear, My lord, this kid has too many strange skills. I think we should just kill him. Look, he's not even nervous at all. The longer we keep him, the more dangerous it gets. Damn it, so close. Su Chen was furious inside. Moreover, he only had a little over a minute left. With Zhou Fan's interruption, it would be difficult to extract any more information. After considering Zhou Fan's words, the red-robed man realized that this kid seemed to have never been afraid from the start. He even dared to set fire, not thinking about how to escape, but instead kept asking about the academy. The more the red-robed man thought about it, the colder his back felt and the more terrifying it became. After Zhou Fan's remarks, he no longer wanted to pursue any secrets of mutation. If he messed up the matter of the Divine Lord and brought down divine punishment, it would be disastrous. The red-robed man made a quick decision. Zhou Fan, kill him directly. Su Chen was also taken aback. What did Zhou Fan say to the red-robed man to make him change his mind? Hey, I still have secrets, the secret of skills that can mutate. Su Chen hurriedly said, wanting to see if he could extract some information. After all, that was academic credit. What is academic credit? Academic credit is currency. Someone of Su Chen's stature must collect connections. Su Chen, you have no chance left, prepare to die. Zhou Fan raised a dagger and slowly approached Su Chen with a cold smile. Seeing that the other party had made up their mind to kill him, Su Chen knew it was impossible to extract any more information. So he smiled and said, So sure you can kill me? Upon hearing this, Zhou Fan sneered inwardly. He didn't believe that Su Chen had any means to escape. Oh, you're already trapped. How do you plan to escape? At this point, Su Chen stopped pretending and said directly, Did you forget about that warehouse before? I can create clones. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fan's eyes widened. Impossible, I didn't see you clone. Just as he was halfway through, he remembered the time he went to the bathroom while giving Su Chen water. Could it be, was it then? Thinking of this, Zhou Fan immediately tensed up, as if facing a great enemy. Now tell me about your accomplices in the academy, and those hidden in the imperial capital. I can spare your lives, Su Chen smiled, deciding to threaten directly since he couldn't extract information otherwise. At this moment, Zhou Fan's pupils dilated, his heart filled with shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At that time, Su Chen had no idea he was a divine disciple. He must be bluffing. To make me let him go. Moreover, even if he had a clone, he wasn't carrying explosives right now. Zhou Fan couldn't possibly think that this was Su Chen's skill. After all, who would believe in a self-detonation skill? After some mental reassurance, Zhou Fan suppressed his anxiety, his expression hardened, and he swung his knife. Die, you bastard. He had already captured Su Chen, and there was no way he would let him go now. He could only take a gamble. A gamble that Su Chen hadn't activated his clone, a gamble that Su Chen wouldn't explode. But, unfortunately, he lost the bet. A blinding light magnified infinitely in Zhou Fan's eyes. At that moment, despair filled his heart. He knew he had lost the gamble. Su Chen let out a regretful sigh before he exploded. At the same time, the red-robed divine disciple felt a tremor from his soul, a bone-chilling coldness rising from his feet to his scalp, a sense of palpitations enveloping his entire body. It felt as if he would have met his end here if he had been just a second late. Without any hesitation, the red-robed divine disciple shouted, unleashing his strongest skill, raging sea and wild waves. At the same time, a tremendous roar echoed within a 10-kilometer radius, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the abandoned factory. The shockwave, imbued with a sense of destruction, rippled outward from the abandoned factory. Even a kilometer away, the ground trembled. Su Chen, who had reached the second realm, might not have expected the damage to be this great. Meanwhile, passers-by nearby looked in shock at the billowing black smoke rising from the abandoned factory. What the hell happened? Don't worry, everyone, it's just the abandoned factory that exploded. Thank you, otherwise I would have been in the dark my whole life. At the same time, far away at the Imperial Capital Academy, Su Chen let out a muffled groan. His face somewhat pale. Although it was his clone that exploded, he could still feel the pain of being torn apart by the explosion. After all, in a practical sense, the two of him after using the skill were indistinguishable. Moreover, he could feel that the explosion's power was greater now that he had reached the second realm. What's wrong with you? Shinroi, sitting next to Su Chen, asked with concern upon seeing his pale face. Su Chen took a moment to calm down, smiled brightly, and said, "It's nothing, just casually destroyed a divine disciple's hideout." Hearing this, Shinroi looked bewildered. Casually destroyed a divine disciple's hideout? Haven't you been with me the whole time? Has your brain broken? You're not running a fever, are you? Shinroi said suspiciously, placing her hand on Su Chen's forehead, then on her own forehead to check. No fever? Su Chen smiled slightly, not explaining. Originally, he had planned to go to the admissions office, but on the way, he ran into Shinroi and sat down with her at the academy's convenience store to chat. However, Su Chen was very excited inside because after blowing up those dozen or so divine disciples, his skill points and brick proficiency had increased significantly. The brick seemed to have leveled up too. Then, Su Chen brought up his system panel. Name, Su Chen Realm, Third Realm Talent. Skill, Encyclopedia, win people over with virtue, create friends from nothing. Cooling down, human bomb. Cooling down 50-50, fire burning butt defense, 85, stamina, 85, strength, 85, agility, 85 mental power, 195 skill points, 7610 epic brick proficiency, 1060100000 ding. Brick proficiency is full, upgraded to epic brick, strength 30 next level, legendary. Description: after upgrading to legendary brick, it can transform into any weapon you desire. What the hell? Su Chen was shocked inside. There's a preview? The legendary brick can transform into any weapon he imagines? Yes, the anticipation is strong. Su Chen has already envisioned himself with the legendary brick. He could casually transform into a demon blade of 1,000 edges or a flowing blade of fire, combined with the original brick's attributes. Wouldn't that be a massacre? Moreover, Su Chen was astonished to discover that he had broken through. All attributes had risen significantly. Perhaps the pain from the recent explosion had prevented him from realizing his breakthrough immediately, until he brought up the system panel. Only then did he notice. This was undoubtedly the best news. At this moment, the abandoned factory after the explosion resembled a ruin. A figure, charred and unrecognizable, emerged from within. This person was the Red Robe God Disciple. Cough cough. Blood trickled from the corner of the Red Robe God Disciple's mouth, as if his internal organs had been shattered. Even though he survived, he was nearly half dead. At this moment, the Red Robe God Disciple truly wanted to curse. If Zhou Fan were still alive, he would definitely say, "Thank you for bringing me a bomb." After saying that, he would kill Zhou Fan. If it weren't for his strength reaching the 6th realm, he would have turned to ashes in this explosion today. Now, he was the only one left alive in this divine group, and he didn't know if the deity would blame him. Thinking this, the Red Robe God Disciple wanted to escape quickly. With such a huge commotion, the people from the Fengshan Pavilion and the Academy would definitely come. Just as he was about to step away, suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis and palpitation surged from behind, sending chills down his spine. He reacted quickly, turning around swiftly, and shouted, "Raging sea and wild waves." Whoosh! A massive torrent surged from behind him like a tsunami, crashing forward in a deluge. If it were during the Red Robe God disciple's prime, the might would not be so little, but unfortunately, after being blasted by Su Chen, its power had diminished significantly. Yi Qing snorted coldly, her slender fingers lightly pointed into the void, and instantly, blue ice crystals formed at her fingertips, spreading forward at an incredible speed. In an instant, the entire tsunami was frozen solid, shining like an ice sculpture. The Red Robe God disciple was taken aback. In his severely injured state, he could only deal with a fourth realm awakened. Moreover, the newcomer was a fifth realm ice type awakened, perfectly countering his water type, making victory even more elusive. And if he were captured and revealed information about the deity, the consequences. The Red Robe God disciple dared not think he had witnessed the fate of the last person who betrayed the deity. Now, the grass on their grave had grown 10 meters high. Run! Find any way to escape. The Red Robe God disciple hesitated not at all, gritting his teeth. A surge of blood energy erupted from him. His aura slowly climbed. Then with a powerful push of his feet, he shot into the sky like a crimson meteor. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaozhu exclaimed, "Not good, he's trying to escape." Yi Qing snorted coldly, extending her delicate hand to grasp the air. Instantly, a massive golden net appeared in the sky. Like a spider's web, it enveloped the Red Robe God disciple, then suddenly contracted. The Red Robe God disciple's face changed dramatically, attacking frantically, but he could not break free. At this moment, a chill swept through, and ice crystals slowly covered the redrobed deity. In just a moment, the redrobed deity transformed into an ice sculpture, which then fell heavily to the ground. "President, it's still you. Is this the epic level equipment you exchanged with your credits last time?" Zhang Xiaozhu said excitedly. After dealing with the redrobed deity, Yi Qing also revealed a smile and nodded. Fortunately, the six-realm deity was heavily injured, otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have been able to take it down. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaozhu felt a bit of fear. If he hadn't been injured and we had come here, we might not have been able to escape at all. But why did it suddenly explode here? It feels strangely familiar? Explosion? Familiar? As they thought of these two words, it seemed both of them understood something, exchanging a glance before their eyes widened in unison, exclaiming, "Su Chen?" After saying this, Zhang Xiaozhu hesitated and said, "No way, isn't he supposed to be on a date with Qin Ruoyi right now?" Yi Cheng nodded in agreement, pondering for a moment before saying, "Let's just take a look." "Right." Zhang Xiaozhu nodded and then began to use time reversal. They then saw the entire process of Su Chen being bound and the subsequent explosion. After showing the scene to Yi Qing, both of them opened their mouths slightly, looking somewhat shocked. How could he have been captured by a deity? Zhang Xiaozhu asked in confusion. Also, is he really dead or just faking it? Why didn't I see his clone? Yi Qing watched the scene several times and speculated it should be his clone. Although I don't know what they were saying, Su Chen didn't seem to feel scared at all. Even the panic he initially showed felt too fake. Could it be that he activated his clone while at the academy and then got captured? Zhang Xiaozhu guessed, her eyes widening as she said, "Having a clone is great. He can date Qin Ruoyi while dealing with the deities. What a master of time management." "No, when we get back, I have to tell Ruoyi to keep an eye on Su Chen. Who knows if he might use another clone to do something inappropriate to her." P.S. All you handsome guys, please support the author with a 5-star rating and a written review. Let's work together to boost the book's rating, and once it's out, there will be more updates. Lastly, I shamelessly ask for a wave of small gifts. Thank you all. Sigma Omega. Hearing the earlier words, Yi Qing felt that her guess was reasonable, but upon hearing the latter part, her mouth twitched slightly. Zhang Xiaozhu complained, "Sigh, why is Su Chen always one step ahead? Now the credits will probably only be half." Yi Qing smiled, "Without him, the two of us might not have been able to take it down." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaozhu was taken aback, feeling it made sense. That's true, but how did he manage to cause such a huge explosion? I still don't understand. Let's go back to the academy and ask him. Yi Qing smiled. Immediately, Yi Qing grabbed the deity that had been frozen into an ice block and headed towards the academy. On the other side, at the academy, Su Chen and Qin Ruoyi were aimlessly strolling around. "Qin Ruoyi, what are you treating me to for lunch?" Su Chen suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoyi pondered for a moment and said, "How about we eat at my place?" Su Chen's eyes lit up. "Are you going to cook for me? Being able to eat a meal made by a beautiful girl is probably a privilege." Consider yourself lucky," Qin Ruoyi huffed lightly and said. The two arrived at Qin Ruoyi's villa, and Su Chen looked around curiously, asking, "Qin, the campus flower, what are you going to cook?" Qin Ruoyi walked into her kitchen, glanced at the ingredients, and said, "I'll make you noodles?" Su Chen? Is it that exciting? Ahem, thinking too much? Su Chen lightly coughed twice and said, "Okay, sure." Qin Ruoyi glanced at Su Chen with curiosity, nodded, and then got busy. Su Chen wandered around the villa, which was decorated similarly to his own. As he walked, he seemed to have arrived at Qin Ruoyi's bedroom. Su Chen felt a bit curious and couldn't help but open a crack in the door to peek inside. To his surprise, Shin Ruya's room wasn't filled with pink decor and a bunch of dolls like other girls' rooms. Instead, it was very simple: a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and seemingly nothing else. Suchin didn't see anything he wanted to look at. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Shin Ruya's soft voice came from behind, startling Suchan as if he had been caught stealing. "Hee, I was just looking, not going in." Suchin turned around, awkwardly chuckling. Shin Ruoi shot him a glare and scolded, "Pervert." Hearing this, Suchen thought of the content from the book 1008 Ways to Make a Girl Weak in the Knees. A smirk appeared on his face. "Oh? But you put it in here, right?" As he spoke, he slowly moved closer to Shin Ruoi. Seeing this, Shin Ruoya's face turned slightly red and she blinked, asking, "What do you want to do?" "Hee, what do you think I want to do?" "Of course, it's to do what a man should do." Su Chen got closer, and Shin Ruoi swallowed hard, slowly backing away. For some reason, her heart was racing and there was even a hint of anticipation. Soon, Shin Ruoi found herself backed against the wall. Seeing this, Su Chen wore a half smile, propping one hand against the wall, staring at the cornered Shin Ruoi. At this moment, the distance between them was mere inches, and the atmosphere felt somewhat ambiguous. Shin Ruoya's face grew hotter. She could feel Su Chen's warm breath. Her heart raced wildly, completely different from her usual self, even surprising Su Chen a bit. It seemed the book's teachings were indeed correct. Just as Su Chen was about to take the next step, creak! Suddenly, the door opened. Jiang Zio's hand, which was knocking, froze in midair, and both she and Yi Qing were stunned. At the same time, Su Chen and Shin Ruoi turned to look. For a moment, their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze at that instant. After a long 3 seconds, Jiang Xiaozhu finally reacted and quickly closed the door. Bang! "Sorry for the interruption." Jiang Zio's heart raced as she felt she had discovered something incredible. "President, was that a wall slam?" Jiang Xiaozhu asked excitedly. "So thrilling." Yi Cheng said blankly, "It should be, right." They hadn't expected the relationship between the two inside the door to develop so quickly. "Suchin is really something." Jiang Xiaozhu seemed even more excited than Shin Ruoi herself. "If it were me, I definitely couldn't resist." Hearing this, Yi Qing's mouth twitched. Meanwhile, inside the door, Shin Ruoya's face turned even redder. It felt as if she had been caught doing something inappropriate. Even Su Chen looked embarrassed, completely forgetting what the next step was. The book seemed to say something about feeding lollipops? Damn! I didn't even bring a lollipop. Suddenly, a burnt smell wafted in, and Shin Ruoi exclaimed, "Ah, my noodles." After saying that, she dashed into the kitchen. Su Chen sighed, feeling quite displeased. It was all the fault of the two at the door. He had felt he was so close to success. And then it was all ruined. However, after this incident, he understood that next time he needed to bring a lollipop. Then, Suchin helplessly walked to the door, opened it, and looked at the two figures squatting on the ground, saying, "What are you two doing here?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Jiang Xiaozhu jumped up from the ground, excitedly asking, So, did it work?" Su Chen gave her a wide-eyed look, as if to say, "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaozhu felt a wave of regret, pouting as she said, "Who told you not to lock the door? I just touched it lightly and it opened. You can't blame us for that." Su Chen was somewhat speechless, opening the door wide and saying, "Come in." The three entered the living room and sat down. Su Chen was the first to ask, "Are you here to find Ruoi?" Yi Qing shook her head and said, "No, we came to find you." Su Chen was taken aback. "How did you know I was here?" Jiang Xiaozhu chuckled, "Do we even need to say? We checked everywhere else, and since no one was there, you must be here." Just then, Shin Ruoi came over with a few bowls of noodles, her face still slightly flushed, saying, "I happened to cook too much. In fact, the previous batch had burned, so she cooked a new one." Su Chen grinned and took the bowls. "Finally, I can eat the noodles you made." Jiang Zio's eyes sparkled, saliva almost dripping. "Wow, they look delicious." Yi Qing also nodded in agreement. Seeing that the three seemed to have not mentioned what had just happened, Shin Ruoi breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was still a hint of disappointment in her heart. At this moment, Su Chen slurped a noodle and looked at the two, asking, "So, what do you need me for?" Jiang Xiaozhu and Yi Qing exchanged glances and asked, "That abandoned factory outside the academy was blown up by you, right? How did you find out again?" Su Chen asked in surprise. Had they just been outside the academy? Did they use time reversal to check? What a coincidence! Meanwhile, Shin Ruoi was a bit confused. Hadn't he been by her side the whole time? When did he blow up the factory? "That was our task for today, but you ended up stealing it from us." Jiang Xiaozhu shot him a glare. Yi Qing nodded and asked, "But speaking of which, how did you get caught at the abandoned factory?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled helplessly and recounted everything about Zhou Fan. 5 minutes later, after listening to Su Chen's words, the other three were all taken aback. Shin Ruoi also understood what Su Chen had meant earlier. She felt a bit shocked. She hadn't expected that while chatting with her, he had already taken down a cultist hideout. Now that she thought about it, when they encountered Lu Mang before, his complexion after self-detonation was just like it was now, pale. Cultists infiltrated the academy? Jiang Xiaozhu exclaimed, "Can you use your skills to see if there are any cultists left in the academy?" Through Su Chen's explanation, they understood that he could use his skills to detect cultists. In fact, when he first met Zhou Fan on the first day of school, Su Chen had already discovered he was a cultist, but he hadn't acted hastily. After all, it was better to fish for bigger prey. Until today, Su Chen finally seized the opportunity and took them all down. Su Chen shrugged, "I haven't seen any so far. Some of the higher-ups in the academy I can't even meet." Jiang Xiaozhu said, "Then should we tell the principal to let you check all of them?" Yi Qing shook her head, "No, that would alert the enemy. They probably still don't know we have intel about the undercover agents in the academy. I'll inform the principal about this. We can only investigate secretly. Su Chen, you should also keep an eye on the people in the academy. You're a sensible person, I understand what you mean. I'm also a sensible person, and sensible people should understand what I mean." Su Chen grinned, rubbing his fingers together. The meaning clear. Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily stunned, their heads filled with question marks. It wasn't until they saw his gesture that Yi Qing finally understood, rolling her eyes at him. "Don't worry, there are credits." Su Chen smiled in satisfaction, truly a sensible person. Since the matter regarding the cultists was quite important, Yi Qing and Jiang Xiaozhu quickly finished their noodles and left. Now only 2 people were left, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Su Chen seemed unfazed, eating his noodles by himself. Qin Rui was the first to break the frozen atmosphere, whispering, You should be targeted by the divine disciples. You should try not to leave the academy in the future." Su Chen was taken aback and nodded with a smile. This really felt like home. After finishing their meal, the two parted ways. They both had to go to their respective departments to receive their tasks. Upon arriving at the admissions department, the three were coincidentally present. When Lin Xiao saw Su Chen, his eyes lit up. "Hey, Su Chen is here. We were just about to call you." Li Yun patted Su Chen on the shoulder and said, "The freshman competition is impressive. I didn't realize before that you could even defeat Wu Fei from the Four Realms." Shani, slumped in a chair, nodded, "Not bad, you're now the strongest in our department." Hearing this, Su Chen felt a wave of disdain inside. Did they really think he didn't know their true realms? 3 awakened beings from the 5 realms, with levels higher than some teachers, pretending to be weak here? 3 old fakes. However, Su Chen had no intention of exposing them, he just wanted to see how long they would keep up the act. Su Chen chuckled and asked, "Do we have tasks to do?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Every year at the start of the semester, we need to retest our talents and various data. The freshmen are usually taken to test by the senior members of the department. So, let's go together." The academy's testing room is overseen by dedicated teachers. Upon seeing the 4 from the admissions department, the teacher's mouth twitched slightly. Then, seeing Su Chen, her expression turned a bit strange. How did a freshman with the top rank think of joining the admissions department? Wouldn't joining any other department be better than this one? Was it just to slack off? If Su Chen knew her thoughts at that moment, he would definitely say, "You really know how to read people." "Alright, Su Chen, this is the testing room. First, retest your talent, then measure your strength, speed, and so on." Shani yawned. Seeing the drowsy look in his eyes, Su Chen felt puzzled. Why did he always look so out of it whenever they met? Su Chen thought of his skill, Sleep Lotus. Could it be related to his skill? Su Chen pondered this and then nodded, "Okay." Following that, the 4 began to take turns testing their talents. Now, one might ask, why test talent? Isn't talent fixed? No, it's not. For example, Zhao Chun, after eating a crystal fruit, went from C rank to A rank. Moreover, everyone's physique is different. Some people's talents can even inexplicably drop, which is quite bizarre. So, this is also the reason for the tests at the start of each semester. The first to test was Shani, who casually walked up and placed his hand on the talent testing stone. In the next moment, a beam of ice blue light shot up into the sky, and blue lotuses blossomed around him, radiating brilliantly. Seeing this scene, the female teacher taking notes was somewhat surprised. It didn't drop, still at SSS rank. The fact that he had been slacking off for so many years in the academy and still maintained such a high talent left her a bit astonished. However, she also felt disdain. With such high talent, he was still slacking off. Really, she didn't know what to say. The female teacher felt quite exhausted inside. Next up was Li Yun, who stepped forward to test. His result was a white beam of light, and just looking at it, one could feel a chilling sword intent, though it wasn't as grand as Shani's. SS rank, the female teacher nodded and recorded it. Then it was Lin Xiao's turn. When he tested, strands of flute music emanated, like a magical sound that sent chills down one's spine and had a disorienting effect on the mind, though fortunately, it didn't last long. Finally, it was Su Chen's turn. At this moment, the way the others looked at him had changed. After all, he was the only one in all of China, even globally, with a G-rank talent. They had never seen it before and were eager to find out if it was true. After all, a freshman champion who could defeat awakened beings from all four realms who would believe he had a level talent? At that moment, Suchen felt a bit anxious. Perhaps this test would be different? With that thought, he slowly placed his hand on the talent testing stone. Bang! Just as Suchen's hand touched the talent testing stone, a crisp sound echoed. The talent testing stone appeared to crack like a shattered mirror, the fissures slowly spreading, resembling a spider web. The next moment, with a loud bang, it turned to dust. Suchen was left dumbfounded, his hands still hovering in midair. This isn't my fault. The quality is terrible. Suchen quickly waved his hands at the others, exclaiming that this talent testing stone must have cost a fortune. If it was on him, he would be at a huge loss. The others were equally bewildered, mouths agape, their faces filled with shock. The responsible female teacher said, "How is this possible? This talent testing stone is made from a very sturdy material. How could it shatter and turn to dust? This is simply unbelievable." Suchen scratched his head and shamelessly suggested, is there a possibility that my talent is too strong and this talent testing stone couldn't handle my talent's intensity? Upon hearing this, the four looked at Suchen with disdain. They had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. In this regard, I must admit defeat, Li Yun sighed. At this point, the female teacher was at a loss. The price of the talent testing stone was indeed high, but Suchen was just undergoing a normal test, so it was impossible to ask him for compensation. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Let's test the next one. Suchen, you can come back to test again later." Hearing this, Suchen nodded, but he felt that the next time he came to test, it would break again. In fact, what he said earlier had some truth to it. After all, the encyclopedia's explanation was 3 question marks, indicating an unknown talent. And since the talent testing stone had just shattered, Suchen wondered if his talent was so powerful that it shattered the stone? Following that, Suchen entered a testing room for strength. The room was quite simple, with just a stone pillar, seemingly designed for a punch to test strength. With this in mind, Suchen took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and threw a punch. Bang! This punch cut through the air with a mighty force, but when it hit the stone pillar, it felt like hitting cotton, sinking without a ripple. Strength, 85? The teacher beside him exclaimed in surprise. Generally, awakened beings in the third realm had strength ranging from 60 to 70, yet Suchen had reached 85, which astonished him. At this moment, Suchen was also surprised, unsure how the machine calculated it, as it matched his system's value exactly. However, this was just his bare-handed strength, without using any weapons. So, he turned to ask, "Teacher, can I try testing my strength with a weapon?" The female teacher nodded in agreement. However, she didn't believe that using a weapon would significantly increase strength, as weapons wouldn't add to one's inherent power. It still relied on one's own strength. But since he wanted to try, why not? At that moment, she saw the weapon in Suchen's hand and her mouth twitched as he pulled out a brick. Then, Suchen swung the brick and smashed it down onto the stone pillar. Bang! After a muffled sound, the female teacher casually glanced at the strength value. 145. Wait a minute. The female teacher suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief and looked again at the value. She rubbed her eyes a few times, still seeing the number 145 displayed prominently on the screen. How is this possible? The female teacher exclaimed, how could a brick possibly have so much power? This strength is almost on par with that of a fifth realm awakener. Then he thought, could this be the characteristic of a talent-bound weapon? At this moment, Suchen revealed a smile. An epic level brick is indeed different, directly adding 30 to his strength. Adding the previous 2 boosts, one of 10 and another of 20, he had a total increase of 60 points in strength. He could now feel that even without using 50-50, he could still knock Wu Fei out. At this time, the female teacher suppressed her shock and cleared her throat twice, saying, "Alright, let's test the next one." Following that, Suchen tested his speed and defense, and the results were not much different from the values given by the system. Before long, all 4 had completed their tests and walked out of the testing room. The female teacher glanced at the scoresheet, her mouth twitching slightly, and then looked up at the 3 relaxed students. "This semester, you 3 have all reached the third realm, but your attributes are too balanced, aren't they? Strength, speed, defense, all 60? This teacher began to suspect they were faking it, but she was a 5th realm awakener and could see clearly. The 3 relaxed students in front of her were indeed genuine 3rd realm awakeners. Hearing this, Suchen's mouth twitched slightly. They really were 3 old fakes, pretending to be weak during the test. The 3 scratched their heads and chuckled, saying, it might just be a coincidence." The female teacher shot them a glance and then said, "Follow me, it's time to start the final test." With that, she walked toward a room on her own. The 4 followed her. This is the place for testing mental strength. Soon, a simulated pressure will descend, and you just need to resist it. The final score will be based on how long you can hold out. The female teacher looked at the four and asked, "Are you ready?" Shinee lazily nodded while lying on the ground. Li Yun and Lin Xiao yawned and nodded. Seeing the three of them, Su Chen also felt like yawning. It seemed he was almost infected by them. Su Chen, aye Captain. The other four? The female teacher left the room and then directly activated the switch. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a wave of pressure in the room, similar to the kind Zhao Tuheo had exerted on them. However, this one was clearly much lighter at the start. 5 minutes passed. Su Chen felt no discomfort and turned to look at Shinee and the others, only to be stunned. The three of them seemed to have put on masks of pain, their bodies twitching and frothing at the mouth. Oh, what terrible acting! The Imperial Capital Academy truly has a wealth of talent. The teacher responsible outside saw this and twitched her mouth, quickly opening the door to pull the three out. Before leaving, the three didn't forget to give Su Chen a look, as if to say, "Keep it up." At this moment, only Su Chen remained in the testing room, and the pressure gradually increased. After 20 minutes, beads of sweat had already formed on Su Chen's forehead. Even the teacher outside was feeling quite unsettled. Being able to withstand for 20 minutes meant his mental strength was at least 150. After all, he was only a third realm awakener. His mental strength was surprisingly strong. Another 20 minutes passed, and the female teacher was already feeling numb. Just how strong could his mental strength be? She never expected that before Su Chen awakened, he already had a mental strength of 66, let alone now as a third realm awakener. Shin-Yi and the others slumped to the side, secretly astonished. Li Yun nodded and said, "This junior is impressive." Lin Xiao joked, "He can even take on Wu Fei from the fourth realm. His mental strength must be good. Who knows, by the time he reaches the fourth realm, he might even clean up after you." At this moment, the female teacher looked into the room and asked, "Su, can you still hold on?" Inside the room, Su Chen's face was already a bit flushed. The pressure was increasing, but he felt he could hold on a little longer, so he nodded and said, "I can still manage." Then, the pressure grew stronger. When the mental pressure reached around 200, Su Chen felt he could barely hold on and turned to glance at the teacher outside the window. In fact, he could have persisted for another minute or two, but he didn't want to make it so exhausting. That was enough. After all, he still had a task to do later. Seeing this, the female teacher nodded, released the pressure, and opened the door. Su Chen, mental power 200, Shin-Yi, 60, Li Yun, 60, Lin Xiao, 60, the female teacher read from the registration form in her hand. Hearing that the other three all had a score of 60, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Wasn't that a bit too controlled? The female teacher continued, "Shin-Yi, Li Yun, Lin Xiao, you can each go to the door and collect 10 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Shin-Yi and the others nodded with smiles. Su Chen was taken aback. Something was off. Why wasn't he included? "What about me, teacher?" The female teacher raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Only those who have been in school for 2.5 years and are at the third realm or below are eligible, and currently, they are the only 3 in the whole school receiving this basic allowance. What the hell? At that moment, Su Chen understood why they were pretending to be weak. It was to receive the basic allowance. He quickly chased after them. Meanwhile, the 3 at the door happily collected their spirit stones and placed them into their spatial rings. Su Chen's mouth twitched as he asked, "Do we have a task to do this afternoon?" "Yeah, we do," Shin-Yi yawned and said. "Li Yun, you explain." Li Yun nodded and began. One day, a previously peaceful village was suddenly attacked by unknown creatures. "Run for your lives!" Su Chen suddenly shouted. The 3 looked at him in confusion. Su Chen, never mind, you guys continue. Li Yun cleared his throat and continued. One day, a previously peaceful village was suddenly attacked by unknown creatures. So our task is to go there and find out what happened and resolve it. Hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. Wait, aren't we supposed to be doing a laid-back task? Why does this task seem like it requires action? Lin Xiao chuckled. Well, you're here now, and this is also your first task. How can you slack off? Besides, this is just a clever task, something that can be handled at the third realm. For you, it's just a small case. Shin-Yi nodded in agreement. Su Chen. On the city highway, an off-road vehicle was driving along. Inside the car, Su Chen asked, "Which village are we going to?" Li Yun, with a lollipop in his mouth, said, "Abie, to that village." Su Chen was filled with questions. Which village? Li Yun licked his lollipop, frowned. It's that village. Su Chen's brows furrowed tighter just as he was about to speak. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. He could no longer hold back and said, "Su Chen, the name of this village is literally that village." "Why?" Su Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of ridiculous village was this? Who named it? That village? Which village am I talking about? The experienced driver Li Yun drove steadily, and after a long while, the group finally arrived at the entrance of that village. A few villagers guarding the village stood at the entrance, and upon seeing them, immediately crossed their long forks in front of the group, blocking their way. Then, with a wary expression, they asked, "What are you here for?" Li Yun yawned and said, to deal with unknown creatures. Upon hearing this, the villagers' faces brightened, but they still cautiously said, green mountains outside the mountains, tall buildings outside the buildings? Singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. Quick, please come in. Suchen was stunned again. Did they really need a password just to enter a village? As they walked into the village, the four looked around and found nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary village, with some villagers, free-range ducks, and many chickens. The villager leading the way said, you can call me Wang Fugue. Lin Xiao nodded and asked, where is your village chief? Just ahead, not far away, Wang Fugue said with a smile, pointing to a villa in front. As the group walked towards the villa, an unsettling feeling grew stronger. It seemed that some indescribable sounds, rising and falling, were emanating from there. The few of them exchanged glances, their expressions subtly changing. Goodness, is the village chief really having this much fun in the middle of the day? Wang Fugue looked quite embarrassed, then knocked on the door and shouted, Village chief Xia, the people here to deal with the unidentified creatures have arrived. Inside the villa, Xia Bureau frowned slightly at the sound of knocking, but upon hearing that it was the people here to handle the unidentified creatures, he immediately felt delighted. He quickly got dressed and stepped outside. Hello everyone. Xia Bureau greeted them with a polite smile. Hello, Li Yun replied, glancing at him and nodding. Do you have any information? We need to know before we take action. Hearing this, Xia Bureau's expression became serious, and after a moment of thought, he said, as far as I know nothing. The others? Are you kidding me? Haha, just joking, Xia Bureau chuckled, then his expression turned serious again. Just a few days ago, a thick fog suddenly descended upon the village. At first, we didn't pay much attention, after all, fog is quite normal. But after the fog lifted, some villagers went missing. Upon hearing this, the four frowned. Su Chen stroked his chin and speculated, it seems like some kind of exotic beast. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Yi had already found a large stone to lie on. Yes, I think so too. Li Yun said, I think so too. Su Chen, it's up to you. Lin Xiao added, right, after all, you're the strongest member of our department. Su Chen? Why do I feel like I shouldn't have come with them on this mission today? The city is too complicated, I want to go back to the countryside. Xia Bureau quietly watched them without speaking. It didn't matter who took action, as long as they could help deal with the exotic beasts here. Just then, a loud shout came from a distance, not good. Everyone, hurry back inside. The fog is coming. P.S. I won't be liking comments anymore, there are too many, and the author is overwhelmed. If you think it's too bland, I'll add another chapter. The fog is coming. Upon hearing this, the group turned to look at the village entrance. They saw a gray mist rapidly enveloping the area. It's coming, Wang Fugue said with a terrified expression. Everyone, let's get inside, it's safer in there. Xia Bureau nodded repeatedly and opened the gate to his courtyard. He then urged the others to come in. Su Chen couldn't quite describe it as soon as he entered the house. A strange smell filled the air. A bit fishy. This is my wife, you can just call her Xiaodu, Xia Bureau said, pointing to a woman sitting nearby. Her hearing isn't very good. The group glanced at her and nodded, then observed the eerie mist outside through the window. At this point, the mist had already enveloped the entire village. If they went out now, visibility would definitely be less than a meter. Rounding it off, it would be like not being able to see your own hand in front of your face. Alright, Su Chen, our safety depends on you now, Li Yun said, opening the door and pushing Su Chen outside. Su Chen? Aren't you throwing me under the bus? We took this mission together and now I'm the only one doing it? This group of old sixes. But it's fine, I can level up my skills alone. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and then walked into the mist. This fog felt no different from ordinary fog. Su Chen certainly wouldn't foolishly wander around in this mist. He activated the encyclopedia directly. Playing hide and seek with me? You're still too naive. I could find you even if you hid in a dung pit. Su Chen temporarily decided to call this exotic beast Magnia. After all, it resembled a monster from a certain film from his past life. Following the guidance of the encyclopedia, Su Chen arrived in front of a thatched cottage. Faint sounds could be heard coming from inside. Then, a brick appeared in Su Chen's hand as he hunched over and stealthily approached. Following that, Su Chen slowly opened the door and hurled the brick out, shouting, "Take this, Magnia!" Bang! Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, unmistakably not human. At that moment, Su Chen also caught sight of the scene inside the thatched hut, where a humanoid beast was tying up a villager with ropes. A rag was stuffed in the villager's mouth. Woo woo! The villager's eyes were filled with signals of distress. Su Chen quickly brought up the beast's status panel. Name, Mist Hiding Beast Realm. 4th realm level, S defense, 95 stamina, 95 strength, 80 agility, 100. It turned out to be a 4th realm creature, which surprised Su Chen slightly, but just slightly. Now, he was confident he could handle this beast without a fair fight. At that moment, the mist-hiding beast's face turned ashen with rage, and it spoke human words, "Kid, you dare to ambush me?" As it spoke, it raised its sharp claws and lunged at Suchen. Bang! The mist-hiding beast's movement abruptly halted as a bright red brick smashed into its face, causing blood to flow from its 7 orifices. Suchen shook the brick and looked at it with amusement, saying, "Now tell me, where's the villager you kidnapped?" The mist-hiding beast gritted its teeth and took a few steps back. Suchen's presence felt strange to it. He could control people, and despite being only a third realm, he could inflict such significant damage. The mist-hiding beast squinted its eyes and retorted, "Very well, kid, what's your name?" Hearing this, Suchen frowned slightly. Why do villains always want to know names? Do they need the killer's name to enter the underworld? However, out of respect for his own reputation, he politely answered, "Since you asked so sincerely, I will generously tell you, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world. I am your father. Foolish human, dare to play tricks on me?" The mist-hiding beast's expression visibly darkened. "I advise you not to interfere with the plans of the divine, or the consequences will be severe." More talk about gods? Suchen frowned. Do beasts also have divine followers? Suchen smiled and said, "Then I advise you not to be ungrateful. Release the villagers and reveal your entire plan, and maybe I will spare your life." Ha ha ha, you want to save the villagers? They've already been sacrificed. The mist-hiding beast suddenly burst into wild laughter, then, taking advantage of Suchen's moment of inattention, it grabbed the villager on the ground and dashed out of the thatched hut. It was too strange to be safe. It decided to make a run for it. It believed that with its speed in the mist, not only would the opponent not find it, but they also wouldn't catch up. However, it didn't realize that the mist was meaningless in front of Suchen. Seeing this, Suchen pushed off the ground and hurriedly chased after it. "Run? It'll crack your head open and scramble your brains. Kid, try to find me first, ha ha." The arrogant voice of the mist-hiding beast echoed through the mist. Hearing this, Suchen smirked and, following the guidance of the encyclopedia, cast a spell in a certain direction, "Fire on the butt." In the next moment, red flames flickered through the mist, accompanied by screams. "Ah! What did you do to me?" The mist-hiding beast ran while screaming, one hand clutching the villager, the other slapping its own rear. Just then, a bright red brick fell from the sky. Bang! Ding! Skill points from mist-hiding beast 10 ding. Brick proficiency 10. A pleasant sound rang out, and the mist-hiding beast let out a scream, dropping the villager and fleeing in a panic. Terrifying. So freaking terrifying. What kind of divine methods are these? Not only can they locate me, but they can also set my butt on fire with just a word. I clearly only grabbed 1 or 2 villagers each time, so how could such a powerful awakened one be drawn here? The misty beast didn't have time to think. At this moment, its rear was almost burnt. It hurt. So much pain. Moreover, there was a chilling sensation behind it that made its scalp tingle. "I've already let go of the village." Just as the misty beast was about to speak, another bright red brick fell from the sky. Smack! Ding! From. With this brick, a sharp pain shot through the top of the misty beast's head, making it dizzy and unable to see clearly. It felt as if another hit would make its head explode. Seeing this, the misty beast gritted its teeth and said, "Kid, you forced my hand. Since you want to die, then I'll grant you that." In the next second, it suddenly shouted, "Daddy!" Suchen was taken aback. Why did it suddenly call me daddy? Begging for mercy? Hey, good son. Suchen was really about to respond when he abruptly stopped. The other party was a beast. If I said that, wouldn't I be one too? Well, luckily I reacted quickly and cut my losses in time. Just as Suchen raised the brick to deliver the final blow, a furious roar came from afar, getting closer. Who is it? In the next second, a tall and burly beast appeared in front of Suchen. Another misty beast. Suchen was stunned. Wow, isn't this the traditional trope from novels, beating the young one and then the old one shows up? Did I just encounter that today? Dad, please help me put out the fire. The little misty beast beside him twisted its face in pain and said. The big misty beast turned to look. Its expression changing, it saw its son was almost burnt to a crisp, blood streaming down its face. If it didn't save him now, it would really be over. It immediately rushed towards its son. As for Suchen, he would definitely make the other party pay dearly. But would Suchen just stand there and watch the rescue? Seeing this, he waved his sleeve, and a brick shot out. You dare! The big misty beast roared, punching towards the brick in midair. This punch seemed to tear the space apart. The power was immense. The brick in the air wasn't flying fast. It was confident it could intercept it. Just as the fist was about to hit the brick in the air actually climbed directly upwards. It dodged the opponent and shot straight towards the little misty beast behind. No! The big misty beast's pupils constricted. It never expected a brick could turn. This is unscientific. Suchen smirked. His brick had a lock on it. Want to intercept? Sorry, I have a countermeasure system. At this moment, the bright red brick descended like a missile. Smack! A crisp explosion sounded, and the little misty beast's head burst apart. Ah! I will kill you! Seeing this, the big misty beast's eyes turned blood red, and it roared, charging towards Suchen like a cannonball. At this moment, Suchen also quickly pulled up the opponent's attribute panel. Name, Misty Beast Realm 5th Realm Skill, The Great Mist is coming level, S, Defense 120, Stamina 125, Strength 115, Agility 130 Goodness, it's a 5th realm, no wonder it's so fast. In the midst of his thoughts, the Misty Beast's attack arrived, its sharp claws slashing out. Seeing this, Suchen hurriedly raised the brick to block in front of him. Sizzle! The sharp claws struck the brick, producing a piercing, ear-splitting sound. It was like ordinary fingernails scraping against a blackboard, making one's scalp tingle. A tremendous force passed through the brick, causing Suchen's arms to tremble, feeling a bit sore. He staggered back several steps. Seeing this, Suchen quickly activated his skill, Fire on the Butt. With a whoosh, a large fire ignited on the Misty Beast's rear, startling it. In the next moment, it hurriedly released a large amount of mist from its backside, trying to extinguish the fire with the thin droplets of water in the mist, but soon he realized the effect was minimal. This was definitely not an ordinary flame. Just then, a brick came whistling straight towards his face. It was moving so fast that there was no way to dodge it. Smack! Ding! From the face of the mist-concealing beast instantly turned red, leaving a square red mark. The pain from this was even worse than the ache in his backside. The mist-concealing beast gritted his teeth. This kid was indeed a bit sinister. However, having killed his son, he would make the other party pay with their life. With that thought, his sharp claws whoosh as they elongated significantly. At the same time, the surrounding mist grew thicker. Although he had the help of the encyclopedia, the fog that obstructed his vision made Suchen feel somewhat uncomfortable. It was like being blind, only able to act based on what others said. Fortunately, he had the skill Fiery Hot Bottom, which allowed him to emit a bit of light in the mist. At that moment, the mist-concealing beast launched an attack, moving extremely quickly while hiding in the fog. If it were someone else, they might not be able to deal with him quickly. But Suchen's skill was very effective against him. Once the cooldown was over, Suchen struck out with another brick. The mist-concealing beast, who was just about to swipe with his claws, suddenly halted, feeling a heavy weight on his head, followed by a muffled sound. At that moment, the mist-concealing beast realized the strange thing was the other party's brick. He had thought that the previous hit was because he wasn't fast enough. Now he understood that it could actually control him. However, it was too late for him to think of that. Taking advantage of the 2 seconds of control, Suchen struck him hard on the top of his head with another heavy brick. Bang! With that blow, the mist-concealing beast's head was instantly bloodied. Tell me, what did you do to the villagers? Suchen said, shaking the brick as he stared at him. At this moment, the mist-concealing beast's eyes were bloodshot, and with a roar, he lunged at Suchen, shouting, "You owe me my son's life." He had completely lost his mind, even ignoring the flames on his backside, solely focused on wanting Suchen's life. Seeing this, Suchen sighed and swung the brick again. Smack! With the power of the upgraded epic level brick, Suchen's strength was now comparable to that of other awakened beings of the 5 realms. With that strike, the mist-concealing beast's vision went dark, and he collapsed, his consciousness slowly fading into nothingness. Son! Suchen took a glance and then left. The urgent task now was to find the missing villagers, as that would count as completing the mission. Suchen suddenly thought of the divine plan they had mentioned before. What could it be? So, he asked inwardly, "Encyclopedia, what is the plan they spoke of?" "Encyclopedia, I don't know." Upon hearing this, Suchen was taken aback. "Didn't you say there was nothing you didn't know? Encyclopedia, do you really believe I was bragging?" Suchen, 6. At this moment, Suchen began to suspect that this encyclopedia was actually the system itself. After all, which skill would brag? If it wasn't the system, what was it? Then where did they take the villagers? You should know that, right? Encyclopedia, I do know that. Just over the mountain, beyond the sea, there is a group. Suchen was dumbfounded. Was the encyclopedia actually starting to sing? This kind of thing hadn't happened before. Had it realized he discovered it was the system? And then decided to stop pretending and just lay it all out? Suchen had a rough guess in his mind, sighed, and continued to ask, "Encyclopedia, which mountain is over there?" "Encyclopedia, it's that mountain." "What the hell? Which?" Just as Suchen was about to curse, he suddenly thought of that village. Could it be that there was a possibility that there was a mountain here called that mountain? If that village had one, it would be reasonable for there to be a mountain called that too, right? At this moment, Suchen was quite puzzled. Because the encyclopedia actually wouldn't tell him where that mountain was. It only told him it was at that mountain. Suchen felt a bit of a headache. He was already certain that this was the system. Suddenly, his eyes lit up because there was a village not far away. Suchen hurriedly quickened his pace and rushed over. At the village entrance, there happened to be an elderly woman watering her vegetables. "Excuse me, ma'am, do you know where that mountain is?" The woman smiled at the young man and said, "Young man, you must be from out of town." Suchen nodded with a smile, but inside, a herd of grass mud horses galloped past him. It seemed that the mountain really did exist here. The place names were really confusing Suchen. "Young man, I need to give you a proper introduction, otherwise, you won't know where you end up one day." The woman was very enthusiastic, pointing to several mountain peaks in the distance, saying, "Look, that's that mountain, close to our village, that's this mountain, close to this village, and that's which mountain, close to that village." "Su-chen? Are you playing tongue twisters or brain teasers with me? You've completely muddled me. Damn it, how many villages and mountains are there? What kind of ridiculous task did those three take on to end up in this godforsaken place?" At the same time, he really wanted to know who named this place. He wanted to give that person a beating. He swore he would never come here again. Thank you, ma'am." Suchen quickly waved his hand and left. Fortunately, he remembered the location of that mountain. After all that the woman said, he only remembered that mountain. It wasn't very far, just next to this village. Next to which village? Suchen felt like his brain capacity was insufficient and quickly left the place. After a long while, Suchen finally arrived at that mountain. "Encyclopedia, it's the cave in front." Hearing the voice in his mind, Suchen's expression darkened. "Didn't you just tell me the location of that mountain? Was that intentional?" "Encyclopedia, it was intentional." "Damn, so arrogant, too arrogant. Just stop pretending." Suchen suddenly thought back to when he first bound this system. That 10 consecutive draws were probably just messing with him, intentionally making the last draw end up being this encyclopedia. Suchen sighed wearily and then walked towards a cave above. He wanted to beat up this system, but he couldn't. At this moment, thousands of kilometers away in the function pavilion, a figure in red was suspended by all four limbs in a dim room. This person was completely charred, and if Suchen were here, he would definitely recognize him. This was the redrobed person from the morning. Beside him, Xinsho frowned and said, "Tianming, this guy won't reveal their plans no matter what." Tianming's brow was also tightly furrowed, just about to speak. "Ha, he is coming." The redrobed man suddenly laughed maniacally as if sensing something, his face contorted in a sinister grin. "You're finished, you're all finished, ha." As he spoke, a burst of bloodlight flew out from his body, his head tilted, and he ceased to breathe. Xinsho and Tianming's expressions changed. He had directly sacrificed himself. This is troublesome. At this moment, a hurried young man rushed in from outside. "Captain, it's bad. Divine shadows have appeared everywhere, slowly coalescing. It won't be long before the shadows are truly born." Hearing this, both Xinsho and Tianming's faces turned grim as they quickly asked, "How many gods?" The young man, his lips trembling, replied, Four of them." "What?" Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. Had all the divine disciples mobilized? For divine shadows being born simultaneously was something that hadn't happened in years. It should be known that 2 8th realm awakeners could only deal with one divine shadow, and there were only 4 in all of Huaxia. The other 2 could only be held off by those of them in the 7th and 6th realms. This would definitely result in massive casualties. "Notify all the academies and all departments of the function pavilion to prepare for battle," Tianming said solemnly before quickly leaving. "Yes, Deputy Pavilion Master." At the Imperial Capital Academy, Yuan Tianxiong stood on the rooftop, gazing at the enormous golden divine shadow in the distance. It overshadowed the sun, and the entire sky was dyed golden. Just looking at it brought an immense sense of oppression. Yuan Tianxiong knew this was divine might. The 4 of them. I wonder if Huaxia can escape this calamity. Yuan Tianxiong sighed deeply and leaped down. Below, Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly approached Yuan Tianxiong, looking anxious. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Tianxiong asked, "Where have the other 3 deities appeared?" Zhao Jiangwo quickly replied, "One in the Demon City, one at the border of the imperial capital, and one on that mountain." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianxiong nodded and asked, "What about those kids in the admissions department?" Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback, unsure why the principal suddenly inquired about those slackers in the admissions department. "Nevertheless," he answered, "they just received a task today. In that village. Let them handle that." Yuan Tianxiong sighed, "I hope they can hold on." Zhao Jiangwo was puzzled, relying on those few people in the admissions department to hold off a deity? That was simply impossible. "Alright, notify all students and teachers above the 5th realm to head to the border of the imperial capital and hold off that deity. Even if it costs blood and flesh, they must hold on. The other 2 deities will be handled by us old folks. Once we finish, we will come to assist you as soon as possible." Yuan Tianxiong said very seriously. "Yes." Zhao Jiangwo nodded solemnly. He then quickly left. This was truly a matter concerning all of Huaxia, and there could be no mistakes. At this moment, at the border of the imperial capital, Yi Qing, Zhang Xiaozhu, and Qin Rui, who were on a mission, all widened their eyes, staring at the enormous divine shadow in the sky. The streets had descended into chaos, with smoke rising and pedestrians fleeing in panic. The Fengshan Pavilion and the city's law enforcement personnel rushed in to start evacuating the crowd. Xiaozhu, Rui, we must first eliminate the divine followers, we can't let them continue their sacrifices, Yi Qing said with a serious expression. The more sacrifices the divine followers made, the more solid the divine shadow would become until it finally succeeded in projecting. By then, it would be a disaster. Qin Rui and Zhang Xiaozhu understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. They then began to hunt down the divine followers, causing chaos in the city. Meanwhile, in a cave on that mountain, countless divine followers formed a circle, performing their signature actions, chanting incantations. In the center was a blood pool, surrounded by the corpses of several villagers. Let us welcome the arrival of our god, a man in a red robe shouted, raising his hands high. Immediately, all the divine followers cried out, the divine general grants us eternal life. As the words fell, a stream of blood energy floated out from the bodies of all the divine followers, rising into the sky, and then their heads tilted, and they died. For them, sacrificing their lives to the god did not mean death, they merely transitioned to another world and gained eternal life. This scene was just witnessed by Su Chen, who had just entered. Damn it, I'm still a step too late. Su Chen cursed under his breath, looking at the corpses of the villagers with a deep sigh. At that moment, the enormous golden shadow in the sky outside the cave became increasingly solid, emanating divine might that made all the strange beasts in the mountain feel a tremor from their souls, causing them to prostrate on the ground. Su Chen looked up at the golden giant shadow and said, if nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected has happened. What the hell is this? Encyclopedia, the god has arrived. The god has arrived, kill the divine shadow, reward of 10,000 skill points. Su Chen? Ha? The encyclopedia really is the system, directly starting to issue tasks? Damn, 10,000 skill points. Su Chen was stunned, then looked up at the phantom in the sky and said blankly, this is a god? It seemed to be just a shadow, yet the pressure it exerted on him was incredibly strong. What if it were a real deity? If a god descended, the people from the academy and the Fengshan Pavilion should arrive quickly, right? Moreover, Su Chen was uncertain whether he could defeat the god's shadow. After all, his strongest skill was only a 50-50 chance. No one could defeat anyone, no one could defeat anyone. It would be good enough to hold out for 20 minutes, let alone kill it. Just as Su Chen was thinking of ways to deal with this god's shadow, suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted before him. At that moment, all Su Chen could see was gold. As if the entire world had turned golden. Ouch! Su Chen shouted, quickly closing his eyes. It felt as if he opened them for just another moment, he would go blind. At the same time, the enormous godly shadow that surpassed the clouds suddenly radiated a tremendous divine might. Buzz! A sound that seemed capable of piercing the heavens echoed throughout the world. The god has arrived. At this moment, the golden phantom in the sky suddenly moved, laughing towards the heavens. Ha ha ha! I, the god of darkness, have finally returned. Ha ha ha! The voice was extremely piercing, as if it could shatter space, forcing Su Chen to cover his ears. Fortunately, the golden light had dissipated by now. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that his eyeballs had developed slight blood vessels. At this moment, Su Chen was beneath the god's shadow, feeling like a tiny ant. Fengshan Pavilion, I'm coming. The god of darkness snorted coldly. Taking a step forward, and a violent wave of air swept out, uprooting the surrounding trees. Still in a daze, Su Chen felt the ferocious aura rushing towards him. Just as he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Just as he was about to be blown away by the wave, a faint, ethereal flute sound suddenly emerged. Instantly, a defensive light curtain was constructed before Su Chen. He was taken aback and turned to look, only to see Lin Xiao, dressed in black, playing a dark flute atop a large tree. Junior, you're being careless. At that moment, a figure in white holding a sword appeared before Su Chen, smiling. It was Li Yun. On another boulder, Shinny yawned and said, I really don't want to fight. It was originally a clever task, and now it's turned into an SS-level task. When we get back, I must give that old man a good scolding. After saying that, Shinny actually closed his eyes and fell asleep on the boulder. Meanwhile, countless blue lotus flowers burst forth from the ground around him, and a faint blue light slowly rose from his body. Then, it condensed in the air into a figure. It was actually himself, just like the god's shadow, but much smaller. Feishan Shangdi? Su Chen was taken aback. Junior, we're about to make our move, be careful. Li Yun smiled slightly, then pushed off with his feet, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, shooting straight up like a cannonball. At this moment, the god of darkness also noticed these few humans beneath him, who looked like ants, and immediately scoffed, unaware of their own mortality. Is this all the Fengshan Pavilion sent? A few ants? Saying this, a gigantic hand came crashing down towards them. This hand seemed to block out the sun, covering the heads of the three. I'm knocking, I hope I won't be done for here today. Li Yun kept talking, but his hands never stopped for a moment. One sword to sever the soul. As he spoke, with a whoosh, a sharp sword intent enveloped Li Yun's entire body. The next moment, he swung his sword. This sword seemed to change the colors of heaven and earth, as if it carried the force of creation. At the same time, Shani's faint blue shadow stepped forward, a massive lotus appearing in his hand, and he punched upwards. Just then, Su Chen suddenly threw a brick into the air. Eat my brick. As the brick was thrown, the dark god's expression suddenly changed. He could not move. His hand, which was about to strike down, seemed to be frozen in place. At that moment, all attacks had already arrived. Boom! A sound like rolling thunder erupted. Li Yun and Shani's attacks struck simultaneously against the dark god's palm. This blow only managed to create a small opening in the dark god's palm, causing a drop of golden blood to fall downwards. Boom! That drop of golden blood exploded upon hitting the ground, like a bomb. Fortunately, Su Chen escaped quickly. Meanwhile, the brick had been flying for a long time before finally landing on the dark god's forehead. Smack! A very faint sound reached Su Chen's ears from the sky. Though small, it was incredibly pleasant to him. Su Chen pondered over this sound for a moment, thinking, this deity has a good head. After using the brick for so long, he had developed a skill for identifying heads by sound. Ding! Skill points from the dark god 100. Ding! Brick proficiency 100. Hearing this sound, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, the deity's head is worth so much? Just a smack and it's 100? It seems I've found a new way to earn skill points. At this moment, the others were all stunned. What the heck? Can a brick fly thousands of meters high? And from such a distance, how could they still hear that beautiful sound like a lark? It's terrifying. Meanwhile, the dark god's expression was very grim. His divine eyes fixed intently on Su Chen below. He sensed the power of the laws from the other party. After that brick was thrown, he found himself unable to move. How could such a weak human race possibly grasp the power of the laws? This person must not be left alive, otherwise he would pose a tremendous threat to their future breakthrough of the seal. With that thought, the dark god's eyes flashed with cold light, and then two beams of light containing immense divine power shot out fiercely from his pupils. The target was clear, Su Chen. These two beams were like lasers, leaving nothing alive in their wake, stirring up dust and causing mountains to crumble. Su Chen! Run! Li Yun shouted loudly, realizing he wouldn't make it in time. The other two also changed their expressions. Lin Sha frantically played his flute, trying to use his strange melody to slow down the dark god's attack. But the effect was minimal. Seeing this, Su Chen did not dodge or evade. He directly activated the 50-50 split. Isn't it delightful to earn skill points from a deity? With the 50-50 split used on the deity, Su Chen felt an unprecedented strength. Is this the power of a deity? At that moment, the divine light had already shone down. Seeing this, Su Chen still threw a punch. Boom! This seemingly ordinary punch unleashed an unprecedented force. The surrounding space trembled and the void tore apart. This punch directly scattered the divine light. Su Chen shook his hand and exclaimed, "Is this the power of a deity? So exhilarating!" At the same time, Su Chen brought up the deity's panel. Name, Dark God Shadow Realm, Pseudo God Talent, SSS Skill, Darkest Moment Defense, for 30, Stamina, for 35, Strength, for 50, Agility, for 45, Mental Power, 650 Goodness. These attributes are simply outrageous, Su Chen thought to himself. Meanwhile, Shin Yi and the others were dumbfounded. What the heck? That punch just scattered the world-destroying divine light? The most shocked was undoubtedly the Dark God, who alone knew how immense the power of that divine light was. Yet it was so casually received by that human below, like an ant? Strange. It was simply too strange. The other party only had the aura of the third realm. How could he withstand his attack? He couldn't understand. In the midst of his thoughts, Su Chen suddenly called out excitedly, "Fire burning the butt." What would it be like to set a deity's butt on fire, he wanted to know. As soon as the words fell, a huge divine shadow suddenly ignited a blazing fire in its rear. Because the divine shadow was enormous, its backside was equally large, making the flames exceptionally massive. Standing below, Su Chen felt as if he were beside a furnace. Ah! The god of darkness roared, a wave of extreme darkness enveloping the surroundings, instantly rendering several people unable to see their own hands. At the same time, a surge of divine power rushed towards its backside, attempting to extinguish the flames. However, Su Chen's realm was now on par with the deities, so burning the backside had also escalated to this level of power. Therefore, extinguishing it was not so easy. At that moment, Su Chen waved his sleeve and threw another brick. Let the brick fly for a while. After a moment, there was a crisp sound of clang. Ding. For the god of darkness, this brick didn't cause much damage, but it was extremely insulting. As a dignified god of darkness, being hit by a human multiple times with bricks and then having its backside set on fire would likely become a lifelong joke among other deities. Human, you have successfully angered me. The god of darkness roared, launching a punch towards Su Chen amidst the profound darkness. Meanwhile, the other three were trapped in this darkness, unable to help, relying solely on Su Chen. However, even though Su Chen couldn't see anything, it didn't affect him. No matter what tricks the opponent used, he only needed to throw a simple punch. He sensed a tremendous and overwhelming divine might rapidly descending from the sky. Su Chen directly punched upwards. Boom! Su Chen's fist was like an ant, while the god of darkness' fist was as large as an elephant. Yet, despite the vast difference, the two fists collided without yielding, producing a deafening sound. This left the god of darkness incredulous. He began to doubt whether this human was a nine-realm awakened. However, he quickly shook his head in denial. It was impossible, there could only be one nine-realm among humans, and it couldn't possibly be here. Meanwhile, his backside continued to burn, and the shadow seemed to slowly dissolve under the flames. The god of darkness never expected that just after successfully projecting himself, he would encounter such a terrifying human who could match him evenly. The most frightening part was the opponent's power of laws, which could directly control him for a few seconds. No! He had to think of a way to deal with him quickly. At this moment, in order to rack up skill points, Su Chen wouldn't give the opponent time to think and immediately struck again with a brick. After the brick had flown for a while, ding! Hearing this sound, a smile slowly crept onto Su Chen's face, but it quickly froze as the voice of the encyclopedia echoed in his mind. Encyclopedia, your little girlfriend is in danger. Shin Ruoi? Encyclopedia, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression turned serious, and he spoke, I have a friend. As soon as he finished speaking, another figure appeared beside Su Chen. It was a clone that replicated all of Su Chen's attributes. This meant that this clone's strength had also reached the level of a deity. Without time to think, Su Chen pushed off with his feet, shooting towards the distance like a meteor. I never expected that one day I would have to fight two at once, and they are gods. Su Chen sighed, then continued to rack up skill points. At this moment, the border of the imperial capital was in dire straits. There were no freaks like Su Chen here, nor any 8-realm awakened. All that remained were those 6 and 7-realm awakened rushing forward one after another just to hold off the enormous divine shadow for a moment, buying safety for other cities. The god of destruction mockingly looked down at the crowd below, which resembled ants, his voice booming like a burning sound. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Then I will let you know that a single spark can start a prairie fire. Zhao Jiangwo shouted loudly and swung his sword. Meanwhile, at a ruin on the border of the imperial capital, a boy in a hoodie, munching on little bear snacks, passed by and glanced up at the towering deity and the awakening warriors rushing forward one after another. He shook his head slightly and continued eating his snacks, saying, just don't disturb me while I'm eating my snacks. With that, he left the place. Double sword slash. On the other side, Zhao Jiangwo shouted as he slid past the deity's feet. Holding his sword in each hand, he immediately began to give the god of destruction a pedicure. I chop, I chop, I chop. Zhao Jiangwo's hands were almost creating afterimages, but it seemed he didn't inflict any damage on the deity. At the same time, in other directions, groups of awakening warriors charged forward. Leading them was Yi Qing, her piercing ice power transforming into ice spikes that shot continuously towards the colossal figure ahead. All the awakening warriors displayed their unique abilities: flames, lightning, summoning beasts, blazing 100 slashes, farmer's 3 fists, thunderous 10 calamities. Die, you bastard. Don't even think about stepping into the city. And here, there were not only the immensely powerful deities but also countless followers causing chaos in the city. A flash of golden light. Shin Ruoi raised her knife and eliminated a follower. She looked up at the giant-like deity with a worried expression. Such a level of battle was beyond her participation, she could only hold off the followers here. Moreover, she had heard that Su Chen's department had taken on a mission, and that place happened to have a deity descending as well. I hope everything is fine. Shin Ruoi murmured softly, then her gaze turned cold as she was about to take action again. At that moment, the phantom of the god of destruction sneered, and a chilling aura of destruction surged forth. An ant shaking a tree. As the words fell, its body exploded like a bomb. Boom. A vast shockwave violently rippled outward. Awakening warriors nearby were instantly obliterated, turning into a mist of blood. Those further away were sent flying several kilometers, their fates unknown. Puff! Zhao Jiangwo, Zhao Teheo, Yi Qing, and others from the academy were all sent crashing through several buildings, finally smashing into the ground, spitting blood. This power seemed to have displaced their internal organs, with several ribs breaking. Yet they gritted their teeth and stood up, continuing to charge at the god of destruction. Even Shinruoi, who was far away, was knocked back by the shockwave, crashing heavily against a stone wall. The two followers nearby burst into laughter, as expected. As the deity's subjects, he won't harm us. He, this little girl was quite fierce just now, killing several of our companions. With that, the two followers smiled wickedly and slowly approached Shinruoi. Cough cough. Shinruoi coughed lightly, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, her face pale as she looked at the two in front of her. She gritted her teeth, wanting to stand up, but at that moment, the massive shockwave seemed to have shattered her ribs. The intense pain twisted her face. I have to say, this little girl is not bad looking. Weren't you very brave just now? What's wrong? Can't do it now? The two followers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with predatory intent, both understanding each other's meaning. They rubbed their hands together and approached Shinruoi. Shinruoi gritted her teeth, her expression a mix of unwillingness and despair. At that moment, one of the followers reached out towards her face. But just as he was about to touch her, a voice rang out from the horizon, like the sound of the Tao, fire in the butt. Instantly, that person turned to ashes. This deity-level flame was enough to obliterate any low-level awakening warrior. At the same time, a bright red brick fell from the sky. Bang! Another god's disciple's head exploded, not even knowing how he died. Seeing that familiar brick, Shinruoi was first taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy and tears, turning to look at the horizon. A streak of light flew from the edge of the sky, hovering in midair, and smiled brilliantly. Sorry, little princess, I arrived late to save you. Su Chen. Shinruoi looked at the figure in the sky, deeply moved. Alright, see you next time, I'm in a hurry to deliver a package. Su Chen waved with a smile, then turned his gaze to the massive divine shadow, his expression turning cold as he charged towards it like the wind. Deliver? A package? Shinruoi felt a bit confused, then shook her head and quickly began to circulate her breathing technique to heal her body. Otherwise, encountering another god's disciple would spell disaster. Su Chen didn't have much time, only 10 minutes, so he had to deal with the divine being before him within that time. At that moment, the god of destruction, seeing the crowd he had just blasted away charging back, sneered, "How interesting. I think I want to play with you a bit longer. A single spark can start a prairie fire? I will make you realize that in the face of absolute power, you are nothing." As he spoke, the laws of destruction surged in his hand, ready to strike, when suddenly he felt his body stiffen. At the same time, a bright red brick flew towards him at high speed. Clang! It struck the god of destruction right on the forehead. This scene left some of the awakened ones around them dumbfounded. Where did that brick come from? Zhao Jiangwo and Yi Qing stared at the brick stuck to the god's forehead, both stunned. Why does this feel so familiar? At this moment, Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. Why hadn't the power of the brick increased after activating the 50-50 split? Even the skill burning but had directly increased to a relative level of power after using the 50-50 split. However, the power of the brick remained the same as before. Meanwhile, the god of destruction's gaze turned cold, directly locking onto Su Chen in the distant sky. That human seemed a bit strange. Could he be an 8th realm awakened one? With that thought, the god of destruction launched an attack towards Su Chen, a palm that blotted out the sun coming down. Seeing this, Su Chen did not dodge or evade. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he charged directly at the opponent as if he had no regard for his life. Is that young man out of his mind? Kid, get out of the way. The awakened ones around shouted in alarm. It's Su Chen. Yi Qing exclaimed in surprise. How could it be him? Isn't he in that village? How did he get here from so far away? Zhao Jiangwo's mouth dropped open. Is this kid using a clone or is this the real him? At that moment, the god of destruction's attack was upon them, and Su Chen, seeing this, threw a punch. Boom! He directly collided with the god of destruction's fist. This scene left everyone below astonished. Someone could actually trade blows with a god? And it seemed he was not at a disadvantage. East Wind Express, mission guaranteed to be delivered. At this moment, Su Chen in the sky smiled slightly and said, God of destruction, please accept your package. Package? What package? Not only was the god of destruction stunned, but everyone below was also bewildered, not understanding the meaning of Su Chen's words. Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he charged explosively towards the god of destruction. You said a single spark cannot start a prairie fire? Then let me show you what a spark is. However, the god of destruction still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and was pondering how this person had taken his punch. The package has arrived. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had already reached the god of destruction, and then, a towering fireball erupted from the sky. A massive mushroom cloud shot up, its momentum overwhelming. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world was echoing with the deafening sound of the explosion. Fortunately, the blast radius was only 5 meters, more than 5 meters, only the weaker shockwave remained. At the same time, the god of destruction's pupils suddenly contracted. This was the law of destruction, and it was significantly stronger than himself. How could this be? How could a human possibly master the power of the laws? At that moment, the god of destruction's phantom began to gradually disintegrate, the golden light dimming. No! The god of destruction let out a furious roar, unwilling to accept his fate. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the god of destruction's phantom gradually faded, ultimately vanishing completely. He actually perished alongside the god of destruction. A model for us all. He is a hero of our human race. I will build a monument for him when I get home. Does anyone know this hero's name? Some have died, but he still lives. The people around spoke in a daze, deeply moved. This spirit of selfless dedication was something they should learn from. Again, it exploded? At this moment, Zhang Xiaozhu, seeing the scene, jogged over to Yi Qing and said blankly, "How strong is he? Why did he even kill a god this time?" Yi Qing was also greatly shocked. Why was he getting stronger every time she saw him? On the other side, Xin Ruya's eyes showed some ripples as she stared blankly at the residual smoke from the explosion in the sky. Is this what he meant by express delivery? They all knew in their hearts that this was most likely Su Chen's avatar. Ding! Successfully killed the god of destruction, skill points 10,000, brick proficiency 5,000. Hearing the voice in his mind, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried he wouldn't be able to kill it. Fortunately, the human nuclear bomb was also affected by the 50-50 chance, directly elevating its level. I must find a way to deal with the god of darkness in front of me. Su Chen frowned. Without the ability to create friends out of nothing in the human nuclear bomb, dealing with the god of darkness was a bit troublesome. He could only keep using fire burning the butt, but the effect seemed a bit slow. At this moment, after killing the god of destruction and continuously gaining skill points, he now had 21,500. System, start drawing. I want a double draw. At this point, Su Chen had already realized that his system was a living system, so he believed he could draw twice in a row. Sure enough, ding! Successfully consumed 20,000 skill points. Please choose 2 from the following 5 options. Option 1, sleight of hand, say give it to me to the target to steal any one item from them. Option 2, Soul of the Old Six, a necessary skill for being a qualified Old Six. After using this skill on the target, you can instantly teleport behind them. Option 3, Fight to the death. When receiving fatal damage, you will continue to survive and temporarily increase strength 1000, speed 1000, defense 1000. Note, this skill can only be used once. Option 4, My fate is determined by heaven, not by me. Gain the companion weapon fate dice, which grants a brief random ability upon use. Option 5, Persuasion through reason. When reasoning with the opponent, there is a 90% chance they will listen. Upon success, the host's prestige 1000, skill points 1000. At this moment, Su Chen was looking at the options while fighting. To be honest, all 5 skills were quite good. The first 2 were previously locked. If he chose the third one, then dealing with the god in front of him would not be a problem, but unfortunately, it was a one-time skill. Su Chen did not want to waste skill points on that. Seeing my fate is determined by heaven, not by me, Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Another companion weapon? Briefly gaining a random ability? That was a good thing. Continuing to look, the 5th option, Persuasion through reason, seemed not very practical. It required a lot of talking. Although it could add skill points, it wasn't as useful as the first few skills. If there were extra skill points, Su Chen might have locked them in, but for now, he could only choose to unlock one. So this skill had to be given up. In the end, Su Chen chose Soul of the Sixth and My fate is determined by heaven, not by me, locking in empty hands. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Soul of the Sixth. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill, My fate is determined by heaven, not by me. Ding! Successfully consumed 1000 skill points, locked option 1, empty hands, which will appear in the next draw. Name, Soul of the Sixth effect, Soul of the Sixth, a must-have skill for being a qualified 6. After using this skill on a target, you can instantly teleport behind the target. Duration, an instant cooldown. 3 minutes. Name, My fate is determined by heaven, not by me effect. Gain the companion weapon fate dice. The dice has 6 sides, corresponding to 6 levels of abilities. The higher the star level, the greater the difficulty of rolling. Good luck. Duration, random cooldown, 12 hours. Come out. Fate dice. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Chen sent a glowing die flying out, spinning continuously in the air. The golden die had patterns on its 6 sides ranging from 1 star to 6 stars. After a while, the fate dice stopped. 5 stars. Ding! 5 stars, gain a temporary ability boost, strength 50, duration 20 minutes. Awesome! Truly the fate dice. Su Chen was overjoyed. With this plus the 50-50 chance, didn't that mean his strength was 50 points higher than the Dark God? Taking down the opponent was just a matter of time. At this moment, the Dark God was already extremely furious. After so many minutes, he still hadn't dealt with this human. As for the other three beneath him, he didn't even want to acknowledge them, their damage wasn't significant. He was solely focused on killing the human in front of him. With that thought, the dark laws surged, and a light ball condensed from the laws shot violently towards Su Chen. Possession of the sixth. Su Chen smirked, blinked, and his figure vanished, appearing behind the dark god's shadow. Seeing this, the dark god was taken aback. Spatial laws. How is this possible? How could a human control so many laws of power? At this moment, the dark god realized it was too late. Su Chen had already appeared behind him. Immediately, Su Chen threw a punch at the opponent's head. The reason he didn't use a brick was that the brick wouldn't be affected by the 50-50 chance, and the damage wouldn't be significant. But with his fist, combined with the previous 50 points of strength, it was enough to deal massive damage to the dark god. With a punch, the heavens changed color. The wind rose and clouds surged. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the massive golden shadow became somewhat illusory, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. The dark god was knocked back several steps by this punch, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could his power have increased so much all at once? The dark god focused his gaze and immediately sensed a different kind of power. Impossible! How could this be? How could he also control the laws of fate? The dark god was horrified, even he only controlled one type of law power. How could a human possibly control so many laws at once? This was simply impossible. It had only been a few years since he last emerged. How could such a figure have appeared among humans? If his true form didn't come out, he wouldn't be able to take down the opponent at all. The dark god gritted his teeth, staring intently at Su Chen. This person's existence was a significant obstacle to their plans. He could only hope that the other gods had already attacked the god ceiling pavilion. Just as the dark god was about to launch another attack, suddenly a brick flew towards him, interrupting him. At the same time, Su Chen activated his skill, Fire in the Butt. In an instant, a raging fire ignited on the dark god's backside once again. Unlike before, this time the flames seemed even more ferocious, painting the sky red. Beneath this fire, the shadow of the dark god appeared increasingly transparent, as if it would shatter at any moment. Seeing this, the dark god's expression changed drastically. If this continued, he was definitely finished. He never expected that just half an hour after projecting himself, he would be forced back by the person before him. Meanwhile, down below, Shen Yi and the others were already numb with shock. Li Yun gaped, saying, "Wow, just how strong is this junior?" Lin Xiao replied, "He can actually fight a deity alone. It seems he's even stronger than the opponent." Shen Yi added, "I thought we were already being cautious enough, but it turns out this junior is the real deal." Li Yun exclaimed, "In front of him, we're just small fries." Lin Xiao remarked, "This is insane, way too insane." Shen Yi urged, "Let's put in more effort, the deity's shadow is about to dissipate." The three exchanged glances and unleashed their strongest attacks. Li Yun soared into the air, swinging his sword, one sword to sever the soul. Lin Xiao played the magic sound flute, transforming the melody into an attack that could not only disrupt the mind but also strike. Shen Yi's massive shadow leaped into the air, countless lotus flowers rising from the heavens, climbing onto the dark god's body, followed by a powerful punch. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly threw a brick and then punched out, striving to defeat the dark god with the combined strength of the four. In an instant, all attacks converged. At that moment, the dark god couldn't block them. Under the principle of winning hearts with virtue, he was completely immobilized, forced to watch as the four attacks descended. "No!" The dark god let out a fierce roar, filled with unwillingness. Boom, 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 boom. A world-destroying sound erupted as the four attacks struck the shadow of the dark god simultaneously. Finally, with a bang, the golden shadow shattered, turning into specks of golden light that lingered in the sky. Ding! Successfully killed the projection of the dark god. Skill points 10,000, brick proficiency 5,000. We won! We won! They defeated a deity. He is the hero of our human race. The villagers nearby, seeing the golden light in the sky, rushed out of their homes, cheering loudly. "Ha ha ha, the four of us are too strong, we defeated the dark god together." Li Yun laughed heartily. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, with the four of us joining forces. The enemy either flees or is utterly defeated. Shen Yi added, "That's right, makes sense." At that moment, due to the death of the projection of the god of destruction, the 5050 split lost its target and instantly became ineffective. Thus, Su Chen fell directly from the sky. "Ah! Save me!" The three were dumbfounded. "What's going on? Weren't you strong? You could fight a deity, so why can't you fly now?" Despite thinking this, Lin Xiao still played the magic sound flute, using the melody to create a gust of air that safely caught Su Chen, gently lowering him to the ground. As Su Chen landed, the three surrounded him, and Li Yun said, "Su Chen, you need to explain this to us. You can't be a ninth realm awakener, right? Are you pretending to be weak in our academy?" Lin Xiao added, "Yeah, you're really a schemer." Su Chen's mouth twitched, "As if you guys aren't pretending to be weak, as if you're not schemers." The three Li Yun retorted, but you're not this abnormal. Su Chen shrugged. Alright, earning credits is important, well explain this next time. We just killed a deity, so we're bound to earn a lot of credits. Hearing this, the three's eyes lit up. Right, earning credits is the priority. Is there anything more important than earning credits? As for Su Chen's strange strength, they pushed it to the back of their minds. Having killed a deity, if they didn't get at least 1,000 credits, they would turn the academy upside down. With that thought, the three were filled with joy and hurriedly went to drive back to the academy. If Su Chen knew their inner thoughts, he would definitely say, 1,000 credits? That's just giving alms to a beggar. At least we should scam that old man out of 2,000 credits, right? Moments later, the four of them got into the car, heading straight for the Imperial Capital Academy. On the way, Su Chen pulled up his panel. Name, Su Chen Realm, Third Realm Talent. Skills, Encyclopedia, Persuasion, Creating Friends from Nothing. Human Bomb, 50-50, Fire Burning but Soul of the Sixth, My Fate is Determined by Heaven, Not by Me. Defense, 85, Stamina, 85, Strength, 85, Agility, 85 Mental Power, 195 Skill Points, 10 500 Legendary Brick Proficiency, 145010000 Ding. Proficiency is full, Epic Brick upgraded to Legendary Brick. Legendary Brick effect, can transform into any weapon imagined in the heart, possessing its characteristics. Note, transforming into other weapons does not grant the skill effects of the brick except for slippers. Legendary Brick? Su Chen felt a surge of joy. He was getting tired of the brick and could finally try out other weapons. However, it seemed that transforming into other weapons would lose those unavoidable, defense-ignoring effects. That was a bit of a pity. But it seemed slippers were unaffected, so he could play with them first. A mischievous smile crept onto Su Chen's lips, and seeing that he had enough skill points, he could move on to the exciting part. System. Start the draw. Ding. Successfully consumed. 3 options appeared, and after a quick glance, Su Chen chose his empty hands, as the other 2 skills weren't very useful. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Empty Hands. Name, Empty Hands effect. Empty Hands allows you to say give it to me to the target and steal any one item from them. Duration, an instant cooldown, 3 minutes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Tianxiong, who was teaming up with other academy heads to combat the deity, suddenly received news that the deity at the mountain near the imperial capital border had been eliminated. This left him deeply shocked. How could the 2 deities be defeated when the 4 top awakeners of all of China were not present? Could there be some hidden master intervening? But it was good that they were eliminated, otherwise, it would definitely have been a disaster and wouldn't have ended so simply. With this thought, Yuan Tianxiong could finally set his mind at ease to deal with the deity before him. The deity's projection was originally an energy body that would gradually dissipate. Moreover, under the strong assault of 2 8th Realm Awakeners, it wouldn't last long. At the same time, in Yunhai City, honey, it seems a deity has appeared in the imperial capital. Aren't you going to check it out? Chen Yueshio raised an eyebrow at Su Bai, who was sitting on the sofa. Su Bai curled his lip. If I don't go to hell, who the hell wants to go to hell? Slap. The moment Su Bai finished speaking, a slipper flew swiftly and hit his handsome cheek, then slowly slid down. Your son is still in the imperial capital, and you don't care about him, right? Chen Yueshio immediately scolded. He's just a brick. What can he use to deal with a deity? Su Bai made a bitter face. Can't I go? Saying this, he walked towards the door. Seeing this, Chen Yueshio smiled and waved her hand, saying, by the way, when you come back from the imperial capital, remember to bring me some of that unique roasted chicken from there. Su Bai. He felt that she just wanted him to buy roasted chicken and check on their son. It was just an excuse. Arriving at the road, since there was no flying in the city, Su Bai took a taxi to the teleportation array. However, halfway there, as he passed an abandoned basketball court, Su Bai suddenly showed a strange expression. Driver, let's stop here. Su Bai said, asking the driver to smoke a cigarette before getting out of the car. Then, slowing his pace, he reached the door outside the basketball court and turned to look, only to see several figures gathered in the center of the court. Yang Wei, how much longer? A woman with glasses frowned and asked. This person was Lu Yu from the Imperial Capital Academy. Yang Wei knew that this woman before him was a golden robe envoy, so he had to respectfully say, my lord, we just need one more girl. And the sacrifice can be completed. I've already sent someone, and they will be back soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu nodded and then smiled. With 5 deities, let's see how they block this. Just then, a figure in a black robe rushed in, holding a young girl who appeared to be unconscious. My lord, we caught her. We can start the ceremony now, the figure in black said respectfully. Seeing this, Lu Yu grinned. Good, there's no time to waste, let's begin. She was eager to summon the projection of this deity. Because she had heard that this deity was the god of Azura, much stronger than the previous few deities. The figure in black nodded and then walked towards the altar in the center of the basketball court. At the entrance, Subai saw this and quickly stepped forward into the basketball court, shouting, "Wait!" Instantly, the few people inside tensed up, looking towards the man at the door. The surrounding black-robed figures quickly drew their swords, facing Subai as if facing a great enemy. There were clearly guards at the entrance. How did this person get in? He was definitely not an ordinary person. Luyu sized him up. She had never seen him before and he didn't seem to be from the Fengshan Pavilion. So she asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Subai smirked, pointed at himself, and said, "Since you asked so sincerely, I will generously tell you, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world. I, the 5-star general of Country Garden, am your father." After saying this, Subai suddenly charged out, aiming for the young girl. Seeing this, Yang Wei shouted, "Go, kill him." Instantly, all the followers rushed towards Subai. As Subai ran, he was rubbing something in his hand, then suddenly threw it, shouting, "Take this, a hand grenade." Something like a fireball flew towards the black-robed figures. With a boom, it exploded like a bomb, sending many black-robed figures flying, and some were blown to pieces. At the same time, flames ignited in Subai's palm as he struck towards the black-robed figure holding the girl. Bang! Subai's speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he crashed into the person, then his body arched backward, flying several meters. At the same time, he instinctively let go, and the girl fell from the air. Seeing this, Subai seized the opportunity, quickly stepped forward, and caught the girl securely. A bunch of useless trash. Yang Wei saw this, waved his black robe, and a blood-red arrow shot out suddenly. It was incredibly fast, like a red flash. Subai reacted quickly, leaping into the air to dodge, and then directly broke a window and jumped out. Luyu's expression changed slightly. If he got out, it would be bad to draw out the Fengshan Pavilion people. Thinking this, she vanished from her spot in a gust of wind. "Why aren't you chasing him?" Yang Wei looked at the scattered black-robed figures around him, furious. Then, all the black-robed figures leaped out of the basketball court like bullets, chasing after Subai. "Damn it, he's a wind user," Subai said while running and glancing back at the crowd behind him. Leading the charge was Luyu, moving incredibly fast, getting closer and closer to Subai. He believed it wouldn't be long before she caught up with him. Seeing this, Subai suddenly shouted to the sky, "Son, come save me. Your dad is in danger." Not going, at this moment, thousands of kilometers away, Suchen pouted. The system actually wanted him to go to Yunhai City? So far away, what for? And there was no reward. Ha! No reward, there's no way I'm going. Encyclopedia, are you sure? Your old man is calling for help. Hearing this, Suchen was taken aback. His father, Subai? Asking for help? It was too late to go now. He didn't have a 50-50 chance, and there were no deities in sight. It was impossible to reach Yunhai City in such a short time. Encyclopedia, 1 word, stupid. 2 words, hair. 3 words, silly head. Is the 6th soul just for show? Upon hearing the encyclopedia's words, Suchen frowned slightly, sensing a hint of Sichuan dialect. Then he heard about the 6th soul. It could indeed teleport, but how could he move to Yunhai City without a target? At that moment, he clearly heard a sigh in his heart, feeling quite exhausted. Encyclopedia, if there is someone in your heart, then there is someone. Suchen was stunned. It could be used this way? With this thought, Suchen closed his eyes, imagining someone in his heart, specifically Subai. He then activated the 6th soul. In an instant, Suchen felt something different. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself behind someone. Judging by the figure, it was indeed Subai. Wow, it actually worked? Suchen exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, Subai heard a voice from behind and was startled, quickly turning around. "Wow, son, when did you get behind me?" Subai said in shock. He had just called out casually, not expecting to actually summon his son. Could it be that I've developed a new skill? Instant summon? Subai's eyes lit up at this thought. "Dad, when others can't beat you, they call you dad, but you're calling me son?" Suchen said speechlessly. Meanwhile, the followers surrounding Subai were astonished, staring at Suchen, who had appeared out of nowhere. "Space system?" Yang Wei squinted and said, "Heh, the old one brought the young one." After recognizing him, his expression froze Suchen. At that moment, Luyu also paused upon seeing Suchen. How could Suchen suddenly appear here? She found it hard to believe. Hearing their exchange, she quickly understood their relationship. "Since you're here, then don't leave." Luyu's voice turned cold. It was a perfect opportunity to capture Suchen as well. With that, everyone suddenly charged at the two. "Son, it's finally time for us to fight side by side," Subai said seriously, then charged out fiercely, shouting, "Kill!" Seeing this, Suchen waved his sleeve, and a brick appeared in his hand, but the next moment, it turned into a slipper. Feels good." Suchen nodded slightly, then directly smashed it towards a man in a black robe. Slap! The black-robed men were not very strong, so Suchen's strike instantly took one out. The sound is nice too. Su Chen smiled. He was indeed tired of using bricks. This slipper felt good, and the sound was crisp. Immediately after, Su Chen unleashed a skill at the strongest one here, Luyu, fire on the butt. Suddenly, flames erupted on Luyu's backside as she fought Subai. Hey, beautiful, your butt is on fire, Subai suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Luyu's face turned red with anger, and her attacks became fiercer as she swung her sword at Subai repeatedly. Seeing this, Su Chen used another skill, give it to me. In an instant, the long sword in Luyu's hand appeared in Su Chen's grasp. The sword in her hand suddenly vanished, leaving Luyu dumbfounded. Her movements halted. Son, well done. Seizing the opportunity, Subai threw a fiery punch. Luyu was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, Yang Wei's expression darkened as he glared at Su Chen. He had let him escape last time, and after so many days, it seemed he had become even stronger. With that thought, Yang Wei's body surged with thunder, and the knife in his hand crackled with lightning, striking towards Su Chen like a bolt. Seeing this, Su Chen's slipper instantly transformed into the Demon Blade Thousand Edges. The Demon Blade Thousand Edges only attacks, not defends. Su Chen also charged fiercely at Yang Wei. Seeing this scene, Yang Wei scoffed, "Kid, you actually want to compete with me in strength? It's like an ant trying to stop a car." At that moment, the thunder on Yang Wei's blade intensified. However, just as the two blades were about to collide, a segment of the magic blade, Thousand Blades, in Su Chen's hand suddenly shattered into fragments, passing through Yang Wei's sword. Su Chen tilted his head slightly and dodged past. How could this? Yang Wei's eyes widened as he stared at this unbelievable scene. Thud! The magic blade, Thousand Blades, sliced across the opponent's neck, and instantly, hot blood gushed out. Thud! With a sound, Yang Wei's body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend what had just happened even in death. Meanwhile, Luyu, who had just gotten up, changed her expression drastically upon seeing this. Yang Wei, at the fifth realm, had actually died at Su Chen's hands? It should be noted that the opponent was only at the third realm. To be able to cross two realms and kill Yang Wei, this kid, if he grows up in the future, will definitely be a future threat. Although Luyu wanted to kill Su Chen right now, she also knew that it would be very difficult to do so. Damn it! Luyu gritted her teeth, realizing that the summoning ritual for the deity was already on the verge of failure. At this moment, Subai suddenly shouted, "What a white butt!" Hearing this, Luyu's expression changed again as she saw that her pants had already burned through, revealing a patch of white. In the next second, Luyu felt the wind beneath her feet and fled far away. "You all wait for me, I will definitely come back." Her words were filled with anger and a hint of unwillingness. The other black-robed figures, seeing this, instantly fled in all directions. The golden-robed master had escaped. Could they fight back? At this moment, Su Chen also moved. Luyu had run away, and he couldn't catch up because most of his skills were on cooldown. These little Karamis were just moving skill points in his eyes. Want to run? Impossible. Immediately, Su Chen focused his mind, and the magic blade, Thousand Blades, instantly transformed into countless fragments. The next moment, they shot out in all directions. Each fragment was like a bullet, moving at incredible speed, like a blue light, accurately piercing into the bodies of the black-robed figures. Thud 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 thud. A series of sounds rang out as black-robed figures kept falling down. In just a moment, all the black-robed figures had collapsed. Ding! From! Ding! From! Ding! Not bad, it wasn't in vain. I just farmed a wave of skill points. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Meanwhile, Subai behind him was stunned. Goodness, is this still his son? How did he become so powerful? At this moment, Su Chen saw so many Yu Yan and Yen Zhu appear on the screen, and his eyes lit up, reaching out across the air. 5-star reviews? Hand them over. Ding! Successfully used the skill Empty Hands, stole all 5-star reviews from Yen Zhu. More? Hand them over. Ding! Successfully used the skill Empty Hands, stole all gifts from Yu Yan. My son Su Chen has the potential of an emperor. Subai couldn't help but exclaim. It had only been a few dozen days since they last met, and he had become this powerful. If he hadn't seen him for a few hundred days, wouldn't he have directly become a ninth realm awakened one? Standing at the peak of this world? Son, not bad. Subai smiled broadly and patted Su Chen's shoulder. Looks like the teachers at the Imperial Capital Academy taught you well. You're almost stronger than your old man now. At this moment, Su Chen's eyes rolled around. He had finally come to Yunhai City and even saved his old dad's life. Shouldn't he take advantage of this? Dad, I ran out of living expenses, Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the smile on Subai's face instantly froze. Then don't live. He hardly had any pocket money himself, and he still wanted to take money from him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Chen? Is this something a person can say? What do you mean, then don't live? Are you still my father? At this moment, Subai changed the subject. By the way, son, you haven't been bullied by the gods in the capital, have you? Su-chin curled his lips. Even if I was bullied, do you think you dare to take on the gods? Hearing this, Subai awkwardly chuckled. Hee, it seems you weren't bullied after all. Su-chen's expression was somewhat disdainful. Then he looked at the girl he was holding and asked, who is this? This is the girl that the god's disciple just kidnapped, ready for sacrifice, but your old man saved her. How about that? I should be on the news tomorrow, and then he'll be a hero too. Ha ha ha. Subai suddenly burst into laughter. Alright, you finally made it to Yunhai City. Once I hand this girl over to the law enforcement department, let's grab a drink together. With that, Subai put his arm around Su-chen's shoulder and walked off into the distance. At this time, the sky was darkening. The gods in the other two locations were ultimately dispersed under the strong assault of the four awakened beings of the eighth realm. This also declared the victory of humanity. This left many people in disbelief. Four gods appeared together. Who would have thought that they would defeat the four gods with minimal casualties this time? Moreover, it seemed that yet another nameless hero had sacrificed himself, leading countless people to burn paper at the entrance to mourn this hero. On this day, everyone was tired and returned home early to rest. Shin Ruoi arrived at the entrance of Su-chen's villa, pressed the doorbell, but there was no response for a long time. Feeling a bit disappointed, she returned to her own villa. Meanwhile, at another location in the academy, Luyu, after hearing the words from the other end of the phone, exclaimed in anger, "What? All four gods are gone? How is that possible? Humanity only has four awakened beings of the eighth realm. Who else could withstand the other two gods?" Report, sir, it seems the god of destruction was eliminated by Su-chen, and the god of darkness also had Su-chen's presence. A voice came from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Lu Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be Su-chen again? How could one person appear in three places at once? And these three places were thousands of kilometers apart. He had just been in Yunhai City. How could he also be at the border of the capital and on that mountain? And he could even deal with the supreme gods. Luyu was puzzled, fell silent for a moment, and hung up the phone. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Su-chen must not be left alive. In the late night of Yunhai City, there were only a few pedestrians on the streets. After handing the girl over to the law enforcement department, Subai and Su-chen found a barbecue stall by the street to sit down. They drank a few bottles and chatted about life. The two of them drank for a full 2 hours, going straight until 1 or 2 in the morning. Su-chen's head was starting to feel a bit dizzy, but fortunately he had a good tolerance for alcohol. Alright, Su-chen, we had a great time drinking today. Subai said, slightly tipsy. It's getting late, you go pay the bill, and then you can head back to the academy. I'll be going back too, see you next time. With that, Subai hailed a taxi and sped off into the distance. Seeing this, Su-chen was dumbfounded. Damn it, he just wanted me to pay the bill for our drinks, right? And he didn't even ask me to go home? I have to go back to the academy myself? Is this really my father? Sigh. Su-chen let out a long sigh, paid the bill, and sat in the chair for a while. At this moment, he also felt a bit tipsy and mentally exhausted. To be honest, Su-chen had really been busy all day. From dealing with Zhou Fan in the morning to handling Megania at noon, then confronting two gods in the afternoon, and finally dealing with the god's disciple in Yunhai City at night. He had been on the go all day. His mental energy was almost depleted. Su-chen felt like he had never been this tired in his life. All he wanted now was to go back and sleep. If there was a bed in front of him, he would definitely just collapse onto it and sleep. Su-chen's eyelids began to fight against each other as he groggily stood up. I should head back. Then, imagining someone, he activated the soul of the sixth and teleported over. In the blink of an eye, Su-chen found himself on a soft bed. He didn't think much of it. After a long day and under the influence of alcohol, he fell asleep almost instantly upon hitting the bed. The next morning, Su-chen felt as if he was being pressed down by a ghost, struggling to breathe. Frowning slightly, he reluctantly opened his sleepy eyes. The next moment, upon seeing the scene before him, he froze, his eyes wide open. Before him was a delicate face, with dewdrops glistening on her lips. Her long legs were draped over Su-chen's lower body, and a fair arm was wrapped around his neck, her entire being nestled against him. What the hell? Why is Chin Ruoi in my bed? Did she sneak in at night, tempted by my good looks? Am I really that charming? 1,000 thoughts raced through Su-chen's mind. What on earth happened? Looking at Chin Ruoi's stunning face, he couldn't help but swallow. Just a slight move forward, and he could be in close contact. He had been single for 18 years, he had never seen such a scene. Moreover, at that moment, Chin Ruoi was wearing loose pajamas, and Su-chen could clearly feel the overwhelming sensation. A slight glance down revealed a deep valley, like an abyss. Su-chen swallowed hard, feeling a fire ignite within him. At that moment, The sleeping Chinruoi seemed to sense something, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she let out a soft murmur and adjusted her sleeping position. With that movement, Su-chen felt an indescribable reaction. At that moment, Chinruoi seemed to sense something unusual. Her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slowly opened them. Their gazes locked in close proximity. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Chinruoi, either still half asleep or confused, wore a dazed expression that was utterly adorable. Wasn't she hugging a doll? How did it turn into Su-chen? Am I dreaming? Just then, Su-chen blinked and broke the silence first. Hi, good morning. Upon hearing this, Chinruoi snapped back to reality, confirming that this was not a dream. Instantly, a blush crept rapidly from her neck to her cheeks. Su-chen, you pervert. Get out of here. Chinruoi's face turned red as she scrambled out of bed and threw a pillow at Su-chen. Su-chen quickly waved his hands. Listen to my explanation. This is clearly my. He was cut off mid-sentence as he finally noticed the room's decor. It was Chinruoi's room. Su-chen was dumbfounded. How could this be? Wasn't this his room? Recalling last night's events, he remembered using the soul of the sixth to teleport back after drinking. Could it be the person he thought of last night was Chinruoi? So, he teleported directly to her bed? No, it can't be. Su-chen felt a wave of shock wash over him. Just like that, he was unceremoniously kicked out of the bedroom by Chinruoi. Standing at the door, Su-chen paced back and forth, unsure of how to explain. Should he say it was an accident? Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Chinruoi's heart raced, her face flushed. She thought about everything that had just happened. About sleeping with Su-chen for an entire night, in that embarrassing position. She also wondered how Su-chen ended up in her bed, and how he had slept there all night. Her heart raced even faster, her ears burning. Soon after, Chinruoi took off her pajamas and changed into formal attire. 10 minutes later, she tidied up her clothes and opened the door. Seeing this, Su-chen hurried over and said, No, Ruoi, you have to listen to my defense. No, listen to my explanation. Chinruoi looked at him coldly, wanting to see how he would explain, but her face was slightly flushed. The thing is, I mutated a new skill. As long as I think of someone's name in my heart, I can appear behind that person. Then yesterday, I happened to be out and had a bit to drink. Su-chen said with righteous indignation, then I wanted to come back, and in a daze, I thought of you, and that's how it happened. I absolutely didn't do it on purpose. Upon hearing this, Chinruoi was slightly surprised. The skill mutated again? Then hearing that he thought of her, she couldn't help but feel a bit happy. But she asked nonchalantly, then why didn't you think of Zhao Chen? Su-chen replied, maybe I drank too much yesterday and subconsciously thought of you. Of course, there's one more important reason. Chinruoi blinked, curiously asking, what reason? Su-chen smiled and said, it's simply because you're too beautiful. Hearing this, Chinruoi's cheeks flushed and she pouted, smooth talker. Su-chen laughed, now you believe me, right? I really didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't do anything last night either. Then what do you want to do? Chinruoi's ears were a bit hot as she looked at him and retorted. If Su-chen were to answer that, he would definitely say it was to do what a man should do. But now, Su-chen didn't dare to say it out loud. Of course, I didn't think of anything. Su-chen waved his hand with a smile, nothing much, I'll be leaving now. Saying this, Su-chen left as if he were escaping. Seeing this, Chinruoi wanted to say something but stopped, looking at his back with a feeling of indescribable discomfort and disappointment. She didn't know if Su-chen was too straightforward or if he didn't like her. Just a moment ago in the room, she was thinking that maybe this time they could confirm their relationship. But in the end, it seemed Su-chen wasn't willing. In fact, it would be a lie to say that Su-chen didn't like her. She was beautiful and her personality was quite good. Who wouldn't like her? However, Su-chen felt he wasn't ready yet. He thought he couldn't just confess hastily and then be together. In the past few days, he had been studying 1008 ways to make a girl weak in the knees for a long time. Just to prepare for a thrilling confession, not a proposal. Su-chen thought to himself, perfect. Then he consulted an encyclopedia and was surprised to find that Chinruoi's birthday was just around the corner. Su-chen's eyes widened, it seemed he needed to hurry up and prepare. At that moment, as Su-chen just walked out of Chinruoi's villa, he saw Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's eyes were wide with shock as he stammered, no way, brother bye, you didn't come back all night last night, turns out you were staying with the school flower Chin? No way, your relationship developed this fast? Su-chen was momentarily at a loss for how to explain. If he couldn't explain, then he wouldn't. He directly changed the subject, where did you go yesterday? I didn't see you dealing with the deity? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen pouted and said, with my strength, wouldn't I just be cannon fodder? The academy arranged a more important task for me. Su-chen was taken aback, the academy assigned him a more important task? When did Zhao Chen become so impressive? What task? Zhao Chen lifted his chin proudly and said, to be the academy's security guard to protect the safety of the academy. Yesterday, you all went out, so the entire safety of the academy was entrusted to me. How about that? Isn't this task important enough? Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt numb. In the end, he really became a security guard. By the way, Su Chen, did you hear? A nameless hero perished together with a deity yesterday. Zhao Chen suddenly said with some emotion, this kind of hero is worthy of my admiration, so I burned a lot of paper money, houses, and beautiful women for him that night. I hope he likes it. Su Chen? Thank you so much. Well, I've heard about it too, and I admire him as well, Su Chen replied perfunctorily. Zhao Chen nodded, suddenly recalling something, and said, the 2 girls from the student council came looking for you again, but when they found you weren't at the villa, they left. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. Could it be that they were going to give him a bonus again? With that thought, Su Chen bid farewell to Zhao Chen and smiled as he walked towards the student council building. P.S. Happy National Day to everyone. Upon arriving at the student council, Su Chen was surprised to find that the old man was also there. The old man naturally referred to Yuan Tianxiong. Seeing Su Chen's arrival, the eyes of the 3 brightened. Su Chen, you weren't at Ruoyi's place again last night, were you? Zhang Xiaozhu squinted her eyes and said meaningfully. This morning, she had originally planned to go see Qin Ruoyi, but after recalling the awkward scene from yesterday, she ultimately gave up. Su Chen looked at her and chuckled without answering, instead asking, are you looking for me to give me a bonus? Upon hearing this, the corners of the 3's mouths twitched in unison. Yuan Tianxiong coughed twice and said, the bonus is no problem. But you need to explain how you defeated the god of destruction. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaozhu turned their gazes towards Su Chen. They were curious. After all, a freshman who had just enrolled a few days ago had killed a god. Who would believe that? Although it was just a divine shadow, it was still quite unbelievable. Moreover, they knew that Su Chen could create clones, and those clones could explode. But can you really kill a god with an explosion? That's too far-fetched. At this moment, Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. This was indeed hard to explain. The 50-50 chance was his biggest trump card, and he really didn't want to reveal it. If the system hadn't issued the task at that time, he definitely wouldn't have gone to the border of the imperial capital with so many people around. This directly exposed his trump card. Although some low-level awakeners couldn't see who it was, those above the 5th realm definitely could. And the divine disciples must have received the news as well. Su Chen pondered for a moment, sighed, and said, actually, I accidentally obtained a divine artifact before. Divine artifact? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the 3 widened their eyes, filled with shock. There are hardly any divine artifacts in the whole world, and Su Chen has one? Su Chen nodded seriously and said, yes, it's a one-time divine artifact that can unleash tremendous energy in an instant, causing an explosion. However, this divine artifact can't be used by just anyone. Only someone like me, who has clones, is most suitable. So yesterday, I sacrificed a divine artifact to eliminate the god of destruction. Dean, you have to compensate me for that. After saying this, Su Chen looked at the others with a smile. Hearing Su Chen's completely natural words, the 3 exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat skeptical. Could it be so coincidental? Your clone can explode. And then you also obtained an explosive divine artifact? Yuan Tianxiong, half convinced, continued to ask, then, the god of darkness. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen interjected, that was done by Senior Shen Yishui and the others, I just helped a little bit. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianqian's expression turned strange. Even if the 3 of them at the 5th realm plus you, a 3rd realm awakener, wanted to deal with a divine shadow, that would be a fantasy. Just being able to hold it off for a moment would already be very strong. You're telling me that the 4 of you defeated it? Yuan Tianxiong looked at Su Chen meaningfully. Everyone has their own secrets, and since the other party didn't want to say more, he wouldn't press further. Well, your reward won't be small, Yuan Tianxiong said earnestly. However, your act of killing the god of destruction will definitely attract the attention of the divine followers and other countries. I will release a message later, stating that you were fortunate enough to kill the god of destruction after obtaining a divine artifact. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. I just hope for less trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good thing. It would be best if they all thought he relied on the artifact rather than his own strength. However, Su Chen also knew that this was merely a delaying tactic and someone would definitely come to investigate him. But Su Chen was not afraid because those who offend Su Chen, no matter how far, will be dealt with. Yuan Tianxiong continued, the reason I called you here is for another matter. Hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. What matter? Recently, the Fengshan Pavilion discovered a wild secret realm, so arrangements will be made for various academies, as well as foreign academies, to enter this secret realm together. Yuan Tianxiong said with a smile, you know, in a secret realm, danger often accompanies opportunity. And each academy only has a few spots, so I want you to go. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Xiaozhu and Yi Qing's eyes widened. Just now, Yuan Tianxiong hadn't mentioned this to them. A wild secret realm, after all, is an undeveloped realm. No one knows what treasures lie within. If it were them, they would definitely agree without hesitation. Surely Su Chen wouldn't miss this opportunity either. In not going, Su Chen's response surprised them. The three of them were dumbfounded. Given Su Chen's nature of being money-driven, he should have agreed without a second thought. Moreover, for others, such a thing would be an immediate agreement without a second thought. But Su Chen outright refused? Su Chen said expressionlessly, "I don't want to go to such a dangerous place." Hearing this, Yuan Tianxiong tentatively said, 1,000 credits? Su Chen replied, "If I don't go to hell, who will? Fine, I'll go." Yi Qing Jiang Xiaozhu, Yuan Tianxiong was stunned. Indeed, only money could make Su Chen work. "Alright, you can go now, I'll call you when the time comes." Yuan Tianxiong waved his arm helplessly. "Remember to transfer all my credits to me," Su Chen said, then left quite satisfied. After Su Chen left, Yi Qing asked in confusion, "Dean, why are we opening the secret realm to foreigners?" Yuan Tianxiong smiled and said, "No one knows whether this wild secret realm is full of crises or opportunities. Letting foreigners in is actually a good way to clear the minds, and the ticket is quite valuable too, so we can make some profit. Countries have always done this. Once a wild secret realm is discovered, they usually arrange for people from other countries to enter together. If it's very dangerous, it can also reduce casualties among their own country's personnel." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing and Jiang Xiaozhu finally understood. Nighttime, in the land of the rising sun. The atmosphere here was tense, and most people were very displeased. Just yesterday, for divine shadows suddenly descended upon Huaxia, they thought they could take advantage of the situation and defeat Huaxia in one fell swoop. As a result, Huaxia actually annihilated all four gods. This left them in disbelief. At this moment, in a residence, "Your Highness," the Emperor Ban, "we have already found out about the boy who killed the gods in Huaxia yesterday," an old butler said to the man before him. Emperor Ban of Nichuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yoshi, tell me more." "The boy who killed the gods is named Su Chen, and he possesses several awakened skills. It seems he has a control skill, a clone skill, and apparently, a skill that sets people's butts on fire. Yesterday, it was that boy's clone that suddenly exploded, directly killing the god of destruction, and the news released by Huaxia is that the young man possesses a rare treasure, a one-time divine artifact, which he used to kill the god of destruction," the old steward said. Upon hearing this, Emperor Nichikawa's eyes flickered slightly, and he murmured, "He has multiple awakened skills and a divine artifact?" Then a smile crept onto his lips. "Let my son Nichikawa Gangban meet him." Coincidentally, hasn't Huaxia discovered a wild secret realm these days? Inform Nichikawa Gangban to prepare. Hearing this, the old steward's eyes lit up. His Highness' son, Nichikawa Gangban, is known as the Kakashi of their time, a genius with SS-level talent, possessing the skill god's right hand, which can replicate anyone's skills. As long as Nichikawa Gangban goes to take a look, he can uncover Su Chen's true capabilities. This move by His Highness is truly brilliant. "Yes, Your Highness," the old steward replied respectfully, just about to withdraw when he heard Emperor Nichikawa continue. "What about the princess?" "The princess has gone to Huaxia for a trip," the old steward replied. Upon hearing this, Emperor Nichikawa nodded. "Let's end today's training here." At the Imperial Capital Academy, Su Chen jumped down from his bed. After returning from the student council, he had directly started his training and continued until nightfall. Hard work pays off. He finally succeeded in breaking through to the fourth realm. System, open the panel. Name, Su Chen Realm. Fourth realm talent? Skills, Encyclopedia, Persuasion, Creating Friends from Nothing, Human Nuclear Bomb, 50-50, Fire Burning But, Soul of the Old 6, My Fate is Determined by Heaven, Empty Hands Defense, 125, Stamina, 125, Strength, 125, Agility, 125 Mental Power, 260 Skill Points, 1950 Legendary Brick Proficiency, 245010000. Not bad, not bad, all attributes have significantly increased again. Su Chen nodded secretly, then waved his sleeve to summon the Fate dice. He hadn't had a good look at it since acquiring this companion skill. 5 stars directly add 50 points to strength. Should I try other star levels? Su Chen suddenly thought, since yesterday the divine disciple had just suffered a heavy blow, he probably wouldn't come back for revenge. It would be better to explore the Fate dice and see the effects of other levels, so he could unleash the most powerful effects in future battles. Let's try 6 stars. Su Chen was quite confident in his luck, saying this as he tossed it out. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars. Activate Fate dice. With a bang, the dice landed and began to spin rapidly. Su Chen's eyes were fixed on the Fate dice, and after a while, the dice slowly came to a stop. Seeing the number, Su Chen was dumbfounded. Ding! 1 star, gain a temporary effect confusion, duration, 1 day. Confusion? And it lasts for a day? Su Chen said in surprise. So far, he hadn't felt any strange power enhancement in his body. He couldn't quite understand what this confusion was all about. 5 minutes later, he still hadn't figured out what this confusion was. Su Chen frowned slightly. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Saying this, he left the villa, planning to head to the most bustling street in the imperial capital to see if he could find something valuable to give to Qin Ruoyi as a gift. As he passed the school gate, Su Chen was surprised to find that the guard was indeed Zhao Chen. Hey brother, bye, where are you going to play? I'll open the door for you. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Chen, waving his hands excitedly to greet him. While speaking, he pressed a button on the remote and the door opened. Su Chen. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the most bustling street in the imperial capital. However, after getting here, Su Chen changed his mind again. He suddenly didn't want to find a bargain anymore. He wanted to empty-handedly take advantage. With the skill empty hands, did he still need to find bargains? Did he still need to pay? Taking $1 into the convenience store can buy a lot of things, okay. And if you're going to make a move, go for the most expensive one. Where can you find the most expensive and the best items? The answer is undoubtedly the auction house. Su Chen quickly found his target and entered the auction house. The auction house at night was bustling, and the imperial capital is one of the most prosperous cities in Huaxia, so there were quite a few foreigners as well. Of course, Su Chen wouldn't target his fellow countrymen's items, he would go for the foreigners' stuff. At this moment, Su Chen had entered midway, so the auction had already begun. He stood in a corner, quietly watching the auctioneer on stage. This item is a rare grade item satisfying finger sleeve, with spikes that can be hard or soft, allowing one to reach the peak of life in an instant, usable day and night. This is a unique beast white belt chicken, already tamed, gentle in nature, can dance, can sing, and most importantly, can fight. Watching the items displayed on stage, Su Chen was dumbfounded. What the hell are these ridiculous things? Can that satisfying finger sleeve be a birthday gift? Not to mention that chicken. Can we get something useful? After a long while, Su Chen finally waited for the last highlight item. Next is our highlight auction item. I'm sure everyone has been looking forward to it for a long time, so let's not waste any more words and show it directly. The auctioneer smiled as he took out a small box from under the auction table and opened it, revealing a ring radiating golden light. As soon as this item appeared, the entire auction house erupted in excitement. It's actually the Holy Ring of Light, a legendary grade item. Wow, the Imperial Capital auction house is really generous. They even have legendary grade items. I heard it's very helpful for light-type awakeners, and only light-type awakeners can unleash its strongest abilities. There aren't many light-type awakeners to begin with aside. Even if you're not a light-type, having this ring has many benefits. Just the holy power it radiates is a great help for cultivation. The crowd below immediately began to discuss, and many people were extremely envious. However, many also sighed because they knew that legendary grade items are not cheap. Without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, you definitely can't get it. Many people in the private rooms showed a determined attitude. At this moment, Su Chen in the corner also brightened his eyes. The Holy Ring of Light? It's very helpful for light-type awakeners? Isn't this prepared just for him? Truly, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. At this time, the auctioneer looked at the lively atmosphere below and was very satisfied, speaking loudly. That's right, this is the legendary grade item, the Holy Ring of Light. I won't waste any more words, let's get started. The starting price is 150 million, and each bid must be no less than 10 million. The bidding officially begins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone started calling out bids. 160 million, 170 million, 200 million. Suddenly, a somewhat awkward Chinese voice came from a private room. Damn, it's the person in room 1 making a move. From the accent, it sounds like they're from a country that's doing quite well. Everyone was surprised. They directly raised the bid by 40 million, clearly determined to get this Holy Ring of Light. Ladies and gentlemen, my princess has taken a liking to this Holy Ring of Light today. Could you please give us some face? The awkward Chinese came from room 1. However, just as the voice fell, another voice came from another private room. 250 million. Wow. The people around secretly clicked their tongues, turning to look. It was room 2. Another big shot. Directly raised by 50 million. Although they couldn't afford it, they didn't want the people from the East Japan country to get it either. At this moment, an old butler from room 1 was somewhat exasperated. Baka! How dare someone not give our East Japan country face? Princess Buchuan, don't worry, I will definitely help you get this holy ring. The old butler respectfully addressed the girl sitting on the tatami. Bukawa Ifu, kneeling on the tatami, had a lollipop in her mouth, her big watery eyes fixed on the ring in the auctioneer's hand, filled with desire. Bukawa Ifu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Seeing this, the old butler called out again, 300 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the auction house displayed expressions of excitement. It seemed these two big shots were at odds. One could only hope that the big shot in box number 2 would win. At this moment, the auctioneer on stage wore a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. The higher the bid, the more excited he became. Meanwhile, in box number 2, that son of a bitch is going against us. Shin Shou cursed. Beside him, Shin Tianming furrowed his brow deep in thought. With his daughter's birthday approaching, he had received news that there were bright-level equipment available here, so he wanted to come and secure it directly. Who would have thought he would run into someone from the land of the rising sun? If it were someone from his own country, as a member of the Fengshan Pavilion, they would likely give him some face and let him have the item. But the people from the land of the rising sun definitely wouldn't. Moreover, he only had 500 million. If he couldn't secure it with that, he would really have to look at other gifts. After pondering for a second, Shin Tianming said loudly, 350 million. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from box number 1, 400 million. Damn it, this little life. Shin Shou cursed. Tianming, just keep bidding, they'll cover the difference if it's not enough. This item would be a great help for Ruoi, she will definitely like it. We must secure it. If we can't get it for 500 million, then forget it. Shin Tianming shook his head. Why hang ourselves on one tree? We can look at other options later. Besides, I feel like the other side is almost certain to win. His eyes flashed coldly. Since we can't get it, let's make them pay a little more. Hearing this, Shin Shou also found it reasonable. That's true, let's make them pay a bit more, but we need to control it well, otherwise, if they stop bidding, we're done for. Shin Tianming nodded and directly said, I'll bid 500 million. Friends from the land of the rising sun, it's your turn. The old butler in box number 1 gritted his teeth and shouted, 600 million. After he spoke, the scene fell silent for a few seconds. The auctioneer, seeing this, directly brought down the hammer, 600 million, going once. At this moment, he looked hopefully at box number 2, hoping the big shot inside would speak up again. However, when he brought down the hammer a second time, there was still no response. Everyone knew that the big shot in box number 2 had probably given up. After all, 600 million was already a huge number. The old butler in box number 1 revealed a satisfied smile. Hee, out of money, huh? Trying to compete with me, you're doomed. Clap, clap, clap. Bukawa Yaifu's fair little hands also started to clap, her eyes filled with joy. But the next moment, she frowned a bit unhappily. Because a voice came from box number 2, 650 million. Shin Tianming deliberately waited until the last moment to speak, just to create the impression that he was running out of money, which would prompt the people in box number 1 to continue bidding. Sure enough, the people in box number 1 fell for it. In the old butler's view, Shin Tianming and his group were already at their limit. He thought that this last bid would surely deter them from bidding again. To be safe, he added another 50 million. 700 million. At this moment, the auctioneer also wore an extremely radiant smile. Just a moment ago, he thought it would stop at 600 million. Who would have thought it could reach 700 million? This exceeded his expectations. Shin Shou in box number 2 looked at Shin Tianming and asked, Tianming, are we still going to raise the bid? After a moment of silence, Shin Tianming replied, one last bid, let's raise it by 100 million. Hearing this, Shin Shou nodded and said loudly, 800 million. If you can raise the price again this time, this bright ring will be yours. That voice, why does it sound so familiar? Upon hearing this voice, Su Chen was slightly surprised. It seemed to be Qin Rui's uncle. What a coincidence! Su Chen pondered. Meanwhile, in room 1. Damn it, those damn Huaxia people. The old steward was somewhat exasperated. This had exceeded his expectations. But seeing the princess beside him filled with joy, he gritted his teeth and shouted, 81 million. Moments later, until the third hammer fell, there was really no sound coming from room 2. Many Huaxia people sighed. It turned out that the East Japan country had one. Let's congratulate the guests in room 1 for obtaining the legendary item, the bright holy ring. The auctioneer's face broke into a smile like a chrysanthemum, clearly excited. At this moment, another person equally excited was Buchwani Fu from room 1, who jumped up happily, dancing with joy. Then, she cheerfully ran towards the door, saying, hurry to pay, I'm going first. At this time, on the other side, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight arc as he quietly left his seat and moved to the path leading out of the auction house. He needed to wait here for the people from room 1 so he could activate his skill, empty hands. 10 minutes later, Su Chen saw a girl about 1.60 meters tall, wearing white over-thinny socks and a JK skirt, bouncing out. With a golden ring on her finger that was extremely eye-catching. Several bodyguards followed her closely. Su Chen directly pulled up the girl's system panel. Name, Buchuanifu Realm. Second realm talent, SS skill, Bear Summon Defense, 35, Stamina, 40, Strength, 30, Agility, 35 Mental Power, 90 Not wearing clothes? Seeing this name, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What a good name! After glancing at Buchuanifu, Su Chen left directly. The reason for leaving immediately was that there were too many bodyguards here. If the ring in Buchuanifu's hand disappeared, they would definitely seal off the area. Although Su Chen wasn't afraid, he also didn't want to get into trouble. Moreover, since the soul of the sixth could ignore distance, empty hands probably could too. So he planned to activate empty hands after getting away from here. Gay gay gay. Su Chen chuckled a few times and then distanced himself from the auction house. That's about right. Even if that lawless ring disappears, it can't be traced back to me, Su Chen thought as he walked along the bustling street. In his heart, there were people and there were people. Su Chen squinted his eyes, recalling Buchuanifu's appearance just now, and then directly activated his skill, Bright Holy Ring, come to me. The next moment, Su Chen felt something in his hand. Sure enough, it worked. Empty hands could also ignore distance. Su Chen was somewhat excited, but why did it feel like the thing in his hand wasn't a ring? It was furry and a bit warm. Su Chen swallowed nervously and opened one eye. He saw a pair of white overthenny socks in his hand. Exactly what Buchuanifu had just worn. It still retained her body heat and a hint of fragrance. Su Chen was instantly shocked, 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind. Didn't I want the ring? Why did I get a pair of stockings instead? At this moment, the passers-by around him cast strange glances, looking at Su Chen as if he had transformed. Su Chen suddenly felt flustered and hurriedly stuffed the overthenny socks into his pocket. Meanwhile, in a business car heading to the hotel on the other side, Buchuanifu was admiring the bright holy ring in her hand with eyes full of affection, her mouth curving like a crescent moon. The next moment, she suddenly felt a chill on her legs. Buchuanifu was taken aback, looking down, and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Your Highness, what's wrong?" The butler beside her hurriedly asked. Buchuani's face turned rosy, and in a flustered manner, she said, My socks." The old butler was momentarily stunned, then followed her gaze to see a pair of fair and plump legs, with the original overthenny socks mysteriously vanished. The old butler's expression changed drastically as he spoke into the intercom. "There's a space-type awakened one. Everyone, go on high alert. Driver, speed up, hurry back to the hotel." The old butler's face was grim. If anything happened to Buchuanifu and Huaxia, he figured he wouldn't be able to return to the land of the rising sun. "Ah!" Buchuanifu exclaimed again. Hearing this, the old butler quickly looked at her. Could something else be missing? However, after examining her from head to toe, he found nothing else was amiss, his expression slightly puzzled. At this moment, Buchuanifu's small face was as red as a ripe apple, as if it might drip with juice, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Hurry back." The old butler looked her up and down curiously and said seriously, "Rest assured, Your Highness, we will reach the hotel in 2 minutes. Meanwhile, on the street, Su Chen stared at the blue and white striped underwear in his hand, falling into silence. Su Chen could clearly feel the residual warmth on it, and he was momentarily stunned. "Ah! Su Chen, you pervert!" A sudden exclamation snapped Su Chen back to reality. He hurriedly stuffed the underwear into his pocket and looked up at the two people in front of him. It was Jiang Xiaozhu and Yi Qing again. Jiang Ziosa's expression was as if she had discovered some monumental secret. Yi Qing's expression was also somewhat strange. "Damn it, this is a disaster. This skill is totally out of the ordinary. Being tricked is one thing, but to be seen by acquaintances is another." Su Chen cursed inwardly. Then he smiled and looked at the two. "Hey, what a coincidence, you're shopping here too." "Su Chen, don't try to change the subject. I saw you, you rogue." Jiang Xiaozhu crossed her arms, speaking with righteous indignation. "I'm going to tell Roy." Hearing this, Su Chen panicked. If he couldn't explain himself, it would be over. He hurriedly said, "Well, actually, this is for Ruoi." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziosa's expression turned somewhat suspicious. Could she have misunderstood him? Really? Let me see. Su Chen hesitated, but then gritted his teeth and took the underwear out of his pocket. However, coincidentally, the socks were pulled out along with it. The three of them looked at the white overthenny socks on the ground, their expressions varying. "This is also for Ruoi?" Jiang Xiaozhu looked up at Su Chen with a strange expression. Su Chen reacted quickly, smiling and saying, "Yes, of course, if you're buying, you should buy the whole set." Saying this, he picked up the socks from the ground. Jiang Xiaozhu examined the underwear and socks in Su Chen's hands, analyzing for him. "They look nice, but won't they be a bit small?" Really?" Su Chen's expression was somewhat awkward. Jiang Xiaozhu nodded very seriously. "How about I and Yi Qing help you take a look?" Hearing this, Yi Qing's mouth twitched slightly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen quickly waved his hand. "Thanks, senior, but that won't be necessary, they'll check myself." Saying this, Su-chan hurriedly fled without looking back. If he talked any longer, he felt he would be exposed. Jiang Xiaozhu watched his retreating figure, scratching her head. This is really strange. 3 minutes later, Su-chan had learned his lesson. To prevent any more unexpected incidents, he decided to get some other items. He hid in a restroom. I don't believe in evil. The holy ring of light can't be brought over. Su-chan had a determined look on his face, then slightly closed his eyes, imagining the appearance of Buchuanifu. Holy light ring, bring it to me. Holy light ring, bring it to me. In the next moment, a pair of black shoes appeared in Su-chan's hands. Su-chan was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Previously, the empty hands technique had no issues, so why today? Suddenly, Su-chan thought of the fate die he had rolled before coming here. Chaos. Su-chan murmured softly, then instantly cursed. Damn it, does this fate die also have negative effects on myself? You didn't make it clear when you chose, system. At that moment, Su-chan finally understood what that chaos was. It was causing his skills to become chaotic. Su-chan sighed. Chaos or not, he had to get the holy light ring. What he was doing was indeed a bit unethical, but he had never been ethical anyway. Amatba, I apologize, I'm not wearing any clothes. Su-chan closed his eyes and murmured. Then he began to fantasize about Buchuan Yaifu's appearance in his mind. Holy light ring, bring it to me. A pure white tank top with warmth and a milky scent. Su-chan admired it for 3 minutes before continuing to close his eyes and shout, Holy light ring, bring it to me. A pure white JK skirt with warmth. Just like that, Su-chan used the empty hands technique every 3 minutes. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Buchuan Yaifu's clothes were disappearing one by one, her little face flushed, frantically pulling clothes from the wardrobe to put on. But every time she put something on, it vanished after 3 minutes. She didn't know what was happening, and tears were already starting to shimmer in her eyes. Woo-woo, what do you want? Buchuan Yifu cried while putting on clothes. Isn't it enough if I give it to you? Woo-woo. Her sixth sense told her that this must be man-made. Just then, as she was putting on pants, her hand paused. She saw the ring on her finger. Could it be, you want this? Buchuan Yifu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, reluctantly looking at the holy light ring in her hand. In the next moment, she gritted her teeth, stripped off all her clothes, and crawled into bed completely naked, revealing only her delicate little face, resolutely saying, if you want it, take it. Just stop taking my clothes off, woo-woo. This girl has quite a lot of clothes. So many and so colorful, they actually look pretty good. In the bathroom, Su-chan admired the various styles of clothing in his hands, saying, this white silk is nice. Hey, this tank top is also good. This one is nice too, very kawaii. After 3 minutes of admiration, Su-chan tossed all the clothes into the space ring. The cooldown should be about done. Holy light ring, bring it to me. A flash of golden light appeared, and a ring shimmering with golden light appeared in Su-chan's hand. Ah, finally got it. Su-chan said happily, what's this? Su-chan suddenly noticed a piece of paper tied to the ring. He opened it, and it was written in a language he couldn't understand. Encyclopedia, what does this mean? Su-chan asked in confusion. Encyclopedia, big rogue. Stinky brat. Don't let me find out who you are. Seeing the explanation from the encyclopedia, the corners of Su-chan's mouth twitched. Why does this feel oddly cute? On the other side in the hotel, Buchuan Yifu looked sadly at her empty finger, then carefully wrapped herself in the blanket and put on her clothes. After anxiously waiting for a few minutes, sure enough, this time the clothes did not disappear. Buchuan Yifu let out a sigh of relief and said angrily, shameless perverted supervillain, don't let me find out who you are, or you're dead for sure. Whoa, my ring. She would rather lose $1 billion than that ring. She really liked it. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and a voice came from outside. Your Highness, are you all right? I am fine. Buchuan Yifu hurriedly adjusted her clothes and responded. Although her clothes hadn't disappeared, she still didn't dare to go out. She was afraid they might vanish at any moment. In the imperial capital, Su-chan looked at the holy ring of light in his hand with great satisfaction, though he regretted not having the box and would have to buy one himself. With that thought, he found a gift shop, bought an exquisite gift box, and placed the ring inside. Not bad. Su-chan smiled as he tossed it into his spatial ring. Then he glanced at the sky. It wasn't late, and it was time to head back. This time, Su-chan was very clear-headed. He wouldn't let himself get into an embarrassing situation like last time. He then thought of Zhao Chen's appearance and directly activated the sixth soul. In an instant, Su-chan's vision blurred, and he found himself in a familiar room. Before him was a fair and smooth back, and a delicate hand was unfastening the bra behind. Su-chan was dumbfounded. At that moment, he remembered that he had been in chaos for a day. Not only had his skills been thrown into disarray, but even the sixth soul was confused. Today, he had truly been ruined by this fate dice. However, Su-chan only realized this too late. At that moment, Shinrui was about to unfasten the bra, and Su-chan quickly grabbed her hand. This startled Shinroi, and she quickly turned around. Rui, can you let me explain? Su Chen took a few steps back, smiling. Seeing Su Chen again, Shinrui's face turned red. This was the second time. The last time was an accident, but could this time be an accident too? Especially since it happened just as she was about to take a shower. With a flushed face and gritted teeth, Shinrui said word by word, "You, get out, now." Okay, you'll go out right away. Su Chen chuckled as he moved to the door, and just as he closed it, he said, "Rui, I didn't expect it, but your figure is quite nice, hee. After saying that, Su Chen slipped out of the villa without looking back, leaving Shinrui with a flushed face. It was hard to tell whether she was angry or something else. At this time, it was already late. Su Chen returned to his villa and saw Zhao Chen coming out of the bathroom looking drained. Su Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Chen gave a thumbs up and squeezed out a smile, saying, "I've been a bit constipated lately, just had the jet package, and I must say, it really works, it cleared me out in an instant." Su Chen returned to his room somewhat speechless, took a dump, and then fell into a deep sleep. However, tonight's sleep didn't seem as comfortable as last night's, it wasn't as fragrant. The next morning, Su Chen stretched lazily and got out of bed. After washing up, he left with Zhao Chen. 2 days passed so quickly. "It's time for class again," Zhao Chen complained as they walked to the playground. Su Chen teased, "What's wrong? Haven't you had enough of being a security guard?" Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and proudly said, "You think being a security guard is easy?" Su Chen, "How hard can it be? I not only control the entry and exit of all vehicles in the academy, but I also have to guard against suspicious individuals. The safety of the entire academy is in my hands. Without me, can their cars go out? Without me, you wouldn't have been able to leave yesterday either." Zhao Chen patted his chest and said, "My importance is obvious, right? This isn't hard, is it?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "So what? Should I give you an award?" "Yes." Zhao Chen proudly lifted his head, full of confidence. Because of Su Chen, Zhao Chen was also transferred to the same class. The two soon arrived at the line managed by Zhao Toheo. At that moment, Zhao Toheo had not yet arrived, but Su Chen spotted a graceful figure. "Hi, Rui, good morning." Su Chen greeted with a smile, as if he had forgotten about yesterday's events. Upon hearing this, Shinrui seemed to think of something, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she quietly moved to Su Chen's side. Then, she suddenly pinched his waist hard. "Good morning." Shinrui gritted her teeth and said, each word punctuated with increasing force. It hurts, I was wrong. Su Chen instantly donned a mask of pain, quickly begging for mercy. "I really didn't see anything yesterday. I have to say, a woman's pinch on the waist really hurts. It's the kind of pain that comes from the soul, as if under bloodline suppression." Hearing Su Chen's words, Shinrui released her grip, snorted coldly, "Really didn't see anything?" Su Chen nodded earnestly. "Look at my eyes, do I look like someone who would lie?" Shinrui glanced at him, then looked towards the glaring sun, suddenly changing the subject. "The sun has been so strong these days, have I gotten a bit tanned?" "Su Chen, how could that be? You're so fair." "Shinrui, where am I fair?" Without thinking, Su Chen replied, "You're fair everywhere." As soon as he finished the sentence, Su Chen instantly regretted it. He felt a chilling killing intent coming from beside him. Hey, are you setting me up?" Su Chen shouted, quickly distancing himself from Shinrui. Shinrui's face turned red, and she chased after Su Chen, as if determined to give him a beating. The students nearby watched the two chasing each other, all revealing envious expressions. "If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd be over the moon. How could Su Chen make her angry? So envious." "Yeah, once upon a time, I had such a beautiful girlfriend, and she was especially obedient, but unfortunately, she deflated in the end." Everyone, even the cafeteria lady, seeing the two playfully chasing each other, reminisced about her youth, showing a kind smile. Being young is wonderful. At this moment, Su Chen was running while glancing back at Shinrui, wearing a mischievous smile. You can't catch up." Just then, Shinrui suddenly stopped in her tracks. Seeing this, Su Chen revealed a victorious smile, his lips curling up. "If you want to catch me, still." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen felt himself collide with a large figure, one that was particularly solid. At that moment, the surroundings fell silent, all the students standing straight, seemingly aware of who had arrived. Su Chen also sensed something was off and slowly turned his head. Upon seeing the giant in front of him, his expression stiffened, and he greeted with a smile, "Teacher Zhao, good morning." Zhao Toheo stood at 2 meters tall, with a massive build, making him look like a giant. His expression darkened as he said in a deep voice, "Do you not know when class starts?" Although Zhao Toheo knew that Su Chen had killed a god a couple of days ago, in the academy he was still his student. Even if Su Chen might be stronger than him now, he wouldn't give Su Chen any special treatment. I know, of course I know." Su Chen chuckled, scratching his head, and then walked into the line. Seeing Suchen like this, Shin Roi felt a little happy inside and cast a proud glance at him. Suchen, somewhat annoyed, said, "Very well, I will get my revenge." Shin Rui let out a light hum, turning her head away, clearly not taking his words to heart. At that moment, Zhao Taheo was looking seriously at the neatly lined-up crowd and spoke. "You all saw it, right? Just the day before yesterday. 4 divine apparitions descended simultaneously. Many of your seniors, as well as soldiers from Huaxia, sacrificed their lives in this battle. At this time, you should feel a sense of urgency, focus on your training, and be on guard for the next divine arrival, instead of laughing and joking around like you are now." It was obvious that Zhao Tuheo was pointing at Su Chen. Although Su Chen was a significant contributor in this divine battle, only those who had witnessed him perish alongside the god of destruction knew about it, along with some high-ranking officials. Most of these freshmen were unaware, so it didn't stop Zhao Tuheo from criticizing Su Chen in front of them. Zhao Tuheo looked around and shouted, "Do you all understand?" "Understood." Zhao Taheo nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Su Chen and said sternly, "Su Chen, step forward." Su Chen was taken aback, wondering what he was being called for. Although confused, he still walked out. All eyes were on Su Chen. Was Teacher Zhao going to reprimand him? But it seemed like he had lost to Su Chen last time. "You don't have class today, the principal is looking for you," Zhao Taheo said expressionlessly. In fact, he didn't want Su Chen here either. This kid was even more capable than him. How could he teach like that? Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. Yuan Tianxiang was looking for him? Could it be that the secret realm was about to open? So soon? Su Chen nodded, indicating he understood, and then headed towards the principal's office. Shin Rui in the line watched Su Chen's back, feeling an indescribable discomfort in her heart. It seemed she could no longer keep up with Su Chen's pace. Shin Rui couldn't help but clench her fists, silently vowing to speed up her training and strive to catch up with Su Chen. In contrast, Zhao Chen seemed indifferent. He knew his talent was limited. Although his talent had reached a level, he didn't set himself too high a goal, because his dream was very simple. Before reaching the principal's office, Su Chen encountered Yuan Tianxiang. "Old man, Dean, is the secret realm opening so soon?" Yuan Tianxiang twitched his mouth and nodded. "That's right, today is the day the secret realm opens, let's go." Su Chen followed Yuan Tianxiang's pace and asked curiously, "Am I the only one from our academy going?" Yuan Tianxiang replied as he walked, "Yes, each academy only sends one person because this is a purely wild secret realm, unexplored, everything is unknown. So a group of advanced teams will go in first, and only if the danger is deemed manageable will it be open to everyone else. And you should know, secret realms are also graded." Hearing this, Su Chen scratched his head. "Secret realms have grades?" Yuan Tianxiang nodded. "The grades of secret realms are the same as our talent levels, from F to SSS. Once an advanced team entered a secret realm with over 100 people, and in the end, no more than 10 came out. Later, this secret realm was classified as SSS. Damn. Upon hearing this, Su Chen cursed directly. "Old man, are you trying to get me killed? It's so dangerous, what if I die in there?" Yuan Tianxiang shook his head with a smile. "But you should know, because you are the first batch to go in, you will get to enjoy many good things first, those who go in later will only get what's left. Danger accompanies opportunity, it's quite fair." Hearing this, Su Chen pondered for a moment, realizing there was some truth to it. Yuan Tianxiang then smiled coldly. "And you think you'll die in there? I don't believe it. If everyone dies, I wouldn't believe you would either." Su Chen chuckled but said nothing. Soon, the two arrived at the academy's teleportation array. A blinding light flashed, and with a blink, they found themselves in a completely new place. Su Chen was surprised to discover that this was indeed the wilderness. The teleportation array here was much smaller compared to the academy's, indicating it was a makeshift one. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered here. Judging by their appearances, more than half were foreigners. Su Chen looked around and saw all sorts of handsome guys and beautiful girls, including blondes. "It's about time for the secret realm to open. We arrived just in time," Yuan Tianxiang said as he glanced at his watch. Not far from Su Chen, a man was also looking around. Suddenly, his butler whispered, "Your Highness Gangban, that seems to be Su Chen." Nichuan Gangban was taken aback, following the butler's gaze to see a young man, then he looked down at the image on his phone. Nodding, he said, "Yes, that's definitely him." He then revealed a Dragon King-like smile. "God-slaying, huh? Let me see what methods you really use." At that moment, a figure soared into the air, and from his attire, it was clear he was from the Fengshan Pavilion. As he ascended, everyone fell silent, understanding the unspoken cue. This time, the secret realm is one that has never been developed before. The dangers and opportunities inside are all unknown. Therefore, we cannot see what happens inside from the outside. I hope that once you enter the secret realm, you can help each other and try to avoid conflicts. Once inside, life and death are fated, and wealth is in the heavens. I've said all that needs to be said. Let's open the secret realm. The words of this Function Pavilion member were very simple. After casually saying a few sentences, he descended. Buzz. At the same time, an ethereal sound rippled through the air. The secret realm officially opened. The people around exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat hesitant. No one wanted to be the first to enter. Who knew what fierce beasts awaited them inside? A bunch of idiots. Nichuan Gangban snorted coldly, waving his sleeve as he stepped into the secret realm first. With one person leading, the others exchanged glances and followed suit, rushing into the secret realm. Go on, Yuan Tianxiang patted Su Chen on the shoulder. I have faith in you. Su Chen nodded and stepped forward, crossing into the secret realm. Yuan Tianxiang took one last look before leaving. He had other matters to attend to. Ever since the four deities descended together the day before yesterday, Yuan Tianxiang had sensed something different in the air. He was certain that within the academy or the Function Pavilion there must be divine disciples. Yi Qing had informed him a couple of days ago that Su Chen had been captured by a divine disciple, and the main person behind it was Zhou Fan. However, he had thoroughly investigated Zhou Fan's background, trying to find out who recruited him, but found no clues. The other party was well hidden. Moreover, being able to summon two divine phantoms in the imperial capital without anyone noticing was quite strange. Meanwhile, in a car not far from the secret realm, "Boss, the person has been successfully arranged in," Liu said, nodding in satisfaction as she listened to the voice on the other end of the phone. She was very clear that it would be very difficult to kill Su Chen this time. After all, he was someone who had killed divine phantoms and should not be underestimated. But with elites from various schools and countries gathered here, killing them would already be a big gain, and she could also test Su Chen's true strength. With that thought, a smirk appeared on Liu Ye's lips. On the other side, after a dizzying spin, Su Chen successfully entered the secret realm. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was the only one who had been teleported here. In front of him were two trees, both jujube trees. Encyclopedia, where are the treasures? Su Chen asked directly. Encyclopedia, Su Chen was stunned. What the heck? He suddenly remembered that his confusion had not yet expired. 24 hours, which meant it wouldn't be lifted until night. Damn it, this is a scam dice, isn't it? Su Chen complained. But aren't you the system? How can you be confused by a skill you created yourself? He sighed helplessly and walked in a certain direction. It seemed he could only rely on himself now. This secret realm didn't seem very large. After walking for a short while, Su Chen saw a crowd. No, not just one person, but a crowd. What were they doing? The secret realm had just opened, and so many people had gathered here. This puzzled Su Chen, so he moved closer. It was a shock to see. The crowd was gathered around two pillars, one a stone pillar, the other also a stone pillar. Beneath the pillars lay two foreigners who had just died not long ago. Their death poses were identical. Their heads exploded. Just like how Su Chen had smashed a brick to explode before. Su Chen was dumbfounded. How long had he been in here? Not even 3 minutes, and two people were already dead? Could it be that he encountered this in an SS-level secret realm? Su Chen felt a bit excited. There should be plenty of treasures, right? Is there an intellectual here? Just as Su Chen was about to ask what had happened, a loud shout caught his attention. An intellectual? Su Chen was somewhat confused. Why would they need an intellectual? What did that have to do with the secret realm? But soon, Su Chen understood. "I'll do it." A lean young man stepped forward and directly placed his hand on the stone pillar. The surrounding crowd collectively held their breath, their eyes nervously fixed on the young man. For a moment, the area fell into silence. Bang! But the next moment, the lean young man's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. Sigh. Everyone let out a disappointed sigh. Among the crowd, Nichuan Gangban stroked his chin thoughtfully, suddenly catching sight of something, his eyes brightening. Then, with a slight smile, he said in broken Chinese, "Everyone, look, isn't this the hero Su Chen from Huaxia? Just a couple of days ago, he killed a divine shadow." This shout immediately drew all eyes to Su Chen. Seeing this, Nichuan Gangban revealed a subtle smile and continued, "He can kill a divine shadow. He must be an intellectual. This question should be easy for him." Most foreigners who could come to the Huaxia secret realm understood some Chinese. They had heard about it a couple of days ago. A young boy from Huaxia had successfully killed a divine shadow, although it was said he used a divine artifact, but it was still worthy of their admiration. They just didn't expect that the boy who killed the divine shadow had also come to the secret realm. Hearing Nichuan Gangban's words, Su Chen frowned, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the other man. It was obvious that he was trying to draw attention to himself. However, from the other man's words, Su Chen could tell that this seemed to be a stone pillar that required an answer to a question. Answering incorrectly meant death, but what would happen if he answered correctly? At that moment, the crowd began to speak up. Yes, the great hero of Huaxia, you should be able to answer this, right? Yeah, you must be an intellectual. This question is in Chinese, and it's hard for us to answer. You Huaxia people should answer. We will pray to God for you. Hearing this, some foreigners quickly became displeased. Why should we answer? You guys are lucky enough to enter the secret realm, and now you want us Huaxia people to step up? Exactly, even if we answer correctly, we won't tell you the answer. The ones arguing back were from various universities in Huaxia. Soon, the two sides engaged in a war of words, neither willing to step forward. After all, you could only make one mistake. One mistake meant death. Who would be willing? Suchen looked at the tense atmosphere, his brow slightly furrowed. Then he glanced at Nichuan Gangban, who was smiling at the scene. Suchen knew that the whole situation had been ignited by him. After pondering for a moment, Suchen walked calmly to the stone pillar. He didn't want to waste time here. With the help of the encyclopedia, isn't answering questions a piece of cake? Suchen's action silenced both sides. Suchen, don't be impulsive. Yeah, let those foreigners come first. Even though we don't know what the question is, the fact that 3 people died shows that this question isn't simple. Suchen's actions prompted the people from Huaxia to start advising him. In their view, Suchen's ability to successfully slay a god was enough to demonstrate his strength. He was one of the future seed players of Huaxia. If Suchen died here, it would truly be a loss. In response to their words, Suchen merely smiled faintly and then, under everyone's gaze, directly placed his hand on the stone pillar. Seeing this, the Huaxia people looked very worried. In contrast, the people from several other countries became very excited and expectant. Some even hoped that Suchen would die right here. Nichuan Gangban watched Suchen with a smile, finding it quite amusing. At the same time, the moment Suchen's hand touched the stone pillar, a voice echoed in his mind. 3 major rules of survival in the apocalypse. Hearing this phrase, Suchen was taken aback, and then he began to call out to the encyclopedia in his heart. Encyclopedia. Damn it, I forgot. Suchen suddenly slapped his forehead, looking frustrated. He had lost track of how many times he had been caught in this chaotic mess. Suchen sighed. It seemed that in the end, he was the one bearing all the burden and had to rely on himself. 3 major rules of survival in the apocalypse. Suchen pondered for 2 seconds and tentatively spoke. The first rule, those who follow me live, those who oppose me die? Moments after he said this, a voice echoed in his mind. First rule 30 points. Past hearing the voice in his mind, Suchen was stunned. There was a score, which meant there was no correct answer? It was entirely up to his own performance? That made things easier. The second rule, the saint must die by my hand. Suchen confidently stated the second rule. After all, what is the most detestable thing in the apocalypse? Of course, it's the saint. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, second rule 35 points. Past the corners of Suchen's mouth curled up as he directly stated the third rule. Friends come from afar, though distant, they must be slain. Third rule 35 points. Past, total score 100 points past. Will be teleported to the next level in 5 seconds. A smile appeared on Suchen's face. He couldn't quite understand why such a simple question had resulted in 3 deaths. At that moment, the people around him noticed a golden light emanating from the stone pillar and suddenly realized something. He passed. Suchen, quickly tell us the answer. Yeah, we all entered the secret realm together. We should share the blessings. Some foreigners exclaimed joyfully. Suchen sneered and uttered, a bunch of idiots. Upon hearing this, the faces of the people from other countries instantly darkened. They understood the meaning behind his words. However, just then, a teleportation array rose from the ground and Suchen's figure vanished. Yet, some still saw that in the last moment, Suchen's lips moved slightly a few times. At this moment, Suchen found himself in a pitch-black room, looking bewildered. He answered the question correctly, and then what? Please answer. What is the purpose of studying? At that moment, another voice echoed in Suchen's mind. Suchen was taken aback. There was another question. He then seriously contemplated this question. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely say, studying is to increase one's knowledge and to find a good job in the future. But Suchen was not an ordinary person. After pondering for a moment, he replied, studying is to calmly talk to idiots. As soon as the words were spoken, the space seemed to fall silent for a few seconds. After a moment, a voice finally emerged. 100% pass. Next question. What is the purpose of cultivation? Upon hearing this question, Suchen yawned and said without a second thought, of course, cultivation is to allow idiots to speak to you calmly. After Suchen finished speaking, there was a dead silence around him. It was as if this answer had left the entity that posed the question dumbfounded. 3 seconds later, a voice finally came through. 100% pass. Final question, Qingwai Qingshan, outside the building? Hearing this question, Suchen's expression became somewhat subtle, and then he opened his mouth to say a sentence. 100% pass. Teleportation will commence in 5 seconds. Upon hearing this, Suchen revealed a slight smile. Weren't these questions just trivial? Even without an encyclopedia, so what? He had passed them easily and effortlessly. I, Suchen, am truly a genius. After boasting to himself, in the next second, a flash of golden light appeared, and Su Chen disappeared from his spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the stone pillars. Damn it, this Su Chen didn't tell us the answer, he's hogging it all for himself. Exactly, the Chinese are really too stingy. People from other countries were cursing. Meanwhile, the people from China smiled coldly. They had risked their lives to successfully answer the question. Why should they tell you? If you're so impressive, why don't you go up? Just talking big. However, they didn't say this out loud. They didn't want a fight to break out in the secret realm. Of course, another reason was that at the last moment before Su Chen was teleported away, he had told them the correct answer. The leader of the Chinese camp was named Gui Ziyun, a third-year student at Beijing University and a five-bound awakening practitioner. He was also one of the stronger individuals among them, so everyone followed his lead. 2 stone pillars, everyone will go up together later. Hands on the pillars, understood? Gui Ziyun said in a low voice. The reason for everyone to go up at the same time was to prevent people from other countries from noticing. If they went up one by one, those people would definitely realize they knew the answer and force them to reveal it. At the same time, he had a certain level of trust in Su Chen. He believed that what the other party had told him was the correct answer. Hearing this, the others nodded and slowly approached the stone pillars, placing their hands on them. This action left the people from other countries gaping. Are they going to answer the question together? Ha, they really aren't afraid of death. Ha, interesting, let's see if half of them die. At this moment, Nichikawa Takasaka squinted his eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. In the next moment, he suddenly recalled Su Chen's expression as he was teleported away, his mouth slightly moving. Not good, stop them quickly, they know the correct answer. Nichikawa Takasaka suddenly widened his eyes and shouted. Hearing his clumsy Chinese, the others were taken aback, taking 3 seconds to react. However, by the time they realized it, it was already too late. A teleportation array had already risen beneath the feet of the Chinese group. A bunch of idiots. Gui Ziyun mocked in Su Chen's tone. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of golden light appeared, and all the Chinese people present vanished from their spot. Damn it! These cunning Chinese! Don't let me see them again. In their words, it means they won't have a good outcome. Seeing this, the expressions of the people from other countries turned grim, their fists clenched. What do we do now? Someone asked. Everyone exchanged glances, looking at each other. No one wanted to try that thing again. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. At this moment, Nichikawa Takasaka, seeing this, slightly curled his lips and stepped forward, saying, Everyone, I have a good idea. Upon hearing this voice, all eyes turned to Nichikawa Takasaka, eager to see what he had to say. Irihuan Gangban smiled and said, They've gone in, and they'll definitely come out from here. We just need to wait here. And when the time comes. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those around him lit up. Yes. As long as we wait here, it's enough. In the words of our Huaxia people, it's like waiting for a hare by the stump. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No matter what good things they get inside, when they come out, hee. Some people showed sly smiles. Meanwhile, in a remote area within the secret realm, a young man dressed in black looked around. Seeing no one, he placed his hand on his neck and pulled upwards. A human skin mask was instantly removed, revealing a completely new face. The young man transformed into a burly man. In the name of the gods, I judge you. Hearing that someone wanted to see him paint, the burly man made a signature gesture of a disciple, paused for 3 seconds, then took out a small knife and made a cut on his palm. Vivid red blood dripped from his hand onto the ground. The burly man then began to walk around in a strange manner. Blood dripping onto the ground as if inscribing some kind of magical array. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Huaxia group successfully passed the first challenge and arrived at the second. I thought this question would be difficult, but I feel like I can pass it too. Yeah, that group of foreigners doesn't understand our Huaxia culture, the profound principles, so it's normal they can't pass. Humph. Coming to our Huaxia secret realm and still expecting us to tell them the answers? They're thinking too much. They should go back and study Chinese for another 100 years. Well said. The crowd expressed their relief. Gui Ziyun smiled. Now he understood. It wasn't about how difficult the questions were, but that group of foreigners was just too foolish. Just then, a second question echoed in everyone's minds. Please answer, what is the purpose of studying? Upon hearing this question, everyone's expression relaxed. Because this question was really too easy to answer. Most people replied, to study for the rise of China. Those who could come to the wild secret realm were all outstanding talents from every academy, so they were certainly not fools. These questions were still very simple for them. However, they were somewhat puzzled. They believed their answers were already quite standard. But why did they only score 60 points? Without giving them much time to think, the second question appeared in their minds. Hearing this question, most people answered, to protect Huaxia, to resist the gods, and to defend our families. They were confident that this answer was standard enough. It would definitely score high. But what left them dumbfounded was that it was still 60 points. What the heck, is this answer even passing? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Hua Ziyun was also puzzled, then showed a curious expression. I'm a bit curious about Su Chen's score now. At this moment, the third question appeared in their minds. Green outside, green mountains. Outside the building, can you complete the couplet? Hua Ziyun murmured slightly. This question stumped quite a few people. Hua Ziyun pondered for a moment, then thought of an answer. However, the moment he spoke, Hua Ziyun's expression suddenly changed dramatically. 0 points, failure. Am I going to die? Hua Ziyun never expected this time to be 0 points. He felt that his answer was already quite standard. At the very least, it couldn't possibly be 0 points. At this moment, Hua Ziyun felt a wave of panic, as if sensing the approach of death. His legs trembled involuntarily. Simultaneously, everyone present suddenly changed their expressions, their faces pale. You also answered incorrectly? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Yes, 0 points. I also got 0 points. Me too. Me as well. At this moment, everyone was shocked. How could it be that everyone in this round scored 0? There were at least 20 or 30 people here, all with 0 points. Which made them suspect that the person who asked this question was deliberately messing with them. Hua Ziyun was also quite puzzled. Could it be that everyone was going to die here today? A sense of despair slowly spread. At that moment, under the desperate gazes of the crowd, a red light rose from the ground and everyone vanished in an instant. Have I died? Hua Ziyun trembled as he opened his eyes, feeling a bit scared. He was afraid that he had just died like that. He still had many things to do. His teacher, his mother were all waiting for him. He couldn't just die. However, now that he had opened his eyes, disbelief filled them. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, which soon turned into a bit of joy, because they had not died and had been teleported out. At this moment, the people from other countries around were taken aback. They were out so quickly? They didn't think much of it, smirking slightly, slowly surrounding the Chinese people present. Hua Ziyun also realized that something was off, narrowing his eyes and saying in a deep voice, "Everyone, when we came in, the people from the Fengshan Pavilion said not to cause conflicts. What do you want?" The people from the Fengshan Pavilion only said to try to avoid it. You were quite arrogant just now, calling us idiots? Now, hand over what you obtained. The foreign people around sneered, surrounding the Chinese. It was as if they would resort to violence if the other party did not hand over what they had just obtained. Meanwhile, Su Chen arrived at the third level. This was a relatively bright and spacious room, resembling a grand hall. Su Chen felt a bit curious. What would this level be? Was it still answering questions? Or something else? Finally, a human has arrived here. Accompanied by a melodious voice, a woman in white appeared out of thin air. However, this woman had a somewhat ethereal presence. But she could be considered a stunning beauty, as if she were a goddess from the heavens, not to be desecrated. Su Chen felt that she could rival Qin Ruoi. At the same time, he was slightly puzzled. How could there be someone here? Who are you? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. The woman in white smiled slightly and did not speak. She then looked Su Chen up and down, nodding slightly. After a moment, she replied, "You can call me the spirit of the secret realm." Spirit of the secret realm? Su Chen murmured. The spirit of the secret realm smiled and said, "Congratulations on reaching the third level. Defeat me, and you will pass." Su Chen suddenly asked, "Wait, I want to ask, what reward do I get for passing?" "You'll know once you defeat me," the spirit of the secret realm replied with a smile, then waved her white sleeve towards Su Chen. "For fairness, I have removed your confusion." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's pupils constricted. Confusion was a skill granted by the system. The woman in white before him could actually see that he was affected by confusion, and the most terrifying part was that she casually waved her hand and removed it. Even Yuan Tianxiang hadn't noticed. What was this woman's identity? This left Su Chen greatly shocked. This was the first time he had been so astounded since arriving in this world. He even doubted that this woman knew more than the system. Su Chen's gaze became somewhat wary. This woman before him was a bit unfathomable. However, an even more surprising thing happened. Because the encyclopedia actually had no information about her. Name, spirit of the secret realm, talent, skills, defense, stamina, strength, agility, mental power, all question marks. How could this be? Su Chen was greatly shocked. Was it that the encyclopedia had no data on her, or was it that confusion was still affecting him? This was the first time Su Chen encountered such a bizarre situation, which made him pay close attention to the woman before him. The spirit of the secret realm looked at Su Chen, who seemed to be facing a great enemy, shook her head and smiled. "Let's begin." As soon as she finished speaking, the spirit of the secret realm vanished. The unknown enemy was the most terrifying. Seeing this, Su-chen reacted quickly, instantly activating 50-50 and then pulled out a brick. After activating 50-50, Su-chen felt as if he had reached a whole new height. Suddenly, a cold wind blew from behind and Su-chen reacted swiftly, turning around, throwing the brick with his left hand and delivering a punch with his right. At the same time, he unleashed a skill, Fire on the Butt. 3 skills were unleashed simultaneously, demonstrating Su-chen's caution. Bang! The spirit of the secret realm was directly controlled by the brick. Her fist that was about to swing froze in midair. Meanwhile, Su-chen's punch struck her chest, producing a muffled sound, causing her to stagger back several steps, and the flames on her but were extremely fierce. The white clothing of the opponent seemed to be no ordinary garment. Under such intense flames, it remained completely unscathed. Emergency food. The spirit of the secret realm smiled slightly, and in the next moment, a small sprite appeared beside her. She picked up the sprite, parted her lips slightly, and swallowed it. Immediately, the flames behind the spirit of the secret realm visibly disappeared. This scene shocked Su-chen, giving him a sense of déjà vu. This skill. Su-chen frowned slightly, then suddenly his pupils constricted as he thought of something. Wasn't this one of the options he had drawn from the system before? He still remembered the skill description at that time. Option 2, Emergency Food. When the host is injured, using this skill will summon a small sprite. Eating it will quickly restore health. As long as the host is not dead, recovery is possible. And it can also be used on others besides the host. How could this be? Su-chen's heart was truly stirred by a storm. Could the woman before him also have a system? At that moment, the spirit of the secret realm did not give Su-chen time to think and attacked him again. Strangely, the opponent's attack was somewhat bizarre, as she extended a hand, seemingly wanting to pat Su-chen's head. Is this a head pat kill? Watching the opponent's movement, Su-chen's hair stood on end. He knew the effects of a head pat kill. If hit, the opponent's favorability 1000, his own resistance 1000, the opponent's charm 1000, the opponent's strength 1000. How could he withstand being hit? The spirit of the secret realm was already very beautiful, adding another 1000 to her charm? Another 1000 to her favorability? Su-chen feared he wouldn't be able to resist, and at that point, the opponent could do whatever she wanted. With no time to think further, Su-chen directly activated the soul of the old six, teleporting behind the spirit of the secret realm. At the same time, the brick in his hand transformed into the magic blade of 1,000 edges, slashing towards the spirit of the secret realm. I am a turtle. The spirit of the secret realm said softly. The moment she finished speaking, a green turtle shell appeared, enveloping the spirit of the secret realm. Clang! Su-chen's magic blade of 1,000 edges struck it as if hitting a hard boulder, causing not a ripple. Ninja turtles? Su-chen exclaimed. Although Su-chen was shocked, he knew that the ninja turtles could only withstand one attack. With that thought, he slashed again. At this moment, the spirit of the secret realm had already turned around, and a long sword appeared in her hand, intending to block Su-chen's white attack. However, Su-chen reacted quickly. Give it to me. He directly unleashed the skill Empty Hands, snatching the opponent's sword into his possession. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed across the spirit of the secret realm's face, and she quickly retreated, trying to create distance from Su-chen. Just then, the magic blade of 1,000 edges instantly transformed into countless fragments, the blade lengthening in an instant. Like a giant sword, it blotted out the sky and slashed down towards the spirit of the secret realm. Seeing this, the spirit of the secret realm mobilized all its mental energy and instantly constructed a mental barrier in front of it. Boom! With this sword strike, neither of the two gained an advantage. Su-chen knew in his heart that relying on a 50-50 chance to defeat the opponent was a bit difficult. Should I try the fate dice again? Su-chen pondered. If he rolled 5 stars like before, then defeating the spirit of the secret realm should be no problem. But if it was 1 star, and he got a chaos, then he might as well concede directly. After some contemplation, Su-chen decided to play it safe and not use the fate dice for now, as it was too unstable. I have a friend. Without hesitation, Su-chen directly used creating friends from nothing. A 50-50 chance might not determine the winner, but what about 2? Both of them had strength equal to hers, 2 against 1, how could they possibly lose? 2 Su-chens were hard to believe, one holding a flip-flop, the other wielding the demon blade 1,000 blades. A strong alliance, with 1,000% synergy. If they couldn't take her down, he would stand on his head and defecate. With that thought, Su-chen number 1 threw a flip-flop at the spirit of the secret realm. Almost simultaneously, Su-chen number 2 also moved, raising the demon blade 1,000 blades to slash at the spirit of the secret realm. At that moment, the spirit of the secret realm saw 2 identical Su-chens, her red lips parted slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Just as she thought to dodge, she was already unable to move. Swish! The demon blade 1,000 blades slashed down, sharp and swift. It directly severed one of the spirit's arms. Seeing this, Suchen was not worried, as the opponent was just a phantom, not a physical entity. At that moment, the spirit of the secret realm, with her arm severed, did not show any sign of pain. Instead, she smiled slightly and quickly distanced herself from Suchen. At the same time, a small sprite appeared beside her and directly devoured the severed arm. Then, to Suchen's astonished gaze, the spirit of the secret realm's severed arm regenerated. Wow, is emergency food this useful? At that moment, Suchen regretted not choosing emergency food. At this rate, wouldn't she be practically immortal? Injured, just eat, unless she was killed instantly. Instant kill? Suchen suddenly thought of something. But just then, the spirit of the secret realm vanished and appeared behind Suchen number 1. You also have the old sixth soul. Both Suchens exclaimed in unison, clearly shocked. At that moment, after teleporting behind Suchen number 1, the spirit of the secret realm swiftly placed an arm on Suchen number 1's head and patted it. In the next moment, both Suchens felt the spirit's aura suddenly surge. And Suchen number 1 actually knelt down, looking at the spirit of the secret realm with a noticeably different gaze. His eyes sparkled with affection, as if he wanted to devour the spirit of the secret realm. However, at that moment, his ability to resist had turned negative. He had the heart but lacked the strength. Damn, no way. Suchen number 2 was stunned. If others saw Suchen number 1 like this, he would have no way to explain. At that moment, Suchen number 1's expression was like that of a devoted admirer. It's time to end this. The spirit of the secret realm smiled charmingly, confident that with her power increased by 1,000, dealing with 10 Suchens would be no problem. One punch each. She raised her fist, ready to deal with Suchen number 1 in front of her when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Are you sure? Suchen number 2 smirked slightly. As he spoke, the demon blade 1,000 blades in his hand instantly transformed into a brick, smashing out. At the same time, he used the old sixth soul to teleport behind Suchen number 1. He grabbed Suchen number 1 and threw him out. This fluid and seamless action took only 2 seconds. The spirit of the secret realm, witnessing this scene, was somewhat puzzled. Instead of taking advantage of the 2 seconds of control time to attack her, he teleported behind his clone and then threw the clone aside. What kind of operation was this? However, in the next second, the spirit of the secret realm would understand. A burst of blazing fire erupted from the body of Suchen number 2. Like a flood beast, fierce red flames poured out. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and a violent shockwave swept through. Fortunately, the explosion radius was only 5 meters, allowing Suchen number 1 to escape unscathed. At that moment, the spirit of the secret realm also dissipated in the explosion. With the fading of the spirit's phantom, Suchen number 1 gradually regained his senses, taking a deep breath. That was close. I don't want to experience that feeling again. Luckily, there was no one else around. Otherwise, if someone had seen Suchen's earlier state, it would have been the end for him. I have to say, the head pat kill paired with the sixth soul is indeed quite impressive. Suchen said, realizing belatedly, once you pat the head, you can do whatever you want, right? Whatever you want to do? At this moment, Suchen felt a bit regretful for not choosing the head pat kill. But if he had chosen the head pat kill, he wouldn't have been able to become a human nuclear bomb, and today, the spirit of the secret realm wouldn't have been blown to bits. So, someone might ask, can't you also kill the opponent with the head pat kill? No, you can't. Because the opponent would also use the head pat kill. At that time, both would just be patting each other, and their powers would remain the same. Then both their defensive capabilities would decrease, while charm and favorability would increase. Damn! Thinking of this, Suchen felt a chill run down his spine. What would happen between the two at that time? No one could say for sure. Suchen shook his head, shaking off the predatory thoughts in his mind. Spirit of the secret realm, are you still there? Suchen began to shout into the vast hall. He didn't believe the spirit of the secret realm was truly dead. After all, it still had rewards to give him. Just then, countless glowing particles suddenly appeared around him, slowly condensing and forming a humanoid figure. It was indeed the spirit of the secret realm. You surprise me, you have so many skills. The spirit of the secret realm smiled at Suchen and said, don't you have a lot of skills too? Where did your skills come from? Who exactly are you? Suchen squinted at her, his mind racing with thoughts. He didn't believe that the spirit of the secret realm had awakened these skills by chance or mutated them. What a coincidence, these skills were all options that appeared in his system. The only possibility was that the other party currently or once had a system. But why would the other party be the spirit of the secret realm? This left Suchen puzzled, eager to know the answer. The spirit of the secret realm seemed to have guessed that Suchen would ask, but she merely smiled lightly and said, knowing too much now is not a good thing for you. As for who I am, time will tell you the answer. Upon hearing this, Suchen frowned slightly. He disliked riddles. But since she wouldn't say more, he had no choice and was too lazy to ask again, helplessly saying, so what is the reward for clearing the level? The spirit of the secret realm smiled slightly, waved her delicate hand, and a crystal-clear fruit appeared in his hand. Su Chen was taken aback. This is the reward? It looked a bit like a crystal fruit, but not quite. This is a skill fruit, the spirit of the secret realm explained with a smile. Eating this will grant you a new skill. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened. Such a good thing exists? He had never heard of a fruit that could grant skills. This meant that the item the spirit of the secret realm brought out was something not found in the outside world. Is this the only reward? Su Chen blinked. Clearly, one skill fruit was not enough to satisfy him. The spirit of the secret realm's lips twitched slightly, smiling. There's one more. Meanwhile, the air around the stone pillars was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Both sides were glaring at each other with ill intent. Tell me, what good treasures did you get? And where's Su Chen? I told you, we failed to answer the questions and were teleported out. Guo Ziyan sneered. I in the secret realm. He didn't want to clash with people from other countries. After all, the potential dangers within the secret realm were numerous. However, if the other party really wanted to make a move, they wouldn't be afraid. Oh, you're quite the storyteller? You say you answered incorrectly and yet didn't die? Instead, you were teleported out. Do you think we're fools? Exactly, when others answer questions wrong, they die, but when you do, nothing happens. Do you think we'll believe that? They must have gotten some treasure. Search them, search their storage rings. Several foreigners kept moving closer to Guo Ziyun. Nichuan Gangban watched this scene with satisfaction, though he felt a bit puzzled. Why hadn't Su Chen been teleported out with them? Guo Ziyan looked at the approaching individuals, his expression cold. They actually wanted to search their storage rings. Did they really think they were afraid of them? Ziyan, take care of these foreigners. One person beside Guo Ziyun had already drawn his weapon and whispered. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. These foreigners were truly overstepping their bounds. Just because the tiger doesn't show its power, do they think they're sick cats? Guo Ziyan nodded secretly just as he was about to make a move. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a huge rhythmic sound echoed from afar, and with each sound, the ground trembled. This left everyone present stunned, turning to look towards the source of the sound. Following their gaze, they saw a towering figure not far away. It was a monster covered in red fur, its size extremely massive. Black mist swirled around it. The sound they heard earlier was the monster's footsteps. Instantly, everyone gasped in shock. Goodness, what kind of monster is this? How can it be so huge? I feel like the secret realm we entered is very likely SS level, someone said in a daze. What are you still doing? Run! Go! 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 Send me a message. In an instant, everyone scattered in a panic. As for the treasure, it was already forgotten. After all, life was more important. At this moment, the red-furred monster seemed to notice the fleeing crowd, and with a powerful push of its legs, it soared into the air. It disappeared into the clouds. If someone looked up at that moment, they would see a shadow growing larger and larger among the white clouds. Whoosh! The red-furred monster shot through the clouds like a cannonball. At the same time, it swiped its palm downwards. The target was precisely the group of Huaxia people gathered together. Seeing this scene, the foreigners who had escaped to a distance immediately rebelled in schadenfreude, looking on as if watching a show. Everyone blocked together. Guo Ziyun roared, his mental energy surging wildly as he constructed a mental barrier above. Almost simultaneously, everyone built their own mental barriers above their heads. Some Earth-type awakeners even created stone walls above them. Their faces were pale. They hadn't expected that just after being teleported out, they would be targeted by this red-furred monster. The red-furred monster was so enormous that it blocked out the sunlight above them, leaving only darkness. They looked up at the approaching red-furred monster, hoping they could withstand it. But just as the monster's attack was about to descend, all the Huaxia people suddenly vanished from their spots. In their place were the bewildered foreigners and Nichuan Tiban. Nichuan Tiban's pupils constricted. He was the first to react, immediately casting a skill, Earth Escape. In an instant, Nichuan Gangban burrowed into the ground. However, the others were not so lucky. Even if some reacted in time to build a mental barrier above, it was of no use. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the red-furred monster's massive palm came crashing down. It directly crushed countless people, while many others were sent flying. What is happening? Guo Ziyun, watching from a distance, said in a daze, weren't they just over there? How did they suddenly appear so far away? And how did those foreigners get over there? Countless questions flooded Guo Ziyun's mind, as well as the minds of other Huaxia people. At this moment, nearly half of the foreigners had died under that palm that descended from the sky. The red-haired monster, seeing this, had bloodshot eyes and vowed not to give up, continuing to charge at the people around. With every palm strike, countless people fell. This scene made Guo Ziyun and the others watching from a distance feel somewhat relieved. Haha, let them enjoy the show. And now look, the spectators have directly become the participants. We went from being the participants to the spectators. How dramatic. If we had still been over there just now, we would have probably died under that palm. Yeah, it feels like a dream. Countless people sighed. Alright, this beast has at least reached the 6th realm or above. Let's retreat and spread the news, Guo Ziyun said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the others nodded. They cast a cold glance at those being attacked by the red-haired monster, then followed in Guo Ziyun's footsteps. The sounds of screams continued to come from the red-haired monster's side. This is at least a beast of the 6th realm. Everyone attacked together. Someone screamed hysterically, and various skills erupted. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Su Chen watched from a god's perspective, smiling indifferently. In the secret realm, it's reasonable to kill a few people, right? He then waved his hand in the air. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook continuously, and mountains crumbled. Some were astonished to find that the surrounding mountains were rising continuously. It was as if they wanted to trap them here. In just a few seconds, their position transformed into a valley, surrounded by towering mountains. It was hard to escape. The red-haired monster seemed even more excited upon seeing this. To it, these people were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Su Chen in the sky smiled at this. That's right, this was the second reward given to him by the spirit of the secret realm. The authority to reshape the secret realm. However, Su Chen felt it was of little use. It would be impressive if it could be used in the outside world. But for now, it could only be played within the secret realm. Nevertheless, it was truly exhilarating. Watching from a god's perspective below felt like playing a game. He felt like the creator. With a wave of his hand, he could turn the tides. With another wave, he could summon winds and rains. And the people below were merely his playthings. Although they hadn't done anything to Su Chen, he simply found them displeasing. Killing them was just killing them. And just now, the Huaxia people had suddenly swapped places with the foreigners, which was, of course, Su Chen's doing. In the secret realm, Su Chen was the ruler. Soon, with Su Chen's various flashy maneuvers, he successfully killed everyone below. No, to be precise, it was all the red-haired monster's doing. Su Chen had only assisted a little. Then Su Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at the giant red-haired monster. The spirit of the secret realm said this isn't something from her secret realm, so how did it appear? Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. He then closed his eyes, carefully sensing the world around him. With the authority of the secret realm, this secret realm seemed like a small world of his own. He could see any corner of this secret realm without needing to use mental power. It was like divine consciousness. Oh, there's still one that escaped. Su Chen was somewhat surprised, but he didn't bother with the fleeing person. His thoughts continued to spread outwards. Before long, Su Chen sensed something unusual. He saw a clearing where a man was kneeling on the ground, his head bowed, looking like he had just died not long ago. Surrounding him was a formation outlined in blood, and the man was right in the center of the formation. Su Chen's brows furrowed tighter, then relaxed again. Forget it, why bother with so much? Let's just grind the skill points below first. Su Chen didn't want to concern himself with trivial matters, as there was no benefit in doing so. He couldn't even be bothered to think about the identity of the spirit of the secret realm. Who cares who she is, as long as it doesn't harm him? Su Chen wasn't sure if he had been infected by Shen Yi and his group, or what. After thinking this, Su Chen suddenly dove downwards, simultaneously bringing up the system panel for the red-haired monster. Name, Spirit of Divine Pollution Realm, 6th Realm Talent, SSS Skills, Berserk Defense, 150, Stamina, 165, Strength, 155, Agility, 150 Mental Power, 260 Spirit of Divine Pollution? Is it related to the Divine Disciples? Su Chen murmured softly, then summoned the Demon Blade Thousand Edges. Even if he wasn't at a 50-50 chance right now, he was confident he could deal with the 6th Realm red-haired monster below, because he could mobilize the power of the entire secret realm. This was also why the spirit of the secret realm was so powerful. At this moment, as Su Chen plummeted rapidly, a fierce whirlwind whipped around him. That was the mental power within the secret realm, continuously flowing into Su Chen's body. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and the Demon Blade Thousand Edges suddenly shattered into countless fragments, extending and lengthening. In the next moment, Su Chen slashed out a massive crescent strike glowing with blue light. The surrounding space seemed to shatter. The red-haired monster below felt a tremor from its soul and quickly looked up at the sky. However, it was already too late. Su Chen's Demon Blade Thousand Edges had already descended. Swish! The Demon Blade Thousand Edges was extremely sharp, slicing straight from the red-haired monster's head down to its groin, directly splitting it in half. Blood gushed out like a river. Ding! Skill points from the Spirit of Divine Pollution 200, Brick Proficiency 100. Bang! Su Chen landed steadily on the ground. Even though he couldn't fly right now, he could manipulate the air within the secret realm to slow his descent. At this moment, this scene was witnessed by Nichikawa Gangban not far away. How is this possible? Nichikawa Gangban's eyes were filled with disbelief. One strike to kill a sixth realm red-haired monster. Who? Nichikawa Gangban took a deep breath, calming his emotions and tidying up his appearance. He then calmly walked up to Su Chen. As expected of someone who has slain a deity, I'm impressed. Nichikawa Gangban said with a smile, extending his right hand. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, instinctively reaching out his hand to shake with him. He knew that this person in front of him was the one who had almost caused a fight between the two sides just moments ago. Should I take him out too? Su Chen pondered slightly. Forget it, let's deal with it together. Just as Su Chen was about to make a move. Ding! Detected that the opponent is about to copy the host's skills. Do you agree? Su Chen? Another awakener wanting to copy skills? Interesting. Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he thought of a good way to deal with the opponent. P.S. Recently, I've seen comments saying my writing isn't great and too cliché. I feel it too, and I've been adjusting, so the updates are a bit slow. Sorry about that. I'll post a chapter first, and there are 2 more chapters this afternoon. Lastly, thanks to the crispy little chicken nuggets for sending 11 divine certifications, I'll arrange for more updates. Agree to copy. Su Chen said inwardly, but his expression remained calm. Ding! Please choose a skill to copy available skills. Friend from nothing, human nuclear bomb, 50-50, fire burning but soul of the old 6. Human nuclear bomb. Su Chen chose without hesitation. Let's send them a nuclear bomb to the East Ing country so they can feel the old bitterness once again. Su Chen thought this, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, the explosion radius of this nuclear bomb is only 5 meters. Encyclopedia, can you modify the skill range? Su Chen suddenly thought. After all, this is a living system, not a dead one. Nothing is impossible. How would he know if he didn't ask? Ding! Increase explosion range by 1 meter, an additional 1,000 skill points required. Seeing the prompt, Su Chen was taken aback. Damn, is it really that expensive? Su Chen glanced at his current skill points, 5250. This was still from the last time he killed that group of divine disciples. Sigh. Su Chen sighed, gritted his teeth, and directly added the 5-meter explosion range. He was really putting in a lot for this big gift. Hopefully, the country of the East will like it. At this moment, Richuan Diban had a puzzled expression, wondering why the god's right hand was activated but hadn't copied anything yet. It was a bit strange. The two of them had been holding hands for half a minute, each with their own thoughts, and no one spoke. Just then, Richuan Gangban's eyes lit up because he felt that he had successfully copied something. A wave of ecstasy surged in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. You're not bad either. Su Chen smiled without sincerity, engaging in some commercial flattery while retracting his hand. Brother Su, I'll head out first, it's too dangerous in here. If I encounter another beast with that kind of strength, I might not make it. Richuan Gangban said with a smile. He was already eager to return and test the copied skill. He wanted to see exactly what skill he had copied from Su Chen. If it was the skill Su Chen used to slay the red-haired monster with a single sword strike, then he would have struck gold. At the very least, the clone skill would be fine too. Richuan Gangban thought to himself. Su Chen nodded with a smile but said nothing. Seeing this, Richuan Gangban dashed towards the exit of the secret realm without looking back. The moment Richuan Gangban turned around, a playful smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He had already envisioned tomorrow morning's news. Then, Su Chen began to search around. Loot. Su Chen rubbed his hands together and started looking for valuable items. After all, so many people had died, there should be some good stuff on them. After a moment, Su Chen's expression darkened. Damn it, a bunch of broke losers. After searching for so long, I only found 100 pieces of essence stone. Su Chen casually tossed the essence stone into his space ring, and as for the weapons on the ground, he couldn't be bothered to pick them up. They weren't worth much. Su Chen glanced back at the 2 stone pillars and then walked straight towards the exit of the secret realm. There was nothing left in this secret realm. He had already taken the best items, so there was no need to stay any longer. At this moment, the atmosphere outside was somewhat tense. The first to emerge, Wo Ziyun and the others, briefly recounted what had happened inside the secret realm. This caused some panic among the teachers from various countries' academies. Because, so far, only the Chinese had come out, none of their students had emerged yet. They wanted to go in to rescue them, but how could the Fengshan Pavilion allow that? Everyone, this is a secret realm trial. I have said before, life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. The first batch that went in has reaped the benefits, and they must also bear the consequences, a member of the Fengshan Pavilion said with a calm gaze. Hearing this, the teachers from various countries could only take a deep breath and abandon the idea of entering the secret realm. They also knew that this was a treaty that had been upheld by all nations. During the Secret Realm trial, no one else was allowed to enter again. They could only hope for fewer casualties. At this moment, the portal to the Secret Realm rippled. Everyone's gaze turned towards it, their hearts filled with anticipation. Was it their students coming out? After all, the students they brought were among the top talents in their academies. The loss of even one would be significant. But the next moment, their spirits plummeted. The person who emerged was not one of their students. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Richuan Gangban's old butler immediately rushed over upon seeing the situation. Rikoa Gangban's smile was also extremely radiant. Although he hadn't gained much in the Secret Realm, copying Su Chen's skill was already the greatest harvest. After all, this was a skill with the potential to slay gods. "Colonel, this friend from the east, how is the situation inside now?" a blonde female teacher asked. Rikoa Gangban smirked. "They're all dead. That red-haired monster killed them all." Upon hearing this, the faces of all the foreign teachers turned pale in an instant, disbelief mixed with satisfaction. How could they all be dead? Even the beasts of the 6 realms couldn't possibly leave no one behind. Even Guiziyun and the others, who had just come out, were somewhat surprised, exchanging glances. They had just seen those people fleeing in all directions. How could they all be dead? That red-haired monster wasn't even that fast. There was only one possibility: Rikoa Gangban was lying. The other teachers from various countries also thought of this, their expressions heavy as they looked at Rikoa Gangban and said, "Student, are you sure?" Hearing this, Rikoa Gangban frowned, somewhat displeased, and coldly replied, "Believe it or not, we're leaving." With that, he left with his butler. "Your Highness, where are we going now?" the old butler asked. Rikoa Gangban's lips curled slightly. "Back to the east, to show my father the skill I've just copied. I might become the first 8 realms awakened in the east." Hearing this, the old butler was also very excited. It seemed His Highness had copied a very powerful skill. He nodded repeatedly and began to arrange the itinerary for Rikoa Gangban's return. On the side of the Secret Realm's teleportation portal, just as Rikoa Gangban left, the portal rippled again. Seeing this, the teachers from various countries were overjoyed. This undoubtedly proved that Rikoa Gangban was lying. Didn't he say they were all dead? How do you explain this? Buzz. Accompanied by an ethereal sound, a figure emerged from within. Upon seeing who it was, the teacher's spirits sank again. The person who came out was none other than Su Chen. Ziyun and the others felt a bit relieved upon seeing Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had told them the answer. They were all from Huaxia and naturally didn't want Su Chen to die at the hands of the red-haired monster. But they were still curious, did Su Chen answer that question correctly? What treasure did he obtain? The teachers from various countries were still unwilling to give up and asked Su Chen, "Student, are there still people in the Secret Realm?" "Dead," Su Chen said, glancing at them indifferently. Upon hearing the second person say this, the faces of the foreign teachers turned white. How is that possible? Moreover, they observed that Su Chen's realm was the 4 realms. Yet many of the students who had entered were at the 5 realms. How could it be that none of the 5 realms came out, but 4 realms did? This was unreasonable. "Su Chen, are you sure? There are no other people in the Secret Realm?" The one asking this was not a teacher from another country, but a member of the Fengshan Pavilion. Su Chen looked at the man who spoke and nodded. Seeing this, the man nodded and said to his colleagues around him, "Go in and clean up the battlefield." Yes. The 3 Fengshan members swiftly leaped into the Secret Realm's teleportation portal. All 3 were pure 6 realms awakened. Moreover, they were not ordinary 6 realms. Even if they encountered a 7 realms beast, the 3 of them together would have the confidence to deal with it. Therefore, it was quite reassuring to let these 3 go in. It wouldn't take long to know the situation in the Secret Realm. 10 minutes passed. To the teachers from various countries, these 10 minutes felt exceedingly long, their hearts filled with anxiety. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 ethereal sounds echoed, and 3 figures emerged. The teachers from other countries turned to look, but unfortunately, there were only 3. Is there no one else? The teachers from various countries said tremulously, their hopeful gazes fixed on the teleportation portal, wishing for just one more person to come out, even if it was just one person. The 3 deities exchanged glances, then simultaneously waved their hands. Clap, 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 boom. The final sound resonated, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. At the same time, a pungent smell of blood and hot gas spread through the air. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Before them lay countless cold corpses: Xiao Shuai, Xiao Mei, the blonde girl, Old Hei. But the most shocking was undoubtedly the red-haired monster that resembled a small hill. However, at this moment, the red-haired monster seemed to have been cleaved in half by some sharp weapon, with various massive entrails and intestines spilling out. It emitted a nauseating heat that made everyone take a couple of steps back. How could this happen? How could they all be dead? The teachers from other countries rushed over to check on their students, wanting to see if they were really dead. Watching this scene, several deities shook their heads secretly. Anything that could fit into a spatial ring was no longer alive. This confirmed that these people were truly dead. They are really all dead. They had it coming. Nothing to feel sorry for. Right. They even wanted to attack us. The group that followed Guaziyun also gaped in surprise, but there was also a sense of relief. The man leading the deities observed this scene, deep in thought. Could this be SSS level? But something felt off. Why was it that none of their people were harmed, while all the foreigners were dead? However, the fact that their people were unharmed was a good thing. But who killed that red-haired monster? The ones who entered didn't even have 6 realms. Is there anything else threatening inside? The man asked the 3 deities. One of the deities replied, no, not even a single exotic beast was seen, only this dead red-haired monster. Hearing this, the man's brow furrowed slightly. It was indeed a bit strange. He then glanced at Su Chen, nodding slightly. We will arrange for people to modify the secret realm later. This trial in the secret realm can be considered over. Everyone can disperse. After saying this, the man exchanged glances with the other 3 deities, their mental energy surging as he pointed towards the portal of the secret realm. Buzz! The ethereal sound rang out again. And the 4 deities worked together to directly close the portal. They then stored the corpse of the red-haired monster into their spatial rings and walked straight towards the teleportation array. Hearing this, the teachers from the other countries looked unwilling. They also sensed something was off. Why was it that none of their people were harmed? All of theirs were dead? Even if they knew it was the Huaxia people who killed their students, they were helpless. Because this was within the rules. The weak are prey to the strong. They simply lacked the strength. They could only swallow their anger and seek revenge in the next secret realm. In the end, they gritted their teeth, their faces dark as they took their students' corpses and used the portal to leave. Guaziyun originally wanted to greet Su Chen, but after thinking it over, they weren't very familiar, so he just nodded at him and followed his teacher away. What the hell? Where's the old man? At this moment, Su Chen was dumbfounded. Everyone else's teachers were here waiting, but Yuan Tianxiang was nowhere to be seen. Forget it, I still have to rely on myself. Su Chen sighed and walked towards the teleportation array. Ding dong! Just as he stepped into the teleportation array, Su Chen's phone rang. Taking out his phone, Su Chen was taken aback. It was a message from their department group. Having joined the department group, this was the first time he saw those 3 send a message. Was it something important? Su Chen scrolled through the messages in the group. Shini, I am the young dad. A batch of goods has arrived. Li Yun, the organization has decided to send you to make contact. Lin Xiao, move the goods, please respond. Seeing this, Su Chen scratched his head in confusion. What the heck, a batch of goods? Why does it feel a bit like the underworld? And what a coincidence! He had just exited the secret realm, and they sent a message right away. As if they knew he had come out. Helpless, Su Chen replied, received the order, Shini, not BAD.Li Yun. The address is number 32, Street 33, next to Xiankyo in the imperial capital, Linxiao. The code for the meeting is 321002. Please confirm receipt of the order. This task is extremely important and is entrusted to you. Su Chen. Is there academic credit? Shini, YES.Su Chen. Received the order. Will ensure task completion. Salute.jpg. After sending the message, Su Chen put away his phone and entered the teleportation array, adjusting the node. In the next moment, a blinding light rose from beneath his feet, and in an instant, Su Chen found himself 1,000 miles away. He chose the teleportation portal closest to Xiankyo. Following the navigation, he soon arrived at Street 33. The street was sparsely populated, and the evening light cast a cold glow on the marble. Who am I supposed to meet? So mysterious. Even using a code. Su Chen muttered to himself as he counted the house numbers. 29, 30, 31, 32. Here it is. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he looked up at the sign above. Swish! Upon seeing the sign, Su Chen's face instantly darkened. Clearly written above were the big words Kaigo Express. What the? At that moment, Su Chen understood going to meet was just to pick up a package? Was it really necessary to make it sound so impressive? I thought I was meeting some powerful underworld boss to pick up some impressive goods like a Gatling gun, laser gun, cannon, and it turns out to be this? Just then, a staff member from Kaigo Express approached. How much? Su Chen replied 321002. After picking up the package, Su Chen left with a dark expression. In a room at the academy, Liu looked at the message on her phone with a puzzled expression. How could this be? No casualties among the people from Huaxia. Yet all the foreigners are dead. Liu murmured softly, and the divine beast of the 6th realm was also dealt with. She knew in her heart that there were no 6th realm individuals who entered the secret realm, and the divine beasts of the 6th realm were much stronger than ordinary 6th realm beings, making it extremely difficult to kill them. Yet, it happened. Liu pondered for a moment. The only uncertain factor in the secret realm was Su Chen. Could it be that Suchen already possesses the strength to fight against the sixth realm? Was it his true strength that killed the divine shadow before, or did he use a divine artifact? The more she thought, the tighter Lu Ye's brows furrowed. Suchen was like a bomb to them, ruining many of their plans. As long as he wasn't eliminated, they would never feel at ease. However, they also knew that killing Suchen would be incredibly difficult. Not only did he possess uncertain strength, but he was also at the Imperial Capital Academy. It would be too hard for them to take action. Liu seemed to have a headache and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. On the other side, when Suchen arrived at the academy, the sky was already dark and the stars twinkled in the night sky. This can't be that thing, right? All the way, Suchen kept eyeing the humanoid package tightly wrapped in tape. From its appearance, it was somewhat graceful, and it was labeled as private shipment. It was hard not to think inappropriately. But, are 3 people using one? Wouldn't that be a bit unsanitary? Fortunately, there weren't many people in the academy late at night, otherwise, Suchen would really be embarrassed. They actually made me pick up this thing. I must extort some academic credit from it. Suchen thought to himself. He went straight to the admissions office, where Shin-Yi and the others had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Suchen had received the package, their eyes lit up, and they surrounded him. Shin-Yi nodded in satisfaction, saying, you did well on this task. We've been waiting forever. Let me see, Li Yun said, drooling as he eagerly took the package from Suchen's hands. This scene further convinced Suchen of what was inside the package. He looked at the 3 of them with some disdain, thinking they didn't even have a girlfriend. What about the credits? Suchen raised an eyebrow and asked. Lin Xiao smiled and said, 1 credit should be enough, right? There was a hint of pride in his tone, as if he were quite wealthy. 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 outside. A runner's fee of 1 credit, surely no one would refuse that. Hearing this, Suchen's eyes widened, and he said indignantly, 1 credit? Are you kidding? Just for delivering a package? At least 2 credits. Deal. Lin Xiao laughed, thinking it was just 2 credits, taking out 1 from the credits he had saved for several years. If it were someone else, Lin Xiao might not have given even 1 credit, but considering it was a new student just entering the department, he decided to give a little sweetener to let him know the perks of their department. He. After paying Suchen 2 credits, Lin Xiao rubbed his hands together and joined in the package unwrapping. It looked like 3 lewd men doing something indescribable. Suchen's mouth twitched. He didn't leave. It was definitely not just to feast his eyes. Mainly, Suchen wanted to see how these 3 viewed things and offer some commentary. Yes, that was it. In just a minute, the tape and burlap wrapping the package had been torn into shreds, flying everywhere. At this point, a humanoid figure could be faintly seen lying quietly on the ground, just a layer away from revealing its true form. The 3 of them let out strange giggles of gay as they lifted the last layer of mystery. Sure enough, it's that thing. Suchen stepped closer, savoring the sight. It was indeed beautiful. But why did it feel a bit off? Why was it wearing clothes? And why did it have such a metallic feel? Li Yun suddenly burst out laughing. Our housework robot has finally arrived. Lin Xiao also wore a satisfied smile. Great, we can leave the tea serving and cooking to her. Finally, we won't have to do it ourselves. Shin-Yi nodded with a smile. Sparrow food. Hearing this, Suchen felt numb. Good heavens, it turned out he had misunderstood. But buying a robot was to be lazier? Wasn't he already lazy enough? Suchen awkwardly cleared his throat twice, greeted the 3, and returned to his villa. Back in his room, Suchen freshened up and was about to sleep when his phone went ding-dong. Suchen was taken aback. Who could be messaging him at this late hour? He then took out his phone. Qin Rui, are you back? Seeing who had messaged him, Suchen smiled and lay on his bed to reply. Suchen, yeah, just got back from the secret realm. I'm at the villa now. Qin Rui, let's go watch a movie together tonight. Upon reading this, a brilliant smile spread across Suchen's face. It turned out she wanted to invite him to a movie. Suchen, sure, no problem. Qin Rui, but it will be very late after the movie. What if I can't go back? Seeing this, Suchen frowned slightly. It would indeed be very late after the movie, and the academy's gates would probably be closed. Zhao Chen didn't seem to be on duty as a security guard today. It would be easy for him to get in, but it would be difficult for Qin Rui. After thinking it over, Suchen finally replied, Suchen, that's true, then let's not go, we can go during the day instead. On the other side, Qin Rui? This night was relatively calm for Huaxia, but on the other side in Dongying, it was destined to be extraordinary, a day to be recorded in history. Edo Imperial Palace, night, the weather clear with mushroom clouds. At this moment, Nichikawa Gosaka successfully returned home through the teleportation array and soon found his father. Seeing his son back, Nichikawa Tiban was very happy and welcomed him. Gosaka, how was the journey to the secret realm? Were you able to successfully replicate Suchen's skills? Upon hearing this, Nichikawa Gosaka smiled slightly and proudly said, it went very smoothly, and I feel that this skill is extremely powerful. I haven't tried it yet, I specifically brought it back to show you, Dad. Hearing this, Nichikawa Tban was also filled with emotion and comfort. Among his many children, Nichikawa Tenkeiban, Nichikawa Kyobi, only Nichikawa Gosaka was more sensible and filial. The others were all unfilial. None of them had S-level talent, their cultivation paths were practically wasted. Not bad, not bad, let's go try it out at the training ground, Nichikawa Tban said with satisfaction. Nichikawa Gosaka nodded with a smile and followed along. Dad, where's Princess Ifu? Nichikawa Gosaka asked as they walked. Nichikawa Tban replied with a smile, she went to Huaxia for a trip and hasn't returned yet. Upon hearing this, Nichikawa Gosaka nodded inside. What a pity, I originally wanted to give her a surprise and take this opportunity to propose to her. Nichikawa Tban nodded, you can just call her back, it won't take long. Forget it, I can't wait to try out my new skill. Next time, Nichikawa Gosaka shook his head. The two arrived at their family's martial arts arena, where quite a few family members were practicing. In the center of this arena was a 10-meter ring, where two plump individuals were grappling with each other, seemingly wrestling. Seeing this, Nichikawa Tban frowned slightly and signaled to the butler beside him. The old butler nodded in understanding and walked towards the ring. Soon, the two plump contestants stepped down from the stage. Nichikawa Tban gestured to Nichikawa Gosaka and then looked at the butler, saying, you go accompany His Highness to try the new skill. Upon hearing this, the old butler nodded and a fierce flame erupted, transforming his aura completely. Then, with a push of his feet, he leaped onto the ring. Almost simultaneously, Nichikawa Gosaka also stepped onto the stage. The surrounding practitioners, upon seeing Nichikawa Gosaka on the ring, quickly gathered around. In their eyes, Nichikawa Gosaka was their idol, having awakened at such a young age to the fifth realm. Everyone regarded Nichikawa Gosaka as a target to surpass. At this moment, it seemed that Nichikawa Gosaka was about to spar, and they naturally wanted to come and observe. More and more people rushed over, and the area around the ring was already crowded with people, illustrating Nichikawa Gosaka's popularity. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Nichikawa Gosaka's lips as he looked at the old butler not far away and asked, are you ready? The old butler assumed a stance and nodded solemnly. Even though he was at a higher realm than Nichikawa Gosaka, he did not dare to be careless, especially since His Highness had replicated an extremely powerful skill. Seeing this, Nichikawa Gosaka's expression became serious as he began to mobilize all his mental energy. He felt a surge of excitement. He hoped it was the skill that Suchen used to slay the gods. He also hoped it was the skill that could one-shot the red-haired monster. The clone skill would be fine too. That control skill would work as well. Nichikawa Gosaka thought to himself, frantically channeling his mental energy and starting to use the skill. God's right hand. Nichikawa Gosaka shouted, unleashing the skill. Suddenly, his body erupted with a red light growing brighter and hotter, and he could feel that world-destroying power. Seeing this, Nichikawa Gosaka's expression brightened. It seemed to definitely be the method Suchun used to slay the gods. However, he felt that this skill consumed a lot of mental energy, so he once again increased the output of his mental power. Standing at the edge of the arena, Nichikawa Tban's expression was somewhat joyful. He could also feel that surge of power. Even he, at the 7th realm, felt a bit apprehensive. Steel Sokka has mastered this skill. It's only a matter of time before he becomes an 8th realm awakened. Good. Very good. Nichikawa Tban exclaimed twice, and one can imagine his current mood. The crowd surrounding the arena was also watching Nichikawa Steel Sokka with keen eyes, afraid of missing any details. At this moment, as the mental power continued to surge, Nichikawa Steel Sokka's face turned red, and his body was already glowing with a blinding red light, extremely hot. He sensed that something was off. He wanted to retract his mental power, but at this moment, it began to uncontrollably and frantically activate the skill. Nichikawa Steel Sokka's expression was one of pain. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't utter a word. The red light on him pulsed as if it were about to explode at any moment, and a sense of destruction grew stronger. Nichikawa Tban also sensed that something was wrong, his expression changing. Suddenly, a breath of death enveloped his entire body. Stop him! Nichikawa Tban shouted urgently. Almost the moment he finished speaking, the old butler on the stage rushed towards Nichikawa Steel Sokka, trying to interrupt him. But it was too late. The old butler's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and a blinding spark ignited in his eyes. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the city, waking countless people from their slumber. A massive mushroom cloud rose, like a brilliant firework, illuminating the entire city. At the same time, a violent shockwave surged from the Edo Imperial Palace, shattering glass windows within several kilometers. As for the martial arts arena, it had long been reduced to dust. The surrounding buildings collapsed under the impact of the shockwave. If it weren't for the limited explosion radius, the entire Edo would have been turned to dust. The city of Edo, once shrouded in darkness, instantly became brightly lit. Countless Japanese people looked in terror at the mushroom cloud rising to a height of 100 meters. A chill ran from their feet to the top of their heads, as if they were feeling the fear of the past. At this moment, the Japanese guard team rushed towards the Edo Imperial Palace from all directions like bullets, wanting to uncover the truth. Their expressions were all urgent. Who dared to act in Edo, their most heavily guarded area? In an instant, the once silent nation of Japan erupted into chaos. The next day, as dawn broke, Su-chen stretched and yawned. He got up, walked into the bathroom, squatted down, and pulled out his phone. He saw that even before unlocking it, there were countless messages pinned at the top, all trending highly. From Yoshi: shocking. The Edo Imperial Palace was flattened overnight. Doin: the Edo Imperial Palace suffered a nuclear strike. Trending, 918 million Weibo: the Edo Imperial Palace suffered heavy casualties. Nichikawa T-ban became the first 7th realm vegetable. A 10-meter explosion radius is still a bit small. Su-chen sighed while pulling. As for why Nichikawa T-ban was only turned into a vegetable, Su-chen speculated that he might have been just at the edge of the 10-meter explosion radius, and with his high realm, he didn't die instantly. If only he had enough skill points. Increasing it to a 100-meter radius, gay. 10 minutes later, Su-chen walked out of the bathroom, ready to head to class. It seemed that today's class wasn't taught by Zhao Deheo, it looked like a theory class. Su-chen pondered slightly. This was good, he could slack off. Passing by Zhao Chen's room, Su-chen knocked on his door to prevent him from being late. After a moment, Zhao Chen opened the door, looking listless, with dark circles under his eyes, as if he were extremely weak. Suddenly, Su-chen was startled. Damn, brother, why do you look so worn out? As he spoke, Su-chen's gaze drifted past Zhao Chen and into the room. There, he saw several dull essence stones and used tissues scattered by the bed, and Su-chen immediately understood. Good grief, it's another round of competition, huh? I'm sleeping, and he's competing. Zhao Chen yawned and said, I was up all night grinding, I was killing it. Su-chen squinted. Are you sure you didn't practice? Zhao Chen replied, just practiced for a bit. It made me feel like I was about to ascend, almost became an immortal. Fortunately, I know today isn't that devil's class. I was exhausted from last night's drills, so of course, I need to relax by playing games. Today's a theory class, it should be relatively easy. But speaking of which, you had pretty good luck yesterday, managing to skip a whole day of class. I'm really envious. Su-chen shook his head helplessly and walked out of the villa. If I don't hurry, they'll be late for class. Wait for me. By goo. Hearing this, Zhao Chen was startled and hurried back to freshen up. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the classroom, which was already packed. Everyone was discussing the explosive news of the day, all smiles on their faces. Did you hear? The Edo Imperial Palace was hit by a nuclear strike, and no one knows who did it. But doesn't that nuclear bomb seem a bit small? Only the Edo Imperial Palace was severely damaged. If you say it's not a nuclear bomb, it has nuclear radiation, a huge mushroom cloud, and shockwaves. If you say it is, the explosion radius is less than 10 meters. That is a bit strange. But I heard that Emperor Nichikawa was turned into a vegetable. And his son Nichikawa Gohan was blown up so badly that not a single piece of flesh could be found. Look, Su-chen is here. Su-chen's arrival instantly attracted a lot of attention, with many curious about what he had been called away for yesterday, as he hadn't been seen all day. Su-chen ignored the gazes, scanned the classroom, and finally found an empty seat to sit down. To his left was Qin-Rui, and Zhao Chen sat to his right. At that moment, Qin-Rui seemed to still be holding a grudge about last night, casting a faint glare at Su-chen. Seeing this, Su-chen's eyes twinkled as if he had thought of something. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, Zhao is asking you to help me with something. Su-chen's warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing Qin-Rui to instinctively shrink her neck a bit, her face turning slightly red as she whispered, Zhao-chen? What is it? To her question, Su-chen only gave a sly smile and didn't answer. This left Qin-Rui puzzled. Looking at his expression, she felt there was more to his words. Just then, the entire class suddenly fell silent. It seemed everyone sensed something and turned to look at the classroom door. Sure enough, the class only quieted down when the teacher arrived. Today's lesson was taught by a female teacher. Su-chen was surprised to find that this teacher was the one who had tested his talent last time. I wonder if they bought a new testing stone. Let me introduce myself, I'm Li Jing. From today on, I'll be responsible for our class theory teaching. Li Jing walked to the podium and lightly tapped it twice, saying, Alright, I won't waste time with small talk, let's start the class directly. Everyone, take out the advanced element reaction theory that was just distributed. Upon hearing this, all the students sitting in class obediently took out the book. After 2 days of training under Zhao Tuhua, most had shed their sharpness and childishness, and began to listen attentively to the lesson. Everyone knows that each element has a restraining relationship, and some elements can complement each other when combined, forming even more powerful attacks. So today, we will discuss this, which can also improve your teamwork and synergy in future battles. For example, fire combined with wind. Li Jing spoke eloquently from the podium, while the students below listened with rapt attention. Occasionally, they would open their mouths wide, sometimes appearing enlightened, and at other times, incredulous, as if they had discovered a new world. Is it really possible to play like this? 10 minutes later, Li Jing suddenly stopped mid-sentence, and everyone was taken aback, some looking puzzled. Following Li Jing's cold gaze, they saw Zhao Chen had somehow already slumped over his desk, fast asleep. Su Chen propped his head up with his hand, gazing out the window. Wow! This teacher's first class and someone dares to sleep, people around whispered. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white Eastern missile accurately hit Su Chen's forehead. This jolted the dazed Su Chen back to reality, and he looked up at the podium in confusion. Su Chen, right? Please wake up the student next to you, Li Jing said, looking at Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback and turned to Zhao Chen. Goodness, he was sleeping like a dead pig. Su Chen casually nudged him a couple of times, but it seemed ineffective. You wake him up, after all, you were the one who lulled him to sleep. Su Chen shrugged and said helplessly, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. As soon as he said this, everyone around gasped, some in a daze, then they began to chuckle. Wow! Su Chen is even braver than Zhao Chen. A model for our generation, I can't compare to him at all. But it does seem to make a bit of sense. This kid always manages to surprise me. Even Qin Ruoi, upon hearing Su Chen's words, felt like laughing, but she ultimately held it in. Li Jing's face darkened. It was the first time she had encountered such a showy student. His sleeping had nothing to do with her? Seeing this, Li Jing directly used her mental power, adding some force to the chalk and then shot it out fiercely. Whoosh! This Dongfeng missile was faster and more powerful than the previous one. Crack! The moment the Dongfeng missile hit Zhao Chen's head, it turned to dust, and one could imagine the force behind it. Ouch! The intense pain from above jolted the sleeping Zhao Chen awake with a scream. What the hell? What happened? Zhao Chen covered his head, looking around in confusion, his eyes somewhat dazed. After a spin, he realized the air seemed to have solidified, and everyone was staring at him. For a moment, Zhao Chen awkwardly scratched his head, feeling at a loss. Zhao Chen, right? Do you think you've mastered everything now? Li Jing said sternly. Come, tell me what kind of reaction can occur when an ice element awakener and a lightning element awakener cooperate? Zhao Chen hadn't been paying attention in class, so of course, he didn't know. His face turned red as he stammered, Teacher. I don't know, I won't do it again next time, no, I won't dare again. Seeing this, Li Jing snorted coldly and said, if you don't know, then pay attention in class. Sit down. Phew! Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief and awkwardly sat down, rubbing his forehead as if a big bump had formed. The others were also lamenting Zhao Chen's luck, and they could see the character of this female teacher. She didn't seem that fierce. If she were like teacher Zhao Dehao, being thrown out to stand would be the least of it, and running 10 or 20 laps wouldn't solve the problem, especially with a weight. In the following classes, Zhao Chen endured his drowsiness and listened attentively, regretting staying up too late the night before. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoi also wasn't paying much attention, her thoughts captivated by Su Chen's words. She wrote down the words Su Chen had said on a piece of paper, as she always felt something was off. Next to her, Su Chen rested his head on his hand, his eyes vacant, his thoughts drifting further away. He knew that tomorrow was Qin Ruoi's birthday, and he had to prepare well for it. Next, let's talk about the team composition. Everyone should try to choose awakeners whose skills complement their own. This will greatly help you in future battles. For example, a fire-type awakener, a water-type awakener, and an ice-type awakener can work together to deal extremely high burst damage. Alright, that's it for today's class. Go back and complete 3 years of teaming, 5 years of simulation for me. Also, Su Chen, remember to come with me for a moment. With that, Li Jing left the classroom, and everyone immediately relaxed. They were puzzled as to why she called for Su Chen again. Su Chen scratched his head in confusion, just about to follow her when he heard a crack sound from beside him. Turning his head, Su Chen thought, oh no. He saw Qin Ruoi's face turning red, her pen snapped in her hand, black ink spilling out. It was clear how angry she was. Just moments ago, she had finally deciphered the meaning of Su Chen's words, which turned out to be something that needed to be said backward. Creak, creak. Qin Ruoi's teeth ground together, as if she was about to explode at any moment. Su Chen hadn't expected that she would spend the entire class pondering over that sentence. The teacher has something to discuss with me, so I'm leaving now. In the next second, Su Chen dashed out of the classroom without looking back. He couldn't afford to stay another second. Everyone in the classroom was bewildered. What had Su Chen done to make Qin Ruoi's face turn purple with anger? After escaping the classroom, Su Chen glanced back and saw that Qin Ruoi hadn't followed him, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. He then slowed his pace and caught up with Li Jing. Li Jing led Su Chen all the way to the testing room. Suchen instantly understood. It seemed they were going to test his talent again. Just to confirm, it wouldn't explode again, would it? Suchen thought to himself as they arrived in front of the talent testing stone. Li Jing noticed the doubtful look on Suchen's face and guessed his thoughts, then said, "This new talent testing stone is much sturdier than the previous one, so don't worry, it definitely won't break again. Place your hand on it and give it a try." Hearing this, Suchen hesitantly nodded, then slowly placed his hand on the stone. Crack! The moment his hand touched it, countless cracks appeared on the talent testing stone. Then, with a loud bang, it shattered into countless pieces. This stone was indeed much harder than the last one. The previous one had turned to dust, while this one had only broken into fragments. Suchen withdrew his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Jing couldn't believe it either. It had shattered again. This meant that the previous talent testing stone had no issues. The problem lay entirely with Suchen. Could it really be, as he had said before, that his talent level was too high for the testing stone to withstand this power? Well, test again next time. He'll have someone make a sturdier testing stone. Li Jing seemed determined not to give up until Suchen's talent was tested, quickly walking out of the testing room. Another test? Suchen scratched his head. This testing stone must be quite expensive, and he felt a bit reluctant. Back in the classroom, he found that most people had already left. They really enjoyed the theory class. After all, they just had to sit and listen. And once the morning was over, they had nothing else to do in the afternoon. Only Zhao Chen, who was fast asleep, and Qin Ruoyi, who was grinding her teeth, remained in the classroom. Seeing Suchen arrive, it seemed Qin Ruoyi was about to make a move. Noticing this, Suchen quickly waved his hands and said, Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Chen really asked you to help me with something. Where's your head at?" Seeing that he still dared to speak, Qin Ruoyi immediately grabbed Suchen and they began to tussle. Yu Guang glanced at the sleeping Zhao Chen, and she couldn't believe that Zhao Chen would really ask her to help Suchen with something. 10 minutes later, the two finally stopped, exhausted. Suchen panted and said, "Ruoyi, I was wrong. They'll treat you to lunch and then they'll take you to a movie tonight." Hearing this, Qin Ruoyi finally felt relieved and got off Suchen. At that moment, she realized that she had been sitting on Suchen just now. Thinking of this, her face couldn't help but flush, but she maintained her composure on the surface. Zhao Chen had woken up at some point and had witnessed the entire scene. He was greatly shocked. "Wow, is it really that wild in class? No wonder my brother Bai is so impressive. Brother Bai, I've learned my lesson. I'll give it a try next time." Zhao Chen thought to himself, secretly giving a thumbs up. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward at this point. Suchen cleared his throat twice to break the silence. Then he got up from the floor, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and said, "Zhao Chen, let's go eat." "It's on me." Zhao Chen asked, "Who's paying?" Suchen lifted his head, raised an eyebrow, and patted his chest. "Do I even need to ask?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen instantly understood and smiled as he followed along. "Suchen, of course it's you. Zhao Chen." Since it was Zhao Chen treating, Suchen and Qin Ruoyi had a great time eating. After the meal, the three of them went their separate ways. Suchen, of course, had to prepare for the evening's events. Zhao Chen seemed to have a bit of a cough and said he was going to see a doctor. Qin Ruoyi returned to her villa, probably to practice. After they parted ways, Suchen squatted by the flower bed and pondered for a moment. After a while, Master Su, who had been deep in thought for 10 minutes, decided to ask someone for help. That's settled." Suchen clapped his hands in approval. Just as he was about to stand up, he fell backward. "Damn, my foot's gone numb." Moments later, Suchen found the two women. That's right, it was Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaozhu. "Oh, what wind blew our hero of slaying gods here?" Zhang Xiaozhu said with a big smile upon seeing Suchen. Suchen raised an eyebrow. "Speak properly, don't act like a ghost." Zhang Xiaozhu. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiaozhu suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up. "By the way, did Qin Ruoyi wear the clothes you bought for her last time?" Hearing this, Suchen felt a bit flustered, but he kept a calm face and smiled. "Of course she wore them. Would she dare not wear what I bought?" When it came to lying, his heart didn't race and his face didn't flush. Zhang Xiaozhu chuckled. "Were they nice?" Yeah, nice." "Zhang Xiaozhu, do you have a photo?" Yi Qing's mouth twitched as she pushed Zhang Xiaozhu aside. Who knows how long she would dig into someone else's business. Then, with a smile, she asked, "What brings you to our department?" Suchen smiled and briefly explained the situation. As Suchen spoke, Zhang Xiaozhu and Yi Qing's mouths gradually formed an O shape, their faces showing disbelief. They thought the two were already together, but unexpectedly. Even more surprising was that tomorrow was Qin Ruoyi's birthday. Why didn't she tell us? Is she still a good friend? Zhang Xiaozhu crossed her arms and huffed. She didn't even tell us about her birthday. Suchen felt a bit embarrassed. "She didn't even tell me. I found out by coincidence." "Alright, well, definitely help with this." Zhang Xiaozhu patted Suchen's shoulder with great loyalty. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Su Chen felt relieved. Good, then let's proceed as planned. After saying that, Su Chen went off to prepare elsewhere. This preparation took an entire afternoon, until night fell. Su Chen let out a long sigh. Finally done. This was even more exhausting than dealing with the god of death. Su Chen grumbled to himself a couple of times. After resting for a moment, he arrived at the entrance of Qin Rui's villa. He then sent a message on his phone to call her out. At that moment, Qin Rui was sitting at a table in her room, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Ding dong! Suddenly, the sound of her phone startled her and she quickly picked it up to check. Seeing that it was a message from Su Chen, a smile spread across her face. Then, her peripheral vision caught the time. It was exactly 10:30. She suddenly remembered what Su Chen had said in the morning and her face gradually turned red. What are you thinking about? Qin Rui shyly patted her face, trying to calm herself down. After a moment, she adjusted her outfit before stepping out the door. You called me out for what? Qin Rui asked softly. Although she had a rough idea of why Su Chen was looking for her, she still asked. Su Chen chuckled. Didn't I say this morning that I wanted to take you to the movies? Qin Rui blinked and asked, what if I can't come back tonight? The corners of Su Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Don't worry, I've arranged for Zhao Chen to be the security guard. He'll let us in when the time comes. He spoke with satisfaction about his arrangements. Qin Rui replied, oh, not long after, the two arrived at the cinema. This was Su Chen's first time watching a movie in this world, and he had no idea what good films were available. What do you want to watch? Su Chen asked Qin Rui. Anything is fine. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded, glanced at the cinema's listings, and suddenly pointed at a poster, saying, hey, let's watch this one, the synopsis looks pretty good. Qin Rui followed his gaze. The movie on the poster was titled Headstrong? Even gods have to take my brick. Qin Rui nodded. Okay. Su Chen looked at a handsome guy on the poster. The screenwriter is I with my pen, he looks pretty cool. The two then went to the ticket counter. After Su Chen explained which movie they wanted to see, the staff smiled and asked, hello, would you like a couple's seat? Hearing this, Qin Rui's heart skipped a beat and she blinked her beautiful big eyes. Are couple's seats cheaper? Su Chen asked. The staff was taken aback. Were couple's seats meant to be cheaper? Wasn't it for sitting with someone you liked? Wasn't it for some physical closeness? If it wasn't cheaper, would you not want it? This was the first time he encountered a customer saying such a thing. How could someone so stingy have a girlfriend? Later, the staff smoked half a pack of cigarettes and still couldn't figure it out. After a moment of silence, the staff finally said, the prices are all the same. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a bit disappointed. Oh, then let's just take this one. For Su Chen, the price being the same meant any seat was fine. Qin Rui cast a faint glance at Su Chen. She had a feeling that if couple seats were a bit more expensive, he wouldn't have chosen this one. After getting the tickets, the two smoothly made their way to the movie hall. Whether it was intentional by the cinema or not, the couple's seat seemed so small. As soon as Su Chen sat down, he realized their bodies were practically pressed against each other. A faint fragrance wafted from beside him, and even though Su Chen was straightforward, his heart began to race a little. At that moment, Qin Rui felt like a deer caught in headlights, her face burning. Fortunately, the dim environment perfectly concealed the blush on her cheeks. At this moment, the two looked like a young couple in the throes of first love. Qin Rui wished this moment could last a little longer, and she always felt that Su Chen was different today. Could it be that? Qin Rui seemed to think of something. Her heart began to race faster, and a blush crept up from her neck to her ears. Su Chen said, it's so hot and crowded. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen this seat. Qin Rui replied. As he spoke, Su Chen's backside nudged against her. With a swish, Qin Rui's face turned red, and she whispered, what are you doing? Su Chen smiled, a little squeeze is healthier. Qin Rui shot him a glance, her cheeks slightly flushed. Suddenly, accompanied by the flickering of the screen, the main feature finally began. The two quieted down and started watching the movie seriously. By 11:30, the film ended, and they walked out of the cinema side by side. Su Chen sighed, this movie is much better than I expected, but the main character isn't as handsome as us viewers. Hearing this, Qin Rui rolled her eyes in silence and then asked with some anticipation, where to now? She vaguely remembered that it had been a long, long time since she had gone out shopping or watching a movie with someone. Tonight, she was really happy and joyful. But she always felt that something was missing. Perhaps it was that phrase. Su Chen glanced at the time, smiled mysteriously, they'll take you to a place. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui blinked and nodded emphatically, okay. Soon after, Su Chen brought Qin Rui to a location. It could be said to be a remote wilderness, completely dark, with not even a streetlight. Qin Rui's small hand had unknowingly grabbed Su Chen's hand. This surprised Su Chen. Why did she feel different from usual? Later, he asked her about it. The reply was a soft, I'm afraid of the dark. This caught Su Chen off guard. A light-type awakener was actually afraid of the dark. At that moment, Shin Ruya's face was as red as a tomato, but she was also a bit curious, wondering what Su Chen was bringing her to this remote place for at night. Just then, Su Chen in front suddenly stopped. Shin Ruoyi halted as well, looking at Su Chen in confusion. At this moment, Su Chen checked the time, 11:59. A smile crept onto his lips. The next moment, midnight. Bang 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 bang. Countless dazzling fireworks suddenly shot up, blooming in the sky, like a galaxy of stars, illuminating the area. At this moment, Shin Ruoyi could finally see the surroundings clearly. She saw countless flowers, like a sea of blossoms, appearing exceptionally beautiful under the brilliant fireworks. And at that moment, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. For a moment, this place looked like a world from a painting. Seeing this scene, Shin Ruya's eyes were filled with waves of emotion. Momentarily stunned, she reached out to catch a snowflake and softly said, "It's snowing." Su Chen beamed, "Happy birthday." Hearing this, Shin Ruoyi came back to her senses, looking at Su Chen with some emotion. "How did you know it was my birthday?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "Did you forget?" With Su Chen's reminder, Shin Ruoyi remembered his ability. "Thank you." Shin Ruya's eyes turned slightly red, feeling very touched. Su Chen asked, "Do you like it?" Shin Ruoyi replied, "I love it." She truly loved it. She knew this was Su Chen's thoughtful preparation. She couldn't even remember the last time she celebrated her birthday. Just then, with a wave of his hand, 2 items appeared in Su Chen's hand. For a birthday, how can there be no birthday gifts? Take a look. Hearing this, Shin Ruoyi looked at Su Chen's palm. One was a somewhat ordinary-looking fruit, and the other was a ring radiating golden light. The moment she saw the ring, Shin Ruya's heart began to race wildly. Reciprocity is important, right? You give me a silver ring and I give you a gold ring. Quite a deal, isn't it? Su Chen smiled. So, what is that fruit? Su Chen explained with a smile, "This is a skill fruit. Eating it grants you a skill." He felt that he already had enough skills and surely many more would come later. Therefore, when he received this fruit, he had already decided to give it to Shin Ruoyi as a birthday gift. Upon hearing this, Shin Ruoyi's delicate face showed a hint of surprise. You can gain a skill? She had never heard of anything that could enhance skills just by eating it. It was too unbelievable. But since Su Chen said it could grant a skill, it must be true. Su Chen nodded with a smile and then took the radiant holy ring out of the exquisite box. Seeing this, Shin Ruya's eyelashes fluttered and her heart raced. Then, under Shin Ruya's somewhat flustered gaze, Su Chen directly lifted her slender hand and put the ring on her finger. The golden radiant holy ring sparkled beautifully on her fair hand. The moment she wore the ring, Shin Ruoyi felt a wave of energy flow through her body, which was very pleasant. She knew this ring was definitely not an ordinary one. Su Chen must have spent a lot to obtain it. Su Chen, do you like the ring? Shin Ruoyi was very happy. I like it. Su Chen, do you like the fruit? Shin Ruoyi, I like it. Su Chen, do you like me? Shin Ruoyi, I like it. The moment the words fell, Shin Ruoyi's eyes widened as she looked at Su Chen. You? Alright, since you said you like it, then you belong to me. Su Chen smiled slightly and directly held her hand. Her hand was very soft and cold. After a long time, Su Chen once again held this delicate, boneless hand. Shin Ruoyi did not resist and allowed him to hold her. Until now, she felt everything was like a dream. Today was the happiest day of her life. The two walked side by side, holding hands, admiring the brilliant fireworks in the sky, both wearing radiant smiles. The pure white snow continued to fall, covering the treetops and petals with a layer of silvery white. For a moment, the scenery was as beautiful as a painting. After a long while, Shin Ruoyi broke free from Su Chen's hand, which startled him, and he turned to look. She had her hands clasped together, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, as if making a wish. The dazzling firelight illuminated her stunning profile, as if stunning time itself. Su Chen smiled and imitated her, clasping his hands together and making a wish towards the fireworks. The two stood quietly like this, with snow continuously falling, covering them in a layer of white, like old men with white hair. After a moment, Shin Ruoyi opened her eyes, saw Su Chen's actions, and couldn't help but smile. What are you doing? Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a gentle light flashing in them, and smiled brightly. Accompanying you until we grow old together. P.S. I'm not very good at writing daily flirtation scenes, so just take a look. Quietly whispering, be gentle with the criticism. After this scene, the two have more or less confirmed their relationship, and the emotional line is about settled. Next, we will enter the main storyline. Accompanying you until we grow old together. This phrase kept echoing in Shin Ruoyi's mind. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, why is Su Chen not being straightforward today? The next second, Shin Ruoyi leaned in and gave Su Chen's face a peck. Smooth talker. Shin Ruoyi retracted her neck, her face burning. Su Chen, stunned, touched his cheek. It was the first time a girl had kissed him. No way. I have to kiss back. I can't lose face in front of my fellow men. With that thought, Suchen suddenly turned his head and aimed for Qin Ruo's lips. Very soft, very sweet. That was Su Chen's first impression. Qin Ruo did not push him away but slowly closed her eyes. Under the sky filled with fireworks, the two of them were surrounded by a sea of flowers, their eyes only on each other. After a long while, their lips parted. Qin Ruo touched her slightly sore lips and said with a hint of grievance, "Why are you being so forceful, you dog?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen laughed heartily. "I am indeed a dog." Brr! At that moment, a sudden burp startled Qin Ruo, and she turned to look in the direction of the sound. Were there still people here? Su Chen seemed to know someone was there and said somewhat speechlessly, "Come out." The next moment, a group of people emerged from behind a giant tree. Yes, it was a group of people. Zhang Xiaozhu, Yi Qing, Shen Yi, Lin Xiao, Li Yun, Zhao Chen. Seeing so many people, a hint of crimson flashed across Qin Ruo's face. Didn't that mean they all just saw everything? At that moment, Qin Ruo wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Burp! Zhang Xiaozhu burped again and said, "I was embarrassed just now. I was stuffed full by the dog food you two were throwing around. And you two have been all lovey-dovey for so long, I'm about to run out of mental energy." Hearing this, Qin Ruo's face turned even redder, and she also understood what the flurry of snow in the sky was all about. She then looked apologetically at Yi Qing. Yi Qing smiled sweetly, "Happy birthday." At that moment, Shen Yi yawned, waved his hand, and a table with a birthday cake appeared in front of them. "Sister-in-law, we don't have much to give you, just a light crystal, don't dislike it." Lin Xiao and Li Yun nodded repeatedly. Qin Ruo knew that these three were from the same department as Su Chen. Seeing the light crystal in Shen Yi's hand, she was somewhat shocked, because attribute crystals are quite expensive and very rare. "Thank you, I really like it," Qin Ruo said happily from the bottom of her heart. And me, I have a gift too," Zhang Xiaozhu said, bouncing with excitement. Seeing everyone giving her gifts, Qin Ruo felt very touched. She was truly very happy today. Su Chen smiled, and then his gaze swept to the distance, where he saw Zhao Chen had somehow run far away, with his back to them, not knowing what he was doing. Seeing this, Su Chen walked over. "What are you doing over there?" Su Chen approached him and patted his shoulder. Only then did he see what this guy was doing. Damn! Smoking! Su Chen was dumbfounded. This guy didn't smoke before. Could it be that seeing himself with a girlfriend made him feel bad? Lonely? Zhao Chen coughed a couple of times and said, "Cough, cough, I'm not coughing. I went to the hospital and the doctor told me to smoke less." Su Chen? Su Chen felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. He always felt that his brother's head wasn't quite right. "You brat. You always manage to come up with new tricks." Su Chen said speechlessly, "For this one, I give you full marks." After saying that, Su Chen shook his head and walked towards Qin Ruo. Zhao Chen was left in confusion. But he also felt that smoking was getting worse. Cough, cough, cough. "No, I need to ask the doctor. I wonder if he's asleep." He then took out his phone and messaged Dr. Li as Zhao Chen. "Dr. Li, are you asleep?" "Zhao Chen, I was coughing a few days ago, and you told me to smoke less." "Zhao Chen, now I'm coughing even worse. What's going on?" Fortunately, at that moment, Dr. Li was not asleep and replied almost instantly. "Dr. Li, didn't I tell you to smoke less? How much have you smoked?" "Zhao Chen, less than half a pack a day." "Dr. Li, how much did you smoke before?" "Zhao Chen, I didn't smoke before." "Dr. Li, 6. Today's birthday, Qin Ruo had a great time. It was the first time so many people celebrated her birthday with her. She thought this year's birthday would be another lonely one, but Su Chen brought her a ray of light. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone returned to the academy. Fortunately, Zhao Chen lived up to expectations and became an elite member of the security department. He took out the remote and pressed a button, and the academy gate opened. Qin Ruo arrived at the entrance of her villa, and Su Chen naturally followed her inside. Qin Ruo shot him a strange glance. Su Chen smiled and said, "Now that we're together, it shouldn't be a problem to sleep together, right?" Hearing this, Qin Ruo's face turned slightly red, and she whispered, "Isn't it too fast?" "Ah, just kidding." Su Chen chuckled, spreading his arms and said, "Come here for a hug." Seeing this, Qin Ruo's cheeks flushed, and she gently stepped forward to embrace him. Having a girlfriend feels really good. Feeling the beautiful and charming Qin Ruo in his arms, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "It's winter, and I can still warm the bed, hee hee." After a long while, the two separated, and Su Chen returned to his own villa. After taking a shower, he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo lay in her blanket, her slender legs flapping up and down. Looking at the golden ring in her hand, a happy smile spread across her face. As she gazed, she gradually fell asleep. The next day, everyone gathered again on the playground. That's right, today was another class with Zhao Taheo. Most people felt as miserable as if they had eaten something foul. After every training session, they either had sore backs or cramping legs. At this moment, everyone stood in neat rows, waiting for the arrival of the devil, Zhao Tuheo. Soon, a dull sound echoed. Oh, my God! That familiar sound of footsteps. Just by listening, they knew who was coming. Zhao Tuheo walked step by step in front of everyone, scanning the crowd before speaking. You have been at the academy for several days now, and so far, I am relatively satisfied. However, you have experienced too little real combat. So, today's training content. At this point, Zhao Tuheo deliberately paused, a slight smile on his lips. Today's training content will take you to the border of Huaxia to resist the beast tide. We will engage in real combat. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes, their faces turning pale. Are we really going to engage in real combat? That's the front line. Although they had never been there, they knew the scale of the beast tide. It was like a tide, a dark mass, and a moment's carelessness could lead them there. Meanwhile, Su Chen's eyes lit up. A beast tide? This isn't a beast tide. This is a skill point tide. Finally, I can farm skill points again. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. It had been a long time since he had farmed skill points. 10 minutes later, Zhao Tuheo arranged for 2 helicopters. Most people reluctantly boarded, fearful but with no choice. It didn't take long for a buzzing roar to sound as the 2 helicopters quickly soared into the sky. Below, on the rooftop of a teaching building, Zhao Jiangluo sighed, just a few days into school, and we're heading straight to the front line. Only he could pull this off. It's good to sharpen their skills quickly. They don't have much time left. Yuan Tianxiong beside him sighed, then said seriously, do we have any leads on the disciples hidden in the academy? Hearing this, Zhao Jiangluo's expression turned serious. Yes, I found out about their next move. It's this afternoon, in Yunhai City. As long as we intercept them in advance, we can definitely root out the traitor. Yuan Tianxiong nodded. Good, then this matter will be up to you. It seems the seal has loosened again in recent days. I and a few other deans may be away for a few days to stabilize the seal. The academy will be left to my assistant. You can also ask him for help with this afternoon's operation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangluo's expression grew grave. The seal has loosened again? It seems to be happening more frequently. Yuan Tianxiong nodded. Yes, it may not be long before that day comes. We all need to be prepared. As he finished speaking, his figure vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Zhao Jiangluo sighed and left, preparing for the afternoon's capture operation. On the other side, in the helicopter, Su Chen looked at Qin Ruoyi beside him and asked, did you eat the skill fruit I gave you yesterday? Qin Ruoyi was taken aback and said somewhat shyly, I forgot. Indeed, she had gone straight to sleep as soon as she got home yesterday. Su Chen smiled, you can eat it now. Qin Ruoyi nodded, took the fruit out from her space ring. After glancing at Su Chen, she brought the fruit to her mouth and took a bite. Then, Qin Ruoyi felt a warm energy flowing throughout her body. It was as if her entire body had been cleansed. 5 minutes later, Qin Ruoyi exclaimed in surprise, I've broken through. She had finally stepped into the 4th realm. At this moment, she was very happy. Quick, let's see what skill you got. Su Chen asked with a smile. He was also curious about what skill this fruit from the spirit of the secret realm would grant. Qin Ruoyi nodded, closed her eyes, and felt it slightly. Then, as if she realized something, her mouth formed an O shape and her face was filled with shock. Emergency food! Qin Ruoyi exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened. It was actually a system skill. How could this not shock him? And he knew just how incredible this skill was. When injured, a little sprite will appear, and if you eat it, you can quickly recover from your injuries, and it seems the recovery ability is quite strong. As long as you're not dead, you can recover. That's amazing. At this moment, Qin Ruoyi whispered softly in Su Chen's ear. Such an incredible skill, she didn't dare to boast about it. Su Chen, of course, knew the skill description of emergency food, but he still listened to Qin Ruoyi's words. Then he tilted his head slightly and smiled, saying softly, so, shouldn't you reward me a bit? Qin Ruoyi's little face turned red, and while no one was watching, she quickly pecked Su Chen's cheek. Seeing this, Su Chen revealed a happy smile. After a long flight of 2.5 hours, the people in the helicopter had already heard deafening sounds. Those were the sounds of various skills being unleashed. When the helicopter door opened, everyone finally saw the scene outside. What came into view were towering, solid city walls, and outside the walls was a dark mass of exotic beasts constantly launching attacks against the walls. On the walls were well-trained soldiers, most of whom possessed ranged skills. They were casting spells continuously. There were also many firearms. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, so this is the border warriors who protect us every day. They fight against the beast tide every day. I must also work hard to cultivate and serve the country. Some people's eyes sparkled as they spoke earnestly. Soon, Zhao Tuheo directed the helicopter to land steadily on the city wall. Everyone disembarked the helicopter in an orderly manner. Good day, Commander. As soon as Zhao Tuheo appeared, someone saluted him seriously. Seeing this, Zhao Taheo smiled kindly and said, "Alright, I'm no longer your commander, so you don't have to call me that. This time, I brought these little ones here for training, so please be more accommodating later." Okay. Upon hearing this, the officer nodded with a smile. Then Zhao Taheo turned around, faced everyone, and said loudly, "In a moment, each group of 3 will self-assign. Teacher Li Jing should have taught you yesterday how to pair up for maximum damage. So I won't say much more. Today, your task is to kill 50 exotic beasts each. Did you hear that clearly?" Upon hearing this, everyone replied in unison, "Heard clearly." Only Su Chen was secretly complaining, "With so many exotic beasts, how can we only kill 50? Since he had finally come this time, Su Chen certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to grind for some skill points. Soon, Zhao Taheo announced the dismissal, and everyone set off to find ways to kill the exotic beasts. Then Zhao Taheo found several soldiers with mental power talents and stood on the city wall, staring at them. On Su Chen's side, he naturally formed a 3-person team with Qin Rui and Zhao Chen. To be honest, the 3 of them didn't have any combination skills or elemental synergies, they were all relying on their own strength. Together, they had over a dozen skills. They could wreak havoc, alright. Even Zhao Chen had 2 skills, so Su Chen wasn't worried. Thus, the 3 of them planned to kill their own targets and help each other when in danger. Qin Rui softly said to Su Chen, "Be careful." "Be careful?" Su Chen smirked, "No, they should be the ones being careful." As soon as he finished speaking, a brick appeared in Su Chen's hand. The next moment, the brick transformed. What it turned into left both Qin Rui and Zhao Chen stunned. Sigma, the reason was simple, the brick had turned into an AK. P.S. A handsome guy said he wanted to create a fan group, what do you all think? Next, under the dazed gazes of the 2, Su Chen directly shouldered the AK and unleashed a barrage at the creatures below the city wall. This AK was no ordinary AK. Not only did it have unlimited ammunition, but its damage also seemed significantly higher than a regular AK. Although it couldn't kill high-level beasts, it was still great for taking down lower-level ones. The main goal was to farm skill points. Ding! Skill points 200 from Big Ear Rabbit, Brick Proficiency 100 ding. Skill points 200 from Enchanting Fox, Brick Proficiency 100 ding. Skill points 200 from Giant Feather Chicken, Brick Proficiency 100 ding. The sound of skill points rolling in was incessant. The smile on Su Chen's face gradually turned manic. This feeling was truly exhilarating. No need to aim, even shooting with his eyes closed would hit. And this scene, of course, attracted countless gazes. The other students were dumbfounded, they hadn't even made a move, and he had already killed several? Also, why was your AK so huge? It was bigger than a normal person. If you told me this was a Barrett, I would believe it. Even the soldiers and officers were stunned. Damn! Can this weapon deal such damage? You have to know that the firearms equipped on the city wall were either cannons or lasers. Ordinary bullets like this couldn't harm the beasts anymore. Yet, Su Chen's weapon could inflict damage. And how the hell does it not need to reload? Is it a skill? The thrill of unlimited bullets was something even they wanted to try. Just watching was exhilarating. Seeing this, Zhao Taheo's mouth twitched, he seemed to have gotten used to it. He would even believe it if Su Chen conjured a missile. What a freak! Zhao Taheo couldn't help but complain. At this moment, seeing Su Chen starting to kill indiscriminately, the others naturally didn't want to be outdone and quickly formed teams to charge towards the beast tide. "I'm going," Qin Rui said, holding a sharp sword, and directly soared into the air, charging forward. On the other side, Zhao Chen shouted, "Earth Dragon Roar." The next moment, the ground trembled, and a dragon made of soil crawled up from the ground. Then, Zhao Chen kicked off hard with his legs and landed on the head of this earth dragon. He then rode the earth dragon into battle. On Su Chen's side, holding the AK that was glowing blue, he shot more and more excitedly. This thrill was just right. Meanwhile, on the beast tide side, some beasts had noticed this freak named Su Chen. In an instant, countless beasts around the 5th realm charged towards Su Chen. From the sky and the ground, they moved at incredible speed. Beasts could be killed. Beasts could be humiliated. Su Chen must die. Beasts above the 4th realm already possessed intelligence, so dealing with them was relatively troublesome. After all, they could maneuver. Seeing some ferocious beasts charging towards Su Chen, the watching officers prepared to intervene. Zhao Taheo reached out to stop them. "Not yet, let's watch first." Upon hearing this, the officer felt puzzled but still stopped in his tracks. He then looked at Su Chen with some curiosity. Could it be that the other party had some tricks up their sleeve? Even Zhao Taheo was impressed. Su Chen gripped the massive AK and continued firing. Seeing the 5 realms of charging towards him, he immediately adjusted the gun's aim. Each bullet was fired at an incredible speed. However, it seemed that the damage inflicted on the 5 realms of was not very high. Moreover, a significant portion of the shots were dodged. After all, Su Chen's marksmanship was rather poor. As the saying goes, the poor strike precisely, while the rich rely on firepower. Seeing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and his mind moved again. Then the AK transformed directly into a Gatling gun. Su Chen silently chanted, "May Buddha be merciful." Then came a round of sweeping fire. Da-did-day-day-day. The Gatling gun continuously emitted blue flames. However, he soon realized that the Gatling's effectiveness was also limited. With another thought, boom! In the next moment, Su Chen's feet suddenly sank, seemingly pressing an imprint into the floor. The people around him were like, "Why? What the hell is this? Are you a weapons dealer or a magician? You can make this thing appear?" The surrounding soldiers and officers were dumbfounded. They then looked at Zhao Toheo with questioning eyes, as if to say, "Are you sure this is a new student?" Zhao Toheo's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Su Chen to conjure a rocket launcher. And not just any rocket launcher. It was 5 meters long, with a caliber of about half a meter. They hadn't even manufactured such a large caliber rocket launcher in Huaxia. This can't be called a rocket launcher, it should be called a missile. Su Chen also knew that an ordinary rocket launcher might not cause much damage to thee. But what if he made it bigger? Su Chen could actually conjure an even larger rocket launcher, but he couldn't handle it. The rocket launcher he had conjured was the largest he could manage. At this moment, Su Chen pulled the trigger and locked on. Boom! A shell, like a streak of light, shot up into the sky. Su Chen intended to deal with thee in the air first. Meanwhile, thee on the ground, seeing this, quickened their pace. It takes time to load a shell, right? They planned to rush in while Su Chen was busy loading. However, they didn't expect that Su Chen didn't need to load shells at all. At that moment, they suddenly saw a playful smile on Su Chen's lips as he aimed the barrel at them. The next moment, boom 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 boom. It was as if he had activated a cheat. The rocket launcher fired continuously. Just like a machine gun, can you believe this? And the shells were as big as missiles. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the entire area outside the city wall seemed to have turned into a bombing zone. At some point, the surrounding soldiers had stopped using their skills, staring blankly at Su Chen. One officer said in a daze, "Can we have this student for our military district? I feel he fits in here." Indeed, if Su Chen could come here, they would save a lot of manpower and ammunition. Zhao Toheo also said in a daze, "This is impossible. His future path is not here, but in the sky." After a wave of sweeping fire. Yes, after a wave of fire from the rocket launcher, Su Chen let out a long breath. Then he transformed the rocket launcher back into a brick. When firing, not only did he have to control the fierce recoil, but he also had to bear the incredible weight. At this moment, Su Chen was only at the 4th realm and couldn't hold out for long. Su Chen raised his gaze and looked out. The area outside the city wall was a mess, pockmarked and uneven. The dark tide of beasts had been pushed back, creating a clear space. Some soldiers and students dared not approach this area, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. However, there was a portion of the exotic beast hides that were simply too thick. Even Su Chen's large caliber rocket launcher only managed to scratch the surface. The ones that were killed were all low-tier exotic beasts. This might also be one of the reasons why the guards stationed here rarely used firearms. Insufficient damage and high ammunition consumption. On the other side, Shinruoi had already rushed to the base of the city wall, her sword continuously slashing. Sword energy splattered everywhere. Each strike resembled a golden crescent blade. With the help of angelic wings, the exotic beasts on the ground found it nearly impossible to attack her. Only the beasts in the sky posed a slight threat. But even if she was hit with a wound on her arm, she would immediately release emergency food and consume a little Sprite. Instantly, she could recover to her original state, restoring her combat power. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed towards Shinruoi. Even the naked eye could hardly capture the opponent's trace. The phoenix-tail black gold eagle, a 5-tier exotic beast. The information about this beast instantly flashed in Shinrui's mind. Immediately, she dodged to the side, and the phoenix-tail black gold eagle missed its target. Seeing this, Shinruoi seized the opportunity, her thoughts moving. The holy light ring on her finger instantly transformed into a golden sword. This was one of the functions she had just discovered about the ring. "Holy light!" she exclaimed as countless powers of light gathered at the tip of her sword. Like a blinding sun, in an instant, she swung it fiercely. This sword seemed to change the very colors of the surrounding world, shaking the space. Having reached the 4th tier, combined with the enhancement of a legendary weapon, the damage was maximized. Boom! Like divine punishment descending from the heavens, it struck down suddenly. By the time the phoenix-tail black gold eagle tried to dodge, it was already too late. In an instant, it was sliced in half. On Zhao Chen's side, he was riding a stone dragon amidst the beast tide, wielding a rusty straight knife. Sometimes surrounded by the beast horde, he would directly cast Earth Guardian, firmly protecting himself within. Unless he encountered an exotic beast one tier higher than himself, it could not break through. After so many days, Zhao Chen finally reached the third tier. Moreover, he noticed that the more exotic beasts he killed, the more blood he stained. The rust on the straight knife in his hand seemed to have diminished a bit. He wasn't sure if it was just his illusion or something else. On Su Chen's side, after a wave of gunfire, he had basically killed around 100 exotic beasts, along with many severely injured and dying ones. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with them anymore. Now he had reached the exciting part, which was the lottery. He first brought up his system panel. Name: Su Chen Tier, 4th tier talent. Skills: Encyclopedia, Persuasion, Creating Friends from Nothing, Human Nuclear Bomb, 50-50, Fire Burning But, Soul of the Six, My Fate is Determined by Heaven, Empty Hands Defense, 125. Stamina, 125, Strength, 125, Agility, 125 Mental Power, 260 Skill Points, 27600 God Level Brick Proficiency, 645010000000 Ding. Brick Proficiency is full, upgraded to God Level Brick Enhancement Effect. Brick can be thrown and automatically retrieved, ding. System Upgrade, skill upgrades can be performed. Just a single 6. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the effect of the God Level Brick. It could actually be automatically retrieved. He had wanted this feature for a long time. Otherwise, throwing it handsomely would mean bending down to pick it up again. That was somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, he saw that the brick, after reaching God level, actually had room for further advancement. This left him somewhat incredulous. It should be noted that the equipment levels established in this world only had 6 tiers: ordinary, rare, uncommon, epic, legendary, and divine artifact. However, his system could actually upgrade, which was quite impressive. Furthermore, the next upgrade required 1,000,000 proficiency points. This was too outrageous. However, what surprised Su Chen the most was that the system had upgraded. It could actually upgrade skills. What does this mean? It could increase the explosion range like last time when he upgraded to a human nuclear bomb. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to upgrade Creating Friends from Nothing. After all, he considered this skill to be the most useful. Ding! Selected Creating Friends from Nothing, reduce 1 hour CD, cost 1000 skill points. Note, maximum reduction of 3 hours, increase the number of clones, cost 10,000 skill points, increase duration, cost 5000 skill points. Seeing the skill points required for the upgrade, Su Chen was stunned. Goodness, increasing the number of clones actually costs 10,000 skill points. But then again, having one more clone would significantly enhance his strength. Needing 10,000 skill points also seemed quite reasonable. Thus, Su Chen planned to increase the number of clones, then extend the duration, and use the remaining 10,000 skill points for a lottery. Other skills could wait a bit longer to upgrade. After all, he still had so many skill points in front of him. Ding! Successfully spent 15,000 skill points, upgraded Creating Friends from Nothing, number of clones 1, duration 10 minutes, ding! Successfully consumed 10,000 skill points. Please choose one from the following 3 options. Option 1, unique correct answer, knife skill 100, possessing more precise knife skills, able to dissect the opponent's body and learn about their anatomy and various information, a must-have skill for surgeons. Option 2, self-repair, when the host is injured, the body will automatically perform repairs. Option 3, breath of flame, gain the breath of flame technique, more effective training. Using it with weapons has a greater effect. Seeing these 3 skills, Su Chen first ruled out the first one. He wasn't a doctor, so it was useless. The second one, self-repair, was a good skill. It was like Qin Rui's emergency food. However, emergency food was for quick recovery, while this self-repair seemed to be a slow recovery. Not bad. The third option, the breathing technique. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He had wanted to upgrade to a more powerful breathing technique before but had never found the time. Now the system had delivered it to him. No need to choose. He then selected the third skill and locked in the second skill. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Breath of Flame, ding. Successfully consumed 1000 skill points, locked in option 2, self-repair, which will appear in the next draw. Name, Breath of Flame effect, flames like the wind, always accompanying me. When used, it not only allows for rapid absorption of mental power for training but also grants fire attribute enhancement. Duration, none. Cooldown, none. Seeing the introduction of this breathing technique, Su Chen couldn't help but want to try it. He got up from the ground and the brick in his hand transformed into the demon blade Thousand Edges. The next moment, a flame spread from Su Chen's neck to his cheek. Then came a magnificent leap of faith. Holding the blade, he free fell from the city wall. At the same time, a layer of flame also spread over the demon blade Thousand Edges. In just an instant, Su Chen could feel the power of this breathing technique. It not only helped him train but also provided great assistance in battle. Immediately after, Su Chen, in midair, gripped the demon blade Thousand Edges tightly and slashed down fiercely. This sword directly elongated the flames on the blade. Accompanied by a sound of breaking air, the demon blade thousand edges struck fiercely at a beast below. Bang bang! Two muffled sounds echoed. One was the sound of the beast collapsing. The second was the heavy sound of Su Chen landing. Just as Su Chen lifted his foot to continue hunting the beast, his expression suddenly changed. Touch my family and die. Su Chen's face hardened, and in the next moment he vanished from his spot. This scene left the few people on the city wall dumbfounded. What the heck? One moment he was there, and the next he was gone. Some soldiers and officers looked at Zhao Teheo with questioning eyes. However, Zhao Teheo also wore a confused expression, not knowing what Su Chen was up to. Meanwhile, in Yunhai City, a group of masked black-robed and red-robed individuals were chasing a man. Ahead of them, a figure moved swiftly, leaping agilely from rooftop to rooftop. The black-robed pursuers were hot on his heels. He chased, he fled, he was like a bird with clipped wings. The one fleeing ahead was none other than Su Bai. He was just trying to catch a lone delivery worker in his Bai Gue Yuan. As a result, he suddenly encountered this group of people. Without a word, they launched an attack on him. Adhering to the principle of retreating when faced with danger, Su Bai also fled without hesitation. Moreover, judging by the opponent's methods and attire, Su Bai knew in his heart that these were divine disciples. Furthermore, along the way, he had seen many divine disciples causing chaos in the city. It seemed this was an organized and premeditated upheaval. At this moment, there were also one or two awakened beings at the sixth realm among them. They were incredibly fast, continuously closing the distance with Su Bai. Suddenly, several divine disciples appeared ahead of Su Bai as well. Seeing this, Su Bai's expression darkened. It was obvious that the target this time was him. He knew he had nothing that could attract divine disciples. The only possibility was his son, Su Chen. They wanted to capture him to threaten his son. Su Bai's mind raced, and in just a moment he calculated the target of their operation. Damn it! Su Bai's expression changed. With so many divine disciples dispatched to deal with him, there would definitely be some going after his child's mother. Thinking this, Su Bai looked around, trying to find a breakthrough point. He had to get home quickly. However, at this moment, countless divine disciples had already surrounded him tightly. Moreover, there were several divine disciples with realms even higher than Su Bai's. Breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. You run pretty well, huh? What good is running? A red-robed man said with a sinister smile. In cultivation, it's all about background and numbers. Why not join us, so you can avoid some physical suffering? Go to hell! Su Bai shouted, flames rolling in his hands as he struck towards the weakest divine disciple. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and Su Bai was suddenly propelled forward. Like a cannonball, he crashed heavily to the ground, even plowing a mark into it. Still want to run? The red-robed man's lips curled into a smirk, then he called to the surrounding black-robed individuals, go, bind him up. With him, we won't have to worry about Su Chen. Hearing this, several black-robed individuals nodded and approached Su Bai. Leaning against the stone wall, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Su Bai's mouth, his face pale as he coldly laughed. I advise you not to force me to use my trump card. Upon hearing this, the red-robed man laughed even harder. A trump card? You're in this state, and you still have a trump card? You've cracked me up. Hurry up, bind him to prevent any unforeseen changes. Although it was somewhat amusing, the red-robed man still urged the black-robed individuals. Seeing this, Su Bai shouted, son, come help me. As soon as he finished speaking, a distortion in space suddenly occurred behind Su Bai. In the next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, the surrounding divine disciples all changed their expressions dramatically. How is this possible? He actually summoned Su Chen. They knew Su Chen had gone to the border, and it was impossible for him to arrive here in time. That's why they had targeted his family. However, the reality was before them. Su Chen had really come. How could this not shock them? Even Su Bai was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned to one of wild joy. It seems I really have awakened a hidden skill. Truly at my beck and call. After thinking this, Su Bai laughed heartily. Son, it's time for us to fight side by side again. Hearing this, Su Chen's lips twitched, just about to speak. Charge! The red-robed man roared, and all the divine disciples rushed towards the two. They knew that Su Chen possessed the strength to contend with the 5 realms, or even the 6 realms, and should not be underestimated. Seeing this, Su Chen's expression turned cold. Gripping the demon blade thousand edges, he pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. With a single slash, under the enhancement of the breath of flame, the demon blade thousand edges gained an additional fiery effect. Swish! With one fierce stroke, he cleaved a black-robed figure in half, and then endless flames engulfed the 2 halves of his body. At that moment, Su Bai suddenly remembered something and said, son, go save your mother first. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression changed. It seemed that the target of the divine disciples this time was his family. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face grew even colder. If they dared to lay hands on his family, then he wouldn't hold back. With that thought, Su Chen uttered a phrase, "I have a friend." In an instant, 2 more Su Chens appeared out of thin air. This scene left the divine disciples wide-eyed. They knew Su Chen had a clone skill. But wasn't it said that he could only create 1 clone? What was going on with 2 appearing? Just then, the other 2 Su Chens vanished again. Su Chen number 2 headed to his home. Su Chen number 3 prepared to strike directly at the source. Because Su Chen remembered that woman from last time should be the boss here. Moreover, she had said before that she would return. So, everything was self-evident. This operation was initiated by that woman. Fortunately, Su Chen had previously accessed this woman's system panel. Her name was Lu Yu. With a name and a face, Su Chen could directly activate the soul of the 6th. Strike at the source. Su Chen number 1 sneered, "Sorry, but this time your plan has failed again." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon blade 1000 edges instantly disassembled into fragments, extending. With a fiery enhancement, a massive curtain of fire appeared in the sky. The next moment, with overwhelming power and flames, the demon blade 1000 edges slashed down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chen number 2 successfully arrived behind Chen Yueshio using the soul of the 6th. Just as Su Bai had predicted, Chen Yueshio was already surrounded by several divine disciples. She was covered in wounds. This made Su Chen's expression very grim. At that moment, Chen Yueshio also sensed something unusual behind her, and suddenly turned around. When she saw her son, her face lit up with joy. "Son, what are you doing here?" But then her expression changed to one of concern. "Son, you must leave quickly, it's very dangerous here." Hearing this, Su Chen felt warmth in his heart, then smiled and said, "Your son has even killed gods, why should I fear them?" As soon as he finished speaking, the demon blade 1000 edges in Su Chen's hand transformed into a massive AK. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. In the bewildered gaze of the divine disciples, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The reason he didn't use a rocket launcher was mainly because this was a city. He didn't want to cause destruction. At the same time, he cast fire burning the butt. This was the first time Chen Yueshio saw her son display such power, and she felt very happy. In an instant, the tide of battle was turned by Su Chen. Chaos ensued. The divine disciples were thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, on the other side, a divine disciple dressed in a golden robe stood on the rooftop of a tall building, looking quite satisfied as he gazed at the smoke-filled city. "Su Chen, let's see if you can still resist." The golden-robed figure smirked. "Finally found you." Just then, a figure suddenly lunged at him. Lu Yu's expression changed. Reacting quickly, she leaned back and retreated several steps to dodge. "I didn't expect it to be you, Lu Yu." The newcomer was Zhao Jiangwo, and when he recognized her, all the fog in his heart dissipated. He understood why Lu Yu had harbored such malice since Su Chen entered school. He understood why 4 gods could appear at once last time. He understood why they always missed when trying to capture divine disciples. Everything was connected to Lu Yu. "Lu Yu," Zhao Jiangwo said angrily, "why did you betray Huaxia, betray the academy, join the gods' disciples?" Seeing that he had recognized her, Lu Yu did not argue but instead sneered. "What can you give me while I'm in the academy every day? Just those illusory credits, is there anything else? Can my strength be quickly improved? And since I joined the gods' disciples, it's only been a few days, and I've already reached the 6th realm. The gods can grant me supreme power. Is there even a choice?" As she spoke, Lu Yu's smile gradually turned maniacal, "And that Su Chen, our actions have been thwarted by him multiple times, he cannot live. And you, Zhao Jiangwo, must die too." With that, she drew her sword and slashed at Zhao Jiangwo. The speed was astonishing, like a fleeting shadow, even the sword's shadow was hard to catch. It was clear she had stepped into the 6th realm. Seeing this, Zhao Jiangwo's expression changed. She had only been at the 5th realm a few days ago. Now she was at the 6th realm. However, he did not panic. Of course, he could not have come alone. Just as Lu Yu's sword was about to touch Zhao Jiangwo, a sharp bolt of lightning struck from the side. Just looking at this scene, being hit would be disastrous. Seeing this, Lu Yu quickly adjusted her sword to block the attack. Zzzzz. A crackling sound of electricity, and Lu Yu was sent flying back. At the same time, a woman dressed in purple appeared on the rooftop. "Vice Dean," Zhao Jiangwo said respectfully. Indeed, the newcomer was Lin Qiqing, the Vice Dean of the Imperial Capital Academy. She was also Yuan Tianqian's assistant, the second strongest in the Imperial Capital Academy after Yuan Tianqian. Lin Qiqing nodded and stepped towards Lu Yu, saying lightly, "Lu Yu, it's not too late to turn back now." He. Lu Yu suddenly burst into a mad laugh. "Turn back? It's impossible to turn back. Ha 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 ha. This world will ultimately be purified by the great gods." With that, Lu Yu clumsily got up from the ground. In the next moment, a streak of blood light rose from the top of her head. It shot straight into the clouds. At the same time, a golden light descended from the sky, landing directly on Luya's head. If other disciples of the gods saw the scene, they would be envious to the point of turning purple, because this was the divine gift they had longed for. Not good. She's sacrificing her life for the divine gift. Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed. The divine gift is not something the gods give you unconditionally, it is exchanged for life force. Therefore, they generally refer to this as a transaction with the gods. This is also why Luyu could quickly elevate her realm. Any normal person would not use their life force for that fleeting power. Thus, the disciples of the gods are all madmen, seduced by the power of the gods. Seeing this, Lin Keking's expression grew heavy. She pushed off the ground and unleashed a sword strike imbued with rolling thunder. She seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Luyu. At that moment, Luyu suddenly laughed loudly. She felt that powerful force. This time, the power she gained directly elevated her to another realm. However, she knew that the life force she sacrificed was only exchanged for temporary strength. To deal with Lin Keqing was definitely not something she could accomplish in a short time. So, she directly fled into the distance. Luyu, now at the 7th realm, was even faster than Lin Keqing. Wind element, this is troublesome, Lin Keqing said, slashing at the empty air with a serious expression. Wind element awakeners excel in speed. It would indeed be quite difficult for Lin Keqing to catch up with her. However, she did not give up. Having finally caught a traitor from the Imperial Capital Academy, how could she let her escape? With that thought, Lin Keqing transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky. A purple lightning flickered among the white clouds, racing like the wind. Ahead was Luyu, who had turned into the wind. She looked back at Lin Keqing, who was being left further behind, and laughed maniacally. You still want to catch up with me? I've caught up. Just then, a calm voice rang in her ear. The tone was flat but carried a fierce killing intent. With that sound, Luya's figure paused. She almost fell. Turning her head, she saw Su Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere, flying in the air, parallel to her. Then, with a fierce expression, she shouted, You dare to come to me. Saying this, she thrust her sharp sword straight at Su Chen. However, Su Chen did not dodge or evade, he merely looked at her with indifference, as if he were looking at a corpse. Seeing this, Luyu sneered inwardly, as if she could already see Su Chen pierced through and dead by her sword. But in the next moment, her expression changed dramatically, her pupils suddenly constricting as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Su Chen calmly pinched the tip of the sword, which was radiating a sharp aura, with 2 fingers. The sword could not advance an inch. How is this possible? Luyu was greatly shocked. It should be known that her current realm was the 7th level. Yet Su Chen was exuding the aura of only the 4th level. How could he achieve empty-handedly catching a blade while crossing 3 major realms? Luyu couldn't understand. But she had no time to think. Su Chen would not give her time to ponder. Anyone who dared to harm his family would be obliterated. In the next moment, Su Chen's body suddenly brightened. A blinding light erupted. Following that, a deafening sound exploded in the sky. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose from the sky. Its brightness was as dazzling as a second sun. Many people looked up at the sky, astonished. The shockwave that erupted forced Lin Keqing, who was not far away, to conjure a mental barrier in front of her to block the destructive wave. At the same time, her beautiful eyes showed a hint of shock, not knowing what had happened ahead. But the one thing she knew for sure was that Luyu would definitely not survive this explosion. At this moment, in the distance, Zhao Jiangwo had caught up with Lin Keqing, also looking somewhat shocked. Then he revealed a strange expression. This familiar explosion, he couldn't help but think of one person. Mainly because he had seen this explosion multiple times. But, wasn't Su Chen supposed to be at the border trial? How could he have come back so quickly? Zhao Jiangwo didn't understand. Lin Keqing also noticed Zhao Jiangwo's odd expression and asked suspiciously, Do you know what's going on? Zhao Jiangwo scratched his head, uncertain, and said, I guess so. He then explained to Lin Keqing. After listening, Lin Keking's small face also showed a hint of surprise. Then she nodded, Let's deal with the divine disciples in the city first. Okay. At this moment, due to Luya's death, the divine disciples in Yunhai City quickly became leaderless. Coupled with Su Chen's appearance, their plan was completely ruined. The divine disciples in the city were soon cleared out by the arriving law enforcement and Fengshan Pavilion personnel. Meanwhile, Su Chen successfully killed all the divine disciples. The family gathered again. Not bad, son, you've gotten stronger. Su Bai showed a smile like a blooming flower, patting Su Chen's shoulder. Chen Yueshio also said joyfully, Come on, son, let's go home, and I'll make you something delicious. Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head and said, The academy is still in session, I have to go back. As a model student, how could Su Chen skip class? Well, actually, Su Chen didn't want to miss the opportunity to earn skill points. Is that so? Shen Yuexia's expression seemed a bit disappointed, then she smiled and said, "Academics are important. Next time when you come back, let me know in advance, and I'll prepare something delicious for you." Hearing this, Su Chen felt warmth in his heart, nodded, and was about to leave when Chen Yueshio said again, "By the way, remember to buy some local specialties like roast duck when you come back from the capital. Last time I asked your dad to buy it, he came back empty-handed in the early morning." Saying this, Chen Yueshio shot a fierce glare at Subai. Seeing this, Subai suddenly shivered. He remembered that after returning home that day, he couldn't even get through the door. Su Chen. After responding, Su Chen activated the Soul of Old Six again and instantly teleported behind Qin Ruoi, who was thousands of miles away. Just as Su Chen left, Zhao Jiangwo and Lin Keqing descended from the sky. Subai and Chen Yueshio were slightly surprised because they both sensed the presence of the other. That was something only a 7th Realm Awakener could possess. There were not many 7th Realm Awakeners in all of Huaxia, so this woman in front of them definitely had an extraordinary identity. They just didn't know what she was here for. "Hello? Who are you?" Subai looked Lin Keqing up and down. From head to toe, she was dressed in purple, with purple hair, purple eyes, and purple clothes. Her face was also extremely delicate, smooth as silk, and she looked very young. Yet she possessed the strength of a 7th realm. Subai could only describe her with 2 words: impressive. "Hello, Su Chen's dad, Su Chen's mom. I'm Zhao Jiangwo, previously responsible for picking up and dropping off Su Chen to the Imperial Capital Academy. Have you forgotten?" Zhao Jiangwo smiled. Upon hearing this, Subai suddenly realized, "Oh, remembered?" Zhao Jiangwo asked with bright eyes. Subai. "No." Zhao Jiangwo. "Ahem." Lin Keqing, who was beside them, cleared her throat twice and asked, "I am the vice president of the Imperial Capital Academy. Has Su Chen just returned?" Hearing this, Subai and Chen Yueshio relaxed their guard. So it was the vice president of their son's academy. At the same time, they felt quite honored to have a 7th realm vice president visit their home. Yes, he just came back and has gone back to class now. Subai laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Jiangwo and Lin Keqing were taken aback. He went back to class? The border of Huaxia is tens of thousands of miles away, and he just went back like that? Even if there was a teleportation array, it would require several transfers. Moreover, there was no teleportation array at the Huaxia border. They could only use transportation. So how did he get here? Zhao Jiangwo also found it hard to believe. He hadn't heard that Su Chen had any other spatial skills. How could he manage to reverse between 2 places? Subai scratched his head and chuckled. "It might be that I've mutated a new skill, always ready to go." When Su Chen returned to the Huaxia border, he was disappointed to find that their trial had already ended. Most people had completed their tasks. And the people around, seeing Su Chen suddenly appear behind Xinruoi, were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Su Chen could teleport again? The scenes of Su Chen slaughtering the alien beasts just moments ago were still fresh in their minds. When Zhao Taheo saw Su Chen reappear, he frowned, just about to speak when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. After glancing at Su Chen, he stepped aside to answer the call. At this moment, Xinruoi felt the gazes around her and turned around, only to find Su Chen standing behind her. Her face lit up with joy as she softly asked, "Where did you just go?" Su Chen took a step forward and smiled slightly. "Oh, just ran into a little issue, but it's all resolved now." Xinruoi nodded and then smiled sweetly. "I just killed over 100 alien beasts, you know." Hearing this, Su Chen praised her. "Not bad, as expected of my girlfriend, impressive." Xinruoi's face turned slightly red, and with a huff, she proudly said, "It's not just you making progress, I will catch up to you soon." Su Chen, "Then you'll always be below me." Xinruoi, "One day I will be above you." Upon hearing this, Su Chen seemed to think of something. A subtle expression crossed his face, and then he smiled wickedly. "I look forward to it." Xinruoi clearly didn't understand the double meaning in Su Chen's words and huffed lightly. The people around them felt a bit full just watching the two of them. "Burp, what's going on?" "I'm full even though I haven't eaten lunch." "Yeah, why does it feel like there's a bit of a shine on our heads?" "What should I do if I feel like killing someone?" "Shoo, the teacher is coming," someone reminded as Zhao Tuheo walked over. Upon hearing this, everyone around immediately fell silent and stood up straight. Zhao Tuheo, returning, cast a strange glance at Su Chen. He had just received a call from Zhao Jiangwo. He didn't expect that Su Chen's recent disappearance was actually to Yunhai City. Moreover, it seemed he had killed a divine disciple hidden in the academy, who was also a golden robe envoy. This made Zhao Tuheo's heart feel somewhat unsettled. Even he had never killed a golden robe envoy, only red robe people. Because, to become a golden robe envoy, a divine disciple not only needs to be strong but also smarter and more cunning than other disciples. This might also explain why a divine disciple could hide in the academy for so long. Zhao Dehao cleared his throat twice. Your performance has been quite good. You have all met my requirements, and a few even exceeded them. Very well. So, let's end today's practical trial here. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression remained unchanged, but their hearts were filled with joy. What did it mean that today's practical trial was over? It meant there would be no other training today. And it was only noon. This meant the entire afternoon was free time. How could they not be happy about that? Soon, Zhao Dehao arranged for 2 helicopters and everyone excitedly made their way to board them. At that moment, an officer walked over and said, "Dehao, why not send that kid to our military district? With him around, even if we encounter a large-scale beast tide, I believe we can easily withstand it. You know how high the casualty rate is here. I haven't seen many suitable candidates, but today I saw another one. With that kid here, we can not only reduce many casualties but also cut down on ammunition." The officer was still not giving up. He wanted to try again. He genuinely wanted to bring that kid to their military district. Hearing this, Zhao Dehao sighed lightly, patted his shoulder, and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling to give him to you. You know the seal has been loosening recently, and that day may not be far off. The beast issue is minor, but regarding the gods, no one can say for sure. Time is running out for this generation. We must cultivate these good seedlings. They are the next generation to fight against the gods, and they might even be the last generation. This is not where they should stay. They have many things ahead of them." Upon hearing this, the officer sighed, nodded, and came to terms with it. Then he smiled. "Well then, you must teach them well. Make sure they grow strong. Well, protect this place." Saying this, he saluted Zhao Dehao. Zhao Dehao's expression turned serious, stood tall, and returned the salute before boarding the helicopter. Vroom vroom vroom. Accompanied by a roar, the helicopter sped into the sky. The officer below watched the helicopter until it disappeared into the horizon. Out of sight. He then turned and walked towards the city wall, shouting, "Everyone, put in more effort. Let's push them back before nightfall. Do we have confidence?" "Yes, yes, yes." The response was a unified shout and a magnificent momentum that feared neither life nor death. This is the spirit of the Chinese military. Another 2.5 hours passed. The helicopter successfully arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy. Zhao Dehao directly announced the dismissal, which made everyone very happy, and they each returned home. After hugging Qin Ruoi, Su Chen also returned to his villa. Upon arriving at the villa, he checked his skill points. Although he hadn't killed many beasts later on, he had killed quite a few divine disciples. Name: Su Chen Realm, 4th Realm Talent. Skill: Encyclopedia, Persuasion by Virtue, Creating Friends from Nothing. LV2, Human Nuclear Bomb, 50-50, Fire on the Butt, Soul of the Old 6, My Fate is Determined by Heaven, Empty Hands. Breath of Flame Defense, 125, Stamina, 125, Strength, 125, Agility, 125, Mental Power, 260 Skill Points, 8750 God Level Brick Proficiency, 95501000000. Su Chen felt a bit regretful. In the end, the Divine Disciples had far fewer exotic beasts, only adding about 6,000 skill points. He was still over 1,000 short for the lottery. However, he could use this to upgrade some skills. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to upgrade Persuasion by Virtue. If he could reduce the cooldown of Persuasion by Virtue or increase the control time, wouldn't that make him even more invincible? After all, the original time was already so short. If it were reduced, it would be like having no cooldown at all. With that in mind, Su Chen said, "System, upgrade Persuasion by Virtue, ding." "Upgrade not possible, damn," Su Chen exclaimed. He was really frustrated that Persuasion by Virtue couldn't be upgraded. Helpless, Su Chen had to choose another skill. System, upgrade Human Nuclear Bomb, ding. Selected Human Nuclear Bomb, reduce cooldown by 1 hour, cost 1000 skill points. Note, maximum reduction of 3 hours, increase explosion radius. Each additional meter radius costs 2000 skill points. Wow, it costs 2000 skill points to increase by 1 meter. Su Chen was stunned. The last time he increased the copied skill, it only cost 1000. But thinking about it, that was just increasing the range of the skill copied from the opponent. It wasn't permanent, nor was it his. After a moment, Su Chen directly increased the radius by 4 meters. After all, skill points are something that can be earned back quickly. It wouldn't be impossible to take a trip to the border someday, ding. Successfully consumed 8000 skill points, upgraded Human Nuclear Bomb explosion radius 4 meters, current explosion radius 9 meters. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled. He was confident that he could increase this explosion radius to 100 meters in the future. At that time, sending a little gift to the day would not be a problem. The last one was too small, the other party might not have liked it very much. Just then, Su Chen also noticed that the upgraded skills now had levels behind them, seemingly indicating how many times they had been upgraded. Just like Creating Friends from Nothing, which he had upgraded twice last time, now had a level of LV2 behind it. And now, after upgrading human nuclear bomb, the level directly became LV4 on this tumultuous battlefield, the storm. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone pulled Su Chen back to reality. Su Chen was taken aback, he hadn't seen this number before. Who could it be? After a moment, Su Chen answered the call. Hello, is this Su Chen? A familiar voice came from the other end. Su Chen thought carefully, this voice belonged to Li Jing. It's me. Is there something you need, teacher? Come over to test your talent again, this time it will definitely be fine. Hearing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched, they were calling him to test his talent again. It seemed they wouldn't give up until they found out his talent. Helpless, Su Chen had to agree and then hung up the phone. After all, he wouldn't have to pay for the broken talent testing stone, so what harm was there in testing? With that thought, Su Chen arrived at the familiar testing room. To his surprise, not only was Li Jing there, but Zhao Jiangwo was also present, along with a woman Su Chen had never seen before. She was dressed in purple and was quite beautiful. Lin Keqing, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Keqing said with a smile, I heard about your talent testing and came to take a look. Zhao Jiangwo also nodded. Neither of them mentioned what happened that morning. After all, Su Chen had too many secrets. They already felt a bit unable to see through Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen was also a bit surprised. It turned out to be the vice president. He hadn't seen her before. He then smiled and nodded. Su Chen, come and give it a try. This time, I've arranged for someone to create a talent testing stone that is absolutely solid, and it even has an array inscribed on it. This time, it will definitely work. Li Jing said at that moment, her words laced with excitement. An inscribed array? Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly surprised, then nodded, and walked towards the talent testing stone in front of him. This talent testing stone seemed different from the previous ones. It was not only larger but also appeared very sturdy just by looking at it. Then, Su Chen slowly placed his hand on the talent testing stone. The moment he made contact, the talent testing stone began to emit a faint golden light. The crowd was thrilled, it seemed like this time it would really succeed. Even Su Chen was a bit surprised, this talent testing stone really seemed capable of measuring his talent. Crack! However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the talent testing stone began to crack. Under the dazed gazes of the crowd, the talent testing stone turned into rubble. Su Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed this time it still didn't work. Li Jing came back to her senses and said, It's okay, I have more tricks up my sleeve. The next talent testing stone is even sturdier. With that, Li Jing signaled for someone nearby to bring over another talent testing stone. This one was a full double the size of the previous one. Su Chen was left in awe. Perhaps it could really measure it. The previous one had already started emitting golden light, but it was still too fragile. At this moment, everyone began to speculate. It was highly likely that Su Chen's talent was too high. Even the awakening stone couldn't withstand it. Only an extremely sturdy talent testing stone would do. This made a few of them feel a bit hopeful. Could there be a talent level higher than SSS? Su Chen glanced at them, then placed his hand on the talent testing stone again. Even he was a bit curious about what his talent level truly was. After all, even the encyclopedia didn't know. Just then, an anomaly occurred. A blinding golden light burst forth from the talent testing stone. The crowd's eyes were glued to the talent testing stone, afraid of missing anything. Su Chen also looked at the talent testing stone with anticipation. If nothing unexpected happened this time, but something unexpected did happen. Just as the golden beam shot out a meter crack, the talent awakening stone once again developed a crack. Soon, it began to spread. The crisp sounds echoed, and before long, the cracks covered the entire talent testing stone. The golden light it emitted also dissipated at that moment. But this time, the talent testing stone did not shatter into pieces, it merely had cracks. The crowd's heart sank once more. Even such a large awakening stone couldn't withstand Su Chen's talent? It was just a little bit away. If only the talent testing stone were a bit sturdier, it would definitely be able to measure Su Chen's talent. However, Li Jing's expression was somewhat excited at this moment because she still had one last trick up her sleeve. There's one more stone that can definitely test his talent, but the space here is limited. Everyone, follow me to the playground, Li Jing said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen, Zhao Jiangwo, and Lin Keqing were slightly surprised. There was actually another talent testing stone, and it couldn't even fit in the testing room? How big could it be? The crowd's emotions were fluctuating. This time it would definitely work. Soon, the four arrived at the playground. What came into view was a gigantic talent testing stone. Its diameter was estimated to be around 2.5 meters. Just transporting it here must have required a lot of manpower, not to mention crafting such a large talent testing stone. At this time, many people had gathered around, curious about what this stone was for. Some might have guessed it was a talent testing stone. But who uses such a large one for testing talent? The three approached the talent testing stone, and Li Jing said with satisfaction, "See? I believe this time it will definitely be able to test Su Chen's talent." Seeing this talent testing stone, Su Chen and the others couldn't help but feel a bit sarcastic. Well, couldn't we have started with this from the beginning? We had to waste the first two talent testing stones. But they also believed that, barring any accidents, this time it would definitely succeed. Soon after, Su Chen walked up to the talent testing stone. This scene attracted many students to watch. They realized in their hearts that this global talent was about to be tested. But why use such a large testing stone? They were puzzled. At this moment, more and more people gathered around. Even Qin Rui, Zhao Chen, the admissions department, and the student council rushed over upon hearing the news. One can imagine the allure of this oddball, Su Chen. After all, this global talent was too powerful. Moreover, it was the first time they had seen someone use such a large talent testing stone. In just a few minutes, the entire playground was packed with people, a sea of heads swaying, all looking towards the testing stone in the center. Seeing so many people, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was just a talent test. Was it really necessary to have so many people watching? With that thought, Su Chen shook his head and directly placed his hand on the giant talent testing stone. At that very moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Everyone's mouths dropped open, staring in shock at the scene before them. Suddenly, a golden beam of light shot up from the giant talent awakening stone. It was even thicker than a water barrel, shooting straight into the sky. The entire sky was dyed golden. Its brightness even surpassed that of the sun. If it were night, it would surely turn the darkness into daylight. Even the previous divine descents had never made such a grand spectacle. It was believed that this golden beam could be seen thousands of kilometers away. This scene was truly breathtaking. The faces of the crowd were illuminated by the golden light, making it impossible to discern their features, as if they had been overexposed by a camera. The phenomena that appeared with the SS level were merely a spark in comparison. Moreover, everyone around felt an immense pressure. It was as if they wanted to worship in reverence. They had no choice but to construct a mental barrier to resist it. And in the center of the golden pillars stood Su Chen, as if he were a deity descending to the world. Meanwhile, in a realm of ethereal nothingness, surrounded by mountains, a misty aura lingered at the peaks. This aura, divine power, mixed with a hint of the laws. How is that possible? How could a human possess divine power? Could it be that old man outside? Impossible. He has always been guarding us. He can't break through, let alone that humans cannot become gods. The gods exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. If Su Chen were here, he would recognize a few familiar faces. The god of destruction, the god of darkness. The god of darkness and the god of destruction exchanged a glance, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Could it be that boy? Upon hearing this, the gods all turned to look at the two, darkness and destruction. They all knew who they were referring to. The reason for their failure that day was largely due to that person, Su Chen. Moreover, he had repeatedly sabotaged their plans. From the mouths of darkness and destruction, they learned that the boy had mastered the laws of destruction, space, and fate. This was truly unfathomable. How could a human control three types of law powers? If this commotion was also caused by that person, it would undoubtedly be bad news for them. It would be difficult for them to break the seal later. We have been trapped here for 100 years. We must not let this child reach the ninth realm. The threat to us is too great. The gods felt a sense of urgency. A single boy could pose such a significant threat to them. If other gods found out, they would likely be ridiculed for 2.5 years. It seems we need to hurry. Judging by this aura, we haven't reached the ninth realm yet, so we still have time. Right, we need to move the plan forward. Over at the talent testing stone, golden beams of light shot up into the sky, and the talent testing stone had already begun to show a few cracks. Like a spider web, it was slowly spreading. At this moment, Su Chen's consciousness entered an indescribable space. It felt like a higher dimensional space. Su Chen couldn't see himself. It was as if only a pair of eyes were floating in the air. Surrounding him was nothing but darkness, interspersed with constantly shifting images. Yes, images, various scenes like film reels. All were moments Su Chen had experienced. There were scenes of him moving bricks at a construction site, the first time he met Qin Rui, the first time he encountered Zhao Chen. Scenes of his family having dinner at home. Countless images flew past Su Chen in two-dimensional form, yet he could see them clearly. Su Chen had no idea where this place was or what was happening. It seemed like it wasn't a three-dimensional space, nor was it Earth. Suddenly, crack! With a sound, Su Chen felt the world spin, and he was pulled back to reality. Before him, the talent awakening stone had turned to dust. The crowd around him wore expressions of shock, their faces frozen in disbelief. However, at this moment, they realized one thing. This was definitely not a global talent. The weakest was at least SS level talent. Alright, from now on, whoever dares to say Brother Suchen has level talent, they'll just go up and give them a big slap. I think a mountain pressing down would be more intimidating. What, do you want to try? Lin Keqing was also stunned, her mouth agape for a moment. She had anticipated that Su Chen's talent test would be unusual, but she never expected it to be this extraordinary. Just the overwhelming pressure that made one want to worship was already terrifying. Keep in mind, this was merely an anomaly. Moreover, in the end, such a massive talent awakening stone had turned to dust. And Su Chen's first awakening of talent, without any reaction, was likely due to the awakening stone's inability to withstand Su Chen's powerful awakening force. So, this meant that the previous Su Chen had not successfully awakened. Thinking of this, Lin Keqing's pupils suddenly constricted. So, the question arises, how did Su Chen's skills appear? Or was it that she guessed wrong? If Su Chen knew her inner thoughts at this moment, he would surely be shocked. Because her guess was spot on. The moment the talent testing stone shattered, Su Chen felt a wondrous power within him. This power didn't seem like it was given by a system, it felt innate. Could it be, my true skills have awakened? Su Chen thought, quickly pulling up his system panel. Name, Su Chen Realm, 4th Realm Talent, Divine Level Divine Gift, Time and Space Skills, Encyclopedia, Persuasion Through Virtue, Creating Friends from Nothing LV2, Human Nuclear Bomb LV4, 50-50, Fire Burning the Butt, Soul of the Sixth, My Fate is Determined by Heaven, Not by Me, Master of Empty Hands, Breath of Flame Defense, 125, Stamina, 125, Strength, 125, Agility, 125 Mental Power, 260 Skill Points, 750 Divine Level Brick Proficiency, 9550, 100, 0000 Divine Level Talent? And what the hell is a Divine Gift? Su Chen was somewhat shocked. His talent was actually Divine Level. The highest talent announced by Huaxia was SSS level. He had never heard of a Divine Level before. And what was that Divine Gift? Time and Space. It didn't seem like a skill. However, Su Chen was certain that this was something he awakened himself, not something given by the system. On the other side, Li Jing also snapped back to reality from her shock, staring blankly at Lin Keqing and asking, Vice Dean, what level of talent is this? Upon hearing this, Lin Keqing was also unsure of what level it should be. The highest level currently is SS level talent. However, Su Chen had clearly surpassed the scope of SSS talent. After pondering for a moment, Lin Keqing said, let's say, SSS. Hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo beside them twitched his mouth, glancing at Su Chen not far away, and couldn't help but complain, what a freak. First, Su Chen created Glevel. And now he has created SSS level. One person has directly established two brand new levels. Moreover, he is probably the only one in the entire world. Too abnormal. The thoughts of the people around were mostly in agreement with Zhao Jiangwo. Good. Li Jing nodded, took a glance at Su Chen, and hurriedly left. She knew that what happened today would surely cause a sensation throughout the world. Even if they didn't say anything, people from other countries would definitely find out the next day. Because the beam of light that shot up into the sky could not be concealed. Even people several kilometers away could see it clearly. Unless you have the ability to cover the sky with one hand, this matter simply cannot be hidden. At this moment, Lin Keqing began to call the surrounding students to disperse and walked alone to Su Chen's side with Zhao Jiangwo. Zhao Jiangwo gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Awesome. How do you feel? Lin Keqing smiled at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly and replied, I feel a strange energy entering my body. This should be my true talent. Did you gain another skill? Lin Keqing continued to ask with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Chen chuckled. How could I be that lucky? How could I gain another skill? Haha. Su Chen was speaking the truth. The divine talent he just obtained was not a skill. Hearing this, Lin Keqing looked deeply at Su Chen, then smiled and didn't ask further. Changing the subject, she said, tomorrow is the joint competition for new students from the 4 schools, and each academy will send the top 10 new students to participate, so you have to go. Su Chen, are there credits and rewards? Lin Keqing was taken aback. Of course there are. The rewards for the first place are even more abundant. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. Isn't this just a chaotic slaughter? Plus, there are credits and rewards to be gained. Simply delightful. By the way, it will be held at Shangjing University tomorrow. After Lin Keqing finished speaking, she left. Why at Shangjing University? Su Chen scratched his head in confusion. Zhao Jiangwo explained with a smile, the champion of each session decides where the next joint competition of the 4 schools will be held. In other words, the champion of the last session was from Shangjing University, so this time it will be held there. As he spoke, Zhao Jiangwo patted Su Chen on the shoulder. I hope you can win this championship. Of course, it should be easy for you. After all, winning first place will allow you to reclaim the hosting rights for the next time, and only the first place can make the world remember your name. The champion of the 4 schools' new students, how cool is that? You want it too. Su Chen was taken aback. Why can only the first place make people remember your name? Zhao Jiangwo smiled, because all along, people only remember the champion, no one cares who came in second or third. Su Chen, why? It seems you didn't get to the point. Let me give you an analogy. Zhao Jiangwo's mouth twitched slightly. It's like how people only know that the highest peak in the world is Mount Everest. Do you know the second highest peak? Zhao Jiangwo raised his eyebrows at Su Chen with a smile, his eyes full of teasing. Su Chen, K2. Zhao Jiangwo, oh? Zhao Jiangwo was stunned. This wasn't following the script. What about the third? Su Chen, Gong Sheng Zhang Jia Foma. Zhao Jiangwo, alright, you little rascal. You little rascal. Zhao Jiangwo was annoyed, and after saying that, he left without looking back. He was just like his old man, not playing by the rules. Watching his back, Su Chen scratched his head innocently, somewhat confused. At that moment, a group of people surrounded Su Chen. They were all people Su Chen knew: Qin Rui, Zhao Chen, Yi Qing, Zhang Xiaozhu, Shen Yi, Lin Xiao, Li Yun, and several classmates. They immediately started boasting non-stop. Brother Bai, you're really amazing. What level of talent is this? Su Chen, quickly tell me what Vice Dean Lin just said to you. Also, have you become stronger? That? Junior, our department will rely on you in the future. At the peak of the gods, with me Su Chen, there is heaven. Surrounded by everyone, Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. Especially that Zhang Xiaozhu, she really talked a lot. After a moment, Su Chen found an opportunity to break through the crowd and pulled Qin Rui to escape from the place. Zhao Chen. After 10 years of feelings, it was ultimately misplaced. Su Chen only slowed down after leaving the playground. Along the way, Qin Rui was very happy and softly asked, why was there such a big commotion during the talent test just now? I just felt that your talent definitely wasn't level. Su Chen said as he walked, my talent is God level. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui blinked. God level? Su Chen nodded, beaming, yes, my skills told me, God level. That's amazing. Qin Rui said joyfully. Su Chen chuckled, of course, as your boyfriend, how could I not be amazing? Shouldn't I get a reward? Saying this, he pointed to his own face. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui's face turned red. After a few pecks, the two of them strolled around. By evening, they each returned to their own dormitories. After returning to the dormitory, Su Chen also asked the encyclopedia what this god talent meant. However, the encyclopedia's answer was always unknown. It didn't know, but Su Chen did learn one thing. The encyclopedia was pretty much useless. Then he shook his head, thinking it was time to elevate his realm. With the breath of flame technique, Su Chen believed he could break through another realm tonight. With that thought, he climbed onto his bed, took out a spirit stone from his spatial ring, sat cross-legged, and began to operate the breath of flame technique. Swish! A flicker of fierce flames appeared on Su Chen's cheek. Moreover, the spirit stone in his hand gradually turned red. Su Chen could clearly feel that the speed of absorbing the spirit stone had increased significantly. In the past, he could only absorb 10 spirit stones in one night, but Su Chen was confident that this time he could absorb 50. Breaking through the realm was just a matter of time. After a night passed, Su Chen felt refreshed and successfully stepped into the 5th realm. Then he pulled up the system panel to let the author pad the word count. Name: Su Chen Realm, 5th Realm Talent, God Level God Talent, Time and Space Skills, Encyclopedia, Win People Over with Virtue, Create Friends from Nothing LV2, Human Nuclear Bomb LV4, 50-50, Fire Burning But, Soul of the Sixth, My Fate is Determined by Heaven, Empty Hands, Breath of Flame Defense, 155, Stamina, 155, Strength, 155, Agility, 155 Mental Power, 310 Skill Points, 750 God Level Brick Proficiency, 9550-100-0000. Not bad. All attributes have significantly improved. But unfortunately, I still haven't figured out this god talent. Su Chen sighed. This time and space, he couldn't understand how to use it all night. After that, Su Chen got up to use the bathroom, washed up a bit, and then walked out the door. Today was going to be a day of chaotic slaughter. I can still earn some skill points and credits. How wonderful. As soon as I stepped out of the door, I ran into Zhao Chen, this big fool. Coughing better? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at him. That last wave of godly operations had left Su Chen dumbfounded. Zhao Chen nodded inside. It's better, but Dr. Li said I have mental illness again and told me to get checked. Dr. Li? A strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. Then he asked, how did he determine you have a mental illness? Zhao Chen replied, he asked me a question. Su Chen blinked. What question? Zhao Chen, fill the bathtub with water. There's a basin next to it, and a spoon, and I need to empty the bathtub. Su Chen. So you chose the spoon? A normal person would choose the basin, right? No, I chose the basin. Zhao Chen, but normal people would just pull the plug. Su Chen looked blank. It seems he also has a mental illness. Then, Su Chen meaningfully patted his shoulder and left. Upon arriving at the meeting point, Lin Keqing had been ready for a long time. Su Chen was puzzled. He hadn't seen that old man recently. It was all about this beautiful sister. But she was definitely more pleasant to the eyes than that old man. And everyone here was from Su Chen's class. After all, their class was an elite class. This joint competition of the 4 schools had also resulted in a significant reduction in the number of students Zhao Tuheo had to teach today. From the expressions of these few people, they all seemed quite happy, because they could openly skip Zhao Tuheo's class. It was just like when you were in school and while others were in class, the teacher suddenly called you to move things or clean up. Although it was about moving things and cleaning, it was still quite enjoyable. Others would look at you with envious eyes. Soon after, Su Chen walked over to Qin Ruoyi and greeted her with a smile. Standing in front of everyone, Lin Keqing scanned the crowd and, seeing everyone was present, said, "Everyone's here, let's set off." The 10 nodded and followed Lin Keqing. They arrived at the teleportation array of the Imperial Capital Academy, and Lin Keqing adjusted the teleportation node. In the next moment, everyone instantly disappeared and arrived in Shangjing City, 1,000 miles away, at Shangjing Academy. It was also everyone's first time at Shangjing Academy, and after stepping out of the teleportation gate, they curiously looked around. Early in the morning, it was already a sea of people here. Even though only 40 people were participating in this competition. But these 40 were all the elites from the 4 top academies. The audience attracted was also quite large, coming from all over just to witness this spectacular competition. "Vice Dean Lin, you're here. Welcome." At this moment, a man with a smile walked over and extended his hand. Su Chen recognized him, Chen Yifeng. Lin Keqing smiled and nodded, shaking hands with him amicably. Chen Yifeng withdrew his hand and looked at the 10 people behind him, saying, "I heard that this year's new students from your academy are quite strong." He particularly paid attention to Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had left a deep impression on him. Level talent had killed a god. Moreover, he had seen that beam of golden light at Shangjing Academy yesterday. It was only later that he found out it was Su Chen's talent test. Thinking of this, Chen Yifeng sighed. If there were a pill for regret, he would spare no expense to recruit Su Chen to Shangjing Academy. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame his short-sightedness back then. Your academy is also quite strong this year. I heard there are 3 candidates with SS-level talents. Lin Keqing replied politely. Chen Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile. "Vice Dean Lin, you all go rest on the playground for a moment. I'll go welcome the people from the other academies." Upon hearing this, Lin Keqing nodded and led Su Chen and the others to the playground. At this moment, the playground had already been laid out with designated spots for the 4 academies, the audience, and the leaders. The central area was occupied by 4 competition platforms. It seemed that all 4 matches would start simultaneously. After bringing everyone to the audience seats of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Keqing announced the official start time of the joint competition and then declared that they could move freely. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up as he stretched his neck and scanned the surroundings eagerly. Before long, it seemed Su Chen had found something, and his eyes shone brightly. The betting area. Su Chen hadn't forgotten how much Shen Yi and the others had profited from him before. It was one thing to profit, but they hadn't shared a single bit with him. This made Su Chen very angry. This time, he was determined to make a huge profit. After bringing Qin Ruoyi to the betting area set up by the Shangjing Academy, he saw a crowd gathered, all excitedly placing bets. Su Chen glanced at the betting board and was instantly dumbfounded. On the betting board, his odds were actually the lowest. What the hell? Qin Ruoyi was also taken aback upon seeing this. Su Chen asked the beautiful woman at the betting booth, "Hey, why are Su Chen's odds the lowest? Isn't he a level talent? Why do you all think so highly of him?" The woman in a JK uniform was clearly busy and didn't even look at Su Chen as she replied, "Sister, are you on a 2G network? Your information is so outdated." Su Chen has already defeated a divine shadow, and although he used a disposable artifact, he still managed to eliminate the shadow. Plus, he's the top freshman of the Imperial Capital Academy, not to mention he created a new level SSS yesterday. Are you telling me he's level? If his odds aren't low, then whose are? The people around chimed in, "Yeah, bro, which academy are you from? You haven't even heard of Su Chen's reputation." Exactly, you should have seen that golden beam of light from yesterday. I heard Su Chen can punch through a mountain with his bare hands. I've heard that too. When Su Chen pointed his sword, thousands of arrows shot out, and everything in their path turned to dust. You're thinking too small. Su Chen has already reached the pinnacle. It's said that when a brick falls, everything turns to ash. Come on, bro, turn around and let me see where you came from. That you haven't even heard of Su Chen's name. What the hell? It's that old sick Su Chen. Everyone, look. The living Su Chen. In an instant, countless gazes were drawn to him. Listening to their words, Su Chen's mouth twitched wildly. When did his reputation become so great? And who the hell spread these rumors? That he could punch through a mountain? That a brick falling could annihilate everything? How come he didn't know? And what did they mean by the living Su Chen? At that moment, people surged towards him. So it's that old sick Su Chen trying to place a bet for himself. Truly unshakable. Su Chen, give me an autograph. I want one too. Senior sister, I'll treat you to steamed buns tonight. My family has. Seeing the situation gradually spiraling out of control, Su Chen quickly pulled Qin Ruoyi away. Once they reached a small grove and saw no one following, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Looks like I need to wear sunglasses when I go out, my fame is too great. Su Chen sighed deeply, feeling quite troubled. Ruoyi, can you help me place a bet? Su Chen thought for a moment and said, after all, his fame was too overwhelming, and he didn't want to go over there. Saying this, Su Chen handed his credit card to Qin Ruoyi. This credit card was universal across all academies, serving as the common currency of the academy, so it could also be used for betting at Shangjing University. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoyi blinked and asked, bet it all? Su Chen replied, of course, bet it all. If you're going to fleece the sheep, you have to fleece the big ones. To be honest, Su Chen hadn't checked his credits in a long time, so he didn't even know how much he had. Anyway, betting it all was the way to go. Before long, Qin Ruoyi arrived at the place where she had just placed her bet and softly said, I bet on Su Chen. Sure, how much do you want to bet? The JK girl running the betting booth asked with a smile. Qin Ruoyi pulled out 2 credit cards and slapped them on the table, all in. This move left everyone around her dumbfounded. Wow, how confident is she? Going all in. Seeing this, the JK girl calmly picked up the 2 credit cards. What kind of big scenes hadn't she seen before? Some people pulled out 10 credit cards at once, but still couldn't gather even 100 credits. After a moment, she inserted the 2 credit cards into the machine, and the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Counting the numbers on the screen, the JK girl was stunned. The total of the 2 cards exceeded 10,000 credits. This is terrifying. At this moment, the people around, seeing the JK girl's expression, were somewhat puzzled. Just how many credits does she have? The expression is so exaggerated. Someone curiously leaned over and, upon seeing the numbers on the screen, exclaimed, holy crap! Over 10,000 credits. What? I only earn a few hundred credits in a semester, and she has over 10,000? Which academy's general is this, so fierce? Rich lady. Seeking sponsorship. I'm so envious. Seeing the astonishing credits that Qin Ruoyi possessed, the surroundings became lively again. The JK girl was also stunned, not expecting the other party to have so many credits. Although Su Chen's odds were the lowest, betting over 10,000 credits, if the other side won, she wouldn't lose, but she wouldn't gain much either. After pondering for a moment, she finally said, I can only allow a maximum bet of 10,000 credits. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoyi was taken aback. She hadn't expected Su Chen to have that many credits. Betting it all really seemed a bit unfriendly. Well, then let's go with 10,000. Qin Ruoyi nodded. The JK girl nodded. 10,000 credits, even if she lost, she could afford it. Soon, she helped Qin Ruoyi place the bet. Immediately after, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, she left. After returning to Su Chen's side, Qin Ruoyi handed him the credit card and said, the maximum bet is 10,000 credits. Upon hearing this, Su Chen did not take the credit card but instead said with a hint of regret, is that so? What a pity. I'll leave the credit card in your care. Su Chen smiled slightly and walked towards the viewing area of the Imperial Capital Academy. Hearing this, Qin Ruoyi was taken aback, then thought of something. Her ears felt a bit hot, and she felt a little happy inside. She then jogged to catch up. After the two arrived at the viewing area of the Imperial Capital Academy, it was a long wait. People from other academies were arriving one after another. Until, after finishing lunch, everyone finally gathered. The joint competition of the 4 schools was officially announced to begin. Of course, before starting, a lengthy speech was essential. The person responsible for hosting the joint competition of the 4 schools was the vice president of Shangjing Academy, Yang Luke. Today is the 59th joint competition of the 4 schools, and I am honored that it is once again my turn to host it at Shangjing University. However, it is unfortunate that the deans of the 4 major schools are not present this time. I believe many of you know the specific reasons, and we don't have much time left, so everyone must bring out your strongest abilities in the upcoming matches. This is not just a competition, it is also a trial, and even a real battle. I hope everyone takes it seriously. And then, 10,000 words omitted here, alright, I won't say much more. Now I will announce the competition rules. As before, it will be divided into 1v1 dueling matches, 2v2 team draw matches, and finally the 4-school team competition. The unknown arena competition is divided into 2 sides. The attackers and the defenders. Each person is only allowed to participate in 1 match. The first one to step onto the stage becomes the champion, and being knocked off the stage means elimination. The victor then becomes the champion and can continue to challenge the attackers. Winning a match earns 10 points. In the team draw competition, each group is only allowed one match and the victors earn 20 points. Finally, there is the group competition among the 4 academies. As the name suggests, 40 participants from the 4 major academies will enter a modified secret realm to compete. The victors earn 100 points, the second place earns 50 points, the third place earns 40 points, and the fourth place earns 30 points. As for the specific rules, I won't go into detail now. In the end, the academy with the most points will be crowned the champion of this joint competition among the 4 schools and will also host the next joint competition. And the MVP among the victors, that is, the one with the highest score and contribution, will be the first place. Upon hearing this, the crowd below immediately began to discuss. This competition is different from the freshman competition in their own academies. This freshman competition has numerous rules in various formats, including 1v1, team matches, and group competitions. They will face the top talents from the best academies in Huaxia. No one can be underestimated. Moreover, a good sense of teamwork is essential, because this is not a battle for one person. It is the glory of the team. This is quite extravagant, Su Chen mused, stroking his chin. He then turned to Qin Ruoi and said, "What do you think? Let's team up for 2v2 and wreak havoc together." Put. Hearing Su Chen's words, Qin Ruoi couldn't help but laugh. She then nodded. As for 1v1, Su Chen was confident that no one could defeat him, even without a fair fight. Participating in the freshman competition now felt like bullying children. After all, he was already at the 5th realm. It should be noted that only some seasoned veterans in the academy possess the strength of the 5th realm. Su Chen had just used the encyclopedia and looked around. It was already impressive to see a few at the 4th realm. Most were at the 3rd realm. To be honest, if it weren't for Su Chen having the Breath of Flame, breaking through to the 5th realm would probably be a bit difficult. The Breath of Flame not only accelerated the absorption of essence stones but also refined the purity of his mental strength and the capacity of mental strength within his body. This was the real reason Su Chen could break through to the 5th realm. At this moment, Yang Luke on the stage let the crowd discuss for a while before continuing. This afternoon's competition will mainly be the 1v1 arena matches. There are 4 arenas on the field, which can be freely contested but cannot be contested among members of the same academy. It's very simple. I won't say much more, everything that needs to be announced has been announced, so, the first match, the arena competition, officially begins. As soon as Yang Luke's voice fell, a holographic projection appeared in the air above the playground, divided into 2 parts. One part displayed the names of all participants and their current points. The other part showed the rankings of the 4 major academies and their current points. No ranking yet Beijing University, 0 no ranking yet Capital University, 0 no ranking yet Magic City University, 0 no ranking yet Huaqing University, 0. Meanwhile, some people had already started rushing towards the arena. They knew that the first one to go up would become the champion. In just a moment, all 4 arenas had someone occupying them. Coincidentally, each academy had occupied one arena. On the side of Capital Academy, it was Wang Dongxing who went up. Soon, challenges began one after another. Lu Qingyue jumped onto an occupied arena to compete with the opponent. Others also jumped onto the arena controlled by Wang Dongshan. A great battle was about to break out. Su Chen did not go up. He wanted to observe for a while longer. Even if he wanted to go up now, there was no space left. The battles on all 4 arenas had already begun. The scene was intense. Various visually striking skills emerged one after another. Come on, Xia Che. Go, my god. 1 against 10. Go, brother, holy shit, take them down. The spectators from various academies around were continuously shouting and cheering. Soon, the first person to score points appeared. With a loud bang, a figure was suddenly sent flying out from the first arena. Upon seeing this, the people from Shangjing University immediately shouted, "Xia Che Dan is awesome. Magic City University is nothing like this. My brother Xia Che Dan is still the best." That's right. The first person to score points was Xia Che Dan from Shangjing Academy. SS level talent. And the one who was defeated was from Magic City University. The leaderboard on the holographic projection above the playground was instantly refreshed. Rank 1, Shangjing University, 10 no rank yet Imperial Capital University, 0 no rank yet Magic City University, 0 no rank yet Huaqing University, 0 at this moment. Seeing their companion defeated, someone from Magic City University gritted their teeth and charged forward again. Let me have a go at you. In an instant, the 2 on the first arena clashed once more. As time passed, the points on the leaderboard kept refreshing. Wang Dongsheng also defeated 2 people but was defeated by the third. The opponent was not only strong, but after several rounds, Wang Dongsheng's mental energy was also exhausted, which led to his defeat. Thus, the second arena where Wang Dongsheng was located was successfully occupied by people from Shangjing University. Lin Pingji, seeing this, leaped towards the second arena with his sword, wanting to reclaim it. At this time, Lu Qingyue was also defeated after defeating one person. Meanwhile, the only team without any losses was Huaqing University. They did not challenge other arenas but simply guarded their fourth arena. At this moment, Ho Lixie on the fourth arena had already defeated two people. Bang! At this time, another person flew out from the fourth arena. It was someone from Imperial Capital Academy. At this point, Imperial Capital Academy had already eliminated 3 contestants in the first round. Seeing this, the people from Imperial Capital Academy hurriedly surrounded him to help him up. The opponent is very strong, SS-level talent. Reached the fourth realm. The eliminated contestant coughed twice and said. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. The fourth realm. It seemed that only Qin Ruoi and Su Chen had reached the fourth realm here. I'm going, Qin Ruoi said, preparing to walk towards the fourth arena. Just then, a hand grabbed her. Qin Ruoi turned her head to look at Su Chen, her eyes filled with confusion. Su Chen smiled slightly. Let me handle this. Hearing this, Qin Ruoi nodded and softly said, then be careful. Su Chen smiled and nodded, then pushed off with his feet and jumped onto the fourth arena. This scene immediately attracted countless gazes. Everyone, look, it's Su Chen. Su Chen is on stage. He's going to PK with the new champion of Huaqing Academy. Su Chen is also the new champion. What kind of sparks will fly between them? Will it be Su Chen's victory or Ho Lixie's defeat? Su Chen will definitely win. I believe in Su Chen. My brother Ho Lixie will definitely win. Su Chen is just using some tricks. Right. Even if the opponent has killed gods before, it was just using a divine artifact. If my brother Ho Lixie had that, it would be fine. Ho Lixie, be careful of the opponent's bricks and clones. The surrounding shouts kept coming, all giving Ho Lixie advice. To these voices, Ho Lixie remained indifferent, his expression serious as he looked at the smiling Su Chen. Before coming, the mentor had told him that the biggest threat this time was Su Chen, and had already helped him analyze the opponent's skills. He just didn't expect to encounter him so soon. And Su Chen's choice of this arena was not without reason, mainly because he had his eyes on the opponent. Of course, it wasn't the person he was interested in, but the opponent's skills. Su Chen looked at the other person with a benevolent expression, smiling as he said, I can let you rest for a while to regain some mental energy so that when we fight later, you can summon more exotic beasts. Because I'm a person who values martial ethics and enjoys fair sparring. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the audience erupted in excitement. Oh my! Su Chen is really upholding martial ethics. He even gave Ho Lixie time to recover. Such a man is really handsome. What he just said went straight to my heart. If I'm going to marry, it has to be Su Chen. Hearing these praises for Su Chen, the people from the Imperial Capital Academy couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They knew that during the freshman competition, Su Chen had become notorious throughout the school for being unyielding. No martial ethics. Wang Dongxing even wanted to curse, but fortunately, he held back. After all, this was the honor of the team. Lu Qingyue looked at Ho Lixie with a hint of sympathy in her eyes, as if she already knew what would happen next. Just thinking about that feeling of exhaustion was terrifying. At this moment, Ho Lixie on the stage heard Su Chen's words and showed a hint of surprise on his face. However, he still nodded in agreement, sitting cross-legged on the arena to begin his recovery. Facing Su Chen, he had to give it his all. Since the other party had given him this opportunity, he wouldn't refuse it out of his own arrogance. The teachers from Huaqing University appreciated Ho Lixie's behavior. If it were some arrogant and ill-tempered individuals, they would surely think Su Chen was humiliating them upon hearing his words. Thus, in a state of insufficient mental energy, they would directly attack Su Chen. But Ho Lixie was very rational. He knew that after defeating 3 opponents, his mental energy had already been greatly depleted, and he wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Seeing that the other party had started to recover, Su Chen took out some energy stones from his spatial ring and smiled. Do you have enough energy stones? I have plenty here. Ho Lixie, who was recovering his mental energy, was instantly bewildered by Su Chen's enthusiastic gesture. What kind of trick was this? Aren't we opponents? Is this really necessary? Thinking this, Ho Lixie waved his hand with a smile, saying, no need. Su classmate, I still have some, thank you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen sighed and had to put the energy stones away. Su Chen is too nice. He must be a warm-hearted guy. Yeah. Not only did he give Ho Lixie time to rest, but he also provided energy stones for free. This is simply too much martial ethics, too warm. I just wonder if he has a girlfriend. Some female classmates looked at Su Chen with sparkling eyes, their waists twisting wildly. Meanwhile, the people from the Imperial Capital Academy were internally mocking. Although they didn't know why Su Chen was doing this, they were sure that Holyshia would be in big trouble later. 10 minutes passed. Except for Arena 4, the other arenas were in fierce battles. The rankings were constantly shifting, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone wanted to fight for the first place. Currently, the ranking still had Shangjing University in the lead. Rank 1, Shangjing University, 40. Rank 2, Imperial Capital University, 30. Rank 3, Hucking University, 30. Rank 4, Modi University, 30. At present, the university with the most participants was still Hucking University. They were playing very conservatively. Not a single person had been eliminated. They were only defending Arena 4 and not attacking the other arenas. The university with the most eliminations was Modi University, which had already lost 6 participants. The second was the Imperial Capital Academy, with 5 eliminated. Shangjing Academy had only lost 2 participants. Among them, Xia Che had single-handedly defeated 4 opponents. He only lost after exhausting his mental energy. This immediately caused deafening cheers and screams. At this moment, the battles in the other 3 arenas were still intense. Qin Ruoi didn't know when she had stepped onto the arena. Her opponent was an SS-level awakened being from Shangjing Academy. For a moment, the battle was intense and evenly matched. Just then, Holyshia from Ring 4 stood up, instantly drawing the attention of most people again. Was the fight finally about to begin? A glimmer of excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. Let's start, Holyshia said with a serious expression, demonstrating good martial ethics. Watching University, Holyshia. He also wanted to see just how strong this Godslayer really was. Was he as fierce as the rumors suggested? Su Chen smiled slightly and responded, Daijing University, Su Chen. As he spoke, he brought up his opponent's system panel. Name, Holyshia Realm. For Realm's talent, SSS skill, Call of the Ancients defense, 115, stamina, 115, strength, 120, agility, 125 mental power, 220. Su Chen's lips curled up subtly. He had finally encountered another summoner. If his opponent wasn't a summoner, Su Chen would have taken him down in 3 moves without wasting time waiting for him to recover. At that moment, Holyshia had already begun to summon quickly. Undead Legion, he shouted, and a black magic circle rose beneath his feet. In the next second, countless black skeletons wielding black swords emerged from the magic circle. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was very excited. He couldn't help but want to dance. As expected of an SS-level summoner, not only were there summoned creatures stronger than those summoned by Lu Qingyue, but there were also more of them. Meanwhile, the black undead skeletons were gathering in increasing numbers. The next moment, Holyshia shouted, Charge! Instantly, a swarm of undead skeletons rushed towards Su Chen, their bloodless mouths making a creak-creak sound. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he drew out the transformed magic knife, Shenrun. He then swung it horizontally. Crack, 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 ding. Skill points 10 from the undead skeleton, brick proficiency 10 ding. Skill points 10 from the undead skeleton, brick proficiency 10 ding. From the undead skeleton, this strike directly cleaved countless undead skeletons in half, their black bones instantly falling apart with a crisp sound. Su Chen had originally planned to use an AK or a rocket launcher. But after thinking it over, this was the academy, and his marksmanship wasn't accurate, which could easily harm innocents, so he opted for the magic knife, Shenrun. Seeing the system's prompt, Su Chen was somewhat puzzled as to why the skill points and proficiency only increased by 10. Wasn't a kill supposed to grant 200? Hiss! The crowd gasped at this scene. What kind of knife is this? It's too sharp. Isn't Su Chen's weapon a brick? When did he switch to a knife? That knife seems to have a lot of cracks and emits a blue light. It looks like a broken knife, yet it's so sharp, it must be something extraordinary. The audience below began to discuss among themselves. Holyshia, seeing this, showed no signs of panic and waved his sleeve. In the next second, the bones on the ground bizarrely reassembled. Soon, they transformed back into complete undead skeletons. Seeing this, Su Chen understood why the skill points only increased by 10. It turned out he hadn't truly killed them. Indeed, an SS-level talent summoner should not be underestimated. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen decided to use the breath of fire. After all, undead creatures were most afraid of flames. With the fiery magic knife, Shenrun, he would definitely be able to kill these skeletons. Moreover, this was not ordinary fire. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, fiery patterns crawled up Su Chen's cheeks. At the same time, the magic knife, Shenrun, ignited in fierce flames. It was like a blade of blazing fire. Immediately, Su Chen's body sank, his legs spread apart, and he bent down. In the next instant, Su Chen pushed off with his feet, charging forward like a cannonball. He swung his sword, a blade of flame, several meters wide, instantly split the air. The flames on the blade crackled fiercely. Whoosh! More than half of the undead skeletons were instantly cut in half at the waist. The moment the flames touched the bones of the undead skeletons, it was as if they had encountered some great tonic. The flames opened wide like a bloodthirsty maw, fiercely devouring the enemy. Ding! Skill points from the undead skeleton 200, brick proficiency 100 ding. Skill points from the undead skeleton 200, brick proficiency 100 ding. Skill points from the undead skeleton. Hearing this delightful sound, Su-chan couldn't help but smile. At this moment, many more undead skeletons were charging towards him. Su-chan moved with incredible agility, weaving through the crowd of skeletons. Every slash he made was extraordinarily magnificent. Not far away, Holisha watched this scene with a somewhat grim expression. He never expected that Su-chan actually had the means to kill his undead skeletons. However, Holisha remained calm. His strength was not limited to this. He then raised his hands high and shouted, "Come forth, undead dragon!" As his voice fell, a massive black magic circle suddenly appeared in the air. Roar! A deafening sound erupted from the magic circle. The next moment, a black dragon, entirely made of bones, flapped its enormous wings and soared into the sky. Its eye sockets contained only two blue flames, resembling ghostly fire. It was a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Holisha pushed off the ground with great force and jumped directly onto the back of the undead dragon. Seeing this, the audience below erupted in astonished gasps. Oh my god, Holisha can even summon a dragon. He's directly transforming into a dragon knight. So fierce, so cool. I wonder if Su-chan can handle this. The crowd's eyes were wide with excitement. With most of the students focused on the fourth arena. Even the teachers and vice deans from various academies were watching the fourth arena. Because the two people on the fourth arena were the top freshmen from two major academies. Many also wanted to see the true strength of Su-chan, who possessed an SSS talent. On stage, Su-chan made a fierce downward slash of flames, taking out the last undead skeleton. Then, narrowing his eyes slightly, he looked at the undead dragon in the sky. Sensing the dragon's aura, Su-chan smirked, not bad, but just a little bit. Roar! At that moment, the undead dragon roared angrily at Su-chan below. It then opened its gaping maw, gathering a blue light within. The next moment, a fierce breath of the dragon shot towards Su-chan. Bang! Suddenly, a bright red brick fell from the sky, smashing hard into the dragon's face. The breath was instantly cut off. At the same time, Su-chan's figure flickered and he directly teleported behind Holisha. Before Holisha could react, he felt a tremendous force coming from behind. Bang! With a powerful kick, Holisha was sent tumbling off the dragon's back. Immediately, Su-chan waved his hand, and the brick instantly returned to his grasp. The next moment, the brick transformed into the magic blade Thousand Edges. In midair, Su-chan took advantage of the moment to gather power into the blade. Then he slashed down fiercely. With the enhancement of flames, the blade easily broke through the dragon's skeletal defenses. Clang! A line of fire appeared on the dragon's body, and the next moment, that line of fire suddenly spread outwards. In an instant, it engulfed the entire dragon. Ding! Skill points from the undead dragon 200, brick proficiency 100 at this moment. As Su-chan descended, the magic blade Thousand Edges still maintained the posture of the recent slash. A long flame, like a rainbow, pierced down from above. It resembled a waterfall of fire. With a loud bang, Su-chan landed steadily. All of this happened in just 3 breaths. This seamless and fluid series of actions left everyone around in awe. This combination attack is too magnificent, too cool. First a brick, then a kick to Holisha, and then a slash to slay the giant dragon. It seems simple, but in reality, there are so many details. Yeah. 1 minute on stage, 60 seconds off stage. Even Su-chan's landing posture is so cool. Yes. A bunch of sycophants. I bet they think even his farts smell good. At this moment, Holixi's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. The undead giant dragon was the strongest undead creature he could summon at the moment. Its explosive power and defense were top-notch. However, Su-chan's seemingly casual slash easily broke through its defenses. The opponent's strength was truly unfathomable. Holisha kept pondering countermeasures when suddenly he seemed to catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Is it an illusion? Holisha murmured. He had just seen Su-chan seemingly swallow, and his face looked a bit pale. Could it be that he had actually sustained internal injuries during the previous battle? And with so many skills being unleashed, his mental energy must be running low. Now he was acting nonchalant, but in reality, he didn't want to let himself be discovered. Moreover, he was now standing still, catching his breath, and not attacking him immediately, clearly recovering in secret. With this thought, Holixi's eyes lit up. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope for victory. Up until now, he hadn't taken much damage, just consumed a lot of mental energy. With this in mind, he shouted, 3,000 undead. Appear! Come forth, undead giant dragon. Come forth, undead giant dragon. In an instant, Holisha summoned a horde of undead skeletons and several undead giant dragons. He was ready to go all out. After this wave of summoning, his mental energy was nearly depleted. His face was somewhat pale. Whether he could win depended on this wave. The audience below also understood the situation on stage, their emotions tense. However, on the side of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lu Qinghua had a strange expression on her face, as if she saw a reflection of her former self. At this moment, Su Chen on stage's eyes brightened, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He had just intentionally swallowed a mouthful of saliva, showing a pale face, to create the illusion that he was on the verge of collapse, making the opponent feel there was still a chance. Otherwise, if the opponent surrendered directly, Su Chen wouldn't even get to earn any skill points. It was clear that the opponent had taken the bait. First, give them a glimmer of hope, then deliver despair. If someone knew Su Chen's thoughts at this moment, they would definitely curse him for being shameless. First, give the opponent some hope, then deliver despair. This tactic was indeed a bit underhanded. At this point, Su Chen had already charged into the horde of undead creatures, like a ravenous beast, crazily slashing at the undead skeletons. The flames on the magic blade Thousand Edges seemed to be extremely excited, dancing nimbly along the blade. Roar! At this moment, several giant dragons in the sky roared in unison, unleashing their dragon breath towards Su Chen. The overwhelming pressure from the dragon breath rushed towards everyone, making them gasp in fear. Seeing this, Su Chen remained calm and released Burning Butt. With Su Chen having reached the fifth realm, the power of Burning Butt had significantly increased. Moreover, fire was the nemesis of undead creatures. So, in just an instant, the flames engulfed one of the undead giant dragons. Immediately after, he used the soul of the sixth to teleport behind another undead giant dragon, chasing stars with Thousand Edges. The magic blade Thousand Edges disassembled and extended. In an instant, a massive flame appeared in the sky. Everyone in the audience felt the heat wave. Then, with a single slash, the range of this slash directly covered all the giant dragons in the air. Clang! In an instant, all the undead giant dragons were split in half. Coupled with the flame's consumption, there was no possibility of resurrection. Ding! Skill points from the undead giant dragon 200, brick proficiency 100 ding. Skill points from the undead giant dragon 200, brick proficiency 100 ding. From this wasn't over yet, Su Chen used the time in midair to dodge the attacks from the undead skeletons below. Then, with a thought, the demon blade Thousand Edges instantly disintegrated into 1,000 fragments. Sweep across the thousands. The moment the words fell, the light blue fragments shot downwards like bullets. Each piece glowed with blue and red light, racing by like shooting stars. Whoosh 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 whoosh. This was an enhanced version of Sweep Across the Thousands, not only possessing the original abilities of the Demon Blade Thousand Edges but also infused with the fire attribute of Breath of Flame. Each fragment accurately struck the undead skeletons. They were recklessly harvesting below. Then, the moment Su Chen landed from the air, all the surrounding undead skeletons were completely annihilated. The efficiency was extremely high. Hiss! The onlookers around gasped in shock. Too powerful. Terrifying indeed. Puff! Seeing this scene, Holy Xie immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not from anger, but from backlash. He had summoned too many undead creatures at once, and with all of them perishing, he faced the backlash. Moreover, at this moment, his mental energy was already exhausted, unable to withstand the force of the backlash. Suddenly, everything went black before him, and he collapsed. Upon seeing this, some around sighed, while others cheered. Wow! Su Chen won. His moves are so cool. He's directly cool in my. At the peak of humanity, shining in the world, my husband Su Chen can become an immortal. At this moment, the referee saw this and immediately arranged for someone to carry Holy Xie down. On the side of Hucking Academy, some people turned red with anger. I want to avenge brother Holy Xie. The fourth arena is ours. No way. Su Chen is too strong. Let's seize other arenas instead. Humph. Brother Holy Xie fought him. His mental energy must be low now. This is the best time to go up. Right. Otherwise, if he recovers, no one will be a match for him. The remaining 9 from Hucking Academy had differing opinions. Some thought they should give up this arena. Others believed they should take advantage of Su Chen's moment of weakness and defeat him with a wheel battle. Humph, I'll go first. At this moment, a burly figure leaped directly onto the fourth arena. Seeing this, the people from Hucking University stopped discussing and all looked towards the arena. It's Brother Luo. Go, Brother Luo. You must defeat Su Chen. The people from Hucking University kept cheering. Su Chen, seeing the newcomer, first glanced at his attribute panel. SS level lightning type. Su Chen sighed lightly. He wasn't a summoner. Since that was the case, he decided not to play around and planned to quickly end the battle. With that thought, Su Chen signaled to the other party with a glance. The other party nodded. The next moment, both charged towards each other fiercely. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce battle. The crackling of lightning, the blade aura of the demon blade thousand edges splattering everywhere. At this moment, Su Chen, who was slashing out a strike, yawned. He thought for a moment that it would be better not to kill the opponent instantly. After all, the other party was at least an SS-level awakened lightning user. If he killed him directly, it would be somewhat demoralizing. If this incident caused the other party's will to collapse and hinder their cultivation, that would be bad. Su Chen didn't want to take the blame for that. At this time, the onlookers watched the two fighting so fiercely on the stage, constantly discussing. Brother Luo is the second place in our academy's freshman competition. His strength is only second to Ho Lixie. Defeating Su Chen should be no problem, right? It should be fine. Look, Su Chen is retreating while fighting, clearly struggling to hold on. Someone scratched their head and muttered, "Really? Didn't I just see him yawn?" Bang! Suddenly, accompanied by a loud sound, a figure was sent flying from the fourth arena. The crowd was astonished. Su Chen had won again. This time, they didn't even see how Su Chen defeated his opponent. It was as if, in the midst of the fight, that person just flew out. On the stage, Su Chen had his hands on his hips, twisting his slightly sore waist, and was about to sit down when another person jumped onto the ring. It's Li Si. Li Si can definitely defeat Su Chen. After all, Hogo and Luo Xiong must have drained a lot of Su Chen's mental energy. That's right, he just twisted his waist. He must have heard it. He probably can't last much longer. Yes. Even if we have to do a wheel battle, we will exhaust Su Chen. Go, Li Si. The people from Hucking University began to cheer again, determined to drive Su Chen off the fourth ring. Hearing these words, Su Chen's mouth twitched, and then he looked at Li Si, who had just come up. SS level, fire type. Sigh. It's not a summoning type. Su Chen let out a slight sigh of regret. 3 minutes later, with two loud thuds, Li Si was sent flying out. Su Chen was still very considerate, not immediately killing his opponent. Instead, he casually exchanged a couple of moves, giving the other side some face. Wang Air. Challenge. Just then, as Li Si was just knocked off the stage, another person jumped onto the ring. There was no gap in the transition, giving Su Chen no chance to catch his breath. Not long after. At this time, the rankings of the four major academies showed the Imperial Capital Academy leading the way. Rank 1, Imperial Capital Academy, 120. Rank 2, Shangjing Academy, 70. Rank 3, Modu Academy, 60. Rank 4, Hucking University, 30. Qinrui also lost after participating in 4 battles. This left Su Chen somewhat puzzled. Logically, with emergency food available, she shouldn't have lost so quickly. Even if injured, she could recover quickly. After thinking about it, the only possibility was that she encountered some awakened ones who could drag things out. They must have exhausted Qinrui's mental energy. After all, emergency food can't restore mental energy. Over at Hucking University, they were still stubbornly fighting for the fourth ring. They had been blinded by reason, as if they were determined to reclaim this stage. Many of them had gone up, but all had been defeated. However, they firmly believed that next time they would definitely defeat Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had already fought so many matches, his mental energy must be running low. Su Chen has already fought 5 matches. Look at him now, sitting directly on the ground. He must be done for. Right. He will definitely lose the next match. Who will go? I'll go. Good. Let's not give Su Chen a chance to catch his breath. He can't last much longer. I don't believe his mental energy isn't exhausted. A few people from Hucking Academy whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, a vice president sitting in the leadership seat sighed at this scene. She was Su Yu, the vice president of Hucking Academy. If Ho Lixie were still conscious, he definitely wouldn't have hung himself on a tree on the fourth ring. Instead, he would have commanded them to seize other rings. Thinking of this, Su Yu let out a soft sigh. Her arrangement was also flawed. She shouldn't have let Ho Lixie take the stage first. After all, he was the captain of this team. Most importantly, Su Yu didn't expect that Ho Lixie would faint directly. This also led to Hucking Academy having no one to command, a headless group. Not long after. On the side of the Imperial Capital Academy, the only ones left who had not been eliminated were Su Chen and Bai Yuntao, each occupying a ring. The Shangjing Academy had only 2 people left. Modu University had 1 person remaining. Hucking University had 3 people left. Academy rankings: Rank 1, Imperial Capital Academy, 140. Rank 2, Shangjing Academy, 90. Rank 3, Modu Academy, 60. Rank 4, Hucking University. 30 individual rankings: Rank 1, Su Chen, 70. Rank 2, Qinrui, Xiaoche, 40. Rank 3, Ho Lixie, Wang Lufei. 30 Those who made it to the top 3 of the individual rankings were all outstanding figures from each academy's freshman competition. And Su Chen's 70 points all came from Hucking University. At this moment, Su Chen had already achieved a streak of 7. The highest record for the arena competition of the 4 academy joint tournament was a streak of 8. Therefore, most people's attention was focused on Arena 4, eager to see if Su Chen could break the record. At this time, only 3 participants from Huaqing University remained uneliminated, their faces flushed with frustration. They never expected Su Chen to last this long. Under the relentless onslaught of so many opponents, his mental energy had not yet depleted. "How about we switch to another arena?" someone whispered. "No way. Did the previous ones get eliminated for nothing?" "Exactly. They were eliminated just to help us wear down Su Chen's mental and physical strength. If we don't fight in this arena now, and another academy comes in and wins, what will happen? Won't that be like making clothes for someone else? We can't let our efforts go to waste. Even if we fight 100 more matches, I have a feeling Su Chen definitely won't last." "Then, fine, I'll go first." With that, another person rushed onto Arena 4. Their actions were reminiscent of playing a game late at night, thinking just one more win before bed, only to lose until dawn. 3 minutes later, bang! That person was sent flying out, rolling off the arena. The people around quickly rushed to help him up. I felt it. He's almost done. Just one more match. He definitely can't hold on." Upon hearing this, the last 2 remaining participants exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and said, "All right, let's have one last match." The very last match. At this moment, Su Chen on the arena was indeed feeling a bit tired. Mainly, it was mental fatigue. He could take down each opponent in an instant, but to give them a final bit of dignity, Su Chen had been exchanging blows for 3 minutes with each one. He had to control the strength and angle of his attacks. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might accidentally knock someone off the arena. However, he couldn't act too fake either, as that would make it seem like he was humiliating his opponents. At the same time, Su Chen was a bit confused. He hadn't done anything to these people from Huaqing Academy, so why were they all coming at him? There were 3 other arenas they could go to, yet they insisted on stubbornly fighting here. Su Chen couldn't understand and scratched his head. Just then, another person came up. Su Chen sighed, another one from Huaqing Academy. Following that, Su Chen first glanced at the opponent's skills. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. It seemed that among the people from Huaqing Academy this time, only Holicia was a summoner. 3 minutes later, a figure was once again sent flying out of Arena 4. Seeing this, the last person from Huaqing Academy's face turned red, and he leaped onto the stage, shouting, "I'm going all out with you." On the other side, Su watched this scene and shook her head, unable to bear to look. Meanwhile, the unconscious Holicia finally woke up under the treatment of a wood-type awakener. The first thing he asked upon waking was, "What's our score?" Lisi replied, 30, "but in this match, we will definitely defeat Su Chen." Holicia glanced at his classmate who was fighting Su Chen on the arena and nodded, not thinking too much. Perhaps he had only been unconscious for a few minutes, so the score was still as much as he had just earned. He then asked, "How many of us are left uneliminated?" One person said, "Just that one on the arena. Su Chen is too strong. Even with so many of us in a wheel battle, he still has mental energy." Another added, "Yeah. But in this match, Su Chen definitely can't hold on. Don't worry, Hogu, we will help you take revenge." Upon hearing this, Holixi's eyes widened in shock, and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, darkness enveloping his vision again as his neck tilted, and he fainted. This time, it was truly a case of anger overwhelming him. "Hogu, what's wrong with you? Doctor, where's the doctor? Come quickly. Hogu has fainted again." Wow, at that moment, the entire venue erupted in screams. Following the gaze of the crowd, it was clear that only Su Chen remained on the 4th arena. My god, Su Chen is amazing. 1 against 10. Not only did Su Chen break the record, but he also achieved 1 against 10, and it was against people from the same academy. This is unbelievable. I want to give birth to Su Chen. The audience continued to scream, filled with excitement. On stage, Su Chen felt the cheers of countless girls below, as if he were standing at the pinnacle of his life. With a slight smile, he said, "I'm just a legend, don't be infatuated with me." As soon as these words were spoken, another wave of screams erupted from his many little fans. Only the people from the Imperial Capital Academy had strange expressions. Wang Dongxing cursed under his breath, "Don't be a show-off." Xin Rui's lips twitched. Only the people from Huqing Academy looked pale. They had actually been defeated 1 against 10. At this moment, only 2 contestants remained uneliminated in the entire venue, Su Chen and Wang Lufei from Magic City University. It goes without saying that the final showdown of the arena duel would be between the 2 of them. Su Chen also noticed the holographic projection above the playground and was somewhat surprised. It was astonishing that only 1 person was left standing. He then turned to look at the other arena. There, Wang Lufei's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. However, what surprised everyone was that Wang Lufei chose not to fight. He actually walked off the stage directly. Walking off the stage meant that the opponent could no longer come up, because each person only had 1 chance to compete on stage. This also meant that Wang Lufei had given up the opportunity to challenge Su Chen. Seeing this scene, the vice president of Magic City University looked at Wang Lufei with appreciation. Wang Lufei knew in his heart that after fighting 6 people, his own mental energy was nearly depleted. The chances of winning against Su Chen were very slim. Therefore, he made a very wise choice to not fight. Not fighting would not deduct points, and the opponent would not gain points either. After all, this was not the freshman competition. It wasn't necessary to determine a champion. This was a team competition, and what mattered was the final score. At this moment, Su Chen was also taken aback, not expecting the opponent to back down. But it was fine, since the opponent was not a summoner, there was no need to waste time. With that thought, Su Chen also stepped down from the arena and returned to the viewing area of the Imperial Capital Academy. Su Chen, you are really amazing. Bai Yuntao gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Even he, with his S-level talent, had gone up to the arena and was directly defeated, not having beaten a single person. One can imagine the value of this joint competition among the 4 schools. None of them were useless. Su Chen smiled slightly and replied, just average, world number 1. Beside him, Wang Dongxing crossed his arms and muttered, don't be a show-off. At this moment, Yan Luke on the high platform signaled for everyone to be quiet, then smiled and spoke, today's Unknown Arena competition was truly spectacular. I can clearly feel that you all have improved significantly compared to the participants of the last session. And we have a record-breaking Su Chen, 1 against 10. This deserves our applause. Clap clap clap. After a round of enthusiastic applause, Yang Luke continued, next, I will announce today's rankings. Academy rankings, Rank 1, Imperial Capital Academy, 170 Rank 2, Shangjing Academy, 110 Rank 3, Magic City Academy, 90 Rank 4, Hucking University, 30 Individual rankings, Rank 1, Su Chen, 100 Rank 2, Wang Lufei, 60 Rank 3, Qin Rui, Xiaoche, 40 Rank 4, Holy Xie. As everyone can see, the Imperial Capital Academy has truly exceeded expectations this time, having already scored a high of 170 in the first round. The other academies need to work hard. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the 10 contestants from Shangjing Academy. After all, he was also a teacher at the Shangjing Academy, and of course, he hoped that his students would win the final victory. Alright, then let's call it a day for the first round of the competition. Tomorrow we will have the team draw for the second round, so everyone should go back and rest well to prepare for the next match. As he finished speaking, warm applause erupted around, marking the end of today's competition. People gradually began to disperse. Most of those who came to watch the competition chose not to return to their cities but instead found hotels near the academy to stay. After all, there were still competitions in the next couple of days. This led to all the hotels near Shangjing Academy being fully booked. Those who hadn't made reservations in advance basically couldn't find a place to stay. They could only sleep on the streets, under bridges, or at subway entrances. As for the participating academies, Shangjing Academy had already prepared hotels for the contestants from the other 3 academies. 1 academy per hotel. And they were all 5-star hotels. That's how extravagant it was. The hotel was not very far from Shangjing Academy, just a kilometer away. By the time they arrived at the hotel, the sky had slowly darkened. Lin Keqing said, everyone performed well today. We will be staying here for the next 2 days, so if anything comes up, feel free to contact me. With that, Lin Keqing distributed the room cards to the 10 people. The security here is also quite good, so you can rest assured staying here. Lin Keqing said with a smile. After all, the nearby residents were the elites of the 4 major academies, the future hopes of Huaxia. How could the security not be strict? If anything happened to these kids, they would all share the responsibility. However, in all the years of the 4 academy joint competition, no divine disciples had dared to show up, because it gathered not only the new elite but also the top combat forces from each academy. The difference this time was that in the past, the 4 deans would be present. But this time only the vice deans were here. However, the 4 vice deans at the 7th realm were enough to intimidate those divine disciples. Everyone nodded, took the room cards, and then Lin Keqing arranged a sumptuous dinner. After eating, they each returned to their rooms. Su Chen's room was 518, and Qin Rui was next door in 519. Not bad, this hotel. Truly extravagant. Su Chen sighed as he sat on the soft big bed. This was also his first time staying in a 5-star hotel. Not only was the environment great, but the view outside the window was also top-notch. Moreover, the room even had a swing and a hammock. Su Chen first took a hot shower, then jumped into the soft big bed. So comfortable. Su Chen sighed as he lay on the bed. He then pulled up the system panel, ready to check his achievements for today. There should be a lot, right? After all, he had killed so many undead creatures. At least 100, right? Skill points, 23570 God level brick proficiency. 2153010000000. The moment he saw the skill points, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, that was almost as much as he earned during the Beast Tide. Last time during the Beast Tide, he only earned 20,000 skill points, but this time it was almost the same. Truly worthy of being an SS-level summoning system. He wondered if he would encounter anything like this again. After thinking this, Su Chen chuckled and prepared to draw some skills first, then use the rest for upgrades. Encyclopedia, start the lottery, ding. Successfully consumed 10,000 skill points. Please choose one from the following three options. Option 1, self-repair. The host will automatically repair their body when injured. Option 2, golden ticket. There is a 10% chance of getting a free lottery chance each time a skill is drawn. Option 3, crazy Thursday. On Thursdays, all of the host's skill cooldowns are halved. After briefly looking at the three skills, Su Chen still chose the self-repair from last time. After all, he felt the other two were a bit lacking. The golden ticket cannot increase one's combat power, and it only offers a chance for a free lottery draw. Who knows if this system is like a certain messaging game, with its mysterious probabilities. As for option 3, it's only valid on Thursdays, and with only 4 days a month for skill reduction, that won't do. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, self-repair. Name, self-repair effect. When the host is injured, the body will automatically repair itself. The more severe the injury, the slower the repair, and it can also remove negative effects. Repair speed, 10 upgradable duration, none cooldown, none. Seeing the skill description, Su Chen nodded, not bad. Although it doesn't recover as quickly as emergency food, it's sufficient. Following that, Su Chen glanced at his skills, contemplated for a moment, and decided to continue upgrading the human nuclear bomb. After all, among all his skills, this one is one of the most useful. The most useful one is the summon friend, but for now, the clones are enough, so no need to upgrade. The explosion range of the human nuclear bomb is still quite small. With this in mind, Su Chen spoke up. Encyclopedia, upgrade human nuclear bomb. Ding! Selected human nuclear bomb, reduce 1 hour cooldown, costs 1000 skill points. Note, can reduce a maximum of 3 hours, increase explosion range. For every additional meter in radius, costs 2000 skill points. Then, Su Chen directly upgraded the human nuclear bomb to level 6, which means an increase of 6 meters in radius. The skill points were just enough. Ding! Successfully consumed 12,000 skill points. Upgraded human nuclear bomb, explosion radius 6 meters. Current explosion radius 15 meters. Not bad, not bad. A 15-meter explosion radius, which means a 30-meter diameter explosion range. Su Chen chuckled mischievously. Just then, his phone beside him chimed. Ding dong. It's already 11 o'clock. Are you still not asleep? Su Chen saw that the message was from Qin Ruoyi and muttered to himself. He then opened his phone to check. Qin Ruoyi, can you come to my room for a moment? Shai.jpg. Seeing this message, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Sending this message so late. Could it be? Su Chen seemed to think of something, his heart racing a bit. But is he the kind of person who just goes over casually? You say come, and I come? Su Chen, sure. Coming right now. Putting down his phone, Su Chen quickly jumped out of bed, walked out the door, and arrived next door. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened. Inside, Qin Ruoyi was wearing a loose-fitting nightgown, her fair long legs, delicate neck, and graceful figure fully visible. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and it seemed she had just taken a shower. Her face was slightly flushed, her cherry lips pouted slightly, and she blinked her big watery eyes at Su Chen. It felt like spring had arrived. Seeing her, Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then grinned and asked, "What's the matter calling me over so late? You come in first." Qin Ruoyi seemed particularly shy, directly pulling Su Chen into the room. Then she locked the door behind them. Qin Ruoyi's room smelled wonderful, just like the scent on her. Su Chen hadn't noticed this fragrance on her before. It must be the first time she used this perfume. Su Chen was pulled to the edge of the bed. Perhaps because they were too close, Su Chen felt a bit of heat in his body, and after calming down a little, he asked, "What exactly is the matter?" Su Chen felt that Qin Ruoyi was tempting him, but he had no evidence. The next moment, Qin Ruoyi's action made Su Chen's eyes widen in disbelief. She suddenly tackled Su Chen, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, her whole body pressing down on him. Su Chen could clearly feel the softness of her body and the grandeur in certain areas. Of course, it's to do what you want to do. Every smile in front of Qin Ruoyi seemed to enchant the heart, captivating and beautiful. This isn't good, right? There's a team competition tomorrow, and I'm not ready yet. Su Chen's face flushed as he stammered. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoyi let out a soft laugh, her smile enchanting. Then, with a playful pout, she said, "Shouldn't I be the one saying that? I, a girl, haven't said anything, so what, are you scared? You have the heart of a thief but not the courage." The two were very close, and Qin Ruoyi spoke softly, her breath warm against Su Chen's ear, like a feather gently brushing against his heart. It made him feel quite restless. Su Chen's body grew hotter, but fortunately, a wave of coolness soon swept over him, taking away that heat. This also cleared his mind significantly. This must be the effect of self-repair. At that moment, Shin Ruoi had already started to make her move, beginning to shed her clothes while also tugging at Su Chen's shirt. Wait, I think. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, the blushing Shin Ruoi pressed a finger against his lips. Biting her red lip, she whispered sweetly, "Don't speak, just this once, okay?" As she said this, she leaned in to kiss Su Chen. No. Su Chen's calm voice suddenly interrupted, tinged with a hint of indifference. At the same time, a put sound echoed, and Shin Ruoi's movements froze instantly. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked down. There, lying on the bed, Su Chen had a dagger in his hand, which he had plunged deep into her abdomen without her noticing. Su Chen, what are you doing? Shin Ruoi's voice trembled with a mix of fear and choking, the pain in her lower abdomen twisting her face. Fresh blood trickled down the dagger, staining a large portion of the white sheets red along Su Chen's arm. At that moment, Su Chen gripped her neck tightly, flipped over, stood up, and pressed her back onto the bed, then sneered, "Stop pretending. Quickly tell me, where is the real Shin Ruoi?" Su Chen had sensed something was off the moment he entered, but he hadn't thought much of it. However, when the self-repair mechanism began to activate, he realized that the fragrance was suspicious. Moreover, the real Shin Ruoi would never say those things. So, Su Chen directly accessed her system panel, and sure enough, the person in front of him was not Shin Ruoi, but a female spy from the East Ing country. Her skill was disguise. This might also explain why Shin Ruoi had quietly disappeared from here. The other party must have used the same method to transform into Su Chen's appearance and then tricked Shin Ruoi away. Only this method could avoid a fight, prevent the guards from noticing, and silently take someone away. What are you talking about? I am Shin Ruoi, Su Chen. Shin Ruoi said with tear-filled eyes, appearing very pitiful. Seeing her still pretending, Su Chen's expression turned colder, and he tightened his grip. Still pretending? Feeling the pressure on her neck, Shin Ruoi suddenly found it hard to breathe, her hands desperately clawing at her neck, trying to break free from Su Chen's hold. She couldn't understand why Su Chen had seen through her flaw. She had done everything perfectly. Moreover, she had poisoned the room. How could Su Chen remain conscious without the antidote? If Su Chen hadn't just performed a skill extraction, he might have truly collapsed here. Now, thinking back, Su Chen felt a bit of fear. The other party's disguise was too strong. Not only did they sound the same, but their figures were identical. The only flaw was probably in the words spoken. It was this flaw that allowed Su Chen to open her attribute panel. One could only say that she hadn't learned enough. If she could truly mimic language and body movements perfectly, it would be a different story. Out of trust for Shin Ruoi, Su Chen wouldn't casually check her attribute panel. If she did, she would really fall into the other party's trap. At that moment, Shin Ruoi realized that her cover was blown, and with a fierce expression, she gritted her teeth. With a crack, blood began to pour from her mouth. By the time Su Chen reacted, the other party was already dead. Wow, that was ruthless. The effect of the drug is way too fast. Su Chen released her grip and swiftly pulled out the dagger. Instantly, a wave of flames engulfed her entire body, consuming her completely. I didn't get to ask anything, and now I've lost 300 skill points, Su Chen said with some regret. Su Chen couldn't understand why the people from the eastern Japan had suddenly targeted her. She hadn't provoked them at all. And they had also attacked Shin Ruoi. The last time Rihuan Gangban died, it shouldn't have been traced back to him. With that thought, Su Chen stopped pondering. The urgent matter now was to rescue Shin Ruoi. Immediately, Su Chen activated the soul of the sixth and teleported over. Meanwhile, on the other side, a lonely cruise ship sailed through the dark sea, with only the sound of crashing waves in the air. A wild party was happening on the cruise, colorful neon lights flashing on the deck, creating a lively atmosphere. Lord Jier, your plan is simply brilliant, a man said happily while savoring red wine. Using the ninjutsu we excel at in eastern Japan, transforming directly into Su Chen's appearance, successfully deceiving his girlfriend, and then taking care of Su Chen. Those foolish Huaxia people didn't even notice. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The man standing next to him, with a round face and prominent features, had a striking black mark above his mouth. He was definitely Mei Yujier. Hearing the praise, Mei Yujier said somewhat smugly, "Of course, and this time we even got a beautiful girl. Her looks. TSK. Just thinking about it excited him. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to act before being pulled out to party. Capturing Su Chen shouldn't be a problem. Let's return to eastern Japan and wait for news. Even if the agent fails, we can use his girlfriend to force him into a corner. I've had a bit too much to drink. You all continue. I'll take my leave first." Saying this, Mei Yujier rubbed his forehead and walked towards the back. The man, hearing this, revealed an understanding expression and called out, "Lord Jier, moderation. After saying that, he looked enviously at Mei Yujier's back and side. That kind of beauty made even him drool. If he could spend a night with her, he would be willing to die. As the saying goes, to die under the peony is to be a ghost with style. At this moment, Mei Yujier rubbed his hands together, excitedly entering a room. Finally, I can feast. I didn't expect there to be such beautiful women in Huaxia. Mei Yujier looked hungrily at the unconscious Qin Ruoyi on the bed. Gazing at her graceful, fair figure, his heart raced, and his blood surged. He couldn't hold back any longer and began to frantically remove his pants and clothes. Like a hungry wolf, he wished he could devour the beauty before him in one bite. At that moment, he wished he had a third hand. With two hands, he felt it was too slow to take off his pants. Seeing that the belt wouldn't come undone, he directly channeled his spiritual energy and, with a flick of his hand, cut the pants into pieces. 3 seconds later, Mei Yujier was completely undressed and then lunged onto the bed. Beauty, here I come. At the same time, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, and a figure appeared behind the bed. It was Su Chen. He first saw the fat, big-eared naked man lunging towards the bed, and then he spotted the unconscious Qin Ruoyi on the bed. The next moment, the temperature around him plummeted, as if the air was about to freeze. Su Chen had never been this angry before. His face was as dark as water. Without a second thought, he kicked towards Mei Yuji's groin with a foot filled with extreme rage. The speed of this kick was so fast it blurred, leaving a trail of after-images. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Mei Yuji's gaze had been fixed on Qin Ruoyi, completely oblivious to the presence of someone nearby. So, bang! His groin felt a tremendous force, followed by pain, excruciating pain. It felt as if it struck deep into his soul. Then came another bang, as Mei Yuji slammed violently against the wall of the room. On the deck, the man who had been chatting with Mei Yuji earlier heard the noise from the room and couldn't help but sigh. So violent, he doesn't understand how to cherish a woman at all. He suddenly felt a bit of pity for the woman. However, thinking about how Mei Yuji was inside seeking pleasure while he was outside drinking the northwest wind, he felt a bit of frustration. Why wasn't I the one in that room? No! He shouted helplessly at the vast sea, filled with rage. Inside the room, the intense pain twisted Mei Yuji's face into a grimace. He numbly looked down at his body, only to see it a bloody mess. Then he suddenly looked up, his face filled with terror as he stared at Su Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere. Why you? Who are you? Everyone on this ship is mine, Mei Yuji said in fear. He then tried to shout, help! Whoosh! Just as he was halfway through the word help, a brick flew in fiercely. It smashed into his mouth, pressing against his throat, rendering him unable to utter a word. At that moment, all his teeth shattered into pieces, flowing down his throat. Moreover, his mouth was torn open, blood gushing out. The intense pain shot through his nerves, but he couldn't even scream. At this moment, Su Chen's face was extremely grim as he stepped closer to Mei Yuji. He could imagine the consequences of arriving late. If he had been even a minute late, no, 10 seconds late, Qin Ruoyi might have suffered a terrible fate. Watching Su Chen approach step by step, Mei Yuji frantically kicked back towards the door, trying to escape for help. But alas, the raucous sounds of the party outside were too loud. No matter how much noise erupted in the room, no one would notice. Why are you attacking us? Su Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade, a chilling killing intent bursting forth. Right now, Su Chen wished he could directly kill the person in front of him. However, he still suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He needed to figure out why the other party was attacking them and who was behind it. Only by resolving everything could he eliminate future troubles. He understood that one must eradicate the roots, otherwise, they would sprout again with the spring breeze. Mei Yuji shook his head frantically, feeling Su Chen's killing intent. A chill surged from between his legs. Seeing that the other party was still being stubborn, Su Chen's expression turned angry, and he directly lunged forward. Slap! A loud sound echoed as Mei Yuji's cheek instantly swelled up. My patience is limited, I'll give you one last chance. Su Chen's voice was low, his fists clenched, as if he were about to smash a pig's head with a punch. Seeing this, Mei Yuji's face turned pale with fear, becoming even more flustered, tears almost spilling out. Seeing this, Su Chen's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the Japanese to possess such an indomitable spirit, refusing to speak even in this situation. Since that was the case, then let's just kill him. With that thought, he raised his fist and struck fiercely at Mei Yuji. This punch was immensely powerful, using all of Su Chen's strength. All his anger pouring out at that moment. This punch was enough to make the opponent's head explode. But just as it was about to make contact with Mei Yuji, a voice echoed in his mind. Encyclopedia, I really can't stand it anymore. How the hell can he talk if you block his mouth? How could I have such a stupid host? Sigh. In an instant, Su Chen understood. Oh, right. But at this point, it was too late for him to retract his fist. He could only turn sharply to the side. Bang! The punch, containing immense power, grazed past Mei Yujier's ear and landed heavily on the wall beside him. It was directly punched through by Su Chen. Fortunately, on the other side of the room was another room, and there was no one there. Mei Yujier was so scared that he lost control of his bowels, a foul smell spreading throughout the room. Su Chen awkwardly retracted his fist and pulled the brick out of Mei Yujier's mouth. At this moment, Mei Yujier was on the verge of tears, finally realizing. Speak. Why did you attack us? Su Chen gripped his neck, ready to snap it without hesitation if the other dared to shout. Mei Yujier didn't dare to play tricks, judging from the opponent's methods just now. Although he looked young, he was no pushover. Now, he can only come clean if he wanted a chance to live. ABA. As soon as Mei Yujier opened his mouth, he made a muffled sound. Su Chen frowned, somewhat displeased. Mei Yujier instantly shivered, struggling to adapt to speaking without teeth. At the same time, his tongue seemed to have been smashed into a pulp by the brick, his mouth filled with blood and broken teeth. He endured the pain to try to say something comprehensible. I am from the Sakura group. Ren, Lu. Lugua, im in the side, Li can't get out. Listening to the unclear words, Su Chen furrowed his brows tightly, taking a while to understand what was being said. People from the Sakura group? Su Chen remembered he hadn't heard of them before. Nor had he provoked them. Why did you attack us? Su Chen's tone intensified. At the same time, the grip in his hand tightened. Mei Yujier's face turned red as he gasped. You, upper-level mission. I don't know, let me go. The next moment, Mei Yujier felt the hands gripping his neck tighten even more. He instantly felt breathless, gritting his teeth as he said, I am telling the truth. You kill me, you won't escape either. The last sentence was almost shouted out with all his strength. But even with all his strength, the voice was pitifully small and unclear. Su Chen squinted his eyes. It seemed the other party wasn't lying. The Sakura group, he noted that down. Then he released Mei Yujier's neck. Seeing this, Mei Yujier felt a surge of joy, followed by mockery. Sure enough, the other party didn't dare to kill him. Everyone on the ship was his people. He didn't believe the other would dare to kill him. However, the next second, he saw several pairs of stockings appear in Su Chen's hand. Immediately after, Su Chen stuffed the stockings he took from his spatial ring directly into Mei Yujier's mouth. Then, he used another pair of stockings to tie Mei Yujier's hands to a nearby iron rod. Su Chen originally wanted to use rope, but he had none prepared. The spatial ring only contained the clothes from the last time he dealt with Buchuan Yifu. He'll make do with this. It looks like the quality is decent, Su Chen thought expressionlessly. The reason for doing this was that Su Chen didn't want to dirty his hands, nor did he want to dirty the brick. At this point, the brick was already dirty enough. It couldn't be made worse. Mei Yujier was somewhat panicked, not knowing what Su Chen intended to do. He twisted his hands repeatedly, trying to break free from the stockings, but the quality of these stockings was truly exceptional. He had torn countless stockings before, but he had never seen any of such high quality. Su Chen shot him a cold glance, then focused his mind. In the astonished gaze of Mei Yuji, two more Su Chens appeared around him. At that moment, he finally understood who the person in front of him was. A brick and a clone. Su Chen. Mei Yuji couldn't believe it. Wasn't Su Chen still at the hotel? How could he possibly appear on a cruise ship in the middle of the ocean? And with that woman holding him back, it couldn't have happened so quickly. He had specifically told the other party to wait until he left before making a move. Mei Yuji felt very confused. The three Su Chens looked at him coldly, and then one of them walked towards the bedside. He picked up Qin Rui and then walked out the door. Su Chen planned to find a small yacht on this cruise ship to return to the mainland. Fortunately, everyone on the cruise ship was on the deck lining up, completely unaware of Su Chen. After a while, relying on the route provided by the encyclopedia, Su Chen successfully found a small yacht. Once on the yacht, Su Chen floored the throttle, sending a spray of waves as he sped away. Luckily, he had the encyclopedia, otherwise he would have truly gotten lost in this vast ocean. Moreover, it seemed that the encyclopedia only had this one use at the moment. For everything else, it was clueless. Encyclopedia, you might as well be called navigation, Su Chen complained. Encyclopedia, I star you a star. Su Chen shook his head and glanced back at the cruise ship that was getting farther away, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The people on that ship all had to die. Meanwhile, the people on the cruise ship were completely unaware of the impending danger, still immersed in their revelry. In some rooms, melodious sounds could be heard, the kind that was quite delightful. As for Mei Yuji, he was very puzzled. The three Su Chens in front of him had all left. Had they run away? Mei Yuji smiled. As he expected, Su Chen didn't dare to kill him on the ship. He then began to struggle to free himself from the stockings. No matter how good the quality, there would come a day to break free. After exerting tremendous effort, Mei Yuji finally managed to tear the stockings from his hands. At the same time, he pulled the stockings from his mouth, the white fabric stained red with blood, along with some broken teeth. Humph. Let's see where you can run to. Mei Yuji snorted coldly and was about to head outside to chase Su Chen. He believed that in such a short time, Su Chen couldn't have run far. Boom boom. Suddenly, two earth-shattering explosions sounded from his left and right sides. Mei Yuji was stunned, and before he could react, blinding flames swept over, evaporating everything in an instant. Not even ashes were left. On the sea, two massive mushroom clouds slowly rose, merging together when they reached a certain height. As for the cruise ship, it was directly turned to ashes. The people on the cruise ship had no idea what had happened. In their joy and revelry, they were simply evaporated. Moreover, the waves were blasted up several hundred meters, like a terrifying tsunami. At the same time, a massive shockwave violently spread outwards. At this moment, Su Chen was already several nautical miles away, but he still felt the intense impact of the shockwave. He had to construct a mental barrier to block it, preventing the yacht from capsizing. After about 10 minutes, the sea finally returned to calm. Su Chen coldly glanced at the remaining mushroom cloud in the sky, then withdrew his gaze. At this time, Qin Ruoyi had not yet woken up. Su Chen had already checked with his mental power. There should be no issues. She had just fainted. At this moment, Qin Ruoyi was still wearing a thin nightgown. Su Chen's hand around her waist could clearly feel the soft touch. The wind howled over the sea, and Su Chen thought for a moment, planning to find a jacket from his spatial ring for her to wear. To prevent her from catching a chill, immediately, Su Chen began to select from the space ring. The reason for the selection was that Bu Chuanyi's clothes were too small due to her petite frame. Regular clothes might be a bit tight for Qin Ruoyi. Soon, Su Chen picked out a slightly looser outfit, glanced at it, nodded in satisfaction, and helped Qin Ruoyi put it on. At that moment, Su Chen didn't expect that the pile of clothes in the space ring would come in handy. He was also grateful that he hadn't thrown away Bu Chuanyi's clothes last time but had kept them in the ring. In the deep of night, the sky was dotted with stars. Su Chen gazed at the night sky, unsure if he could return before dawn. If it were just him, it would be simple. He could just use the soul of the sixth brother to go back. But with Qin Ruoyi, he had to take her back on the yacht. At that moment, Qin Ruoyi in his arms furrowed her brows and let out a cute little hum. Then, she rubbed her eyes and tiredly opened them wide. What met her gaze was Su Chen's face, as he looked down at her. Qin Ruoyi seemed a bit dazed, incredibly adorable. After a while, she came to her senses and realized she was lying in Su Chen's embrace. Her face instantly flushed to her ears, and she hurriedly sat up, saying, "Wah, where is this? Aren't we in the hotel?" At that moment, she seemed to recall something, and her face grew a bit hot. The dim night concealed the blush on her cheeks well. Su Chen, unaware, helplessly said, "You didn't even realize you were tricked?" Qin Ruoyi was taken aback, tucked her hair behind her ear, and softly asked, "Tricked?" Su Chen nodded and briefly explained the whole situation. A few minutes later, after much effort and a lot of words, he finally finished. He sighed, "So, my princess, you need to download the National Anti-Fraud Center app. You can't even tell your own boyfriend apart." After hearing Su Chen's words, Qin Ruoyi's face also flushed, and she felt a bit scared. If it weren't for Su Chen, what would have happened to her tonight? Qin Ruoyi dared not think about it. At that moment, she suddenly noticed the clothes she was wearing. It was obvious they weren't hers. So, she raised her delicate brows and asked, "Whose clothes are these? Whose clothes are these?" Hearing Qin Ruoyi's words, Su Chen's expression stiffened. Fortunately, it was quite dark, and there were no lights on the speedboat. Qin Ruoyi didn't see the change in Su Chen's expression. At that moment, Su Chen's mind was racing. He hadn't thought much when he dressed Qin Ruoyi in this outfit. He certainly couldn't say it was something he took from someone else. Otherwise, he might end up thrown into the sea. These are the ones I bought for you last time but forgot to give you. How is it? Does it fit?" Su Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoyi didn't think much of it, looked it over, and said, "It's quite pretty, but it's a bit small." Su Chen nodded as he looked at a certain part of her. Indeed, this was the loosest jacket Su Chen had picked, but unfortunately, it was still small. The buttons seemed ready to pop open. Qin Ruoyi glanced at him and then fell silent, surveying the scenery around them. The vast sea, a golden round moon hung high in the night sky, and the cool sea breeze whistled by. All the fatigue seemed to be carried away by the sea breeze, and this feeling was quite pleasant. Unknowingly, dawn broke the night. A faint yellow light slowly brightened on the horizon. So beautiful. Qin Ruoyi blinked her big eyes and said, it was her first time watching the sunrise over the sea, especially with someone she liked. Su Chen turned to look at her, the golden light illuminating her stunning face, fair and rosy, combined with her sweet smile revealing two small dimples, leaving Su Chen momentarily entranced. At that moment, Qin Ruoyi also turned to look at him. For a moment, their eyes met. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, her face turned as red as an apple and she blinked with a hint of anticipation. The next moment, Shin Ruoi felt warm lips pressed against hers. The sun was still slowly rising from the horizon, but at that moment, their eyes were only on each other. After a passionate kiss, the sky gradually brightened. "Do you think we can make it to the competition?" Shin Ruoi asked worriedly, looking at the still vast sea. Su Chen sighed. He hadn't expected the speed of this small yacht to be so slow, and it seemed to be running low on fuel, moving at a snail's pace. What should have been a 1 or 2 hour journey took them almost an entire night, and they still hadn't seen land. "It's okay, this round is only worth 20 points. Our academy score has already far surpassed the other academies. Even if we miss this round, there's still the next team competition, which is worth 100 points, Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Shin Ruoi found some logic in his words. In a 2v2 team match, each team could only participate once. Even if they didn't compete, it would only mean missing out on 20 points. With that thought, she felt relieved and revealed a sweet smile. Meanwhile, at the Jingjing Hotel, everyone from the Imperial Capital Academy was gathered in the hotel lobby, looking quite anxious. Early in the morning, the 2 top players from their team had gone missing. Who would believe that? At that moment, Lin Keqing approached, her expression also somewhat worried. She had just asked the guards around and checked the surveillance footage. Last night, Su Chen and Shin Ruoi had actually left the hotel, and they still hadn't returned. Moreover, no one was answering their calls. This left Lin Keqing puzzled. What could the 2 of them be doing out at such a late hour? Furthermore, in Shin Ruo's room there was only a bloodstain on the sheets. When Lin Keqing saw the bloodstain, she didn't think it was a case of foul play, but she glanced at the time, her brows furrowing. They were running out of time. So she said, "Let's head to Jingjing Academy first, the competition is about to start. I'll arrange for someone to search here." Upon hearing this, the other 8 could only nod and head to Jingjing Academy. At the Jingjing Academy playground, it was already bustling with activity. Every seat in the audience was filled, except for the Imperial Capital Academy's preparation area, which was empty. This sparked discussions among the crowd. "What's going on? The competition has started, but the Imperial Capital Academy people haven't arrived? What the hell? Are they forfeiting? Where's my idol Su Chen? Where's my goddess Shin Ruoi? Hey, look, they're coming!" Suddenly someone shouted, and everyone turned to look in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, a group from the Imperial Capital Academy was rushing over. However, they were puzzled. Where were the 2 top players? They were the strongest competitors from the Imperial Capital Academy this time. Other academy members were excited at this scene. If Shin Ruoi and Su Chen weren't present, perhaps their academy could earn 20 points for free. After all, this was a draw competition, not a ring match. As long as they drew those 2 and they weren't there, they could earn 20 points for nothing. The 8 members of the Imperial Capital Academy also looked grim as they sat down in the preparation area. At that moment, Yang Luke on the high platform noticed that only 8 members from the Imperial Capital Academy had arrived, and he was taken aback. However, he didn't ask further. He then spoke, "I believe everyone is eager to get to the second round of the team draw competition, so I won't waste any more words and we'll start right away. I won't go over the rules again. We discussed them yesterday. So, please submit your team lists and you can also give your group a name. The matches will be drawn by computer." Upon hearing this, everyone from the various academies nodded. They had already discussed their team members last night. They knew that their teammates had to be able to form stronger combinations with them. For example, their lightning element teamed up with the water element. There were also fire and wind element teams. Apart from the Imperial Capital Academy, the other 3 academies quickly submitted their team lists. Meanwhile, the 8 members of the Imperial Capital Academy looked at each other, unsure of what to do with 2 members missing. Moreover, they hadn't discussed team formation last night. At that moment, Wang Dongsheng stepped forward, his expression serious as he said, "Teacher Li should have taught everyone how to form teams. The combination of elements is crucial. We 8 will form 4 teams. He continued, "Then, Shin Ruoi and Su Chen will be 1 team, and we'll submit this right away. They might arrive before the draw." Hearing this, the others nodded. After spending a few days together, everyone was aware of each other's skills, so forming teams was quick. 2 minutes later, Wang Dongxing submitted the list. At this time, Yang Luke on the high platform had already received the team information from all the academies. He smiled and announced, "Since everyone has formed their teams, I declare that the 2v2 team draw match officially begins." As Yang Luke's words fell, the venue erupted in warm applause and cheers. Simultaneously, the holographic projection above the playground began to spin wildly. It was divided into 4 columns, each displaying 4 names that rotated rapidly. Everyone felt a bit nervous, unsure of who would face whom. The members of the Imperial Capital Academy were also sweating, hoping they wouldn't draw Su Chen and Shin Ruoi in the first round. Meanwhile, The other 3 academies were the opposite, all wanting to draw Su Chen's team to easily gain those 20 points. Under the anxious gazes of everyone, the match was successfully made. The members of the Imperial Capital Academy sighed in relief, as they did not draw Su Chen's team. Since there were 4 arenas, each academy would be drawn into 2 teams. Thus, the Imperial Capital Academy was drawn to have Lin Pingji from the lightning element and Bai Yuntao from the water element as one team, and Wang Dongsheng from the special element and Lu Qingyue from the summoning element as another team. Go for it! The other 4 cheered them on. The 4 nodded and walked towards their respective arenas. Lin Pingzi's team faced the Shu Debu Ilu Hu team from the Magic City Academy. Wang Dongsheng's team faced the Jin Deshu team from the Shinjing Academy. The 4 arenas were set and all 16 participants had arrived, ready to go, just waiting for the signal. The atmosphere around was lively, with countless people placing bets. The referee asked the 16 if they were ready. After receiving their responses, he nodded and raised the starting gun. Bang! The loud sound echoed across the playground. Almost simultaneously, everyone on the 4 arenas moved. Various dazzling skills emerged, reaching a peak in visual effects. This is the first time seeing all S-level and above awakeners fighting. And so many SS-level awakeners. Yeah, it's rare to see even one SS-level awakener, let alone fighting together. So cool. Just 2 words, very cool. I'm starting to look forward to the 40-person team battle. What kind of scene will that be? On the second arena, Lin Pingji and Bai Yuntao's cooperation was quite tacit. They pushed the Shu Debu Ilu Hu team back step by step. At that moment, Bai Yuntao shouted, "The great wave washes away the sand." Seeing this, Lin Pingji reacted quickly and immediately followed up with 5 Thunder Justice. Both skills were grand in scale. Bai Yuntao's skill arrived first, followed closely by Lin Pingzi's. Then, in the next moment, boom! Zizizizi first came a dull explosion, followed by a crackling sound that spread throughout the venue. The lightning on the stage resembled a spider web, dazzling the spectators below. Almost simultaneously, the 2 from the Magic City University also fell under this powerful attack. At this point, the first academy to emerge victorious from the 4 major arenas has appeared. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy immediately cheered in unison. The referee also announced the victory of the second arena at this moment. The Imperial Capital Academy gained 20 points. The other spectators were equally lively, not expecting that the first to determine a winner would be from the Imperial Capital Academy, and they began to discuss among themselves. These 2 S-level from the Imperial Capital Academy are quite powerful. Yeah, whether it's the elemental coordination or their tacit understanding, it's all very strong. That's just because they were lucky and didn't encounter my brother Wan Lufei, otherwise they would definitely lose. TCH, so what? Am I not stronger than Su Chen? Su Chen is probably already fleeing the scene, he hasn't even shown up yet. Back at the Imperial Capital Academy's preparation area, Lin Pingji and Bai Yuntao returned. They both wore smiles on their faces. They felt that this match was quite easy for them. They turned their gaze towards Wang Dongsheng's arena. At this moment, Wang Dongsheng was in the 3rd arena. The situation didn't seem very optimistic. The 2 on stage were being pushed back relentlessly by their opponents. The team from Beijing University, Jin Dishu's group, consisted of an SS-level awakener paired with an S-level awakener. One was water-based and the other was ice-based, making for excellent synergy. On Wang Dongsheng's side, both were using special-typed skills. There was basically no elemental coordination. Lu Qingyue continuously summoned exotic beasts to block the front line and disrupt the opponent. Wang Dongsheng attempted to control chains to launch a surprise attack from the side. However, the opponents were not fools and were well aware of their plan. Thus, they directly utilized elemental coordination to freeze a patch of exotic beasts in front of them. Moreover, the cold ice was rapidly spreading towards the 2, at an alarming speed. This was the power of elemental coordination. Seeing this, Wang Dongsheng reacted quickly and several binding chains behind him suddenly swung out. Clang! However, when the chains struck the ice, they merely chipped off some ice flakes. This left Wang Dongsheng somewhat shocked. The ice was too hard. At that moment, a sudden strange sound made Wang Dongsheng turn his head sharply, and his pupils constricted. He saw that Lu Qingyu's lower body had already been completely covered by the cold ice. Her face was flustered as she struggled to break free, but it was of no use. Seeing this, Wang Dongsheng hurriedly redirected the chains towards Lu Qingyu's lower body. But just then, a wall of ice suddenly appeared in front of Wang Dongsheng, blocking his path. Break! Wang Dongsheng shouted loudly, and the chain swung fiercely. Bang! The wall of ice shattered instantly. However, the 2 from Beijing University took this opportunity to throw the frozen Lu Qingyue off the arena. Seeing this, Wang Dongsheng's face turned ashen. 1 against 2. There was no chance of winning now. After throwing Lu Qingyue off the arena, the two from Beijing University did not rush to attack Wang Dongsheng. They merely looked at him with mocking smiles. Wang Dongsheng sighed and said to the referee, "I concede." The referee nodded and immediately announced the winner of the third arena. Congratulations to Jean Deschutes group from Beijing University for their victory. Woohoo cheers erupted from the audience. "It's okay, you did well," the people from the Imperial Capital Academy immediately comforted as they saw the two return. The overall strength of Beijing University was indeed quite strong. Lu Qingyue lowered her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. In that match, she felt she had no output at all and was completely countered by the opponent. Meanwhile, Wang Dongsheng stared intently at the battles in the other two arenas. Soon after, amidst the fierce battles, the fights in the remaining arenas also concluded. Thus, the first round of the 2v2 draw competition came to an end. Ranked first, Imperial Capital Academy, 190 ranked second, Shangjing Academy, 150 ranked third, Magic City Academy, 90 ranked fourth, Huaqing Academy, 50. Immediately, under the tense gaze of the crowd, the holographic projection above the playground began to spin again, displaying countless names. On the side of Imperial Capital Academy, everyone's spirits lifted once more. Every time they saw the names of Su Chen and Qin Ruoi appear on the holographic projection, their hearts would skip a beat. They feared being matched with them. After all, the two had yet to appear, and no one knew why. They could only hope not to draw them this round. Finally, the names on the holographic projection slowly came to a stop. The people of Imperial Capital Academy let out a sigh of relief again. There was no Su Chen's group this time, but if they didn't appear now, they would surely be drawn in the next match. Soon, the two groups from each academy took the stage again, and the battles were intense. After a long while, the outcomes of the four major arenas were determined. This round, Imperial Capital Academy lost all two matches. Shangjing Academy won one match, Magic City Academy won one match, and Huaqing Academy won two matches. Ranked first, Imperial Capital Academy, 190 ranked second, Shangjing Academy, 170 ranked third, Magic City Academy, 110 ranked fourth, Huaqing Academy, 90, were doomed. The scores are going to catch up. Why hasn't Su Chen appeared yet? Someone from Imperial Capital Academy said anxiously. The others from the other academies were overjoyed at this sight, especially those from Shangjing Academy. The two strongest from Imperial Capital Academy had yet to show up. If their academy drew them, their points could catch up to Imperial Capital Academy. At this moment, the holographic projection began to spin again, and only 4 groups, 8 people, remained on the screen. This round was the final round. The other 3 academies hoped to draw Su Chen's group. Before long, the match was set. Imperial Capital Academy vs Magic City University. Shangjing Academy vs Huaqing University. Woohoo! A deafening cheer erupted from Magic City University. The people from Imperial Capital Academy side, at this point, the two still hadn't appeared. It seemed too late now. Before long, the competitors had already taken the stage. Only the stage for Magic City University had no opponents. The two on stage were very happy. They would get 20 points without having to fight. The two groups on the other stage looked at them with envious eyes. "Referee, just declare us the winners." "Yeah, they won't be coming." "This is great. The last time it felt this good was last time." The people from Magic City Academy shouted, urging the referee to declare the outcome. Hearing this, the referee looked towards Yang Luke on the high platform, and then saw him nod. After receiving the response, the referee also nodded and said, "Let's congratulate." What's the rush? The main characters always appear last. Before the referee could finish, a lazy voice came from not far away. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound and saw 2 figures slowly walking towards the stage. It was Su Chen and Qin Ruoi. The people from Magic City Academy widened their eyes. How is this possible? Why did Su Chen come at this time? We're doomed, we're doomed. The smiles of the people from Magic City Academy instantly froze, replaced by panic. The two who were going up were both S-level awakeners, facing the SS-level Qin Ruoi and the SSS Su Chen. How could they fight this? Meanwhile, the people from Imperial Capital Academy breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomers, their worries instantly turning into smiles. Su Chen had arrived. This battle was basically a foregone conclusion. Su Chen and Qin Ruoi slowly walked up to the stage. Su Chen smiled slightly at everyone. He had thought he would miss it, but unexpectedly he ran into Lin Keqing, who had come looking for them while at the seaside. They rushed over with the two of them. "Referee, can we start?" Su Chen smiled slightly at the referee. The referee was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and raised the starting gun. Bang! Start! We concede! Almost simultaneously, 2 voices rang out together. The entire venue fell silent, shock spreading across their faces. They all turned to look at the contestants from the Magic City Academy on the second ring. The two of them were trembling, the words of concession coming from their mouths. "Referee, we concede." They were afraid the referee hadn't heard clearly, so they said it again. Even Su Chen was stunned, exchanging a glance with Qin Ruoy. They both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. What the heck? They just arrived and haven't even started, yet they concede? It felt like they came, yet also like they didn't. At this moment, the referee hadn't even put down the starting gun. It was over before it even began? After regaining his composure, the referee cleared his throat twice and said loudly, "Let us congratulate the Imperial Capital Academy's EG for winning the group." Woohoo! The Imperial Capital Academy erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The Magic City Academy, on the other hand, sighed softly. History always seems remarkably similar, as if it were replaying itself, just with the roles reversed. Su Chen shook his head and smiled, walking down the ring with Qin Ruoy. At this point, only the last battle remained, and the fight on the third ring was still intense. It was not affected by what happened on the second ring. Before long, the battle on the third ring also concluded. "Let us congratulate Hucking Academy." With the referee's voice falling, the 2v2 team draw officially came to an end. At this moment, Yang Luke on the high platform stepped forward and said loudly, "I didn't expect the 2v2 team competition to end so quickly today, so after discussions among our academies, we have decided to hold the 4 academy team competition in the afternoon." Upon hearing this, the audience immediately began to murmur. They didn't expect the team competition to start directly in the afternoon. Seeing this, Yang Luke cleared his throat twice, signaling for everyone to be quiet, and continued, "As you all saw, the 2v2 team draw competition relies heavily on cooperation, especially elemental cooperation, so the team competition in the afternoon will require even more coordination. A 40-person team battle, this should be everyone's first time participating, right?" As he spoke, he paused for a moment, scanning the crowd. Many people nodded in agreement. Seeing this, he continued, "Now I will announce today's scores, and then introduce the rules for the afternoon. Academy Rankings: Rank 1, Imperial Capital Academy, 210. Rank 2, Shinjing Academy, 170. Rank 3, Magic City Academy, 110. Rank 4, Hucking Academy, 110. Individual Rankings: Rank 1, Su Chen, 120. Rank 2, Wang Lufei, 80. Rank 3, Qin Ruoy, Xiaoche, 60. Rank 4, Holisha, 50. After announcing the rankings, Yang Luke began to explain the rules for the afternoon's team competition. In the afternoon's team competition, 40 people will enter an SS-level modified secret realm together. This secret realm will suppress everyone's strength to the third realm, and all attributes will be the same. There will be 4 factions in the secret realm, 1 for each academy, which will also serve as the teleportation points spawn points after everyone enters. Each faction will have 3 paths leading to other factions. And at each faction's spawn point, there will be a 4th realm exotic beast, which is the guardian beast of that faction. The guardian beast will not attack members of its own faction, only those from the other 3 factions. Therefore, everyone's goal is to defeat the guardian beasts of the other factions. Once a guardian beast is defeated, all members of that academy will be eliminated. However, to kill the guardian beast, you must first destroy the statues of the enemy camp. These statues are also products of the secret realm, but after modification, they will only attack camps other than your own. In the afternoon, everyone will be given a special badge. This badge allows you to be teleported back to your spawn point when you are on the verge of death, and there will be wood element awakeners to heal you. Moreover, the badge is bound to your camp statue, so that the statues and guardian beasts of your camp will not attack you. The rules are simple. I won't elaborate further. Everyone will understand once they enter the secret realm. Alright, dismissed. Randomly drawn. As soon as Yang Luke finished speaking, everyone immediately began to discuss. This seems a bit interesting. Yeah, everyone's realm has been suppressed to the 3rd realm. So, we don't have to fear opponents from the 4th realm anymore, including that Su Chen. Exactly, this is very fair. But cooperation will be very important. By the way, we must be careful. I heard that Su Chen from the Imperial Capital Academy is quite cunning. We need to watch out for him sneaking into our base. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The few people from the Imperial Capital Academy also stifled their laughter. "Su Chen, where did you go last night?" At this moment, Lin Keqing walked over, her expression strange as she asked. She had just sent them over and hadn't had the chance to ask yet. The others also nodded repeatedly, wanting to know the cause of the matter. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled wryly and briefly recounted what happened last night. After listening to Su Chen's words, everyone was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? People from the Eastern Japan actually infiltrated? How could this be? Is the defense fake? They could silently take away Qin Ruoy. Fortunately, we had Su Chen, otherwise, the consequences. So the blood on the bed sheets was from an Eastern Japan agent, I thought. Shin Ruoi. At this moment, Lin Kiking's expression was also serious, even she hadn't noticed someone had infiltrated. The ninjutsu from Eastern Japan is indeed powerful. It can mask one's presence and create illusions, making it hard to defend against. Lin Keqing said gravely, I will report this matter. Let the law enforcement department handle it on the Eastern Japan side. After the competition this afternoon, we will return to the academy. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. It was truly terrifying. If the target had been them, they would probably have been turned to ashes by now. Hearing Lin Kiking's words, Su Chen's eyes lit up. If someone else was going to handle it, he wouldn't have to take action. However, if he was not satisfied with how it was handled, he would still end up taking action. Time passed quickly, and after Su Chen and Shin Ruoi finished lunch, they returned to the playground. At this point, it was already crowded with people, everyone eager to watch this team battle. Even Su Chen, participating in such a competition for the first time, found it quite interesting. At this moment, Yang Luke scanned the crowd from the high platform and smiled, saying, This afternoon is the final match of the joint competition for the new students of the 4 academies, and it will determine the winner, so everyone must do their best. I already explained the rules in the morning, but there are many things in the secret realm that I haven't mentioned, which you will need to explore on your own. And one more thing, weapons are not allowed in the secret realm. You will need to find weapons within the secret realm. Including companion weapons, they are also not allowed. As he spoke, Yang Luke deliberately glanced at the Imperial Capital Academy side, and the meaning was clear. Upon hearing this, the crowd from the Imperial Capital Academy frowned slightly. Why not? Companion weapons are part of our strength. Yeah, this isn't a weapon that was bought or picked up, it was awakened. That's so unfair. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy felt indignant for Su Chen, fearing that without his companion weapon, his strength would be greatly diminished. In response, Su Chen merely chuckled. Even if he didn't use it, what difference would it make? The others from the various academies immediately found it amusing. Without his companion weapon, Su Chen should be easier to deal with, right? Yang Luke, listening to the murmurs from the audience, cleared his throat twice and said, This is also for the sake of fairness. Alright, enough of the nonsense, let's prepare to enter the secret realm. Yang Luke didn't give anyone a chance to refute and directly instructed the staff around him to start activating the secret realm. There were 4 gates to the secret realm, each representing a different faction. Once inside, the 4 academies would appear in 4 different locations. At this moment, staff members began distributing badges to the participants. These badges looked extraordinary, exuding a strong aura of mental energy, along with various intricate components. There were 4 colors in total. The badge for the Imperial Capital Academy was red. The badge for the Shangjing Academy was blue. The badge for the Modu Academy was black. The badge for the Huaqing Academy was green. Once you enter the secret realm, there will be a full projection, meaning that any actions you take inside will be visible to the outside world, and the final MVP will be judged by everyone together. Yang Luke declared loudly. After entering, the competition won't start immediately. There will be a 10-minute period for everyone to familiarize themselves with the secret realm, the exotic beasts, the statues, and the guardian beasts, so make sure to use your time wisely. Alright, let's begin entering. With that, the staff nodded and then simultaneously opened the 4 teleportation gates. The people from the 4 academies lined up and entered their respective gates together. Buzz! After a sound that resonated ethereally, Su Chen found himself successfully inside the secret realm. As soon as he arrived, he felt his body grow heavy. His strength was suppressed to the 3rd realm. Su Chen frowned slightly, then relaxed, starting to survey his surroundings. What caught his eye was a woman. Su Chen was startled upon seeing her. She was actually a 7th realm wood-type awakener. I am responsible for your healing. Whenever you are on the brink of death, you will automatically be teleported back and I will help you heal. You can also press the button on your badge to teleport back automatically, and I will heal you then as well, the woman said with a smile. Moreover, the badge has a communication function, so don't lose it. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to return quickly, but you will also be attacked by your own guardian beasts and statues. Upon hearing this, everyone understood, so that's how it was, and they promptly pinned the badges to their chests. Now, you have 10 minutes to familiarize yourselves with the terrain. She continued. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly dispersed in all directions. The map was vast, and they decided to explore separately, planning to share information when they returned. After leaving the starting point, they were greeted by a gigantic exotic beast. This must be the guardian beast, Su Chen remarked. He could sense that the exotic beasts in this realm were significantly stronger than those outside. With everyone at the 3rd realm, it would take at least 3 or 4 people to surround and kill this exotic beast. Of course, Su Chen was the exception. Subsequently, Su Chen and Shin Ruoi wandered around the secret realm hand in hand. Along the way, they encountered quite a few people from other academies, and upon seeing the two exploring leisurely as if on a stroll, their expressions darkened. They merely glanced at them before hurriedly heading off to other areas. The vice president of Shinjing Academy said that weapons need to be found within the secret realm, but after searching for a long time, I haven't seen any. Where could they be? Suchin pondered as he walked through a lush area. There are quite a few exotic beasts here. Could it be that we need to kill the exotic beasts to obtain them? Shinruoi suggested tentatively. Suchen looked at the blueskin beast in front of him and said, it really is possible. This beast seems to have been modified. It doesn't attack humans proactively. But the match hasn't started yet, so killing it shouldn't be allowed. As he spoke, Suchen used the encyclopedia to check the attributes of the beast before him, discovering that the only information available was a string of numbers and its strength in the 4 realms, with no other details. He wondered if killing this beast would grant him skill points. 10 minutes passed quickly, and everyone returned to their respective starting points. Wang Dongsheng looked at the 9 people in front of him and nodded, saying, let me start by saying that the terrain of this secret realm is square, with 4 rivers. We have 3 paths here, each with 3 stone statues. The middle path leads to a central combat zone, the upper path leads to Shangjing Academy, and the lower path leads to Huaqing Academy. Opposite us is Modu University. This is the information I've gathered. Lin Pingji added, I explored areas outside the main path and found quite a few beasts, including 2 special ones. 1 red and 1 blue. I suspect that the weapons mentioned by the vice president of Shangjing Academy can be obtained by killing the beasts inside. There are a total of 8 such areas, each with 2 blocks. I think we can call these areas wild zones. What does everyone think? He used a diagram to help everyone understand. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Having a name would make it easier to command during the battle. In the next few minutes, everyone exchanged the information they had gathered. Then, they began discussing their battle plan. We have 10 people, so I think we can send 2 people down each path, ensuring elemental synergy. Then we have 4 more, 2 to handle the beasts in our wild zone, and the other 2 to harass the enemy's wild zone. After obtaining equipment, we can distribute it to the other students. How does that sound? Wang Dongxing suggested tentatively. Everyone nodded, finding it quite reasonable. Also, if anyone gets injured, they should return to the starting point immediately for treatment. Otherwise, if they are seriously injured, the healing time will definitely be much longer. Qin Ruoi chimed in. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her and nodded, agreeing that it made sense. On the side of Huaqing Academy, 2 people should stay behind to protect the guardian beast, preferably 1 strong attacker and 1 earth-type defender. The earth-type awakener will be responsible for building walls to encase the guardian beast to prevent it from being attacked. Then, the rest will have 2 people on each path, and the last 2 will handle the wild zone. Be ready to support at any time. On the side of Shangjing Academy, 2 people on each path, 1 in the wild zone, and the other 2 will come with me to raid. On the side of Modu University, our lower path is Shangjing Academy, so we will send 4 people to break through 1 academy first, then have 2 people defend each of the other paths, while the remaining 2 go to the wild zone. After obtaining weapons, they will immediately supply the 4 in the lower path. The offensive from the lower path must be strong, aiming to destroy all 3 stone statues of Shangjing University in one go, then kill their guardian beast before attacking the Imperial Capital Academy. Everyone in the secret realm was discussing tactics. Time passed quickly, and the selections for each path from the Imperial Capital Academy were also made. Su Chen, of course, was responsible for the wild zone. Time to farm some skill points. And Qin Ruoi was in charge of the middle path. After all, the middle path is the convergence point of the 4 major academies, and it must be guarded by someone powerful. All participants, please pay attention, the match is about to begin. All participants, please pay attention, the match is about to begin. At that moment, Yang Luke's voice echoed throughout the secret realm. Some participants still wandering outside were instantly teleported back to their starting points. Moreover, the starting point was now blocked by a wall, preventing anyone from leaving. Hearing this voice, everyone felt a surge of excitement. It was about to begin. If they can win the championship in this match, they will definitely be first. Because that's an extra 100 points. It doesn't matter that they lost before, this match is the most important. Even everyone outside is watching the holographic projection above the playground with keen eyes. A 40-person team battle, all with S-level talents or above, and this opportunity to watch happens only once a year. One can imagine the excitement in their hearts. When they fight together, the scene must be quite shocking. The match officially begins. At this moment, a voice echoed in the secret realm. As the voice fell, the stone wall blocking the sound point gradually descended. Seeing this, everyone from the 4 academies rushed in all directions. What? The guardian beast gave birth? It can give birth to little? And 3 little ones on each path. that's quite evenly distributed. Some noticed that at the start of the match, 3 little from the guardian beast were neatly stepping forward on each path. They held small weapons, looking a bit cute. The crowd took a glance and hurriedly dashed towards their respective paths. They didn't think these little would have any effect, because they sensed that these were just first level, easily defeated in 2 hits. What use could they be? After taking a look, Suchen headed towards his team's upper jungle area. He was going to farm monsters. Upon arriving in the jungle, Suchen was bewildered to find that they had disappeared. What's going on? They were just here. Suchen scratched his head and looked around but didn't see a single. Not just Suchen, but everyone else in the jungle was also confused, unable to understand where they had gone. After wandering around the jungle a few times in confusion, at that moment the space rippled and one by one, they appeared. Seeing this, Suchen's eyes lit up. They're out. At this moment, Suchen quickly found a Gale two-headed wolf and punched it. Bang! Ding! Skill points from Gale two-headed wolf 10 after a dull sound. Suchen was astonished to find that his punch hadn't killed it. It's known that the Gale two-headed wolf only has second-level strength. Even at third level, Suchen could take it down with one punch. Yet this time, it seemed he had only dealt half damage. Suchen checked his attributes and found that all his stats had decreased significantly. Looks like the secret realm has lowered everyone's attributes to be the same, Suchen muttered. Then, he directly used Fire Burn but to finish off the Gale two-headed wolf. Ding! Skill points from Gale two-headed wolf 200. Haha, having skill points is a good thing. Suchen laughed heartily. Now, he declared that he had single-handedly taken over all the jungle areas in this secret realm. However, it seems that without using a brick to kill, he would only gain skill points. After defeating the Gale two-headed wolf, Suchen approached the special blue. Just as he was about to make a move, Bai Yuntao walked over from the side. Suchen, this is a 4th level. One person definitely can't handle it. We need to work together, Bai Yuntao said. Now their levels were all suppressed to 3rd level, and dealing with a 4th level would definitely require at least 2 people. Moreover, he knew Suchen couldn't use his companion weapon now, so his strength would likely be greatly reduced. Hearing this, Suchen merely smiled lightly. No need, I can handle it alone. Bai Yuntao was taken aback, half believing, and said, really? If Suchen could indeed kill this 4th level by himself, he felt their chances of winning this match would be very high. After Suchen finished speaking, he began to consider how to kill the in front of him. Not being able to use to win people over with virtue would indeed reduce his strength somewhat, because many skills couldn't be used now. For example, flame breath must be used with a weapon. Human nuclear bomb couldn't be used in the secret realm either. After all, this is just a friendly match, not a life and death battle, so there's no need to blow everyone up. Making friends out of nothing and burning the butt are still cooling down. Suchen didn't want to use 50-50 here, it would be too wasteful. Soul of the 6th and empty hands have no lethality. Damn it! Thinking of this, Suchen secretly complained. It seems he really has no way to deal with the beast in front of him. The reason he wanted to kill it alone and didn't want Bai Yuntao to participate was simple. He wanted to grind for skill points. Otherwise, if they worked together and he accidentally got killed, what would he do? After pondering for a while, it seems the only skill he could use right now was that useless skill My fate is in heaven, not in my hands. Suchen had only used it twice and then forgotten about it. Mainly because it rolled a 1-star, who knows what strange effects it would give. However, at this moment, Suchen had no choice but to trust this skill one more time. After thinking this, Suchen waved his sleeve and threw the fate dice, shouting, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, activate fate dice. The fate dice spun rapidly on the ground, while Bai Yuntao beside him looked completely bewildered. What the hell? Why is he throwing dice? Suchen ignored him and focused entirely on the dice on the ground. If it rolled a 1-star again, he swore he would never use it again. If he did, he would be a dog. But it seemed the dice knew his thoughts. This time it rolled a 3-star. Ding! 3 stars, gain temporary effect strength 30, duration 15 minutes. Seeing this, Suchen's eyes lit up. It directly added 30 to his strength. With this added to his current strength, it was almost equivalent to the strength of the 4 realms. Although it only lasted 10 minutes, that was enough. After thinking this, Suchen smiled slightly and put away the fate dice, then launched a series of fluid combination punches at the blue beast in front of him. With the boost from My fate is in heaven, not in my hands, it was very easy to deal with. To be honest, this skill is indeed useful when it's not being useless. Ding! From awesome! At this moment, Bai Yuntao watched as Suchen effortlessly took down the 4 realms beast, his mouth agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, the people outside were also very shocked. Suchen, who was suppressed to the 3 realms, actually killed that beast with his bare hands. What's going on? Did the beast get placed incorrectly? Or is Suchen not suppressed in his realm? Someone from the school side frowned and asked. Their original setup was that this beast would require at least 2 people to deal with. Moreover, even 2 people would find it quite difficult, but Suchin took it down with just a couple of punches, which made them start to doubt. At this moment, a technician was frantically typing on the keyboard, and after a while, he said solemnly, "All data is fine, the beast is indeed from the 4 realms, and its realm is indeed suppressed." Upon hearing this, everyone showed puzzled expressions but said nothing more, just quietly continued to watch. Perhaps this is the special aspect of the SSS talent. In the secret realm, just after the beast's death, the space rippled again. Clatter! With a sound, an item fell to the ground. Suchen's eyes brightened. Looks like this is a weapon. But why doesn't it look like a weapon? It looks like a cup? Suchen picked up the weapon and saw 2 large characters written on it, Holy Grail. The moment he held it, Suchen felt a cool sensation surge into his body, replenishing his mental power. What a good thing! Suchen's eyes widened. This should be a supportive piece of equipment that can replenish mental power. Suchen looked at the encyclopedia and realized that this was actually an epic-level piece of equipment, but he wondered if he could take it with him after leaving the secret realm. At that moment, Bai Yuntao saw that Suchen had already slain so many exotic beasts and said a word before hurriedly leaving. He also needed to hunt exotic beasts for equipment. Suchen put away the Holy Grail and continued to clear the remaining exotic beasts in the upper jungle. In the end, it only took him a minute to wipe out all the exotic beasts in the upper jungle. However, it seemed that no other exotic beasts had dropped any equipment since then. Could it be probabilistic? Suchen thought for a moment, then crossed through the jungle and arrived at the mid lane. The battle in the mid lane was truly intense. There were a total of 8 people. 6 were fighting. Meanwhile, Hucking Academy was still as cautious as ever. 2 individuals were lurking under a statue, watching the battles of the other 3 academies. Moreover, everyone was unarmed, mostly engaging in melee combat, unless they had some elemental control skills for ranged attacks. Wang Lima, catch the weapon. At that moment, one person from Shinjing Academy emerged from the jungle holding a long sword emanating flames and threw it towards his comrades fighting in the mid lane. Upon seeing this, Wang Lima was overjoyed, caught the weapon, and tested its feel. He could sense the power of this weapon. Immediately, he charged at the people from the other academies. Coincidentally, he was also a fire element awakener. With the enhancement of 2 types of flames, the might of this sword was immense. A wave of heat surged forth. One person failed to dodge, and just as the sword was about to strike him, his figure vanished in an instant. Everyone speculated that it must have been the effect of a badge, determining that he would be defeated by this strike, so he was directly teleported back to the spawn point. They just didn't know how long it would take for him to come back out. A few others were engulfed in flames, their bodies instantly igniting in a fierce blaze. Fortunately, they had a water element awakener who quickly extinguished the flames on them. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoi, flying in the air, skillfully avoided the chaos and returned to her tower. Now that the opponent had a weapon, it was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Ruoi, this is for you. At that moment, Suchen walked over and handed her the Holy Grail. Qin Ruoi was taken aback, turning to look at the Holy Grail in Suchen's hand. She asked with some confusion, "What kind of weapon is this?" Suchen smiled slightly. "You'll know once you hold it." Hearing this, Qin Ruoi took the Holy Grail. The next moment, she felt a cool sensation surge into her body, and her previously depleted mental energy was slowly replenishing. She was somewhat surprised. Such an amazing thing. Suchen smiled, just about to say something when a hurried voice came from behind. Suchen, not good." Bai Yuntao rushed out from the lower jungle in a panic. Seeing this, Suchen asked in confusion, "What happened?" "Our lower jungle has been stolen. Not a single exotic beast is left," Bai Yuntao said angrily. Upon hearing this, Suchen frowned. How dare someone steal his skill points? This was intolerable. "Did you see which academy did it?" Suchen asked solemnly. Bai Yuntao shook his head and sighed. "No, when I got to the lower jungle, all the exotic beasts had already disappeared." Hearing this, Suchen pondered for a moment. The closest academy to their lower jungle was Hucking Academy. The possibility that they had stolen it was particularly high. "Alright, I understand." After saying that, Suchen seemed to have realized something, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he left. "Brother Xiaoche, you really are something. This move is brilliant." "Yeah, what was this move called again?" "Luring the water away." "Right. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy definitely didn't expect that we took a detour just to steal their lower jungle. They must think it was Hucking Academy doing it now. Ha ha ha." In the lower jungle of Shinjing Academy, a few people said with great delight. Xiaoche flashed a Dragon King-style smile and said, "Alright, let's go around and steal from the Weno area of the Magic City Academy. Let the 3 families fight it out, and then we can take advantage of their distraction to steal from them." Upon hearing Xiaoqi's words, the others exclaimed in admiration, "Brilliant. They would never have guessed that at that very moment. Su Chen was rampaging through their Weno area, slaughtering the alien beasts. Just a moment ago, Su Chen had directly consulted the encyclopedia. Fortunately, this time the encyclopedia actually had the answer. It turned out that it was those old sixes from the Shinjing Academy who were behind it. How insidious. They even framed others. Su Chen said with a smirk after punching a blue alien beast to death. That group of old sixes must have gone to steal from other academies' wild areas. They haven't even farmed their own. Clatter. To Su Chen's surprise, the equipment that dropped this time was not the Holy Grail. It seemed that the dropped items were all different. This time, it was a golden longsword. Then, Su Chen picked up the longsword dropped by the alien beast, examined it for a moment, and swung it. The feel was quite good. With a weapon in hand, even if the effect of my life is determined by heaven, not by me, wore off, Su Chen now had the means to kill alien beasts. At this moment, after clearing the wild area of the Shinjing Academy, Su Chen did not choose to leave. Instead, he found a large tree and climbed up. He guessed that the Shinjing Academy must have arranged for someone to farm the wild area, and they might still be farming the lower wild area. Moreover, the opponents in the mid and lower lanes might also pass through the wild area. So, Su Chen planned to ambush them here. Meanwhile, Wang Lima in the mid lane was quite excited. He was the first person in the entire match to obtain a weapon, and he had already forced the other academies back to their tower. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Let's play. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to dive under the tower for a kill, as he had just tried it, and the statue's attack was really painful. For a moment, he didn't know how to destroy that statue. Send someone from the mid lane to support the lower lane. There are too many people from the Magic City Academy. Their offensive is too strong. At this moment, an urgent voice came from the badges of everyone in the Shinjing Academy. Hearing this, Wang Lima's eyes lit up. He had nothing to do at the moment, so he said, "I'll go." Immediately, Wang Lima said something to his teammate beside him and then rushed towards their lower lane. He chose to go through the wild area instead of the river, fearing an ambush from the old sixes. His own wild area was the safest place. Moreover, he might encounter some alien beasts along the way and could get a kill or two, seeing if they would drop any equipment. With this thought, Wang Lima walked through the wild area with a smile. However, his expression soon changed as he discovered that the alien beasts in their wild area were all gone. It was important to note that at this moment, the teammates responsible for killing the alien beasts were still in the lower wild area, so where had the alien beasts in the upper wild area gone? The answer was obvious. There were people from other academies here. Realizing this, Wang Lima quickly reacted and got into a fighting stance. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. The next moment, he felt the world spinning. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back at the starting teleport point. What happened? Wang Lima was confused. He hadn't even seen anyone. How could he suddenly be teleported back? At this time, the woman responsible for healing explained, "You have already fallen. The badge will automatically teleport you back when it senses a fatal threat." Hearing this, Wang Lima's eyes widened. How is that possible? That person could kill me in an instant? No way, I need to get revenge. Saying this, Wang Lima tried to rush out but was stopped, looking at the other person in confusion. After falling, you are not allowed to go out for 5 minutes, the woman explained. There's such a rule? Wang Lima immediately felt deflated, sitting down on the ground. But then, he suddenly remembered something and stood up. Although he had fallen now, he should still be able to send a message. Immediately, he used the badge to inform his teammates about the ambush he suffered in the jungle and warned them to be cautious. Soon, a voice came from the badge. Unsurprisingly, even if someone was killed, they could still communicate. Meanwhile, Su Chen smiled as he picked up the knife that Wang Lima had just dropped. With a weapon in hand, taking down one person was quite easy. Moreover, he realized that not only would players be teleported away when in a dying state, but they would also be teleported when receiving a fatal blow. I must say, the school did a great job in this regard. Following that, Su Chen did not stay in the jungle any longer because he knew that Wang Lima would definitely report back and others would come rushing over. If it were just one or two, Su Chen could handle them easily. However, once there were more people, without winning them over with virtue, Su Chen might not be able to manage. After all, everyone's attributes had been suppressed to the same level. Right now, Su Chen only had the advantage of having more skills. At this moment, in the upper lane of Shinjing Academy, under the siege of 4 from Moto Academy, they had already broken one of Shinjing Academy's stone statues. On the other side, Xia Shan, who was still in the jungle of Moto Academy hunting exotic beasts, suddenly changed his expression upon receiving the news. He was about to lead a few people back to support. But just then, 2 figures appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Xia Shan and the others turned pale. "Oh, where does Xia Shan think he's going?" Wang Lufei said mockingly. One of the people beside him gave a thumbs up and sighed. Brother Wang, as expected of you, you guessed he would come to steal our exotic beasts. Wang Lufei smirked from the very beginning of the match. He and his teammates had not seen Xia Cheishan's trace, so he must be in the jungle. Moreover, based on his understanding of Xia Cheishan, he would definitely not be content to hunt exotic beasts in his own territory but would sneak into the jungles of other academies. Sure enough, he had been ambushed. Go! Xia Cheishan shouted and charged towards Wang Lufei. At this moment, they had the numbers, and they needed to quickly deal with the two in front of them and head to the upper lane for support. Wang Lufei said to one of his companions, just hold them off. With that, a fierce battle was about to break out. Outside, the situation at Shinjing Academy is not looking good. Yeah, the first stone statue has already been destroyed, and it was ambushed by Modu Academy's Old Six. Modu Academy, you're the Old Six, your whole family is Old Six. Moreover, it seems the Dito Academy is also planning to attack them. They are being besieged. Go Xia Cheishan. Everyone looked at the holographic projection above the playground and discussed among themselves. The teachers at Shinjing Academy also frowned. The current situation was indeed very dangerous for their academy. Look, that old Six Suchen seems to be heading towards the upper lane. What is he up to? Someone shouted, and all eyes turned to Suchen's holographic projection. Inside the secret realm, Suchen was unaware of the situation outside. He returned to the mid lane, handed the golden longsword to Qin Ruoi, and then led by Yuntao, who was responsible for the jungle, and another person towards the upper lane. The reason he didn't go to the jungles of other academies was that the exotic beasts had probably already been cleared out, and there was no point in going there. He could only hunt small exotic beasts and see if he could take down the stone statue in the upper lane. Don't get spotted. Suchen led the two to hide behind a large tree in the upper lane. The two were very cooperative and nodded silently. Suchen slightly peeked out. He saw that the two from Shinjing Academy were actually overpowering their academy's players. The two from Dito Academy could only hide under the stone statue. One of the two from Shinjing Academy was of the wood element and the other was of the water element, both quite strong. Suchen took a quick glance. If the two from Shinjing Academy were under the stone statue, he wouldn't be able to act. The current situation was much better for action. He'll count to 3 and we go together. Suchen whispered to the two people beside him. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up and they nodded slightly. Bai Yuntao felt a surge of excitement within. Rubbing his hands together. This feeling of sneaking up on someone was so thrilling. 1, 2, 3, go! Seeing that the timing was right, Suchen finished speaking and directly activated the soul of the sixth to teleport behind one person. At the same time, he unleashed Burning Butt on the other person. The two from the Shinjing Academy were taken aback. On the contrary, the two from the Imperial Capital Academy were overjoyed and rushed forward, activating their skills. Before the two from Shinjing Academy could react, they were surrounded by 5 people. In just a few seconds, they were sent back to their spawn point. Suchen, what do we do now? Bai Yuntao, feeling the thrill, was eager to follow Suchen to ambush the next person. Suchen smirked. Of course, we push straight through. They had just received a message from Wang Dongsheng, who was in the wild area of Shinjing Academy, reporting that Shinjing Academy was being attacked by people from Magic City University. It seemed that one of the statues had already been destroyed. Suchen certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. What are we waiting for? Let's all 5 go together. We should be able to destroy it quickly, one person said as he charged towards the statue. Bai Yuntao quickly grabbed him, saying, are you stupid? Going into the attack range of the statue is just asking to be hit. The person was taken aback. Then what should we do? Bai Yuntao shook his head and sighed. Haven't you noticed? The statue can only attack one person at a time, including the beasts. We can wait for the small beasts to enter the statue's range before we work together to destroy it. Upon hearing this, the person suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. Oh right. Soon after, the group waited a little while and 3 small beasts, wielding short weapons, marched towards the statue. Seeing this, Suchen and the others seized the opportunity and charged towards the statue together. Before long, under the assault of the 5, the statue shattered. Good, keep going. Suchen smirked and continued towards the direction of the Imperial Capital Academy. Since they dared to steal my beasts, they shouldn't mind if I steal their guardian beasts. With no beasts left in the wild area, they shouldn't blame Suchen for being a little less restrained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Che was still being held back by Wang Lufei. Upon hearing that another route had also been blown up, his face turned ashen. He never expected the situation to change so drastically. He also didn't expect that the Imperial Capital Academy would not go after Hucking Academy but instead come for them. Did they find out that the wild area was raided by their people? That couldn't be possible. In just a few seconds, Xiache thought of many things, because if he couldn't come up with a way to break the deadlock, their academy might soon face the risk of elimination. At this moment, there were 10 of them in total, and 4 had already been sent back to the spawn point, unable to come out for the time being. The remaining 6 had to face the strong attacks from 2 major academies, making it really difficult to break the deadlock. Moreover, Hucking Academy was still playing so defensively, only defending and not attacking. This turned it into a battle among 3 academies. 5 minutes later, the 5 on Su Chen's side had already destroyed the second statue. On the other side, the 4 from Magic City Academy had also successfully destroyed another statue. At this time, the 2 from Shinjing Academy in the middle lane were preparing to return to defend. After all, home was important. However, just then, a voice from Xiaqi's badge came through, telling them not to return. Instead, they were instructed to intercept the small beasts in the upper and lower lanes. Upon hearing this, the 2 first showed confusion, then suddenly understood. They rushed along the river towards the upper and lower lanes respectively. They realized that as long as there were no small beasts around, it would become very difficult for them to destroy the statue. This way, they would have a chance to protect their guardian beasts at home. On the other side, Su Chen and the others were puzzled as the small beasts had yet to arrive. What's going on? Why hasn't the little arrived yet? Bai Yuntao frowned and asked. One person echoed, yeah, are we really going to face it with our bodies? Su Chen furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, as if he had realized something. He then smiled and said to the badge, Lu Qingyue, come over here for a moment. Since there was no little, he would create an. Here, the summoning system proved to be extremely useful. After receiving the message, Lu Qingyue quickly arrived at Su Chen's side. At this moment, the others also understood why Su Chen had called her here. With her presence, wouldn't destroying the statue be a piece of cake? The summoned by Lu Qingyue was much stronger than those little, and there were many more of them. Lu Qingyue also realized the reason for her summons, casting a resentful glance at Su Chen before she began to summon the come out, come out. She summoned dozens of in succession, her face turning somewhat pale. Lu Qingyue gasped for breath and said, that should be enough, right? Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and said, enough, then, let's move. Let's aim to take down the Shinjing Academy in one go. Alright. Everyone rallied together. The next moment, they charged towards the statue alongside the 2 members of Shinjing Academy under the statue, who had been smiling, suddenly froze when they saw the summoned by Lu Qingyue. Their expressions changed drastically as they saw everyone rushing towards them. 6 people, along with so many. The 2 of them definitely couldn't hold them off. Requesting support. Requesting support. The 2 shouted frantically into their badges. At this moment, Xiache Dan had just broken through the blockade of the Magic City Academy and was defending on the other side, with no time to help them. Just like that, another statue of Shinjing Academy was destroyed. Su Chen could already see the guardian beast, his eyes lighting up. Skill points. Without a second thought, Su Chen instantly teleported behind the guardian beast, raising his sword high. Breath of fire. In an instant, Su Chen's face was engulfed in flames, the blade's fire becoming even more intense. Then, under the panicked gaze of Shinjing Academy, Su Chen slashed down with his sword. Su Chen's movement was too quick. The people from Shinjing Academy hadn't even reacted when his sword struck heavily against the guardian beast. No! Xiache Dan, who was resisting the statue on the upper road, turned around and saw this, unwillingly roaring in anger. Sizzle! Accompanied by the sound of a blade cutting into flesh, Shinjing Academy was eliminated. Ding! From outside. Suddenly, 10 figures appeared in front of the empty teleportation portal. Their expressions were extremely grim. As the champions of the previous session, they never expected to be the first eliminated. The surrounding audience shook their heads and sighed. They were too careless. Yeah, they were actually ambushed by 2 major academies. The main issue is that the people from Magic City Academy are too insidious. If it weren't for the ambush in the wild area, my brother Xiache Dan wouldn't have lost. Exactly, and that Su Chen, that old 6. The murmurs around continued. The teachers of Shinjing Academy also had ashen faces. Being the first eliminated in a team battle meant they were definitely out of the running for the championship. This meant that the next competition would not be held at their place. Inside the secret realm, after Su Chen killed the guardian beast, he turned his attention to the remaining little. This was also skill points, he couldn't let it go. With that thought, Su Chen swung his sword and began to harvest frantically. Ding! From, ding! From, ding! From, no, no! That's my summoned! Suddenly, a loud cry made Su Chen pause, turning to look. He saw Lu Qingyue, her face flushed, staring at him. Seeing this, Su Chen understood what was going on and awkwardly said, sorry, I got a bit carried away. Lu Qingyue cast him a somewhat resentful glance. She felt that Su Chen seemed to have a particular fondness for the exotic beasts. Meanwhile, not far away, the people from Magic City Academy saw that the Beijing Academy had been eliminated and immediately turned to leave. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy clearly outnumbered them, and with Su Chen present, they were difficult to deal with. Wang Lufei just took a glance and began to call everyone to head back. Su Chen, which one are we going to deal with next? No, I mean, which one are we going to resolve? Bai Yuntao said excitedly. Su Chen looked at the few of them. They all had some injuries, so he pondered, you should go back and recover for a bit. Your mental energy must be low by now. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, after destroying 3 statues and dealing with so many from Beijing Academy, their mental energy had been greatly depleted. They then activated their badges and teleported back. Seeing this, Su Chen did not return but headed towards the wild area. He wanted to see if there were any more exotic beasts. To his surprise, there were indeed more exotic beasts in the wild area. Could it be that these beasts respawned? Su Chen thought to himself and then began to slaughter the exotic beasts. He cleared the upper wild area, then moved to the lower wild area, and after that he went to other academies. Just like that, 10 minutes later, Su Chen checked his skill points. He had over 10,000 and could extract a skill again. Without thinking much, Su Chen directly began to extract a skill. Ding! Successfully consumed 10,000 skill points. Please choose one from the following 3 options. Option 1, retreat, shout retreat, retreat, retreat at the opponent to make them continuously retreat. Option 2, transform, silently recite Misai Misai Huan Balaki, if you don't pull, I can't Misai, to transform into any object or person you wish. Option 3, 100 bare-handed basketball catch, after using this skill, when encountering a basketball, you will definitely catch it. Seeing the 3 options, Su Chen pondered for a moment. The current skills seemed to be quite strange, all lacking combat functionality. They were all support skills. Su Chen didn't know what was going on. Was the system's skill pool empty? He then began to consider which skill to choose, first eliminating the 3rd option, then selecting the 2nd. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, Transform. Name, Transform Effect, silently recite Misai Misai Huan Balaki, if you don't pull, I can't Misai, to transform into any object or person you wish, and automatically mimic the person's voice and characteristics. Duration, none. Cooldown, none. Not bad, another skill with no cooldown. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. This skill seemed to have a similar essence to that of the Japanese agent from last time. Moreover, at this moment, the cooldown for creating friends from nothing had finally passed. Su Chen had already thought of how to use this skill. Gay gay gay. A wicked smile crept across Su Chen's lips. I have a friend. At this time, Wang Lufei from Magic City Academy was actually having a friendly exchange with Ho Lixie from Huaqing Academy in the wild area. So, Brother Wang, how about we 2 academies team up to take down the Imperial Capital Academy first? You know the threat Su Chen poses. He single-handedly broke through our academy, Ho Lixie said gravely. If we continue to fight among the 3 academies, the chances of the Imperial Capital Academy winning are very high. Upon hearing this, Wang Lufei pondered for a moment. He certainly understood the threat posed by Su Chen. Just that one strike that killed the guardian beast of the 4 realms had made him feel an immense threat. Moreover, he had heard that Su Chen also had a clone skill.at present. It seems that the only way to deal with Su Chen is to collaborate with Huqing Academy. After thinking this, Wang Lufei readily agreed. Alright, then let's first eliminate the Imperial Capital Academy, and then our 2 academies will compete for victory. Then let's go back now and inform our people to deal with the Imperial Capital Academy together, Ho Lixie said with a sneer. Wang Lufei nodded. Okay, our academy will focus on attacking the middle lane, while you handle their bottom lane. After discussing their tactics, the 2 hurried back to prepare to command their teammates. Wang Lufei gathered everyone in the middle lane, leaving only 2 to defend their base. The same was true for Ho Lixie from Magic City University, who also left 2 to guard the base, while the rest gathered at the bottom lane of the Imperial Capital Academy. At this moment, Xin Rui, who was in charge of the middle lane, changed her expression upon seeing so many people gathered. Just as she was about to report to the badge, a panicked voice rang out. Not good, not good. The people from Huqing Academy have all gathered at the bottom lane, requesting support. Hearing this, Xin Rui quickly said, the people from Magic City University are also in the middle lane. The others, upon hearing the voice from the badge, immediately changed their expressions, realizing they were being attacked by 2 academies. Wang Dongxing in the top lane quickly commanded his team to head to the middle and bottom lanes for support. Outside, the people from Shangjing Academy were delighted to see this scene. Haha, the Imperial Capital Academy is also being besieged. Deserved it, they're next. Let them deal with us. Are Magic City Academy and Huqing Academy in alliance now? This is getting interesting. The audience was buzzing with excitement at this scene. This was the first time in the joint competition of the 4 schools that an alliance had formed. The vice presidents of Magic City Academy and Hucking Academy both smiled, clearly feeling that their choice was wise. However, Lin Kiking's expression was not good. The alliance of the 2 major academies was indeed troublesome. At this moment, someone curiously asked, "Hey, where did Su Chen go?" Inside the secret realm, the battle in the middle and bottom lanes was intense. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy were being pushed back repeatedly, with 2 statues being destroyed in quick succession. Where did Su Chen and Lu Qingyue go? Someone shouted in confusion, "We can barely hold on." Just then, Wang Lufei, who was destroying the middle lane statue, suddenly changed his expression. "What? Holy Xia launched a sneak attack?" The voice from the badge continued, "Yes. They not only destroyed our 2 statues but also stole our jungle area and then slipped away." Hearing this, Wang Lufei gritted his teeth. "They're actually playing dirty with me. Everyone, retreat to Hucking Academy." Wang Lufei shouted, leading his team down the river immediately. Meanwhile, Holixi's face was also ashen in the bottom lane. He had just received the news that Shangjing Academy had stolen their 2 statues, almost breaking the 3rd one, and had cleared their jungle. They had agreed to attack the Imperial Capital Academy together, but instead, they took advantage of their vulnerability to launch a sneak attack. This was intolerable. "To play this kind of trick, very well, I will accompany you to the end," Holy Xie said with a dark expression. "Then let's fight." Soon, Holy Xie also led his team away to find trouble with Shangjing Academy. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy were left dumbfounded, wondering what was happening. Why did everyone retreat? But this was good news for them. And the instigator of all this was currently in his own jungle, killing alien beasts. "Su Chen, this move is too brilliant," Lu Qingyue said excitedly as she followed him. Just now, Su Chen had taken her to steal the statues from other academies, and he had even transformed into the appearances of Wang Lufei and Holy Xie. This successfully incited infighting between the 2 parties. "A piece of cake," Su Chen smiled, then sighed. "But there are no more alien beasts." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Lu Qingyue. Seeing Su Chen's seemingly predatory eyes, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but shiver and took a small step back. What do you want to do?" "No. That's not allowed. My exotic beast is meant to deal with other academies." Lu Qingyue couldn't understand why Su Chen liked to kill exotic beasts. Did he have some special preference? Noticing the other person's reaction, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Then he pulled out several weapons he had just obtained and said, "You distribute these to the others. Prepare for a counterattack." "Oh." Lu Qingyue nodded, took the weapons, and left. At this moment, Su Chen quietly returned to Magic City University, and there were 3 Su Chens. He. Su Chen hid behind a tree, looking around. At this point, if he destroyed another statue, he would be able to see the guardian beast. Now, the 2 sides should be fighting, right? Without thinking much, Su Chen dashed out. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, he directly killed their guardian beast. Even if he encountered a few people, Su Chen was not afraid. He was already invincible in the secret realm. Meanwhile, those outside the secret realm were in an uproar. "Damn, Su Chen the old 6 is stealing the base. Yeah, he can even disguise himself," causing internal strife between Magic City Academy and Hucking Academy. "Su Chen is so awesome. Su Chen, my god. Su Chen. You bastard, don't shake the green lotus." Especially the spectators from Magic City Academy and Hucking Academy had grim expressions, including the teachers. Lin Keqing, however, wore a smile. The outcome of this match was already decided. Inside the secret realm, the 3 Su Chens directly withstood the attacks of the statue and destroyed it. By the time the people from Magic City University reacted, it was already too late. Su Chen had begun to take action against the guardian beast. "Holy Xia, not only do you go back on your word, you even teamed up with the people from Imperial Capital University." Wang Lufei shouted angrily, throwing a punch at Holy Xie. Holy Xie snorted coldly, creating distance, then summoned countless undead dragons, saying, "Who is going back on their word? You sent people to steal our statue, and you still have the nerve to say that?" Hearing this, Wang Lufei replied angrily, "We've been in the middle lane. You say I stole your base? Clearly, you took advantage of our inattention and destroyed 2 of our statues. We were also in the bottom lane. When did we steal your base?" Holy Xie retorted. At this moment, after they finished speaking, both felt something was off. It was as if they simultaneously thought of something and said in unison, "It's Su Chen." If anyone here had the most tricks up their sleeve, it had to be Su Chen. Although they didn't know how Su Chen did it, their instincts told them it was him. However, at this moment, they realized it was already too late. Su Chen had successfully dealt with the guardian beast of Magic City University, and he began to advance towards Hucking University. At the same time, everyone from Magic City University suddenly disappeared, teleported outside the secret realm. "Not good, everyone retreat." Realizing this, Holixi's expression changed drastically, and he immediately called for everyone to withdraw. But just then, a golden sword light illuminated the entire area. Holy light! In the air, Shinruoi slashed down with her sword, creating a grand spectacle. At this moment, all the people from Imperial Capital Academy, under Su Chen's command, had already charged over. Lu Qingyue was responsible for summoning exotic beasts, and everyone directly ignored the statues, launching attacks against the people from Hucking Academy. Various dazzling skills emerged one after another. The faces of the Hucking Academy people changed drastically. It was clear they had fallen into the trap set by Imperial Capital Academy. At this moment, they were held back and had no chance to escape and return to protect the guardian beast. Holixi's expression was very grim as he continuously summoned undead creatures, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the firepower. There were simply too many people on the side of Imperial Capital Academy. In the recent battle, several of their people had already been pushed back. Moreover, 2 were still guarding the home. How were they supposed to fight? On the other side, Su Chen had already destroyed the statue at Magic City University and arrived at the guardian beast's location. As for the 2 guarding the home, Su Chen easily sent them back. Wow, Hucking Academy really knows how to play, huh? Is this to make the guardian beast return to its shell? Before him, the place that was once the guardian beasts had been enveloped by a massive shell. This shell was a yellow-brown color, made entirely of stone. However, it could defend against others, but not against Su Chen. Then, the 3 Su Chens all wielded the same long sword and struck at the stone egg together. With a clang, the stone egg shattered, instantly turning into rubble. At that moment, the guardian beast also began to attack Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen remained calm. Time to roast some butt. Immediately, the 3 Su Chens kicked off the ground, soaring into the air, their blades engulfed in flames. In the next instant, they struck down together. 3 dazzling flames slashed down upon the guardian beast. Sizzle! Ding! From an effortless kill. Meanwhile, some people outside sighed while others cheered. Awesome! Su Chen! It's like a little cow on a chainsaw, so impressive. He has so many skills. Is this the SSS talent? Truly extraordinary. Wow! 3 Su Chens. After the guardian beast of Hucking Academy was defeated, everyone was teleported out of the secret realm. The match was over. The people from Hucking Academy glared at Su Chen, filled with resentment. At this moment, Wang Lufei, who was the first to come out, figured out what had happened. It turned out Su Chen could disguise himself. He transformed into their appearance, which led to their internal conflict. He then informed the people from Hucking Academy who had just come out. Upon hearing this, the Hucking Academy members immediately cursed. Su Chen is just too dog-like. Exactly, someone like him definitely has no girlfriend. On the other side, listening to the cheers around him, Su Chen felt quite pleased. At this moment in the secret realm, he was very happy, having earned quite a few skill points. Classmate, please hand over the weapons obtained in the secret realm. Just then, a staff member stepped forward and said. Hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback, his expression changing slightly. Then he chuckled, "Weapons? What weapons? I didn't take any." The staff member's face darkened, and he directly pulled out a tablet showing a video of Su Chen putting the weapons into his spatial ring. Seeing the video, the smile on Su Chen's face instantly vanished. After taking out several weapons, he complained, "So stingy." The staff member's mouth twitched slightly. "Do you know how much all these epic weapons are worth? Just giving them away like that?" He thought to himself, but he didn't say it out loud. Similarly, all the others who came out had their weapons taken away. Before long, everyone returned to their respective preparation areas. They knew it was time to announce the final results. Yang Luke on the high platform glanced regretfully at the side of the Shinjing Academy, then withdrew his gaze and said loudly, "This time's for academy team competition was also very intense. Although many academies feel a bit dissatisfied, underhanded tactics are also part of the strategy. And the most important thing in a team competition is strategy. So, after this battle, I hope everyone can gain some insights. Alright, I won't say much more. Now I will announce the final results. Academy Rankings: Rank 1, Imperial Capital Academy, 310. Rank 2, Shinjing Academy, 200. Rank 4, Watching Academy, 160. Rank 3, Magic City Academy, 150. Personal Rankings: Rank 1, Su Chen, 220. Rank 2, Wang Lufei, 80. Rank 3, Jinrui, Xiaoche, 60. Rank 4, Holixian, 50. This time, the champion academy is the Imperial Capital Academy. At the same time, after the judgment of the leaders of each school, the MVP of the team competition is Su Chen. Personal points plus 100. The individual champion is also Su Chen from the Imperial Capital Academy. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Next, let's invite Su Chen from the Imperial Capital Academy to the stage to say a few words about his award. Clap, 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 clap. As Yang Luke finished speaking, another round of warm applause erupted. Hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. He had to go on stage to give a speech again? He had lost count of how many times this was. He was a bit reluctant to go, as there was no benefit to him. He glanced at Lin Keqing, as if asking, "Is it okay if I don't go?" Seeing this, Lin Keqing's lips twitched slightly, then her thin lips parted to say two words. Although she didn't speak, just the shape of her mouth conveyed the two words he was most familiar with. More money. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he happily walked straight towards the podium. Watching him, Lin Keqing's lips twitched again. When they arrived, Zhao Jiangwo had told her that money could make Su Chen do anything. As long as there was money, there was nothing Su Chen wouldn't do. At first, she didn't believe it, but now it seemed to be true. At this moment, Yang Luke on stage smiled as he handed the microphone to Su Chen. Although the winner wasn't from their academy, he felt a bit displeased, but he couldn't show it on the surface. After all, he was representing the entire Shangjing Academy now, and people from all over Huaxia were gathered here. Taking the microphone, Su Chen cleared his throat twice and smiled, saying, "Ahem, I had a lot of fun in this competition. I'm very happy about this match." The audience. What the hell does "had a lot of fun" mean? Do you think we're not even in the picture? We're just here to play with you? But what made me the most unhappy is that the weapons in the secret realm were clearly obtained by our own strength. So why do we have to hand them over after leaving the secret realm? What do you all think? The crowd was stunned? Can you even say that? Yang Luke was completely baffled. What is this? You came on stage to talk about this? Only the 9 people in the audience seemed to be used to it, already knowing it would be like this, their expressions calm. They hadn't forgotten how Su Chen's acceptance speech went during the freshman competition. Ahem, Student Su, we can discuss these matters privately, right now. The main thing is for you to talk about your experiences in the secret realm, how you arranged tactics, how you defeated your opponents, and so on. Yang Luke coughed lightly and whispered in Su Chen's ear. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded, indicating he understood. He then said, "Actually, the reason we won this match is not without cause. Mainly it's..." As the crowd heard Su Chen mention the winning method, their eyes lit up. Could it be that Su Chen had some secret or something? Even Yang Luke looked at him with admiration, wanting to see what he would say. Mainly, luck. Yes, it's luck. 30% relies on strength, 70% relies on luck, Su Chen said matter-of-factly. Yang Luke? The crowd? After waiting so long, this is what you give me? It's like, you've already taken off your pants and you show me this? Su Chen continued, of course, there's also. Before he could finish, Yang Luke quickly snatched the microphone back, not daring to let him continue. Now he finally understood that this kid didn't play by the rules at all. Yang Luke calmed himself down and said with a smile, Su Chen's speech was really good. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. A few scattered applause came from the audience. Most people were dumbfounded, except for the crowd from the Imperial Capital Academy, who seemed to have anticipated this already. Now comes the exciting moment, the distribution of rewards. A single sentence from Yang Luke instantly ignited the audience. First, the host of the next freshman joint competition will be the Imperial Capital Academy, Yang Luke announced. Secondly, the awards from the 4 major academies. 4th place, Magic City Academy, 3 pieces of epic level equipment, 100 essence stones, plus 100 credits for each participant. 3rd place. 1st place, Imperial Capital Academy, 1 piece of legendary level equipment, plus 1,000 credits for each participant. Wow! Upon hearing the rewards for the Imperial Capital Academy, the audience erupted in excitement. It's actually a legendary level equipment. Yeah, this kind of thing is hard to come by. And 1,000 credits for each person. That's 10,000 credits for 10 people. The academy is so generous. This is a reward from all 4 academies. How could it not be generous? The audience immediately began to discuss among themselves, their eyes revealing envy. 1,000 credits. Su Chen's face broke into a radiant smile. Yang Luke then said, next, we have the special MVP reward for the entire event. 1 piece of epic level equipment, 2 attribute essence stones, plus 1,000 credits. At this moment, the crowd again showed envious looks. Just 1 piece of epic level equipment is quite valuable, not to mention the 2 attribute essence stones and 1,000 credits. This reward is basically on par with what the entire Magic City Academy received. Can I refuse the epic level equipment and the essence stones? Can I exchange them for money? Su Chen's sudden question left everyone stunned. To refuse something as rare as essence stones? And an epic level equipment? Are you sure? Yang Luke was also taken aback, asking suspiciously. Su Chen nodded. With the brick in hand, he didn't need the epic level equipment at all. He didn't need the essence stones either. With the breath of flame, his training speed was already fast enough. It would be better to exchange for money. Yang Luke's expression was strange as he said, "Alright, I'll help you exchange it for equivalent money." What a peculiar guy, Yang Luke secretly complained. After that, he continued, so the joint freshman competition of the 4 schools has come to a successful conclusion. I hope the next freshman competition will be even more exciting. Clap, 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 clap. Amidst the warm applause, everyone left with lingering excitement. This competition was truly spectacular for them. The various academies also began to take their people back to their own schools. They had all heard about the attack on the Imperial Capital Academy at night and didn't dare to stay too long. These were the elites of their academies, and they couldn't afford any losses. Lin Keqing also led everyone back to the Imperial Capital Academy through the teleportation array. It's been 2 days of competition, everyone must be tired, so let's go back and have a good rest, Lin Keqing said to the 10 people. They all nodded and returned to their dormitories. It had indeed been tiring for them over the past 2 days, especially the final group match of the 4 schools. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Chen returned to the villa and lay down on the bed. He was thinking about how the law enforcement department of Huaxia would handle that matter. Would they be able to find the Sakura group? Lost in thought, Su Chen soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Chen was still the same as usual, walking into the bathroom, squatting down, and pulling out his phone. From the shock department of Yoshi Shocking, the Eastern Japan country actually took action against students during the Huaxia Academy freshman joint competition. The Huaxia Law Enforcement Department strongly condemns this and demands a reasonable explanation, but the Eastern Japan side refuses to acknowledge it. Upon seeing this message, Su Chen pondered for a moment. The methods of the law enforcement department seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't they have rushed directly to Eastern Japan to find the leader? Instead, they waited a whole day for this? Su Chen felt a bit disappointed with the law enforcement department. At this rate, who knows when this matter would be resolved? He had thought he wouldn't have to take action himself, but in the end, he still had to. Su Chen sighed wearily and then walked out of the bathroom. Open the attribute panel, Su Chen said to himself. Name, Su Chen Realm, 5th Realm Talent, God Level Divine Gift, Time and Space Skills, Encyclopedia, Persuasion, Creating Friends from Nothing LV2, Human Nuclear Bomb LV10, 50-50, Fire Burning But, Soul of the Six. My fate is determined by heaven, empty hands, breath of fire, self-repair, change defense, 155, stamina, 155, strength, 155, agility, 155 mental power, 310 skill points, 11540 god level break proficiency, 2653010000000. There are actually more than 10,000 skill points. Su Chen nodded. He had gained quite a few skill points from yesterday's match. He didn't plan to use these 10,000 skill points to draw skills but was preparing to upgrade some skills. Human Nuclear Bomb, upgrade explosion radius. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose the Human Nuclear Bomb and directly allocated all points to upgrade this skill. Because, Su Chen planned to send another gift to Eastern Japan. Not only had they repeatedly attacked him, but they had also targeted Qin Ruoi. Su Chen could no longer tolerate it. Ding! Successfully consumed 10,000 skill points to upgrade Human Nuclear Bomb explosion radius 5 meters, current explosion radius 20 meters, Human Nuclear Bomb level. LV-15 heroes can endure grievances, but you can't say I'm playing poorly. Suddenly, a furious roar left Su Chen dumbfounded. He walked out of his room and went to Zhao Chen's room. He saw Zhao Chen sitting in front of the computer playing a game, his fingers dancing wildly on the keyboard as if they had left afterimages. Su Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect him to be gaming so early in the morning, and he walked over. What are you doing? Without turning his head, Zhao Chen replied earnestly, I'm protecting my family. After saying that, he suddenly turned his head, eyes wide, and exclaimed, What the hell, Su Chen? When did you come back? Su Chen replied somewhat speechlessly, Last night. By the way, aren't you supposed to be in class today? Why are you still playing games? Hearing this, Zhao Chen laughed heartily. The whole school is on holiday today, otherwise, how could I still be playing? Today, I'm going to fight him to the bitter end. With that, Zhao Chen's smile faded, and he began to furiously pound the keyboard. Su Chen. But not having class today was a good thing. Su Chen could find a way to deal with the Sakura group from Eastern Japan. After returning to his dorm, Su Chen began to contemplate how to resolve this. How would he get there? Encyclopedia, where is the Sakura group in Eastern Japan? Su Chen asked. Encyclopedia, out of range, unknown. Ugh, what a waste. Now even navigation doesn't work. Before, he could at least find someone. Now that it was international, the encyclopedia was useless. After thinking for a while, Su Chen suddenly thought of someone. A local from Eastern Japan, Bu Tuanefu. He just didn't know if she was in Huaxia or Eastern Japan now. If she was in Eastern Japan, Su Chen could directly use the Soul of the Sixth to teleport there. Encyclopedia, where is Bu Tuanefu? Encyclopedia, out of range, unknown. Seeing this message, Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Being out of range clearly meant that Buchuanifu was no longer in Huaxia. In that case, it would be easier to handle. Before leaving, there was one more thing to do. After reciting, Su Chen spoke up. Mimi slide not pull, if you don't pull, I can't Mimi. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's appearance instantly transformed into that of another person. Mainly because after going to the East Japan country, he was afraid of being recognized by others. Su Chen didn't want to add unnecessary trouble. Immediately, with a thought, Su Chen's figure disappeared. The room fell silent once again. On the other side, in East Japan. At this moment, Buchuanifu was happily riding the roller coaster at the amusement park, sitting in the last row. Because she knew that only the last row was the most thrilling. The acceleration and weightlessness in the last row were extremely intense, as if she was about to fly out. At this time, one must also mention her courage. Many people playing this ride turned pale, their stomachs churning. Yet her complexion remained rosy, filled with excitement. Faster, even faster. Buchuanifu shouted excitedly with a lollipop in her mouth. Just then, the roller coaster slowly climbed to the highest peak. The next moment, boom! Woohoo! The roller coaster suddenly sped down. At the same time, Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared. The speed of the roller coaster was very fast, and by the time Su Chen appeared, Buchuanifu was already not far away. What the hell? How am I in the air? Su Chen was startled. He was almost about to fall from the track. Fortunately, having reached the fifth realm, he could already fly. After adjusting his posture slightly, he stood steadily on the track. Only then did Su Chen have the chance to survey his surroundings. Seeing Buchuanifu enjoying the roller coaster, Su Chen realized why he had teleported into the air. However, the next moment, he saw countless people rushing over from below. Judging by their outfits, they seemed to be security. Su Chen's expression changed. His sudden appearance would definitely attract the attention of those around him, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Without thinking much, Su Chen flew downwards. About 5 minutes later, Su Chen blended into the crowd, changed his appearance again, and wandered around the amusement park openly. How should I find this Sakura group? Su Chen frowned slightly and murmured, is this an official organization of East Japan, or a hidden one? Should I ask someone? Su Chen discovered that even though the encyclopedia had lost its navigation function, it still had a translation function. After thinking, Su Chen planned to look for Buchuanifu again. Comparatively, from the last auction, it was clear that this girl had quite a background. She should be from a prominent family or a large organization, so she should know quite a bit. It didn't take long for Su Chen to find Buchuanifu's trace in the amusement park. At that moment, she had just boarded the Ferris wheel. This is a good opportunity. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. While she was on the Ferris wheel, as long as it reached the highest point, even her bodyguards, no matter how good their eyesight, should find it hard to see her. Su Chen patiently waited for a while. Seeing that the Ferris wheel had reached its highest point, Su Chen activated the spirit of the old six again. In an instant, he appeared behind Buchuanifu. At this moment, Buchuanifu had not yet noticed the impending danger and was still admiring the beautiful scenery outside the Ferris wheel. Buchuanifu. Su Chen awkwardly spoke in the Japanese he learned from the encyclopedia. Ah! Hearing the voice behind her, Buchuanifu was startled and turned around. Why you? Who are you? Buchuanifu said in fear. She was very wary of this man who had appeared out of nowhere. Oh, my name is Zhao Chen. Su Chen smiled kindly and said, I came this time mainly to ask you about something, and I hope you won't be ungrateful. What is it? Buchuanifu was very frightened, her eyes brimming with tears. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, in a closed space, with no one else around, only this lewd man in front of her, and she was very scared. At the same time, constantly looking outside, she had never desired to land so much. Su Chen, do you know about the Sakura group? No, I don't know. As she spoke, a barely noticeable change flickered across Buchuanifu's expression, but it was keenly detected by Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen squinted slightly. Really don't know? Buchuanifu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk, and the next moment, Buchuanifu's watery eyes widened in shock. In Su Chen's hand was a piece of clothing, and with a wicked smile, he said, Princess Buchuan. You wouldn't want this matter to be known by others, would you? Princess Buchuan, you wouldn't want this matter to be known by others, would you? Upon hearing this, Buchuanifu's little face instantly flushed red, as if it were about to drip with water. It's you! So it was you who took my ring, give it back to me. Saying this, Buchuanifu lunged at Su Chen. Su Chen reacted quickly, slightly sidestepping to avoid her. Buchuanifu missed and crashed into the metal wall. Ouch, ouch. Buchuanifu rubbed her forehead in pain. Now, tell me, where is the Sakura group? Su Chen said with a smile. With his face now transformed, even if Buchuan Yifu realized he was the one who took the ring, it wouldn't matter. I don't know. Buchuan Yifu's eyes were slightly red. Oh, is that so? Su Chen flicked the clothing in his hand. Seeing this, Buchuan Yifu gritted her teeth. She secretly noted down the name Zhao Chen. Once they landed, she would make him pay. Seeing that he had her under control, Su Chen asked with a smile, is the Sakura Group an official organization or a hidden one? A hidden organization. Where? As expected, just as Su Chen imagined, Buchuan Yifu was not an ordinary person, she indeed knew some secret matters. Since that was the case, the Sakura Group would be easy to find. Su Chen secretly chuckled to himself. What do you want the Sakura Group for? Buchuan Yifu hated this stranger in front of her and was somewhat puzzled. And that clumsy Japanese she heard was making her ears feel like they were going to burst. At the same time, she was stalling for time. As long as she waited for the Ferris wheel to land, she would be saved. You just need to tell me where the address is. If I don't get the answer I want before the Ferris wheel lands, then I can't guarantee I won't reveal that matter. Su Chen said with a half smile, please, Princess Buchuan. Upon hearing this, Buchuan Yifu's little face changed. And she cursed inwardly, Baka. Then, if I tell you, will you let me go? Buchuan Yifu said cautiously. The Sakura Group had nothing to do with her, and there was even someone she disliked in it. The reason she didn't speak was that she was afraid. Afraid that if she said it, it would be like in the dramas, where people were killed to keep quiet. She was still so young, she hadn't even had her comingafage ceremony yet, she didn't want to return to nature so soon. As she thought about this, Buchuan Yifu's eyes became teary. Looking at her pitiful appearance, a sense of guilt arose in Su Chen's heart. It looked like a bad uncle was bullying a little girl, and such a cute little loli at that. Just a bit too young. Very criminal, very torturous. Su Chen quickly shook off these thoughts, coughed lightly, and said, ahem, of course, I'm a good person. As long as you tell me, I will definitely let you go. Okay. Buchuan Yifu nodded obediently. Su Chen was taken aback. She believed it so easily? Wasn't she afraid I was lying to her? She definitely hadn't suffered the harshness of society. Su Chen vaguely remembered being scammed out of $50 in an online romance in his past life. The Sakura Group is an assassin organization, specifically responsible for killing. Basically, those who know about it are all awakeners. Buchuan Yifu laid it all bare. Their headquarters is in a club. The reason Buchuan Yifu knew this was that a very annoying person had told her. Anyway, she would never go there, not even if it killed her. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, where is the club? The club is in the city center. Buchuan Yifu provided an address. After saying that, a hint of hesitation crossed her face and she finally added, but without a familiar introduction, you won't be able to meet anyone from the Sakura Group. She was mainly afraid that if she didn't come clean, Su Chen would kill her to silence her. She didn't think much about anything else. Upon hearing this, Su Chen contemplated, needing a familiar introduction? The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he finally focused his gaze on her. Seeing Su Chen's look, Buchuan Yifu was initially puzzled, but then as if she realized something, her expression suddenly changed. She instantly regretted revealing that information. No way. She quickly refused. She didn't want to go to that place, let alone with this person. Although he was handsome, he was definitely not a good person. After all, he had stolen so many of her clothes and her favorite ring. And now he was threatening her. Buchuan Yifu immediately placed him on her list of villains. She would definitely take revenge. She would beat him up until he looked like a pig's head. Of course, not now. Princess Buchuan, I'm really begging you. Su Chen said with a smile, and at the same time, more clothes appeared in his hands. Buchuan Yifu's eyes widened in shock. Her little face puffed up in anger. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Then when I go, you have to return all my clothes. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Okay, no problem. Click. Just then, the Ferris wheel returned to the ground, and the door opened. Princess, did you have fun? Buchuan Yifu's old butler rushed over. However, halfway through his words, his expression changed dramatically. As if facing a great enemy. Because he saw Su Chen. Princess Buchuan had clearly gone up alone. How could there be a strange man appearing? The old butler reacted quickly, his aura suddenly increasing. The power of the 5 realms erupted, and he lunged a punch at Su Chen. To this, Su Chen did not dodge or evade, just smiled at the other party. Seeing Su Chen's arrogant expression, the old butler snorted coldly, as if he could already envision the scene of himself blasting the other party to pieces. But just as his fist was half a meter away from Su Chen, the old butler's expression suddenly changed, his body halted, and he hurriedly retracted his fist. He saw Buchuan Yifu's face flush, her arms outstretched to block in front of Su Chen. She didn't even know why she was doing this. If the butler had killed Su Chen with one punch, that would have been fine. But what if he didn't? Although Buchwani Fu loved to play and seemed like a naive little girl, she wasn't a fool. Her intuition told her that someone who could suddenly appear on a Ferris wheel dozens of meters high was not an ordinary person. Moreover, from the confident expression on his face, it was clear that Su Chun was not afraid of her butler at all. Buchwani Fu didn't dare to take that gamble. At this moment, the old butler couldn't believe it and asked in confusion, "Princess Buchwan, what do you mean by this?" Buchwani Fu stammered, He's just a new friend, yes, a friend. P.S. The following does not count towards the word count. There will be another chapter later. Let me explain why today's update is so late. Today, I was really speechless. I went downstairs to pick up a package, and when I returned to the community, a group of security guards surrounded me and wouldn't let me in, saying I was too dangerous. I was very angry and confused. I said I was healthy, not coughing or feverish, so how could I be dangerous? They said, "Your handsome appearance is like a sharp knife." Yes, it was that ridiculous. They kept me from entering the community until the evening. I was increasingly anxious to write, feeling like 1,000 ants were gnawing at my heart, which was quite painful. At this moment, I regretted it deeply, regretted that I shouldn't have been so handsome, but this was destined by heaven, and there was nothing I could do about it. In the end, I really had no choice but to climb over the wall into the community and return home, which finally gave me the chance to update you all. You should understand my feelings, understand my suffering, right? I am truly speechless and so wronged, begging for gifts to comfort me. Friend? Upon hearing this, the old butler squinted his eyes, staring at the smiling Su Chen, his suspicions growing stronger. He had never seen Princess Buchwan with any male friends. Moreover, this time, he had suddenly appeared in the Ferris wheel. Could it be that this person was threatening Princess Buchwan? The old butler thought this way, then his eyes rolled, and he spoke in a low voice to Buchwani Fu, "Princess, if you are being threatened, just blink." However, all he received in response was Buchwani Fu widening her eyes and shaking her head. Seeing this, the old butler was even more puzzled. He didn't believe that the young man's strength was very strong. With his skill lightning 5 whips, he had never been defeated in the same realm. He couldn't believe that this young man in front of him could be stronger than him. Could it be that the other party had some leverage over Princess Buchwan? Or did Princess Buchwan know that the other party was stronger than herself? Could it be 6 realms? Impossible, at such a young age. How could it be 6 realms? But now he truly couldn't see the other party's realm. Could it really be 6 realms? Or was it some hidden skill? The old butler couldn't figure it out, and his gaze towards Su Chen was filled with vigilance. In response, Su Chen just smiled slightly. "Ifu, let's go." Hearing Su Chen call her that, Buchwan Yaifu's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head and nodded. "Princess, where are you going?" the old butler hurriedly asked. "To the Sakura group," Buchwan Ifu said softly, then got into the car. Right now, she just wanted to take Su Chen to the Sakura group, then get back her clothes, and finally call a group of people to teach him a lesson. Humph. Thinking this, Buchwan Ifu waved her little pink fist. But upon seeing Su Chen's puzzled expression, her face flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hands, sitting up straight. Meanwhile, the old butler was deep in thought. The Sakura group? Was it that the young man was going to the Sakura group, or was the princess going? Forget it, no need to think about it. The Sakura group is filled with experts. At that time, surely this person would enter upright and leave sideways. The old butler thought this, then took the driver's seat. Buchwan Ifu and Su Chen sat in the passenger seat. The atmosphere in the car was very quiet. The three of them had a total of 800 watchful eyes, each with their own hidden agendas. Not long after, they finally arrived at the club that Buchwan Ifu mentioned. Su Chen looked up at the sign decorated with neon lights. It clearly read in Japanese Koroboko Club. Retracting his gaze, Su Chen looked at Buchwan Ifu and said, "Let's go." Buchwan Ifu nodded, then led Su Chen inside. The old butler followed closely behind, vigilant, wanting to see what the young man was really doing here. The club was very noisy. Many handsome men in matching outfits were chatting and drinking with some women. Seeing this, Su Chen was quite puzzled and asked, "Are those men in the same clothes the staff here?" Buchwan Ifu nodded, "They are hosts." At this moment, Buchwan Ifu was already certain that this Zhao Chen was definitely not one of their Easterners, but a Huaxia person. From the other party's poor Eastern language, as well as this question, and the last time he stole her ring in Huaxia, Buchwan Ifu had already figured it out. Hosts. Su Chen murmured slightly, curious about this. He was surprised that there was such a job in the East. Soon after, Buchwan Ifu led Su Chen deeper into the club, weaving through the crowd, and arrived at a counter. "Princess Buchwan, what brings you here?" The receptionist at the counter saw Buchwan Yaifu's eyes light up and said, "Prince Sishi has been particularly eager to see you lately." Upon hearing Prince Sishi, Buchwan Ifu frowned slightly, clearly disliking this person. If it weren't for the leverage Su Chen had over her, she wouldn't have come even if it meant death. "Please wait a moment, I will notify Prince Sishi right away." The The receptionist immediately dialed a number. Before long, a man excitedly jogged over from a distance. This man was none other than the military minister, Sishi. Ifu, what brings you here? Are you missing me? Sis's face was flushed with excitement. Usually, he sought out Buchuan Ifu but could never find her. This was the first time Buchuan Ifu had come to find him. He was overjoyed. He could already imagine that tonight's dreams would be sweet. But just then, his expression darkened, and he said in a low tone, Ifu, who is he? Hearing his words, a hint of annoyance flashed in Buchuan Yifu's eyes. However, she didn't show it on the surface and smiled sweetly. He's a friend of mine who wants to check out your Sakura group. Is that okay? Listening to her words, which sounded almost like a pout, Sis's heart raced, and he swallowed hard. That sweet smile melted his heart. All his unhappiness seemed to dissipate in the wind at that moment. And that tone, so soft and sweet, pierced right into his heart. So kawaii. This was the first time he had heard Buchuan Ifu speak to him in such a tone. If he could hear her like this every night before bed, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. At this moment, Su-chen watched Sis's foolish grin. Su-chen had hit the nail on the head. The other party was a deeply devoted sycophant. Moreover, he was the kind who was unaware of his own flattery. However, Sishi still hesitated. The Sakura group was a particularly secretive organization. Buchuan Ifu was not a member of the Sakura group. If it were just her alone, Sishi could still take her in. But that man was a complete stranger. He had never seen him before and had no idea of his identity. But, with such an amazing brother, you wouldn't refuse, right? It must be fine. Before he could finish, Buchuan Ifu blinked her beautiful eyes, clasped her hands under her chin, tilted her little face, and said in a sweet voice. At this moment, Buchuan Ifu was pulling out all the stops. She just wanted to take Su-chen inside immediately, grab her clothes, and leave. Even Su-chen felt a bit impressed. Luckily, he wasn't a lolicon, otherwise he might really have fallen under her spell. Sishi was even more so. His eyes were filled with Buchuan Ifu, as if he had fallen in love. This was the first time Buchuan Ifu had acted cute towards him. In the past, it was hard to even see her smile. What was going on today? Was it his springtime? The feeling of love. Buchuan Yifu's expression was just too kawaii. Looking at her adorable appearance, he really wanted to pull her into his arms and spoil her. She was being so cute towards him. It would be rude to refuse. Without hesitation, Sishi quickly said, Of course. I'll take you both over right now. Buchuan Ifu. Seeing this, Su-chen secretly gave Buchuan Ifu a thumbs up. Humph. Buchuan Ifu let out a light snort, feeling quite pleased with herself. Then, in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, she said, Hurry up and give me my clothes back. Su-chen shook his head. Not yet, I can't give them to you. Upon hearing this, Buchuan Ifu gritted her teeth and shot him a fierce glare. Even glaring is so cute. Although Sishi didn't know what the two were talking about, every frown and smile from Buchuan Ifu pierced deep into his heart. As if sensing something, Buchuan Ifu shot Sishi a fierce glare as well. Wu Shangxi. Weaving through the bustling crowd, Wu Shangxi led them to an extremely concealed room. The door read Unauthorized personnel. Prohibited entry. Moreover, there were 2 guards at the entrance. Upon seeing this, Su-chen's eyes flickered slightly. Beyond this door was the lair of the Sakura group, wasn't it? Wu Shangxi pushed the door open and stepped inside. The 3 followed closely behind. The scene behind the door was not what Su-chen had imagined. It wasn't the Sakura group, nor was there anyone else. Just an empty room and a bookshelf against the wall. Seeing this, Su-chen frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Buchuan Ifu was also visiting for the first time, and her gaze towards Wu Shangxi was filled with confusion. Noticing this, Wu Shangxi chuckled. This is a small teleportation array. Once we pass through here, we can successfully enter the Sakura group. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Buchuan Ifu was delighted. Then what are we waiting for? Let's activate the teleportation array. She really didn't want to stay here any longer. It wasn't fun at all. And there was that annoying person. She just wanted to get her clothes and leave. At that moment, Wu Shangxi gazed at her lovely smile, momentarily lost in thought. She smiled at me again. It wasn't until Buchuan Ifu put away her smile that he came back to his senses. He cleared his throat and said, Ifu, don't rush. Before entering the Sakura group, we must conduct a check to prevent any dangerous items from being brought in. Of course, I trust you. You definitely won't bring anything dangerous, but... He then turned his gaze to Su-chen and the butler, his expression stern. Those 2 must be checked. Alright, I have no problem. The old butler said calmly. I have no problem either. Su-chen replied calmly. He wasn't carrying anything either. His only weapon was a brick. At the same time, he couldn't help but think that the Sakura group was indeed too concealed. Without Buchuan Yifu's help, he wouldn't know when he would find this place. Moreover, in this ordinary room, there was actually a teleportation array. Su Chen hadn't even noticed it and didn't know where the activation device was. As for the encyclopedia, it was even more useless, only having a translation function at the moment. What a waste! He once thought this skill was a king, but it turned out to be scrap metal. However, Bu Chuanifu disagreed, her face flushing as she shouted, "Dame!" She knew that Su Chen had so many sets of her clothes, including some very private items. How could he let others see them? Moreover, her clothes were all custom-made, and it would be hard to find a second piece in all of East Japan. Wu Shangxi sure must have seen one or two of her outfits. If he saw them, it would be disastrous. Hearing Bu Chuanyaifu's words, the other three were quite puzzled. The old butler's eyes narrowed, thinking, could it be that the prince's secret is in that kid's hands? Su Chen thought, what the heck? I have no issues, but she has issues? After a while, he suddenly realized he had forgotten her clothes were in his ring. Wu Shangxishi's expression darkened, looking at Su Chen with a very unfriendly demeanor. What exactly was the relationship between this kid and Ifu? Why was Ifu always defending him? Now, he wouldn't even let himself check the other party. Noticing the change in Wu Shangxishi's expression, Bu Chuanifu quickly acted cute and said, He is a good friend of mine, he definitely won't bring any dangerous items in. Do you not trust me, brother? I was going to invite you to dinner, but now it seems I'll have to forget about it, one must say. Bu Chuanyaifu's cuteness was indeed effective. Su Chen was in awe. At this moment, Wu Shangxishi was completely at her mercy. Dinner. Ifu actually wanted to invite him to dinner at that moment. He felt as if he were soaring freely in soft, fluffy clouds. It was a feeling of blooming joy. His soul seemed to be sublimated at that moment. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from his body, as if a crisp sound echoed from within him. He was somewhat incredulous, his eyes filled with waves of emotion. I actually broke through. The old butler beside him was also surprised, not expecting that the young man before him would break through to the fourth realm at this moment. A fourth realm at such a young age. The old butler greatly admired him, secretly sighing, this child has the potential of a great emperor. Su Chen, he was dumbfounded. How could this even lead to a breakthrough? Truly worthy of being a seasoned sycophant. At this moment, Wu Shangxi was still immersed in the joy of his breakthrough. This was too dreamlike. In his eyes, Bu Chuanifu seemed like a star bestowed upon him by the heavens to assist him. Just a few words could lead him to a breakthrough. What if he took a nap? He couldn't imagine. Perhaps he could directly ascend to immortality. Thinking this, Wu Shangxishi's face flushed red, and he excitedly said, Ifu, I certainly believe in you. In that case, you'll just search your butler. Bu Chuanifu blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded. Old butler? It didn't take long for Wu Shangxishi to finish the search. Ifu, there might be some bumps during the teleportation. You can hold my hand, or my clothes. Wu Shangxishi looked at her with gentle eyes. Bu Chuanifu perfunctorily nodded. Receiving a response, Wu Shangxishi was very happy and then walked over to the bookshelf in the room. He methodically rearranged a few books and opened several of them, his hands sneaking around doing who knows what. In any case, Su Chen couldn't see clearly. He hadn't expected that activating a teleportation array would be so troublesome. Without Bu Chuanifu there, he might really not have found it. Just then, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. Teleportation countdown, 10, 9, 8. At the same time, a mechanical female voice echoed in the room, giving a spaceship-like feel. The four stood at the center of the room, waiting for the countdown to end. Ifu, does the meal still count? Wu Shangxi looked at Bu Chuanyaifu's exquisite face, speaking with great anticipation. Upon hearing this, Bu Chuanifu perfunctorily nodded. After receiving the response, Wu Shangxishi's brows immediately relaxed, and he was very excited. That feeling, he didn't know how to describe it. 3, 2, 1, activate. At that moment, as the voice fell, a dull sound rang out. Everyone's vision suddenly went dark, and they felt a tremendous jolt, their feet unsteady, swaying back and forth. Bu Chuanifu was startled and quickly grabbed the clothes of Su Chen beside her. The old butler was also taken aback, not expecting the teleportation array to be so unstable. His body swayed, and he instinctively reached for the nearest thing beside him. Wu Shangxishi suddenly felt warmth in his hand and was overjoyed. Having actually held Yaifu's hand, he instinctively rubbed it a couple of times. Then his expression turned slightly puzzled. Why did this hand feel so rough? Was it an illusion? When he tried to touch the hand again, it had already pulled away. Looks like she's shy. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have touched it. Wu Shangxi felt a bit regretful. Meanwhile, the old butler, stabilizing his footing, frowned slightly, as if something had brushed against him just now. Could it be something dirty? Before long, the world before them finally brightened. Teleportation complete. Su Chen secretly complained in his heart that this teleportation array was too trashy. Not to mention the bumps, it wasn't even instant transmission. Suddenly, he felt something and looked down at the corner of his clothes. He saw Buchuan Yaifu's small face was quite flustered, one hand tightly gripping the corner of his clothes. She seemed to sense something, looked up to meet Su Chen's gaze, and her small face immediately flushed red as she withdrew her hand. Su Chen. Su Chen averted his gaze and began to survey the surroundings. The place they were transported to was not a room, but an open space. There were many neon lights around, as well as numerous arenas. The people on them were all extremely small in stature, but their speed was very agile. When they fought, only after images could be seen. This place had many rooms, much larger than Su Chen had imagined. Yifei, this is our headquarters. Do you want me to take you to have some fun? Wu Xiangxi said excitedly, pointing to a nearby pink room. That room is really fun. There's a cat in there that can do backflips. Do you want to go see it? Wu Xiangxi looked at Buchuan Yifei with great anticipation. However, Buchuan Yifei looked around at the people fighting and killing each other, disliking the atmosphere very much. She shook her head, pulled Su Chen aside, and whispered, biting her thin lip, now that we're in, can you give it back to me? Su Chen nodded. They were indeed inside now and didn't need Buchuan Yifei anymore. Should I take it out now? With so many people around, Su Chen said with a half smile. Hearing this, Buchuan Yifei's face turned slightly red as she glanced around. There were indeed many people. If Su Chen took out a pile of clothes now, it would be hard not to attract attention. Wait for me a moment. After thinking for a moment, Buchuan Yifei said something to Wu Xiangxi and the butler, then pulled Su Chen toward the pink room. Seeing this, Wu Xiangxi was stunned. Just a moment ago, she had shaken her head and refused to go, but now she was going in with that man? Why? Who on earth is that man? No! He felt a surge of rage inside him and let out a loud roar. Wu Xiangxi couldn't understand and turned his gaze to the old butler beside him. He must know who that person is. The old butler, seeing the look in his eyes, understood what he meant. Right now. What he lacked was manpower. He would definitely not let Su Chen walk out of that door. He had to team up with the Sakura group. A smirk appeared on his lips as he revealed the matter of Su Chen threatening Buchuan Yifei. Inside the pink room. As soon as the two entered, they sensed something was off. The walls of the room were covered with murals, particularly revealing ones. The sight made both of their hormones surge. In the middle, there was a huge waterbed. Buchuan Yifei had never seen such a scene. Her neck turned red to the roots of her ears, and her small face looked like it was about to drip with water. At the same time, she cursed Wu Xiangxi in her heart. She turned around to face the door so she wouldn't see the room's scenery. Hurry up and give it to me. Her voice was sweet and delicate. At that moment, her only thought was to escape from this place. Su Chen cleared his throat twice. He was here to handle business and didn't want to linger. He directly took out a pile of clothes from the ring. Seeing this, Buchuan Yifei quickly took the clothes and stuffed them into her space ring. Along the way, she saw many of her private garments, and her small face turned even redder. Who knows if this person in front of her had done anything to them? After putting all the clothes into her space ring, Buchuan Yifei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Su Chen no longer had any leverage over her. Then, she shot a fierce glare at Su Chen, opened the door, and quickly walked out. Wu Xiangxi, seeing Buchuan Yifei's flushed face, felt even angrier. What did that man do to Yifei? He clenched his fists, staring fiercely at Su Chen. At this moment, he also understood that Yifei was not being nice to Su Chen. Instead, Su Chen had threatened Yifei. He still had a chance. Thinking of this, his heart felt much better. Yifei should still love him. She was just being threatened. Yes, that's it. Let's go, Buchuan Yifei said to the butler. She didn't want to stay here for another moment. After returning home, she must find many helpers and then find Zhao Chen to give him a good beating. At this moment, thousands of miles away, Zhao Chen, who was playing a game, sneezed. Achoo, who was thinking of me? Zhao Chen rubbed his nose and continued playing the game. The old butler looked at Buchuan Yifei's back, filled with hesitation. He hadn't dealt with Su Chen yet. However, at this moment, Buchuan Yifei had already activated the teleportation array herself. The teleportation array inside didn't require any mechanism, it could be activated directly. The old butler hesitated no longer and followed her, as ensuring Princess Buchuan's safety was his duty. It's up to you. The old butler glanced back at Wu Xiangxi and transmitted his thoughts. He believed in this young man. A young man with the potential of a great emperor. Seeing this, Wu Xiangxi nodded solemnly. How dare he threaten Yifei? He must make this person pay the price. It was better that Yifei left now, otherwise, it would be bad if she saw his brutal side. Yifei must hate this person very much. After I deal with that person, I will bring his head to Yifei as a gift. Yifei will definitely be very happy and feel vindicated. Wu Xiangxi revealed a cruel smile. He had already imagined the scene of winning Buchuan Yifei's heart after dealing with Su Chen. At this moment, Buchuan Yifei and the butler had already teleported away, and Wu Xiangxi finally came back to his senses from his daydream. He then clenched his fists, a slight smirk on his lips, ready to deal with Su Chen. He turned to look and then froze. He saw that the spot where Su Chen had just stood was completely empty. Where is he? Wu Xiangxishi's face darkened, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He had to find Su Chen now. He didn't know what Su Chen's intentions were. He hadn't searched his belongings, but his intentions were definitely not pure. Threatening Ifu to infiltrate the Sakura group must have ulterior motives. If the group leader found out, his career would be completely over. In an instant, Wu Xiangxishi thought of many things. After a moment, he hurriedly began searching the area, calling some of his friends to help look. Meanwhile, Su Chen had successfully knocked out a person in the restroom. He changed into the other person's clothes. This was someone who served tea and water, and now with this waiter-like outfit, it was much more convenient for Su Chen. The reason Su Chen didn't blow this place up right away was that he wanted to know why the Sakura group was targeting him. Was someone behind this? If so, he wouldn't mind taking them out together this time. So, for now, he needed to find the boss here. Dressed properly, Su Chen walked out of the restroom with confident strides. Bro, have you seen a young man wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and black pants, looking handsome? As soon as he stepped out of the restroom, he ran into Wu Xiangxishi. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a playful smile as he said, I think I saw him. Hearing this, Wu Xiangxishi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, where? Su Chen pretended to think for a moment and said, he seems to have gone towards the boss. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangxishi's expression changed drastically, and he ran off without looking back in a certain direction. Seeing this, Su Chen smirked and secretly followed him. Wasn't this like having a navigation system? After a short while, Su Chen saw Wu Xiangxishi enter a very luxurious reception room. It seemed that the boss of the Sakura group was inside. Su Chen found a food cart filled with snacks and tea. He casually pushed it inside. Sure enough, there were quite a few people inside. When they saw Su Chen enter, no one raised any suspicions. They merely glanced at him before returning their gaze. Then, Su Chen calmly began distributing snacks to these people. Xiaisher, what are you doing here? At this moment, a man sitting in the main seat looked at Wu Xiangxishi, who was glancing around. This man was none other than the leader of the Sakura group, Bo-in-ichiro. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangxishi withdrew his gaze, feeling quite puzzled. He didn't see that person. However, the fact that he hadn't come over here was a good thing. Otherwise, if the boss found out that he casually brought someone in, he would probably be fed to the sharks. Boss, I'm here to tell you some good news. Wu Xiangxishi had a strong ability to adapt. Upon hearing this, Bo-in-ichiro and the others exchanged glances, all showing expressions of interest. What good news? I've successfully broken through to the fourth realm. What? Bo-in-ichiro was somewhat surprised, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha, not bad, not bad. Our Sakura group has produced such a genius like you. Great. Yes. At such a young age, you've already reached the fourth realm. Xiangxi, you're not even 20 yet, right? Someone asked. Hearing this, Wu Xiangxishi was taken aback, then suddenly remembered something and said, to be honest, today happens to be my 20th birthday. Good. Wonderful. Double happiness. Bo-in-ichiro laughed heartily. Someone, bring a seat. Seeing this, Su Chen reacted quickly and hurriedly brought a chair, placing it under Wu Xiangxishi. Wu Xiangxishi was a bit surprised to see this person, but didn't think much of it. What he was most anxious about was still wanting to leave here quickly to find that person. Often, what you can't see is the most terrifying. It's like having a furry spider at home. If it's within your line of sight, you might feel a bit better. But if you're not careful and it disappears, then you'll be sleepless all night. Sigh. At this moment, Bo-in-ichiro sighed and said, everyone, let's continue discussing what just happened. Xiangxi, you should listen and share your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangxishi could only nod. Our assassins heading to Huaxia, as well as the ships, have all gone missing, and even the cruise ship exploded directly in the sea. You know about this, right? Bo-in-ichiro looked at Wu Xiangxishi. Wu Xiangxishi nodded. Most of the people in the Sakura group knew about this. This was also the most serious casualty in the history of the Sakura group. It was their biggest defeat. So many people, along with a cruise ship worth a fortune, had disappeared overnight. At this moment, Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly, finally getting to the main topic. Bo-in-ichiro nodded and continued, originally, the mission was halfway completed, we captured a woman, but in the end, the cruise ship exploded, and that woman safely returned to Huaxia. So, it's highly likely that a master from Huaxia intervened. Now, we are thinking of new countermeasures. We must take down Su Chen. This concerns the future of our Sakura group and the future of the East. This time, our Sakura group might unify the East. As he spoke, Bo-in-ichiro's eyes revealed a longing expression. The people around, including Wu Xiangxishi, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. However, upon hearing this, Su-chen was confused as to why they were so intent on taking him down. What did it have to do with their unification of the East? At first, he thought someone had hired them to kill him, but now, it seemed a bit different. Xiangxi, do you have any thoughts? Bu-in Ichiro asked. Wu Xiangxi sure pondered for a moment and said, Huaxia has already noticed, traditional methods definitely won't work, so, we need to break the norm. Use a method that Huaxia people would never think of. At this point, Bu-in Ichiro paused, quietly looking at the people present. Go on. Several senior members of the Sakura group were also intrigued, wanting to hear Wu Xiangxi's method. Bu-in Ichiro seemed to sense something, and his sharp gaze slowly fell on Su-chen, scolding, What are you still doing here? Upon hearing this, Su-chen turned his head and locked eyes with Bu-in Ichiro. For some reason, when Bu-in Ichiro saw that gaze, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Bang! Seeing that the other party remained unfazed, Bu-in Ichiro slammed his hand on the table. What are you looking at? Do I have words on my face? Get out! Everyone present turned their attention to Su-chen. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. It seemed they all sensed a different kind of tension in the air. Su-chen remained unmoved, quietly watching Bu-in Ichiro. The others exchanged glances, and each began to secretly manipulate their elements. The next moment, all directions moved. Su-chen was the fastest. Almost in the blink of an eye, he teleported behind Bu-in Ichiro. At the same time, a magic blade with 1,000 edges appeared in his hand. With one slash, clang! Bu-in-Ichiro's reaction was swift. A lightning shield instantly enveloped his body, blocking the strike. Meanwhile, he laughed, a mere fifth realm, how dare you enter our assassin organization and attempt to kill us? Who gave you the courage, Liang Jingru? No, it was Sister Doll. Su-chen's expression remained unchanged as he silently activated a 50-50 chance. The opponent was a 7th realm expert, with several 5th and 6th realm assassins by his side. Without a 50-50 chance, Su-chen estimated he would meet his end here today. Until he got the answer he wanted, he wouldn't blow this place up just yet. At the same time, the blade ignited with flames. With the fiery blade, he slashed down again. Seeing this, Bu-in Ichiro scoffed. He thought he was facing a master, but it turned out to be a little nobody. Immediately, lightning surged within him, and rolling thunder gathered in his palm. He struck out, attempting to counter the sharp blade with his bare hands. In his eyes, it was just a 5th realm. One palm could obliterate both man and blade. But clearly, he was overconfident. Whoosh! The magic blade with 1,000 edges, now engulfed in flames, struck fiercely into Bu-in-Ichiro's palm. Blood splattered. His bones were cleaved in half, flesh turned inside out. If it weren't for the opponent's arrogance, Su-chen wouldn't have been able to disable his hand in one blow. How is this possible? Bu-in Ichiro was shocked. How could the opponent's strength suddenly increase so much? He couldn't comprehend it. At this moment, the other high-ranking members of the Sakura group were also a bit panicked, having witnessed their leader's arm being severed in one strike. Although they were anxious, they all launched an attack on Su-chen together. At this point, Wu Xiangxi was dumbfounded, watching this scene. Unsure of what to do. He never expected that in just a few seconds, a great battle would be imminent. Forget it, take the opportunity to find that kid first, Wu Xiangxi thought, then slipped out the door. However, it wasn't long before he ran back in. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. That waiter said he saw that kid come to the boss. And yet, he himself was an assassin. Why would he deceive himself? There was only one truth. Wu Xiangxi suddenly realized. That kid could change his appearance, pretending to be a waiter, then following him to the boss, completing the assassination. The more Wu Xiangxi thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He never expected the person Ifu brought to be so powerful. No wonder her butler didn't dare to act rashly. Damn it! Wu Xiangxi cursed under his breath. If the boss found out it was him who let this assassin in, he would be finished. I hope that kid can take out the boss. With that thought, Wu Xiangxi hurriedly ran towards the teleportation array. He didn't want to die yet. His only way out was to escape from here. This grudge would never be avenged. At this moment, the battle in the conference hall was intense. More and more people were getting involved, all drawn in by the sounds of fighting, members of the Sakura group. I have a friend. With so many people, Su-chen had no choice but to use 5 friends of the 5th realm. The 3 Su-chens all possessed strength that could rival Bu-in Ichiro. In the Sakura group, there were only 2 individuals with the strength of the 7th realm. Su-chen easily dealt with one of the 7th realm members, as simple as chopping vegetables. The other one was focused on targeting Bu-in Ichiro. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking our Sakura group? Bu-in Ichiro shouted while fighting and retreating. He was quite shocked by Su-chen's strength. Me? Su-chen smirked slightly and said, "In the one you've been dreaming of." Hearing this, Bu-in Ichiro felt a chill run down his spine. But in the next moment, it seemed he saw something, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Su Chen had already revealed his true form. "It's you, Su Chen!" Buinichiro exclaimed in shock, never expecting that Su Chen, who was thousands of miles away, had come to their location. Su Chen sneered, "Now tell me, why did you attack me? Speak up, and I might consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, he'll blow you to smithereens." Buinichiro's face turned grim, his mind racing. How could Su Chen's strength be so formidable? Even his clone was so powerful. None of his people had mentioned that Su Chen could handle the seventh realm. He looked around, everyone in the group was present, yet they couldn't do anything to Su Chen. The sounds of tragic screams continued to echo. How were they supposed to fight? They had originally planned to assassinate Su Chen, but now it seemed they would be counter-killed instead. Had he known Su Chen was this strong, he would never have agreed to cooperate with those people. But now, if they compromised with Su Chen, they would all still die. Even the entire nation of East Japan. As the top force in East Japan, he never expected to face such a day. "Everyone, kill him!" Buinichiro roared, unleashing a surge of thunderous power. Seeing this, Su Chen looked slightly surprised. Now they were all surrounded by him. They still weren't willing to cooperate. How spirited! Fire in the rear! With a single phrase from Su Chen, Buinichiro's backside caught fire. At the same time, using Soul of the Six, he instantly teleported behind his opponent, dodging the attack. Immediately after, he swung a seemingly ordinary blade towards Buinichiro's forehead. Buinichiro had no time to react and could only quickly channel some thunderous power to form a protective barrier above his head. However, the time he had was too short to fully concentrate his mental energy into the thunder barrier. Bang! Zzz. In the end, he managed to withstand the fatal blow. The immense impact sent Buinichiro flying like a cannonball, crashing through several walls before finally carving a deep trench in the ground and coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Some internal fragments were coughed out from Buinichiro's throat. With the flames raging on his backside, his vitality began to slowly fade. He felt that he was nearing his end. Today might be the day of the Sakura group's demise. Subai slowly walked over. In a very calm tone, he said, "Aren't you going to speak?" The fire in the rear, empowered by 50-50, was extremely fierce. It wouldn't be long before the flames on Buinichiro's backside would consume his entire body. At this moment, Buinichiro was extremely exhausted, blood trickling down from his head. He didn't even have the strength to extinguish the flames. The people around him, seeing this, roared in anger, wanting to rush over to help. But they were blocked by two other Su Chens. Cough, cough. Buinichiro slumped to the ground, coughing violently twice, knowing he didn't have much time left. He sighed deeply, feeling a sense of unwillingness. After a while, he finally sighed, "It's the Divine Disciple." Divine Disciple. Hearing this, Su Chen's pupils constricted. He never expected it would be the Divine Disciple. They had even reached out to East Japan to deal with him. "They promised us that as long as we eliminate you, cough cough, they would grant us immense power to unify the East Japan." Su Chen looked down at him, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Then why did you just order them to fight me to the death, knowing you weren't my match?" Buinichiro might have accepted his fate, weakly saying, "We made a promise to them, and they implanted a mental mark in our minds, equivalent to a contract. We must complete their tasks. Cough cough, otherwise, we will become one of them. We just want to live peacefully in East Japan, to unify East Japan, and do not wish to become someone else's slaves. At that time, they said you were just an awakened one with 4 realms of power. We thought it was a windfall from the heavens, so we agreed without much thought. Who knew?" Cough cough cough. Buinichiro's breath was growing weaker, his lower body already engulfed in flames. Listening to his fragmented words, the fog in Su Chen's heart gradually cleared. Everything was still about the Divine Disciples. "Where are they?" Su Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Buinichiro slowly shook his head, remaining silent. With his eyes closed and his head tilted, he fell silent. Seeing this, Su Chen merely cast a faint glance before turning to those from the Sakura group. He would not let any of them go. Not to mention that this organization had targeted him and Shinruoi. Just being marked by the Divine Disciples was enough for Su Chen to annihilate this place. Now, he was in a life and death struggle with the Divine Disciples. One day, he would kill all the Divine Disciples in this world. Then he would eliminate those gods. Not for any other reason, but to protect his family and the ones he loved. Of course, there was also the matter of leveling up skills. With that thought, Su Chen activated the soul of Lao Lu again and teleported back to the Imperial Capital Academy. And here, the moment Su Chen left, boom! A massive fireball erupted from the ground. The entire East Japan trembled. Countless buildings collapsed in an instant. A violent shockwave surged from the depths of the earth. Jianghu City seemed to become the epicenter. As if it were experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. Everyone panicked and ran outside. It wasn't until they saw the mushroom cloud rising from the ground that they realized this was not an earthquake, but a terrorist attack. If viewed from a god's perspective, one would find a gigantic sinkhole with a diameter of about 40 meters at the center of Jianghu City. If it hadn't erupted from underground, the destruction could have been even more catastrophic. But even so, within a few kilometers, almost all the tall buildings had collapsed. Only some single-story houses managed to escape the disaster. Meanwhile, in a villa, Buchuan Yifu was counting the clothes she had brought back. Strange, why are a few pieces missing? Buchuan Yifu's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, puzzled. Then, as if she thought of something, her little face flushed. That guy wouldn't have kept a few pieces, would he? What would he want with my clothes? He wouldn't. Boom! In the midst of her thoughts, a loud bang startled Buchuan Yifu, causing her to jump up. Her little face turned pale as she hurried to the balcony, and when she saw the enormous mushroom cloud in the distance, she froze. That place was exactly where she had just returned from. She instinctively thought of Su Chen. It couldn't be him, could it? On the other side, Su Chen had already returned to the dormitory. He had directly used the soul of Lao Lu to teleport behind Zhao Chen. However, Zhao Chen was completely focused on playing a game. He didn't notice Su Chen's arrival at all. Thus, Su Chen stood behind him for a few minutes. He's really too bad at this, Su Chen silently complained. Until Su Chen left, Zhao Chen still hadn't realized he was there. If he had really encountered an old six, Zhao Chen would probably have been taken down by now. Back in his dormitory, Su Chen checked his skill points. 19,800. That recent explosion had earned him a lot of skill points. This was the first time Su Chen had gained so many skill points all at once. Killing so many people didn't leave him with any sense of guilt. He was a heartless killer. Encyclopedia, upgrade creating friends from nothing, Su Chen said. He planned to spend all these skill points on upgrades. His skills were already sufficient, it was time to level them up. He then began to upgrade frantically. Ding! Successfully spent 3,000 skill points to upgrade creating friends from nothing. Cooldown time reduced by 3 hours. Current level, LV5. Current cooldown duration, 9 hours. Ding! Successfully spent 4,000 skill points to upgrade Soul of the Sixth. Cooldown time reduced by 2 minutes. Current level, LV2. Current cooldown duration, 1 minute. Ding! Successfully spent 6,000 skill points to upgrade Burning Butt. Flame intensity 2. Cooldown time reduced by 2 minutes. Current level, LV4. Current cooldown duration, 1 minute. Ding! Successfully spent 6,000 skill points to upgrade 50/50. Cooldown time reduced by 2 hours. Current level, LV2. Current cooldown duration, 4 hours. Name, Su Chen Realm, 5th Realm Talent, God Level Divine Endowment, Time and Space Skills, Encyclopedia, Persuasion, Creating Friends from Nothing LV5, Human Nuclear Bomb LV15, 50/50 LV2, Burning Bud LV4, Soul of the 6th LV2, My Fate is Determined by Heaven, Empty Hands, Breath of Fire, Self-Healing, Change Defense, 155, Stamina, 155, Strength, 155, Agility, 155 Mental Power, 310 Skill Points, 800 God Level Brick Proficiency, 316401000000. After a flurry of operations, Su Chen had spent all his skill points. The upgrade for the 50/50 skill was a bit expensive. Reducing the cooldown by 2 hours cost 6,000 skill points. Moreover, it could only be reduced by a maximum of 3 hours. However, having upgraded several skills, Su Chen felt quite satisfied. Ding dong! The sudden sound from his phone pulled Su Chen back to reality. He opened his phone to find messages from their class group. Teacher, all members, due to certain reasons, classes are temporarily suspended. The specific resumption time will be notified later. Hua Kai Fu Gue, what the hell? Is this for real? Just sitting in the dorm, and happiness falls from the sky. By Yuntao, happiness comes too quickly, just like a tornado. Lin Pingji, ha, we can go out and have fun. Teacher, during the suspension, leaving the academy is not allowed. Lin Pingji, teacher, this is also for your safety. Things have been a bit unstable recently. Just focus on your training in the dormitory. Su Chen was taken aback by these messages. Classes were actually suspended. But it was a good thing. With his current strength, he felt there was no need to attend school anymore. Su Chen pondered for a moment and decided to return to Yunhai City during this time. It had been too long since he last went back, and he didn't know how his parents were doing. As for what the teacher said, Su Chen didn't take it to heart. The number of people who could pose a threat to him was few and far between. Su Chen, did you see the news? Classes are suspended. While he was lost in thought, Zhao Chen burst in with a laugh. Classes are suspended. Want to team up for some gaming? We can stay up all night. Zhao Chen was very excited. Seeing this, Su Chen replied somewhat speechlessly, planning to go back to Yunhai City. Do you want to come? Zhao Chen was taken aback. Didn't the teacher say we can't go out? Su-chen, do you think your brother bike can be kept in? Zhao Chen suddenly realized, that's true, I want go back. There's nothing for me at home. My parents would rather I not return. Besides, I should be guarding the academy's safety again these days. As he said this, Zhao Chen revealed a righteous smile. Good, do your best. Su-chen patted his shoulder and walked out the door. He arrived at the neighboring villa where Qin Ruoi lived. Su-chen knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. What are you doing? Su-chen smiled at the person inside. Practicing. Qin Ruoi said with a proud smile, I've successfully reached the 5th realm. Hearing this, Su-chen was slightly surprised and said, not bad, you've caught up to me. Qin Ruoi huffed lightly and said proudly, I told you, I will surpass you sooner or later. With that, she stepped aside to let Su-chen enter. Have you had lunch? Qin Ruoi asked. Not yet, Su-chen replied as he walked in. Qin Ruoi smiled sweetly, I haven't eaten either. What do you want? I'll make it for you. Upon hearing this, Su-chen pondered for a moment and said, I want you to make me something to eat. Su-chen still thought the noodles she made last time tasted better, and now he finally had the chance to eat her homemade noodles again. Qin Ruoi nodded, okay. Before long, 2 bowls of steaming noodles were served, and just the aroma made Su-chen's mouth water. Give it a try. Qin Ruoi said, looking very satisfied with her noodles. Su-chen nodded and eagerly slurped a bite. Delicious, no wonder you're going to be my future wife, he mumbled while eating. Hearing this, Qin Rui's face turned slightly red and she sat down to eat with him. By the way, aren't classes suspended these days? I'm planning to go back to Yunhai City. Do you want to come with me? Su-chen asked while eating. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoi paused, bit off a piece of noodle, and then said, sure, but how do we get out? She had checked her phone and knew they weren't allowed to go out during the suspension. Being cooped up in school would indeed drive anyone crazy. Su-chen chuckled, I have my ways. After they finished the noodles, Su-chen directly called Zhao Chen. The great hero of the academy's defense, it's your turn to take action. Su-chen said to Zhao Chen. Alright, watch me. Zhao Chen said with righteous fervor, then placed one hand on his hip and raised the other high, striking a rather dramatic pose. Finally, the raised hand pointed towards the barrier at the school gate. Open. With that, he gently pressed a button and the barrier slowly lifted. Clap clap clap. Su-chen applauded twice, awesome. Alright, call me when you want to come in. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. His eyes full of pride. Su-chen chuckled and nodded. He then walked out of the campus side by side with Qin Ruoi. They arrived at the teleportation array outside the school and directly teleported back to Yunhai City. As for why they didn't use the one inside the school, the reason was simple, they wouldn't let you out, so do you think they would still develop a teleportation array for you? Beep beep. A loud honking sound rang out. Su-chen and Qin Ruoi hailed a taxi and sat in the back seat. The driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror and then focused on driving. Do you want to go to my house? Su-chen asked with a smile. Qin Rui's little face turned red. Is he going to introduce me to his parents? I'm not ready yet, she said softly. Su-chen replied, I'm ready, so we'll go to your house. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in Qin Rui's eyes. There's no one at my house. Sensing her change in mood, Su-chen pulled her into his arms and gently said, then let's go stay at my house. I won't feel at ease with you living alone. It's so dangerous outside. After the lesson from last time, Su-chen didn't dare to let Qin Ruoi live alone anymore. Unless, one day, Su-chen kills all the gods in this world. Hearing that she was going to stay at his house, Qin Ruoi felt both happy and surprised. Ah, this isn't good, is it? What's wrong? Anyway, you'll have to live at my place from now on. Well, okay then. Qin Rui's heart raced, her face growing even redder. She didn't expect to meet the parents so soon. She wondered if Su-chen's parents would accept her. Su-chen suddenly sensed something and instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. He saw the driver's face as black as coal. He had been thinking about finishing this delivery and going for a meal. Now, it seemed unnecessary. He was already full. The driver suddenly accelerated. His hand on the gear shift seemed to be performing Tai Chi, leaving behind afterimages. Finally, amidst the sweet exchanges between Su-chen and Qin Ruoi, they arrived at their destination. Screech! A harsh screech of brakes and the car came to a stop. Tap tap tap. The driver pressed the unlock button several times in quick succession, his hand moving so fast it left afterimages. In his life, he had never been this quick. All he wanted was to drop these two off and then go buy a bottle of water. He felt a bit choked up. Su-chen and Qin Ruoi got out of the car. It's my first time at your house and I haven't bought anything yet. Looking at the entrance of Su-chen's home, Qin Ruoi said, her face flushed. Family doesn't stand on ceremony, so no need for gifts. Su-chen laughed heartily. My parents will definitely be very happy to see you. Saying this, Su-chen took Chin Ruoya's hand and walked towards his home. Bang, 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 Dad, Mom, I'm back. Su-chen knocked on the door and shouted. Inside the house. Who is it? Chen Yueshio, who was watching an action movie, frowned and muttered. Subai turned down the volume of the TV, his brow slightly furrowed, and said, from the sound, it can't be our son returning, right? What is he back for? Isn't he supposed to be in class? We finally get to enjoy a peaceful life, and just a few days later, he's back again? At this age, if he doesn't go find a girlfriend or have some fun, what is he always coming back for? No, we should quickly turn off the TV and hide. If our son can't see us, he should just go back. Saying this, Shin Yueshio started to move. Makes sense. Subai quickly reacted, turning off the TV and then directly squeezing into a nearby cabinet with Chen Yueshio. Outside the door, Su-chen looked puzzled. Why wasn't the door opening? Auntie and uncle not home? Chin Ruoi blinked her beautiful eyes and said, it's fine, luckily I brought a key. Su-chen flashed a bright smile, pulling a key out of his pocket. He then opened the door. The two walked inside. Not home? Su-chen scratched his head in confusion and looked at Chin Ruoi, saying, you can sit for a moment. Chin Ruoi nodded and obediently sat down on the sofa while surveying Su-chen's home. This was her first time at Su-chen's house, and she felt a bit anxious. She kept thinking about how to start the conversation when she met uncle and auntie. At that moment, Chen Yueshio and Subai were squeezed into the small cabinet watching this scene. Subai was quite surprised. This kid brought his girlfriend home? Chen Yueshio felt a bit happy too. Looks like she's not bad looking. She has her father's charm from back in the day, Subai said narcissistically. Since our son brought his girlfriend home, we should go out. Saying this, Subai was about to push the door open. Chen Yueshio grabbed his hand and whispered, wait a moment. At this time, Su-chen had searched several rooms but still hadn't seen his parents. Finally, he poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Chin Ruoi. Sitting down beside her, Chin Ruoi took the hot water, gently blew on it twice, and asked, auntie and uncle aren't home? Su-chen nodded, a look of confusion on his face as he said, yeah, they're usually home. I don't know what's going on today. Forget it, it doesn't matter. If they're not here, they probably don't want me back anyway. Just the two of us is pretty good, heh. Hearing his words, Chin Ruoi's little face turned rosy. She felt that Su-chen's words were a bit off. Where am I going to sleep tonight? Chin Ruoi blinked and asked softly. Upon hearing this, Su-chen's lips curled slightly as he pondered. It seems like there aren't any extra rooms in my house. How about we share a bed? Chin Ruoi's face flushed red as she pinched Su-chen's side. No way. Looking at her shy appearance, she resembled a freshly peeled egg, her face pale with a hint of red. It made one unable to resist wanting to give it a little nibble. As if sensing Su-chen's gaze, Chin Ruoi's face turned as red as a tomato. At that moment, Su-chen's face drew closer and Chin Ruoi slowly closed her eyes. Just as Su-chen was about to nibble on that tender egg, bang! A loud noise came from the side. Startled, the two quickly pulled apart. They turned to look. There, Subai and Chen Yueshio were lying on the ground, a cabinet pressed on top of them, grinning at the two. Son, you're back. Subai waved his hand. It's all your fault, why did you move? Chen Yueshio scolded Subai. If it weren't for him, the cabinet wouldn't have fallen. Now they were caught. Damn it! Su-chen's face instantly darkened. I really can't believe you two. And Chin Ruoi, upon seeing the two, immediately recognized them as Su-chen's parents. She never expected they would be hiding in the cabinet. Did they just see everything? As she thought about it, a deep blush crept from her neck to her ears as if it were about to bleed. Both Su-chen and Chin Ruoi felt quite embarrassed. Son, you brought your girlfriend back. Subai got up from the ground, scratching his head and laughing. Chen Yueshio also got up, sat next to Chin Ruoi, and examined her, saying, so pretty, my son really has good taste. Chin Ruoi lowered her head, feeling very shy as she said, auntie, uncle, hello. This child is really polite. Come on, let's go chat in the room. Saying this, Chen Yueshio took Chin Ruoi's hand and walked into her room. Heh, come on, let's chat in the room. Son, you can stay outside. Subai quickly followed. Bang! Before Subai could enter, Chen Yueshio suddenly slammed the door shut. Subai almost bumped into it. Dad, can you explain what you two were doing hiding in the cabinet? Su-chen asked with a dark face. Upon hearing this, Subai laughed heartily, sat down on the sofa, and said seriously, your mom and I were playing hide and seek. Who knew you two would suddenly come in? Hearing this, Su-chen was speechless. Your excuse is really weak. Hide and seek with both of them hiding in the cabinet? Let's not talk about that. Tell me, which girl did you charm this time? Subai chuckled. You have your father's flair from back in the day, not bad. Back then, I was truly loved by everyone. Flowers bloomed wherever I went, and cars would get flat tires just to see me. Charming and dashing, directly making thousands of girls infatuated. You may not have inherited much, but you did inherit my looks. Subai assessed Su Chen and nodded in approval. Not as handsome as me. Su Chen retorted, you think you were as good looking as I am now? Hey, you don't believe me? Saying this, Subai pulled out his phone, flipped through a few photos, and handed them to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at them and nodded, not bad. But compared to him, he still fell short. Hearing this, Subai smiled confidently, tousling his hair as he said, I was 19 or 20 at that time, of course I thought I was handsome. Su Chen realized that his father, Subai, was even more unshakable than he was. In front of him, he was simply a small witch compared to a great witch. At that moment, Chen Yueshio walked out with Qin Rui. It was unclear what the two of them had discussed inside, but Qin Rui's face was flushed. Come on, kids, dad, let's go out and buy some groceries and set a nice table for dinner tonight. Chen Yueshio said to Subai, give the kids some time alone. I'm on it. Subai raised an eyebrow at Su Chen, then followed Chen Yueshio out of the house. Seeing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, then he turned to Qin Rui and asked, what did my mom just say to you inside? Nothing. Qin Rui said softly, her cheeks still red. Seeing that she wouldn't say more, Su Chen didn't press further. Let's watch some TV, it's hard to relax. With that, Su Chen turned on the TV and the two sat side by side on the sofa, watching. By evening, Subai and Chen Yueshio returned with the groceries. After a sumptuous dinner, Rui, you can stay in Su Chen's room. Chen Yueshio looked at her future daughter-in-law, increasingly satisfied. What are you still dawdling for? Go clean up that storage room, or you'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight. Chen Yueshio shouted at Su Chen, her expression displeased. Su Chen, is he really my biological father? Son, he'll help you clean up. If you sleep on the sofa, where will I sleep? Subai quickly said. With that, the two went to tidy up the storage room. Qin Rui watched this lively family, feeling quite envious. Rui, if you need anything tonight, just let me know. Chen Yueshio pulled Qin Rui into Su Chen's room, speaking very kindly. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Rui nodded earnestly. Late at night, Qin Rui lay on her side in bed. And just thinking about this being the bed Su Chen often slept in made her face feel hot. But she also felt very happy. Su Chen in the storage room was not so comfortable. Having just finished cleaning, he was covered in dust. After taking a shower, he finally lay down on the bed. Sigh, so it turns out I'm the one who picked this up. Su Chen sighed, feeling a bit exhausted. If he hadn't brought Qin Rui back, who knows how long these two would have hidden away. Su Chen planned to take out his phone to play a bit. Only at night is it time for all young people to relax. Staying up late is the antidote to loneliness. Some pulled out tissues, some started gaming, but Su Chen still preferred scrolling through Douyin. As soon as Su Chen opened Douyin, the #1 trending video appeared before his eyes. The video showed a massive mushroom cloud rising, accompanied by the caption, shocking, the land of the rising sun has experienced another explosion. And the scale is even larger than the last one. The comments were plentiful. Awesome. Hope there are no injuries, just casualties. I heard this explosion happened at a base of an organization. And quite a few powerful awakeners died, including 2 at the 7th realm. Is that true? That sounds incredible. It must be true, I dare to bet my Jill on it. Today is a good day. Wow, you guys have to check out this video. There's been another incident in the land of the rising sun. This video. This comment was quickly pinned and received many likes. Su Chen was also curious and clicked on this person's profile. The video cover was all golden and Su Chen couldn't see clearly, so he clicked on the video. The next moment, Su Chen's pupils constricted. A deity. In the video, a massive golden phantom stood tall between heaven and earth. Moreover, strange golden raindrops were falling from the sky. The entire city was engulfed in chaos. With countless awakeners fleeing in the air, this phantom is so solid, it seems like it's about to take on a physical form. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the golden phantom. Compared to the previous dark gods, the god of destruction, the phantoms were not as solid. Their phantoms seemed transparent, allowing sight to pass through. However, the phantom in the video was quite solid, as if it were about to become tangible. No wonder classes were suspended. Have they all gone to the East Japan? Su Chen muttered softly. He put down his phone and prepared to sleep. He didn't like to meddle in others' affairs. Let them all die. It's not like it's a good country anyway. Tomorrow morning he would just drop a couple of nuclear bombs over there and directly rack up some skill points. Delightful. Just as he closed his eyes, Su Chen opened them again. Sighing with a bit of a headache, he suddenly thought of that adorable little Loli. He had bullied her so many times. She had also helped him quite a bit. Wouldn't it be a bit cold-hearted to just watch her die? But the video was filmed in the afternoon, and now it was already night. Had it already been sent? After all, East Japan is such a small place, a god's phantom could easily destroy a city with a wave of its hand. Forget it, he would just go see for himself. Being a good person is exhausting. Su-chen got dressed feeling a bit weary and then activated the soul of the six. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Su-chen arrived in East Japan. The scene before him was a wreck. Although it was deep night, the surroundings were still as bright as day. In the distance, deafening explosions echoed. Not done yet? Su-chen said, looking at the back of Buchwanifu, though her clothes were a bit tattered. Hey there! Su-chen greeted her, patting her shoulder. The next moment, Buchwanifu suddenly turned around and lunged at Su-chen. What the hell? What's going on? Su-chen reacted quickly and dodged. He saw Buchwanifu's pupils radiating golden light, like golden flames. At that moment, she seemed to have lost her sanity, directly using her skill, summon Big Bear. Roar! The next moment, a large bear suddenly appeared, charging fiercely at Su-chen. Seeing this, Su-chen waved his sleeve, and a brick shot out. With a bang, it easily dealt with the bear. Immediately after, Su-chen activated the soul of the sixth again, teleporting directly behind Buchwanifu. He swung a brick towards the back of her head. Of course, he controlled the force. With a light thud, Buchwanifu closed her eyes, her body going limp as she fell to the ground. Su-chen squinted, looking around, somewhat puzzled about the situation. He saw many people with golden flames in their eyes, moving like zombies, gathering towards a certain location. Suddenly, he noticed golden raindrops falling from the sky. Could it be this? Su-chen reached out and caught one. The golden raindrop melted directly into his palm. Su-chen carefully felt it and realized there was a violent surge of spiritual power. However, the next moment, it vanished without a trace. Su-chen knew this was the effect of self-repair. He turned his gaze back to Buchwanifu, feeling a headache. He didn't know how to resolve this. Should he take her to the hospital? Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, Encyclopedia, the god is here. The god is here. Use persuasion to kill the god of space. Reward, brick proficiency 100,000. Hearing the voice in his mind, Su-chen was taken aback. Another mission? And, last time it was to kill the god's phantom, this time it was to kill the god of space. Su-chen's pupils constricted as he thought of a possibility. In other words, this time it's very likely the true form of the god. Su-chen's heart raced, and he felt a bit excited. He would finally get to see a real god. He glanced at the streak of gold on the horizon and then looked down at Buchwanifu. With a sigh, he ultimately decided to first take this little girl to a safe place. Now the entire land of the eastern Japan has turned into a sea of fire, and there is no so-called safe place. The only option is to take her to Huaxia. With that thought, Su-chen picked her up and swiftly navigated through the ruins. Of course, he wouldn't look for a boat to go back. Who knows how long that would take? Every country has teleportation arrays connecting them, and he just needed to find one. He could only hope that the array hadn't been destroyed. After about 10 minutes of searching, Su-chen found the teleportation array. Although the surroundings were already in ruins, it seemed that the array was still intact. It was worth a try. Based on the translation from the encyclopedia, Su-chen quickly adjusted the nodes. The only teleportation node to Huaxia from here was the imperial capital. He would have to wait until he arrived there before transferring again. Standing in the center of the array, Su-chen activated it. A dazzling white light flashed, and his vision blurred. The teleportation process was quite bumpy, likely due to some damage. However, he successfully arrived at the imperial capital. Following a series of identity checks, Su-chen walked out of the teleportation array with Buchwanifu. Fortunately, Buchwanifu also had a Huaxia visa, and with just a facial scan, she was able to pass through smoothly. Finally, they teleported again to Yunhai City, returning to his home. Su-chen thought for a moment. It seemed that Buchwanifu had been mentally contaminated by the deity, and a regular hospital probably wouldn't be able to treat her. However, Shinruya's light attribute could directly heal her. After placing Buchwanifu on his bed, Su-chen gently knocked on Shinruya's door. Soon, a sound came from inside, and the door opened. Did I wake you? Su-chen asked her quietly. At the door, Shinruya rubbed her eyes and shook her head, saying, "No, what's up?" Su-chen replied, "I wanted to come over and sleep with you." Upon hearing this, Shinruya's face flushed bright red. No way, but then she suddenly thought, could Su-chen be uncomfortable sleeping in a different room? Just as she was about to speak, Su-chen smiled. "Hana, just kidding, I came to ask for your help." "Help?" Shinruya was taken aback. Then, Su-chen directly led her into his room. When Shinruya saw the injured Buchwanifu on the bed, she was first stunned, then asked, what happened to her? She didn't ask who she was, because she believed Su-chen would tell her. She should be mentally contaminated, Su-chen said. Hearing this, Shinruya gasped softly. "You didn't go to Eastern Japan, did you?" She had also been scrolling through Douyin before bed and had seen everything. Su-chen was taken aback, not expecting her to guess so easily, and then kissed her cheek, as expected of my wife. Shinroya's face turned red. Who's your wife? She has helped me a lot, so I went to save her. You're not jealous, are you? Suchen smiled at Shinroi and asked. Upon hearing this, Shinroi slightly turned her face away. Who would be jealous, however, hearing Suchen say that warmed her heart. Then, she squatted down and held that cold little hand. The power of light flowed through Shinroya's arm into Buchuan Yaifu's body. About 5 minutes passed and beads of sweat began to form on Shinroya's forehead. Suchen frowned slightly. How is it? Is it working? If not, then forget it. Shinroi released her hand inside. The mental contamination is too severe. This is direct damage caused by a deity. I might not be able to do it. But there's another way. Suchen suddenly thought of something. And they both said in unison, emergency food. But it only appears when someone gets hurt. Suchen frowned. I can't bear to see you get hurt. Shinroi smiled sweetly. I have a way. Then, Suchen witnessed a miraculous scene. He saw Shinroi use a small knife to cut her palm, then a little sprite appeared. After Shinroi made Buchuanifu swallow the sprite, she slashed her palm again, and another little sprite appeared, which Shinroi swallowed herself. In the end, her palm was perfectly intact. Emergency food? Am I stuck in a bug? Suchen was dumbfounded. Is there such a method? Impressive, really clever. Shinroi snorted lightly. Of course. Alright, I'm going to kill the deity now. You should go back to sleep. Suchen said with a smile. He didn't want to deceive her and decided to be honest. Ha! Upon hearing this, Shinroya's little face changed. What are you going back for? It's so dangerous. Suchen shook his head. The world is in trouble. We men should strive to be strong. He didn't intend to save the world, it was just for the system's rewards. Of course, there was another reason. The followers of the deity were always targeting him and those related to him. He had to eliminate them all. But the deity is not something you can. Shinroi started but then stopped. She had seen Suchen kill a deity with her own eyes. But it's still very dangerous. Her face was filled with worry, and she really didn't want Suchen to go. If you're going, then I want to go too. I have emergency food that can help you. Suchen smiled, stepped forward, and gently hugged her, whispering in her ear, it's just a deity's phantom, it's easy to deal with. When have you seen me lose? Besides, I killed 2 deity phantoms last time. And I can teleport. You can't go, so just stay at home and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Shinroi still looked very worried, but no buts. She's still here. Don't let my parents find out about her. Otherwise, I might get beaten up. And can you bear to see me get hit? Suchen winked at her. Put. Upon hearing this, Shinroi covered her mouth and laughed, then said softly, alright, just be careful. Smack. After giving her a kiss on the cheek, Suchen activated the soul of the 6th and teleported away. In the room, silence returned, leaving behind a blushing Shinroi and the unconscious Buchuanifu. However, this time, Suchen's teleportation target was Yuan Tianxiong. Suchen knew that, at this moment, Yuan Tianxiong was likely in the land of the rising sun. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble in the future, Suchen changed his appearance a bit. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Yuan Tianxiong. Sure enough, Yuan Tianxiong was currently dealing with the god of space alongside 3 other awakened beings of the 8th realm. At this moment, Suchen also noticed that the god of space was more solid than what he had seen in the video. Looking down, he saw countless people on the ground with golden flames in their eyes, shambling towards the god of space like zombies. Once they got close, they turned into a streak of golden light and merged into the god of space. If he hadn't come tonight, Buchuanifu would likely have become part of the god of space as well. Just then, Yuan Tianxiong seemed to sense the figure behind him, his gaze turned cold, and he punched backward. With this strike, the space was torn apart and the surrounding air was violently sucked into the rift. One could imagine the power of this punch. Suchen's pupils constricted. Is this the power of the 8th realm? At the critical moment, Suchen quickly used 50-50 on the god of space. In an instant, Suchen felt he had gained unparalleled strength. With a quick sidestep, he easily dodged the attack. Yuan Tianqiong's punch hit nothing but air. And he squinted at Suchen. How could someone dodge this punch so easily? It should be noted that all the 8th realm beings in the world were here. This man in front of him was someone he had never seen before, reacting so quickly and silently appearing behind him. Is he an enemy or a friend? Who are you? Yuan Tianxiong said in a deep voice. Suchen took a breath, feeling a bit of lingering fear. He hadn't expected to almost meet his end upon arriving here. If he had reacted even a moment slower, he would have truly fallen here. Next time, he definitely wouldn't use old Seix's soul on these high-level beings again. Here to help you, Suchen said, calming himself and smiling. Huaxia people? Here to help us? Upon hearing the accent, Yuan Tianxiong murmured slightly, then his gaze sharpened as he said, I've never heard of someone like you. When did Huaxia produce such a powerful being? Now is not the time for that, but rather the divine being before us, Suchen said. directing his gaze towards the god of space in the distance. He directly brought up the panel. Name: God of Space Realm, True God Talent, Divine Level Divine Gift, Space Defense 760, Stamina 850, Strength 750, Agility 920, Divine Power 1200. Seeing this information, Su Chen's heart surged with shock. Setting aside those terrifying attribute values, just the fact that there was a divine gift left Su Chen astounded. He also had a divine gift, and the god of space had one too. What did this imply? Moreover, the god of space's divine gift was space, then his divine gift was time and space, so be careful. Yuan Tianqian's loud shout pulled Su Chen back to reality. Su Chen reacted quickly, suddenly dodging to the side. Looking back at his original position, he saw a dark hole had appeared there. The suction was incredibly strong, even pulling up cars and debris from dozens of meters away. Is this what a true god is like? Su Chen's brows furrowed. His expression serious. Even with his attributes balanced, he found it somewhat tricky. Balancing only adjusted his attributes to be equal, his skills and combat techniques remained unchanged. At this moment, Yuan Tianqiang felt that Su Chen should be a friend rather than an enemy, but he was filled with confusion. How had such a powerful awakener emerged in Huaxia without their knowledge? He shook his head, casting those questions aside. What needed to be done now was to eliminate the divine being before them. Moreover, he knew this could very well be the most serious incident in nearly 100 years. With that thought, he charged towards the god of space. At this moment, Su Chen, having regained his composure, did not sit idly by. The encyclopedia had given him the task of defeating the god of space with virtue. In other words, he couldn't use human nuclear bomb. Su Chen planned to give it a try. If he couldn't kill the divine being before him, he could always forego the proficiency with the brick and just drop 2 human nuclear bombs. With that in mind, a brick appeared in Su Chen's hand, and with a thought, it transformed into a blazing katana. Flowing blade like fire. This was Su Chen's first time using flowing blade like fire. All things in the universe shall turn to ash, flowing blade like fire. Su Chen shouted, completing the initial release. At the same time, he activated the breath of flame, intensifying the flames. In the next second, Su Chen raised the flowing blade like fire and slashed from a distance. A sword aura, hundreds of meters long and engulfed in flames, surged towards the god of space. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world was shrouded in fire. The 4 great beings of the 8 realms watched this scene, their pupils constricting as they hurriedly dodged. Tianqiang, who is this? The president of the Beijing Academy, Lei Ming, asked Yuan Tianqiang. The other 2 also looked on with puzzled expressions. They had just seen Yuan Tianqiang conversing with that man. Yuan Tianqiang replied solemnly, I don't know either, but he should be a friend. The human race has produced such a powerful awakener again. I feel even I couldn't withstand that slash, said the president of the Magic City Academy, Bing Qingyue, gravely. At this moment, the god of space also noticed the extremely high-temperature flame slash, turning its golden eyes towards it, and spoke as if exhaling clouds and mist, a mere mortal daring to attempt to slay a god. Ridiculous. In the next moment, an extreme force of space rippled out, and suddenly a void appeared in the air. Su Chen's fierce slash was swallowed by this void, creating not even a ripple, only a muffled sound echoing from the emptiness. Is it really that strong? Su Chen's expression turned grave. Compared to the divine shadows he had encountered before, this true god's power had multiplied several times. With the means displayed by the god of space, Su Chen felt that even if he used a human nuclear bomb, it would either be dodged or swallowed into the void. Seeing this, Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, I have a friend. In the next instant, 3 Su Chens, each wielding a blade of flowing fire, suddenly appeared. In an instant, the 3 of them appeared behind the god of space simultaneously. Bang Kai, flame blade. After shouting these words, Su Chen instantly felt that the blade of flowing fire in his hand had changed, as if it had a consciousness responding to him. Moreover, the flames on the blade became even more ferocious, and even Su Chen felt his hands burning, as if they were about to evaporate. Immediately after, Su Chen raised the flowing fire blade high and shouted, Flame blade north ashes of heaven and earth. Flame blade north ashes of heaven and earth. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Chen felt as if he were at the center of the sun. Heat, extreme heat, as if he were about to evaporate. The moisture in the surrounding air evaporated at that moment, and the ground turned into a fiery hell. Even Yuan Tianqiang and the others, despite being so far away, felt as if the moisture in their bodies was about to vanish. This was also why Su Chen had not used the flowing fire blade earlier, only relying on the magic blade Shenrun. If he had used it before, he would have likely turned to ashes. Only by using 50-50 and targeting a god could he withstand this terrifying flame that reached over 1,000 degrees. Moreover, at this moment, the flames on the blade were even more ferocious, the brightness of the fire blinding like the sun. Su Chen knew he could not delay any longer, otherwise, this place would surely not withstand such intense flames and turn to ashes. The three Suchens synchronized, slashing down together. The god of space instantly felt a tremendous threat, his pupils constricted. This flame seemed as if it would melt him. This was the first time he felt such a threat from someone other than that old man. He suddenly activated the power of space and teleported 1,000 meters away. However, the flames slashed by the three flowing fire blades were like towering waves. They opened the heavens and split the earth, descending from the sky. The space had already been torn apart. It shot straight towards the god of space. Seeing this, the god of space's divine power surged wildly, distorting the space around him. The flames of the flowing fire blade twisted in the air. Originally aimed downward, they now slashed upward. A mortal who cannot control the power of the laws is ultimately an ant. The god of space sneered, then with a massive golden hand, he grasped the air. In the next moment, the space in front of Suchen twisted and the air rippled. Three fiery slashes suddenly cleaving through. Suchen was taken aback, instantly releasing his bankai and quickly dodging to the side. Boom! 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 The three scorching flame slashes struck the ground fiercely. In an instant, the ground resembled a red hell. This is really troublesome. I can't hit at all. Suchen's face darkened, beads of sweat continuously sliding down his forehead. This was the first time he encountered such a tricky enemy. A true god, too powerful. Just as the other party said, without controlling the power of the laws, it was impossible to inflict harm on him. His law is space, and the divine gift is also space. Does that mean the divine gift is the law? Suchen frowned, thinking, then how should I control the power of time and space myself? Or is it that my current strength is insufficient? Using the life of an entire nation, I have finally returned to the world. Suddenly, the god of space laughed maniacally. The golden giant's shadow slowly shrank, eventually condensing into a human figure. But when Suchen called up his attribute panel again, he was shocked to find that all of his attributes had actually increased again. This meant that what he had just displayed was not even his true strength. In the name of the celestial god, I banish you. The god of space smirked slightly, then pointed towards Suchen in midair. In an instant, the four deans of the academies and the three Suchens had not even reacted before they disappeared completely. Seeing this, the god of space smiled, his gaze drifting towards the distant horizon, and then his figure flickered and vanished. Only a void-like voice echoed between heaven and earth. Huaxia, I have arrived. At this moment, in a dark space, 7 figures appeared out of nowhere. The expressions on their faces were all very grim, as they felt an ethereal power gnawing at their skin and mental strength. This was also their first time confronting a true god. Moreover, it was the god of space. Mysterious and unpredictable. The god of space has actually returned to his peak state. If the old man doesn't intervene, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Zhao He, the dean of Huacheng Academy, said solemnly. Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to leave this void. The old man definitely cannot make a move. At this moment, only we can hold back the god of space. Lei Ming said gravely. Bing Qingyue nodded, and then everyone turned their gaze to Suchen. Because the strength he had just displayed was simply too powerful, even they were shocked. They were all wondering if this person had reached the 9th realm. Yuan Tianxiang squinted at Suchen, scrutinizing his clone as if he had thought of something deep in thought. At this moment, Suchen looked around and saw that everything was shrouded in darkness. Moreover, a mysterious power was constantly eroding his body, making him quite uncomfortable. Using the soul of the 6th should allow him to escape from here. But what about them? These were all top-tier combatants of Huaxia, heroes protecting millions of people. Suchen did not want to see them fall here. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, I will go stop the god of space and leave a clone here. Everyone, think of a way to break out of here together. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 of the Suchens instantly vanished. Seeing this scene, the other 4 were all shocked. They could leave so easily? And it was just a clone. Such powerful strength. Brother, what do you go by? Lei Ming asked Suchen. Suchen's eyes flicked, and he casually replied, Lin Bei. Upon hearing this, the others nodded, and Zhao Yi said, then Lin Bei, can you take us out? Suchen shook his head. No, my skill only allows me to leave myself, which is why I stayed behind to help everyone find a way out. Hearing him say this, the 4 sighed, but they were also very grateful that he was willing to stay and help them escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, the figure of the god of space appeared in a snowy landscape. Not far from him, a white-haired figure sat cross-legged, with snowflakes continuously falling from the sky, yet not a single flake landed on him. Looking further into the distance, there was a wall. This wall was as massive as a mountain, so large that it was impossible to see the end. The person below appeared extremely small, and on this wall, various mysterious golden lights flowed, appearing extremely sacred. Seeing this, the god of space suddenly laughed loudly. Old man, do you really think you can trap us just by yourself? Once we all get out, I will definitely destroy your Huaxia, no, the entire earth. I will make it perish. Ha ha ha. The voice of the god of space echoed in this space, while the white-haired figure sitting cross-legged in the distance seemed to be oblivious, remaining completely still. Seeing this, the god of space let out a cold laugh, then raised his palm, ready to attack. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, narrowing his eyes. As the god of space, he was the master of spatial fluctuations and was naturally the most sensitive to them. He turned to look back, and before he could react, a bright red brick fell from the sky. The speed was not fast, but when the god of space tried to smash the brick with a palm strike, he found he couldn't move at all. This left him shaken. Who in this world could bind him? With a crisp bang, the brick landed on his head. At the same time, Su Chen's figure appeared behind him. Holding the blade of flowing fire, he slashed down. The god of space had nowhere to dodge and took the blow heeding. Clang! However, this strike landed on the god of space's head, barely making a dent. His head was as indestructible as diamond, and the blade couldn't penetrate at all. Seeing this, Su Chen's expression changed, and he withdrew the blade of flowing fire, creating some distance. Humph! The god of space chuckled mockingly, a mortal is still a mortal. Giving you a chance is useless. Su Chen held the blade, his expression grave. Now his attributes were on par with the opponent's, so why was such a powerful strike unable to harm him in the slightest? Encyclopedia: the greatest difference between humans and gods is the power of laws and divine power. Hearing the voice in his mind, Su Chen's expression turned strange. The encyclopedia had actually taken the initiative to speak. He hadn't wanted to ask it anything since it had been rendered useless, but unexpectedly, it was willing to respond this time. The power of laws. From the dark god's previous words, it seems my skills are related to the power of laws. Su Chen squinted, then how do I obtain divine power? At this moment, Su Chen recalled that when his blade struck the god of space, a golden light seemed to illuminate the opponent's body, flowing like golden armor. The god of space then taunted, well, you managed to escape from the void, which shows you have some strength. Let me see how long you can last under my hand. The moment the words left his mouth, the god of space's figure vanished instantly. Su Chen felt a chill down his back, his nerves instantly tensing. This felt so much like his old sixth soul. Bang Kai. Flame Blade, West Remnant Sun Prison Garb. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen quickly unleashed the strongest defensive technique of the blade of flowing fire. This move could transform his mental energy into flames of 15 million degrees, enveloping his body and blade like a blazing sun. If an ordinary person got too close at this moment, they would be instantly vaporized. At the same time, as Su Chen unleashed this move, the icy landscape around him melted instantly. It turned into water, which was then immediately evaporated. The surroundings became barren, with only remnants of walls left. The rock walls were scorched red. The god of space behind Su Chen could feel the terrifying flames. As if they were going to vaporize him completely. The power of space twisted, and he attempted to banish Su Chen to the void again. However, this time, Su Chen would not give him the chance, quickly turning around and slashing down. The fiery trajectory of the slash was like a brilliant curtain of flames. The god of space tried to dodge, but let's not forget, there was another clone. The other Su Chen waved his large sleeve, and the brick shot out, directly controlling it. With their tacit cooperation, this strike landed heavily on the god of space. Boom! This time, although it still didn't penetrate his body, it sent him flying. Su Chen gasped for breath, ending the Bankai. The Bankai consumed too much mental energy. No, I must think of a solution quickly. Su Chen's brow furrowed. The durations of the 50-50 and creating friends from nothing skills were already halfway through. If he couldn't defeat the opponent during this time, he might end up falling here himself. Kid, you've successfully angered me. The god of space had a gloomy expression. He never expected that the human before him would be so powerful. Damn it! Su Chen #1 cursed angrily. In the next second, he wielded a brick and used the soul of the old six to teleport directly behind the god of space. At the same time, the brick came crashing down. Control it, and then, self-destruct. Boom! A violent aura of destruction swept out from the center, shaking the surroundings. This was a god-level self-detonation, its power 100 times greater than before. If this explosion had occurred in the East Japan, just the shockwave alone could have sunk the island. At that moment, the white-haired elder sitting cross-legged on the ground could no longer remain seated. With a sigh, he waved his sleeve, and a hazy aura flowed out, directly sweeping away the shockwaves. At this time, another Su Chen finally noticed that there was actually another person here. He had just arrived and had not sensed the presence of another at all. It was as if the other person did not exist in his perception. If the other party remained still, Su Chen might never have discovered them. This left Su Chen quite shocked. Young man, wanting to kill a god requires more than just the power of the laws. At this moment, the elder turned to look at Su Chen and said, he wore a white robe, immaculate as if he were a celestial being. His appearance seemed very frail, but an inexplicable aura emanated from him, making Su Chen feel alarmed. This was definitely not an ordinary person. Suddenly, Su Chen looked around and saw the massive wall shimmering with golden light, like a seal. It seemed he understood something, and he exclaimed in shock, "Senior, could it be you are the master of the God Sealing Pavilion?" The elder slowly nodded, then sighed, "With a youth like you emerging from Huaxia, there is hope to overcome this calamity. Next, let me take action." The moment he finished speaking, his robes rustled and his entire aura transformed, divine light swirling around him, shining brilliantly. In an instant, his figure flashed. Boom! Amidst the smoke of the explosion, another sound of an air blast echoed. Following that, the sounds of fierce fighting erupted. In the thick smoke, two beams of golden light flickered like thunder, dazzling to behold. Su Chen did not expect that the god of space, under such a powerful strike, had not died. Moreover, it seemed that his strength had not diminished. This was the first time Su Chen faced an enemy with such helplessness. At first, when he killed the shadow of the god, Su Chen thought it was quite simple. Gods were nothing special. But now it seemed that the shadow of the god might not even possess 10% of their power. Suddenly, a roar came from the smoke. "Old man, you've broken through. This is impossible. How can a mortal possess divine status? Ha ha ha. I can feel your vitality. Ha, mortals ultimately cannot possess divine status. This is merely temporary. When the time comes, it will be the moment our divine clan breaks free. Ha ha ha. Just wait to become our slaves." Humph. Wishful thinking. Ha ha ha. Let's see how long you can hold on. In the high sky, two figures intertwined like lightning, each collision producing deafening booms. At this moment, Su Chen below raised his gaze towards the two battling figures above, his expression grave. He then sat cross-legged, beginning to ponder how to bring Yuan Tianxiong and the others out of the void. His time was running out. He knew in his heart that the only way was to comprehend the secrets of his divine endowment of time and space. From their recent words, Su Chen also picked up on some things. Divine status, divine power. What exactly are these? Su Chen's brows furrowed tighter. The Su Chen in the void and the current Su Chen shared a connection in thought. Both were in a state of frantic meditation, their consciousness entering a realm of clarity. Su Chen sought to understand the secrets of his divine endowment through this feeling, but Su Chen had no clue at all, not knowing where to begin his understanding. Do I have to give up on them? Or should I let this body disappear? Continue to find a way in the void? Su Chen felt a bit lost, looking up at the elder battling the god of space in the sky. Instinctively, he brought up his attribute panel. Name: Wang Purealm, True God Temporary Talent, SSS Divine Gift, Seal Temporary Defense, 800, Stamina, 850, Strength, 750, Agility, 750 Divine Power, 1000. Seeing this information, Su Chen was shocked. This master of the God Sealing Pavilion actually had a divine gift. But why was it temporary? And what about the realm? Recalling their previous conversation, Su Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. At that moment, Wang Pu in the sky bit his tongue, a mouthful of blood flying out, while one hand began to draw in the void. In an instant, a massive golden formation was outlined. With my blood, I bind the gods. Seal. The moment the words fell, the golden formation descended like a giant net, enveloping the god of space. The god of space's expression changed, his body erupted with divine light, trying to reverse the power of space. However, it was as if countless chains were binding him within, unable to move. Even his divine power could not be activated. No! He panicked. He had just broken free from the seal and escaped. Now, he was to be sealed again. How could he accept that? At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as the massive golden net wrapped around him, slowly merging into the majestic stone wall. Old man, you shouldn't be able to hold on much longer, right? The seal will break. What use is it to seal me now? I will come out again. Ha 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 ha. The last voice of the god of space echoed from within the stone wall, filled with madness and anger. Cough cough. Wang Pu in the air covered his mouth and coughed twice, looking down to see his palm stained with blood. Wang Pu landed steadily. He knew well that temporarily elevating himself to battle a true god, even sealing it, was his greatest ability. Now, his time was running out. At this moment, Su Chen also felt it. Wang Pu's vitality was slowly fading, like embers that could be extinguished with a breath. Yet, Wang Pu still stood straight, his expression calm, as if he didn't care at all. Senior, you. Su Chen hesitated, unsure of how to start. He didn't have a deep emotional bond with the person before him. However, Su Chen understood in his heart that the peace of the world was all borne by this person, silently guarding it. At this moment, Su Chen also realized what Yuan Tianqiang's earlier words meant: if one day you see him, it means a great calamity is approaching. Everything seemed to be as Yuan Tianqiang said, a great calamity truly seemed to be imminent. When he hadn't encountered a true god, Su Chen felt invincible, believing his abilities were enough to deal with and slay gods. But now it seemed, even injuring a god was difficult. He had been too confident before, and Su Chen finally understood. What is your name? At this moment, Wang Pu revealed a smile. His current state resembled an old man on the verge of collapse. Su Chen felt a pang in his heart as he replied, Su Chen, the strongest of the human race, was he really going to? Suddenly, Su Chen remembered something and hurriedly said, Senior, I have a method that can definitely save. Before he could finish, Wang Pu smiled and shook his head, interrupting him. He understood Su Chen's good intentions, however, he was also aware of his own physical condition. He feared that even taking a few steps was beyond him now. And after all these years, he could finally rest. He had finally waited for this day. Thinking of this, he revealed a pure smile and murmured, Su Chen, with you and Huaxia, it's enough. His voice was very soft, and Su Chen couldn't hear it clearly, only feeling his vitality, like a flickering candle flame that could extinguish at any moment. It left a bitter taste in his heart. From now on, this place is in your hands. Wang Pu sighed deeply as he looked at Su Chen. Su Chen? Although the old man before him was on the brink of death, Su Chen did not want to take over this mess. He didn't want to spend his life suppressing this group of deities. Moreover, he didn't have the means to do so. Su Chen wanted to speak, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. It was as if he were mute. Su Chen was stunned. Damn it, this old man. 1,000 thoughts raced through Su Chen's mind, realizing that he had been rendered speechless by some trick. I could tell at a glance that you are not an ordinary person. Wang Pu smiled slightly and said, Others may not be able to control the power of the divine rank, but you are different. I can sense the power of the divine rank within you, it's just that you are unaware of it. Now, you only need a bit of power to break this layer of shackles and release the power of the divine rank. Wang Pu raised an eyebrow at Su Chen with a natural expression, showing no signs of despair at his impending death. Instead, there was a hint of expectation, as if he felt a sense of liberation. Sit down, time is short. Let me do one last thing for this world. Before Su Chen could respond, his legs bent involuntarily, and he sat down on the ground. I really can't believe you, old man. I can sit by myself. Su Chen thought to himself, feeling a surge of frustration. He had felt a bit of sympathy for the old man before, but that feeling had vanished without a trace. After Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, Wang Pu gazed deeply at the massive stone wall. Retracting his gaze, Wang Pu closed his eyes, extended his finger, and pointed at Su Chen's forehead. A golden light flickered in Wang Pu's chest, and then it began to move. It traveled along his arm, to his finger, and finally entered Su Chen's forehead. When the golden mass entered Su Chen's body, he let out a muffled groan. This power was so strong. It was like a flame, incredibly intense. At that moment, Su Chen's face turned red, and sweat poured down. The light flickering at his forehead was extraordinarily sacred. Su Chen gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and struggled to endure this immense energy. This is divine power, feel it well. A weak voice echoed in Su Chen's ears, and then with a bang, a muffled sound resonated, plunging the surroundings into silence. Meanwhile, in the void, what's wrong with him? At this moment, Lei Ming and the others looked extremely pale. Having spent a long time in the void, their mental energy had been nearly exhausted. If they couldn't find a way out, they would be trapped here. Even Yuan Tianxiong, who had spatial abilities, had tried many times without success. At this moment, their greatest hope was the person before them who could fight against the deities, but now he was showing signs of pain. They couldn't help but worry, not knowing the reason. Moreover, the aura emanating from his forehead was something they feared. That aura felt very familiar. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from Su Chen's body. He had broken through. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a flash of golden light flickered in his gaze. He saw that his deep eyes seemed to perceive everything. Looking into the boundless void, he saw the laws of the void. In that moment, it was as if he had unraveled the future and the past. Countless images flashed before his eyes. Just like that day when he tested his talent at school. He saw the past but still could not see the future. He believed that one day he would be able to. In this moment, he realized many things, understanding what time and space were, how time flowed and space twisted, that he could return to the past and also to the future. However, at present, he was still unable to do these things. He had only just begun to comprehend them. With this thought, Su Chen slowly stood up, raised his arm, and delivered an unremarkable punch. Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared in the pitch-black void, quickly spreading like a spider web. Finally, it shattered with a crisp sound, like a mirror breaking. The void collapsed in an instant, and they returned to the land of the rising sun. It was still the same place, the same position, with not a hint of change. The surrounding area was still an endless sea of fire. The entire land of the rising sun had long since turned into a purgatory. The four deans, seeing that they had escaped, showed expressions of joy and were about to thank Su Chen, only to find that his figure had already vanished. No time to lose, let's head to Huaxia, Bing Qingyue said with a serious expression. Let's just set up a teleportation array, Lei Ming said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, the others checked their mental energy. Sure enough, they were all exhausted. The distance from the land of the rising sun to Huaxia was so great, and now the fastest method was to use the teleportation array. The group exchanged bitter smiles and then hurried towards the location of the teleportation array. On the other side, after Wowokai and Muzhan Shenjiu ended, Su-chan instantly felt a sense of exhaustion. His entire body ached intensely, but fortunately, self-repair was slowly mending him, otherwise, he might have fainted right there. This time, Su-chan felt a bit regretful. He should have upgraded self-repair more. The main issue was that he had been overly confident, never believing he would be seriously injured. Su-chan opened his eyes and found Wang Pu lying peacefully on the ground, very quiet. There was no pain on his face, only a smile, very content. Su-chan stared blankly for a long time, feeling a bit unsettled inside. Looking up at the towering stone wall, Su-chan knew that behind it were the sealed gods. It was hard to imagine that a group of lofty, immensely powerful deities could be sealed by a stone wall. Wang Pu had asked him to guard this place, but Su-chan did not want to agree. First, he did not want to stay here forever. Second, he could not seal anything. He could only ensure that when the gods appeared, he would take action. After looking at Wang Pu for a long time, Su-chan stood up, buried him in this place, and erected a tombstone. Tomb of the hero Wang Pu of Huaxia. After bowing several times, Su-chan stood up, swayed, and then disappeared. Just as Su-chan left, a group of people arrived one after another. It was the 4 deans leading the members of the Fengshan Pavilion. When everyone saw the tombstone, they were stunned. Tears welled up in their eyes. "Pavilion Master, safe travels!" Someone shouted, and everyone shouted in unison, "Pavilion Master, safe travels!" The 4 deans sighed at this scene, seeing the melting ice and snow and the traces of battle around them. They understood that the Pavilion Master must have acted, but it had also cost him his life. This stone should have been carved by that person. Lei Ming said, looking at the tombstone. They all knew who Lei Ming was referring to, fully aware. The elder has passed, the seal will break, we must find a way. Zhao He looked at the stone wall and sighed deeply, saying, "The great calamity has come, it's up to us to see if we can endure." One god had left them in such a predicament, let alone if all the gods were to emerge. Lin Bei. Yuan Tianqian's eyes flickered slightly, deep in thought. At this time, the sky was already dimly bright. Everyone in Huaxia had just awakened from their dreams, completely unaware of what had happened that night. They only knew that a new day had begun, and today they would still be full of energy. At this moment, Su-chan had returned to his home. He no longer needed the soul of the 6th brother to perform simple teleportation at will. This was the power of the laws of time and space. As soon as he entered, Su-chan was stunned. He saw Qinrui, Buchuanifu, and his parents, 4 people sitting at the table, harmoniously having breakfast. "Come on, eat more." Chen Yueshio handed a youtiao to Buchuanifu. Buchuanifu didn't understand what she was saying, but she nodded obediently, took the youtiao, and started eating it in small bites. At this moment, the others seemed to sense something and all turned to look at the door. Chen Yueshio and Su Bai saw it was Su-chan, and their smiles instantly vanished. Su Bai stood up, slowly pulled out his belt, then folded it, continuously tugging at it, making a pop-pop sound. Seeing this, Su-chan's heart sank. "This is bad. Come here, son, you better explain to me what's going on," Su Bai said with a cold expression. Seeing this scene, Su-chan frantically signaled with his eyes, seeking help from Qinrui. But Qinrui just covered her mouth and smiled. Buchuanifu, with a youtiao in her mouth, looked at Su-chan with curiosity. Inside, she thought, "Is this the benefactor who saved me? Dad, there are so many people here, including foreigners, we shouldn't air our dirty laundry." Su-chan retreated repeatedly, waving his hands. "Then come back to my room." Su Bai sneered and pulled Su-chan into the room. Once inside, he closed the door, put away the belt, and said with a smile, "Son, which beauty did you pick up this time? And she's a foreigner." Su-chan rolled his eyes. "She just helped me a lot before. I saved her out of convenience. We have nothing going on. Don't think too much about it." Su Bai's gaze dropped. "Then why weren't you home at night? What were you doing out?" "Oh, that. I couldn't sleep at night, just went out for a walk." Su-chan scratched his head and said casually. Su Bai looked skeptical, as if to say, "Do you think I believe you? All right, hurry up and get out." Su Bai didn't ask further and pushed Su-chan out, while he himself lay down on the bed and turned on the TV. Su-chan went to the living room, cleared his throat a couple of times, and glanced at Buchuanifu. Fortunately, Su-chan had changed his appearance before, so even if she saw his true face now, she probably wouldn't connect him to the person who threatened her last time. "Arigato. Thank you." Buchuanifu quietly thanked Su-chan. "Da Zhengfu." Su-chan instinctively replied in Japanese. Buchuanifu was taken aback, looked up at Su-chan, and said, "You speak Japanese? I'll help you translate." Hearing this, Su-chan was stunned. I can speak a little." Buchuanifu calmly asked, "Do you know someone named Zhao Chun?" Since she had returned to Huaxia, Buchuanifu certainly wanted to find that person for revenge. Su Chen's expression became a bit strange. This girl actually remembered. No. I don't know him, Su Chen said naturally. Oh, is that so? Buchuan Yaifu's voice suddenly dropped, and her expression seemed to darken. Shin Ruoi and Chen Yueshio, who didn't understand Japanese, were somewhat confused. Su Chen's expression was a bit odd when he saw the shiny ring in Shin Ruoi's hand. In an instant, he understood. He cursed himself inwardly for forgetting this detail, and Buchuanifu now wished she could beat Su Chen up. Just now, she had suddenly seen the ring in Shin Ruoi's hand and then heard Su Chen's clumsy Japanese. Connecting that to why he had gone to Japan to save her, she instantly realized something. The person in front of her was the one who had stolen her clothes and threatened her that day. Princess Buchuan, this is all a misunderstanding, Su Chen said with a smile. If his parents, Shin Ruoi, found out about those things, he would inevitably face a mixed-gender double beating. You see, I saved your life too, doesn't that count as even? Humph. Buchuanifu snorted coldly and glanced at Shin Ruoi, saying, Is this your girlfriend? Su Chen nodded with a grin. Seeing this, Buchuanifu felt a surge of anger. He actually stole her ring and gave it to his girlfriend. How shameless. However, considering she had specifically come here to the Easting to save her life, she would let him off this time. Buchuanifu replied abruptly and focused on continuing to eat her youtiao. Seeing that she had nothing more to say, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was glad that she didn't speak Huaxia language and Shin Ruoi didn't speak Easting language, otherwise he would really be socially dead today. Shin Ruoi and Chen Yueshio had been listening to their chatter for a while and were just about to ask when a knock came at the door. Chen Yueshio was taken aback and got up to go over. Su Chen, what were you guys just talking about? Shin Ruoi asked curiously. Su Chen laughed heartily, just some words of gratitude. Shin Ruoi nodded, then where is she going afterward? Hearing this, Su Chen pondered for a moment, I'll ask her later. Shin Ruoi nodded and didn't say anything more. Su Chen, your teacher is here. Chen Yueshio shouted from the door. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. Teacher? Filled with confusion, Su Chen walked to the door and then his eyes widened in shock. Yuan Tianxiong. What the hell is this old man doing here? Could it be that he figured it out? After all, it seemed like he had used the skill of creating friends out of nothing and the characteristics were so obvious. Old teacher, what brings you here? Although he guessed the other party's intention, Su Chen didn't plan to admit it directly. You brat! Does a teacher need a reason to come? Aren't you going to invite your teacher in? Chen Yueshio pouted, looking at Su Chen with dissatisfaction. Yes, teacher, please come in and have a seat. Teacher, have you had breakfast? Would you like something to eat? Su Chen asked as he sat at the dining table, looking at Yuan Tianxiong. Yuan Tianxiong shook his head, glanced at Shin Ruoi, then at Su Chen, and finally at Buchuanifu. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, Aren't you two not allowed to leave the academy? How come you're back home? What? You actually dared to skip class. Chen Yueshio exploded in anger, pulling out a whip and preparing to strike. Ruoi, you go aside. Your father is about to start the meal. In her view, it must be Su Chen who led Ruoi astray. Yuan Tianxiong didn't expect Chen Yuexio's reaction to be so intense and quickly cleared his throat, waving his hand. Su Chen's mother, I'm not here to discuss this matter today, and the academy has suspended classes. They just don't allow students to leave the academy. Upon hearing this, Chen Yueshio calmed down. So it was a suspension. I want to talk to Su Chen alone, is that okay? Yuan Tianxiong said, looking at Su Chen. Danger. Su Chen's heart tightened, just as he expected. He wouldn't want to take him back to guard that seal, would he? Sure, of course. Chen Yueshio said with a smile. Then, Chen Yueshio led the two into Su Chen's room and closed the door. In the room, Yuan Tianxiong waved his sleeve, and an imperceptible spatial force spread out. This way, their conversation would be hard to eavesdrop on. Su Chen just glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze. However, he was still caught by Yuan Tianxiong, the old fox, who noticed the detail. Oh, can you see it? If he hadn't possessed the power of time and space before, Su Chen definitely wouldn't have been able to see it, but now he had these powers. He was very sensitive to time and space, this kind of power. What? See what? What? See what? Su Chen Don looked around, a bewildered expression on his face. Yuan Tianxiong smiled slightly. That girl outside isn't one of us Huaxia people, right? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened. Even Buchuanifu hadn't said anything. How did this old man figure it out? Stop beating around the bush and just tell me what you're here for, Su Chen said, too lazy to go back and forth with him. You're Lin Bei, right? Yuan Tianxiong said in a calm tone. Su Chen wasn't surprised. He had anticipated this and directly revealed, That's me. Not bad, Yuan Tianxiong sighed, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. To have such strength at a young age, Hua Xiao might just have a chance to get through this calamity. I should clarify, though. I'm not going to guard that seal, Su Chen said, pouting. Oh. Hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Yuan Tianqian's face. Did the elder ask you to guard the seal? Yes. Su Chen replied. Yuan Tianqian leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and said, the seal can no longer be maintained, it's loosening every day. In the fastest 2 months, the seal will be completely broken, and that's assuming they don't stir up trouble. If they do stir up trouble, it might break even faster. So how many gods are behind that stone wall? And why were they sealed behind it? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Who could seal the gods into a stone wall? It shouldn't be Wang Pu, right? Yuan Tianqian let out a long sigh and slowly said, the gods behind that stone wall are just the tip of the iceberg. This group of gods are all outsiders, invaders. 100 years ago, humanity was at its peak, with at least hundreds of awakened beings in the 9 realms, and awakened beings in the 8 realms were everywhere. With a few even crossing the threshold of the 9 realms to reach the pseudo-god realm. The pseudo-god realm. Su Chen was shocked, so there was a realm above the 9 realms. This was the first time he had heard of a realm above the 9 realms. The realm above the pseudo-god realm must be the god realm, right? Yuan Tianqian continued. However, the arrival of these gods shattered this prosperous era. They used their powerful divine power to shield the laws of this world, preventing us awakened beings from using the laws to communicate with heaven and earth, which also made it difficult for us to break through. And to break through the 9 realms, one must comprehend a certain law's power. So, in the end, the powerful beings of humanity launched an attack on the gods. This battle lasted a very long time, and eventually, those ancestors realized they couldn't directly kill the gods, so they constructed that stone wall and sealed it, ultimately sealing all the gods behind that wall. However, humanity also paid a heavy price for this. In that battle, the ancestors of the pseudo-god realm reinforced the seal with their flesh and blood to prevent it from loosening, while also constructing formations to hide the earth. More than 70% of the awakened beings in the 9 realms sacrificed themselves, and after the divine war, the residual aura of the gods became a form of spiritual pollution, causing the beasts to lose their reason, leading to an unprecedented terrifying beast tide. Since that day, humanity has entered a long winter, and it remains so even now, unless one day we can slay all those gods. Listening to his words, Su Chen felt a slight shock inside. These gods were originally sealed by the lives of those from before. So what are we supposed to do now? We can't just sit and wait for death, Su Chen said. Yuan Tianqian sighed deeply. 2 months will pass in the blink of an eye. Finding a way to defeat the gods is incredibly difficult, but we, as humanity, will definitely not sit idly by. Classes will resume tomorrow, and what you need to do is to improve your strength. After all, you are now the strongest among humanity. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. I have become the strongest among humanity? This is too dramatic. How long has he been in this world? Moreover, he hadn't even been in college for a few days. Who else in this world can go toe-to-toe with the god of space? Yuan Tianqiang retorted. Su Chen was at a loss for words, as if he had to agree. Alright, that's enough for today, they'll arrange the other matters. Yuan Tianqiang gave Su Chen a meaningful glance, then patted his shoulder, and with a flicker, he vanished. Su Chen sighed. In today's world, even if he wanted to slack off, he couldn't. He felt it was necessary to make another trip to the border to grind some skill points. He needed to max out his 55 chance. After all, the only reliance he had for fighting against deities was this 55. Otherwise, if he was caught in a battle and the 55 time ran out, wouldn't he be done for? With that thought, Su Chen stepped out of his room. Son, where's the teacher? What did he say? As soon as he stepped out, Chen Yueshio asked. Su Chen replied, he left, we just chatted casually. Chen Yueshio nodded and said nothing more. Where are you going now? Su Chen looked at Bu Chuanifu and said in Eastern language, I won't let you stay at my house. Humph. Bu Chuanifu pouted and huffed, who wants to stay at your house? Just return the clothes you borrowed from me last time, and he'll leave. What clothes? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Bu Chuanifu's face turned slightly red. Don't think I don't know, you shorted me a few pieces of clothing, and I counted them clearly. Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly remembered the clothes he had given to Qin Ruoi. They should still be in her dorm. How could they possibly be returned to him? No. I returned everything to you. Su Chen denied it with a straight face. You must not have counted properly. Su Chen secretly mocked himself. How could she remember how many pieces there were among so many clothes? I don't believe you, Bu Chuanifu said suspiciously. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I really didn't. Su Chen shrugged. Why don't you come into my room and look for them? Upon hearing this, Bu Chuanifu's face flushed. She glanced at Su Chen's room but felt embarrassed to rummage through someone else's space. Who knows what strange things she might find? So shameless. Bu Chuanifu lightly bit her lip. Just consider it a gift to you. I'm leaving. With that, she walked towards the door. See you later. Su Chen smiled and waved. Suddenly, Buchuan Ifu turned back and extended her small hand towards Su Chen. Su Chen's expression changed. Why was she back again? What is it? I have no money. Buchuan Yifu's face turned slightly red as she said softly. So you have no money. Su Chen grinned and then pulled out a few $100s to give her. Remember to pay me back. With interest. I take back what I said earlier, that clothing counts as sold to you. Buchuan Ifu huffed, took the money, and left without looking back. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, then looked at Chen Yueshio and said, Mom, Rui and I are going back to the academy. Upon hearing this, Chen Yueshio was taken aback and then said, You're going back so soon? Don't you want to play a few more days? Rui just arrived. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. If he were alone, he would definitely want to rush back. Well, classes will resume normally tomorrow. Hearing this, Chen Yueshio sighed. Alright then, Rui, come over to play more when you have time. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Shin Rui nodded obediently. Your father, hurry up and come out, aren't you going to see Rui off? Chen Yueshio shouted into the bedroom. Su Chen? You didn't mention a word. Subai quickly ran out, grinning. Son, you're leaving, come, let Dad see you off. Dad, Mom, no need, he'll show you a magic trick. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Then, under the gaze of Chen Yueshio and Subai, Su Chen took Qin Rui's hand. In the next moment, their figures vanished from the spot. Wow, how strong has my son become now? Seeing this, Subai couldn't help but click his tongue. On the other side, Su Chen did not take Qin Rui directly back to the academy. Instead, they went to a park, strolling leisurely, and Su Chen briefly recounted what had happened last night to Qin Rui. After listening to Su Chen's account, Qin Rui's small face turned serious. Is it that serious? Su Chen smiled wryly and nodded. Yeah, these peaceful days won't last much longer. Where do you think you're going? A loud shout suddenly came from a distance, drawing their attention. They saw a figure in a red robe rushing through the air, being chased by a group of people behind. Judging by the decorations, it seemed to be members of the Fengshan Pavilion hunting down a divine disciple. Moreover, the disciple was holding 2 children in his hands, moving at an incredible speed, likely a wind-type awakener. Dad! Qin Rui suddenly spotted something and exclaimed in surprise. What? Father-in-law? Su Chen's eyes lit up as he followed Qin Rui's gaze. Qin Tianming, who was chasing the figure in the red robe, also noticed Qin Rui on the ground and immediately shouted, Rui, stop them. Don't let her get away. Without needing to be told, Qin Rui wouldn't stand by and watch. After all, those were 2 children. She immediately activated her wings of light and soared into the air. A golden light flashed, and she appeared right in front of the figure in the red robe. Humph! A mere 5th-level awakener dares to block me. Unaware of your own mortality. Seeing this, the figure in the red robe snorted coldly and waved his robe. In an instant, countless wind blades shot out with a whistling sound. They fell like raindrops, fine and dense. Seeing this, Qin Rui remained calm, and the holy ring on her finger instantly transformed into the holy sword of light. Holy light! Qin Rui raised the holy sword high and slashed down. A beam of golden light shone in the sky, extremely dazzling. Swish! This sword directly obliterated all the wind blades in the air. Qin Rui dared not use this move directly on the divine disciple. After all, there were 2 children in the disciple's hands, and this was a large area lethal technique that could easily harm them. The divine disciple, seeing how easily Qin Rui had dealt with his most powerful wind blades, changed his expression. At this moment, the members of the Fengshan Pavilion behind were almost catching up to him. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll kill them both. The figure in the red robe shouted, placing the 2 children in front of him. Seeing this, Qin Rui's expression changed. So despicable. But just then, Qin Rui seemed to see something, her face lighting up with joy. The figure in the red robe frowned, looking at her in confusion. Why was she smiling at a time like this? He immediately prepared to take one down as a warning. However, before he could act, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his head, followed by a wave of dizziness. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness, plummeting downwards. This was, of course, Su Chen's doing. Su Chen stood below, waving his hand, and the brick that was in free fall returned to his grasp. Then he flashed forward. He successfully caught the 2 falling children. With a loud thud, the divine disciple crashed heavily to the ground, his life unknown. At this moment, Qin Rui also slowly descended, coming to Su Chen's side, and softly asked, Are the children okay? They should be fine. Just unconscious, Su Chen replied after checking with his mental power. Why don't you ask if I'm okay? Qin Rui pouted slightly. You can fight gods, can such a small matter hurt you? Hearing this, Su Chen smiled helplessly. Dad! Qin Rui called out to the approaching Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming nodded, then scrutinized Su Chen, looking at Qin Rui with a puzzled expression. Dad, this is my The words boyfriend were a bit difficult for Chin Ruoi to say, her face turning slightly red. Hello, uncle, I'm Su Chen. Su Chen greeted with a smile. Su Chen. Qin Tianming murmured softly, hearing this name. Qin Tianming suddenly thought of what Qin Shou had told him. It seemed that the relationship with Ruai was not ordinary. Moreover, he had previously slain a deity, showcasing his immense strength. Just from that casually thrown brick, one could see a glimpse of his power. Not bad. You've really helped us out this time. Qin Tianming patted Su Chen's shoulder appreciatively. Seeing this, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. It seemed his first impression was quite good in his father-in-law's eyes. Suddenly, Qin Tianming caught sight of the ring in Qin Ruoi's hand and was slightly surprised. Wasn't it the holy ring of light from the last auction? How did it end up in Ruoi's hands? Wasn't it auctioned off by someone from the Eastern country? Ruoi, where did you get this ring? Qin Tianming asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoi's face flushed. She glanced at Su Chen and whispered, Su Chen, gave it to me. Hearing this, Qin Tianming's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Su Chen, utterly bewildered. Just a few days apart, and his little cotton-padded jacket had already become someone else's? She had even received a ring? Their relationship had progressed so quickly? Su Chen scratched his head with a smile. Qin Tianming stared at him and asked, where did you get this ring? Of course, I bought it. Su Chen replied seriously. Bought it? Qin Tianming looked skeptical. Could it be that those people from the Eastern country auctioned off this ring and then sold it? It didn't seem impossible. If Su Chen bought this ring, he must have spent a lot more money. After all, he couldn't afford to buy it last time. The fact that Su Chen managed to buy it spoke volumes about his intentions and financial capability. Qin Tianming didn't dwell on it further, patted Su Chen's shoulder and gave him a meaningful look. You've really helped me out this time. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. The city has been quite chaotic lately, so be careful, he added, before grabbing the divine follower on the ground and leaving with everyone. He didn't harbor any resentment towards Su Chen. He knew his work was very busy, making it hard to accompany Qin Ruoi. As long as Su Chen could make her happy, he was satisfied. Is your dad really that busy? Su Chen looked at Qin Tianming's back and then turned to Qin Ruoi. Qin Ruoi sighed and nodded. Yeah, there was a divine battle yesterday, so he'll probably be even busier. At the same time, Qin Ruoi secretly vowed to make the most of her time to train. Otherwise, when that day came, Su Chen's busyness wouldn't be of any help. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. The two chatted casually as they walked, and before long, they arrived at the weapon shop where they had first met. Do you remember we met here? Su Chen stopped and smiled at the weapon shop. Qin Ruoi nodded, then gave Su Chen a resentful glance. Back then, you bumped into me and wanted me to take responsibility. Su Chen chuckled, then let me treat you to ice pops now. With that, Su Chen took Qin Ruoi to the supermarket where they had previously bought ice pops. I want this one. Qin Ruoi took one out from the freezer. Wow, an ice cream assassin, you can't play like this. Su Chen was taken aback when he saw the ice cream she picked. This was the Hermes of the ice cream world. He usually didn't dare to eat it. He wouldn't even dare to look at it. Humph. I want this. Qin Ruoi huffed, clearly delighted. Then I'll have the Snow Lotus, Su Chen said, feeling quite pained as he paid. Although the money spent was just a tiny fraction of his savings. After finishing the ice pops, Su Chen took Qin Ruoi back to the academy. They each returned to their own villas. Wow, Brother Bai, how did you get in? Zhao Chen exclaimed as he opened the door and bumped into Su Chen. He scratched his head. You didn't even need me to open the door? Hearing this, Su Chen smirked. I don't need you to open the door anymore. He had mastered the laws of space.I in this world. Basically, Su Chen can reach anywhere with just a thought, and he can even teleport people along with him. It just consumes a bit of divine power. His divine power is also converted from mental energy. Is that so? Zhao Chen scratched his head and then walked towards the door. Then I'll go guard the academy's safety. Su Chen waved his hand and walked into his room. He then sat cross-legged on his bed, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. He had only recently mastered the ability to control space and time, and Su Chen felt it necessary to stabilize it. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was dark outside. During this time, Su Chen's figure frequently disappeared from the dormitory and then reappeared in an instant. Only he knew that in that moment of leaving, he had traveled to various places around the globe. The pyramids in the desert, the cold Mount Everest, the islands, he had been to them all. Moreover, Su Chen was also becoming proficient in the laws of time. He discovered that he could only slow down the time around him now. He couldn't achieve a complete pause of time, let alone reverse it. He was merely at a small level of mastery. But he believed that if he reached the pinnacle of control over the laws, all of this could be accomplished. Even going back to the past. Or even reversing the time of the entire world. That night, Su Chen's figure appeared at the border of Huaxia, at the same place where Zhao Dehao had trained before. However, the scene was already different. Perhaps due to the battle with the deity last night, the beast tide here was much larger than the first time he saw it. It was more than 100 times greater. The strange beasts beneath the city wall were stacked at least 10 layers high, almost reaching the height of the wall. Su Chen was puzzled as to why the strange beasts did not cause a stampede. But now was not the time to think about that. The soldiers below were clearly about to collapse. With this thought, Su Chen brandished his magic knife, 1,000 blades, and charged downwards. Squad leader. When will the reinforcements arrive? There are too many strange beasts. They're almost climbing up the city wall, and the brothers can barely hold on. Someone on the city wall shouted. We have to hold on even if we can't. If this beast tide enters the territory, then all of Huaxia will be in ruins. Look, someone is coming. Someone shouted excitedly. But why is it just one person? Seeing Su Chen rush into the beast tide, some saw hope, while others were puzzled. One sword to sever the soul. Suddenly, a white light descended from the sky, carrying a chilling sword aura. Swish! The sword seemed to tear the air apart, and at the moment it fell, it produced a deafening sound. At the same time, countless pieces of flesh flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, another flute sound entered the scene. The strange beasts that heard these sounds suddenly had eerie blue light in their eyes, then abruptly turned around and began to slaughter their kind. Following that, a massive blue phantom suddenly descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Many strange beasts perished under these giant feet. Moreover, countless figures like flowing light rushed in from the distance. The soldiers witnessing this scene were all overjoyed. They're here, the reinforcements are here. They're all elites from the 4 great academies. Brothers, let's go. Kill. Kill. The soldiers at this moment were like they had been injected with adrenaline, frantically channeling their mental energy, unleashing various skills. Fireball technique. Ice technique. Hurricane slash. Su Chen, who was harvesting strange beasts deep within the tide, paused slightly upon seeing the 3 figures in the sky. They came too? Those 3 were none other than Shen Yi and the others. However, at this moment, Su Chen was deep within the beast tide. And they were by the city wall, not seeing Su Chen. After taking a glance, Su Chen also realized. Indeed, the scale of the beast tide here was too large. If no one came to support, it was likely they wouldn't survive the night. After finishing his incantation, Su Chen activated Breath of Flames, and the Demon Blade 1,000 edges ignited in flames. Blood and gore. Su Chen shouted lightly, and in an instant, the Demon Blade 1,000 edges shattered into countless fragments. At the same time, the fragments began to spin at high speed, and in just a moment, they formed a tornado. It started to wreak havoc among the beast horde. The areas swept by the tornado were just as the name of the technique suggested, a scene of blood and gore. Meanwhile, Su Chen's skill points were rapidly increasing. Ding! Skill points 200 from the Star Realm Insect, Brick Proficiency 100 ding. Skill points 200 from the Bear, Brick Proficiency 100 ding. Skill points 200 from the Iron Mountain Chicken, Brick Proficiency 100 ding. From, Su Chen planned to grind for 100,000 skill points tonight. Then, he would max out all his skills. This was to prepare for the upcoming divine battle. Su Chen's speed in slaying the beasts was very fast, but the beasts seemed endless, surging in like a tide from afar. Su Chen felt that even if he spent the whole night killing, he probably wouldn't finish. Shen Yi understood this as well and immediately spoke up. Li Yun, Lin Xiao, let's dive into the beast tide and take down that leading beast. Each outbreak of a beast tide was initiated by a leading beast. And with such a massive beast tide, there were likely more than one, possibly several, even dozens. Generally, as long as the leading beasts were dealt with, the beast tide would gradually recede. However, the leaders of the beasts were usually deep within and very powerful, making it not so easy to deal with them. Alright, I'll take care of the airborne beasts for you. Lin Xiao played a dark jade-colored flute, standing in the air. Okay, I'll clear the path. Li Yun roared, unleashing a sword strike filled with overwhelming sword intent. The 3 worked together very well, moving quickly like a path-clearing machine, leaving behind severed limbs and splattered blood in their wake. Hey, do you see someone up ahead? Lin Xiao said in surprise. Li Yun also noticed, it seems so. Which academy's deputy is this? So brave, charging into the beast horde alone. Shen Yi squinted his eyes slightly, a blue light flickering in his pupils, murmuring, that figure feels a bit familiar. Let's go check it out. The 3 quickened their pace, and Shen Yi's massive Dharma form punched through a pile of beasts, his enormous feet shaking the ground. As they got closer to Su Chen, their eyes narrowed further, and their expressions became somewhat subtle. Because that person looked too much like someone they knew. Holy crap! It looks like a junior. Lin Xiao, floating in the air, rubbed his eyes, exclaiming in surprise. How did he end up at the border? The academy hasn't organized anything for the new students. Li Yun also said in disbelief, could it be that he saw injustice and shouted out? Just happened to pass by and witness this scene? My department has such chivalrous individuals, very impressive. Shinny nodded, expressing his admiration. At this moment, Su Chen also noticed the three approaching and waved, "Hello, Minister." As he spoke, the fragments of the demon blade Thousand Edges flew back like flowing light and reassembled into the hilt. Junior, what weapon is this? It's so cool. Li Yun said enviously, the blade can turn into fragments to attack, and then reassemble? His weapon was a sword, an epic grade one, but it couldn't do what Su Chen's could. Su Chen smiled, and with a thought, the demon blade Thousand Edges transformed into a brick in his hand. It's my brick that is transformed. Holy crap! This time, it was Lin Xiao who was shocked. Why was there such a huge gap between their companion weapons? His was so powerful? It could even transform? In an instant, Lin Xiao began to look at his broken flute with disdain. Even Shani couldn't help but praise, secretly amazed. The four were chatting in the air, while below, a five-bound beast could no longer bear it, its eyes turning red with anger. How dare you ignore us and just chat? Boys, let's ga. Shut up. Bang. Just as the beast spoke, a brick flew towards it, and with a smack, it was done for. The surrounding beasts, who were preparing to attack the four, were stunned. What just happened? The boss is gone? Minister, how do we deal with this beast tide? Su Chen frowned slightly, waving his hand, and the brick reappeared in his grasp. After Shani recounted the previous plan to Su Chen, he nodded, alright, let's split up and take down all these leaders. Got it. The three nodded, and then the four dispersed, continuing to delve deeper into the beast horde. Su Chen transformed the brick in his hand into a blade of fire. After all, the killing range of this knife was still very strong. Just the flames alone could kill quite a few beasts. Su Chen moved swiftly, ignoring the massive beasts below, while he struck down the airborne beasts with a single slash. They turned to ashes, unable to stop him at all. Su Chen was internally shaken. At this moment, he couldn't even see the city walls, yet the beast tide was like an endless ocean. Hard to imagine just how many beasts there were. As time passed, a colossal figure gradually appeared before Su Chen. It was well known that the higher the realm of a beast, the larger its size. It seemed this was one of the leaders of the beast tide. This beast had horns on its head and a tail behind it, resembling a gigantic water buffalo. Its face was fierce, and its eyes shone like a blood-red moon. The horde of beasts was running wildly. But there was a clear space around this buffalo. All the other beasts dared not approach even a bit. Oh, Kuei Nyo, a seven-bound beast. Su Chen was slightly surprised, then a smile crept onto his lips. Let me see just how strong a seven-bound beast is. Su Chen retracted the blade of fire. He wanted to rely solely on his own strength, without using any skills, to see if he could kill this seven-bound beast before him. This would also be a good test of his own strength. Su Chen felt that he had relied too much on the system before. All his skills were given by the system, and if one day the system suddenly disappeared, his strength might plummet. Howl at this moment, the Kuei Nyo sensed someone entering its territory and let out a long howl. It was like a rolling thunder, shaking the eardrums of those nearby. Many beasts that were close and of lower realm instantly froze, their limbs stiffening, blood flowing from their 7 orifices collapsing to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The Kuei Nyo took huge strides towards Su Chen, each step making his heart tremble involuntarily. It felt as if it was trampling on your heart. However, the stronger the beast, the more excited Su Chen became. The two sides were still several hundred meters apart when Su Chen clenched his fist and threw a punch. In the next moment, Su Chen's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing right above the Kuei Nyo's massive head. His fist, imbued with immense power, came crashing down. Bang! As the punch landed, the space trembled, and ripples spread out from the point of impact. For a moment, it seemed the Kuei Nyo's body paused, almost giving itself a concussion. Its head is pretty hard. Su Chen retracted his hand and shook it off. Roar under this punch, the Kuei Nyo seemed enraged, its massive tail suddenly whipping towards Su Chen. The speed was so fast that it created a sonic boom, the air vibrating. Su Chen's eyes caught a fleeting glimmer of light. The laws of time surged. To Su Chen, it was as if everything around him had been slowed down, every movement and detail was crystal clear. Su Chen leaped back, easily dodging the whip while simultaneously landing a punch on the Kuei Nyo's chin. Bang! The tremendous force caused the Kuei Nyo's massive head to jerk upwards, nearly toppling over, but he wasn't feeling well either. His teeth were almost shattered. And it wasn't over yet. Su Chen didn't give the opponent time to react, creating distance and making a grasping motion in the air. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space around the Kuei Nyo, which then twisted in an instant. Its limbs transformed into a bizarre state, with 4 feet on its back and its bull head on its rear. This was the effect of spatial distortion. A bead of sweat had already formed on Su Chen's forehead, and then he made another sudden grasp. The next moment, a dull sound echoed. The Kuei Nyo had vanished. leaving behind only a dark crack in space. The crack continuously sucked in the surrounding exotic beasts like a black hole in the universe, with everything around it unable to escape. Suchen let out a long breath, lowering his hand as the crack closed. Opening a spatial crack consumes quite a bit of mental energy. It seems I need to practice more. Suchen sighed inwardly. If one day he could open a spatial crack with just a glance like the god of space, then he would be confident in directly killing his opponent. Indeed, after the Kuei-nyo's death, the exotic beasts in the area were thrown into disarray, fleeing in all directions like headless chickens. Seeing this, Suchen's figure flickered as he moved to the next location. Dawn was like a sharp sword, cutting through the night and welcoming the day. At this time, the beast tide was not as formidable as the night before, with only a few scattered groups remaining. Everyone slumped on the city wall, filled with joy. Ha ha ha, we won! We held on! Hey, where's the class leader? Turning around, they saw their class leader, tattered and covered in blood, lying on the ground. Class leader, you! Upon seeing this scene, everyone's eyes immediately filled with tears, ready to remove their hats in mourning. Hey, what are you thinking? The class leader is just asleep. Zzzzzzzzz. The soldiers. Junior, you did well. Shinny rubbed his eyes and said. He was very tired after a night without sleep. Normally, he couldn't go without sleep for 2.5 hours, let alone dragging it out for a whole night. Suchen had gone 2 days and nights without closing his eyes. After battling the deity the night before and then exterminating the beast tide today, he was truly on the verge of exhaustion. It's almost dawn, let's head back. Suchen yawned. He couldn't wait to go back and rest, while also upgrading his skills. His skill points had already reached a terrifying number. Alright, Junior. It's been so many days since we last met, let me see if you've made any progress. Let's race to see who gets to the academy first. Li Yun patted Suchen's shoulder and proposed. Okay. Suchen replied perfunctorily. Alright, then let's start. Before Li Yun could finish the word start, he noticed that Suchen had suddenly vanished. Li Yun was stunned. What? Junior's speed is that fast? I didn't even see a shadow. Spatial skill, Lin Xiao squinted his eyes. Damn, am I just asking for a humiliation? At this moment, Suchen had already returned to his dormitory and the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. Many students were still not awake. Open the panel. Name, Suchen Realm, 6th Realm Talent, Divine Level Divine Gift, Time and Space Skills, Encyclopedia, Persuasion Through Virtue, Create Friends from Nothing LV5, Human Nuclear Bomb LV15, 50-50 LV2, Fire Burning but LV4, Soul of the Old 6 LV2, My Fate is Determined by Heaven, Empty Hands, Breath of Flame, Self-Healing. Change defense 200, stamina 200, strength 200, agility 200, mental power 400, skill points 466520, divine level break proficiency 2465001000000. Seeing the number of skill points, Suchen nodded in satisfaction. The energy spent all night was not in vain. This skill point count is probably the highest he has ever had. 460,000. That means he can draw 46 more skills. Just think about it, what kind of experience would it be to have so many skills? When fighting against deities, he probably wouldn't repeat a single skill each time. However, Suchen didn't plan to use all these skills for drawing, because now he found that the skills he drew were mostly auxiliary types, which had little practical use. So, he planned to draw a small portion of skills and use the rest for upgrades. Start upgrading. Immediately, Suchen closed his eyes and lay on the bed, crazily adding points to upgrade all skills. Ding! Create Friends from Nothing has reached max level. Current level, maxing. Human Nuclear Bomb has reached max level, current level, maxing. 50-50 has reached max level, current level, maxing. Fire Burning but has reached max level, current level, maxing. Soul of the Old 6, ding. Empty Hands, ding. Self-Healing, Huff. After all skills reached max level, Suchen opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He had now upgraded everything that could be upgraded to max level. For the first time, he felt that upgrading could be so exhausting. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed over 300,000 skill points cumulatively. System automatically upgrades to version 3.0, unlocking the divine level lottery pool. A voice suddenly drilled into Suchen's mind. Oh, finally upgraded again? Suchen remembered that the last upgrade unlocked the upgrade function. He didn't expect to upgrade again today, and it was the divine level lottery pool. Suchen recalled that this system seemed to be the divine level lottery system. That means the skills given before were not divine level. Only today did it become so. What the heck? Suchen was taken aback. Then he looked at the skill points required for the lottery, and to his shock, it was a staggering 100,000 skill points for a single draw. The original ordinary lottery pool was still there, meaning he could choose any lottery pool to draw from. That's a tenfold difference. Let me see what skills require 100,000 skill points. With that thought, Suchin suddenly stood up from the bed. Encyclopedia, give me a draw. Divine level lottery pool. Draw ding. Successfully consumed 100,000 skill points. Draw successful, ding. You have received the favor of the God of Praise Magic, a beloved of heaven and earth. Under the favor of the God of Praise Magic, the mental power required to release skills is halved. Under the favor of the God of Praise Magic, you possess unparalleled control over elements. Under the favor of the God of Praise Magic, your physique is enhanced, immune to all poisons. Under the favor of the God of Praise Magic, you have learned the magical spell, extraterrestrial object. PS. To prevent anyone from saying it's filler, the following does not count towards the word count. Feel free to count if you don't believe it. I will write out all the max level skill attributes, which may be a bit long. Note, you can skip this, it won't affect anything. Name, create friends from nothing. Max effect, I won't write the effect, everyone knows. Duration, 1 hour cooldown, 9 hours. Number of clones, 5. Name, human nuclear bomb. Max explosion radius, 100 kilometers. Duration, instant cooldown, 9 hours. Name, 50-50. Max duration, 1 hour cooldown, 3 hours. Name, fire burning but max flame intensity, LV 100. Duration, 1 hour cooldown, none. Name, soul of the 6th. Max duration, instant cooldown. None. Name, empty hands. Max duration, instant cooldown, none. Name, self-repair. Max repair speed, 1000. Duration, none. Cooldown, none. That's all for the skill panel after reaching max level. Now someone might ask, why is there still several hours of cooldown after leveling up? Isn't that a bit much? My answer is, didn't you read carefully? It was mentioned earlier that leveling up has its limitations. Of course, the system might upgrade again later, lifting the leveling restrictions, and that possibility cannot be ruled out. But it's just a possibility. Wow, this is insane. Seeing what he had drawn, Suchen immediately felt that the 100,000 skill points were worth it. What he drew was not just a skill, it was an effect. The blessing of the God of Praise Magic. Skill release, mental power is halved. This is simply too strong. And the control over elements. Does that mean his control over all elements, including space and time, will be enhanced? Plus, his physique will be enhanced, making him immune to all poisons, which is incredibly awesome. The last magic spell, extraterrestrial object, sounds impressive, doesn't it? Suchen planned to try this skill sometime, but he didn't dare to test it carelessly. At the very least, he needed to find a very large open space, like the border. Who knows how powerful this divine level magic is? It might just destroy the Imperial Capital Academy with a casual use, and that's not impossible. After this round, only a few tens of thousands of skill points were left, and Suchen didn't plan to use them for the ordinary lottery pool, he would save them for now. After thinking this, Suchen yawned, lay down on the bed, and gradually fell asleep. After 2 consecutive days of intense battles, his body was quite exhausted. The sky gradually brightened, and the sun shone brightly. In the morning, on the playground. Looking around, it was a sea of people. All the new students were lined up neatly on the playground. The teachers stood in front of their respective classes, their expressions extremely serious. Today, they were under pressure from the school authorities. They were required to elevate this group of new students to above the 5th realm within 2 months. This is simply a fantasy. Although they also knew that the divine battle that occurred a few days ago might soon lead humanity to a great calamity. But to elevate this group of new students to above the 5th realm in a month is truly a pipe dream. Most of these teachers were only at the 6th realm, and there were even a few at the 5th realm. Among the new students, only Qin Rui and Su Chen were the 2 freaks who reached the 5th realm. Most were at the 3rd realm, a few at the 4th realm, and there were even some at the 2nd realm. How could they teach them? Even if they took medicine for 2 months, they wouldn't reach the 5th realm, right? They had also protested, but the response they received was just to follow the arrangements. They had no choice but to come to the playground helplessly. Everyone, long time no see. Have you been having fun these days? Zhao Taheo was still as fierce as ever, shouting, next, it might not be so comfortable anymore. Suddenly, Zhao Taheo squinted his eyes. There was someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Where's Su Chen? Zhao Taheo looked around. If it were any other day, he would have hoped that Su Chen, that weirdo, wouldn't show up for class, but today was different. The great calamity of Huaxia was approaching, and all the academies had joined forces with the Fengshan Pavilion to elevate the realms of all students in preparation. Everyone had to be present. The students glanced around, and finally shook their heads. He's not still sleeping, is he? Zhao Chen suddenly chimed in. At the same time, he patted his head, regretting, I actually forgot to call him. It wasn't entirely his fault. Su Chen hadn't attended class in a long time. So long that Su Chen himself had forgotten he was supposed to attend. Subconsciously, Zhao Chen felt that Su Chen didn't need to attend class anymore. Still sleeping? Zhao Taheo had exceptionally good hearing. Upon hearing this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned to look towards the villa area in the southeast of the academy. The others thought, should we rush over and drag Suchen here? But the next moment, they were stunned. They saw Zhao Toheo turn around, his eyes narrowing, using his control over Earth to disintegrate the stones on the ground, which then fused into a large loudspeaker. Then, with a loud roar, Suchen. It was like the lion's roar technique, with sound waves spreading towards the villa area. The sound was so intense it hurt their eardrums. The entire academy echoed with this voice. Damn it, what is this madman doing? Far away in the teaching building, Zhao Jiangwo frowned slightly, digging at his ears. What has Suchen done this time to make this guy so angry? Who's calling me? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Zhao Toheo. Suchen, still groggy, rubbed his eyes. After days of continuous fighting, his nerves were taut and he was highly alert. Even when sleeping, he hadn't slept too deeply. It was like a post-war psychological syndrome. So, upon hearing someone call him, Suchen instinctively used his spatial power to teleport over. Fortunately, he hadn't taken off his clothes before sleeping, or he would have faced social death this morning. What the hell? Zhao Toheo was startled by Suchen's sudden appearance. The people around were also stunned. When did Suchen show up? Their gazes had just been focused on the villa, and who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Suchen was right in front of them. At this moment, Suchen also came to his senses and looked around. Wow, so many people. It was only then that Suchen remembered he was supposed to attend class today. Alright, back to the team. Zhao Toheo cleared his throat and spoke. At this moment, he was shocked to discover that Suchen's realm seemed to be beyond his comprehension. Moreover, he vaguely sensed an unusual aura emanating from Suchen. The intent to kill surrounding him was not less than his own. It seemed that his realm had improved again. This was also why he hadn't said anything about Suchen arriving late. If it were someone else, he would have had to teach them a lesson first. But facing Suchen, who he couldn't even defeat, what was there to teach? At this moment, Suchen finally shook off the drowsiness, yawned, and walked into the team. Did you not sleep well last night? Shinruoi asked softly beside him. Suchen forced a smile and said, no, I just overslept. He didn't mention going to the border to grind skill points. He didn't want to worry her. Hearing this, Shinruoi nodded and didn't ask anything further. Seeing that everyone had finally arrived, Zhao Toheo spoke loudly. Starting today, our training will no longer be in the academy. We will take you out of the academy for missions, practical training, and so on. All new students will be the same. Today our mission is to eliminate the followers of the gods. You should have heard that the Easting country has been destroyed, so we must be even more prepared. No one can say for sure which country will be next to fall. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's go. With that, Zhao Toheo led everyone to the school gate and boarded a large bus. Other classes were the same. From Zhao Toheo's words, everyone learned that each class was responsible for a city's divine disciples. Moreover, the other 3 academies were doing the same, as if they had all agreed on it. Before long, the bus drove out of the capital and onto the rugged roads outside the city walls. Resembling mountain paths, the vehicle bounced and swayed heavily. The group wondered why they weren't taking a helicopter or using a teleportation array this time. Zhao Toheo seemed to know what everyone was thinking and said sternly, this trip is meant to enhance your practical experience. If you encounter powerful exotic beasts along the way, I won't intervene. You'll need to find a way to handle it yourselves. Unless you come across a beast of the 6th realm. After saying this, Zhao Toheo seemed to think of something else, cleared his throat, and looked at Suchen, saying, by the way, Suchen, you should rest for now. You didn't seem to sleep well earlier, so go ahead and sleep. The others? They had originally thought of clinging tightly to Suchen's leg. As long as Suchen took action, there would be no doubt even against the strongest exotic beasts. After all, in their hearts, Suchen was the strongest. However, Zhao Toheo actually said such a thing. Letting Suchen sleep well. Was this something he would say? They remembered a time in class when someone yawned and was directly punished to run 30 laps. Now, sigh. They were all human, yet the differences between people were so vast. Little Zhao sighs, life is tough. Zhao Chen looked at Suchen, who was sleeping soundly, and sighed. As time passed, the sun slowly set and a golden hue appeared on the horizon. The group couldn't help but wonder which city they were heading to. It was so far away. They had set off in the morning, and by evening, they still hadn't arrived. Their stomachs were growling. They were really unlucky to be assigned to such a distant city. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any powerful exotic beasts along the way, the strongest being just a 4th realm beast. With the combined efforts of Wang Dongxing and the others, it was resolved relatively easily. Zhao Toheo looked out the window, glanced around, and said to the driver, stop the bus. Everyone get off. The group felt a surge of joy. They could finally get off and stretch. At this moment, Suchen was also sleeping comfortably. Getting off the bus, he stretched lazily. Looking around, he was surprised to find they were still in the wild. He had thought they had already entered the city. Form groups of 4 and scout 1 kilometer around. If there are no issues, well, rest and cook here, Zhao Taheo said after surveying the surroundings. Yes. The group replied, their voices tinged with excitement. It seemed they were going to have a picnic. This was their first time having a picnic in the wild, surrounded by nature, and just thinking about it made them excited. Brother Bai, you don't need to go, let us few scout the way, Suchen said as he was about to take action, but a few people rushed over eagerly. Suchen was taken aback, his expression a bit strange, and said, okay then. Hee, just protect us from any dangers behind. After saying this, those few people scattered in all directions, moving swiftly. Su Chen. A kilometer wasn't far for them, they were all wind element awakeners. Using the element of wind, it didn't take long for people to start returning one after another. Ha, I caught a rabbit, we can have a little extra for dinner tonight. One person burst out from the bushes, laughing. How can we eat such a cute rabbit? That's too tempting. Remember to add more cumin and less salt. I can't eat it too salty, Lin Pingji teased. Put. Some female classmates couldn't help but burst out laughing. I caught a chicken. Hee. Another person returned. They all knew that cooking definitely required ingredients, and since they hadn't brought any, they understood to catch some exotic beasts or wild game while scouting. One by one, people returned here, each holding various ingredients. The most impressive was Wang Dongsheng. He used his skill, chains, to drag back a massive pig, easily the size of 10 people. Wow! Brother Dong is amazing. This giant troll pig is enough for us to eat, right? No, we won't even finish it. Bai Yuntao exclaimed. Wang Dongsheng smiled without saying a word, dragged the magic-eyed pig to the side, and sat down. Zhao Taheo observed everything and nodded, then said, Earth Elementals, you're in charge of building the stove. Fire Elementals, start the fire. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Finally, he had a chance to show his skills. He rolled up his sleeves and said, alright, leave the stove to me. He then focused his mental energy and began processing the sand and stones on the ground. In no time, he crafted several stoves. Seeing this, Zhao Taheo nodded in approval. In this class, Zhao Chen was the only earth elemental, and he was quite proficient. His control over the earth element was also impressive. The moon chased the sun down the mountain, welcoming the night. In the wilderness, around the campfire, everyone sat in a circle. After their hard work and sweat, a sumptuous dinner was finally ready. Let me taste the goddess Qin's cooking. It'll start with a chicken foot. Wow! This is so delicious. Su Chen is so lucky. Everyone exclaimed after tasting the tender, juicy chicken. Su Chen merely smiled slightly and said nothing. Hey, you guys should try the troll pig I made. Wang Dongsheng urged. Xingyue, why aren't you eating? It's disgusting. Lu Qingyue pouted and complained. Wang Dongsheng was instantly petrified. After a long while, everyone finished the hearty meal, though the troll pig remained largely untouched. Not only was the meat poor quality, but the cooking was also terrible. I made it myself, so I have to finish it, even if it brings me to tears. Wang Dongsheng wept as he shoveled a mouthful of rice, then another of pork. After a while, everyone tidied up the area. Let's rest here for the night. We'll take turns on watch in pairs. Zhao Taheo looked around at the students and said, if anything happens, report it immediately. Do you understand? Understood. Zhao Taheo nodded. You can arrange the watch shifts yourselves. With that, he turned to lie down under a big tree. The group exchanged glances, and Zhao Chen said, they'll take the first watch. I'm from the security department, and this is my specialty. Another person stood up and said, I'm also from the security department, so let's take the first watch together. Thus, the first round of shifts was arranged. Everyone began to rest, some sat cross-legged to cultivate, while others lay down and fell asleep. The night deepened. 10 kilometers away, in a temporary tent, many people in red robes sat facing a man in a golden robe. These people are really bold. They dare to leave the academy, one redrobed person said with a wicked smile. Leaving the academy is one thing, but they even dare to spend the night outside the city. Someone else added. I heard their mission this time is to eliminate us. Ha, that's just too funny. My lord, the reconnaissance is complete. At that moment, a man in a black robe entered the tent, respectfully addressing the golden-robed envoy. The golden-robed envoy nodded. Well done. No one discovered you, right? The black-robed man confidently replied. Definitely no one noticed. He was an awakened one of the shadow element, and in terms of stealth, he was top-notch. He believed no one could find him, not even those at a higher level than him. Seeing this, the golden-robed man smiled slightly. Which academy are they from, and how many are there? The black-robed man reported truthfully. Meanwhile, on a large tree outside the tent, Suchen squatted on a branch and yawned. So annoying. The lingering spirits just won't go away. Well then, let me try some magic spells. Suchen stood up, silently reciting the incantation in his heart. Immediately, a brilliant magical glow began to emanate from him as he softly said, Heavenly beings from beyond. Heavenly beings from beyond. As the words fell, the surroundings fell into silence, the wind howled, the branches swayed, and the crows in the sky let out a mournful caw. Su-chen was taken aback. Why is there not a single sound? Is this what God-level magic is? Wait, it seems Su-chen has grasped some key information, and he looked up at the pitch-black night sky. Since this spell is called Heavenly Beings from Beyond, could it be a technique that descends from the heavens? Sure enough, in Su-chen's clear eyes, the dark night sky suddenly flickered with several bright lights. Holy crap! The lights in the sky multiplied and grew brighter, streaks of light racing by, and Su-chen couldn't help but exclaim. Without further thought, he directly focused his mental energy and returned to the original campsite. Wow! Everyone, look! A meteor shower. So beautiful. I didn't expect our luck to be this good, camping in the wild and witnessing such a stunning meteor shower. Yeah, this feeling is so wonderful. Everyone hurry and make a wish. The people around expressed their amazement, and many students who were sleeping or meditating opened their eyes to gaze at the clusters of meteors in the sky. I wish for the souls of those who plot against us to be scattered. Bai Yuntao closed his eyes and prayed. Seeing this, most people began to make wishes upon the meteors. Su-chen, curious about Qin Ruoi who was also making a wish, asked, "What did you wish for?" Hearing this, Qin Ruoi opened her eyes and smiled playfully. Guess? Su-chen smiled helplessly, looking at the meteors in the sky with anticipation. He was curious about how powerful they were. The location where he cast the spell was dozens of kilometers away, so it shouldn't affect this place, right? Su-chen thought to himself. Meanwhile, at the disciples' tent, a figure in a black robe stepped out of the tent to catch his breath. The lights in the sky pierced through layers of leaves, flickering around. Seeing this, the black-robed figure was taken aback. Discovered? He frowned slightly and looked up, his expression suddenly turning to one of astonishment as he shouted, "My lord, look, a meteor shower. What are you shouting for? You look like you've never seen the world." A figure in a red robe flashed over and gave him a sharp knock on the head. Ouch! The black-robed figure cried out in pain, covering his head. At this moment, many disciples attracted by the commotion came out of the tents and noticed the clusters of meteors in the sky, gasping in awe. Although meteors were rarely seen, it was their first time witnessing such beauty and grandeur. Wait, why does it feel like these are meteors? Suddenly, one person noticed something, widening their eyes and saying, "The trajectory seems to be falling." "It can't be that coincidental," someone murmured. "The falling trajectory is heading towards us, run! Scatter!" As they watched the meteors break through the atmosphere, everyone realized something was wrong and shouted frantically. But it was already too late. The meteors suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, they were only a few kilometers from the ground. Under the pull of gravity, the meteors, carrying world-destroying energy, rushed down with long tails, shaking the sky. The originally dark area instantly became blindingly bright. The disciples fled in a frenzy, and the leading figure in a golden robe looked back, only to see a meteor growing larger in his eyes, his pupils widening. In the next moment, his entire pupil was engulfed by the flames of the meteor, turning a brilliant gold. Boom! 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 In an instant, the area within a few kilometers turned into a bombing zone. The stationed forces of the Imperial Capital Academy also sensed something was wrong and began to flee in a panic. Fortunately, they were relatively far away and did not face the direct impact of the meteorite, only encountering some debris, trees snapped in half, and violent shockwaves. Damn, did we wish for something too difficult to achieve? The meteorite just fell straight down. Everyone, hiding in the fortress built by Zhao Tuheo, said with lingering fear. Su-chen's mouth twitched. He wanted to say, "No, it's your wish that came true." At the same time, he marveled at the power of this extraterrestrial object, which was indeed formidable and had a wide area of destruction. It was just a bit slow. It needed to let the meteor fly for a while. Once the storm passed, everyone emerged from the temporary shelter and looked around, only to find chaos everywhere. Most of the trees had been snapped in half by the shockwave. Wow, if it had been any closer, we would have probably been crushed by the meteorite. Bai Yuntao exclaimed, "Looks like heaven doesn't want me dead. Let's go take a look." Zhao Tuheo squinted his eyes and led the way toward the site where the meteorite had fallen. "Let's go see. Maybe we'll find some treasure from the sky, just like the protagonists in novels." Someone said excitedly. "It's really possible. Maybe this meteorite is a kind of treasure. Damn, now that you mention it, I just wished for a treasure. Could it be that my wish has come true?" Everyone was a bit excited, following Zhao Tuheo toward the meteorite's landing site. Listening to their voices, Su-chen's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected this group to conjure up so many scenarios. Before long, they arrived at the meteorite landing site, where there were craters scattered across the ground, still emitting black smoke. Zhao Chen couldn't help but curiously ask, "Why do you think the meteorites all landed precisely in the craters?" Hearing his words, everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Wow, treasure!" a voice suddenly called out. capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see a male classmate climbing out of a crater holding a ring in his hand. Space ring! Someone exclaimed. There's actually a space ring in the crater. Could it be a space ring from beyond the sky? Quick, let's see what's inside. Everyone curiously gathered around, all wondering if this was a gift from aliens. Even Zhao Toheo moved closer, never expecting these little brats to actually find treasure. Only Su Chen stood aside, watching with a twitching mouth. He knew these were the relics of the divine disciples. It was likely that their bodies had been crushed to dust, leaving only some space rings behind. The male classmate who found the space ring was also very excited, directly pulling out everything inside. Bang bang bang! There were so many items that the sound of them falling was incessant. Crystals and various weapons, along with quite a few pieces of clothing, etc. Do aliens also use crystals for cultivation? The male classmate scratched his head and said, You idiot! Didn't you see the clothes? These are from the divine disciples. Aliens, my foot! Wang Dongshang, seeing the golden robe on the ground, immediately understood. So it was the divine disciples who were crushed by the meteorite. How tragic! Upon seeing the golden robe on the ground, Zhao Toheo's expression was also one of surprise as he muttered, How could there be a golden robe here? I know! They must have been lying in ambush here, planning to attack us. And then just as the meteor streaked across the sky, they heard our wishes and were wiped out here. Bai Yuntao said confidently, quite excited. Just now, he had wished for the extermination of the divine disciples. He never expected it to actually come true. Killing this divine disciple should also count as his contribution, right? Zhao Toheo glanced suspiciously at Bai Yuntao. Could it really be that eerie? He was skeptical. At most it could only be considered a coincidence. Alright everyone, search the area nearby and see if there's anything valuable or informative, Zhao Toheo said as he circled around. Let's regroup here later. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly set off in different directions, as if they were treasure hunting. After all, there was still an epic-level weapon in that spatial ring, which could fetch a good price if sold. Su Chen watched this scene and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Where did you just go? Xin Ruoyi seemed to know something, blinking her beautiful eyes as she softly asked. She was aware that Su Chen had left for a while. And before he left, there was no meteor shower, but when he returned, it had appeared. Was this a coincidence or something else? Su Chen chuckled, I just went to the restroom. Upon hearing this, Xin Ruoyi glanced at him and then looked away. She also thought that no matter how powerful Su Chen was, he couldn't possibly control the meteors in the universe for a precise strike, right? That was too absurd to even consider. About 10 minutes later, everyone returned to the meeting point. A small number of people had found some spatial rings and were quite happy. At this point, Zhao Toheo had gathered information from the ruins and the spatial rings, and he understood the purpose of this group of divine disciples. It was likely aimed at their academy. Fortunately, this group of divine disciples had been unfortunate enough to be struck down by the meteor shower. Otherwise, a nighttime ambush would have been quite difficult to handle. Everyone, go back to your original places to rest. As usual, those on guard must not slack off. After Zhao Toheo finished speaking, everyone returned to their original spots. The earthen houses they had just built had all collapsed due to the shockwave, so Zhao Chen rebuilt a few, and only then could everyone rest. The next day, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. Everyone set off again. Along the way, Zhao Toheo informed them of their destination. This time, they were heading to a city located at the far west of Huaxia. The number of divine disciples appearing there was several times greater than in other cities. Therefore, the strongest freshman class from the Imperial Capital Academy was dispatched to deal with it. At their current speed, they would likely reach that city by tonight. As the sun rose in the east and set in the west, the sky transitioned from white to yellow, just before the sun was pushed away by the moon. The group finally saw the towering city walls. We finally made it. After sitting for 2 days, my butt is numb. I feel like my hemorrhoids have flared up. Upon seeing the city gate, everyone stood up in the vehicle, stretching their bodies. The guards at the city saw that it was the Imperial Capital Academy's vehicle and eagerly made way. Looking as excited as if they had seen a lifeline, Zhao Toheo noticed their expressions and frowned, asking, What's wrong? Are there more divine disciples in the city? The guard nodded repeatedly, hurriedly saying, Not only are there more divine disciples, but they are also more rampant. They directly. At this point, the guard became incoherent, his face showing anger as he gritted his teeth. They directly slaughtered a village. What? Zhao Toheo was furious. What about the law enforcement division and the divine sealing pavilion in the city? What are they doing? Zhao Toheo hadn't expected such a significant change to occur in just 2 days. The guard looked pained. Those divine disciples are too strong. The people from the divine sealing pavilion and the law enforcement division couldn't even get close to that village. How could this be? Zhao Toheo frowned, puzzled. Just how strong were these divine disciples to make it impossible for those from the divine ceiling pavilion to approach? He quickly inquired about the location and hurriedly led everyone there. The situation in the city was far worse than they had imagined. Many divine disciples wore mocking expressions as they fled between the buildings, while those from the divine ceiling pavilion pursued relentlessly. He fled, he chased, and he was trapped with no way to escape. Boom! A divine disciple rushed into a shopping mall and then suddenly exploded, flames transforming into a gaping abyss that swallowed everything inside. Many pedestrians fled in all directions, panic-stricken, with cries and wails echoing everywhere. The streets were in disarray, smoke rising as if it were the end of the world. Zhao Taheo led the group, taking action whenever possible to save lives. Eventually, they reached the village mentioned by the guard. The village was desolate, appearing even more eerie under the moonlight. Looking around, there was not a soul in sight, nor any signs of a struggle. This puzzled Zhao Taheo. How could the divine disciple have slaughtered the village without leaving traces of a fight? Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream drew everyone's attention. Su Chen turned to see a female classmate pointing at a spot, retreating repeatedly, her face filled with terror as she exclaimed, white bones. The group looked in the direction she pointed, and indeed, there was a skeleton on the ground, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Many male classmates unconsciously swallowed hard, and it was understandable for the female classmate to be frightened. Zhao Tuheo's expression hardened as he approached, crouching down to examine the skeleton. It was remarkably clean, without a speck of dust or any decaying flesh, just a complete framework of bones. This left Zhao Tuheo baffled. Could someone have dug up a long-buried grave and cleaned it? Otherwise, how could the skeleton be so pristine? There are more over here, Wang Dongxing shouted. Zhao Tuheo stood up and walked over. Soon, everyone discovered that nearly every house contained one or two skeletons. Coupled with the fact that all the villagers had perished without any bodies to collect, Zhao Tuheo's scalp tingled. Could it be that someone turned a living person into a skeleton in such a short time? What kind of ability could accomplish that? To turn a living person into white bones? Zhao Tuheo was alarmed. He had never seen such a method. If the divine disciple truly possessed such power, even Zhao Tuheo himself would have no confidence in defeating them. No wonder the Function Pavilion and the law enforcement department couldn't handle it. The crowd around him gasped at Zhao Tuheo's words. To turn a living person into bones in an instant? Is that even possible for a human? Hiss! The thought was chilling. In the crowd, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing a different aura from the bones. The aura of the time law. Who controls the time law? Su Chen muttered, his brow furrowed. Even he couldn't wield the time law so skillfully to age a person from youth to old age, ultimately turning them into bones. Could it be the god of time? It shouldn't be. Su Chen dismissed the thought. If it were a deity, they would have already begun a massacre. Why would they still be hiding? When did divine disciples have such powerful individuals? Su Chen felt a bit surprised. Zhao. Teacher Zhao, your hair is turning white. At that moment, Lu Qingyue fearfully noticed that Zhao Tuheo's hair was visibly turning white, shouting incoherently. The others looked over, their expressions shifting to one of fear. This was too terrifying. What kind of power is this? Zhao. Teacher Zhao, we should leave here, some students said in panic. At that moment, Zhao Tuheo looked down at his palm, visibly starting to wrinkle. His expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Get out of here quickly. The flow of time is different here." It was then that he understood how these people had turned into bones. The flow of time. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces changed instantly, especially the girls. They certainly didn't want to grow old. They all touched their own cheeks, finding them still so smooth, and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they began to run madly back the way they came. But just then, a strange phenomenon occurred. The ground suddenly shook, and countless stone pillars rose from the earth, surrounding the entire village. Seeing this, everyone quickly hit the brakes, exchanging glances, their expressions quite grim. At the same time, numerous figures in black robes leaped out from the shadows, standing atop the stone pillars, mockingly looking down at the crowd below. "Since you're here, why leave?" A figure in golden robes appeared in the air, grinning widely, sending shivers down everyone's spines. "Long time no see, Instructor Zhao." The golden-robed figure had sunken cheeks and a gaunt body, looking as if he had been starved. "How could it be you?" Shan Bing. Zhao Tuheo recognized the golden-robed figure in the sky and frowned, asking, "You joined the divine followers? Why?" Su Chen in the crowd watched the exchange between the two, his brows slightly furrowed. "They know each other? Ha 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 ha." Chen Bing suddenly burst into laughter. "Why? You ask me why? Back then, you wouldn't let me join the army, and now I serve the divine. What's wrong with that?" Zhao Tuheo sighed. "I didn't let you join the army for your own good." "For my own good? Ah, ridiculous." Chen Bing sneered. "You deliberately targeted me. Not letting me join the army, not letting me gain power, killing those worthless people. You're in cahoots with them. Boss, why waste words with them? Just kill them all. A black-robed figure beside Qin Bing frowned. The longer they delayed, the worse it would be for them. Shut up. Do you have a say in this? Qin Bing's eyes flashed coldly as he extended his palm towards the black-robed figure, then spun it. Immediately, a shocking scene unfolded. The black-robed figure's face began to show wrinkles at a visible speed, and his hair turned white in an instant. No, my lord, please don't. The black-robed figure panicked, retreating repeatedly. He never expected that just a single word could cost him his life. But Qin Bing did not stop. His palm spun even faster, as if he were manipulating time itself. In just a moment, crack, the black-robed figure turned into a skeleton. The other black-robed figures, seeing this, looked at Qin Bing in fear, then silently fell silent, afraid of becoming the next skeleton. The students from the Imperial Capital Academy turned pale at this sight, hiding behind Zhao Tuheo. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the laws of time. He was very curious about how someone at the seventh realm could control the power of the laws. Could it be divine grace? Su Chen suddenly thought that this was the only way to explain how the other party could obtain the power of the laws of time. At this moment, Qin Bing continued to speak, as if lost in his own thoughts, not noticing the gazes of others. You say, I've worked so hard, everything I did was so good. Why did they ultimately not choose me? Qin Bing's eyes were filled with hatred and a hint of despair. My talent is clearly higher than his. Why? Why did they ultimately not give me the right to choose the family inheritance? But him. They are biased. Biased? Qin Bing suddenly shouted, then spoke somewhat frantically. People like them should be purified by the divine. Ha 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 ha. Listening to his words, Zhao Tuheo tried hard to calm himself down. So, you killed them all? Kill? No, that's granting them eternal life. They are my family. How could I kill them? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zhao Tuheo sighed. He never expected that after years apart, the person he once knew would turn out like this. When they first met, Zhao Tuheo had already seen that Qin Bing's character was lacking, and his physical qualities were also inadequate, and he kept shouting about wanting to kill. Just because his parents did not leave him the billions of family assets but instead passed them on to his elder brother. How could Zhao Tuheo possibly allow this person into the army? If it weren't for the prolonged commotion at that time, Zhao Tuheo wouldn't even remember him. Later, Zhao Tuheo sent him to a regular military academy for training before bringing him back. But who would have thought that he would choose to join the divine disciples now? After that incident, Zhao Tuheo learned a subtle piece of information. Seeing Qin Bing like this now, it seemed he was unaware. With this thought, Zhao Tuheo looked at him and said, Do you know that they are not your biological parents? They are just your adoptive parents. They supported you your whole life, you should be grateful. The inheritance rights were given to their own son, which is normal. Yet now you. Upon hearing this, Qin Bing was taken aback, his eyes somewhat dazed. This is impossible. He had never heard of this. If it were true, why didn't they tell him? Before you killed them, did you give them a chance to speak? Zhao Tuheo's gaze was piercing, as if he could see through his heart. At these words, Qin Bing's eyes momentarily lost focus and looked incredulous. It's false, it must be false. But in an instant, his gaze sharpened, and he roared defiantly, You brat! How dare you disturb my Dao heart? As he finished speaking, Qin Bing charged at Zhao Tuheo with a roar, vowing to kill him. The scoundrel who disturbed his Dao heart. It must be nonsense. Instructor Zhao, let me see if your strength has progressed after years of absence. Qin Bing's eyes glowed with a strange red hue as he struck towards Zhao Tuheo with a palm. Obsessed and unrepentant. Seeing this, Zhao Tuheo was also furious and struck back with a palm. Bang! The two palms collided, producing a dull sound, and the fabric of their robes fluttered. To Qin Bing's surprise, Zhao Tuheo was able to withstand his strike and did not fall behind. As expected of Instructor Zhao, the power of the sixth realm is comparable to my seventh realm strength. Qin Bing grinned, but this is not all my strength. You all go first. Leave this to me. Su Chen, lead them to break through. Zhao Tuheo looked back with a serious expression. There was no need to say much about Qin Bing's strength, it was certainly formidable. Moreover, there were those strange methods. This place could not be lingered in. Instructor Zhao, you should take care of yourself first. I want you to regret your choices from back then. Qin Bing shouted, his palm crackling with lightning. With a fist charged with rolling thunder, he struck out fiercely. Seeing that the opponent was already possessed, Zhao Tuheo knew that saying more would be useless, and with a concentrated aura, he charged forward. On the other side, the people from the Imperial Capital Academy were also besieged by several black-robed and red-robed individuals. I must say, the women from the Imperial Capital Academy are really tender. Yeah, look at that little face, it seems like it would burst with water if pinched. These redrobed individuals licked their lips, mockingly watching the group. In their eyes, these people were merely ants of the third and fourth realms, and only one woman had reached the fifth realm, which might be a bit tricky. However, with their numbers so great, capturing them would be simple. The expressions of the people from the Imperial Capital Academy turned grim, and Wang Dongxing stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, let's fight together. Charge out. WOM." Before the crowd could finish the word child, they saw something fly out from behind them, leaving a residual shadow. For a moment, they were stunned. Swish, swish, swish. Following that were various poochie sounds, and blood spurted wildly. At this moment, it seemed the crowd also saw clearly what had flown out. Sharp blades. Countless shards of sharp blades. Like a reaper, harvesting lives one by one, under that sharp blade, those divine followers were like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. They had no power to resist, not even the ability to dodge. The blade moved so quickly that the naked eye could barely catch it. In a daze, all the fragments suddenly flew towards the crowd behind them. It was only then that they snapped back to reality and turned to look behind. Su Chen, holding the magic knife Qianrun, was taken aback. "What are you all looking at me for?" He touched his cheek and instinctively said, "Have I become more handsome recently?" The crowd. At this moment, Qin Bing also noticed the situation here, realizing that all the people he brought had been killed by a single person. But he didn't care, those useless people were dead. So what? Kid, you're quite impressive. Why not join us? The Lord God will grant you even greater power, Chen Bing said while fighting, glancing at Su Chen. Zhao Taheo, on the other hand, was retreating repeatedly, somewhat overwhelmed. Su Chen calmly watched him and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you divine followers always want people to join you? Do you have some kind of quota? Do you have to recruit a certain number of people every month?" In fact, Su Chen was right. Their golden-robed envoys indeed had performance metrics, which were the tasks from the gods. Every month, they had to bring in a certain number of new members to keep their organization thriving. Of course, Qin Bing wouldn't waste time explaining this to the other party. "Kid, in giving you a chance. If you join us, your strength will definitely multiply. Moreover, the lords of the gods will soon return to the world, and then this will be our domain. Ha 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 ha." As Qin Bing spoke, he became increasingly excited. "Humph. Wishful thinking." Zhao Taheo sneered, knowing Su Chen well enough to be certain he would never join them. "Is there a salary?" Su Chen suddenly asked. Zhao Taheo the crowd. "Chen Bing? Humph. Kid, you won't have a say in this later." Chen Bing snorted coldly, too lazy to continue the conversation. At worst, he would forcibly conduct the ritual and turn the other party into one of his own, just like he had done back then. "Zhao Taheo, the game is over," Chen Bing shouted, unleashing a thunderous strike while retreating. He then extended his hand, and the laws of time surged. "Not good, Teacher Zhao, run!" The students shouted urgently upon seeing this. They had just witnessed that terrifying power. In just a few seconds, it could turn a living person into a pile of bones. "You all go first," Zhao Taheo shouted back. He had to hold the enemy off to give them a chance to escape. An enemy at the seventh realm. It was incredibly difficult to escape, and he had only recently broken through to the sixth realm. Hearing Zhao Taheo's words, the crowd showed no signs of retreat. After so many days together, they had come to see Zhao Taheo as a good teacher. They couldn't just leave him behind. "Let's all go together. There's no way he can take us all on alone." "Exactly, charge." With one person leading, the rest rushed towards Chen Bing. Unaware of their own mortality. "Very well, let's die together." Chen Bing sneered, then unleashed an invisible force, surrounding everyone present. The others didn't feel it, but Su Chen sensed it. This was the law of time. He can actually accelerate time over a wide area. A hint of seriousness crossed Su Chen's brow. At this moment, the surrounding flowers and grass began to wither at a visible speed. However, the drawback of wide area time acceleration was also evident. Chen Bing was somewhat strained, unable to turn a person into bones in an instant like before. Seeing this, Su Chen knew he couldn't delay any longer. If he did, even if they didn't die, their lifespans would be reduced by years. Immediately, the laws of time began to surge from his body to counteract Chen Bing's power. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he was surprised to find that under the blessing of the god of praise magic, his mastery over various attributes had become even more proficient. The power of time was no exception. It seemed he could have a go at Chen Bing. Chen Bing suddenly felt a resistance and squinted his eyes towards Su Chen. It was as if one clock was turning its hands clockwise while another was turning them counterclockwise. Two mysterious forces collided, causing time to fluctuate unpredictably. The flowers on the ground wilted one moment and bloomed the next, back and forth. This scene was quite astonishing. The others did not notice anything. They had no idea that Su Chen had already clashed with Chen Bing 800 times in private. Kid, you've got some skills. Chen Bing narrowed his eyes, looking in Su Chen's direction. He could feel that power was coming from Su Chen. The rest of the group looked confused, staring at Chen Bing with expressions of disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Su Chen is just standing there without moving while we are the ones attacking. You say he has some skills? However, they also noticed, what about Chen Bing's skills? That move that turns people into bones? Why does it seem like he has been moving his hands for so long without any reaction? The crowd was puzzled, but they didn't think too much about it. What they needed to do now was to deal with Chen Bing. And seeing that the acceleration of time was still not usable, Chen Bing's expression turned cold, and he abandoned that skill. With a push of his feet, he soared into the air, and suddenly dark clouds rolled in the sky, with thunder rumbling. Thunder of 1,000,000 pounds! Chen Bing shouted, and at the same time, countless bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, fell down. Boom! Boom! Zhao Tuheo reacted quickly, hurriedly using the surrounding stones to forge an earth shield to protect everyone overhead. Most of the lightning struck towards Su Chen, because, in Chen Bing's view, this person posed a greater threat than Zhao Tuheo. The power of the time law displayed by the opponent was surprisingly not weaker than his own. It should be known that his power of the time law was granted by the Divine Lord, and the other party did not have it. So, if he couldn't join, then he should be destroyed. Seeing this, Su Chen remained calm, quietly standing in place, accepting the baptism of thunder. The lightning continued to fall from the sky, unable to harm him in the slightest. The people around, including Chen Bing, were dumbfounded. What kind of freak is this? Such powerful lightning, and Su Chen actually stood there without dodging or avoiding? Is he even human? His whole body must be made of steel. Su Chen wanted to test his current physique. So far, it looked quite good. Under the blessing of the god of praise magic, his physique had greatly improved. Plus, his self-repair had already reached max level, 1000% repair speed. Combining the two meant 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Whenever damage was inflicted, Su Chen's body would automatically repair itself. The lightning felt like it was just tickling him. The blessing of the god of praise magic was indeed against the heavens. Su Chen sighed inwardly, then quietly pulled out a brick from behind him and suddenly threw it out. Chen Bing's body instantly stiffened, unable to move, his pupils constricting. Bang! The brick unceremoniously smashed into Chen Bing's face. Su Chen didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, his figure swaying as he appeared in front of Chen Bing, and the brick reappeared in Su Chen's hand. You unfilial son, you deserve to die. Bang bang! 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 Su Chen swung the brick, repeatedly smashing it into Chen Bing's face. This is fake. All of this is fake. They are my biological parents, they just don't want me to inherit the family fortune. Chen Bing, battered and bruised, shouted angrily while trying to defend himself. Truly hopeless, then go down and ask them. Su Chen shouted coldly, raising the brick with all his might and smashing it down hard. For such a person, saying more was useless. It was better to give him a real purification. At the same time, Su Chen felt pity for those parents who had adopted such an ungrateful child. Whether it was Chen Bing giving up resistance or having a moment of conscience, tears of regret slipped from the corners of his eyes. For a moment, his hands hung down, and he chose not to fight back. The cold brick hit his head with a bang-bang sound until the surroundings fell into silence. Ha! Su Chen let out a long breath, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. The people around him were also stunned. It was too brutal, too violent. However, it was a good fight, a brilliant fight. This battle was finally a victory. But everyone was killed by Su Chen, and at that moment, they realized how far the gap between them and Su Chen had widened. Zhao Tuheo also forced a bitter smile. Not expecting Su Chen to kill Chen Bing so easily, he didn't notice that his graying hair had returned to its original black. Let's go, continue towards the village. They are guarding here, there must be some plan. Zhao Tuheo's expression remained tense as he led everyone forward. The divine disciples had been staying in this village, and with awakened ones at the 7th realm present, they did not choose to cause chaos in the city at first but instead guarded the village. Zhao Tuheo keenly sensed that this was where the problem lay. As expected, they hadn't walked long before they saw a huge three-legged bronze cauldron standing in the center of the village square, surrounded by a group of divine disciples. Su Chen recognized that this scene was remarkably similar to the group of divine disciples in the abandoned factory before. It seemed to be called sacrifice? Without further ado, Zhao Tuheo gripped a sword made of stone and suddenly threw it out with a whoosh. It pierced into the chest of a divine disciple. The immense force sent that divine disciple flying backward, crashing hard into the ground. At the same time, everyone moved, unleashing their unique skills and charging towards the divine disciples. These were all black-robed divine disciples, so Zhao Tuheo felt very reassured letting them go to kill while he surveyed the scene, ready to provide assistance at any moment. This was a battle without suspense. The divine disciples had already become the targets of the students' trials. In no time, all the divine disciples returned to nature, quietly leaving without a trace. Ha! Is this what divine disciples are like? It's my first time killing, some people said with flushed faces, their legs trembling. This was their first time killing divine disciples, and they felt a bit nervous. However, for Suchen, killing divine disciples had become as routine as eating and drinking. Teacher Zhao, there's so much blood in this bronze cauldron. One person approached the bronze cauldron, looking a bit pale as he spoke. Hearing this, everyone gathered around. As soon as they got close, Suchen felt a wave of heat and a strong smell of blood, causing him to frown slightly. Someone couldn't take it and vomited on the spot. The smell was just too foul. Qin Rui's face also turned pale, but she managed to hold it in. The crimson blood in the bronze cauldron seemed to be boiling, bubbling up with one scalding blood bubble after another. What are these divine disciples up to? Are they going to summon a god again? Bai Yuntao covered his nose and frowned. Lin Pingji said, let's dump this out. It must be something bad. Lu Qingyue took a couple of steps back, her brows furrowing. Won't it pollute the environment? Who cares about that? We have to dump it. Just as everyone was talking, suddenly, a pale arm reached out from the bronze cauldron. It was extremely creepy. What the hell? Even Su Chen was startled. The rest of the group felt their scalps tingle, almost instinctively pulling away, their faces pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that an arm would reach out from the boiling blood pool? It was truly terrifying. Is it a person or a ghost? Or is it a divine disciple hiding in the blood pool trying to ambush us? Lin Pingji speculated. On the contrary, Zhao Tuheo did not react much. He calmly examined the small hand that reached out. The arm was delicate and fair, not like that of an adult, but more like a baby's hand. Moreover, it was groping aimlessly above the blood pool, as if searching for something to grasp before climbing up. Zhao Tuheo swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately extended his hand. The main reason was that he did not feel any threat, which led him to make this decision. The people around him held their breath, watching as Zhao Tuheo slowly pulled something out of the blood pool. It turned out to be a baby. The crowd was stunned, suppressing their anxiety as they slowly approached. A classmate from the water element used clean water to wash away all the blood from the baby, making it much cleaner. This baby seemed no different from an ordinary one, fair and tender, waving its little hands and curiously looking around. There was no smile, no cry, and it made no sound. Teacher Zhao, what is going on? Why did the divine disciple put a baby in the bronze cauldron? Lin Pingji asked curiously. Yeah, putting it in this boiling blood, and the baby is completely fine. How strange, the crowd discussed among themselves. Zhao Tuheo furrowed his brows, as if recalling something. In a daze, he seemed to understand something. I remember now, this should be the god-making ceremony. God-making? The crowd was shocked, all looking at Zhao Tuheo. Zhao Tuheo nodded and continued. I read about it in books before, thought it was fake, but I didn't expect to encounter it today. He then focused his gaze on the blood-filled bronze cauldron. There should be a drop of divine blood in this cauldron. Divine blood? The crowd was greatly astonished. And it is mixed with various human blood, and all must be from awakened male virgins and female virgins. If I'm not mistaken, this baby was already in this blood pool before it was born. Upon hearing this, the crowd showed expressions of anger. So much human blood, how many people did this divine disciple kill? Wang Dongsheng suppressed his anger and asked, how did it end up in the blood pool before being born? It was directly taken out of the womb, and then it grew slowly in the blood pool, Su Chen answered calmly, believing it to be so. Zhao Tuheo nodded. This is too insane. The crowd's eyes widened in anger. They wished they could tear the divine disciple apart. A baby growing up in such conditions will rapidly mature in a short time, and its strength will progress very quickly. Moreover, it will inherently possess the power of laws. Zhao Tuheo searched his memories and continued, fortunately, we showed up and stopped all of this. If we had been a few days late, this baby might have already grown into a child. But, just as the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, the word but made their mood tense again. But, he has already fused with divine blood, and the spiritual pollution on him is particularly severe. If we allow him to grow, not only will his strength be overwhelming, but in the future. Zhao Tuheo did not continue, and everyone understood his meaning. The future could very well be aligned with the divine side. Could it be that they had to kill him? The crowd felt a pang of reluctance. He was so small, did he do anything wrong? Teacher Zhao, I might have a way to remove that divine pollution. At that moment, Qin Ruoi stepped forward and said. Su Chen looked at her, knowing that the method she referred to was the emergency food. It might actually work. Hearing this, everyone turned to Qin Ruoi in unison. Then what are we waiting for? Give it a try. Zhao Tuheo was unsure of what method she had, but he agreed to let her try. Qin Ruoi nodded, and then, under everyone's gaze, she made a cut on her own hand. The crowd gasped, some confused, but they remained silent, simply watching quietly die, and the next moment, a small sprite appeared beside Qin Ruoi. Without hesitation, she stuffed the sprite into the baby's mouth. An invisible force enveloped the baby, then gradually dissipated. Is it effective? The crowd couldn't help but ask curiously. They were unsure if the spiritual pollution from that deity had been eliminated. Shinrui's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she sensed that the baby still bore a strong residue of spiritual pollution. How could this be? Shinrui shook her head, puzzled. As the spiritual pollution from Buchuan Ifu had been cleared last time, Suchen also noticed that the emergency food had no effect and said softly, "Emergency food can only heal injuries. It likely has little effect on eliminating this kind of spiritual pollution." Last time, it might have worked because Buchuan Yifu's spiritual pollution was relatively minor. Su Chen could only think this way. Is that so? Shinruoi seemed a bit disheartened. Zhao Taheo sighed and said, "We can only send him back to the academy. The final decision must still be made by the Fengshan Pavilion and the deans of the 4 academies. You don't need to worry too much. Perhaps the deans have a way?" Yes. This little guy seems to be quite lucky. He will surely get through this." Wang Dongsheng laughed, trying to lighten the atmosphere. The people around glanced at the baby and nodded, silently praying that everything would be alright. "Alright, I will contact someone to send him back. Next, there shouldn't be any major threats from the city's followers left. We just need to clear out the followers in this city, and we can go back," Zhao Taheo said. The crowd nodded, and Zhao Taheo led them back into the city. The blood from the bronze cauldron was poured onto the ground, and the bronze cauldron was stored away by Zhao Taheo in his spatial ring. The village returned to silence, with only the sizzle sound from the pool of blood slowly merging into the earth. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the city's followers were mostly killed by the various Fengshan pavilions, the law enforcement department, and the academy members. The smoke gradually cleared, and the city returned to its former liveliness. On the street, a bus was surrounded by a crowd, moving slowly. "Hey, Auntie, no need, really, it's what we should do." Zhao Chen sat by the window as the elderly outside kept stuffing things into the bus, various fruits, and even chickens, ducks, and geese. Not just Zhao Chen, all the classmates sitting by the window were the same. "Ah, thank you, Auntie, you can eat this chicken yourself, we really don't need it." Cluck, cluck, cluck. In the Fengshan Pavilion conference hall, everyone sat around the table. The 4 deans, the high-ranking officials of the Fengshan Pavilion, all remained silent, quietly looking at the baby swaddled on the table, their expressions heavy, as if making a significant decision. Yuan Tianxiang sighed, breaking the silence. When was the last time the God Creation Project was initiated? It seems like a long time ago. Over 50 years ago. Bing Qingyue turned her gaze towards him. Everyone should be clear about the consequences of the last time. Zhao He scanned the crowd, his expression serious. "So, my suggestion is to nip it in the bud. Let's start voting. Raise your hand if you agree." The air fell silent for a moment. Everyone present was aware of the painful lesson from over 50 years ago. That was their first encounter with a divine fetus. They had kept it, thinking that as long as they taught it carefully and attentively, instilling the right values and enhancing human thought, everything would be fine. However, the divine blood had already merged with the divine fetus, and the will of the deity could not be desecrated or erased, lying hidden deep within its mind. Before awakening, it behaved like an utterly normal child. But everyone could not forget the day of awakening, which was like hell. The divine will that had been hidden deep in his mind for years finally erupted, extinguishing his humanity and transforming him into a cold-blooded killing machine. Wherever he passed was like a locust swarm, leaving no grass behind, and the suffering of living beings was immense. At that time, all the students and teachers of a high school met a tragic end. It was hard to imagine that he, just awakened, possessed strength rivaling that of a 6th realm expert. The rescue team arrived late and ultimately had to execute him on the spot. Everyone sighed and silently raised a hand, but halfway up, a voice rang out, causing everyone to pause and turn their gaze towards Yuan Tianxiang. "I disagree. This divine embryo is different from the one over 50 years ago." Yuan Tianqiang's eyes were resolute. "Everyone can feel it. The divine power within this embryo is quite weak, almost negligible. I don't know the reason. I feel there is a high probability we can prevent him from being influenced by the divine will. Last time, we lacked experience. This time, we have learned from our previous lesson, and I think we can give it a try. After all, if we can truly salvage a future powerhouse, it would only benefit our Huaxia, not harm it." "But have you considered the possibility of failure?" Zhao He said in a deep voice. Yuan Tianxiang shook his head. "Last time can only be considered an accident. We all thought that after a few years, there would be no more issues. Who could have predicted it would turn out like that on the day of awakening? As long as we old fellows keep a close watch, such accidents should be impossible." Everyone nodded. Indeed, in front of the 4 deans, even if the divine embryo completed its awakening and was influenced by the divine will, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. "So how do you guarantee he won't be influenced by the divine will?" Lei Ming asked with some interest, if he ends up being influenced by the divine will, wouldn't that be a waste of time? Mental strength. Yuan Tianxiang had already thought it through. We will train his mental strength. I believe that as long as we can raise his mental strength to over 50 before awakening and then give him a little push, he should be able to resist that potential divine will. Mental strength over 50. Someone exclaimed. Achieving over 50 in mental strength before awakening is practically impossible, right? There's no record of it in history. Yuan Tianxiang smiled, but we have one in our academy. Before awakening, his mental strength reached 66. 66? You mean Su Chen? Zhao He frowned in speculation. After all, Su Chen was the only SSS level awakener, and it was likely only he could reach such a high mental strength. We also have data on various awakeners in Huaxia, but we've never seen one with mental strength over 50. Someone from the Fengshan Pavilion questioned. Because that is classified information. Yuan Tianxiang glanced at him and said, after Su Chen tested a mental strength of 66, it was immediately classified, so only a few people in all of Huaxia know about it. If it weren't for the huge commotion when Su Chen tested his talent that day, the information about SSS would probably also be a top-secret file. Everyone nodded in understanding, and Zhao He asked, while it's indeed possible for mental strength over 50 to resist the divine will, do you have confidence in training him to such a high mental strength before awakening? Under the training of us four old fellows, can he not reach it? It just means he has to endure a bit more suffering. Yuan Tianxiang glanced at the baby in the swaddle. As long as his mental strength doesn't reach 50, he won't awaken. Everyone knows how beneficial it is for Huaxia to have someone with innate potential to become a deity. Alright, I agree. In the end, everyone chose to trust Yuan Tianxiang once more. If they could truly cultivate a divine being for the human race who would dare to invade Huaxia. After several days of long travel, everyone returned the same way and arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy. Phew, that class felt really long. Someone exclaimed, yeah, I almost lost my life. Now when I see the academy, it feels as warm as home. And I just want to dive into that familiar blanket. The crowd got off the bus, chatted for a bit, and then dispersed. Zhao Teheo didn't mention the next arrangements or when classes would resume, he simply said dismissed and left. Su Chen stretched lazily, gazing at the vast blue sky, feeling a moment of tranquility wash over him. Recently, the trivial matters had been piling up, and Su Chen realized that this felt even more exhausting than moving bricks in his past life. It wasn't a physical exhaustion, but a weariness of the soul. He longed to relax. However, Yuan Tianqiang's words, "You are now the strongest of the human race," weighed heavily on his back like a mountain. He didn't want to be a hero, he just wanted to live a happy, ordinary life with his family and friends. But from the moment he awakened his talent, it felt as if he had been burdened with a mission. If he didn't complete it, he would never be able to live a normal life. The gods must be eradicated. That night, the sky was dotted with stars. A gentle autumn breeze brought a slight chill, as if relieving some of the fatigue. A faint fragrance wafted in with the wind, and Su Chen sat on the rooftop, turning his head in surprise. What are you doing here? Just enjoying the breeze. Xin Ruwei gently sat down beside Su Chen, her voice soft and delicate like the wind. The two sat side by side at the edge of the rooftop, their feet dangling in the air, while Qin Rui's fair legs swung back and forth, seemingly in a comfortable mood. Su Chen smiled gently, be careful not to fall. Xin Rui shot him a glance, I can fly. Right, I forgot, Su Chen shrugged. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and looked at the distant lights of the city, helplessly saying, old man, what are you doing here? Qin Rui was taken aback and turned to look, only to see Yuan Tianxiang silently appearing behind them. If she hadn't been somewhat prepared, she might have been startled enough to fall. But the dim light on the rooftop, combined with Yuan Tianqiang's scruffy beard and haggard appearance, still surprised Qin Rui. Now you're getting bold, not respecting this old man anymore. Yuan Tianxiang chuckled bitterly and sat down beside them. When Su Chen first entered the academy, he used to call him director all the time, but as time passed and his strength grew, the titles gradually changed. Yuan Tianxiang felt helpless about this. He could sense that in just a few days, Su Chen's strength had become unfathomable again. He couldn't tell how far he had come. TCH, at least I'm now the so-called strongest human, so of course I have to carry myself with that kind of aura. Su Chen pouted, so, what's up? If anyone else had been there, they would have been shocked that he dared to speak to the director in such a tone. It was as if he were the director and the one beside him was the student. Who had such audacity? Well, it was Su Chen. So it was fine. Yuan Tianxiang seemed used to it and smiled. Can't I just come to chat with you? Chat about what? Are you here to be a third wheel? Yuan Tianqiang's smile instantly vanished. He cleared his throat twice. Can't you be a little kinder to this old comrade? What did you do with that baby? Su Chen turned to look at him, and Qin Ruoi was also curious. We plan to cultivate him. If successful, he will be the second person besides you with the qualifications to become a deity. Yuan Tianqiang's eyes shone with determination. You believe I can become a deity? Su Chen pointed at himself. What realm are you in now? 6th realm. Then that's it. Yuan Tianqiang glanced at him. Your strength at the 6th realm is already comparable to that of a deity. If you can't become a deity, then probably no one has hope. Su Chen let out a bitter laugh and fell silent. The air fell into a brief silence as Qin Ruwei blinked at the night sky, her legs swinging freely in the air. I need to tell you something in advance. Yuan Tianqiang broke the silence. Even if I don't say it, Zhao Tuheo will mention it tomorrow. Su Chen gazed at the starry sky, unsure if he was even listening. Tomorrow, there might be a competition again, and this time it's against people from other countries. Rather than a competition, it's more like a contest. Suddenly frowning, Su Chen turned to him and asked, What time is it? Still competing? Are you kidding me? We certainly know that, Yuan Tianqiang smiled, but the story behind this competition is quite long. Su Chen quietly watched him, wanting to see how he would explain. This competition is to vie for a quota, and it's very important. Yuan Tianqiang looked at him, his expression serious. It's especially important for you, and even for me. Su Chen furrowed his brow. What quota could it be? Even Yuan Tianqiang, an 8th realm awakener, found it significant. This is a quota for an SS-level secret realm. In this secret realm, the flow of time is inconsistent with the outside world. 1 month inside equals 1 day outside. Yuan Tianqiang continued, This secret realm was discovered jointly by other countries, and opening it requires powerful mental strength. Therefore, we reached a cooperation agreement where we help to open it, and each time it opens, a competition is held to vie for the quota. The reason for the competition is that there is a limit on the number of people allowed in this secret realm. The different flow of time. Su Chen felt a bit surprised. Then why not just take it by force? We have the numbers, and the world's top awakeners are all with us. Are we afraid of them? Su Chen believed that using brute force would definitely secure this secret realm. It was just a bit unethical. Yuan Tianqiang's mouth twitched slightly. You're still too young. There are only 4 8th realm awakeners in Huaxia on the surface. But who knows if other countries have secretly trained 8th realm awakeners in recent years. Moreover, given the current situation, we are all in the same camp, with a common enemy being the gods, so internal conflict is not advisable. After he said that, Su Chen felt there was some truth to it and nodded slightly. The limit for the secret realm is 1,000 quotas, with 5 countries competing and hundreds of academies participating, so each academy can only send 1 student. Yuan Tianqiang smiled at Su Chen. 1 student. Upon hearing this, Su Chen sensed something was off and widened his eyes, saying, Is it me again? In the morning, the weather was fine. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in Su Chen's palms, casting light on his face as he looked up at the sky and complained, Here we go again, time to bully the weak. But this time it seems a bit interesting. They're foreigners, like that little handsome guy, Big Mountain, and the blonde girl. Watch me knock them out with 1 punch. Su Chen waved his fist and walked towards the playground. Upon arriving at the playground, Su Chen noticed that today's lineup seemed a bit different. Not only were there the original people, but also upperclassmen, many of whom Su Chen recognized. Yi Qing, Zhang Xiaozhu, Shani, and others. Su Chen scratched his head, feeling puzzled as he walked into the line. Shani and the others exchanged sly smiles with Su Chen, raising their eyebrows. Ahem. At that moment, Zhao Tuheo cleared his throat twice, signaling everyone to quiet down, followed by a series of speeches that were not much different from what Yuan Tianqiang had said last night. Everyone standing here is the top student from our academy, and we will all go together. If something happens to Su Chen, we can have a substitute. Su Chen. Su Chen, are you ready? Zhao Tuheo looked at him. Su Chen nodded helplessly. Then let's set off. Zhao Tuheo grinned and led everyone towards the teleportation array. On the road, a few acquaintances eagerly gathered around Su Chen. Li Yin greeted him with a grin. Hello, Junior, I didn't expect you to be this impressive now. Zhang Ziosa's eyes were filled with admiration. Big shot, do you still need any charms for your legs? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, I don't need charms, I need plugins. Lighthouse Country. Compared to Huaxia, Lighthouse Country is relatively flat, with only a few pedestrians on the streets, and buildings arranged neatly, forming blocks of various sizes. Before them, it was as if they were in a magical academy from an anime, with white quartz columns lined up in order, the ground covered with a bright red carpet, and various colored gems embedded in the floor blue, red. The sunlight shone on them, sparkling brightly. A unique aura belonging to a noble academy enveloped them. Wow! This is so luxurious. Yeah. Not to mention anything else. This academy is built so extravagantly. Look at the gold bars embedded in the wall seams. This must be real gold, right? And the gems on the ground, so extravagant. The newcomers stood at the entrance of the academy, their eyes filled with awe, like country dogs arriving in the city. Oh, My esteemed guests, I presume these are the elites from the Imperial Capital Academy of Huaxia? At that moment, a white man in a suit and tie respectfully said, "Please, come inside." He bowed and gestured for them to enter, his manners impeccable. Walking across the red carpet and entering the academy, the students coming and going were all dressed in suits, their pupils varying in color, holding various weapons, short blades, long swords, and even what looked like magic wands. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy surveyed their surroundings. The atmosphere here was so different from Huaxia. Their eyes filled with curiosity. The students passing by merely glanced at them before looking away, exuding a natural confidence. "Teacher, what is this academy called?" Zhao Chen asked curiously. The group that came this time consisted of all the elite students from the freshman class and all the elites from the upper grades, totaling about 50 people, so Zhao Chen was among them. Zhao Tuheo replied, "Odin Academy." "Odin?" Su Chen was surprised. "Isn't that the king of the gods from Norse mythology? They actually named the academy after the king of the gods. Is it confidence or arrogance? It's faith, it's their belief that leads them to name it after a deity. They believe that one day, a student as powerful as Odin will emerge from their academy." Zhao Taheo chuckled. "So, you see, their gazes reveal a kind of inherent nobility, looking down upon everything as if they were born to be above it all. So, this time, it's up to you to temper their sharpness." Zhao Taheo grinned, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. "But their strength isn't weak either. They are the top students from each academy, basically all reaching your level. Also, due to the cultural differences between Western and Eastern countries, their skills differ somewhat from ours, but it shouldn't be a big problem for you." Su Chen became a bit interested. After walking for about a few minutes, they arrived at a spacious square. In the center of the square stood a tall stone statue, about the height of a large building, looking very impressive. Standing at its feet, one felt like an ant. "This must be King Odin." Su Chen looked up and sighed slightly. "Clad in golden armor, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, riding the eight-legged horse Sleipnir." Zhao Taheo nodded. "I have to say, it is indeed quite shocking. Building such an academy must have cost a lot of money." Su Chen looked at Odin's single eye, which seemed to be looking back at him. For a moment, he felt a sense of déjà vu. "Let's keep moving," Zhao Taheo said, and Su Chen withdrew his gaze as the group continued forward. Following the crowd, they finally arrived at the competition venue, in this vast open square. Su Chen saw many familiar faces: Xia Che from the Jing Academy, Ho Lixia from the Huaqing Academy, Wang Lufei from the Modu Academy, and so on. However, they were definitely not competitors. After all, they were just freshmen, likely here to observe. It was rare for someone like Su Chen to compete as a freshman. Everyone patiently waited for the competition to begin. Nearby, there was a long table, over 10 meters long, filled with delicious food for everyone to enjoy, so they weren't particularly bored. Shani and a few others were already happily eating. After all, it was free. "Wow, look at that foreign girl, she walks so provocatively," Lin Xiao said, munching on a turkey leg, his eyes sparkling. "Where is this place?" "This is the Lighthouse Country. A free and open nation. People greet each other with hugs and kisses. Who knows, if you go up and say hello, you might even get a little touch, and they wouldn't say anything." Li Yun chuckled, encouraging Lin Xiao. "Forget it, I still prefer girls from our country." Lin Xiao quickly shook his head. "The girls here look too strong, with blue eyes, high noses, and thick lips. That's not for me. I prefer soft girls with black hair and black eyes, the kind that feels like water when you hold them." Li Yun nodded, finding it reasonable, but suddenly he looked down at the table and exclaimed, "There's a screw that hasn't been tightened." "Russian beauties? Where are the Russian beauties?" Shani suddenly leaned in. "Li Yun Lin Xiao. Sir, would you like to taste a glass of red wine?" At the other end, a man in a suit, holding a tray of wine with one hand and slightly bowing politely, spoke to Zhao Chen in standard Huaxia language. Zhao Chen, with his mouth full of food, was taken aback. Should he have a glass? He had never drunk before. It should be quite expensive. If it's expensive, he might as well try it. "Thank you." Zhao Chen lifted the tablecloth to wipe his greasy mouth and took the glass of red wine. The waiter smiled and turned to leave. In the moment he turned, the smile vanished, and he sneered, "A bunch of country bumpkins." Zhao Chen raised the goblet to his lips, just about to taste it when his peripheral vision suddenly caught something, and his eyes lit up. So beautiful. Zhao Chen's gaze fell on a girl, his eyes seemingly filled with pink hearts. The girl wore a white pleated skirt paired with white knee-high socks, her long eyelashes framing sparkling eyes. Zhao Chen had never seen such a cute girl before. Suddenly, he thought, Su Chen already has a girlfriend, and here he was, still a single dog, always just a third wheel. What is a third wheel? Someone who stands between couples, emitting an awkward light. Just thinking about it made him a bit uncomfortable. It was time to fight for his own future happiness, right? Although Zhao Chen knew he wasn't particularly outstanding in looks, how would he know if he didn't try? If you fight for it, even a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Fortunately, Zhao Chen felt he was dressed quite formally today, not too shabby. "Beautiful lady, would you like a glass of red wine?" Zhao Chen approached the girl and said in a very gentlemanly manner, "My name is Zhao Chen, nice to meet you." The girl was taken aback, her face turning red, and she waved her hands repeatedly, "Arigato." Zhao Chen was stunned, a person from the east? From her appearance, he thought she was Huaxia. The girl, thinking he didn't understand, continued in Huaxia, "Thank you, but no." "Wait, what did you just say your name was?" The girl suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in surprise, due to the fall of the eastern land. Buchuanifu could only stay in Huaxia. To survive here, she had to master the language of Huaxia. In just a few days, basic communication was no longer a problem. She felt proud of her intelligence. In just a few days, she had basically learned it. "Zhao Chen." Zhao Chen scratched his head and looked at her. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was very excited. Why did she react so strongly when she heard my name? Is my name too impressive? Is there a chance? He felt a bit agitated but tried hard to suppress his emotions and not show them. Be a gentleman, be composed. That's how you can attract girls. Suchen taught me that before. Unconsciously, Zhao Chen displayed confidence, puffing out his chest as if a steel bar was tied upright behind him. Zhao Chen? Buchuanifu frowned slightly, as if recalling something. Wasn't that the name of the thief and con artist she had encountered before? Could he be here too? Do you know Su Chen? Buchuanifu grinned. And Zhao Chen felt his heart melt, dumbly replying, "I do." "Where?" Zhao Chen pointed in a direction, and Buchuanifu quickly jogged over. Once she was out of sight, Zhao Chen snapped back to reality, feeling as if he had turned to stone in an instant, as if a sound of heartbreak echoed out. "Damn it! How could you know Su Chen?" Zhao Chen cried out, "Su Chen, you're playing both sides. I'm going to tell your sister-in-law. I finally felt something for once, and you made me lose so completely. I'm tired, let it all end." Zhao Chen downed the red wine in his hand, then immediately began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. So terrible. Su Chen and Qin Ruoi sat on chairs, savoring the pastries while observing the students of Odin Academy around them. They all seemed to dislike sitting, as if there were nails on the chairs, or perhaps they had hemorrhoids and were unwilling to sit down. Dressed in suits, ties, and leather shoes, they walked with one hand in their pockets and the other holding a goblet, gathering in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. They looked young, like little kids, but their movements were those of mature white-collar workers. "Hey!" A sudden voice from behind made Su Chen retract his gaze. He turned around, and his expression changed instantly. "What the hell? How did I run into this little witch? Is she going to cling to me now? I've come all the way to the lighthouse country and I still encounter her? Hee hee, what are you doing here?" Su Chen forced a smile. Seeing the look in her eyes that seemed to say, "Don't bother me, stay away, go away," Buchuanifu pouted and said, "Don't think too much, I'm just here to have fun and happen to see you." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He thought she had come to find him to settle scores. "You actually learned the language of Huaxia?" Su Chen suddenly expressed surprise. "Of course. I just didn't want to learn before, for this princess. Learning is a piece of cake," Buchuanifu said proudly. "A few compliments and you think you're on top of the world." Su Chen rolled his eyes. "You've lost your home, yet you still call yourself a princess. You don't have a home either." Buchuanifu's little face turned red, her cheeks puffing up in anger. "My parents are in Huaxia, I still have a home, Su Chen smiled helplessly and picked a fruit from the table to eat. "Hey! You're here to watch the match too, right?" Buchuanifu sat down beside him, cradling her face. "I guess you don't qualify to compete. I remember you're a freshman, right?" "Ahoo." Su Chen nodded perfunctorily. "Did you come alone? No adults with you?" "Hey! What do you mean by that? I'm not a child." Buchuanifu shouted, her face as red as an apple. "You look just like a little kid," Su Chen thought to himself but didn't say it out loud. "This little girl talks way too much, endlessly." As time gradually passed, the sun reached its zenith, and the competition finally began. On a high platform, the dean of Odin Academy was introducing the rules in fluent English, with subtitles in various languages projected beside him. Su Chen didn't want to listen to the chattering voice. It made him drowsy, reminiscent of his school days in English class, as if he were listening to a foreign language. The English teacher once asked Su Chen why he submitted a blank exam for English. His answer was simple, just one sentence: "I love my country." After a long while, the speech on stage finally concluded, and Qin Ruoi summarized the general rules for Su Chen. The rules were the same as those from the previous academy competition, unknown battles. Defeating one person would earn 5 spots in the secret realm, until all 1,000 spots were claimed, at which point the competition would end. The rules were straightforward, and Su Chen was quite satisfied. Estimating that the competition would wrap up in less than half a day, Zhao Taheo mentioned that their academy's goal was to secure 100 spots. What does that even mean? There were a total of 5 countries, hundreds of academies, and only 1,000 spots available, averaging just 10 spots per academy, while his academy aimed for 100. Others would probably laugh at that. However, Su Chen merely nodded indifferently, thinking it was a piece of cake. 100 spots meant just defeating 20 people. Hey, where are you going? Seeing Su Chen walk towards the competition area, Butuan Fu asked curiously. Su Chen ignored her and directly stepped onto a stage. He's going to compete, Qin Ruai patiently explained to her, finding her quite interesting. Butuan Yifu's eyes widened. Him? Isn't he a freshman? Qin Ruai smiled but didn't respond. The opponent facing Su Chen was from Odin Academy, as evident from his uniform. The two had no common language, and there was no unnecessary chatter. The battle was about to begin. The young man from Odin Academy moved first, charging at Su Chen like a hungry wolf. No, he was a wolf. Gray fur began to appear on his body, sharp fangs sprouted from his mouth, his hands transformed into sharp claws, and his eyes slowly turned crimson, reflecting Su Chen's appearance as if he wanted to devour him whole. The transformation was completed mid-run, his two legs becoming four, moving at incredible speed, leaving only a gray blur in his wake. Su Chen was slightly surprised. Beast transformation type? The opponent's speed was incredibly fast, so fast that others saw only a blur, but in Su Chen's eyes, it was still insufficient. Every movement, every lift of a leg, every step was as if played in slow motion, clearly etched in his vision. At the moment of contact, Su Chen merely sidestepped slightly and effortlessly dodged. The two narrowly missed each other, their gazes locking onto one another. The wild wolf's crimson eyes filled with disbelief, while Su Chen's expression remained very calm. In the instant the opponent missed, Su Chen raised his fist and struck fiercely at the opponent's back. Due to inertia, the opponent couldn't turn in time and took the punch squarely, as if a 1,000-pound hammer had smashed into his back, bones cracking audibly. In an instant, it was like a kite with a broken string flying off the stage. Is this the beast transformation type? Su Chen murmured softly. He had never seen such a special type in Huaxia, which should be what Zhao Dehao referred to as different. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy cheered loudly upon witnessing this. Butuan Fu, who had just put a chip in her mouth, was left dumbfounded, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Is he really that strong? That big gray wolf should have the strength of the sixth realm, and he dealt with it so easily? Butuan Yifu's eyes were filled with disbelief, and the chip in her mouth fell out. She had thought Su Chen's strength was about the same as her previous butler, around the fifth realm, but after seeing Su Chen kill a sixth realm awakener with a single punch, she couldn't help but suspect that Su Chen was now at the seventh realm. At the same time, she secretly praised herself for her clever choice back then, not letting the butler take action. Humph. With that thought, Butuan Fu grinned. My judgment is still quite good. After all, her butler hadn't noticed it, but she did. On stage, another contestant stepped up opposite Su Chen, this time a girl dressed in a purple dress, holding a purple magic wand. She looked like a Western magician. Su Chen couldn't help but scoff. What was the point of dressing like that for a fight? Could she even move? The two still exchanged no words and directly took action. The girl raised her wand, chanting something that sounded like a spell. Above her, a purple pentagram magic circle slowly appeared, gradually twisting. Su Chen didn't move. He was a bit curious about what skill this was. It seemed somewhat similar to his extraterrestrial object. It required chanting a spell. Of course, he wouldn't use that here, otherwise, the entire Odin Academy would probably be destroyed. Seeing Su Chen still dazed in place, the girl couldn't help but smirk, a bit teasingly, and the next moment, she waved her wand forward, shouting, "Go!" As she spoke, the pentagram magic circle above her emitted a brilliant light, and a long flame burst forth, swirling towards Su Chen like a fiery tongue. After all that brewing, is this it? Su Chen couldn't help but scoff. He thought it would be stronger. The long chant time was one thing, but it only spat fire. Slightly disappointed, Su Chen shook his head, and the moment the flame touched him, his figure instantly vanished. In the girl's line of sight, Su Chen was already engulfed by the flame, and it wouldn't be long before he would concede. She couldn't help but feel a bit giddy. But suddenly, she felt a bone-chilling coldness creeping up from her toes to the crown of her head, making her whole body tingle, as if 1,000 ants were crawling on her. She didn't know what was happening, but she felt like she was doomed. Perhaps this was a woman's sixth sense. Bang! Su Chen kicked her right in her pert backside, sending her flying out without a hint of mercy. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding academies were astonished, gathering to discuss. How can this Huaxia guy be so strong? That was a sixth realm fire element awakener. How could he kick her out with one kick? Yeah, just now the strongest genius of Odin Academy was also defeated with a single punch. This is too strong. Huaxia has such a dark horse this year. We better not challenge him. Let's go to other arenas. The crowd around Su Chen's arena dispersed, all knowing he was not to be trifled with and not planning to fight him. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then jumped off the stage. Since no one was looking for a fight, he would take the initiative. Over at the Imperial Capital Academy, everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Chen, filled with admiration. As expected of my brother Bai, no one can take a hit from him. Zhao Chen raised his head, patting his chest towards Bu Chuanifu, trying to attract her attention. However, Bu Chuanifu was busy eating a lollipop, her watery eyes fixed on Su Chen, not noticing him at all. The junior is growing rapidly in our department, Shini said with a smile. Yeah, it's still our 3 teachings that are the best, Li Yun boasted. The 4 of us together are enough to crush all the academies here. Lin Xiao nodded. TCH, even without you 3, I could do it. Jiang Xiaozhu crossed her arms, and at that moment, Su Chen kicked another person off the stage. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaozhu cheered like a cheerleader for the Imperial Capital Academy. Wow! Su Chen is so strong. I like him so much. Hey! What are you trying to do? Yi Qing said with a frown. Ruo Yi is still over there. This liking is different from that liking, do you understand? Humph. Jiang Xiaozhu ignored her and continued to cheer. Yi Qing shook her head helplessly. On stage, Su Chen had already defeated the 10th person, which meant he had secured 50 spots, making many academies extremely envious. Some hadn't even finished a single match. After all, these were the elites from various universities, and determining a winner was certainly not that simple. Except for freaks like Su Chen, who were the exception. Some even began to suspect that Su Chen had used disguise techniques, and his true identity was actually that of an ancient monster, not a student. However, they knew that all participants had undergone rigorous checks by the school, and the information couldn't possibly be wrong. So, many of them started to avoid battles, not wanting to face Su Chen. When they saw him walking towards their arena, they hurriedly jumped off the stage. For them, losing a match wouldn't reduce their spots, it would only cost them a few seconds. However, the number of spots was decreasing, and as others gained, it was equivalent to a loss for themselves. In response, Su Chen stood on one of the arenas, noticing that everyone around him was reluctant to fight, feeling somewhat helpless. He realized that challenging one by one seemed a bit slow. Now his task was to secure 50 more spots. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen looked down at the crowd with a condescending gaze and beckoned with his finger. I want to fight 10. I want to fight 10. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the people below were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand Huaxia language and looked at Su Chen with puzzled expressions, which made him quite embarrassed. Su Chen cleared his throat a couple of times and began to use an encyclopedia. After consulting it, he recited in broken English. I want to fight 10. I currently have 50 spots. If 10 people defeat me, I am willing to give up all my spots. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted like boiling water. To dare to say such a thing was incredibly arrogant, incredibly presumptuous. No way, I need to go up and teach this Huaxia person a lesson for looking down on us like this. A person named Herzog, who was celebrating a recent victory, couldn't hold back upon hearing such arrogant words and crushed the wineglass in his hand. Hold on, we need to wait for the dean's approval, his friend beside him whispered. Meanwhile, the dean of Odin Academy, seeing Su Chen's inquiring gaze, immediately began discussing with several other deans. Agree to him. This Huaxiao person is too arrogant, wanting to fight 10 people. Who does he think he is? Is he Ip Man? Who is Ip Man? Another dean asked. Cough, he's a relatively famous person from Huaxia. Is he very powerful? He should be quite powerful. But I haven't seen it myself. The air fell silent for a moment before everyone began discussing again. Their academy has already secured 50 spots, we must take them back. Alright. Then, 10 geniuses from our academies, I don't believe he can defeat them. I remember this Huaxia person is only at the 6th realm, right? The dean of Odin Academy asked. That's right. A 6th realm. Someone replied. The dean of Odin Academy nodded, looking down, and said, after our discussion, we agree to this proposal from the student from Huaxia. 10 people can fight him. If they win, each will receive 10 spots, deducting all the spots from that student on stage. If the student on stage defeats the 10 people, he gains 50 spots. In fact, this was an unfair rule for Su Chen, as losing meant giving up all his spots, while the opponent wouldn't lose anything. However, Su Chen didn't mind. After all, it was his own request, and he didn't believe he would lose. In the eyes of others, this rule was filled with deadly temptation. It was an opportunity to gain spots. It was a chance to earn without losing. And the odds were very high. 10 against 1. Even if it were someone at the 7th realm, they wouldn't be able to win, right? The moment the dean of Odin Academy finished speaking, someone charged onto the stage where Su Chen stood, and soon there were 10 people. All 10 were from the Lighthouse Nation, their expressions extremely unfriendly, with Herzog at the forefront. Damn you! Su Chen greeted them with a smile. This left the 10 people dumbfounded. What kind of language was that? Was it some ancient dialect? These Huaxia people really lacked culture, and everyone looked at him with disdain. Everyone, let's go all out and finish this quickly, reclaim the spot, Herzog said, his eyes slightly narrowed. The group exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they all launched an attack on Su Chen simultaneously. Some began chanting spells to unleash magical attacks, while others transformed into beasts and pounced towards Su Chun. Herzog's transformation was the most exaggerated. He turned into a winged bird, no, a giant dragon. The black dragon soared in the air, extending its sharp claws towards Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at it with mild surprise, then waved his sleeve, and a bright red brick shot out. Before Herzog could even see what it was, the brick was already in front of him. With a loud bang, it struck him heavily, and his massive body knocked down several others. The dragon immediately turned into a grounded chicken, and Su Chen seized the opportunity to unleash Burning Butt. He hadn't intended to use this move, as it dealt significant damage at max level, but he just found the opponent unpleasant. In an instant, flames erupted from the dragon's rear. Roar! The dragon let out a heart-wrenching roar, flapping its wings desperately to extinguish the flames, but the fire was as relentless as heavenly fire, impossible to put out. Eventually, it transformed back into human form, rolling on the ground. At this moment, no one had the time to care about Herzog. Their goal was to defeat Su Chen and claim the spot. Dazzling spells erupted one after another, creating a visual spectacle for those below, who seemed to be watching fireworks, unaware that these so-called fireworks contained enough power to annihilate anyone below the 5th realm. Su Chen moved like a butterfly, always able to precisely dodge incoming attacks, as if he could predict the opponent's next move and evade it in advance. To describe it in one phrase, amidst a sea of flowers, not a single petal touches him. The reporters from various countries had turned their cameras to the arena. 1v10, this was unprecedented in history. Regardless of the outcome, it would be recorded in the annals. However, it seemed that one person appeared to be handling it with ease, which made them break into a cold sweat. If the top 10 from the Lighthouse Nation couldn't defeat a single person, they wouldn't dare to broadcast it. They would probably have to air it only in countries outside the Lighthouse Nation. The deans were looking quite grim, as the situation in the arena was not looking good. It was a losing rhythm. They couldn't understand how Huaxia could have such a powerful individual. Dean, the information has been retrieved. A secretary rushed over, a woman in professional attire with golden hair. The dean of Odin Academy nodded, signaling her to continue. The blonde girl nodded and read from the recently found data. His name is Su Chen, a freshman from the Imperial Capital Academy, strength at the 6th realm, talent SSS, and it seems he has killed a divine shadow. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, as even she found it hard to believe. Put. The dean, who was drinking water, spat it out. What? He is the only one in the world with that SSS? Everyone was shocked. They had heard that Huaxia had produced an SSS awakened one, but they never expected his strength to rise so quickly. How long has it been, and he is already at the 6th realm? This must be cheating. If they had known this SSS individual had reached the 6th realm, they would never have let him participate. We were too careless this time. The dean of Odin Academy sighed, his gaze fixed on the arena. At some point, Herzog rolled off the stage in a very awkward manner, covering his backside and rolling around on the ground while hysterically screaming, "Ah, I quit. Dean, save me." On the stage, Su Chen moved with agility, his actions so graceful that it seemed like he was dancing, leaving the audience dazzled and somewhat delighted. There were no flashy spells or powerful skills, just pure footwork and the brick in his hand. The stage was occasionally filled with dull thuds and cries of pain, causing the audience below to shudder. Admit defeat. As Su Chen's brick made contact with a boy's head, the boy raised his hand and shouted. The falling brick paused for a moment, and Su Chen glanced at him indifferently before lifting his foot and kicking it off the stage, then continued his assault on others. Seeing this, the others wanted to raise their hands and surrender, but Su Chen didn't give them the chance. His speed was so fast it blurred, and the others couldn't see clearly, only feeling a gust of wind behind them, as if struck by a giant hammer, suddenly flying out. After a few seconds, only Su Chen remained on the stage, while several others around it clutched their backs and screamed, completely devoid of the earlier exuberance. The worst off was Herzog, as even his dean couldn't extinguish that flame. The fire burned like a sacred heavenly flame, seemingly intent on purging Herzog's sins before it would extinguish, burning for a full 3 minutes. Herzog had lost the strength to scream, as if half his life had been taken, lying on the ground charred black. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt a chill in their hearts, relieved that Su Chen hadn't used this move on them. Not only had they lost the match, but they had also lost their dignity. In their noble academy, dignity was above all. Micro full death stance. Su Chen revealed a faint smile as he stepped down from the stage. Report, Commander, mission accomplished. Su Chen returned to the Imperial Capital Academy with a grin, easily securing 100 spots. Very well done. Zhao Taheo gave a thumbs up, while the deans from the Lighthouse Nation looked over with envy and jealousy. Hey! You were told to secure 100 spots, and you really only got 100 spots. Jiang Xiaozhu suddenly popped up and shouted, "There's still time, you can grab a few more." What else? Su Chen rolled his eyes, "Why don't you go up?" Zhao Taheo chuckled, 100 spots are enough, we have to leave some room for others. Besides, look at their faces, do you think they'll still fight Su Chen? Jiang Xiaozhu and the others looked around, and sure enough, those people looked at Su Chen as if he were a devil, keeping their distance. In fact, there were even a few stages around Su Chen that had no one on them. They were afraid Su Chen would suddenly run up and beat them. That does seem to be the case, Jiang Xiaozhu mumbled. Su Chen looked up. The numbers on the holographic projection in the air were rapidly decreasing. It started at 1,000, and now only 385 remained, slowly dwindling. He knew that when it reached 0, the match would be over. I didn't expect you to be this strong. You just lied to me saying you weren't here to compete. Lost in thought, a childish voice pulled him back to reality. Su Chen turned around, his face darkening. How did this little witch follow him again? Hey, are you a student from our Imperial Capital Academy? How did you end up in our camp? Su Chen changed his tone, suddenly glancing at Zhao Chen, and he couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but the other's gaze seemed to carry a hint of resentment. None of your business. Bu Chuanifu placed her small hands on her hips and huffed. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, and then rubbed her fingers together. Hey, you're so strong, can you help me with a favor? No. Su Chen replied without a second thought. Not helping, this sentence was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Bu Chuanifu suddenly grinned, causing Su Chen's heart to tremble, while Zhao Chen in the crowd was left dumbfounded. He. Bu Chuanifu revealed a mischievous smile. Then you can't blame me. Hey, I saved you, that's a different matter. Su Chen quickly interrupted her. Instantly realizing what this little witch was up Tosh was actually trying to threaten him. When had Su Chen ever been threatened? Not even by a deity. How could she compromise with this airport? What is it? Su Chen cleared his throat. A real man can bend and stretch. This isn't called compromise, it's called being true to oneself. Bu Chuanifu giggled excitedly and whispered to Su Chen. After listening, Su Chen pondered for a moment and began to understand. It turned out that the martial arts master, Shirshir, had escaped from the East Japan, and since most of the Buchuan family's assets were in East Japan, their family had suddenly fallen back to pre-liberation status, even losing Buchuan Yaifu's bodyguards. There had been too many hostile companies targeting the Buchuan family, which was why Buchuanifu always had bodyguards when going out. However, this time, not only did Shirshir have ulterior motives, wanting to seize the opportunity to marry Buchuanifu, but many other former forces were also eyeing them. So, was she asking him to help break off the engagement, and then eliminate these hidden dangers? Su Chen thought. Damn, what a cliché plot, only a foolish author writing a novel could come up with this. Too troublesome, I want help. Su Chen crossed his arms and turned to the side. You clearly agreed just now. I didn't agree. I just asked. I don't care, you have to help me. Su Chen's eyes rolled, revealing a playful smile. Call me brother. If I call you, will you help me? Big brother, big brother, big brother. Buchuanifu said in a spoiled tone, Onaizen, Onaizen, Onaizen. Still in 2 languages, Su Chen was quite satisfied. Who could resist a little loli talking to you like that? Beside them, Zhao Chun, but it depends on whether I have time. If I'm busy, I can't help you. Su Chen said, things have been quite busy lately. You know there's a queue, right? Maybe after today's competition ends. Tomorrow they'll enter the secret realm, then he could slip away. Thinking this, Su Chen revealed a sly smile. Buchuanifu nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice, then suddenly smiled, Seeing such a sweet smile, Su Chen felt a bit reluctant to deceive her. Ahem. Su Chen coughed lightly and looked at Zhao Toheo, asking, Teacher, when will the secret realm open after the competition? Upon hearing this, Zhao Toheo pondered for a moment. It should take a couple of days. After the competition ends, we have to return to the academy and allocate the spots, then the secret realm will open. This all takes time. Oh yeah. Buchuanifu jumped up happily. Su Chen. Zhao Toheo looked at Buchuanifu with a strange expression, then glanced at Su Chen as if to say, where did this girl come from? After a long time, the competition finally ended. During this time, Su Chen briefly explained to Qin Ruo about helping Buchuanifu. After all, Su Chen was a good man. Before helping another girl, he had to report to his wife. Naturally, Qin Ruo did not object and was still there tasting delicacies with Buchuanifu. At this moment, the principal of Odin Academy on the high platform had begun to announce the allocation of spots among the various academies. Su Chen didn't want to listen because it was all written on the holographic projection in the sky. The first place was naturally their Imperial Capital Academy, with 100 spots. The second place was Odin Academy, with 30 spots. The gap between the first and second place is so vast that one can imagine the value of this competition. Each participant is a genius, except for Su Chen, who possesses a rare talent that comes once in 100 years, allowing him to secure 100 spots. Moto Academy obtained 20 spots, Huaqing Academy 20, and Shangjing Academy 25. These are the spots acquired by the top 4 academies in Huaxia, while some lesser-known academies only received a few spots, with some not getting any at all. So, is there a prize for the first place? Su Chen rubbed his palms together, speaking with some excitement. Zhao Taheo's mouth twitched slightly. This is a competition for spots. Getting you 100 spots is already generous enough, and you still want a prize? That's too stingy, Su Chen pouted. Alright, once it's over, we can leave. Zhao Taheo began calling everyone to gather, while Shin Yi and a few others walked by, each holding a chicken and nibbling on it. This competition ended a bit earlier than Su Chen had imagined. It was still afternoon. With 5 countries competing and so many participants, finishing this early was unexpected, but it was a good thing. Hey, why are you still following us? We're going back to the academy. Upon reaching the teleportation array, Su Chen noticed that Bu Chuanifu was indeed a persistent spirit, still trailing behind him. Let me tag along, I have to pay to teleport back myself. Bu Chuanifu awkwardly touched her pocket, then began to act cute. Onaizen, is that okay? Xin Ruai nodded. Onaizen, is that okay? She then turned her sparkling eyes towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded vigorously. That look seemed to say, whoever disagrees with me will be in trouble. How could anyone refuse such a cute girl? Moreover, she even called me brother. However, the final decision still rested with Zhao Tuheo, and Bu Chuanifu knew this, giving him a wink. Uncle, is that okay? Zhao Tuheo? Uncle? Am I that old? Zhao Tuheo thought for a moment. It seemed that after being accelerated in time by Qin Bing last time, he had indeed gotten some white hair, so maybe he really was getting old. Ahem. Zhao Tuheo cleared his throat twice and nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed to refuse. Ye Bu Chuanifu jumped up happily. It's a pity you're not going into acting, Su Chen sighed, his expression perfectly controlled. Humph. Bu Chuanifu tilted her little head and huffed, feeling quite proud. The boys around were dumbfounded, not knowing where such a beautiful girl had come from. She seemed to know Su Chen and Zhao Chen, and her voice calling brother was so sweet it made their hearts flutter. If she called them that, just thinking about it felt nice. Recording it would be even better. Listening to it every night would feel like spring in their dreams. They were envious. Stepping onto the teleportation array, after a dizzying spin, everyone returned to the Imperial Capital Academy. What are you still following me for? You're not planning to come back to the dorm with me, are you? Su Chen looked suspiciously at the dazed Bu Chuanifu. Ha? Is this the way to the dorm? Bu Chuanifu's face turned slightly red as she awkwardly said. I thought it was the way out of the academy. Su Chen was embarrassed. Zhao Chen, take her out. Ha? Me? Zhao Chen was a bit taken aback, feeling that happiness had come too suddenly. Who else? You are our academy's Import-Export Management Executive CEO and Regional Security System Inspector. Su Chen smiled slightly. This important task can only be done by you. Ha! Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, then realized, scratching his head, I guess that's true. Then, Zhao Chen, full of excitement, led Bu Chuanifu to the entrance, pressed a button on the key in his hand, and the gate rose. Is this what he calls management CEO and security system inspector? Bu Chuanifu was taken aback. Isn't that just a security guard? Zhao Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Bye-bye. Bu Chuanifu smiled at him and looked towards the distance outside the school. Zhao Chen stared blankly at her retreating figure, mindlessly waving his arm, until Bu Chuanifu turned a corner and disappeared from sight, snapping him back to reality. He hadn't even realized he was grinning like an idiot, drool almost escaping his mouth. Meanwhile, Su Chen walked into the bathroom laughing heartily. This fool didn't even say when she'd need my help, nor did she leave any contact information. Hee, what a silly person. This way there's less trouble. I won't go out these next few days. Let's see how she finds me. Hee. Just thinking about her frantic, clawing expression is so amusing. Su Chen hummed a nursery rhyme, scrubbing himself down, feeling quite pleased. I love taking baths. My skin feels so good. 2 minutes later, Su Chen emerged from the bathroom. Don't ask why he bathed so quickly. Men bathe fast. Su Chen lay down on the bed, feeling completely relaxed, involuntarily letting out a groan. He opened his phone, ready to check Douyin, only to find someone had added him as a friend. Su Chen was taken aback and instinctively clicked to accept. The other party's nickname was Cute Little Bear. And the profile picture was also a pink bear. Cute Little Bear, hi. Remember to come help me tomorrow. Su Chen? When he saw this message, Su Chen had a bad premonition. Damn, where did she get his VX from? He should have known better than to accept. Su Chen felt a bit annoyed. Perhaps seeing that Su Chen hadn't replied, the other party sent another message. Cute Little Bear, are you there, Su Chen? Su Chen sighed, realizing he couldn't avoid it and could only reply. Su Chen, what's your name? Cute Little Bear, Onaizen. Su Chen, send a voice message, make it sound gentle. The chat window fell silent for a moment before the other party sent a voice message, and Suchin clicked to listen. Onizan, the voice that came through was Buchwan Yaifu's, sounding very gentle, sending a shiver down Suchen's spine, causing his face to flush red, and he cleared his throat twice. One could imagine Buchwan Yifu hiding under her covers, blushing. The next day, the two met. Big Monster General, I'm ready. Buchwan Yifu saluted with a smile. Little Monster Private, let's set off. Little Monster Private, let's set off. Suchen wore a reluctant expression, feeling quite helpless towards this mischievous girl. Buchwan Yifu hailed a taxi for Suchen. In the car, Suchen felt a bit bored and checked his skill points, which had accumulated to the point where he had nowhere to spend them. He was still a bit short of the 100,000 skill points needed to draw. Let's just draw for fun. To pass the time, Suchen casually started a lottery draw from the 10,000 skill pool. Ding! Successfully consumed 10,000 skill points. Please choose one from the following 3 options. Option 1, you fart. Saying this to an enemy will make them fart. The higher the level, the stronger the effect, and there will be unexpected reactions. Option 2, high-end shopping. For every subsequent draw, the options will increase from 3 to 4. Option 3, buy 10, get 1 free. After drawing 10 times, you will receive 1 additional draw opportunity. Goose, 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 goose. Seeing the skill made Suchen laugh out loud. The prank skill was quite good. Without a second thought, he chose the first one. The other 2 were useless, probably just filler from the system's lottery pool. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, you fart. Name, you fart effect. Say you fart to the target and they will fart. Duration, indefinite cooldown. 3 minutes, no need to say more. Let's max it out. I have plenty of skill points. For the first time, Suchen felt the freedom of skill points. Ding! You fart has reached max level. Name, you fart max effect. Say you fart to the target, which can make the other person fart, but you can't trust any fart. Duration, indefinite cooldown, none. About 10 minutes later, the two got out of the car and arrived at the entrance of a building, but did not go inside. Are you sure this is his company? Suchen asked suspiciously as he looked at the building. It must cost at least several hundred million to buy a building like this. Wu Xiangxi had just fled from the East Japan to here. How could he possibly buy a building all of a sudden? Where did he get so much money? Could it be that he is a business genius, starting from scratch and earning enough to buy a building in just half a month? Buchwan Yifu looked serious and nodded. That's right, this is his building. I don't know when he became so rich. He didn't have that much money when he was in East Japan. Do you have a plan? Little Monster Corporal. Suchen looked down at her. Are we going to outsmart him or go for a strong attack? Hey, you're the big monster general. You should come up with the ideas. Buchwan Yifu exclaimed. If you can't fight and you can't come up with ideas, then what use are you? I've changed my mind. You'll be the discouraged commander, humph. Buchwan Yifu smiled playfully. Boring. Suchen scoffed, even playing along with the role. In that case, let's go for a strong attack. I'll blow it up directly, finish early, and go home early. Buchwan Yifu was taken aback, watching Suchen move forward, and quickly grabbed him. No. There are so many ordinary people inside, don't harm them. Oh. Then you wait here for me, they'll fly up and kill him. Suchen said casually. Ah. Buchwan Yifu was startled. That's not good, right? You don't have to kill him, just make him give up. Hey. Are you annoying? You don't want this or that, my time is very limited. Suchen showed a hint of impatience, killing someone and dragging it out. Seeing Suchen's fierce gaze, Buchwan Yifu was startled and timidly took 2 steps back. Why are you so fierce? Suchen. 10 minutes later, 2 people dressed as maintenance workers, wearing brown hats and white gloves, walked towards the building's entrance with a nonchalant stride. The 2 were of different heights, one tall and one short, with the tall one carrying a large ladder and the short one holding a small box. Alu 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 alu. Buchwan Yifu blinked. Can we really do this? It seems really fun. Absolutely. Suchen said confidently. A ladder is like a universal ticket. With it, you can enter any place. Movie theaters, amusement parks, water parks, bars, you can play for free. Really? That sounds so interesting. Buchwan Yifu was a bit eager to try. I want to try it next time I'm alone. Suchen smiled lightly. He had seen this on Douyin yesterday and wanted to see if this operation was reliable, so he didn't use teleportation and just treated it as a game. You have to find some fun in your life. An invincible life is dull. There were several security guards at the entrance of the building, seriously checking the ID badges of people coming in and out. Buchwan Yifu was still excitedly bouncing around, and Suchen cleared his throat twice before she realized, straightened her body, and confidently walked forward with an expression of I am a repairman. Suchen naturally wasn't worried about her acting skills. She could win an Oscar. As they approached the entrance, a few security guards looked them up and down, and when they saw Buchwan Yifu's exquisite face, they were momentarily stunned. Such a beautiful girl as a maintenance worker? Does this industry make a lot of money? Perhaps due to men's first impressions of women, they instinctively glanced at her chest. So flat, was their first reaction. Seeing the gazes of these men, Bu Chuanifu glared at them and instinctively covered her chest. A few security guards were immediately amused by her actions, and they stepped aside, teasingly saying, "A bank card without money is useless even if you cover the password." Bu Chuanifu shot them a fierce glare and hurried to catch up with Su Chen. "But I still can't help wanting to check the balance," Su Chen murmured. "What are you talking about?" Bu Chuanifu looked up at Su Chen. "Nothing." Su Chen shook his head. Hee Bu Chuanifu giggled. "We really got in, this trick really works, it's amazing. The sparrow food is very useful." Su Chen also smiled, finding the situation quite amusing. The two successfully boarded the elevator, where some people actually mistook them for repairmen and enthusiastically asked which floor had a problem, even helping them press the buttons. Su Chen said, "It's the boss floor, the bathroom light is malfunctioning." The helpful person replied, "Got it, on the 30th floor." In the corner, Bu Chuanifu almost burst out laughing, but Su Chen shot her a look that seemed to say, "How can a professional actor break character?" Bu Chuanifu quickly composed herself and gave an okay gesture. It was so much fun. Even more enjoyable than an amusement park. She felt as happy as if she had eaten honey. Ding dong! The elevator doors opened, and the two arrived smoothly at the 30th floor. Commander disheartened, "What's next?" Su Chen also felt playful. Since the other party loved to play, he might as well indulge her in role-playing. Bu Chuanifu's little face showed a thoughtful expression, and after a moment, she grinned, "Act according to the situation." Su Chen, "Great, that was as good as saying nothing." Note, the Japanese is pronounced daijubu, meaning it's okay or no problem. "Someone's coming." Bu Chuanifu suddenly lowered her voice and said softly as the sound of footsteps and a cart rolling down the hallway approached. Su Chen certainly heard it too, his eyes darting around, and then he had an idea. "Come here." Su Chen pulled her collar and dragged her into the nearby restroom. Hey, this is the men's restroom." Bu Chuanifu's heart raced, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. It was her first time entering a men's restroom. Su Chen ignored her and peeked out to look down the hallway, where two attendants were pushing a cart toward them. Su Chen patiently waited, and as the two attendants passed by, he swiftly struck the back of their necks, and they collapsed. He then dragged their bodies into the restroom. 3 minutes later, the two attendants emerged, wearing masks, and bundled up tightly. "It's time to test our acting skills again." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Daijubu. I guarantee it's fine." Bu Chuanifu saluted with excitement. Originally, Su Chen planned to charge straight in, but he sensed something unusual with his mental power, so he decided to check what was going on inside, what they were discussing. "There are so many security checks ahead," Bu Chuanifu whispered as she pushed the cart, "and so many people seeing several checkpoints ahead." It was even more stringent than a bank's security. Su Chen believed there must be some unspeakable secrets inside. He gave her a reassuring look, and Bu Chuanifu obediently nodded. The corridor was very quiet, with only the sound of the cart moving. A group of security guards by the security check wore suits and sunglasses, standing with their legs apart, hands naturally hanging in front of their pants, exuding an air of dominance and authority. Su Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, and his lips moved slightly, as if chanting a spell. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a loud fart. The security guards all turned their eyes toward one person. A lean guard awkwardly cleared his throat twice. "Maybe I ate too much at lunch, huh?" He smiled, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. The other guards glanced at him and then returned to their thoughts. Suddenly, the lean guard's face turned red again, and he squeezed his legs together, feeling a pressure in his abdomen. It should just be gas. The lean guard looked left and right, then cautiously controlled his sphincter, slowly releasing it, hoping it wouldn't make a sound. Little did he expect that once he opened the floodgates, it was like unleashing the Three Gorges Dam. A torrent of sound and fury erupted. Waves surged. The moment the lean man realized what was happening, he couldn't control it at all. Bang! 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 3 loud farts erupted, accompanied by a splash. "I said, buddy, you didn't just let one rip, did you?" one guard asked, covering his nose, his face contorted. The smell! It was overwhelming. The farting man's face turned red, his legs trembling. "Dude, watch it, I need to hit the restroom." Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward the bathroom, legs squeezed together. As he brushed past Su Chen, he stirred up a gust of wind, the smell making Su Chen feel dizzy. "So stinky." Bu Chuanifu wrinkled her nose. "Put." Suddenly, another fart sounded, and another person covered their backside, saying, "What the hell? Watch it, I need to go too." More fart sounds erupted, and the corridor quickly filled with a foul stench, making it feel like they needed gas masks. "Damn, I can't hold it anymore. What did we eat for breakfast? I know. The cafeteria lady must have drugged us. No way, you guys stay here, I need to take care of this. Get lost. I'm about to crap myself." Did you treat him like a fart? When you have diarrhea, you can't trust any fart. Alright, let's all go together. Quick in and out. Hey, you two stay here and watch. Don't go anywhere. And don't let anyone else in. The last sentence was directed at Su Chen and Bu Chuan-Yifu. After saying that, everyone hurriedly rushed toward the bathroom. Su Chen pushed the cart, smiling calmly. Not allowed in? That's impossible. Was that you? Bu Chuan-Yifu blinked excitedly. Su Chen shrugged, not admitting anything. Just a coincidence. Oh. How the two covered their noses and finally passed through the security area, taking deep breaths. Finally breathing fresh air. I almost got poisoned. Bu Chuan-Yifu stuck out her little tongue, the airport undulating. In front of Su Chen was a door forged from steel, looking indestructible. It was hard to imagine that at the top of this tall building there was such a door. What lay behind it must be extraordinary. The closer he got, the more he could sense the aura emanating from within. No doubt about it, it was the aura of mental pollution. Either it was a divine follower or some weapon imbued with mental pollution, and it was powerful. Su Chen pulled out the card he had swiped from the waiter and pressed it against the door. Verifying. Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded, and a green light began to scan across Su Chen's face. Seeing this, Su Chen remained calm, silently reciting something, and his face quickly began to change, morphing into the appearance of the waiter, even his pupils matching. After a moment, verification successful. Click. The massive steel door slowly began to move, opening to the sides, and Su Chen's face returned to its original form. Let's go, Su Chen said, pushing the cart through the door. Yes. Great General. Bu Chuan-Yifu saluted and followed his pace. As the two entered, the steel door began to close slowly again. Are you sure this is the building of the martial aspect stone? What kind of experiment is going on here? Su Chen asked again. The scene behind the door was quite dim, with several rooms on either side of the corridor, all featuring transparent glass that allowed a clear view of the happenings inside. It resembled an operating room, where a person lay on a table, surrounded by several doctors who were busy with something unknown. The person on the bed appeared to be in immense pain, convulsing as if electrocuted. 1000%. The place he called me to before is right here, and I didn't come, Bu Chuan-Yifu said confidently, but upon seeing the surroundings, she felt a bit scared and unconsciously moved a little closer to Su Chen. At the end of the corridor was a conference room, and Su Chen felt that Wu Shangxi should be right there. Did you bring the stuff? As the two approached the conference room, a voice came from inside. Bu Chuan-Yifu's eyes lit up, and she whispered, "It's him, right inside." Su Chen nodded, cleared his throat, and said in a lowered voice, I brought it. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted, responding was the right thing to do. Wait at the door for now. The person inside didn't notice anything unusual at the door and casually said this before the sound of chatting emerged from within, seemingly with quite a few people present. Su Chen pressed his ear against the wall to listen, and Bu Chuan-Yifu curiously asked in a low voice, "Why don't you just rush in and beat him up so he won't bother me anymore?" Su Chen put his index finger to his lips in a sure gesture, whispering like a mosquito, "Isn't this more interesting? It's no fun otherwise. Since we're here to play, we should definitely add some flair." Yay, yay! Bu Chuan-Yifu clapped excitedly. Sure, Su Chen said, "Quiet, let's listen to what they're saying first." Bu Chuan-Yifu nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice, also pressing her ear against the door to listen. "My lord, the plan is all set. We can execute it today, hee. Well done. Is the sacrifice complete?" "It's all done. All the materials and offerings you instructed have been sacrificed. Just the final step is left, hee, my lord, about what you promised me. Don't worry, you won't be left out after it's done. I really don't understand what's so great about that airport. We have all kinds of beauties here. You can have them shaped however you like, big where you want them big. Hee. Everyone has their preferences. I just like those petite girls, the feeling of having them snuggled in my arms. I don't care about that. The next phase of the plan must not go wrong. Let's merge the heart of the ocean and bring this artifact back to the world, breaking the seal to welcome my great divine lord. Hee, don't worry, everything is under control. Ahem, bring the stuff in." Su Chen knew the last sentence was directed at him, while Bu Chuan-Yifu looked completely bewildered, not understanding what the people inside were discussing. Even when they mentioned her, she was completely oblivious. The heart of the ocean? What is that? Su Chen felt a slight confusion as he opened the food cart, revealing a stone emitting a faint blue glow. Is this it? Why is it in the food cart? Su Chen was puzzled, but since the other party mentioned a divine being, it surely wasn't anything good. He tried to store it in his spatial ring but was shocked to find he couldn't. "You hold it for now." Su Chen took the stone out and handed it to her. Oh, Bu Chuan-Yifu received it with both hands. Immediately, in Bu Chuan-Yifu's bewildered gaze, Su Chen's figure flickered and then disappeared, only to reappear moments later, and no one knew what he had gone to do. "You just wait at the door. Suchin placed his hand into the food cart, as if putting something inside, then closed the lid and walked in with an indifferent expression entering the room. What caught the eye were several redrobed envoys in Wu Shangxi, and behind them, a massive trident stood among the weapon racks, exuding a faint sense of oppression. The aura that Suchen felt outside the door came from here. Is this what they call a divine artifact? A glimmer of light flickered in Suchen's eyes. My lord, look, I placed the heart of the ocean on this cart, making it easier for them to bring it from the warehouse without being noticed, Wu Shangxi said, satisfied with his arrangement. Oblivious to the differences in the tightly wrapped waiter. Let's merge, complete the final step. The redrobed envoy nodded. I'll take my leave now, Suchen said, appearing timid and lowering his head. Get lost. Wu Shangxi waved his hand, somewhat excited. Once the final step was completed, he would have endless wealth and the woman he loved most. Go ge. The moment Su Chen turned around, a hint of a smile seemed to curve at the corner of his mouth before he walked out the door. Buchuanifu looked at Su Chen with a questioning gaze, and Su Chen responded with an okay gesture, as if to say, done. Buchuanifu was somewhat skeptical. Had they really accomplished anything by just going in? Is it time to retreat? Commander Huixin, Su Chen asked with a half-smile. Buchuanifu quickly got into character. Yes. Great General, let's retreat. Inside the room, Wu Shangxi rubbed his hands together in excitement just as he was about to lift the lid. Chaotic footsteps and roaring sounds came from outside the door. Find those two just now. They are not real waiters. They are fakes. They knocked out the real waiters in the bathroom. Don't let them escape. Hurry up and catch them, or we're all done for. A group of security rushed into Wu Shangxi's conference room, looking around. Where are the people? Wu Shangxi's face darkened as he shouted angrily, you idiots. What do you want? Chairman Dawn, have you seen two waiters? They are fake, the head of security said, trembling. If those two caused any trouble, they would really be finished. They had heard that some security personnel who disobeyed orders had disappeared the next day. Fake? Wu Shangxi was taken aback, a bad premonition rising in his heart as he turned his gaze to the cart, his hands trembling as he slowly opened it. The security guards also noticed the cart, the one pushed by those two just now. And they all gathered around. Inside the cart lay a timer. No, something felt off. He took another look. A bomb. 3. What is this? Looks like a bomb. I think I see a light. I feel like we're about to turn into light. Wu Shangxi's scalp instantly went numb, the fear of death rising from his feet to his head, his back chilled. He couldn't even muster the strength to move his fingers, staring blankly at the countdown reaching 0. 1. Boom. A loud explosion echoed across the city, a blinding fireball shooting into the sky. Many people thought an earthquake had struck, scrambling under tables or running to open spaces, while those closer pulled out their phones to start filming. But as soon as they took out their phones, a violent shockwave sent the device flying, and they fell to the ground. Not far from the exploding building, Suchen walked calmly, the building behind him erupting in thick black smoke. Artisan explosion, Suchen patted his chest and said, so, Commander Huixin, how's my plan? Buchuanifu was stunned, her small mouth slightly open as she gazed at the towering building emitting black smoke, her eyes filled with shock. That Marshal General has already become a lackey of the divine disciples. In my eyes, he has been sentenced to death. Suchen shrugged nonchalantly and said, so, Commander Huixin, sorry, but I can only kill them all. Ah, is that so? Then, that's fine. Buchuanifu nodded obediently, indicating her understanding. Suchen smiled lightly, then waved his hand in the air, bring it here. In an instant, the trident he had seen in the building appeared in his hand. Looks like a good weapon, not a scratch on it. Suchen examined the trident, which shimmered brilliantly, flowing with golden light, and had a hole that seemed meant for inserting something. Suchen seemed to realize something and soon discovered that the trident could be stored in his spatial ring. He planned to study it further when he got back. Is it fun? Suchen asked casually, looking ahead. Super fun. Buchuanifu nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with joy, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. So where are we going to play next, Great General? Next? Suchen smiled slightly, each to their own. Bye-bye. He ruffled her hair into a mess, then, with a mischievous grin, vanished. Buchuanifu stood there in a daze, muttering, so mean. Fine, they'll go play by myself. Buchuanifu stuck out her tongue, still holding the small toolbox from before, and bounced forward. Let's try the cinema. Meanwhile, Suchen returned to his dormitory and took out the heart of the ocean from his pocket along with the trident from his spatial ring. From their conversation, it seems like a divine artifact. I intercepted it halfway. Today wasn't a total loss. Suchen grinned slyly. He had thought today would just be another day of working, but unexpectedly, he had earned a divine artifact. As for the mental pollution emanating from above, it no longer posed a threat to Su Chen. His self-repair had reached 1000% and was constantly repairing itself. Moreover, Su Chen now possessed divine power, and without self-repair, this mental pollution couldn't invade his body. It seems this heart of the ocean needs to be placed into this trident. Su Chen mumbled, then stuffed the glowing blue stone into the hole of the trident, fitting perfectly. The moment it was inserted, the trident shone like the stars, as if staring directly at a sun, nearly blinding Su Chen. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave erupted, instantly shattering the furniture in his home into pieces, creating a mess. Not only that, but Zhao Chun, who was sleeping next door, was directly jolted out of bed, with the nearby cabinet crashing down towards him. Zhao Chun, still groggy, had just opened his eyes when he saw the cabinet falling, quickly using Earth Guardian to dodge. At that moment, a golden beam of light, as thick as a bucket, shot straight into the sky, emanating from the trident in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the trident to make such a huge commotion. Had he known, he would have found a deserted place to do this. Now, not only had he made a mess of his home, but he had also caused such a ruckus. Truly a divine artifact. Su Chen was somewhat shocked. If I sold it, it should fetch a good price, right? If someone knew Su Chen's thoughts at that moment, they would surely spit blood. A divine artifact is extremely rare. You want to sell it? This is a priceless treasure. At this moment, the light on the trident gradually dimmed, and Su Chen felt it heating up in his hand. He could sense the power of this trident. The energy within it seemed capable of shattering a planet. No wonder, the divine disciples said they wanted to use this thing to break the seal. I wonder where they found it. Just then, the space rippled, creating a circle of waves, and Su Chen turned his gaze. It was Yuan Tianxiang again. What does the old man want with me this time? Su Chen shook the trident in his hand. Yuan Tianqiang's mouth twitched wildly. What do you think I'm here for? Don't you know what good deed you've done? Now the academy is a complete mess. Do you want to go outside and see what it's like? It's a garbage dump. Is that so? Let's go take a look, Su Chen said. Hey, is this really the time to talk about that? Yuan Tianxiang said, sweating. Don't think I don't know. That building was blown up by you. You're really something. You can't go a day without making headlines, can you? Su Chen chuckled. Not at all. I'm a law-abiding citizen. A law-abiding citizen? You've become a terrorist on the news. Yuan Tianxiang retorted. Su Chen smiled. Well, I'm a terrorist who helps others. I got rid of a terrorist who was even more terrifying than a terrorist. This statement left Yuan Tianxiang bewildered, and he sighed. Forget it. This isn't the time to discuss that. Is this what you got from there? He looked seriously at the trident in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen smiled slightly. Yes, do you want to buy it? Even if I wanted to buy it, I couldn't afford it, and this power is beyond my control. Yuan Tianxiang said solemnly, this shape, this aura, I think I know what this weapon is. It's a trident. Do I even need to say that? Anyone with eyes should be able to tell. Su Chen rolled his eyes. I mean, its name. It's a trident. Yuan Tianxiang. Yuan Tianxiang gave him a look that said, can you please shut up? This should be Poseidon's trident from ancient Greek mythology. It is said that Poseidon wielded this weapon to create the heavens and the earth, generate tsunamis and giant waves, and even cause continents to sink. Yuan Tianxiang said slowly, however, the energy contained in this weapon is currently immense, and controlling it is very difficult. I estimate that only the pavilion master or you could manage it. Su Chen, after all that, it's still just a trident. Yuan Tianxiang, silence. What a pity, it can't be sold, and I doubt anyone would buy it. Su Chen's expression was quite regretful, while Yuan Tianqiang's mouth twitched wildly. Do these gods from the myths of Poseidon really exist? Su Chen asked curiously. Yuan Tianxiang pondered for a moment. It's hard to say, I've never seen them. The ones I've encountered are elemental gods, gods that control a single element. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. You need to keep this safe. The divine disciples will definitely be unwilling to lose such a powerful weapon. Yuan Tianxiang said seriously, they probably already have a good grasp of your strength and wouldn't dare to act, but still, be cautious. The divine disciples have many tricks up their sleeves. Su Chen nodded, and after chatting casually for a bit, Yuan Tianxiang left, saying he would help Su Chen clean up the mess. What a strange hobby. As night fell, the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, and the stars blinked as if watching the excitement. On the academy's rooftop, two figures embraced each other, whispering sweet nothings. After a long while, the connection remained. Xin Ruoi blushed. Are you a dog? He. Su Chen chuckled. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time. How long has it been? Xin Ruoi shot him a glance. Su Chen, there's a saying that goes, a day apart feels like 24 hours. Xin Ruoi rolled her eyes and changed the subject. Have you taken care of everything today? Su Chen smiled slightly. Of course, I took action. It was a matter of minutes, and I even got a divine artifact. That's impressive, Xin Ruoi said softly. It seems like the world is becoming increasingly unstable lately, with divine disciples appearing more frequently. I wonder when it will all end. It doesn't matter, I'll take action, Suchen said, wrapping his arms around her and laughing. Put. Chin Ruoi was amused by his words. It's getting late, let's head back and rest, Suchen said as he stood up with a smile. The two shared a warm embrace before returning to their villa. Suchen, you already have a girlfriend, can you give me a chance? As soon as they entered the house, Zhao Chen approached with a long face. Are you two timing? You shut your mouth. Suchen suddenly stopped, almost letting slip a word that would have been disastrous. Thankfully, he didn't say the second half of the word compare. Otherwise, this villa would probably be uninhabitable, likely turning into a biohazard zone. Ahem, even if I give you a chance, you might not be capable. Suchen coughed lightly. Here, this is her WeChat, whether you can handle it is up to you. Suchen handed over his phone, and Zhao Chen's face instantly lit up. He took out his own phone and scanned the QR code. Thank you, Brother Bai, you're really a great big brother. By the way, Brother Bai, can I borrow that book you used to pursue the school beauty Chin? I want to learn from it. Oh, you mean 108 Ways to Chat with Girls? Suchen nodded. No problem, it's in my room, I'll go get it for you. Good brothers in heart. Zhao Chen's eyes were filled with gratitude. In no time, Suchen returned from his room with 2 books and handed 108 Ways to Chat with Girls to Zhao Chen. Start with this one. He then handed him the other book. You need to learn this one after mastering the first. First, successfully ask the girl out, and then use this book, 108 Ways to Make Girls Weak in the Knees. Combining both will yield results greater than the sum of their parts, got it? Hee, got it, Brother Bai, you're the best. Zhao Chen's spirits soared as he imagined his days with a girlfriend. Hey, this is my secret to picking up girls, it's not something I give away for free. Suchen raised an eyebrow, rubbing his fingers, the meaning clear. Zhao Chen. After collecting the money, Suchen happily returned to his room, while Zhao Chen eagerly rushed back to his own room, ready to try it out. After showering, using the restroom, and scrolling through Douyin, Suchen followed his 3 pre-sleep steps. Cute little bear, Anakin, are you asleep? At that moment, Butuan Fu sent a message. Suchen paused his Douyin scrolling, feeling a bit speechless, wondering what this girl was up to again. Hadn't Zhao Chen added her yet? Hurry up and chat with Zhao Chen, give me some personal time. Suchen, what now? Cute little bear, I tried it today, I really got into the cinema for free and watched a movie. Hee weird laugh. JPG this is so boring. Suchen chuckled. She really went alone to try and watch a movie. How boring could that be? Suchen, ha, that's impressive. If you got caught, you might end up being held there as a server. Cute little bear, humph. No way. I'm a good actress. Playful.jpg cute little bear. Can I still go out tomorrow? You said you'd help me take care of everything. Suchen, no time, cute little bear. Onayakan, take me to play today is so much fun. Tomorrow we'll let you be the commander of discouragement and he'll be the great monster general. Okay, please acting cute.jpg Suchen. A certain Dojang, it's not that I don't want to help you, I really don't have the time. You love role-playing this much? Suchen curled his lips. This kind of role-playing was too childish for him. He preferred adult-themed role-playing. Cute little bear, please, I really beg you just take me to play one more time in a few days. You'll be going to the secret realm, and then we won't be able to play anymore. This message was sent as a voice note. The voice was sweet and soft, with a hint of a spoiled tone. I really can't do anything about you. Suchen sighed, feeling a bit exhausted. Suchen, how about this? You'll be the commander of discouragement. You know that the commander is always behind the scenes. So tomorrow we'll be the one behind the scenes, directing your actions. I'll send a little monster sergeant to meet you. Got it, great monster general. On the other end of the line, Butuan Yaifu's face lit up with a smile, as if it sounded really fun. Cute little bear, he got it. Saluting.jpg Suchen sighed helplessly and then sent a message to Zhao Chen. Woohoo! Suddenly, an excited cheer came from next door, along with the sound of jumping. Suchen felt a bit speechless and then opened Douyin to scroll through. Next door, Zhao Chen was still immersed in joy, not realizing he would have the chance to meet Butuan Fu tomorrow. Ah, Brother Bai, you're really my good brother. First, let's read a book. Zhao Chen opened 108 Ways to Chat with Girls and began to study. The first way among the 108 ways, flowers blooming on trees. The second way, knowing yourself and your opponent. The third way, wanting to refuse but welcoming. The fourth way, the bitter meat plan. The fifth way, wanting to capture but letting go. As night fell, the campus quieted down, and outside, crickets chirped, the breeze swayed the branches, and Zhao Chen lay on his bed, seriously noting the key points from the book. The book says, when meeting someone, you should first learn about flowers blooming on trees. The meaning of flowers blooming on trees is, you need to learn to dress yourself up. Even if you're not good looking, you should dress up to look handsome, and you also need to learn to disguise yourself. Even if you're weak, you should appear strong, using some kind of illusion to make your enemies think you're powerful. Wow! No wonder this is Su-chan's secret manual. It's all practical stuff. I'm learning so much. After studying for an hour, Zhao Chen was ready to put it into practice. He opened his phone. Buchuan Fu had accepted his friend request but hadn't sent a message. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous about chatting with a girl for the first time. He suppressed his anxiety, trying to keep his hands from shaking as he typed and then sent a message. Zhao Chen, Zhao Chen, are you there? If Su-chen saw this message, he would definitely sigh. This was clearly missing the essence. Sending such a dumb message as "Are you there?" If she's there, she'll reply. If she's not, she won't. Isn't that just a waste of a message? Su-chen himself particularly disliked when others sent "Are you there?" or "Are you not there?" kinds of messages. Wouldn't it be better to get straight to the point? Cute little bear, I'm here. So you're the one who added me. Seeing the reply, Zhao Chen excitedly sat up from his bed and continued to send messages. Zhao Chen, what's your name? I don't know yet. If the most romantic Su-chen from the capital were to judge, this sentence would also be a fail. These are things only low emotional intelligence people would say. High emotional intelligence should respond like this. May I know your name? Cute little bear, Buchuan Fu Zhao Chen, not wearing clothes. Zhao Chen scratched his head, a bit confused. The phone fell into a brief silence. Cute little bear, you're not wearing clothes. Angry.jpg Zhao Chen, I am wearing clothes now. Cute little bear, your whole family isn't wearing clothes. Fury.jpg, why are you still cursing? Zhao Chen frowned. The book said this tactic is called knowing yourself and your opponent. You must open the topic, understand the other person's character, and know their interests to delve deeper into their heart. It seems this personality is a bit irritable. If the most sentimental person in the capital were here, they would definitely send a 6. Immediately, Zhao Chen sent several more messages, but they disappeared into the void without a response. Zhao Chen was somewhat puzzled and quickly flipped through the book. If you send a message and receive no response, but there is no red exclamation mark, there is a 50% chance that the other person is playing hard to get. The best way to deal with this is to reciprocate in kind. If they ignore you, you ignore them too. Ah, I see. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. Dealing with women is really difficult. Zhao Chen, are you there? Are you there? Zhao Chen, why are you ignoring me? Oh Zhao Chen, if you ignore me, I really want to talk to you again in the future. After waiting for 10 minutes without receiving a message, Zhao Chen steeled his heart, turned off his phone, and went to sleep. Since you're ignoring me, I'll ignore you too, The next morning, at 7 o'clock. Zhao Chen, good morning, Sai, what's going on? I clearly did everything according to the book. Zhao Chen felt a bit frustrated. Forget it, we'll talk when we meet, hee. He tidied himself up a bit, checked his reflection in the mirror, and headed to the location Su-chen had given him. Meanwhile, Su-chen was sound asleep in his dormitory. For him, today was a good day to rest well. That little witch could play role-playing with whoever she wanted. It had nothing to do with him. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, a harsh ringing sound woke him up, causing him to frown in displeasure as he picked up his phone. Who is it so early in the morning? Su-chen looked at his phone and, good grief, it was Buchuan Fu again. This time, she even called him directly, and it was a video call. Su-chen answered, and Buchuan Yaifu's cute little face appeared on the screen, smiling sweetly. Ohio gozaimasu. Ha, are you sleeping? Ohio gozaimasu. Su-chen replied in a very perfunctory manner. What do you want? Didn't you arrange for the little monster to meet you? You're the commander, of course, you need to direct the operation. Buchuan Fu said matter-of-factly. Damn. Su-chen felt embarrassed. On the other side, Zhao Chen's heart shattered. He had finally found Buchuan Fu, and she was still chatting with Su-chen, and on video too. Zhao Chen, mission received. Alright, let's go, little monster. Buchuan Fu turned to wave her arm at Zhao Chen. Why didn't you reply to my message yesterday? Zhao Chen asked as he caught up. Ha? Buchuan Fu tilted her little head and smiled awkwardly. My phone ran out of battery yesterday, and then I just went to sleep. Zhao Chen suddenly realized, so that's how it was. His mood instantly improved. Hee, so what are we doing now? He only received a message from Su-chen yesterday asking him to come play role-playing, but it didn't say what they would do. Beat people up, Buchuan Fu said as she walked. Ha? Zhao Chen was confused. Beat people up? He was just a level A Earth Awakener. What could he use to beat people up? He hoped they wouldn't be too strong. Suddenly, he remembered the first tactic from the book yesterday. Flowers blooming on the tree. Even if you are weak, you must appear strong. Okay, no problem. Zhao Chen puffed out his chest and said confidently this time. The task given by Su-chen was a strong assault, so Buchuan Fu directly brought Zhao Chen to find the person who had been eyeing their Buchuan family Jitaida. He was a Huaxiao person who had previously had business dealings with Buchuan Yaifu's father, but after a conflict arose, he secretly vowed to bring down the other party's group and acquire it. He had made several attempts to attack the Buchuan family members and had caused trouble at their stores. He also constantly harassed Buchuanifu, so today, she was here to take revenge, to give him a good beating. Oh, isn't this the Buchuan princess? What wind blew you over? Jitaida began to speak in a sarcastic tone upon seeing Buchuanifu. If the Eastern Empire were still around, he wouldn't dare to act this way, as at that time. The other side had many people, and quite a few high-level awakened ones. But now, it was a fair match. Behind him stood many strong bodyguards, and judging by their physiques, they were not to be trifled with, they might even be awakened ones. Long time no see, your little face is getting prettier and prettier. Jitaida, who was tall and thin with a somewhat effeminate aura, made Zhao Chen feel increasingly like he was looking at a sissy. Have you all decided to form an alliance with us? He curled his fingers in a delicate manner, placing them near his mouth as he laughed. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel like punching him, but he was unsure if he could win. Suddenly, he recalled the content from that book and thought, no backing down. Regardless of whether he could win or not, he just had to fight. He didn't know where the courage came from, but Zhao Chen actually threw a punch at Jitaida's face. Shin Ruoi. In such close proximity, it was impossible for Jitaida to dodge. He truly hadn't expected the other party to strike without warning. The result was obvious. Jitaida took a heavy punch, and it felt as if his teeth had shattered, with a trickle of blood seeping from his lips. Zhao Chen had never hit anyone before, so he couldn't control his strength at all, and he came in with his full force. This punch also revealed that Jitaida was an awakened one. If it were an ordinary person taking a punch from a third-level awakened one, they would either be dead or crippled, but Jitaida only had a swollen face and a bit of blood. At that moment, all the bodyguards instantly reacted, surrounding Zhao Chen and Buchuanifu while raising their weapons, ready to strike. Jitaida chuckled, but his voice made everyone feel a chill, like the calm before a storm. He raised his hand, signaling the bodyguards not to act. Kid, you have guts to actually hit me. I haven't met someone like you in a long time. Jitaida wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and then sucked on it lightly, exuding a seductive charm. He looked down at the trembling Zhao Chen, thinking he was scared, but in reality, it was just adrenaline surging. When people fight, their bodies quickly secrete adrenaline, countering fear and making them feel exhilarated. Such people are the most ruthless, fighting without regard for the consequences. Buchuan princess, are you here to pick a fight today? Just bringing him along? Jitaida approached Buchuanifu with a playful smile, believing that these two would not escape today. They were already fish on the chopping block. Buchuanifu's face turned a bit pale as she hid behind Zhao Chen, taking out her phone and whispering, Commander Huixin, what should we do now? It seems we can't win. From the very beginning, she hadn't turned off the video call, and it was set to the rear camera, so Suchen had seen everything. Just do it, Suchen said casually while yawning. Ha! Buchuanifu's face froze for a moment, not quite understanding how they could fight against so many people. At this moment, Zhao Chen's adrenaline had reached its peak and his legs were shaking even more violently. Jitaida's eyes were filled with mockery, as if he were looking at a useless coward. But just then, Zhao Chen's face flushed red, and he threw another punch. This time, Jitaida's expression showed slight shock. He didn't expect the other party to dare to strike again. However, he was already on guard and reached out to catch the punch. He took a small step back, his gaze sharp as he looked at Zhao Chen. The other party's strength was still considerable. Even though he was at the fourth realm, his arm felt a bit numb from taking that punch. Interesting, let me show you my true power. Jitaida was clearly enraged, flames blazing around him. The power of Ans class fire-type 4th realm awakener erupted at that moment. Blazing fire burns the sky. Jitaida shouted, and the flames above his head, thick as clouds, began to swirl. The bodyguards around him took a few steps back. They certainly knew how powerful this move was. You're talking nonsense. A sudden voice broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone was taken aback, even Jitaida was stunned. The voice was so abrupt that they all turned to look at Buchuanifu, as the voice had come from her side. Buchuanifu appeared somewhat flustered, looking at Su Chen on the screen. She whispered in a panic, What are you saying? They're all looking at me now. Su Chen in the screen ignored her and continued, Fire burning the butt. The moment those words fell, a fierce fire ignited on Jitaida's backside, interrupting his spellcasting. Put! Bang! Jitaida, for some reason, suddenly let out a fart, but this fart met the flames, instantly creating a chemical reaction that produced a muffled sound. He seemed to be blown up, and a long stream of flames shot out. Like a dragon breathing fire. Zhao Chen, Buchuanifu, bodyguards, WWA. What's happening? Jitaida screamed, his face instantly turning extremely ugly. He was originally a fire-type awakener, and ordinary flames couldn't harm him at all, but the fire on his but seemed to be eroding his pale backside like ghostly flames. At the same time, he didn't know how it happened. Was it something he ate for breakfast? Why was he farting so much? And, it seemed like something was about to burst out. No, he couldn't hold it in anymore. This was a long and loud fart with a splash, but everyone didn't see any water come out, only a nauseating smell and white smoke filling the air. Put out the fire, Zhao Chen said blankly. Buchuanifu, holding her phone, was also stunned, a smile breaking out on her face as she clapped her hands. How fun! But is breathing fire so interesting? Just a bit disgusting. Su Chen on the other end of the phone was almost laughing to the point of tears as he watched Jitaida jumping around on the screen. He didn't expect that you farted in fire burning the butt could trigger a chain reaction, and he could cast spells through the screen. These skills belong to the realm of spoken magic. Incredible! I can't stop laughing, this is too interesting. Su Chen laughed so hard on the bed that he nearly fell off, not even needing to go out. He could create chaos right from his bed, just like playing a mobile game. Today, he had developed a new way to play. Put, bang, put, bang. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help me put out the fire. Jitaida roared while spewing flames. Some of you go deal with those too. Don't let them escape. They must be behind this. The bodyguards reacted quickly. As soon as Jitaida spoke, they split into two small teams. One team charged towards Zhao Chen and Butuanifu, while the other team was tasked with putting out the fire, mostly consisting of water-type awakeners. Jitaida lay on the ground with his butt in the air, continuously spewing flames, and the surrounding bodyguards dared not get too close, as the flames occasionally surged like a fire dragon, posing a significant danger. Chairman, could you hold on for a moment? With you, constantly spewing fire, we can't get too close. One bodyguard said, trembling. Jitaida's face turned red. He had never felt so humiliated as he did today. He was determined to make those two pay, to pin Butuanifu down and ravage her. You, hurry up. Jitaida gritted his teeth, trying hard not to let himself spray out. It was only then that the bodyguards began to use their skills, getting closer to Jitaida to spray water and sand. They employed any method that could extinguish the flames. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Chen and Buchuanifu had already been surrounded by several bodyguards all around the second realm, with the head of the bodyguards reaching the fourth realm. However, Jitaida's life was more important. He was busy helping to put out the fire. Even though these people were at a lower realm than Zhao Chen, 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands. So, what do we do now, Great General? Zhao Chen looked at Buchuanifu. Buchuanifu whispered. The commander said to just do it. How do we do that? Zhao Chen felt a pang of bitterness. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed to play this role with Su Chen. Now, here he was, lying in the dormitory, about to be beaten up. Zhao Chen's momentum solidified. He suddenly realized that even if he had to take a beating, he couldn't back down. He couldn't show weakness in front of a girl. Since he was going to get hit anyway, he might as well fight back stylishly. It could be considered a hero saving the beauty. Step back. I'm about to show off. Zhao Chen pushed Buchuanifu behind him and rolled up his sleeves. Buchuanifu nodded, encouraging him, go for it. She wasn't aware of Zhao Chen's realm, thinking that since Su Chen was so powerful, Zhao Chen must be similar. After all, they were from the same academy. Hearing Buchuanifu's encouragement, Zhao Chen's spirits lifted, his face glowing with confidence. Brothers, charge! At that moment, the security guards rushed forward, armed with weapons. Swords, guns, spears, and halberds were all present, and without a word, they lunged at him. Zhao Chen quickly cast Earth Guardian, wrapping himself and Buchuanifu in protection, but with so many weapons on the other side, he felt they would break through in an instant. However, the imagined scenario of the stone wall being pierced did not occur. He didn't even hear the sound of weapons striking the stone wall. What the hell? Where's my weapon? Damn it! I don't have my weapon either. No way, is it really haunted? This is too strange. What the hell? My clothes are gone. Hearing the strange sounds outside, Zhao Chen was taken aback and cautiously pulled away the stone wall in front of him, revealing several naked men. They were clutching their legs, hands covering their groins, their faces full of embarrassment. Buchuanifu quickly covered her face, muttering, we're doomed, we're going to get needle eyes, boo-hoo. Zhao Chen was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were they suddenly stripping? He glanced at Buchuanifu beside him, anger rising in his heart. How dare they act lewdly in broad daylight? He couldn't tolerate this and decisively shouted, Earth Dragon roar. Boom! The ground trembled and a stone dragon emerged. The bodyguards, seeing this, turned pale with fear and a hint of shyness. How could they fight when they had no clothes on? They clutched their legs, covering their bare backsides and fronts, and ran towards the building behind them. Their steps quite awkward as Zhao Chen would never let them escape. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the Earth Dragon to mercilessly beat those people. Before long, that group of bodyguards was beaten to the point of losing control, retreating into the building and too scared to come out. After dealing with them, Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy. He had managed to take down so many people, and his impression in front of Buchuanifu should be quite good, right? He immediately turned back and saw Buchuanifu talking to her phone. Wow! Commander Greyheart, was that you? So impressive. Bu Chuanifu looked at her phone, her eyes filled with admiration. Zhao Chen, on the other side, Su Chen, unsure if it was just his imagination, seemed to hear something break. In his room, there was a pile of trash, which was just the clothes of that group of security guards, including underwear. It smelled terrible. Who knows how many days those people hadn't changed their underwear. The weapons had already been stored in his space ring, which he could sell later, and he could just burn the pile of clothes. No cooldown on the empty hand is so refreshing. Su Chen smiled and muttered. He sat up from the bed, planning to go sell some stuff. Ah, Commander Greyheart, why aren't you wearing clothes? Bu Chuanifu looked at the screen, covering her face with one small hand and peeking through her fingers. Su Chen was a bit speechless. What's the big deal? Who wears clothes to sleep? Besides, I'm a guy, is there a problem with being shirtless? No problem, there are plenty of people like that on the street. But you're not wearing anything below either? Bu Chuanifu asked, her little face turning bright red. What do you want to see? Su Chen directly pointed the phone camera down. Bu Chuanifu hadn't reacted yet, preparing to cover her face. When she saw that Su Chen had already put on his pants. I didn't expect it, you little bean paste, you're actually a female rogue. Finally, I see through you. Su Chen had a knowing expression. Bu Chuanifu blushed and retorted, I'm not. Retorting is just a cover-up, and cover-ups are the truth. Su Chen got up to wash up in the bathroom. Hey, I don't want to see you, switch the camera to the back. I want to watch the show. Bu Chuanifu pouted and switched the camera to the back, focusing on Ji Taida. At this moment, the flames on Ji Taida's backside had already extinguished, but his butt was probably in pretty bad shape. The flames had been too fierce, even affecting the front, and Ji Air was probably burnt to a crisp. Hurry, take me to the hospital, Ji Taida said with a grim expression, gritting his teeth. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Bu Chuanifu seemed to be recording. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. He was the chairman of a listed company. If such a video got out, how could he still be the chairman? Arrest those two. Hurry, quickly, Ji Taida shouted anxiously. But they seem a bit strange, a bodyguard said, trembling in fear. Just now, a whole set of their clothes and weapons disappeared. It's too strange. And they even set your butt on fire. And made it runny, another bodyguard added. Put. Ji Taida was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of old blood. At that moment, Bu Chuanifu, holding her phone, slowly walked towards Ji Taida. A hint of fear appeared on her small face, but Commander Greyheart's order was to get closer. He couldn't see clearly. As a loyal and devoted general, she always obeyed orders. Ji Taida saw that this little girl was so bold and dared to approach. Should he let her take a close-up shot? His face turned as dark as coal. Get her! He shouted. The surrounding bodyguards trembled but still slowly approached Bu Chuanifu. Don't be afraid, get closer to take the shot, best to stick it right in his face. Listening to Su Chen's calm voice coming from the phone, Bu Chuanifu felt a bit more at ease, obediently nodding her head and continuing to take small steps towards Ji Taida. Zhao Chen followed closely beside her, ready to act without hesitation if the other party dared to make a move. Ah, my clothes are gone. Suddenly, a bodyguard preparing to approach Bu Chuanifu shouted. Put. Another bodyguard suddenly farted and began to run off. Ah, my butt is on fire. Yet another bodyguard screamed. In an instant, chaos erupted and the scene turned into a mess. Bu Chuanifu was delighted to see this, smiling again as those people couldn't get close to her. Feeling bold, she bounced over to Ji Taida, holding her phone up to his face to let Su Chen see clearly. Demon, Ji Taida. Witnessing the bizarre scene around him, clothes disappearing, farting, and a burning butt, felt his fear reach its peak in an instant. He quickly crawled off the stretcher and made his way towards the building. Get away! Get away! Don't come near me! Don't come near me! Don't mind the details like fingers. I really can't draw fingers. Haha, please give a 5-star review. Ji Taida knew just how painful it was to fart while on fire. He never wanted to experience that again in his life. In the end, he rolled and crawled back to his building, where several bodyguards locked the door tightly. They even blocked the entrance with the reception desk, fearing that these two would come in. Bu Chuanifu was very happy, holding up her phone and saying, Commander Gray, we won. Did you see? Yeah, you can use this video to blackmail him later. He probably won't dare to bother you again, Su Chen replied, feeling quite pleased. Having watched a little skit early in the morning, he decided to replay it during the new year. Bu Chuanifu's eyes lit up. It can be done like this, of course, Su Chen shrugged and said, alright, mission accomplished, let's wrap it up. Ha? Is it over just like that? Bu Chuanifu felt a bit unsatisfied. They had just started playing. Su Chen didn't give her a chance to speak and directly closed the video. He didn't care whether she had enough fun. If she wanted more, she could go play with Zhao Chen, as long as she didn't bother him. Bu Chuanifu pouted and quietly said to Zhao Chen, do you want to go to the amusement park? Hearing this, Zhao Chen's eyes brightened. An amusement park? According to the book, that was a dating paradise. In a haunted house, they might even hold hands, and the Ferris wheel was a confession hotspot. How could he not agree? Only a fool would refuse. Just as Zhao Chen was about to respond, his phone suddenly chimed. He froze for a moment, instinctively opening his phone, and his face visibly darkened, a mix of anger and helplessness crossing his features. I'm sorry, the secret realm is about to open, and the teacher wants us to go back. Zhao Chen scratched his head, feeling incredibly frustrated. I can only wait for the next time. Oh heavens! After finally getting such an opportunity, why was his luck so bad? Is the secret realm opening so soon? Buchuan Fu wrinkled her nose, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Then we won't be able to play tomorrow. Yes, they couldn't play together anymore. It was said that a month in the secret realm equated to a day in the outside world. He didn't know how long they would have to stay inside. They might not see each other for years, while for her, it might just be a few months. Zhao Chen sighed inwardly. The sun was high in the sky. At the Imperial Capital Academy, on the playground. At this time, many people were already standing neatly on the playground. And if you counted carefully, there were exactly 100 of them, besides the teachers and Buchuan Fu. How did you bring her in? Su Chen's eyelids twitched as he looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen scratched his head. She insisted on coming in, saying she wanted to play. Su Chen stared wide-eyed. Did the teachers let her in? She's just too cute, the teachers can't resist her. Zhao Chen smiled, recalling the moment he brought Buchuan Fu in. She was being adorable and acting spoiled, simply too cute, too kawaii. It was like everyone loved her, and the teachers were no exception. Damn! Su Chen felt embarrassed. Is it really possible to get away with anything just because you're good-looking? Buchuan Fu, standing beside him, looked at the bewildered Su Chen and gave a playful smile. Su Chen pretended not to see and rolled his eyes. In front of everyone stood Lin Keqing from the Imperial Capital Academy. She cleared her throat and said seriously, the time for the secret realm to be open is 1 month in the outside world, which equals 30 months inside the realm, or 2.5 years. 30 months? Upon hearing this, everyone's brains short-circuited. So, they would have to cultivate in the secret realm for 2.5 years? How boring would that be? They had phones, but no internet, no electricity. No trips to 857, no KTV, no amusement parks. Most importantly, no girlfriend to keep them company. 2.5 years, how lonely and dull would that be? You must make the most of these 30 months. You need to work hard to improve your own realm, as the moment you come out, the world may be different, Lin Keqing said earnestly. Alright, without further ado, let's set off. We'll discuss matters in the secret realm when everyone gathers later. With that, Lin Keqing led everyone to the teleportation array. It was said that this secret realm was located outside of Huaxia, seemingly on some deserted island. No wonder the secret realm was discovered by other countries first. If it were on Huaxia's territory, other countries wouldn't have had a chance. Hey, what are you doing here? Su Chen said, looking ahead. Hee Buchuan Fu said with a cheeky smile, aren't you leaving? I'm here to send you off for the last time. Leaving? Last time? Su Chen was dumbfounded. Is that how you use that phrase? If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Su Chen shot her a glare. Buchuan Fu was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Before long, everyone arrived at the teleportation array. Sayalala Wenshino Nayakan Buchuan Fu waved her hand. Qin Ruoi and Su Chen waved back and stepped into the teleportation array. What about me? What about me? Zhao Chen hurriedly said. Buchuan Fu waved at him too. Bye-bye. Hearing this, Zhao Chen excitedly entered the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, everyone disappeared from the spot. And after taking a glance back, Buchuan Fu left alone. Buchuan Fu walked out of the academy and looked back. Guess he'll be playing alone again. A deserted island stood tall in the middle of the sea. The sea breeze howled, and the waves crashed rhythmically against the golden beach, making a papa sound. The sea was a deep blue, the sky was clear, and the scenery was picturesque. It felt like a deserted island resort. However, at the center of the island, a large crowd had gathered, all of whom had come from around the world. In the air, there was even a floating gate, as if it were a portal to another world, exuding a mysterious aura. Beside the gate stood the deans of the 4 major academies, likely the ones who had just worked together to open the gate. The scenery here is nice. We can come here for vacation in the future, Su Chen said, holding a coconut that Xin Yi and the others had just picked from a tree. I want one too. I want one too. Zhang Xiaozhu shouted at Xin Yi and the others. Don't you have hands? Li Yun retorted. Senior brother, you can't say that, you'll end up without a girlfriend. Lin Xiao smiled, playing the flute, and with the melody, plucked 2 coconuts from the tree to share with Zhang Xiaozhu and Yi Qing. Humph. Zhang Xiaozhu raised an eyebrow at Li Yun with pride. Li Yun glanced at her. A girlfriend can't be eaten. But she can warm the bed, Shinny interjected while gnawing on the coconut meat. 3 old sixes, no wonder you don't have girlfriends, Jiang Xiaozhu laughed heartily. As time slowly passed, more and more people gathered here. Fortunately, this island was large enough and was flat land, capable of accommodating thousands of people. On the other side, Yuan Tianxiong and the various deans were discussing the order of entry with the deans from abroad. Ultimately, under the strong pressure of the 4 awakened ones from Huaxia, they successfully allowed the Huaxia people to be the first batch to enter the secret realm. Soon, they began to organize their ranks, and this time, there were as many as 300 Huaxia people entering. Just the Imperial Capital Academy accounted for 100. All the elite class of new students and various elites from higher grades were present. Everyone should know that the duration of this entry is 1 month, which is equivalent to 2.5 years in the secret realm. I won't elaborate on that, Yuan Tianxiong said loudly. Let me talk about the arrangements in the secret realm. The secret realm will automatically cultivate exotic beasts, and there will also be some opportunities that you need to seek out yourselves. Therefore, the first thing you need to do upon entering is to eliminate the exotic beasts around you and establish a camp. After all, you will be staying inside for 2.5 years. Next, you can look for opportunities. But that should only take the first half of the year. By the later stages, all the opportunities will likely have been found, and what remains is endless cultivation. You must quickly improve your realm. Only then can you protect our homeland when you come out. Is that clear to everyone? Yuan Tianxiong shouted. Understood. Everyone responded loudly. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's enter the secret realm. Yuan Tianxiong began directing everyone into the secret realm. After everyone had entered, he took a baby from Bing Qingyu's hands, nodded to the 3 deans, and then also entered the secret realm. At this moment in the secret realm, time was surprisingly different from the outside. It was already night. 300 people appeared in an open grassy area, surrounded by many exotic beasts, all of which had become corpses. They had been slain by the newly arrived students. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings. The environment was basically no different from the outside. Except the air was a bit better, and he could feel the faint flow of the laws of time. Perhaps he could comprehend the laws of time here, allowing him to gain a better grasp of the laws. Hey, old man, why did you come in too? Su Chen suddenly noticed Yuan Tianxiong, who had entered last, holding a baby. Is this the baby from that bronze cauldron last time? Yuan Tianxiong nodded. Yes, the divine power on him will cause him to develop very quickly. He might reach the size of a 10-year-old child in just 2.5 years. The outside still needs awakened ones at the 8th realm to oversee, so we will take turns coming in to teach him, striding to awaken him ahead of time within 2.5 years. He will definitely be part of Huaxia's top combat power in the future. Can you handle it? Su Chen said skeptically. It sounded a bit unreliable. How would we know if we don't try? Yuan Tianxiong smiled, then addressed everyone. Alright, everyone, find a good spot to start setting up camp. Everyone nodded. The advantage of entering first was being able to find a good location, and they certainly couldn't miss this opportunity. They walked through the secret realm, and those at the 5th realm soared into the air, beginning to search for a favorable site. In the end, they decided to build the camp by a small stream, backed by a mountain. It was a very good location. After they dealt with the surrounding exotic beasts, it was time for the Earth-type awakened ones to shine, with Zhao Chen taking the lead. As one of the few opportunities to showcase himself, he certainly wouldn't miss it. With a wave of his arm, a mud house rose from the ground, and with another wave, a stone wall emerged. Before long, under the control of the Earth Element Awakeners from various academies, the originally open grassland transformed into a cluster of houses, resembling a small village. Moreover, there were stone walls surrounding it to prevent ambushes from strange beasts. I won't be directing the next steps. I will enter seclusion to teach this child. Everything will depend on you from here on, Yuan Tianxiong said before disappearing without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. Woohoo, let's get the party started. 857-857-857-857-857. Suddenly, a dynamic DJ sound echoed, accompanied by neon lights, as if they were in a bar. Everyone was stunned and turned to see Shen, Li Yun, and Lin Xiao sitting at a table, enjoying fruits and sipping beer, looking as carefree as could be. Goodness, how much food did they bring in? They're already splurging so quickly. Su Chen was taken aback, and he hadn't expected them to bring such entertainment equipment. Long time no see, Su Chen. At that moment, a man walked over. Su Chen looked him up and down. Who are you? Xia Che Shan. Oh, what a joke. Suddenly, Su Chen remembered. You guys from the Imperial Capital Academy really know how to have fun. Xia Che Shan didn't mention the last competition but instead looked at Shen and the others. Hee, just get used to it, Su Chen said. Why are you swaying around? Aren't you swaying too? Xia Che Shan rolled his eyes. It was then that Su Chen realized he had unconsciously started swaying along with the dynamic DJ music. Many people around him were also swaying without realizing it. Su Chen, Suddenly, the upbeat DJ music came to an abrupt stop. It was Yi Qing who turned it off. Hey! You came in here to train, not to slack off, Yi Qing said, hands on her hips. Slacking off is one thing, but you're affecting others. No, I'm just training, Shinny said, slumped in his chair, with righteous indignation. My talent is that the lazier I am, the faster I train. Yi Qing, what about you two? Yi Qing shifted her gaze to Li Yun and Lin Xiao, her eyes seeming to say, you two can't possibly be training faster by being lazy, right? Oh, we're helping him train, serving him tea, feeding him, helping him with his bathroom needs so he can be lazier and train faster, Lin Xiao and Li Yun said with righteous fervor. This statement was indeed flawless. Shin Yi nodded in agreement. Yi Qing was furious inside. There was nothing she could do about it. She had thought these three were useless, but it turned out they were clever. Their strength was probably on par with hers, and it seemed Shin Yi had broken through to the sixth realm. The people around looked at Shin Yi with envy. Could it really be that the lazier one was, the faster they trained? They wished they could have that too. No need to train, just play and be lazy to improve their strength. After being lazy for 2.5 years, they would emerge from the secret realm as a new person. That night, no one left the camp planning to explore the secret realm at dawn. Having just arrived, everyone was busy decorating and organizing their small houses where they would live for 2.5 years. It was like having a small house in the secret realm. Su Chen entered his room. It wasn't very big, but it was enough for one person. He took out everything he had brought from his spatial ring: clothes, food, a comfortable bed, blankets, and some daily necessities. This had cost him quite a bit of money. After everything was arranged, Su Chen looked around. Not bad, it feels like home. I can even plant some vegetables and raise chickens at the door. Rural life isn't so bad, quite enjoyable thinking about it this way. Su Chen suddenly found himself liking this place a bit. There were no divine followers, no exotic beasts could enter, and there were no classes to attend. With a beautiful companion by his side, he could live a carefree life every day. Wasn't that wonderful? However, the thought of the group of deities outside gave him a headache. He couldn't possibly stay in the secret realm for a lifetime, and the secret realm wouldn't allow him to stay forever either. That night, the camp was bustling with activity, filled with students from all over Huaxia, all very enthusiastic, discussing their respective academies. It wasn't until late at night that the camp fell into silence, with only the sound of insects chirping. Morning came. Everyone got up early, and after breakfast, they decided to split up and start exploring the secret realm. After some discussion, each academy left a portion of people to guard the camp while the rest explored the secret realm. Come take a look, don't miss out as you pass by. Essential gear for exploring the secret realm. Just as everyone was preparing to split up and explore the secret realm, a loud shout caught everyone's attention. There sat Shin Yi, Li Yun, and Lin Xiao in front of a long table, which was filled with walkie-talkies. Walkie-talkies? One person exclaimed in surprise. This handsome young man is right. They are walkie-talkies, Li Yun smiled. In the secret realm, there's no signal, so you can't use your phones to communicate. You can only use walkie-talkies, which don't require a signal. As long as you're on the same channel, everyone can communicate without barriers. Indeed, there was no signal in the secret realm, but walkie-talkies could transmit radio waves, and it seemed this was the only way to communicate over distances. Everyone suddenly realized they hadn't thought about buying these before coming. They had only brought essential supplies. I want one. I want one too. Sell me one. Once they understood, they immediately rushed forward to buy the walkie-talkies. Everyone, don't rush. It's 10,000 cash or a spirit stone for one walkie-talkie, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted. What the hell? Why aren't you robbing him? Exactly, a walkie-talkie sells for at most 100 outside. And you're selling it for 10,000? What a scammer. Things are valuable because they are rare. You can take it or leave it. If you don't want it, just move aside and don't block our way to wealth. The three had anticipated this reaction, speaking slowly and calmly, their smiles warm and friendly. This smile seemed to have them all figured out. Whether they wanted it or not, they would still want it. There are limited walkie-talkies, so if you want to buy one, you better hurry, or they'll be sold out, Li Yun added with another smile. This statement ignited the scene, and everyone rushed to buy the walkie-talkies, no longer caring about the price. After all, this item was indeed very important and useful in the secret realm. If everyone else had one and you didn't, you wouldn't even have a chance to call for help in case of danger. I want one. I want one. It's just 10,000. Save one for me. Seeing this scene, Shin Yi revealed a sly smile. That statement was just a trick to fool them. Before coming to the secret realm, they had already acquired nearly 1,000 walkie-talkies, so there was no shortage at all. Once they sold out here, they would go to other countries' camps to sell more. They had to open up international trade to earn even more. Watching this unfold, Su Chen was dumbfounded. These three were simply business geniuses, no, business prodigies. They could find business opportunities even in this secret realm. If they didn't stay as the sixth wheel in the academy and instead started a company, Su-chen felt these three could reach the Fortune 500 in no time. Soon, most people had managed to buy walkie-talkies, but they were astonished to find that the table in front of the three was still filled with walkie-talkies. Hey, didn't you say the walkie-talkies were limited? How come there are still so many? Yeah. How many are you limiting it to? Someone shouted loudly. Li Yun smiled, limited to 1,000. Damn. You three old sixes, don't shake the BB. Exactly, there are only so many people here, and you say it's not enough, you're just making us buy it on purpose. Isn't this just like the nationwide limited edition of 14 billion night cards? Damn, getting scammed by night cards outside was one thing, but getting scammed by the same trick in the secret realm again. The discussions came flooding in, and Shani smiled slightly. How can this be called a scam? At least what we're selling is very useful. TCH. The crowd was too lazy to argue with him, adjusted the intercom channel, and everyone dispersed to seek opportunities. Ahem, senior, we're in the same department, can't we get it for free? Su-chen coughed lightly, trying to see if he could get it for nothing. Oh, of course. Li Yun smiled and said, no. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly, let alone we're not even brothers, so of course it can't be free, Lin Xiao said with righteous indignation. Shin Yi nodded slightly. That makes sense. Su-chen. In the end, Su-chen spent 2 energy stones to buy 2 intercoms, giving one to Qin Ruoi. Because there were too many people, adjusting to one channel was quite chaotic, so everyone finally agreed to set one channel for the same academy. After Su-chen and Qin Ruoi adjusted the channel to the Imperial Capital Academy, they left. Hee, boss, quickly count how much we made this time. After the crowd left, Li Yun rubbed his hands excitedly and asked. Shani glanced at him, is there any need to count? 300 people, minus the 3 of us, that's 297. The energy stones outside are also 10,000 each, so that's about 297 million. In just a few dozen minutes, earning 297 million would be enough to cause a stir in the outside world. Ah, we're really geniuses. Li Yun laughed heartily. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go sell at the camps of other countries. Shin Yi and Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Just as the three were heading to the camps of other countries, Su-chen and Qin Ruoi arrived at a jungle. Besides seeing some exotic beasts, it seems there's no opportunity here. Su-chen looked around and scratched his head. Qin Ruoi smiled sweetly. The secret realm is so big, let's look around more. Su-chen nodded, and the two leisurely strolled through the secret realm, with most of the exotic beasts they encountered being killed by Su-chen with a single brick. When they encountered a group, they just transformed into AK and swept through, also gaining a wave of skill points, although not many, even a mosquito was meat. Treasure discovered. Requesting support. Requesting support, there are too many exotic beasts, and students from other countries are also snatching it. At this moment, the benefits of the intercom became apparent. Where is it? Another voice came through. And from the sound, it seemed to be Zhao Chen. I don't know where this is, it's a snow mountain. Boom! Bang! Immediately after, there was a deafening sound, seemingly indicating a fierce battle was taking place. Snow mountain? Su-chen murmured slightly, this was still quite noticeable, they should be able to find it. Qin Ruoi pondered, then let's go too. Su-chen nodded, and then the two flew up, scanning around before quickly spotting the distant snow mountain, urging their mental power to rush over. At this moment, the snow mountain was showing signs of an avalanche due to the intense battle. Most people still couldn't fly, only a small number who had reached the 5th realm could fly. You all retreat, it's about to avalanche. Yi Qing, flying in the air, was fighting the exotic beast in front of her while shouting to the people below. Wang Dongsheng and the others nodded. If the avalanche happened, they would probably be buried here. Without hesitation, they turned and ran down the mountain. In his heart, he silently vowed to reach the 5th realm quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to fly. Qingyue, be careful. Wang Dongsheng suddenly noticed a creature resembling a groundhog moving underground, heading straight for Lu Qingyue. Boom! Before Lu Qingyue could react, the burrowing beast suddenly burst out from beneath her feet, instantly propelling her into the air. Seeing this, Wang Dongsheng immediately controlled the chains behind him, leaping towards Lu Qingyue like a spider, and caught her in a princess carry midair. In that moment, time seemed to slow down as the two locked eyes with deep affection. Are you okay? Wang Dongsheng asked softly. I'm fine, Lu Qingyue replied, her face slightly flushed as she shook her head. Put me down. Oh, Wang Dongsheng said, releasing his arms. Lu Qingyue immediately fell, landing in the snow. The onlookers around them were speechless. Wang Dongsheng, who had also landed, was stunned. Wearing an innocent expression as if to say, you told me to let go, so I can't be blamed. Lu Qingyue, her face red, climbed out of the snow and shot a fierce glare at Wang Dongsheng, gritting her teeth. I meant to let me down, not to drop me from the air. Idiot. Wang Dongsheng scratched his head. Got it, I won't do it again next time. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from behind, as if an explosion had occurred. Run! An avalanche is coming! Hey, you two, stop flirting and hurry up. When an avalanche strikes, no snowflake is innocent, everyone, run! Looking back, a vast expanse of white snow was sweeping towards them, as if to cover the earth with a thick white blanket. Wang Dongsheng and Lu Qingyue exchanged a glance and quickly dashed down the mountain. At their current speed, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the avalanche wouldn't catch up. But life is always full of surprises. A patch of thorns suddenly burst forth from the ground, blocking their path. Wang Dongsheng's expression changed slightly as he controlled the chains behind him to slash at the thorns ahead. At the same time, his sharp gaze turned to the left, where that group of foreigners was causing trouble. Herzog glanced over with a mocking expression. Last time he had lost so embarrassingly in the competition, he had also inquired about the opponent's academy and name. He knew he wasn't a match for Su Chen, but if he couldn't deal with him, could he not deal with his academy's people? He then signaled to the green-haired youth beside him, who waved his hand in the air, causing another wave of thorns to spread out. Bastard! Wang Dongsheng cursed angrily. The opponent's realm was higher than his, making it very difficult to cut through the thorns. At this moment, the heavy snow was closing in, and Lu Qingyue was frantically summoning a beast, trying to call forth a flying creature, but it never appeared when she wanted it to, and kept coming when she didn't. Qingyue, stop summoning. Save some mental energy, it'll clear the way. Wang Dongsheng shouted, as several chains behind him swung out, leaving after images, slicing through the thorns with a sharp glint, producing a clang sound. The thorns were growing in patches and would automatically regenerate. Once cut, they would sprout again unless cleared all at once. Damn it! Wang Dongsheng's face showed urgency. If he didn't cut through soon, both he and Lu Qingyue would be buried in the snow. He glanced back, seeing a vast expanse of white snow rushing towards him, filling his vision. In the final moment, he grabbed Lu Qingyue's hand to prevent them from being swept apart by the snow. If they were to be buried, so be it, they should survive, and he just hoped someone would dig them out quickly. That was Wang Dongsheng's last thought. In the air, Herzog saw the two being buried and immediately broke into a grin. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being in the same academy as Su Chen. Ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, a chill ran down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Because he heard that voice again. Fire in the butt. A cold voice came from behind him. It was Su Chen, who arrived here just in time to witness this scene. Su Chen squinted his eyes, recognizing Herzog, and added another remark, "You're full of crap." In an instant, Herzog tasted the flavor of G-Tita, farting while his backside caught fire. Ah. Herzog screamed repeatedly, rushing into the snow to extinguish the flames, but his rear end seemed like a flamethrower. As soon as he got close to the snow pile, it melted. What are you standing there for? Come help me put out the fire, he yelled at the green-haired youth. Su Chen glanced at the green-haired youth indifferently and unleashed those two combo moves again. You join in too. Suddenly, two figures were rolling in the snow, screaming. Su Chen didn't look back but swiftly moved to pull Wang Dongsheng and Lu Qingyue out of the snow pile. The two were tightly embraced, still conscious. Cough, cough, cough. They coughed violently, their bodies trembling, with snowflakes in their eyebrows and hair. Xin Ruoyi extended her hand, a warm aura of light pouring out to help dispel the cold. Feeling this warmth, the two felt much better. Lu Qingyue regained her senses first, and upon seeing herself and Wang Dongsheng in an embrace, her face instantly turned red. She quickly let go and said softly, "Thank you, Su Chen, Ruoyi." The avalanche had passed, and the snow-covered mountain, which should have fallen into silence, echoed with two heart-wrenching screams. Noisy! Su Chen shot a glance at the two. If only he had a skill to make people shut up. Those two were really annoying, shouting so loudly that they might trigger a second avalanche. Su Chen dashed over and kicked the two down the mountain before returning. What's up on this mountain? So many people are fighting for it? Su Chen asked in a serious tone. It's a tree. It has a lot of fruits. One fell down earlier, and that person ate it, directly breaking through a realm. Wang Dongsheng said with a slightly fanatical look, but there are also many exotic beasts. They occupy that tree and won't let anyone near. His tone grew somber again. Su Chen raised his gaze to the mountain peak, where a giant tree was faintly visible, swaying in the snowy wind. Alright, I understand. You two go down and rest, leave the rest to me. Su Chen and Xin Ruoyi vanished. When they reappeared, they had already reached the mountain top, directly avoiding the exotic beasts along the way. Most of the beasts had rushed down the mountain to block the human race, leaving this place devoid of any beasts. They probably didn't expect anyone could come here directly. There are indeed a lot of fruits, and the spiritual energy on them is very rich, Xin Ruoyi said with bright eyes. But how do we pick them? One by one? She looked at Su Chen with a questioning gaze. In response, Su Chen merely smiled faintly and uttered one phrase, "Pull it out by the roots." Pull it out by the roots? Xin Ruoyi looked puzzled. How could such a big tree be uprooted? Su Chen did not respond, he stood calmly in place, a wave of spatial power rippling out, instantly enveloping the entire giant tree. Yes, he planned to directly use spatial power to bring the tree along with the land back to the camp. In the next moment, the spatial power erupted with a bang, a flash of white light passed, and the giant tree before them vanished, leaving only a pit in the ground. This also consumed quite a bit of mental energy. Qin Rui's mouth dropped open. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone, the giant tree is secured. Let's head back to the camp, Su Chen said into the walkie-talkie before leading Qin Rui back to the camp. Hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie, everyone was stunned. They thought he meant the fruits were secured and didn't think much of it, heading towards the camp. Since Su Chen said it was secured, it must be secured. He was the strongest person here. Upon returning to the camp, everyone was dumbfounded. Wow, the scene before them was truly shocking. The originally empty land now had a towering giant tree rising from the ground, laden with fruit. They could hardly imagine how Su Chen had managed to bring this divine tree here. Come take a look, take a look. Each fruit is only 200,000 cash or 20 essence stones. You can't go wrong buying it. Su Chen began to imitate Shani and the others, setting up a stall to sell. His price was definitely more reasonable than theirs. This fruit contained a rich spiritual energy and it would sell for much more outside. However, he thought that since everyone had come here, they probably hadn't brought that much cash or essence stones, which was why the price was set so low. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed towards Su Chen's stall like mad. This was definitely a bargain. This single fruit might be worth the cultivation effect of 20 essence stones. This was absolutely a conscientious merchant. Hey, one per person. Su Chen smiled. After a long time, everyone had bought a fruit and returned to their rooms, satisfied and ready to consume it. At this moment, Shen Yi, Li Yun, and Lin Xiao were laughing heartily, counting their money as they returned to the camp. But when they saw the towering tree, they were completely stunned. What was this? How long had they been gone for a big tree to grow? Were they sure they hadn't traveled through time? Senior brother, want to buy a fruit? The cultivation speed is amazing. Su Chen smiled at the three of them. Did you do this? What is it? They hadn't turned on their walkie-talkies earlier, so they were unaware of what had happened on the snow mountain. Someone saw the three return and explained the situation, while also scolding them as shameless merchants, and only then did they understand the whole story. Junior brother, look, we're all in the same department. Before they could finish, Su Chen interrupted them with a big smile. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly. Shani Lin Xiao Li Yun. In the end, the three bought 3 fruits for 600,000 cash. Now it was Su Chen's turn to count the money. At this time, there were still many fruits on the tree. Su Chen glanced over and estimated there were about 100 left, but he wondered if more would grow in a short time so he could make another profit. In the early morning, it was already the 7th night since Su Chen arrived here. During these 7 days, Su Chen had been exploring the entire secret realm for opportunities while also learning from Shani and the others about international trade. The 4 of them were making a fortune, their faces beaming with smiles. If the teachers outside the secret realm knew what they were doing inside, they would probably be so angry they'd spit blood. While cultivating, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, as if he sensed something in the air. He got up and walked towards the door without disturbing anyone who was sleeping or cultivating. In a daze, Su Chen seemed to see a vague door, radiating golden light, as if it were a fairyland. It was far away, but Su Chen felt as if this door was right in front of him. Su Chen's figure vanished from the camp and appeared before the door. He hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the door, it seemed to be a small space, surrounded by a golden glow, stunningly beautiful. A realm within a realm? Su Chen could only think of this, a secret realm within a secret realm. Long time no see. At that moment, a figure in white quietly appeared before Su Chen. Su Chen was shocked. The spirit of the secret realm? The spirit of the secret realm smiled slightly. I didn't expect that after just over 10 days, you've grown to this extent. Did you bring me here? How are you here? Su Chen threw out his questions. The spirit of the secret realm smiled slightly. This time she didn't speak in riddles. I called you here. As for why I'm here, guess what my name is? Spirit of the secret realm, Su Chen answered. The spirit of the secret realm nodded. Correct, my name is Spirit of the secret realm, so I can come and go freely in all the secret realms of the world. Su Chen was shocked. What on earth was this? All secret realms could come and go freely, ignoring space? Who exactly was she? I know you have many questions in your heart. Now that the time has come, you should have received the divine endowment and divine status, right? The spirit of the secret realm asked. Su Chen remained silent, merely nodding. Let me answer your first question. The spirit of the secret realm maintained a smile. Where is this? Su Chen was slightly startled. He hadn't even spoken, yet the other party already knew the question in his heart. The return to Yang Mirror. Return to Yang Realm? Is it really a realm within a realm? Su Chen was astonished. Yes, you can also understand this as a separate secret realm, but it is formed by a divine artifact. The spirit of the secret realm took out a mirror. This is the divine artifact, the return to Yang mirror. Upon seeing the mirror, Su-chen felt a sense of familiarity. He had a feeling that today he might learn some earth-shattering secret. What is it used for? Su-chen took a deep breath, suppressing the unrest in his heart. However, the next words from the spirit of the secret realm surprised Su-chen again. To glimpse past lives and present lives. To glimpse past lives and present lives? Su-chen repeated, finding the conversation of the night hard to digest. Do you want to give it a try? Before Su-chen could react, the spirit of the secret realm directly pointed the return to Yang mirror at him, and a blinding golden light surged forth. In an instant, Su-chen felt his brain crash, blanking out. Fortunately, the spirit of the secret realm quickly retracted the mirror. What was that for? Su-chen unconsciously took 2 steps back. The spirit of the secret realm was the only person he couldn't see through. The other party did not answer but closed her eyes. After a long time, she spoke mechanically. In the 100th life, you were born on a technologically advanced planet where there were no awakened ones or various abilities. Everyone lived an ordinary life. At 0 years old, you were born into an ordinary family, began breastfeeding, and slowly started to grow. At 1 year old, you learned to talk and walk, and you began to understand this world. Your parents seemed very ordinary, and the family was harmonious. At 5 years old, you started kindergarten, and because of your handsome appearance, many girls surrounded you. At 7 years old, you entered elementary school. Your father came to pick you up after school, and you discovered he had been drinking. You told the police, and as a result, your father was detained for drunk driving. At 9 years old, you noticed conflicts between your parents, and they fought violently. You were very scared. At 13, you were scammed out of $50 in an online romance. At 15, a serial killer appeared in your city. In the same year, you entered middle school and met a very good girl. You both began to have feelings for each other. You went to school together, left school together, did homework together on weekends, went to the beach to watch the sunrise, went to the mountaintop to watch the sunset, and at night watched the brilliant fireworks on the rooftop. Your relationship was very good. Time passed, you turned 16, and today was the girl's birthday. You had prepared for a long time to confess on this day. You spent a long time decorating a birthday party at home and prepared a wonderful birthday gift. You waited at home for her for a long time, from sunset until it was dark. You rushed out of the house, and you found out she was dead. In the same year, your parents divorced, the family fell apart, and you dropped out of school to work at a construction site. On your 18th birthday, you died suddenly while moving bricks at the construction site. Sigh. The spirit of the secret realm sighed. Every life's experience is so weathered by hardships. Su-chen's voice was very calm. He did not notice a tear sliding down his face. I never met the girl you mentioned in my last life. Yes, everything else the spirit of the secret realm said was correct, but that girl had never appeared in his memory. The experiences of the last life were indeed terrible, so after arriving in this world, Su-chen didn't want to recall anything from his previous life. It should be due to the exhaustion of the power of time and space, combined with the fact that there was no time left, which forcibly interrupted your reincarnation and pulled you back to this world, resulting in memory loss. No, it's not memory loss, but rather that you retain some memories. The spirit of the secret realm pointed at Su-chen in midair. A beam of light shot out, penetrating Su-chen's brow. In an instant, Su-chen remembered that there was indeed a girl in his memories who looked very much like Shin Ruoi. Very much so. However, he wasn't sure if this was a memory deliberately implanted by the spirit of the secret realm. After all, the other party was so powerful that creating a bit of virtual memory shouldn't be difficult, right? But after thinking it over, Su-chen realized there was no reason for the other party to deceive him, and this feeling was very real. What do you mean by the power of time and space? What does it mean to terminate reincarnation? Su-chen took a deep breath and continued to ask, as the other party's words were quite baffling. The power of time and space is your own ability. In the past, you used the power of time and space to undergo 100 lifetimes of reincarnation and exhausted all your time and space power to create a very strong weapon that will appear after your 100 lifetimes of reincarnation end, the spirit of the secret realm said. And I was also created by you. The words spoken by the spirit of the secret realm shocked Su-chen's heart even more. The implication was that he seemed to be quite extraordinary. His past strength was immense. But his memories had yet to return. Can you restore my past memories? The spirit of the secret realm shook its head. The returning sun mirror can only see the memories of your 100 lifetimes of reincarnation. The past memories cannot be glimpsed. That weapon should be on you, and when you fully integrate with it, you will recover all your past memories and significantly enhance your strength. What was that weapon she mentioned? Su-chen felt puzzled. Could it be a brick system? Su-chen suddenly thought that the powerful weapon the other party mentioned was very likely the system. In other words, the system was actually created by his past self? Even the spirit of the secret realm was? Was he really that powerful? My mission has been completed. The spirit of the secret realm beamed with a smile. Do you want to see the memories of the previous 100 lifetimes? If you can fully comprehend the memories of the previous 100 lifetimes, it will also enhance your own strength. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Alright, this time I will let you watch your first reincarnation from a god's perspective. The spirit of the secret realm directed the returning sun mirror towards Su Chen. The blinding light instantly caused Su Chen to lose consciousness. When Su Chen regained consciousness, he felt as if he was in a void with a huge blue planet before him. He could clearly see every movement on the planet. This was truly a god's perspective. In this life, your name is Su Sun, born into a rural family in the Great Ping Dynasty, where eunuchs wield power and lords are divided, a dynasty beset by internal and external troubles. The voice of the spirit of the secret realm echoed in his ears. Su Sun was 3 years old. From a young age, Su Sun displayed extraordinary strength. While other children were still playing in the mud, he was already able to help his parents boil water, sweep the floor, and pick up trash, simple household chores. The villagers also liked Su Sun very much, believing that he would surely become a great general with strength that could move mountains in the future. In the blink of an eye, Su Sun was 7 years old. By this time, he had already started helping his family chop and split firewood, his strength astonishing, as if he were a natural strongman. Bang! Su Sun struck a half-meter thick log with his axe, instantly splitting it in two. Although he was only 7, his physique was already somewhat robust, and his entire body seemed to exude strength. Hiss! The neighbors around, witnessing this, all gasped in shock. This strength! Look at the children from other families, they've already started helping out. What are you doing every day? Sigh, kid's mother, don't say that. Everyone has different physical constitutions. The middle-aged man said, anyway, we're not enlisting. Nowadays, enlisting just means going to be cannon fodder. If the officials see Su Sun has such great strength, he'll definitely be taken away to serve in the army. The woman's eyes lit up as she whispered, hey, do you think, if we tell the officials about this, will there be a reward? I've told you before, don't have such thoughts. We're all from the same village, let's be more understanding. Come on, let's go home. Spring passed and autumn came, 3 years flew by like a fleeting moment. Sooner, it's time to eat. Coming, mother. Su Sun put down the axe and walked back home. In 3 years, he was now 10 years old, growing taller, reaching 1.60 meters, with well-defined muscles, looking like a big guy. His father was the same, but he had enlisted years ago and had since disappeared without a trace. Sitting across from him was his mother, who went to the market every day to sell some vegetables, managing to maintain a normal life. Hurry up! Everyone, keep up! Thud, thud, thud. Who outside? There was a cacophony of footsteps and the sound of horses' hooves. Su's mother's expression changed, they were all too familiar with this noise. A few years ago, Su's father had been taken away like this to serve in the army. Sooner, run. The farther, the better. Come back tomorrow. Su Sun had always been a very obedient child. He nodded, stood up, and left through the back door. Sir, it's this family. I heard there's a child who, at 10 years old, has the strength of 100 pounds, born with brute strength, definitely good material for the battlefield. Xiao Ping said, good, find him for me. A group of soldiers surged into the courtyard. Slap. Was it you who reported this? The middle-aged man slapped the woman's face. The woman covered her face, and just trying to make life a bit better for the family, were almost out of food. Do you know how many times Su Sun's parents have helped us? The middle-aged man nearly shouted, and now you repay kindness with malice. Your behavior is punishable by being drowned in a pig cage where we come from. Well, it's done now, what can I do? The woman, unafraid of the consequences, continued. Slap. The middle-aged man slapped the woman's face again, exasperated. If Su Sun gets taken away to serve in the army, you'll regret it. Sir, I'm the only one in my family. Su's mother stood at the door, trying to buy time for Su Sun to escape. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. A soldier roughly pushed her aside. Whoosh. With tremendous force, Su's mother crashed into a soldier holding a knife, a line of blood appearing on her neck, blood gushing out. Sir, this. The soldier looked terrified. It was unintentional. Continue searching, he's just a commoner, it doesn't matter. Who? The soldier breathed a sigh of relief as the other soldiers surged into the room to search. After a few minutes, the soldiers came out. Sir, we didn't find anything. Xiao Ping's eyes flickered. Search the entire village. Capture all able-bodied men. Yes, sir. The soldiers retreated. Throughout this, Su Sun never ran away. Instead, he hid among the firewood and witnessed the scene. Tears silently streamed down his face. He remembered those people. 5 years later, Su Sun joined the anti-Ping army, a force aiming to overthrow the Great Ping Dynasty. During this time, Su Sun's physique grew even stronger, achieving remarkable feats on the battlefield and receiving the marshal's reward. He was now a general commanding 1,000 cavalry. Report, General, we've received news that the rebel army is conscripting able-bodied men in the nearby villages. Set off, Su Sun said. In recent years, he had often been seen in various villages, annihilating the rebel army, but he had yet to encounter the person who killed his mother. However, every time he visited a village, many young men volunteered to join them, deeply loved by the common folk. Kill! Kill! A throng of cavalry charged into the village. And the rebel army was taken aback, realizing they were outnumbered, with victory and defeat already decided. Su Sun rode his horse, his gaze sharp. He saw the person who had led soldiers into his home back then. Xiao Ping felt his scalp tingle at the sight of that seemingly bloodthirsty gaze and turned to flee. Swish! A spear pierced his chest, blood gushing out. Xiao Ping was dead. After about half a stick of incense, the rebel army was completely annihilated. The villagers came out cheering, and many young men requested to join the anti-rebel forces. Su Sun welcomed all who came. I want to join too. The speaker was a woman of similar age to Su Sun. Su Sun looked down and asked, "What is your name?" Qin Iner. Su Sun nodded, saying nothing more. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The current emperor was indulging in wine and lust, while court officials colluded with factions, embezzling and abusing power. The great Ping dynasty was gradually decaying, with food shortages prompting many farmers to rise up and join the anti-rebel forces. Su Sun was now 17 and had become a general commanding millions, with Qin Iner standing beside him. He discovered that Qin Iner was well-versed in tactics, resourceful, and had achieved numerous victories, so he arranged for her to stay by his side to assist with strategies. Swish! A map was spread out on the table. Iner, we are set to attack Lishui City tomorrow. What do you think? Su Sun asked, staring at the map of the Great Ping Dynasty. Lishui was the first city they aimed to capture, the most important city near the state, with Pingzhou behind it, where the imperial palace was located. As long as they took Lishui City, capturing Liju would not be far behind, bringing them closer to attacking the palace. However, Lishui City had a treacherous terrain, making it extremely difficult to conquer. The best strategy is to outsmart the enemy. Next is to negotiate, then comes military action. The last resort is to attack the city, which should only be done if absolutely necessary. Qin Iner studied the map carefully and pondered. Although attacking the city is a last resort, the moat of Lishui City connects to the river and can provide us with significant assistance. Su Sun's eyes lit up. What do you mean? As long as we take advantage of the night to block the upstream river mouth with sandbags, we can lure the soldiers out of the city tomorrow, release the water, and wash away their formation, then charge into the city for a decisive victory. That night, Su Sun arranged for over 10,000 soldiers to quietly arrive upstream of Lishui, stacking sandbags to block the river mouth. Fortunately, it was winter, and the river was not very turbulent. Lishui City. General, the rebel army has begun to gather outside the city, a soldier reported with a bow. Lu Wenjin poured himself a cup of tea and said slowly, "What movements have they made outside the city?" The soldier continued, "Currently, we haven't seen anything, they are just setting up camp. It seems they will prepare to attack the city soon." Lu Wenjin took a sip and snorted coldly, "Just a bunch of rebels, no need to panic. Do they think capturing a city is child's play? They are merely a group of simple-minded, strong-armed rebels. With 100,000 elite soldiers in the city, how many do they have?" "You're right, General," the soldier replied respectfully before retreating. "By the way, prepare the bows and arrows." "Yes, General." As dawn broke, the time had come. "Everyone remember, until I return, all matters are to be managed by Iner. No one is allowed to act without permission. Stay hidden in the mountain gorge." "Yes, General." Su Sun led 10,000 elite soldiers out, while several thousand soldiers remained in the gorge waiting for orders. The sky gradually brightened, and the elite soldiers led by Su Sun had arrived before Lishui City, but they did not approach, merely observing from a distance. "General, the rebel Su Sun has already reached the city front," a soldier reported to Lu Wen atop the city wall. "How many do you estimate?" Lu Wen asked calmly. "About 10,000. 10,000? Lu Wen laughed. "Where do they get the courage? Just a mere 10,000 think they can attack the city." "General, I'm afraid it might be a trick," the soldier whispered. "In just a few years, Su Sun has risen to the position of the rebel general. He would never engage in a battle without confidence." Lu Wen nodded cautiously. Are they within range?" "No, Su Sun has positioned them very well, just out of range." Lu Wen pondered for a moment. "Let's see what they intend to do. Give me an arrow." Su Sun rode on his fierce horse, holding a large bow. His eyes slightly squinted as he slowly drew the bowstring. Everyone around knew how heavy this bow was. It could not be drawn without at least 200 pounds of force. Yet in Su Sun's hands, it seemed effortless. Holding his breath, he drew the bow and shot in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow, accompanied by a whistling sound, traced a beautiful arc and accurately struck a soldier in the forehead on the city wall. Fire arrows! Seeing this, Lu Wen on the wall waved his hand and shouted. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of arrows were released. A dense rain of arrows surged towards Su Sun. Su Sun remained calm, raising his hand to signal. Clang! 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 In an instant, countless shields were raised. Most of the arrows missed, only a few reached Su Sun's side, but they were blocked by the shields. This wave from the enemy was an ineffective attack. Su Sun continued to draw and shoot arrows, and within just a few minutes, several soldiers on the enemy's wall had fallen. 3 days passed. During this time, the 10,000 elite soldiers led by Su Sun camped in front of Lishui City. They did not advance, and the enemy did not come out of the city, just waiting it out. Moreover, during this period, Su Sun continuously drew his bow, killing many soldiers on the city wall. General, Su Sun is a man of great strength. I didn't expect him to be so skilled with the bow, a soldier said solemnly. The enemy hasn't retreated and remains stationed at the city front. What should we do now? Lu Wen looked at the army below and pondered for a moment. Send out 20,000 cavalry to engage them, employing flanking tactics. On this day, Lishui City dispatched troops, and 20,000 cavalry surged out from the city gates, shaking the ground with their overwhelming killing intent. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Su Sun's lips as he signaled to a nearby soldier. The latter instantly understood and rode off on a horse, distancing himself. Kill! Su Sun shouted, leading his elite soldiers into the fray. The two armies quickly clashed, the sounds of battle echoing through the skies. Su Sun's army was formidable. All personally promoted by him over the years, each one brave and skilled in combat. Even facing an enemy cavalry force twice their number, their morale remained high. Su Sun wielded a spear with one hand, and with each thrust, hot blood erupted forth. His incredible strength drew the attention of many infantry soldiers, who rushed to surround him. However, Su Sun appeared unfazed. Even with 10 men surrounding him, his expression remained calm. It was not an exaggeration to say he could take on 10 at once. About half a stick of incense later, Su Sun sensed a different vibration from the ground. His pupils flashed with a sharp light as he turned his horse around, retreating while fighting. Retreat! Su Sun shouted, and everyone began to fall back. General, the enemy is faltering and starting to retreat. Should we pursue them? A soldier asked. Lu Wen shook his head, just about to speak when a deafening roar sounded beside him. General! The water level of the moat has suddenly risen dramatically. A flood! It's a flood! Lu Wen's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Back to the city! Back to the city! Close the city gates! Sandbags up! Block it! Hurry! Boom! The roaring river surged like a ferocious beast, the water level instantly exceeding the riverbanks and rushing into the city. Outside the city, thousands of iron cavalry were thrown from their horses by the impact of the flood, plunging into the raging waters, their formation completely scattered. The city gates had already been closed, and they were abandoned. Meanwhile, Su Sun had led his elite troops to the mountain. This flood is enough to submerge the entire Lishui city. We just need to wait a little longer, and we can launch a full-scale attack, Qin Yiner said as she approached Su Sun. Yiner, your plan is truly brilliant. Su Sun couldn't help but praise her. The surrounding soldiers were astonished. It was the first time they had heard Su Sun compliment someone. But thinking about it, Qin Yiner was not only beautiful but also clever and resourceful, so it was only natural for her to be appreciated by the great general. Inside Lishui City, the soldiers retreated to the city walls. The gates could not hold, and were directly swept open by the flood, the entire city already submerged. Damn it! How could there be a sudden flood? The Lishui River has always been calm. It can't possibly rise so dramatically for no reason, Lu Wen said, his face grim. General, the losses inside the city are severe. 20,000 iron cavalry are still in the raging waters, their fates unknown. Many houses in the city have been damaged, countless elite soldiers drowned in the river. Report! Rebels have appeared at the south gate. Report! Rebels have appeared at the north gate. General! We are surrounded. The rebels are crossing the river. One piece of bad news after another reached Lu Wen's ears, his face turning pale. Hold the line. Even if it means death, we must hold Lishui City. But, there's nowhere to stand in the city now. Everyone is soaked to the bone, and morale is low. General! This battle, I fear, is dire. Swish! Blood splattered. Lu Wen beheaded the soldier in front of him with a single stroke, wavering the troops' morale as death. In truth, he understood that the current situation was dire for them. However, as the general defending the city, he could not show any signs of panic. If a general panics, there's no hope for the soldiers. The surrounding soldiers, seeing the headless body on the ground, were instantly filled with fear, swallowing hard and falling silent. Su Sin divided his troops into two routes, one attacking from the south gate and the other from the north gate. The two-pronged assault was not easy for the enemy either. At this moment, the river was no longer as turbulent, but the water level had reached knee height. Charge! Swish! The fierce horses splashed through the water as Su Sin shouted, thrusting his spear forward, sending a head flying high. The previous 20,000 iron cavalry now floundered in the flood like headless chickens, nearly waiting to be slaughtered by Su Sun's cavalry. Charge! Into the city! Li Shui's city is ours. Kill! The cavalry charged ahead, while countless elite soldiers surged into the city over the bodies of the fallen enemies. The color of the river slowly turned red. Shin Yiner, clad in armor and riding a black horse like a female general, charged into the city, with Su Sun closely following. Watch out! Su Sun exclaimed. A sharp arrow shot down from above. Shin Yiner reacted swiftly, leaning back slightly to dodge, but the black horse was struck by the arrow. Nay, the horse instantly panicked, crying out in pain and convulsing. Just as Shin Yiner was about to be thrown off, Su Sun quickly pulled her onto his horse. Are you okay? Su Sun asked softly. Shin Yiner sat in front of him, shaking her head slightly. Su Sun couldn't see, but her face was flushed. Su Sun looked up at the soldiers on the city wall shooting arrows, his eyes flashing with cold light. Drawing his bow, he released an arrow. Whoosh! Swish! In one fluid motion, it accurately struck the enemy's head, and the soldier fell from the city wall. At the city gate, Su Sun's cavalry continued to pour in, and the regular army simply couldn't withstand it. Given time, they would surely take the city. Another day passed, and Li Shui's city was captured. Lu Ping finally couldn't hold on any longer, he surrendered. That night, everyone cheered. Yiner, this time it's all thanks to you. Su Sun poured a glass of wine and laughed heartily. Without your siege plan, who knows when we would have taken Li Shui's city. Thank you, General. Shin Yiner slightly lowered her head, poured a glass of wine as well. And the two clinked their glasses and drank it all. Su Sun set down his cup and said with a smile, from now on, you will be my right-hand person. No need to call me General, just call me by my name. Shin Yiner nodded. In the blink of an eye, 3 more years had passed. Su Sun's army had grown even stronger, capturing another city, and at this point his forces exceeded 100,000. This time, it was again thanks to Shin Yiner's plan that they were able to successfully breach the city, and the two celebrated on the city walls. The soldiers were well aware that the relationship between the two seemed a bit unusual. If they were together, they seemed quite compatible. The general was so formidable, and Shin Yiner was so clever, a match made in heaven. Everyone, the day we overthrow the great Ping dynasty is not far off. You've all suffered alongside me. I raise a glass to you. Su Sun stood up on the city wall, raising his wine cup and speaking loudly. What are you saying, General? Marry Yiner soon, and we won't have to suffer anymore. Yes, yes, have a chubby little baby. The crowd began to cheer and laugh. Su Sun felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Shin Yiner beside him, only to find her looking back at him, her face flushed. Who would have thought that the demon god who killed enemies on the battlefield could also be shy? 3 more years passed, and Su Sun was 23. They captured Lizho. With everyone's support, Su Sun successfully took the position of marshal, and he was collectively referred to as King Su. The anti-regular army had grown to over 200,000, with the most archers, followed by cavalry. Once I overthrow the great Ping dynasty, how about I become the emperor and you the empress? Su Sun gently asked Shin Yiner, and in recent years, under the teasing of the soldiers, their feelings had rapidly intensified. Shin Yiner blinked. Okay, by then, the whole world will be mine. Su Sun stood up. Gazing at the rolling mountains and rivers, my ambition is not just the great Ping dynasty, but the entire world. I want the common people to live in peace and prosperity. In the future, I will take you to see all the mountains and rivers, to travel among the beautiful landscapes. His words seemed to exude a unique regal authority. I believe in you, you can definitely do it. Shin Yiner hugged him from behind. Of course I can. Su Sun lifted her up by the waist and walked towards his residence. Shin Yiner's face turned red. She knew exactly what he was thinking and pinched his waist hard. You've changed. Changed what? Pervert. That night, rain began to fall in the city. The raindrops hitting the tiles made a pada-pada sound. The sound of the rain varied, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, sometimes a torrential downpour, sometimes a gentle drizzle. And the sound of raindrops on the tiles grew softer and then louder. It wasn't until a day later that the rain finally stopped. 2 more hurried years passed. Pingzhou was captured, and all the regular army was recalled to the palace. At this point, the emperor finally panicked. During this time, Su Sun had been continuously recruiting soldiers, preparing for the final battle, to capture the palace in one fell swoop. Su Sun stationed half of his army to defend against external enemies, while the other half attacked the palace. In his view, overthrowing the great Ping dynasty was just around the corner. The incompetent emperor ultimately could not achieve anything significant. Only when the enemy was at his doorstep did he begin to panic, but it was already too late. Report! Your Majesty, the rebel army is at the city gates. The national master reported. How many soldiers are left in the palace? Send them all out for me. The emperor's face flashed with a hint of terror. What belongs to me, I will take back. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the rebel leader Su Sun has led 200,000 troops to the city gates. We can't break out. The national master knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. What are you all doing? How could the enemy's army be this strong? The emperor roared in anger. How did you allow their forces to grow so powerful? The national master lowered his head, not daring to speak, but inwardly cursing. You only know how to play with women all day, and you don't even approve the memorials. Who will take care of it? Come here, drag him away and execute him. The emperor shouted in fury. The national master's face instantly turned pale. Your Majesty, you mustn't. You absolutely mustn't. An official quickly knelt and said, if the national master is gone, the fall of the Great Ping dynasty won't be far behind. You dare! The Great Ping dynasty will not fall. The emperor was furious. Come here, drag him away and execute him. National master, you must find a way for me to reclaim my empire, otherwise, that will be your fate. The national master retreated, his heart filled with mixed emotions. It was too late to think about reclaiming the empire now, he sighed. Deep down, he understood that the Great Ping dynasty was completely doomed. The next morning, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the palace. The national master was dead. He had hanged himself from a crooked tree. The emperor rushed over upon hearing the news, and seeing the hanged national master, his heart grew even more chaotic, pacing back and forth, muttering, it's over, the country is going to perish, I am the king of a fallen nation. 3 days later, the emperor went mad, hiding in his palace all day, refusing to come out, neglecting food and sleep. Note, neglecting food and sleep, a waste hiding in the palace, forgetting to eat. Following Qin Yiner's plan, Su Sun led 200,000 troops to surround the entire palace. This was a war of attrition. They only needed to cut off the food and water supplies to the palace from the outside, and eventually, the enemy would be unable to bear it and would come out on their own. At this moment, the people inside the palace were like trapped beasts, fighting desperately, but it was useless. Without food, they would ultimately starve to death in the cage. 2 months later, the granaries were empty, and famine broke out in the palace. One could imagine how much food was needed for 200,000 troops. At this point, even the emperor was eating thin porridge. Bang! The emperor, looking disheveled and unkempt, slammed his bowl to the ground, shouting, this again. I don't want to eat this. I want to eat big fish and meat. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the national treasury is empty, there is no food left, the soldiers haven't eaten for 3 days. The eunuch said. The emperor sat by the bed for a long time, his eyes glazed over. After the eunuch picked up the broken pieces from the floor, he filled another bowl of thin porridge and placed it on the table before retreating. In the early morning, the emperor passed away. He took his own life. As the king of a fallen nation, he had no face to continue living. On the same day, everyone in the palace surrendered, and Su Sun led the troops into the palace. Thus, the Great Ping dynasty perished. In July of the same year, Su Sun turned 25. Surrounded by the crowd, he ascended the throne and became the new emperor. He established the state name as an, signifying that from then on, all the people would live in peace and happiness. The first thing Su Sun did after ascending the throne was to rectify the corrupt eunuchs in various government offices and armies. Those who disobeyed would be executed without mercy. In October of the following year, under Su Sun's governance, the Great Qin dynasty reached its peak, and Su Sun was deeply loved by the common people. Yiner, you said before that you would give me a son. Su Sun said with a smile, holding Qin Yiner. In the night, Qin Yiner blushed and nodded. That night, a light rain began to fall, and the leaves outside the window swayed in the wind. Another year passed. Qin Yiner and Su Sun's child was born, a son. Qin Yiner named him Su Xiaoxiao, symbolizing that in the future he could be as brave and skilled in battle as his father, invincible against 100 men. In the same year, Su Sun personally led an army of 300,000 northward to defeat the enemy. Before the flourishing Dan dynasty, all enemies were mere illusions. In October of the following year, Su Sun returned, victorious without a doubt. His name resonated throughout the land, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard it. Thus, the territory of the Dan dynasty expanded once more. Yiner, I'm back. Su Sun opened his arms, and Qin Yiner rushed into them, softly saying, why did you take so long to come back? I waited so long thinking you. Before she could finish, Su Sun smiled and said, then how about I make it up to you tonight? Qin Yiner blushed and shot him a playful glare. Alright, I won't go far again, I've already arranged for other generals to head to the battlefield to fight. Su Sun chuckled, it won't be long before the whole world is ours. That's great. Qin Yiner smiled. Time passed and another year went by. This year, the Dan dynasty enjoyed peace and prosperity, and all the common people lived good lives. Moreover, during this year, the territory of the Dan dynasty continued to expand. Gradually, Susun began to enjoy the pleasures of being an emperor, reveling in it every day, no longer needing to fight on the battlefield, just commanding actions instead. Shin Ener was a bit worried about his current state, fearing he might forget to remain vigilant in times of peace. Susun reassured her, saying that now the Dan dynasty was the most powerful dynasty in the world and there was no danger at all. 3 years later, Susun was 29. In these 3 years, the entire continent had been incorporated into the Dan dynasty's domain. Thus, the whole nation celebrated. Except for the soldiers stationed at the borders, all other soldiers returned home to share the good news. Tonight, the Dan dynasty was brightly lit, and the people released Kongming lanterns to celebrate. Today was destined to be a joyous day. Susun was also in the palace, savoring wine and enjoying the dance, living a life of bliss. Your Majesty, you haven't reviewed the memorials for several days. A eunuch quietly approached him. Susun frowned. How could he bring this up on such a good day? Take him away and execute him. Susun's tone was extremely flat. The eunuch's face turned pale instantly. He was just giving a reminder. Susun, let it go. It was only when Shin Ener spoke up that the eunuch was spared. Now, Shin Ener was increasingly worried about Susun's state. Indeed, good days could make one forget all troubles and crises. Another year passed. Shin Ener noticed that the food and silver in the national treasury seemed to have decreased significantly, with some discrepancies in the accounts. In the same year, dozens of ships appeared from overseas, each carrying well-armed soldiers, all of them tall and well-equipped. Who are you? The soldiers stationed there shouted, "This is the Dan King." Swish! The soldiers disembarking from the ships wasted no time and directly killed him. The next day, the news returned to the palace. Upon inquiry, it turned out to be a group of people who had crossed over from other continents. Oh, there are other continents overseas? Susun lazily sat in his chair, sipping wine as he spoke. Yes, Your Majesty, the eunuch replied. They are not only strong but also numerous. Arrange for 300,000 troops to head there, Susun said casually. The following year, the Dan dynasty faced its first defeat. The Dan dynasty had enjoyed good days for too long, and the army had not experienced battle for too long, having forgotten what fighting was like. Seeing this, Susun sent out another 300,000 troops. Shin Ener felt very upset. She realized that Susun had changed. He was no longer the ambitious person he once was, no longer someone who wanted to conquer the world. Now he merely indulged in luxury and pleasure within the palace. It seemed like history was repeating itself. Susun. Shin Ener was worried and about to speak. Susun waved his hand to interrupt her, taking a sip of wine and saying, Ener, don't worry. This time, I've sent my former personal guards, each one a brave and skilled elite. There will be absolutely no problem. Continue the music, continue the dance. Susun signaled the dancers to stop. Watching this scene, Shin Ener sighed, her brow furrowed with concern. 2 more years passed. Shin Ener discovered that the treasury had barely enough silver left to pay the soldiers, which meant that recruiting troops had become a challenge. That same year, bad news arrived. The Ping army suffered another crushing defeat and Lishui city was captured. In that year, the common people were struggling to survive and began to curse the current emperor. History seemed to be repeating itself at that moment. Shin Ener was now 32 years old. On that day, she took the lead in executing several corrupt officials, but without real power, there were many things she could not do. Watching Susun, who was falling deeper into despair every day, Shin Ener knew that this could not continue. He had to be awakened. Otherwise, it would become a second great Ping dynasty. That night, Shin Ener wrote a letter, her eyes dull. I hope he can find his original intention. In the early hours of that day, Shin Ener died in her palace. Yes, she wanted to make a statement with her death, hoping that Susun would regain his ambition to dominate the world. She wanted to see that version of him, not the one he had become. Susun was still drinking and laughing when he received the news, his body trembling, his murky gaze suddenly sharpening. He ran madly to Shin Ener's side. Ener, what are you doing? Susun tightly embraced her cold body, his voice trembling, somewhat confused. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the note in Shin Ener's hand, and he opened it. Susun, do you remember? You said you wanted to control the entire world, that you wanted the people to live in peace and happiness. You said you would take me to see the world, to witness the mountains and rivers. Do you remember? It doesn't matter that none of that happened, but what I want to see is the valiant you. The one who goes to battle and fights, the one with an imposing presence, not the one who is now in despair every day. I liked the old you, now. I might not like you anymore. Can you return to the way you used to be? Shin Ener's soft voice seemed to echo in his ears. He seemed to see her disappointment and despair as she wrote this letter. Susun's hands gradually trembled, tears falling like beads, soaking the paper. Yes, when did he forget his original intention, forget his ambition to conquer the world? Overthrowing the Great Ping dynasty was meant to bring happiness to the people, but the current Great Han dynasty was nothing but a second Great Ping dynasty. In an instant, Su Sun's demeanor changed. It seemed he had come to a realization. He held Qin Ener tightly, tears streaming down, his body shaking, unable to speak for a long time. He trembled as he said, why must it be this way? 3 more days passed. During these 3 days, Su Sun cut his long hair and unkempt beard, working through the night on official documents. After many years, he attended the morning court again. What he needed to do first today was to execute corrupt officials and those who colluded with them. A month later, under Su Sun's governance, the Great Han dynasty temporarily improved. In the same month, Su Sun personally led an expedition, leading the elite soldiers who had once fought alongside him into battle. After many years feeling the warmth of blood and the camaraderie of soldiers fighting bravely, Su Sun seemed to have found his former self again. Kill. Su Sun's eyes were bloodshot, he seemed even stronger than before. Kill. The soldiers also seemed to be ignited with fighting spirit, their weapons thrusting forward continuously. A month later, Su Sun regained control of Lishui city. He stood on the city wall, as if he could see the scene of himself clinking glasses with Qin Ener from the past. Once, those soldiers were still cheering under the city walls, but everything has changed. Ener, did you see? I did it. Su Sun gazed at the night sky, silent for a long time. 3 years later, Su Sun had repelled all the enemies that came from overseas. At this point, he had finally reclaimed all the territories. He did not relax, he returned to the palace and ordered the construction of hundreds of large ships. That's right, he was going to counterattack, dominate the entire world. This was what Qin Ener wanted to see. Your Majesty, it's impossible to build hundreds of ships in a year. I don't care, even if it takes the strength of the entire nation, I will have those 100 ships built. Su Sun's tone was indifferent. Another year passed, and all the ships were completed. Although it was a month later than expected, Su Sun was already very satisfied. In the same year, Su Sun led 1,000,000 troops to the overseas expedition. Under Su Sun's leadership, they reached that continent in just a month. The people of that continent, though strong as oxen, were few in number. In front of Su Sun's 1,000,000 troops, they could not stir up a single wave. In 2.5 years, Su Sun dominated the entire continent. Then he spent another year governing this land before returning home. Back in the palace, he still paid attention to the various trivial matters of the dynasty every day, often going out in disguise just to ensure the happiness of the common people. At the same time, he arranged for the army to go to sea multiple times, searching for the remaining continents to conquer. 40 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Sun was 81 years old. He had finally fulfilled his original ambition of dominating the world. He had finally kept his promise to Qin Ener, but he was old now. On this day, he sat on the returning ship. Su Sun seemed to sense something, raising his aging face to gaze at the pitch-black night sky. Suddenly, a bright meteor fell, trailing a dazzling white light as if it had torn through the night. At that moment, the night was as bright as day. The blinding light struck Su Sun's face, and he suddenly revealed a strange smile, softly murmuring, "Ener, I think I see you." He closed his eyes forever. The Emperor's star has fallen. The Emperor has passed away. Everyone on the ship knelt down at that moment. Later, they brought Su Sun back to the Great Han dynasty and buried him in Qin Ener's tomb. In the same year, Su Xiaoxiao ascended the throne. Thus, Su Chen's first life came to an end. P.S. The day before yesterday, I bet all my assets on Argentina. Last night I borrowed money at high interest to bet on Germany, and now I'm walking down the street with a phone that has a changed number. November's weather is so cold, the aroma of fried chicken wafting from the street keeps me awake at night. V me $50 as a gift. I want to have a crazy Thursday meal in this cold winter. After watching this life, those memories seemed to merge into Su Chen's mind. Everything was his own experience. The pain of losing parents. The pain of losing a beloved. He felt every bit of it. Unconsciously, tears filled his eyes. In this life, he had left too many regrets. Sigh. The spirit of the secret realm sighed. Do you want to see the next life? Su Chen silently shook his head. He didn't want to see anymore. He didn't want to see such a useless self again, nor did he want to see his beloved die. Well, once you merge with that weapon, your memories of 100 lives will all be restored. My task is complete. The spirit of the secret realm nodded and said softly, "Then goodbye, master." As the words fell, the surrounding scenery vanished completely, and Su Chen returned to the secret realm. He looked at the scene in the secret realm, as if he had been away for over 50 years. Yes, Su Chen had watched his first life without fast-forwarding. He had completely witnessed the 81 years of his life. At this moment, he just wanted to go back and embrace Qin Rui. He did not hesitate, returned to the camp, and rushed into Qin Rui's home. At that moment, Shin Ruoi was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing. Sensing someone had entered, she suddenly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Su Chen, was momentarily stunned. Su Chen directly lunged at her, hugging her tightly. Shin Ruoi seemed to sense something unusual about Su Chen and gently asked, "What's wrong? I missed you, let me hold you a little longer." At that moment, Su Chen felt as if he was once again enveloped in this warm embrace after a long time. The next day, dawn broke. Shin Ruoi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she looked at the face so close to hers, her cheeks slowly turning red. Last night, the two had unknowingly fallen asleep. Sensing something, Su Chen also slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Shin Ruoi in front of him, he leaned in and kissed her. Shin Ruoi pushed him away. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." She didn't know what was going on, but Su Chen seemed a bit strange since last night. The two walked out of the room and then ran into Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaozhu, who were both wide-eyed in shock. They immediately began to wildly speculate. It had been a month in the outside world, but 2.5 years in the secret realm. If someone got pregnant in the secret realm and had a child, then only a month had passed in the outside world. Those in the secret realm might not think there was a problem, but for those outside, it was a different story. How could a child be born in just a month? It might even be a year old by now. If Su Chen knew what they were thinking, he would surely admire their imagination. It was truly remarkable. Ahem. Zhang Xiaozhu cleared her throat and said, "Ruoi, we're planning to go catch some chickens today, are you still going?" Shin Ruoi, of course, knew what they were thinking and, with a slightly flushed face, replied, "Yes. I'll go." "Su Chen, are you going?" Su Chen shook his head. "I won't go." He wanted to go back and ask the system what was going on. Why had he created such a thing? "Then Ruoi, let's go. I'll catch a chicken for you, so you can have a good meal." Zhang Xiaozhu took Shin Ruoi's hand and left, wearing an expression that seemed to see through everything. After Su Chen returned to his small room, he called out, "Encyclopedia. I'm here. What is going on? Who am I?" Su Chen asked solemnly. "Encyclopedia, what do you mean, what's going on? You are Su Chen." Su Chen. He felt the other party was asking knowingly, and he couldn't help but start to doubt if it was really as the spirit of the secret realm said that the system was created by him. How could he have created such a rebellious thing? It had a mind of its own. At that moment, the encyclopedia spoke again. "Host, you don't need to worry too much about this. When the fusion is complete, you will regain all your memories." "Fusion complete?" Su Chen asked in surprise. "How much is fused now?" "Fusion completion, 81. So, you started fusing from the very beginning?" "Yes, the higher your strength, the faster I will fuse. When the fusion is complete, you will regain all your memories and greatly increase your strength. I must remind you, host, that your enemies are not just the deities of the current world." "Not just the deities of the current world?" Su Chen pondered silently, then nodded. After a moment, he collected his thoughts, went outside to pick some fruits from the trees, and began his training. More than a year passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen finally broke through again, reaching the 7th realm. He discovered that the higher the realm, the more difficult it was to break through. Just practicing in the room made it feel as hard as climbing to the sky. He had only managed to break through to the 7th realm because he found some opportunities and treasures in the secret realm. On this day, heavy snow fell in the secret realm. The camp seemed to have transformed into a snowy land, with a thick layer of snow covering the rooftops. Throughout the year, the camp had also changed significantly, and everyone had built a pen to raise some exotic beasts. This way, everyone wouldn't have to go out looking for food every time. Even more bizarrely, Shin Yi and his 3 friends opened a chain of restaurants. They opened a total of 3 restaurants, each located in the camps of 3 different countries, and they opened for business as soon as it was mealtime. They brought in a lot of technology and tough skills from the outside world, combined with high-grade exotic beast meat. The texture and flavor were simply amazing. However, eating too much could lead to some unpleasant consequences. "Ahem, senior, it's my first time taking care of your business today. How about treating me to a meal?" Su Chen walked into Shin Yi's restaurant. "Hey, even brothers need to settle accounts clearly. Today is Crazy Thursday, all dishes are on discount. Junior, you really picked a great time." Shin Yi chuckled. Su Chen felt embarrassed. "What dishes do you have?" "I have a ton of dishes here." Shin Yi began to introduce his menu. "We have may oil charred lamb, may oil crispy sauce, fragrant shell pan apricot, fragrant essence fried fish, fragrant wings with rice, fragrant taro balls, fragrant shrimp and taro, cilantro phoenix nut chicken, fragrant shell fortune treasure, crispy sauce stir-fried beef fillet." He rattled off a dozen dish names in one breath, leaving Su Chen dazzled. However, he could tell from the names that they were all made with technology and tough skills. In the end, Su Chen casually ordered a few dishes. And they tasted pretty good. But when it came time to pay, he was shocked to find out it cost him 50,000 bucks. Wasn't this robbery? "Hey, Junior, you just don't understand, do you? These ingredients are all made from exotic beasts above the 5th realm. They were cooked for 14 hours, going through 108 processes before being made. Shani began to seriously spout nonsense. It's all genuine material, all skillful dishes. Moreover, this is in a secret realm. This price is quite reasonable. Looking at the smug grin on Shani's face, Suchen really wanted to punch him. In the end, Suchen paid and walked out of the restaurant. What a black shop. Suchen couldn't help but complain, then transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the horizon. He was ready to continue exploring this secret realm. Another year passed, and now only a few months remained until they would exit the secret realm. One day, Yuan Tianxiong approached Su Chen. Su Chen, you might have to leave early. Yuan Tianxiong said with a serious expression, in the past month, those gods have become even more restless, repeatedly colliding with the seal, and the time of the phantom's descent, the disciples have revolted, and the world is in chaos. And today, the god of space has once again broken through the space and descended into the world. With the pavilion master absent, no one can stop him now, we can only rely on you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression also turned serious, and he nodded, all right. Just right. 2 years had passed, and he wanted to see how far his strength had come, whether he could kill the god of space. Over the past 2 years, he had spent most of his time studying the laws of time. The secret realm itself had laws of time, and with a reference, Su Chen grasped it very quickly. On this day, Su Chen bid farewell to everyone in the secret realm. Yuan Tianxiong did not let them leave as well. There were still a few months left in the secret realm for them to cultivate. Be careful. Qin Ruoi gently hugged Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and kissed her. Goodbye, everyone. Yuan Tianxiong took Su Chen out of the secret realm. It was still that island, with no changes. The god of space is heading towards the god ceiling pavilion. We must stop him as soon as possible. Yuan Tianxiong continued to lead Su Chen towards the teleportation array, preparing to return to Huaxia through it. Su Chen did not move but instead grabbed his shoulder, and in the next moment, their figures instantly disappeared and arrived at the ceiling wall. Not far away, a tombstone stood alone, one that Su Chen had personally built. At this moment, Yuan Tianxiong felt a slight shock. He was also an awakener of the space system, but he couldn't do what Su Chen did, crossing such a long distance in an instant to arrive here. Where is the god of space? Su Chen looked around and asked in confusion. As soon as the words fell, the space suddenly rippled. Su Chen's gaze instantly sharpened, and a sharp light burst forth from his pupils, like a sword. He felt the aura of the god of space. Whoosh! Su Chen waved his hand, directly piercing through the space to grab the divine artifact, the trident. After 2 years, his mastery of the laws of space had grown stronger. He no longer needed to use clever tricks to retrieve objects from afar. Without any hesitation, he took the initiative. Holding the trident, he thrust it forward with great force. This was his first time using the trident, and he could feel the immense power within it, as if it could annihilate everything. The space was directly torn apart, as if a rift had opened. The newly appeared god of space's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't expected someone to ambush him here. He reacted quickly, divine light swirling around him, extending his hand to block the strike. Boom! The energy from the collision erupted like a nuclear explosion, rampaging outward. Su Chen staggered back several steps, looking at his opponent in midair, his gaze like lightning. Ha ha ha! I thought it was someone else. I didn't expect it to be you again. The god of space laughed upon seeing Su Chen. What's wrong? Is there no one left in Huaxia? That old man sacrificed his life to seal me for a few more days, and now you want to do the same? Oh, I forgot, you probably don't have the ability. You can't inflict any harm on me at all. The god of space laughed maniacally. Mortal beings are ultimately just mortals. Well, find out if that's true. Su Chen's voice was cold as he silently activated 50-50, instantly aligning all attributes with the god of space. In the next moment, his momentum erupted, his entire body radiating golden light, like divine brilliance. His eyes were filled with divine light, and within his body lay immense power. As if he could destroy everything. Seeing this scene, the god of space's expression grew serious. Yes, he felt the divine power, sensed the pressure coming from his opponent. It seems I underestimated you. His tone turned cold. In an instant, both moved simultaneously, their figures vanishing, and when they reappeared, they had already collided. Yuan Tianxiong, being of the space element, could not see their movements clearly. In the air, the two clashed countless times, darting back and forth. It was dazzling to behold. Boom! Bang! Each collision sounded like thunder, echoing through the space. The force generated by their clashes made the surrounding mountains hum, rocks tumbling down. Moreover, the god of space was intentionally leaning towards the seal, trying to use the overflow of their power to break it. Seeing this, Su Chen certainly wouldn't let his opponent's little scheme succeed. God of space, let's fight somewhere else. His tone was extremely domineering, as if it were irresistible. Immediately, divine power surged wildly within him, the force of space rippling outward, and with a sudden wave of his hand, Su Chen pulled the god of space directly into the void. Their figures instantly vanished from Yuan Tianqian's sight. The god of space looked around at the emptiness, speaking solemnly. I didn't expect that after a month your strength has increased so rapidly. If you continue to grow, I might not even be your match. I didn't expect your human race to produce such a powerful being, truly unexpected. However, this alone is not enough. Today, I will definitely kill you. The god of space sensed Su Chen's rapid growth and understood that he could not allow his opponent to grow any further. Today, I will definitely kill you too. Su Chen snorted coldly, his momentum erupting as he shouted, only one of us will walk out of here today. Boom! A terrifying divine power radiated from his body, causing the space to crack. This led to Yuan Tianxiang occasionally seeing a rift in space through which he could glimpse the scene inside. At this moment, the god of space also drew a sword, clearly serious now. The sword, glowing with divine light, was no ordinary weapon. His eyes blazed like torches as he swung his sword fiercely. The two were so far apart, yet the sword had already cut through the void towards Su Chen, moving so fast that its shadow was invisible. A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and the scene before him seemed to slow down at that moment. He had used the law of time. Su Chen easily dodged, his figure flashing behind his opponent, raising his trident and thrusting it forward with a sudden force. The god of space sensed something was amiss, reacting swiftly, his figure flickering as he teleported behind Su Chen, swinging his sword. Su Chen's brow furrowed, his figure disappearing again, evading the sword while teleporting behind the god of space. The god of space frowned slightly, his figure flickering again as he teleported behind Su Chen. There's something to this. Su Chen, I dodge. God of space, I dodge. Su Chen, I dodge. God of space, I dodge. I dodge. The two continued to retreat infinitely in the void. You run behind me, I run behind you. Outside, Yuan Tianxiang was dumbfounded, watching through the spatial rift, wondering what the two were doing. At this rate, they might even retreat to the edge of nothingness. God of space, I dodge. Su Chen, I dodge. God of space, I dodge again. Su Chen, I dodge too. God of space, dodge. I dodge your mother. Su Chen finally couldn't hold back. He pulled out a brick and hurled it directly at the god of space. Come on, try dodging this one. Under the control of the brick, the god of space froze, as if the space around him had been sealed, unable to move. That feeling again. The god of space was startled. Bang! The cold red brick struck the god of space's face directly. The air. For a moment, it felt as if the air had solidified. The divine power within the god of space surged wildly, like a volcano about to erupt. He was a deity, and today he had been struck in the face by a brick. This cannot be tolerated. Seeing this scene, Su Chen could only think of one thing to say. Confucius said, when fighting, use bricks, hit the face, with force, with strength. At this moment, the god of space was furious, the surrounding space shaking violently, and then, he moved. He swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a sharp sword aura that seemed to cut through the entire space. At the same time, the power of space surged, sealing the surrounding area, preventing Su Chen from teleporting. Su Chen had no intention of dodging, he charged forward with his trident. The trident shone brilliantly. Golden divine light swirling, erupting with a momentum that seemed to want to destroy everything. Bang! The two extreme forces collided, opening a rift in space, causing the surrounding time and space to become chaotic. The tremendous impact once again separated the two, placing them far apart. They stood in midair, their eyes filled with killing intent as they stared at each other, golden light swirling around them, like two deities. Do you think gods fart? Su Chen suddenly spoke. The god of space was taken aback for a moment, then his expression visibly darkened. You are blaspheming the gods. Disrespecting the gods. They were supreme deities, how could they engage in such a crude and uncouth act as farting? They had already transcended the mundane, how could they still act like mere mortals? Shit shouldn't be able to come out. Su Chen seemed to ponder, muttering to himself, but fire should be possible. The god of space listened to Su Chen's nonsensical words, his face turning ashen, feeling utterly disrespected, and even now, he was still babbling, blaspheming the divine. Die for me. In the next instant, the god of space suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen, swinging his sword down. The speed was so fast that it was almost invisible, as if it was just a flicker. All of this happened in a millisecond. Yet Su Chen's expression remained extremely calm as he stood in place, snapping his fingers, a brilliant light bursting forth from his pupils. Snap! In the next moment, something astonishing happened. It was as if the surrounding scene had been reversed. The sword that was slashing down began to swing upward, and then, the figure of the god of space vanished, retreating back to its original position. How is this possible? The god of space's eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, utterly shocked. How can you still control the laws of time? The laws of time are among the most difficult to master. Once one reaches the pinnacle of understanding the laws of time, they can traverse the river of time. How could a mere human possibly control so many laws at once? The god of space couldn't comprehend it. Why, in just a few short years, had such a terrifying individual emerged from the human race? Put. At that moment, a sound echoed through the void. The god of space had farted. The onlookers, including Yuan Tianxiong, were momentarily stunned. What? What the hell was that? Where did that sound come from? It was like thunder, booming loudly. What did you do? After a brief pause, the god of space roared. Oh, the sound of a god's fart is surprisingly loud. Su Chen burst into laughter. I wonder if it smells bad or good. Ha ha ha. The god of space's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, his whole body trembling, even his divine power becoming a bit chaotic. It was clear how furious he was. I wonder what would happen if I added some fire to it. A god's fart combined with fire. How much power do you think that would generate? Su Chen suddenly felt a bit excited, grinning at the god of space. Upon seeing Su Chen's smile, the god of space had a bad premonition, his scalp tingling. He only saw Su Chen's mouth move, and he unconsciously swallowed, instinctively knowing that something was about to happen. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of flame shot out from his backside, like a rocket engine, spewing out mock rings. The god of space, clearly standing still, was propelled forward in the void by this thrust, as if it were an engine. Goodness, is a god's fart this powerful? Su Chen scratched his head, looking astonished. Wow, that's awesome. Yuan Tianxiong, Sigma, die for me. The god of space was furious, having never wanted to kill someone so badly before. If other gods witnessed this scene, they would probably laugh for a whole year. Divine power surged wildly, the space trembled, and he forcefully extinguished the flames from his backside. Then sealed his eyes with spatial power. This way, he wouldn't fart anymore. Quite ruthless. His pupils burned with endless divine power, and in the next moment, he suddenly clenched his hand towards Su Chen's position. Su Chen's pupils constricted, and he quickly dodged. Boom! The original position erupted with a terrifying force, directly forming a black hole, deep and dark, as if it could suck away all matter. It was clear that the god of space was truly enraged and began to unleash all his power. In that case, I won't hold back either. Su Chen stood in midair, his pupils also burning with fierce flames. I have a friend. In an instant, 4 more Su Chens appeared around him, shining brightly, as if gods had descended. Without hesitation, the 5 Su Chens charged simultaneously towards the god of space. In an instant, the 6 collided together. The speed of the 6 was impossible to see, as if they had transformed into lightning, intertwining to form an electric net. A powerful and violent aura instantly swept across the entire space. It was as if this place had turned into a battlefield of gods and demons. The roar of battle was incessant, like thunder, echoing through the skies. The void was continuously shattered, and the space was torn apart wildly. Above Yuan Tianxiong, a void had formed, and he could clearly see the battle between the two sides. However, he couldn't make out any details, only seeing the two sides colliding together. At this moment, 3 beams of light swept in from the horizon, descending upon Yuan Tianxiong's side. Old Yuan, is this the helper you found? The 3 newcomers were the other 3 deans, and Lei Ming spoke up. Why are there so many people? Who are they? The battle in the void was so intense that their figures flickered constantly, making it impossible to see clearly. They could never have imagined that these were all Su Chen's avatars. Yuan Tianxiong smiled wryly and briefly explained the situation. After listening, the 3 deans were all astonished. Zhao, he said, I never expected that your student could actually split into avatars, and each one is not weak at all. That's terrifying. In such a short time, he has already gained the strength to fight against deities. Ding Qingyue was also somewhat shocked. He is the hope of our Huaxia. This time, we can only rely on him. In the void, under the strong assault of 5 Su Chens, the god of space was retreating step by step, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Damn it, how can there be so many avatars, and each one with the same strength? The god of space fought while retreating, unleashing the power of the laws continuously. The durations of 50-50 and creating friends from nothing were down to just 30 minutes. And Su Chen knew he had to defeat the opponent within these 30 minutes, or there would be no chance left. With this thought, one of the Su Chens suddenly hurled a brick towards the god of space. Almost simultaneously, the other 4 Su Chens, wielding blades like flowing fire, shouted in unison, Bankai! Remnant Fire Great Sword Su Chen 1, Remnant Fire Great Sword East Rising Sun. Su Chen 2, Remnant Fire Great Sword West Setting Sun's Prison Garb. Su Chen 3, Remnant Fire Great Sword South Trillion Flames Great Burial Array. Su Chen 4, Remnant Fire Great Sword North Heaven and Earth Turned to Ash. Boom! With the enhancement of the 4 flowing fire blades, the entire void seemed to transform into a red hell. Even those in another space, including Yuan Tianxiong and the others, seemed to feel the heat wave coming from the void. Fortunately, this was in the void, not in the outside world, otherwise, the entire earth would likely be scorched dry at this temperature. The sea would boil. for different skills were unleashed simultaneously towards the god of space. At this moment, he was restrained by the brick and could not move at all. He could feel the terror of those 4 blades. If Su-Chen had not mastered divine power, perhaps he would not be afraid, but now he was scared. The flames released by Su-Chen, who had mastered divine power, were no longer the same as before. They were enveloped in a layer of golden light, which could rightly be called divine fire. At this moment, except for Su-Chen 3, who had inserted his sword into the void, the other 3 Su-Chens slashed towards the god of space. The effect of the Remnant Fire Great Sword South Trillion Flames Great Burial Array was to insert the sword into the ground, where the high temperature would awaken the ashes of the deceased that Su-Chen had slain, turning them into a legion of charred skeletons that would endlessly kill anyone who viewed Su-Chen as an enemy. This was somewhat reminiscent of Ho Lixi's Undead Legion, but their strength was not even on the same level. In an instant, a stream of lava appeared in the void, and then a giant skeletal hand suddenly reached out, followed by countless skeletal hands. The skeletal legion had emerged. The moment they appeared, they charged towards the god of space. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 4 attacks converged, bringing with them a hint of golden light and blazing flames. Not only did the void reflect red, but the sky outside also turned red, as if the clouds were about to ignite. This strike was a must for Su-Chen. He was determined to slay the god of space. At this moment, the god of space was truly panicking. He sensed the breath of death and could not dodge at all, only staring blankly as the waves of attacks surged towards him. No! Boom! The attack finally landed, and the blinding firelight swept out, shattering the space directly. Flames erupted in patches across the sky, spreading out as if they were going to burn through the heavens. Yuan Tianxiong and the others could hardly open their eyes. The flames had burned for 3 days and nights before gradually dying down. During these days, they even raised the temperature of the entire Earth. The glaciers at the North and South Poles melted, and countless cities seemed to be engulfed in flames, scorched by the heat. People stayed indoors, enjoying their air conditioning, unwilling to go outside. Even the followers causing chaos outside had miraculously decreased significantly during these days. They probably felt the heat too, and, without high-temperature subsidies, they weren't willing to act. Fortunately, after 3 days, the flames finally began to subside. At this moment, the fire in the void still blazed fiercely, and Su-Chen sat cross-legged in that place. 3 days have passed. It should be dead beyond recovery now. Su-Chen opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in his pupils. He gazed at a cluster of golden light within the flames. That seemed to be something left behind after the deity's death. He stepped forward slowly. Suddenly, he came to a sharp halt. In that instant, he seemed to realize something, a chilling thought creeping in. He clearly remembered that the system had issued a task last time, to kill the god of space. However, now that it was completed, there was no task reminder, no reward issued. What could this imply? The god of space, very likely, was not dead. Of course, it could also mean the task had expired. But Su-Chen felt he should still be cautious. Encyclopedia. Su-Chen slowed his pace, maintaining a calm expression, and called out to the encyclopedia in his heart, "Is the god of space dead?" No. Hearing this, Su-Chen was instantly shocked. Unable to hold back a curse, "Why didn't you say so earlier? What if I go over and get ambushed by him? You didn't ask. Damn it, how did I create you? If I don't ask, you won't say anything? What if I die?" Su-Chen was furious. To kill a deity, you must use a divine artifact. His physical body has indeed been destroyed, but that cluster of golden light contains his divine soul. He is waiting for you to approach, taking advantage of your relaxed guard to invade your mind, devour your divine soul, and then use your body. Upon hearing the encyclopedia's explanation, Su-Chen's scalp went numb. Isn't this possession? Fortunately, he was quite vigilant. Otherwise, if he had walked over without any caution, he might have really let the other party succeed. After thinking this, Su-Chen snorted coldly in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged, as if he knew nothing, and he stepped forward. He placed his hands behind his back, and a brick silently appeared in his hand. "Please give good reviews, please give gifts." Actually, you don't have to do that. You can let him enter your mind because I reside in the deepest part of your mind. A single divine soul is not to be feared. On the contrary, I can help you absorb it, enhance your strength, and increase the integration between us. Just then, the encyclopedia spoke again. "Su-Chen, is that why you were silent before? Why didn't you say so earlier, making me so anxious?" Su-Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. You didn't ask, and regardless of the method, the outcome for the other party is the same. Right, you have a point. Then he'll trust you this once. If you don't take him down, I'm done for. Su-Chen said casually. "Don't worry, host, I have a 99% certainty. What about the remaining 1%? With me, there is no remaining 1%, that's just to avoid becoming arrogant." Su-Chen. The system really is becoming more humanized. At this moment, Su-Chen also put away the brick and strolled over casually. In the golden light, the divine soul of the god of space was quite weak, watching the unsuspecting Su Chen approach with wild joy. As long as he took advantage of the other party's inattention and drilled into his brow, he had a 99% certainty of successfully possessing him. At this moment, Su Chen had already walked up to him, curiously examining the golden light, looking harmless and a bit confused. Now's the time. The god of space curled the corner of his mouth into a teasing smile, then suddenly dove into Su Chen's brow. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see a shadow. I did it! The god of space exclaimed joyfully. Ah, what's happening? God of space, you're not dead? Su Chen pretended to be shocked, his face filled with fear. But his acting was truly terrible. The god of space laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. The old ginger is still the spiciest. This body of yours is quite good. Don't worry, once I take over this body, I will help you break through to the divine realm. Your woman, your family, I will take good care of them for you. He. His words carried a hint of playfulness. With this body that controlled several laws, he believed his realm would surely rise to a new level. After thinking this, he smiled mockingly and traversed through Su Chen's mind, heading to the deepest part of his consciousness to devour the other's soul. Around him, the scenery continuously retreated, like a starry sky, countless starlights weaving into a web of light, resembling the Milky Way. The divine consciousness is quite powerful. The god of space looked at the surrounding scenery, slightly surprised, then laughed again. But that's best, it will all be mine anyway. He set aside his thoughts and sped towards the distant Star River. In the center of the Star River, there was a blinding golden light, which was exactly what the god of space was looking for. A smile radiated from his face as he envisioned the power he would possess after taking over this body, surely stronger than his original self. Ah! Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the golden mass in the center of the Star River, and the god of space let out a scream. That force seemed to be eroding his soul. The burning sensation was extremely intense. The god of space felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, roaring, "What is this thing?" He couldn't understand why, here, in the most vulnerable sea of consciousness, there could still be something aggressive. At this moment, countless golden lights surged towards him like raindrops, overwhelming. Without a moment's hesitation, the god of space turned and ran. This time, the fear of death truly spread throughout his entire being. If his soul was extinguished, he would really be gone, with no chance of resurrection. God of space, do you think I'm foolish? Su Chen mocked coldly. Did you really think I let you enter my mind because I was unprepared? What? The god of space was shocked. He had fallen into the other's trap. Enjoy the gift I prepared for you, Su Chen sneered. You want to devour me, but have you ever thought about being counterattacked by me? As Su Chen spoke, a chill surged from the soles of the god of space's feet to his scalp. It turned out that everything was under the other's control. A person who could strategize like this was terrifying. He frantically operated his divine power, rushing outward, with no intention of claiming Su Chen's soul for himself. He just wanted to escape from here. But how could this system allow him to escape successfully? Since you're here, don't think about leaving. This phrase sounded like an ancient and distant voice of the Tao, as if it had crossed the boundless starry sky to reach here. The tone revealed an overwhelming and irresistible authority. The heart of the god of space seemed to stop for a moment. How could there be a second person in the other's mind? What kind of devil is this? Boom! Without giving the god of space much time to think, a tremendous divine might suddenly descended, as if the heavens had collapsed, pressing down on the god of space, causing his back to arch like a shrimp. Not only that, this divine might was like a maggot burrowing into his bones, inch by inch eroding the god of space's soul. Ah! The pain of the soul was far greater than that of the flesh. It was a tremor from the very essence of his being. It was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at your soul, bit by bit, and yet you could do nothing about it. It was akin to the ancient punishment of lynching, or even worse. At this moment, Su Chen had already settled into a cross-legged position, silently consuming the divine power that continuously surged within him. The sounds of screams echoed incessantly in his mind, becoming quite bothersome. System, is there any skill that can make people shut up? Su Chen asked. He really wanted this skill, it would be incredibly useful. No, but I can create one for you. As my dear host, I will provide you with a skill for free this time. That's great! Su Chen exclaimed, pleased that the system was quite humane. Ding! New skill creation complete. Shut up. Ding! Automatically upgraded to max level. Name, shut up. Max effect, say shut up to the target, and they will be silenced, unable to speak a word. Duration, determined by the host. Cooldown, none. Awesome. I love you so much, Encyclopedia. My greatest pride in this life is creating you. Su Chen praised excitedly, amazed that it even automatically upgraded to max level. How could he not love it? Encyclopedia. It seems you've forgotten what you said earlier. Would you like me to remind you? I was just joking before. Su Chen chuckled, then tried out the new skill. God of space, shut up. Aha. Ga. As expected, after uttering those words, the god of space's screams abruptly ceased. Phew, it's much quieter now. Su-chen smiled. He then began to focus on refining the divine soul of the god of space within him. As time passed, the divine soul of the god of space grew smaller, the golden light dimmed, and the sounds gradually fell silent. It no longer had the strength to roar. The outcome was already determined. 3 full days passed, and on this day, Su-chen opened his eyes, his pupils bursting forth with golden light like sharp swords, shining brilliantly as if ignited by divine fire. That's right, he had broken through again. 8th realm. He had reached the pinnacle of power in this world. Ding! Successfully killed the god of space, completed the task. Reward for brick proficiency 50,000. Ha! Upon hearing this news, Su-chen was taken aback. Wasn't it 100,000? Why is it only 50,000? Do you remember the task I issued? It was to kill the god of space using virtue to subdue others to earn 100,000. This kill can be considered as me helping you, and I even assisted in refining it, so be happy with the 50,000. Su-chen. That actually made a bit of sense. Open the panel. Name: Su-chen Realm, 8th Realm Talent, Divine Level Divine Endowment, Time and Space Skills, Encyclopedia, Virtue to Subdue Others, Create Friends from Nothing Max, Human Meat Nuclear Bomb Max, 50-50 Max, Fire Burning Buttocks Max, Soul of the Old 6 Max, My Fate is Determined by Heaven, Empty Hands Max, Breath of Flame, Self-Healing Max, Change, You Fart Max, Shut Up, Max Divine Skill, Extraterrestrial Object, Divine Favor, Blessing of the God of Magic halves the mental power required to release skills. Possesses unparalleled control over elements, immune to all poisons. Defense 1050, Stamina 1050, Strength 1050, Agility 1050, Divine Power 1300 skill points, 165560 Divine Level Brick Proficiency 41650010000000. Su-chen remembered that the last time he pulled up his panel was several years ago. I haven't checked in so long. I didn't expect to have so many skill points. Su-chen was slightly surprised. I can't believe this brick's proficiency hasn't even reached half. Most of the skill points were earned by him from killing exotic beasts in the secret realm, but the number of exotic beasts in the secret realm was clearly not as many as the beast tied at the border. However, in just 2 years, he had farmed quite a bit. All attributes have indeed broken 1,000, one for the S country. Su-chen nodded in satisfaction. He had also seen the attribute panels of Yuan Tianxiong and the others at the 8th realm, but none of them had broken 1,000, with most only around 600 or 700. Moreover, the attributes of the former 9th realm King Pu were only around 700 or 800, so one can imagine how strong Su-chen's attributes were at the 8th realm, having already surpassed 1,000. It should be due to divine favor, which can enhance physical constitution, thus increasing all attributes significantly, Su-chen speculated in his heart. Come on, let's draw again. Divine level system lottery pool. Hey, why do you need to give me skill points to draw skills when you clearly created me? Can't you just give me the skills directly? Su-chen suddenly thought. Creating skills also requires energy, and this energy comes from the exotic beasts you slay, and this is also a way to motivate your growth. Got it. Su-chen was speechless, then said, Can you give me a more powerful skill this time? Su-chen felt its attitude was somewhat perfunctory, but he had no evidence. Ding. Successfully consumed 100,000 skill points. Draw successful. A ding. You have received the favor of the 10-Cold River God, a favored child of heaven and earth. Under the favor of the 10-Cold River God, you have obtained River God Domain, copy and critical hit River God Domain. In all rivers, your physical constitution will be greatly enhanced, your strength will be significantly increased, and your control over all elements will be stronger. Copy and critical hit. You can copy all items that fall into the river and enhance their grade through critical hits. Holy crap! Seeing the skill he drew this time, Su-chen was shocked. It was actually the 10-Cold River God. This is no ordinary river god. Do you think he is a regional god? No, he is a conceptual god. What is a conceptual god? The Milky Way is also a river. What does this mean? No matter what kind of river it is, Love River, River of Time, Star River, Heavenly River, they all fall under his control and can trigger those skills. This is the most amazing part. Not only does it greatly enhance strength, but it can also copy and critically hit. Just imagine. If you are fighting against someone in the river and they have the numbers, what do? You simply throw an exotic beast into the river and it will immediately copy multiple exotic beasts, and you can also critically hit to enhance their realm. Of course, it's not just exotic beasts, everything can be copied and critically hit. Throw a weapon into the river, and it can also be copied and critically hit. What does this mean? It means Su-chen can open a weapon shop in the future. With no cost at all, he can have as many weapons as he wants. Su-chen could already envision the days of counting money until his hands were sore. Encyclopedia, I love you so much. Su-chen was overjoyed. With the favor of the 10 cold river god, his strength had risen to another level. After suppressing the overwhelming excitement, Suchen stood up, crossed the void, and returned to the original world. At this moment, Yuan Tianxiong and the others had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Su Chen appear, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and surrounded him. Su Chen, the god of space, has been slain. Hiss. Su Chen spoke lightly, but Yuan Tianxiong and the others gasped in shock. He had actually completely killed a deity. This must be the first person in Huaxia, right? Previous predecessors did not have the ability to kill, only able to seal them, yet this time Su Chen had taken just a few days to truly slay a deity. How could they not be shocked? At the same time, they were also very excited. This meant that Su Chen had the strength to battle against deities and even slay them. However, Yuan Tianxiong sighed again. There are simply too many gods sealed away. It took Su Chen several days just to deal with one. What will happen when all the gods appear in the world? What should they do? Here, only Su Chen possesses the strength to rival a god, and there is no one else. It's impossible to rely solely on Su Chen to confront so many gods, right? This left them at a loss for a moment. Moreover, the seal has already begun to weaken. Standing outside the seal, one can feel the overflowing divine power, extremely violent. It seems those gods have been pent up for too long, and when they emerge, it will definitely be the end of the world. Su Chen, the seal is likely to break in less than half a month. According to the records, there are dozens of gods sealed inside. Yuan Tianxiong knew this task was incredibly difficult. Assigning it to someone who had just started school a few months ago was indeed a bit of moral coercion, but he still had to say it. Can you handle it? 10 gods? Su Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the stone wall of the seal, where clumps of earth were continuously falling. He hadn't expected that so many gods were sealed inside. It took a lot of his strength to deal with just one god of space. If 10 came at him together, Su Chen had no confidence at all. Even if it were a 50-50 chance, it wouldn't matter. 50-50 means equal attributes, but with so many opponents, it was impossible to contend. As the saying goes, 2 fists can hardly fight 4 hands. However, if all the gods appeared in the world, it would truly be a disaster. Perhaps with a mere wave, a country could be destroyed. At that point, it would be the end of the world, with everyone homeless and chaos erupting everywhere. Therefore, they must not be allowed to emerge. Su Chen fell silent for a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes, and he spoke, "Can I go into the seal?" Go in? Upon hearing this, the 4 were shocked. Inside is the territory of the gods, with dozens of them. He would likely be discovered and turned to dust the moment he entered. Do you want to go in and kill them? Zhao He asked, his voice serious. Yes. Su Chen nodded. After all, they will come out sooner or later. If a large-scale divine battle occurs outside, it will definitely affect the entire world, so it's better to take the initiative. The 4 began to appreciate Su Chen a bit for having such awareness. But, do you have confidence? Yuan Tianxiong asked. Su Chen shrugged, let's give it a try. Should I wait until they all come out before I feel confident? This statement left the 4 speechless. It was indeed true. In fact, Su Chen was not aimlessly throwing ideas around, as he had just thought it through. With change in play, he could transform into the appearance of the god of space and then find a way to trick and kill the gods. You can go into the seal, but it might take a few more days. Wait until the seal is at its weakest, then you can force your way in. However, by then, it won't be long before the seal breaks, so we must hurry. Yuan Tianqian's expression was serious. Su Chen nodded. By the way, there's also some bad news. Yuan Tianxiong continued, looking at the wall of the seal. Due to the weakening of the seal, divine power will leak out, and this divine power will not disappear. The divine disciples have cultivated a technique that can guide divine power. They will use this technique to attract divine power, which is also a great boon for them. It can rapidly enhance their levels. Recently, not only has the number of divine disciples been increasing, but their strength has also been growing. A vast majority of people are voluntarily joining the divine disciples because they believe that the gods will soon return to the world, and only by joining the divine disciples can they have a chance at survival. At this point, Yuan Tianxiong sighed. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Su Chen said lightly before disappearing from the spot. Bing Qingyue looked at the place where Su Chen had disappeared inside. If the people of the nation are like this, how can the gods dare? Su Chen returned to his city, Yunhai City. Indeed, as Yuan Tianxiong and others had said, the city was in chaos, with smoke rising everywhere. Ordinary people were hiding at home, not daring to venture out. Only the people from the Fengshan Pavilion and various academies were carrying out missions, fighting against the divine disciples. Suddenly, Su Chen's divine sense detected a river in the distance. It was the Ping River of Yunhai City, flowing towards the sea. At this moment, above the river, a lightning-type divine disciple was chasing a water-type awakener who, judging by her attire, was a female student. She was very clever, knowing she was of the water attribute, and fought against her opponent on the river, but she didn't expect that the other party was of the lightning type, which could conduct electricity in the water, putting her at a disadvantage. Thus, she began to flee. The two were engaged in a chase on the river, one pursuing, the other escaping. The girl dove into the water, while the divine disciple flew above the surface, rolling thunder in his hands. In the next moment, he suddenly shot it out. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as a barrel shot through the air, exploding the water's surface as if it were boiling. The female student was suddenly propelled out of the water by this strike, looking somewhat disheveled. Her clothes were torn in several places, clinging wetly to her fair skin, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath, evoking a flurry of thoughts. The divine disciple's eyes lit up at this scene, swallowing hard as he flew towards the female student. Just then, a flash of white light erupted from the water, and a figure suddenly sprang out. Both the divine disciple and the female student were startled, and the divine disciple quickly pulled back, fearing an ambush, his gaze sharp as he looked at the person who had emerged from the water. Young divine disciple, did you lose this 5-meter-long thunder? Or this 10-meter-long thunder? Or perhaps this 15-meter-long thunder? Su-chen stood in the air, 3 bolts of varying sizes of thunder floating in his hand. The divine disciple was dumbfounded, and the female student was also bewildered. What was this? Was he the river god from Aesop's fables helping the woodcutter retrieve his axe? But others retrieved golden and silver axes. What the hell was it to pull out thunder? Can attacks be retrieved too? Hey, did you hear me talking? Su-chen's expression turned cold as he stared at the divine disciple. The divine disciple swallowed hard. He could feel the pressure emanating from Su-chen, as if a god had descended, making it impossible to resist. He wanted to run, but felt paralyzed, fear gripping his heart as he stammered, I lost the 10-meter-long thunder. Oh, what an honest divine disciple. Since you are so honest, then I'll give you all 3 of these thunders. Su-chen revealed a playful smile, and in the next moment, the 3 bolts of thunder shot towards the divine disciple. Ah, I don't want it. I don't want it. I gave it to you. Don't give it to me. Boom. Zzz. With a thunderous sound, the divine disciple was instantly turned to ashes. The female student was stunned, her mouth agape as if she could swallow a cucumber. Is this really the river god? She murmured, looking at Su-chen. The other party was a divine disciple of the 5th realm, yet he had been obliterated in one strike, and he even had the ability to pull thunder from the river. It was truly terrifying. This undoubtedly proved that the person before her was indeed the river god. At that moment, she saw the river god turn to look at her. Su-chen smiled and said, "Young girl, your weapon also fell into the river just now. May I ask if you lost this rare grade longsword, or this epic grade longsword, or this legendary grade longsword?" The female student paused for a moment. Her weapon had indeed fallen into the river during the recent battle. Now, the river god was asking her which one she had lost. She looked at the long sword in Su-chen's hand, which radiated a golden glow, swallowed hard, her eyes filled with desire. That was a legendary holy sword, who wouldn't want it? However, her weapon was merely of epic quality. But she had read Aesop's fables. As long as she answered honestly, she could obtain all the weapons from the river god's hands, just like the recent devotee. If she answered honestly, she should be able to get that legendary weapon, right? She gradually became excited and said, "The rare level longsword and the legendary longsword are not what I lost that epic longsword." After saying that, her face was full of anticipation, hoping the river god would give her all the weapons. Ah, what an honest child. Since you are so honest, then, female student, anticipating, then I'll return it to you. Saying this, Su-chen tossed the epic long sword to her and kept the other 2 weapons for himself. Female student? She was utterly dumbfounded. This was not how it was supposed to go. Hey, the script didn't write it this way. Are you really the river god? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Su-chen asked, puzzled, looking at her dazed expression. She glanced at the epic long sword in her hand, then looked up at the river god with a dazed expression, wanting to shout, "Don't you know if there's a problem? The river god doesn't play like this." But she ultimately didn't say it out loud, only whispering, "No problem." Even if there was a problem, she didn't dare to say it or ask. After all, that was the river god. A single strike could take down a 5-realm devotee. After giving her a puzzled glance, Su-chen dove back into the river. He discovered that within the river god's domain, the flow of divine power in his body was much faster, which meant his cultivation speed in the domain had also increased significantly. The legendary long sword is in my hands just like that. I can exchange it for a lot of money later. Su-chen sat cross-legged on the riverbed, surrounded by a layer of glass-like brilliance that isolated him from the surrounding water. The female student on the river surface was dazed for a while but eventually left. Although she didn't get what she wanted, she had seen the river god. The small city of Yunhai actually had a river god. This must be a big deal. She had to go back and tell her fellow disciples, and they could come over together. Maybe if they tried again, they could get good equipment. Before long, she returned with a group of people. Hey, I said, Shinshimi, you can't be out of your mind, right? Yeah, how could there be gods in the world? The gods are all sealed, and the god didn't even attack you but helped us deal with the devotees. That's impossible. Senior sister. You didn't watch too many Aesop's fables at night and start hallucinating during the day, did you? The people around teased. Some were Chen Xiaoxiao's seniors and some were juniors. They naturally didn't believe in any river god or that he could conjure so many weapons. They only came to see it for Chen Xiaoxiao's sake. It's true. You have to believe me, he just saved my life, killed the devotee, and helped me fish out weapons from the river, including rare level, epic, and legendary ones. Chen Xiaoxiao had a telling the truth expression, which made the crowd believe her a bit. After all, the little junior sister rarely joked. Well, then let's give it a try. Just throw it in casually, it won't disappear if it falls into the river, we can pick it up later. Okay, I'll go first. Saying this, one person threw their best equipment into the river, which was an epic level piece. I don't have any weapons. I'll throw a storage ring. These people spoiled Chen Xiaoxiao so much that they all threw their best equipment into the river. Plop, plop, plop. A series of splashes, and Chen Xiaoxiao looked at the river's surface with anticipation, hoping the river god would come out again. This way, everyone would believe what she said. At that moment, below the river, Su Chen was excitedly starting to pick up various weapons and then stored them in his storage ring. Which rich guy is this, throwing such good equipment into the river? That's just too extravagant, Su Chen complained. After finishing, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. On the bridge over the river, everyone stared at the calm water surface, waiting for a long time without any movement. Junior sister, see? There's nothing here, you must have been hallucinating. Yeah, let's go down and pick it up. How could this be? Chen Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Plop! At that moment, something else fell into the water. Junior! What did you throw down this time? Chen Xiaoxiao was taken aback and turned to ask the boy beside her. The one referred to as Junior replied, oh, just a pile of dog poop, I kicked it down casually. Everyone! That's really cruel, if there is a river god down there, they are probably doomed. See, senior sister, even dog poop has gone down. If there were a river god, it would have come up already. Suddenly, his mouth opened wide and his voice elongated. Because, a figure appeared on the surface of the river. Surrounded by golden light, it shimmered like silk. It appeared. Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. See? I wasn't lying to you. One person said, but just now, the junior threw a pile of dog poop down. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. Throwing a pile of dog poop down was undoubtedly blaspheming the divine. The person who had just thrown the dog poop turned ashen. Su Chen's face was as dark as coal. He was cultivating well. And yet a pile of dog poop fell from the sky. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been drenched in it today. Su Chen, the one who had just thrown the dog poop, suddenly gasped. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at him, and then astonishment climbed onto his face. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. Tang Shi. Oh, was that pile of dog poop you threw? Su Chen asked in a slow tone. Tang Shi swallowed hard. Su Chen now looked very strong, and he was still only at the third realm. Yeah, it was mine, I accidentally threw it, he stammered, the fear of being dominated by a brick still lingering in his heart. Tang Shi, do you know him? The people around them were shocked by their conversation. Tang Shi scratched his head and nodded. He was in the same school as me before. What? Same school? He's already a river god, and you're still at the third realm? Isn't this a joke? Everyone was dumbfounded. Did this man, who looked like a deity, really attend the same school as Tang Shi before? It didn't seem likely. The powerful aura around him, the golden dazzling effects, just looking at him felt like worshipping. Su Chen then spoke again. Young Tang Shi, may I ask if you dropped this pile of silver dog poop, or this pile of ordinary dog poop, or this pile of golden dog poop? Su Chen smiled coldly, almost making him end up covered in poop twice. Today, he would definitely make it hard for Tang Shi to escape a pile of it. Golden dog poop? Seeing the pile of golden dog poop in Su Chen's hand, Tang Shi's eyes suddenly brightened. That wasn't dog poop at all, it was clearly gold. That pile of golden dog poop should be worth quite a bit, right? I dropped silver dog poop and golden dog poop, Tang Shi quickly said, his eyes filled only with money. Hey! Chen Xiaoxiao wanted to remind him that he had to answer honestly to get everything, but Tang Shi didn't give her a chance. Clearly, Tang Shi had never read Aesop's fables. As he directly stated he wanted silver dog poop and golden dog poop. In such situations, one can only expect a lump of ordinary dog poop. Oh, how dare you deceive me, Su Chen said in a slow, deliberate tone. Greedy and foolish humans, prepare to face my punishment. The crowd turned pale. Was the river god about to unleash his wrath? They hurriedly distanced themselves from Tangshur, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. On the bridge, only Tangshur remained, looking utterly bewildered. Then, he saw 3 streaks of light rushing towards him, 1 silver, 1 brown, and 1 gold. Bang! The 3 streaks of light smashed directly into his face. He 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 he. Tangshur fell to the ground, his face sticky and somewhat dazed. Golden dog poop. I got it. Suchen wasn't interested in these dog poop-like things. Seeing Tangshur covered in it made him laugh, and with a splash, he dove back into the water. At this moment, the other students on the bridge gathered around again. Holy crap, it's real gold! One person exclaimed, biting into the lump of golden dog poop. Are you disgusting or what? This is dog poop. It's not real dog poop, it's golden dog poop, do you understand? Besides, aren't you also biting into silver dog poop? The crowd. Chen Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Why did Tangshur lie this time and end up with everything? She answered honestly but only got her own stuff back. This was completely out of the ordinary. Mine, this is all mine. After a while, Tangshur finally came to his senses, with 2 big bumps on his head and a stinky face. He quickly picked up the golden and silver dog poop, feeling that he had made a good deal. By the way, where are our weapons? Suddenly, someone said. Yeah, why did Tangshur throw down dog poop and get golden and silver dog poop, but what about ours? It's one thing not to give us legendary equipment, but at least return what we had. Could it have been swallowed by the river god? No way, we need to go down and look for it. Yeah, we can't let this slide. Splash! 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 Several splashes echoed as they all began to swim to the riverbed, searching for their gear. Maybe they would even see the river god's mansion in the river. However, after searching for a long time, they didn't see a single shadow, let alone their equipment. Few they surfaced, gasping for air. What's going on? The equipment really is gone. We're doomed. The river god has pulled a fast one on us. What do we do now? What else can we do? Do you want to go confront the river god? Wait, there's something wrong. Finally, one person came to his senses. He's not the river god at all. He's Tangshur's former classmate. Our weapons were taken by him, and that golden and silver dog poop must be compensation for us. Damn, now that you mention it, that makes some sense. Yeah, Tangshur, leave the golden and silver dog poop behind. That's ours. The crowd surged towards Tangshur, starting to snatch his golden and silver dog poop. This could almost make up for their losses. At this point, Su Chen had long since left the original riverbed and arrived at the other side of the river. I hope no one disturbs me this time, Su Chen muttered slowly to himself. Damn, I feel like I've become addicted to role-playing. Su Chen suddenly realized. Even the way he spoke was starting to resemble the river god's gentle and slow manner. However, playing the river god was truly enjoyable. Not only could he mess with people, but there were also fools sending equipment into the river for him. It was just too delightful. After daydreaming for a moment, Su Chen put away his thoughts and began to focus on his cultivation. At the same time, he contemplated how to deal with the group of deities behind the ceiling wall. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Su Chen felt someone was coming to deliver something to him. Su Chen was slightly surprised. It was a little bear plush toy. Seemingly sensing something, Su Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. On the riverbank, Bu Tuanifu was lying on the ground, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the flowing water, her small hands rippling the surface. Her little bear had accidentally fallen in. How could it sink? Bu Tuanifu murmured softly. The bear was so light, how could it sink? What should I do? Splash! At that moment, a white light broke the surface of the water and a figure sprang out. Su Chen spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. Young girl, may I ask if the bear you dropped is this silver one, or this ordinary one, or perhaps this golden one? At this point, Su Chen's appearance had changed, with gray hair, white clothing, and a warm smile. Bu Tuanifu was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed, scrambling to her feet. Are you the river god? Neither the silver bear nor the golden bear is mine. I dropped that ordinary bear. Bu Tuanifu said, her eyes shining as she stared at her little bear. Ah, what an honest girl you are. Since you are so honest, I will give you the silver bear and the golden bear. With that, Su Chen smiled and tossed both the silver and golden bears to her. Bu Tuanifu paused for a moment, her pretty nose wrinkling. River god, I don't want these two, I only want my bear. Ah, you really are a polite girl. These 2 golden and silver bears can buy many ordinary bears, so there's no need to be so courteous with me. But I still want my original bear, Bu Tuanifu pouted. What good is this soaked bear? Alright, take your golden and silver bears and go. Su Chen smiled, then slowly sank to the bottom of the river. No, river god. Bu Tuanifu stepped forward and shouted, but without paying attention, she fell directly into the water. Splash! Glub glub glub. Mm. I glub can't glub swim. Su Chen. Su Chen sprang out of the water again. enveloped her with divine power, and safely brought her to the riverbank. Cough cough. Thank you, river god. The damp Buchuan Ifu coughed a few times. At that moment, she saw the river god wanting to return to the water, so she shouted, "River god, please wait, I want to. Cough cough, I want my bear back, please return it to me. I beg you, river god, what a sentimental girl you are. It seems you really like this, so here you go." After tossing the bear in her hand, Su-chen waved his hand, took back the silver and golden bears, and returned to the bottom of the river. Thank you, river god. Buchuan Ifu received her bear and happily shouted towards the river's surface. How interesting. Su-chen teased her a bit, instantly feeling cheerful. His cultivation progressed much faster. 2 more days passed. During these days, Buchuan Ifu called out to the river god on the river surface for no reason, throwing stones into the river. But Su-chen did not respond to her again. "River god, are you still there? Come out and play." Buchuan Ifu tossed stones into the river in boredom. No one had played with her these days, and she felt very lonely. Splash! Suddenly, the river exploded, and a golden light flew out, soaring towards the horizon. River god Buchuan Ifu was delighted, but her little face quickly fell again, it flew away. Su-chen had just received a call from Yuan Tianxiong at the bottom of the river, saying that he could enter the seal today. Time was of the essence, so he hurried to set off to slay the gods. Su-chen appeared quite relaxed, but only he knew how difficult this mission would be. As soon Su-chen arrived in front of the ceiling wall. "By the way, old man, the secret realm is about to end, right?" Su-chen glanced at the date and said. Yuan Tianxiong nodded. "That's right, the secret realm will probably end in a day or two, and they should be coming out soon." Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. Su-chen looked over, waved his hand casually, and concentrated his divine power into a sharp sword, killing it, and said, "Where did these beasts come from?" Yuan Tianxiong said with a serious expression, "The seal is loosening now, and the lower-ranked beasts can already escape from the seal. These are all tainted by divinity and are extremely powerful. The ones that have come out now are all at the 2nd or 3rd realm, but as the seal continues to loosen, some at the 5th or 6th realm might escape. These are all cultivated by the gods inside, meant to wreak havoc in the outside world." Su-chen nodded. "Do you have any plans? Just going in like this?" Yuan Tianxiong looked at Su-chen seriously and asked. At this moment, Su-chen's mind moved, and his appearance transformed into that of the god of space. Even the divine power and the aura of laws he emitted were quite similar. Yuan Tianxiong was taken aback, not expecting Su-chen to have such means. "I'll go in first, and then I'll think of a way. If I really can't handle it, I think I can escape, and they probably won't be able to stop me," Su-chen said. "All right." Yuan Tianxiong nodded. "But once you enter the seal, you won't be able to come out until the seal is broken, and you'll have to come out with those gods. But I believe you can deal with those gods before the seal is broken." Su-chen shrugged and chuckled. "I don't even have confidence myself, yet you have more faith in me than I do." Yuan Tianxiong shook his head and smiled wryly. "All right, no time to waste, let's set off. Well, leave the outer world's divine disciples and these beasts to us." Su-chen nodded, and then Yuan Tianxiong led him to the front of the ceiling wall, where there was clearly a visible crack. "You know space skills, so I don't need to say much. Once you pass through this crack, you'll enter the world behind this wall," Yuan Tianxiong said solemnly. Su-chen nodded, indicating he understood. Clang, clang, clang. Su-chen pulled out a large pile of legendary weapons from his storage space, all of which he had copied and crid over the past few days. "You can distribute these weapons to them later, they should be helpful." Yuan Tianxiong was astonished. "What is this? How many pieces of legendary equipment is this? It's piled up like a small mountain. Wait, how are you dumping it out of the spatial ring like it's junk?" Other people's legendary equipment is stored in luxurious and sturdy boxes. This mountain of legendary equipment gave Yuan Tianxiong a sense of illusion. It felt as if these weren't legendary items but cheap scrap. Yuan Tianxiong was too lazy to ask where they came from. The miracles Su-chen had brought him were already too many and too incredible. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't do. Every time he appeared, it was a big surprise for himself. While Yuan Tianxiong was sighing, Su-chen had already passed through the ceiling wall and entered the world behind the seal, which seemed like another space. The sky here was blood red. The ground was uneven, pockmarked and in disarray, as if it had experienced some great battle. And in the air, there seemed to be a layer of golden light flowing like clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several streams of light descended in front of Su-chen. It was the gods. Su-chen immediately withdrew his gaze, looking at them with a blank expression. Among them were two familiar figures, the god of destruction and the god of darkness. These gods surrounded Su-chen, exuding a very powerful divine might. Fortunately, Su-chen had already broken through to the 8th realm and had the favor of two gods, so he could withstand this divine might. "Space, why are you back again? Wasn't that old man guarding the place killed by you?" Who else could send you back? The god who speaks is the god of flames, whose pupils constantly emit blazing fire. When he gazes at a person, it feels as if they might melt away. Suchen quickly looked towards the other gods, avoiding eye contact with him. Indeed, and your aura seems even purer now, the god of destruction said, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him. Have your mastery of the laws of space improved? What have you been doing out there? So many days have passed, the seal hasn't broken, yet your strength seems to have increased significantly. These gods are indeed old foxes, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. Fortunately, Su Chen had already prepared his words before coming. Indeed, the old man guarding the seal in the outside world is dead, but have you all forgotten? There's still one person? Su Chen scanned the crowd with a piercing gaze. The god of destruction frowned slightly and said in a serious tone, "You mean, Su Chen?" The god of darkness exclaimed, "Impossible. Although he could defeat our projections, he has no divine power. And didn't you say last time that Su Chen was not your match? How could he become so powerful in just a few days, enough to push you back?" Indeed, it's a bit hard to believe. The god of flames nodded, turning his gaze to Su Chen, eager to hear his explanation. The fact that he can push me back speaks for itself. He has already mastered divine power, Su Chen replied. As for why his strength has surged in such a short time, I've also discovered that the human race has opened a secret realm where the flow of time seems different from the outside world. It's very likely that he has been enhancing his strength through this secret realm. We need to hurry. Su Chen's rise in power is terrifying. I can already sense a deathly aura from him. I might not be his match alone. This statement seemed like a cover-up, but in reality, Su Chen was secretly praising himself. Sure enough, after hearing Su Chen's words, the expressions of the gods turned serious. However, they quickly relaxed. This failure is of no consequence. Based on the progress of the seal loosening, we should be able to return to the world in a week at most. Even if Su Chen has 3 heads and 6 arms by then, he won't be able to stir up much trouble in front of us. Right. Once we get out, we'll skin him alive for ruining our plans. The god of darkness gritted his teeth. The god of destruction nodded as well. I just didn't expect that the human race could produce such a powerful being. Their progress is too rapid. Do you think he possesses some treasure? Is it a god-level treasure or a divine king-level treasure? Divine king-level. The eyes of the gods widened in shock, filled with fervor, as they imagined how much they desired a divine king-level treasure. However, upon further thought, they realized that divine king-level treasures are the pinnacle of existence. How could they possibly appear here, let alone be possessed by a mere mortal? It was simply impossible. Mortals could not withstand the divine might that comes with a divine king-level treasure. Nevertheless, such a rapid rise in power must be aided by some treasure. If not a divine king level, it should at least be a god level. Space, when you fought him, did you see him use any weapons? The god of flames asked, staring intently at Su Chen. Su Chen was also taken aback, not expecting these few to think so deeply, even guessing that he had treasures. Undoubtedly, that treasure was the system. However, Su Chen maintained a neutral expression and nodded. He used a trident. Upon hearing trident, the expressions of the gods darkened again. This was originally their divine artifact, a god level one. But those useless fools, they actually let it be discovered, and it was snatched away. There should be more than just this one god-level weapon. There might be other treasures that enhance cultivation speed, one god speculated. The dark god nodded and said, "Yes. There are too many mysteries surrounding this human race. Once we go out, we must dissect him and force out all his secrets. Perhaps our realms can be elevated again." A few days is just a snap of the fingers. Let him enjoy himself for a few days. The flame god transformed into a streak of light and left. Soon after, another golden streak shot up into the sky, racing towards the horizon, and the gods departed from this place. Su Chen was still pondering the words he could extract from them. God level. God king level. In other words, this group of gods also has a hierarchy. Yes, master, this group of gods is merely the lowest among the gods, known as lower gods. Above them are middle gods, upper gods, main gods, and even the highest, the God King. This time, Su Chen did not ask, and the encyclopedia proactively answered the question. Su Chen was slightly surprised. This group of gods was actually just the bottom tier? Then how strong is the God King realm? If he were to come here, I'm afraid, no one could stop him, right? Just a flick of a finger, and the entire world would be destroyed. As his thoughts drifted further away, Su Chen shook his head. Now was not the time to think about these things. The immediate issue was dealing with this group of gods. Encyclopedia, what is the current fusion degree? After you absorbed the soul of the god of space, my energy has greatly increased, and the fusion degree has now reached 98. Su Chen was slightly astonished. So fast, just 2 left? How long will it take? It can be completed in a few days. After the fusion, how much will my realm increase? Unknown. All right. Su Chen began to look around, extending his consciousness, and soon grasped the overall picture of this world. Those gods had returned to their own abodes, sitting cross-legged. In the seal, for them, there was only cultivation. Time passed the fastest that way. With eyes closed, then opened, a month passed, a year passed, and 10 years went by. Such days were indeed very monotonous. Su Chen's figure vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in the void. He explored a bit and found that the god of space seemed to have no abode here, so it was highly likely that his cultivation was taking place in the void. Su Chen sat cross-legged in midair, beginning to contemplate strategies. Encyclopedia, who is the weakest god here? The encyclopedia was silent for a moment before responding. Their strengths are all about the same. About the same? Su Chen murmured slightly. It took him a few days to kill the god of space, and it went relatively smoothly. Moreover, his current strength was indeed much greater than before. If the gods attacked together, Su Chen would definitely not be a match. However, if he could ambush them one by one, he still had confidence. But how to ambush a god and kill them without being discovered by the other gods? Pull them into the void? No way. These gods had the power to tear apart the void. For a moment, Su Chen felt a headache. How could he achieve a stealthy assassination without being detected? Just then, the encyclopedia finally spoke again. Utilize the power of time and space. Su Chen was taken aback. The power of time and space? He had previously used time and space separately and had not tried using them together. Now that his strength had reached the 8th realm, and having absorbed the soul of the god of space, along with the favor of 2 gods, his control over time and space had become stronger. Su Chen should be able to use it now. But, how to use it? Encyclopedia, explain how to use it. Su Chen felt that the encyclopedia was now a king again, no longer the useless scrap it once was. First, pull the god into the void, then use the power of time and space to reverse time. You can move the battlefield to the future in the void. It won't take long, just a few days for example, after the time shift. If you are in battle with a deity and tear through the void, the other deities in the current time will not notice it. Only a few days later will they see a spatial rift appear in the sky, but by then, you will have already slain the deity. In simple terms, you are moving the battlefield to the future, but you must be aware that during this time, you need to deal with that deity. Su Chen felt a bit confused, but fortunately, he eventually understood the encyclopedia's meaning. With your current control over time and space, moving the battlefield to a few days in the future should not be a problem. But can I move the battlefield to the past? The past? With your current abilities, that's not possible. Changing the past is not easy. There's a saying, the past cannot be changed, but the future can. Su Chen nodded, somewhat understanding. However, using this trick repeatedly will definitely be noticed, so be careful then. But there's no need to worry too much. The degree of fusion is almost complete, and by then, your strength will greatly increase, so dealing with the deity here should not be a problem. Su Chen was delighted. This was great. He pondered for a moment and decided to deal with the god of darkness first, as he had dealt with him before and knew his abilities. Time was pressing, so Su Chen directly approached the god of darkness. Darkness, my strength has increased, how about we spar? Su Chen said lightly. The god of darkness was taken aback, not sensing anything unusual, then laughed heartily. Good. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to show my skills. Let's have a thrilling battle. Let's go to the void. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he brought the god of darkness into the void. It was a place of darkness, the very realm where the god of darkness excelled in battle. Oh, coming to the void this time? The god of darkness laughed. Space, you're being a bit too arrogant this time. This place feels like home to me. Come on. Su Chen didn't waste any more words, and with a blade of flowing fire in hand, he suddenly slashed at the god of space. The blade of flowing fire had only been seen by the god of space, so using it here should go unnoticed. As for the trident and the brick, those were definitely not usable. While fiercely battling the god of darkness, he was quietly channeling the power of time and space, beginning to alter the time around them. From the perspective of other dimensions, the timeline of this battlefield was slowly moving backward. Space, what weapon is that? I haven't seen you use it before. The god of darkness frowned slightly, sensing the power of the blade. The flames emanating from it were no weaker than those of the god of fire. Su Chen did not respond, and the two clashed intensely, both using their full strength without holding back. Suddenly, Su Chen felt his power surge. What's going on? Upon careful investigation, he discovered it was the river god's domain activating. What was happening? There was no river here, nor was there a galaxy. The love river is still a river. In an instant, Su Chen understood that he was in the love river, surely because Qin Ruoi was thinking of him. Having a girlfriend is great. Su Chen suddenly laughed, feeling very happy. At that moment, the god of darkness suddenly vanished into the darkness, and Su Chen lost sight of him. Boom! A sound of breaking air erupted from around, and the dark aura spread like thick fog. Bang Kai! Cursed Fireblade, West Remnant Sun Hell Garb. Su Chen instantly unleashed the most powerful defensive technique of the flowing blade of fire. This move would envelop him and the blade with a blazing sun of up to 15 million degrees, turning everything nearby into ash. Sizzle! The moment the fog touched the flames, it evaporated instantly. The dark god hidden in the shadows gazed at Su Chen, who was engulfed in flames. With eyes like lightning, his thoughts unknown. Now, Su Chen, even without using his full strength, had the power to contend with a deity. His attributes had already surpassed those of these lower gods. Conversely, if he used his full strength, his power would be significantly reduced. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance erupted in Su Chen's pupils as he slashed downwards towards a spot in the darkness. This strike, infused with endless flames, seemed to pierce through the sky like a long rainbow, tearing apart the void. Clang! It was blocked by the dark god. The dark god's expression showed some surprise. This time, the god of space seemed to be much stronger than before. In such a short time, he had deduced his position. After clashing with Su Chen, the dark god quickly distanced himself, for the flames emanating from Su Chen were incredibly powerful. Just getting close felt like his entire body was about to evaporate. Su Chen's gaze locked onto him, raising his blade. And with a fleeting movement, he teleported over, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. They fought from day into night. The void was like a black cloth, riddled with holes. After a whole day, Su Chen finally used the power of time and space to push the timeline of this battlefield backward. At that moment, he had no other concerns. He just needed to unleash his most powerful means to eliminate the enemy. I have a friend. Shut up. Bring it on. Fire burns your butt. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars. Activate fate dice. Ding. 3 stars, temporary power 30 breath of flame. Boom. In an instant, the flames on Su Chen became even more robust, and he unleashed several skills in one breath, aiming to quickly eliminate his opponent. Almost simultaneously, the dark god sensed something was amiss. How could the god of space have so many tricks? Moreover, some of these tricks seemed particularly familiar to him. Suddenly, the dark god's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Shocked, he exclaimed, Su Chen? Heh, only now do you realize? It's too late. Su Chen's face gradually transformed back to its original appearance. Ha ha ha, who gave you the courage to come in here? The dark god suddenly laughed, showing no signs of panic. Even if the god of space had likely been killed by the opponent. But where was this? This was their territory, gods were everywhere. Su Chen sneered, not intending to explain anything to him. Residual fire great blade east rising sun blade. At that moment, the flames on Su Chen surged like a tide towards the sword, and in just a moment, the flames on his body had completely faded. Even the flames on the blade vanished without a trace. However, one could still feel the blade's power capable of annihilating everything. Dark God, today is your day of death. Su Chen shouted, his figure already before the dark god. Not just one figure, but from all directions 5 Su Chens appeared. Some wielding bricks, others holding tridents. The dark god sensed a deadly killing intent and, without hesitation, opened a spatial rift using divine power, seeking help from other gods. But how could Su Chen give him that chance? Shut up! One Su Chen first blocked his mouth. Then, several spatial laws flowed out, forcibly closing the spatial rift. How is this possible? The dark god was astonished. Su Chen's power was simply too strong. This was already the strength of a mid-tier god. This, how could it be? The opponent clearly had not yet stepped into the divine realm. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through the dark god's mind. But these thoughts could only be taken underground. Su Chen would not give him the chance to ponder. 5 attacks converged. Just like when Su Chen killed the god of space. Boom! At that moment, the void was violently torn apart, deafening. The dark god seemed to want to roar, but there was no way. Almost at the same time, Su Chen once again activated the power of time and space, returning to the original timeline. The surrounding scenery appeared to be playing in reverse, crazily retreating. The torn space gradually closed, and the chaotic divine power slowly dissipated. In the end, the void returned to its initial state, as if the battle had never occurred. Su Chen let out a long sigh. After this battle, he had consumed a significant amount of divine power. Without the favor of those two deities, he might not have had enough power at all. After leaving the void and returning to the outside world, Su Chen looked around. The other deities seemed to have noticed nothing. It made sense. In their territory, they wouldn't expect any danger, let alone think that someone would be bold enough to come in alone. This makes things much easier. Su Chen smiled slightly, then sat down to rest. Once his divine power was restored, he would deal with the god of destruction. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days had passed. During this time, the secret realm journeys of all the academies had ended, and everyone returned to their respective academies. Meanwhile, the cracks in the ceiling wall were increasing, and the violent divine power surged out, causing many divine disciples to break through, with even a few reaching the 8th realm. At the same time, there were quite a few mutated beasts contaminated by divine power. The city was filled with the sounds of cannon fire, and countless citizens hid in their homes. At this moment, it was time for those who had come out of the secret realm to take action. Everyone was assigned to various cities to guard them. Most were also equipped with legendary weapons, which excited them greatly. Zhao Chen's task was to guard a residential area, holding a straight sword that gleamed brilliantly. This was the sword Su Chen had told him to buy back then, but now it was different. There wasn't a trace of rust on it, instead, it shone brightly. He had gradually discovered the potential of this sword during his 2.5 years in the secret realm. After coming out, he had also had it appraised by a teacher, and it turned out to be a legendary grade equipment. This made him extremely happy. Moreover, in the 2.5 years, his realm had successfully reached the 5th realm. Now, he could be considered one of the stronger ones in the academy. At this moment, several divine disciples stood in front of him. "Kid, why not join us? The great deity is about to descend, and he will grant us supreme power." Ha ha ha. Yeah, why oppose the supreme deity? That would only lead to death. The divine disciples teased, seemingly not taking Zhao Chen seriously at all. "What are you thinking?" Zhao Chen snorted coldly. He was no longer the person he used to be. After 2 years of training in the secret realm, not only had his strength increased significantly, but he had also shed his childishness, and his temperament had improved a lot. Now, he understood that as a qualified security guard, he couldn't just retreat when faced with danger. He had to protect the safety of this area. Behind him were the people of the entire residential area. Everyone was watching him, he couldn't let them down. "In that case, don't blame us. Attack!" As the words fell, the group of divine disciples suddenly charged at Zhao Chen. Among them, 2 had reached the 5th realm, while the others were at the 4th and 3rd realms. Humph! Zhao Chen was not afraid at all. He stomped his feet hard on the ground. Boom! Countless spikes shot up from the ground, piercing towards the divine disciples. There was no pattern to it at all. 2 weaker divine disciples were directly pierced through, feeling a chill to their core. They were stabbed from below and emerged from the top of their heads. It was as if they were skewered on a stick and roasted. But that wasn't the end. Zhao Chen shouted again, "Earth Dragon Roar!" Rumble! A stone dragon burst out from the ground, rushing towards a divine disciple. That divine disciple's face changed slightly. He unleashed a fiery punch with all his might. Boom! It sounded like a thunderous explosion, but facing the full force strike of the divine disciple, the stone dragon was hardly affected, only a few fragments of rock rolling off. How is this possible? How can the earth element be so strong? One of the 5 bound divine disciples exclaimed in shock. In 2.5 years, Zhao Chen's mastery over the earth element was not trivial. He could now manipulate it as skillfully as Zhao Toheo, truly grasping the essence of Zhao Toheo's techniques. Whoosh! At that moment, the straight knife in Zhao Chen's hand erupted with a golden light. He then leaped onto the dragon's head and swung the knife towards the divine disciple. Several streams of golden blade energy shot out, the blade light sharp and fierce. The speed was incredibly fast, leaving behind afterimages. Swoosh! 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 The sounds of slashes rang out, and the divine disciples in front of Zhao Chen fell one after another. Humph! Is that all? Zhao Chen jumped down from the stone dragon, standing at the entrance of the community. The straight knife plunged into the ground, his hands gently resting on it. He spoke in a tone of supreme authority. "This is a battlefield ruled by me." At that moment, on the other side, Su Chen similarly dealt with the god of destruction. This was indeed much more troublesome than the god of darkness. In the end, the god of destruction almost self-destructed, which startled Su Chen. Fortunately, Su Chen timely released the skill "You're full of hot air." This let the opponent deflate, resolving the crisis. Another night passed. On this day, the gods finally sensed something was amiss. The blood-red sky occasionally revealed a spatial rift, from which divine power poured forth. It was as if the space was being torn apart by a powerful force. This left them deeply puzzled. The sporadic spatial rifts in the sky seemed to point towards one person, the god of space. "Space, come out." The god of flame looked at the rift in the sky and said in a low voice. The voice was soft, yet it echoed in everyone's ears. Su Chen flashed and appeared before the gods. He had not yet fully revealed himself, and he could not afford to lose his composure. "What's going on?" asked the god speaking, the god of the ocean. Su Chen chuckled, "Just came back, got a bit restless, practicing a bit to prepare for future outings." He knew very well that the gods had begun to harbor suspicions. Now he could only take it one step at a time, trying not to give them any flaws to exploit. He had only ambushed 2 gods, and there were still nearly 10 gods present. If he was discovered now, it would be troublesome. The gods glanced at him, a hint of confusion flashing across their brows. Where are the god of darkness and the god of destruction? The god of earth's gaze was sharp as he scanned the surroundings. "I haven't seen them, their law aura can't be sensed either," the god of the ocean said, a serious expression crossing his face. Space, it seems you were looking for them a couple of days ago? The god of flame fixed a piercing gaze on Su Chen. His doubts were gradually spreading. The god of space seemed a bit different upon returning this time. Su Chen's gaze flickered, facing the inquiries of the gods. The pressure of lying was overwhelming. The god of flame's eyes, filled with fierce fire, seemed ready to burn a person to ashes. Su Chen hesitated for a moment. Yes, I had a deep exchange with them a couple of days ago. I'm not sure where they are now, maybe still in the void. You see, the god of darkness is hidden in the void, and we indeed can't sense him. Perhaps he's having a good time with the god of destruction in that void, right? Ha ha ha. The god of flame's expression darkened, a surge of divine might emanating. You just happened to look for those two, and they both disappeared. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Su Chen showed no signs of weakness, raising an eyebrow. What? You suspect me? In the previous instances, it was my divine power that broke the spatial barriers and rushed outside the seal. Now, you all suspect me. His words were filled with indignation. However, how could this group of old foxes be swayed by a single statement from Su Chen? Oh, but I have captured the trajectory of darkness and destruction on you. The god speaking this time was Fate, and a wisp of ethereal gas slowly swirled around his fingertips. Su Chen's pupils constricted. He never expected that there was actually a god of fate, able to capture the trajectory of fate. And darkness and destruction were both his doing. So it could be said that he had altered the trajectory of darkness and destruction's fate. The god of fate seemed to want to investigate, and it didn't appear to be very difficult. Su Chen understood that this had already exposed him. They might not know who they were, but they knew that the disappearance of destruction and darkness must be related to him. Space, do you have anything you want to explain? The gods subtly surrounded him, their gazes piercing into Su Chen's eyes like countless sharp swords, wanting to see through him. However, they still did not understand what Space's purpose was in doing this. Space, why are you doing this? The god of fire's eyes blazed like fire. A bead of sweat trickled down Su Chen's forehead, the pressure from the gods intensified. If this turned into a fight, he probably had no chance of winning. Encyclopedia, what is the fusion rate now? Su Chen asked anxiously in his heart. 99%. 99. Su Chen's mind raced with thoughts. If it were 5 gods, he might have a slight chance. But there were a total of 10 gods here. He didn't even know how strong he would be after merging with the system. All of this was uncertainty. At this moment, anything he said was useless. It was better to take a gamble. Hold on until the system fusion was complete. Suddenly, the divine power in Su Chen's pupils erupted. Strike first. The divine power surged out from within Su Chen. Tightly gripping the trident, he lunged fiercely at the nearest god. Caught off guard, the god hadn't reacted yet and only instinctively dodged. Swoosh! The trident pierced directly into his arm. Golden blood dripped onto the ground. Su Chen yanked it out violently and swung it at the others, a torrent of divine power sweeping out. Space! What are you doing? The god of fire roared. The trident! It's the trident, he is not Space. The god of earth shouted, he is Su Chen. The gods were horrified. Su Chen actually dared to come in alone, and darkness and destruction were nowhere to be found. Now it seemed he was in grave danger. Moreover, the fact that he disguised himself as the god of space meant that the god of space also. How is this possible? How could he already possess the power to slay gods? The god of the ocean exclaimed in shock. Let's subdue him first. The god of fire's expression was as dark as water. He actually dared to kill 2 gods right under their noses. This was absolutely their disgrace. Su Chen, who gave you the courage? The gods roared in unison, attacking Su Chen. Each displayed their divine powers, and the violent divine energy scattered, dyeing half the sky golden. This was undoubtedly the most powerful attack Su Chen had ever encountered. I have a friend. Su Chen didn't dare to hold back, using all his skills. 5 Su Chens appeared, basically fighting 2 against 1. But Su Chen knew in his heart that these clones had a time limit. He couldn't possibly kill all these gods within that duration. He could only drag it out until the system fusion succeeded. That was his last hope. At that moment, the god of fire soared into the air, flames erupting like the sun. Then let's see whose flames are stronger. Su Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Bankai. Remnant fire great sword west remnant sun hellgarb. In an instant, the flames around Su Chen grew stronger, seemingly overshadowing the god of fire's flames. P.S. Sigh. I have some bad news, it might end early. I originally wanted to finish the Earth arc before writing the Divine Realm arc and fill in the previous gaps in the Divine Realm arc, totaling about 1,000,000 words before concluding, but due to certain circumstances, the Earth arc was finished and then vanished, meaning that after this battle, it was pretty much coming to an end. Well, you could say it's a disappointing conclusion, after all. Some plot holes just can't be filled. There probably aren't many chapters left. If you want to read, read. If you want to abandon it, abandon it. If you want to curse, go ahead, sighs. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm tired, let it be destroyed. At the same time, Su Chen's figure instantly appeared before the flame god, bringing down a fierce slash engulfed in blazing fire. The flame god's pupils constricted, he could sense the endless killing intent from this strike. He opened his mouth, and flames erupted from it like a tidal wave. Divine power enveloped his hands as he forcefully blocked Su Chen's fiery blade. The two were locked in a stalemate, both feeling an intense heat. "Let me help you extinguish that fire," the ocean god bellowed. In an instant, the earth trembled. Torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Behind him appeared a colossal wave that blotted out the sun, crashing down like a tsunami. The collision of water and fire continuously produced hissing sounds of evaporation. Bang! Su Chen and the flame god suddenly separated, retreating rapidly. But they quickly clashed again. There were simply too many gods. Fortunately, Su Chen had 5 middle school friends to hold them off for a while. But once that duration passed, Su Chen would be besieged by dozens of gods. In the sky, a dozen figures collided like phantoms, intertwining like streaks of light, like bolts of lightning, moving at incredible speed. Time passed little by little, and Su Chen's pressure grew heavier. Fighting against 10 gods drained his divine power significantly. Meanwhile, the gods were also quite astonished. Their 10 deities couldn't take down a mere mortal in such a short time. It's important to note that the opponent hadn't even stepped into the divine realm yet. If he did step into the divine realm, how strong would he become? They didn't dare to think about it. Because of this thought, their methods became increasingly ruthless. Every strike was accompanied by rising winds and darkening skies, shattering the space around them. Su Chen fought while retreating, constantly inquiring about the fusion progress, but it remained at 99%. God knows how long it would take for that last 1%. It seemed that no matter what the task was, whether downloading a video or updating a game, it always got stuck at 99%. Time slowly passed, and finally, the duration of 5 middle school friends came to an end. In an instant, all 4 clones vanished, leaving only Su Chen. This directly led to an assault from the 10 gods. "Heh, do you have any tricks left now?" the flame god mocked as he looked at Su Chen. Su Chen gasped for breath. The prolonged high-intensity battle had taken a huge toll on him. Suddenly, at that moment, a blood-red aura shot up into the sky from afar. Following that, a crimson streak rushed towards this place. Azura god. The earth god looked on. As the only mid-tier god among them, the Azura god held a very high status. The Azura god shook his head in disappointment. "You really disappoint me. You've taken so long to deal with a mere mortal." Hearing this, the gods lowered their heads, feeling a sense of shame. Indeed, not only had they allowed the opponent to kill 2 of their gods on their own turf, but he had also persisted for so long under the siege of dozens of gods without being taken down. Su Chen's gaze was warily fixed on the Azura god. He dared to say this was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. The divine power emanating from him seemed even more vast compared to the other gods. "Is this what a mid-tier god is like?" Su Chen murmured softly. "You are Su Chen?" The Azura god scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe, his gaze akin to that of looking at an ant. "What of it?" Su Chen replied bluntly. Now he could only buy some time, waiting for the system's fusion to succeed. "How did you elevate to such a realm in such a short time? What secret do you hold?" The Azura god's gaze was like lightning, as if he wanted to see through Su Chen. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, "Those who recognize the times are the true heroes." If you reveal all your secrets and then become our follower, perhaps we can spare your life. The surrounding gods nodded repeatedly, their eyes on Su Chen as if he were a large cake. Now, Su Chen was like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. "What are you thinking?" Su Chen scoffed. The Azura god's expression darkened, a powerful blood-red aura spreading out. It was clear that he was angry. "Refusing a toast will lead to punishment." The Azura god said sharply, "You better think clearly. Will you let us search your soul, or will you tell me yourself?" The gods all knew that after a soul search, no matter how powerful a person was, their spirit would suffer severe damage. It would be irreparable. "Why are you still talking to him? Destruction, darkness, space, he might have already killed them all. Just search his soul." The god of flames said sternly. "What are you thinking?" Su Chen repeated. Hearing this, the Azura god could no longer hold back, saying coldly, "Go, search his soul." The 10 gods surrounded Su Chen. "The ancestors of the human race were able to seal you here for hundreds of years, which is enough to prove our strength," Su Chen said calmly, "and this time, I will completely make you disappear from this world." As he spoke, Su Chen suddenly soared into the air. He tore through the void and vanished within. Humph! Unabashed. Still struggling in death. The gods also tore through space and chased after him. Ding! Fusion progress 100%. Master's fusion is complete, and all your skills will be recalled to complete the final fusion. What? Recalling all my skills? Su Chen was stunned. What would he do without skills? "Don't worry, Master. After the fusion, you will be stronger. The blessings of the gods will not disappear." The moment the words fell, Suchin felt as if something within him had been drawn away, leaving his heart empty. He tried to unleash skills like fire burning but in empty hands, but they indeed had no effect. However, it seemed his brick had not been confiscated. The Azura god was incredibly fast, instantly moving in front of Su Chen, waving his hand as a blood-red sword fiercely struck. Su Chen's pupils contracted, and with agile movements, he dodged to the side. Just because of this one action, his speed slowed down, and the other 10 gods surrounded him again, sealing off the space. They gave Su Chen no chance to escape. Escape? Here, where can you run to? The Azura god squeezed his palm, speaking with amusement. Su Chen looked around but did not speak. The 10 gods slowly moved towards Su Chen, their divine power surging in their hands. At that moment, a golden light shot up into the sky, and a powerful divine aura suddenly erupted from Su Chen's body. It seemed endless, spilling outwards. This power was immense, and the surrounding gods were shaken, retreating repeatedly. My task is complete, happy to serve you, looking forward to our next encounter, goodbye. Hearing this sentence in his mind, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. What the hell? The system is gone? After the fusion, it just disappeared? His skills, the encyclopedia, all gone? Su Chen suddenly felt a bit disoriented, but at this moment, he could feel the divine power surging wildly into his body. At the same time, countless memories flooded into his mind. Memories of countless lifetimes, as well as past memories, all came rushing back. The reasons for creating the system, the reasons for creating the spirit of the secret realm, the reasons for coming to this world, everything came back to him. Once, he was the god king of time and space. How is this possible? He broke through. The Azura god's usually calm face finally showed a hint of shock. This nameless, suddenly appearing power was crazily elevating Su Chen's realm. Moreover, Su Chen had already reached the 9th realm, and this frenzied divine power showed no signs of stopping. It was still wildly increasing. The gods stared with eyes wide enough to pop out of their sockets, their faces filled with disbelief. What exactly is happening? They knew they could not let Su Chen continue, otherwise, who could say for certain whether he would step into the divine realm? Even at the 8th realm, he was already enough to rival them, let alone at the 9th realm, the divine realm. Go! Stop him! The Azura god shouted, leading the charge. The proud deity, who had always held his head high, no longer cared about that and launched a surprise attack, catching Su Chen off guard. In an instant, all the gods moved together, rushing towards Su Chen, using their most powerful techniques. To simultaneously endure the combined assault of 11 deities, there was likely no one else in this world but Su Chen. Seeing the gods siege, Su Chen remained calm, still standing in place, his eyes bursting with divine light. Then, his pupils began to rotate mechanically. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. No, it wasn't frozen, it was just that time had become incredibly slow. The Azura god's devastating attack had already reached Su Chen's face, but at this moment, it was halted, moving towards Su Chen like a snail. Meanwhile, several gods in the sky prepared to dive down at Su Chen, but their forms also froze in midair. It was as if a slow-motion button had been pressed 100 or 1,000 times, or like a beautifully captured photograph had been frozen in time. The gods felt a chill run down their spines. This was the law of time. The opponent could control it so skillfully, and could even use it against those of a higher realm. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within Su Chen, an endless surge of divine power bursting forth around him like a volcanic eruption. The divine light surrounding him swirled like silk, the unique aura of a deity momentarily overpowering the surrounding gods. At that moment, Su Chen felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. He had become a god. Divine realm. The gods were once again horrified. They had never seen anyone break through so many realms at once, and to cross that chasm that mortals could not surpass. How difficult is it to become a god? They certainly knew. The hardships they endured to attain their divine positions were known only to them. But now, this mortal had managed to break through the divine realm so effortlessly. It was as if an invisible force had directly elevated him to this realm. They couldn't comprehend it. However, fortunately, they felt that after Su Chen ascended to the divine realm, that power gradually faded away. If he could still rise to the mid-level god, they might be in serious trouble this time. But just a low-level god, they felt they still had the strength to fight. After all, one among them was a mid-level god. In the hierarchy of deities, each realm was a vast chasm. Crossing a realm meant a significant increase in power. In the divine realm, it was fundamentally impossible to defeat an opponent of a higher realm. However, they seemed to overlook one point. Su Chen had been able to defeat divine beings even at the 8th realm. Boom! At that moment, the space shattered like a mirror, the void collapsed, the universe overturned, and the heavens trembled. Mountains and rivers cracked, as if the sky were about to fall. The seal was broken. The gods should have been overjoyed. Today would be the day they ruled this world, but now, they could not feel happy, their expressions growing heavier by the moment. At the same time, time returned to normal. and all attacks instantly surged forth. The ceiling wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a blood-red sky, where the endless void was torn apart. On the ground, tectonic plates split, and magma erupted, as if it were the end of the world. Divine power poured out recklessly, and the robes of those standing there rustled wildly. Standing here are the 4 deans and the high-ranking officials of the Fengshan Pavilion. Their expressions are all serious. If the deity emerges, they will be the first line of defense protecting millions behind them. The deity hasn't come out yet, nor have we seen anything. A flicker of joy passed through Zhoudi's eyes. Could it be? Su Chen really succeeded? Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise erupted from the world behind the wall. A vast expanse of void dissipated, and they vaguely saw a surge of blood energy soaring into the sky, along with violent flames and attacks. Each strike was enough to blot out the sun. Just the aura emitted by those attacks made them feel a wave of heart palpitations. Their hearts seemed to skip a beat. What level of battle is this? They dared not imagine. Can Su Chen really hold his own? Bing Qingyue opened her mouth. Now, just standing here, they felt that terrifying divine might. They estimated that even approaching this simple action was beyond them, let alone helping Su Chen. I don't know. Yuan Tianxiang sighed. All our hopes rest on him now. If only there were 1 or 2 more like Su Chen in Huaxia. Su Chen has many secrets. Reaching this level in such a short time is almost impossible, so he must have some earth-shattering secret. Lei Ming said, perhaps he is the one chosen by heaven to save this world. Let's hope. Everyone turned their gaze towards the world within the seal, where the sounds of rumbling and collisions were incessant, and each explosion made their hearts tremble. In the city, compared to before, it was even more chaotic. This day was referred to as Nirvana Day by the divine followers. They wreaked havoc in the city, as if throwing a party, waiting for the arrival of the deities. However, as time slowly passed, they felt the presence of the deities but did not see them descend, which left them quite puzzled. Great deity! Suddenly, a divine follower shouted towards the sky. The divine followers all looked up and saw a figure standing in midair, small in stature, surrounded by divine light, dazzlingly bright. It was so bright that the divine followers momentarily could not see the person's face, only feeling that this was the great deity. The great deity is coming towards us. Is he going to bestow divine power upon us? One divine follower said excitedly. That golden figure appeared extremely sacred in their eyes. As the figure rapidly approached, they finally saw the face of the great deity. It turned out to be a child. A boy who looked about 11 or 12 years old. They were stunned, just about to ask a question. Swish! A line of blood shot out, and hot blood immediately burst forth. The divine followers hadn't even felt pain before they sensed their vision dropping towards the ground. With a bang, they saw headless corpses before them, and their consciousness slowly sank into nothingness. All of this happened in an instant. The divine followers didn't even realize what was happening before they lost all awareness. The boy, surrounded by golden light, merely glanced coldly before gliding towards the horizon. At this moment, Su Chen was fighting fiercely, even against dozens of deities and a mid-tier deity. Su Chen was not at a disadvantage at all. Extraterrestrial beings. While engaged in battle, Su Chen silently recited incantations, having reached the divine realm. His control over various elements was even stronger. Although it seemed that he currently had only the blessings of 2 deities left, that was enough. The previous minor skills could handle low-tier awakened ones, but against deities, they were of little use. What a clever trick! The soul of the 6th brother. Even without these skills, Su Chen could still wield the power of space. As for the 50-50 split, it was no longer needed. Boom! At that moment, it was as if the void had been torn open, blinding light radiating from the rift, and endless meteors came crashing down like a rain of arrows, as if a storm was raging, each meteor resembling a raindrop. This move was truly an indiscriminate attack. Even Su Chen himself had to dodge. The god's pupils constricted, channeling divine power to strike at the meteors, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The meteors were completely unaffected, not even slowing down. If one of those hit, it would be fatal. Seeing this, the gods ceased their attacks and began to frantically evade. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen launched an assault on the gods. After all, with the power of time and space, those meteors, which moved at incredible speeds and were nearly invisible, appeared to him as if in slow motion. Dodging was quite easy. In an instant, Su Chen appeared behind the god of flames, thrusting his trident fiercely. The god of flames was busy avoiding the onslaught of meteors and never expected Su Chen to suddenly appear behind him. Boom! He unleashed his full might, flames enveloping his body, divine power swirling around him, forming a protective shield of light. Bang! The trident struck hard against his fiery shield. Just the initial contact sent the trident, imbued with terrifying power, piercing through, breaking the god of flames' defenses. The god of flames was sent flying like a cannonball, his form arching like a shrimp. Su Chen gave him no chance to recover, his eyes glinting coldly. In a flash, he appeared behind him again, and with another fierce thrust of the trident. This fluid and seamless move caught the god of flames completely off guard. In an instant, he was bisected. Ah! The god of flames screamed in agony. As a deity, he had never suffered such a severe blow. But it wasn't over. Suchen continued to stab towards his head, for the body was merely a vessel to the gods. If the vessel was lost, they could always find another. To truly kill a god, one must destroy their divine soul, to ensure they could never be reborn, to obliterate their very essence. Suchen! At that moment, the god of Azura roared, suddenly darting over. Clang! He struggled to block the blow. The god of flames seized this opportunity to retreat repeatedly, a look of panic on his face. So close, just a hair's breadth, and he might have fallen today. Meanwhile, meteors continued to rain down from the heavens, and Suchen, having reached the divine realm, was even more enduring. This could effectively hold off the other gods. At this moment, Suchen paid no heed to the god of Azura, his figure vanishing in an instant. Today, he would definitely take the god of flames as his first target. The god of flames was now left with only his upper body. His lower half had vanished into the void, and before he could recover from his panic, he felt a chill above his head. He looked up with a crackling sound, only to see a trident radiating cold light piercing towards him. Swoosh! The tip of the trident plunged into his eye socket, and with a crisp sound, his eyeball exploded, hot divine blood gushing forth. Moreover, Suchen was forcefully pushing it deeper, aiming to pierce directly into his brain, to penetrate his entire head. Ah! The god of flames cried out in a trembling voice, in immense pain, gripping the trident tightly with both hands, refusing to let it advance any further. Suchen's expression was fierce, and he increased his strength. Crack! The god of flames' head seemed to slowly crack open, half of the trident already embedded in his eye socket. At this moment, the god of Azura's expression changed drastically, frantically channeling divine power to rush over, but the meteors falling from the sky like a curtain forced him to divert some of his focus to evade. Bang! At that moment, Suchen gripped the trident with both hands, exerting all his strength, and suddenly pressed down. Crack! With a sound, it pierced directly through the head of the god of flames. The god of flames' hands gradually lost strength and fell down. The god of flames was dead. The other gods, upon seeing this, changed their expressions drastically. Despite their dozens of gods, they had allowed Suchen to gain the upper hand and even kill one of their own. This sent a chill down their spines. Suchen snorted coldly, yanked the trident out fiercely, and charged towards the other gods again. In the blink of an eye. This battle had lasted for 5 days. Outside the ceiling wall, Yuan Tianxiong and the others had also been watching for 5 days, unaware of the current situation inside. They couldn't see whether Suchen was gaining the upper hand or not. Waves of divine power continuously poured out, blocking their line of sight. All they could hear were the booming sounds from within, like thunder piercing through the heavens. At the same time, the divine disciples had suffered heavy losses. Their hopes seemed to have been extinguished. Their divine lord seemed to have not appeared. The morale of the divine disciples was greatly weakened, presenting a great opportunity for attack. The people from various academies and the members of the God Sealing Pavilion began their counterattack, no longer just defending a territory. Instead, they headed towards the stronghold of the divine disciples, intending to eliminate the stronghold directly to prevent future troubles. Relying on an SS-level secret realm, Huaxia had directly added several hundred awakened individuals of the 5th realm and above. Among them, there was even a 6th realm awakened one. This was no ordinary 6th realm. He was only 3 years old. Yes, 3 years old, but his appearance was already that of a teenager. He was the infant that Yuan Tianxiong had brought into the secret realm. In just a few short years, he had grown to such an extent, and his 6th realm strength was truly terrifying. Fortunately, they had not allowed the divine disciples to succeed in creating gods back then, otherwise, it would have been a disaster for Huaxia. Xinruo was following the team to slay the divine disciples, looking up at the sky with worry in her eyes. After exiting the secret realm, she had not seen Suchen and had no idea where he was. Perhaps he was fighting for his life against the gods. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Under the leadership of various academies and the God Sealing Pavilion, the city gradually returned to its former peace over this half-month. Most of the divine disciples had been slain. Only a small number of divine disciples remained, hiding like rats in the sewers. People thought they had achieved victory, unaware that this battle was far from over. On the other side, the battle was still raging fiercely. Xinruo stood on the outskirts of the ceiling wall, gazing inside. She had learned over the past few days that Suchen was fighting against the gods within. She hadn't expected this battle to last so long. Worry filled her eyes, but she believed that Suchen would definitely be able to kill this group of gods. Rui, why don't you go back and rest a bit? You've been waiting here for several days, said Zhang Xiaozhu softly as she approached from a distance. Xinruo gently shook her head. It's fine. Her gaze remained fixed on the world inside the seal, hoping that the figure in her mind would emerge from within. Sigh. Jiang Xiaozhu sighed lightly, unsure of what to say. In fact, Qin Ruoyi had already reached the 7th realm. Standing here without food or drink for several days or even a month would not be a problem. But she didn't want to see Qin Ruoyi waiting here in agony. What if Su Chen didn't come out? What if a god came rushing out? It was self-evident that the people here would be among the first to be killed by the gods. As time passed, more and more people gathered here, all High Realm awakened ones. They were only preparing for the worst. No one knew the situation inside. Although they knew that hundreds of awakened ones might not be able to harm a single god, they still came here without hesitation. In their dictionary, there was never a concept of retreating without a fight. How could they know without trying? 3 days later, on this night, the golden ice wheel hung high in the sky and the stars twinkled densely in the night sky, as if proclaiming something. Boom! No! Suddenly, a hysterical roar erupted, as if it would shatter eardrums. The surrounding rocks rolled continuously and the earth trembled. The moon seemed to shudder as well, quietly retreating into the clouds. The awakened ones gathered here hurriedly avoided the area, moving to higher ground. Was this the end? This was the voice echoing in everyone's hearts. That roar seemed to announce the conclusion. It felt as if the heavens would be shattered by that sound, deafening, and they could not tell whose it was. Gradually, the sound faded and no fighting sounds emerged. The entrance to the ceiling wall was already blocked by rocks and dust. Silence. Here, a deathly silence fell. It was as if the air had solidified, leaving only the faint sounds of breathing and the pounding of hearts. Some people didn't even dare to breathe, holding their breath in silence. Everyone's nerves were taut, on high alert, staring intently at the ceiling entrance. They didn't know who would emerge, but without a doubt, who came out would determine their fate, deciding the outcome of this battle. Tap! Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps shattered the silence. Tap! 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 One after another, it felt like they were stepping on everyone's hearts, and with each step, their hearts jolted. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their nerves taut, watching the swirling dust as if facing a great enemy. Qin Ruoyi's eyes were filled with tears as she gazed into the dust. She believed it must be Su Chen. This was not just belief, but a feeling. She sensed that Su Chen was walking towards her step by step. It was as if an invisible red thread connected them, and she felt the other end of the red thread drawing closer to her. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see a blurred figure emerging from the dust, walking towards the outside. Yuan Tianxiong and the others let out a sigh of relief, revealing long-lost smiles. However, the others did not share such high spirits and remained on edge. It really is hard to kill. A figure, ragged and disheveled, with golden blood flowing all over, muttered to himself as he walked out. It was indeed Su Chen. Once they recognized who had emerged, everyone was momentarily stunned, then it felt as if they all relaxed. Immediately, a deafening cheer erupted. We won! Su Chen is awesome! Su Chen is awesome! He is our hero! Qin Ruoyi cried tears of joy as she ran towards Su Chen. Only then did Su Chen notice the crowd around him, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a warm body crashed into his embrace. I'm really dirty, I haven't bathed in days. Su Chen spread his hands and said with a wry smile. I don't mind. Qin Ruoyi held him tightly and whispered, as long as you're okay. Haha, what could happen to me? Su Chen forced a relaxed smile. Only he knew how difficult it was to kill more than a dozen deities. Especially the last one, the god of Azura. It was the hardest to kill. In the end, he had to exhaust his divine power to slay it. Is it all over? Qin Ruoyi leaned in his embrace and asked softly. Su Chen paused for a moment, a barely perceptible light flashing in his eyes. Over. He then smiled gently and said, it's over. That night, every household set off fireworks, releasing their joy. With the victory of this battle, Huaxiao would enter hundreds of years of peace, with no more followers or deities. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely happy. Yuan Tianxiong set up a lavish banquet to celebrate today's success. Those who came here were all prominent figures in Huaxia, including Qin Ruoyi's father. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. After Su Chen raised a toast to everyone with a smile, he left alone. Sitting on the rooftop, his eyes reflected the boundless starry river. One particular star shone exceptionally bright in his eyes, as if it were guiding him. Time flew by, and 2 years passed. Autumn was the season of farewells. Golden leaves fell on the streets, and the dusklight cast a desolate feeling on the ground. On this day, those who had once been admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy finally graduated. This could be considered an early graduation, alongside Yi Qing and their cohort. After all, since that battle, they had no other tasks to do besides hunting exotic beasts. Every city was quite peaceful. Even though Su Chen had reached the divine realm, he enjoyed this campus life. A carefree life without war, spending time with the one he loved, was his dream. Goodbye, everyone, may we meet again in the martial world. Within the academy, countless people embraced and bid farewell, reluctant to part after years of camaraderie. But isn't life just a cycle of farewells and reunions? These experiences are inevitable. Ruoi, goodbye. Zhang Xiaozhu gently hugged Qin Ruoi and waved her hand. After graduation, they all had their own things to do, and it was uncertain when they would meet again. Brother, bye. I got a job as a security guard and am the head of the security team. Zhao Chen danced with joy, skipping as he walked. Ha 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 ha. His dream had come true. Su Chen brought Qin Ruoi to the place where he had once confessed. It was still as beautiful as ever. Even without snow, it looked great. With autumn maple leaves scattered on the ground, the afterglow shining on the two of them, casting long shadows, the scenery as beautiful as a masterpiece. Ruoi, when did we first meet? Do you remember? Su Chen's voice was soft, as if it might drift away with the wind. Qin Ruoi blinked her beautiful eyes. In April. Yes, it was spring then. Time flies so fast. And our life at the academy has come to an end. Su Chen's eyes gradually brightened as he gazed at the sunset slowly sinking into the valley. Suddenly, he turned and embraced her, revealing a radiant smile. You and I met in the spring of our beginnings, not in the autumn of sorrow. The drama has come to a close, and the miracle of the moment belongs to us. The end? Ahem, yes, it has ended just like that. So hastily, while it's called an ending, it's more reasonable to say that the Earth arc has concluded. From September 4, 2022, to December 1, 2022, it took 89 days to finish. Although some plot holes remain, the ending is still quite good, right? Ending so hastily has a lot to do with the author himself. Feel free to criticize. After all, this is the author's first book, and many parts weren't written well. I will strive for the next one to reach 1,000,000 words. However, the next one might not come so quickly. If you want to read it, you can follow me or add the gift interface. I will notify everyone then. Well, let's leave it at that. See you in the next book, everyone. Until we meet again. Extra, Zhao Chen's Arc 1. Haicheng, the Giyuan Community. What are our 3 major principles? Report, Captain. 1. Teach a lesson to the unruly owners. 2. Catch the lone delivery workers. 3. Retreat safely when encountering criminals. Looking at the row of people in security uniforms before him, the young man nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, return to your posts. The security guards dispersed, whispering among themselves. Why does the company let him be the head of security? Yeah, how can this fresh-faced kid, just arrived, manage us old employees? It's so unreasonable. Exactly, how old is he? Just over 20, right? We've been in the company for at least 20 years. None of us have even made it to team leader. And what happens? He comes in and gets promoted right away. Shoo, don't be so discontented. His former brother has slain deities. Put. Who can't brag? Then why did his brother leave him behind? He's stuck here as a security guard. Who would believe that? What do you know? Brother Zhao didn't go because he doesn't like fighting. His dream is to be a security guard. Lu Tsong, who had just graduated, retorted. The others scoffed, thinking he had been easily fooled. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun, hands in his pockets, whistling leisurely, returned to the security post at the entrance of the community, leaning back in a lounge chair, looking as carefree as ever. Lu Tsong followed him, hesitating for a moment before asking, Brother Zhao, why didn't you follow your good brother before? He should be doing well now, right? Zhao Chen shook his head while lying in the chair. Doing well? Do you even know where he went? Lu Tsong scratched his head. Isn't he off enjoying life? He killed all the deities in this world. Enjoying life? Zhao Chen laughed heartily. He went to the divine realm fighting against many deities. He's probably suffering a lot right now. Let him do the fighting and killing. I just want to be an ordinary person, a security guard, protecting the community behind me, protecting my parents. It's that simple. Divine realm? Lu Tsong was shocked. He had never heard of it, and his admiration for Zhao Chen grew even more. To think there was a brother who stood shoulder to shoulder with deities. Just then, Zhao Chen suddenly slapped his shoulder, looking anxious. Quick, there's a delivery guy. Stop him. Lu Tsong's eyes instantly turned sharp, and with a powerful push, he dashed to the entrance like a gust of wind, blocking a bespectacled man holding a delivery. Sorry, deliveries are not allowed inside this community. Lu Tsong pulled out a sign that read, no deliveries or dogs allowed. The bespectacled man looked at him as if he were an idiot and shouted, Are you stupid? I'm an owner. If you're blind, go get some glasses. Lu Tsong, having undergone professional training, didn't retaliate even when insulted. He said earnestly, Then what are you holding? The delivery. The bespectacled man replied. Sorry, deliveries are not allowed inside. Lu Tsong insisted. The bespectacled man, suppressing the urge to hit him, squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. Call your team leader. I want to file a complaint. Sure. Lu Tsong smiled slightly and turned to Zhao Chun. Brother Zhao, someone is looking for you. Zhao Chen walked over, looking at the bespectacled man with an unfriendly expression. Hello, I'm the security team leader of Biyuan Garden. How can I help you? The bespectacled man immediately cursed. What kind of subordinate is this? Why can't I go in? Zhao Chen took the sign from Lu Tsang's hand and read it word for word. No deliveries or dogs allowed. The bespectacled man gritted his teeth. I'm an owner. Zhao Chen blinked. I know. FCK. The bespectacled man could no longer hold back, reaching out to hit him. But just then, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Ah! What the hell is that thing? Run! Captain! Captain! Save me! Don't think about it. Even I, an awakened one, can't handle it. What can that young man do? Just run! Strange howls and screams echoed from not far away. The three turned their heads to see a gigantic creature, green all over and resembling a lobster, chasing several security guards. Shit! The lobster is eating people. Run! The bespectacled man turned pale with fear and immediately tried to rush into the community. Fortunately, Lu Tsong blocked him. Sorry, this community prohibits. The man with glasses threw the takeout directly and ran away while cursing. Meanwhile, when Zhao Chen saw the monster appear, he rushed forward. His speed was incredibly fast, and the people around could only see after images. Captain, run! This monster is too strong. Yeah, it probably requires a 5th tier awakened to handle it. Don't eat me! A few security guards, seeing Zhao Chen rushing over, shouted anxiously. However, Zhao Chen ignored them and drew out the straight knife he once had, murmuring, "Old man, it's been a long time since we fought together." He somewhat missed the times he fought alongside Su Chen. With that thought, he slashed out. This slash seemed to dim the heavens and earth. The sun and moon lost their light, and the fierce blade aura rampaged through the air, as if it wanted to tear through space. Boom! It was clearly just a blade light, but when it struck that monster, it was like detonating a nuclear bomb, deafening. The lobster-like monster was instantly obliterated under such a terrifying attack. Only a large puddle of green liquid was left. One slash. Killed. Sorry, this community. Zhao Chen suddenly swung the straight knife, his tone indifferent. Non-humans are prohibited from entering. This scene stunned everyone present. What just happened? It seems the captain killed that lobster with one slash. No way. I'm not dreaming. Is the captain this strong? And so cool. Damn. Captain Zhao, I admit I was a bit harsh before. You are my god. The security guards on the scene were completely awed by Zhao Chen's display and couldn't help but want to kneel and worship. The onlooking residents were also looking at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Hiss. Is he this strong? Although he was particularly arrogant before, looking down on us residents, this time he defended our community. He is a qualified security guard. He is our hero. Yeah. Not to mention, if it weren't for him, who could stop this lobster? That slash was really too cool. By the way, where did this lobster come from? It doesn't look like a beast. Yeah. The beasts were cleared out a few years ago. They shouldn't dare to come out, right? This lobster-like thing, I think it's more appropriate to call it a monster. I suddenly remembered something. The newly established country of East Japan has been discharging nuclear wastewater these days. P.S. Hee, long time no see, everyone. Just a little something to pass the time. This plot is about Zhao Chen dealing with the nuclear wastewater incident. Does anyone want to see it? Extra, Zhao Chen's Chapter 2. Xiaolu, let me ask you, was that slash just now cool or not? At the security guard station, Zhao Chen asked with a smile. That display was simply perfect. He should have won the hearts of quite a few little fans. Lu Tsong's eyes were filled with immense admiration. It was simply explosive. Brother Zhao, I didn't expect you to be so hidden, so strong. You actually solved that monster with one slash. Zhao Chen felt a bit elated, then a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for my good brother, with my talent, I wouldn't have reached this height today. This knife was chosen by him for me. My current talent was also improved with his help. And many cultivation resources were provided by him as well. If it weren't for him, I might still be a waste today. Ha, alright, enough of that. Have we figured out the source of this monster? Zhao Chen laughed heartily, skipping the topic. Lu Tsong snapped back from his admiration, nodding seriously. Brother Zhao, according to my recent investigation, similar monsters have appeared in coastal cities across the country, all of which are marine creatures, mutated crabs, mutated octopuses, mutated lobsters, etc. These mutated creatures are extremely powerful, much stronger than the aberrant beasts. And all the blame is directed at the East Japan country, specifically their recent discharge of nuclear wastewater, which has led to the mutation of marine life. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes slightly. He had heard a bit about the nuclear wastewater discharge from East Japan before. At that time, he didn't want to get involved, as it hadn't affected Huaxia or his neighborhood. But now, with powerful monsters invading Huaxia, he could no longer tolerate it. The wind has stopped, the rain has stopped, and you think you can manage again, right? Zhao Chen's tone was grim. It seems that the divine war that broke out in East Japan before didn't deal them much of a blow. Lu Tsong swallowed hard. So, Brother Zhao, what do you plan to do? Wipe out those damn little days. Hiss. Song was startled and quickly said, "Brother Zhao, it seems that the combat power ceiling of Huaxia has vanished, while East Japan has seen many prodigies emerge in recent years. Countries are starting to fear them, and alas, it's all Su Chen's fault for taking the combat power ceiling to battle in the divine realm. Now even I can rank among the top 10 in combat power in Huaxia." Zhao Chen sighed bitterly, his tone somewhat resentful. "Don't worry, this extermination is not the same as that extermination. I have my ways to deal with them. Alright, go buy 2 teleportation tickets to East Japan. It'll take you to have some fun there." Song was overjoyed. "Okay, Brother Zhao." In East Japan, within a gigantic and magnificent bird's nest, the interior resembled an airport with many exits and entrances. However, the difference was that after entering the boarding gate, it led to a teleportation array. Here, one could freely travel to any country and arrive in an instant. At this moment, a flash of light passed through a certain teleportation array, and 2 young men walked out. Song couldn't help but look around. Wow, this is East Japan. This bird's nest is so imposing. TCH. Zhao Chen scoffed, "These are all newly built. You haven't seen how it was before when the divine war broke out. It was a wasteland. Even now, some places still contain strong divine might." As they talked, the 2 arrived at the entry point, where staff were responsible for registering information. Song tossed 2 ID cards over. The staff glanced at the IDs, and upon seeing they were from Huaxia, their expression instantly turned unfriendly. "Sumimasen, the latest notice states that all Huaxia people coming to East Japan must first drink 10 cups of nuclear-contaminated water and eat a plate of seafood sashimi before they can enter." Upon hearing this, Song's face turned ashen, filled with rage. Just as he was about to explode, Zhao Chun reached out to stop him. He squinted his eyes and stared at the staff member, saying, "What if I don't drink?" The staff member wore a mocking smile. "Sumimasen, then you cannot enter. Please return the way you came." Zhao Chen's expression darkened gradually as he said in a deep voice, "Say that again, I didn't hear you clearly." The staff member, looking as if they were asking for a beating, repeated, "Simima." Bang! "Ill F your mother. You really think you can get away with this, huh? Why don't you go eat SHT? Before the staff member could finish speaking, Zhao Chen threw a punch, sending them flying several meters away, crashing heavily against the wall, their life or death unknown. This scene stunned the surrounding travelers from various countries. Wow, that was bold. How dare he act out on someone else's turf? Meanwhile, the Huaxia travelers felt a sense of relief, secretly thinking, "Well done. Brilliant. Brother Zhao, awesome." Song gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. "Awesome my foot. Run." Zhao Chen shot him a glare and took off running. "Damn. Brother Zhao, wait for me." The 2 ran wildly, with dozens of security personnel chasing after them, shouting and cursing. "Baka Yoru. Stop right there. Damn Huaxia people, you're dead. How dare you act out on our turf? It seems you don't want to live anymore." But how could the awakened beings of the 8 realms be so easily chased? Soon, Zhao Chen led Song to escape from danger, and at the same time, they made it onto the wanted list of the Eastern Japan country. But Zhao Chen didn't care, because Song's skill was disguise. This was also the reason he brought Song along. "Alright, help me disguise myself like this." In a restroom, Zhao Chen took out his phone, showing a photo. The appearance in the photo was that of Su Chen. "Got it, Brother Zhao." 3 minutes later, the 2 walked out of the restroom, and Zhao Chen had astonishingly transformed into Su Chen. Even his body shape and voice had changed. It could be said he looked exactly the same. Perhaps even Su Chen himself wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Song casually disguised himself as a middle-aged man. "Brother Zhao, what do we do now?" Zhao Chen thought for a moment, then grinned. "Today, let's be the bad guys." "What do you mean?" "Let's play a real-life version of GTA 5. Song's eyes lit up suddenly, instantly understanding. "Brother Zhao, this isn't being a bad guy. This is clearly being a great hero. Look, I brought several kilograms of C4 explosives." Song opened his backpack, revealing several blocks of white solid and a few detonators. "Damn, good kid." Zhao Chen was stunned, patting his shoulder. "But remember, we don't harm innocent people." "Understood." Song chuckled, "Then he'll go blow up that Jing something shrine. Be careful, he'll handle the nuclear wastewater." Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Strictly speaking, he wasn't dealing with nuclear wastewater. Instead, he planned to use his Earth-based abilities to raise high walls around the Eastern Japan country, trapping them inside, causing seawater to flood in, bringing trouble upon themselves. P.S. Hi.